The blue star met its demise, and all its inhabitants were transported to a peculiar marine realm. Here, creatures with 4 legs capable of dragging humans beneath the waves, ceaselessly propagandizing Cthulhu's visage, and a blood-red moon that stirs the ocean into a frenzy abound. Chapter 1. Transcending to the Oceanic World. With the collapse of the blue star, welcome to the world of survival upon the sea. Each individual shall receive an initial vessel, a unique identity, and essential supplies. Your ship and identity are singular to you. Endeavor to survive as long as possible in these waters. This world will undergo regular updates. Please remain vigilant for the latest information. Please be advised, safety is not guaranteed. A mechanical voice reverberated across the skies of the blue star, and then everyone felt the ground beneath them vanish, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Ling Yu was among them. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself gazing at an endless expanse of ocean. A subtle mist floated in the atmosphere. Aside from the inky blackness of the water, there was nothing particularly strange. Due to humanity's unbridled indulgence, natural disasters and extreme weather had become rampant. Such an outcome was, regrettably, anticipated. I estimate that humanity's extinction is still 24 years away. Considering a century as a scale, although the temporal deviation is within the realm of understanding, the conclusion is beyond imagination. Another event worthy of observation, Ling Yu murmured. At that moment, the mechanical voice resonated once more. Detection confirms your successful arrival in the oceanic world. We are now assigning you a suitable identity. Your new identity is Scholar. Your vessel is named the Wisdom. Initial supplies have been allocated. Good luck. Ling Yu surveyed his ship. It measured several meters in length, classified as a small craft, primarily constructed from wood. He bent down to touch the vessel's surface and concluded, unknown wood. This type of timber should not exist on the blue star. Next, he assessed his own condition. Upon touching his arm, a panel materialized before him, displaying his name and information. Name, Ling Yu. Occupation, Scholar. Strength, 7 Wisdom, 10 Spirit, 10 Agility, 8 Sanity, 90100 Hunger, 86100 Moisture, 12100 Health, 100 Combat Power, 5. It resembled a panel from some game, and Ling Yu scrutinized each attribute's explanation. The most critical piece of information was his occupation. Occupation, Scholar. Trait 1, Thirst for Knowledge. This insatiable curiosity will enable you to transcend fear and significantly bolster your resistance to the extraordinary, though in certain circumstances, it may render you more susceptible. Remember, while knowledge is a virtue, excess can lead to peril. Trait 2, Rational Thought. This grants you the ability to analyze problems calmly, providing greater resistance to linguistic and mental harm. Trait 3, Brainstorming. During observation, you will engage in continuous thought, acquiring new skills through learning. This occupation seemed remarkably fitting for him. Successfully observed the vessel, acquiring new information, unknown hull material, unknown hull material. Content, a material crafted from an unidentified wood, seemingly quite robust. Ling Yu cast another glance at the vessel's information. Wisdom, level, 1 Speed, 25 knots durability, 200 internal structure, cockpit, lounge, fuel room, storage, grand library. While he could comprehend the cockpit and lounge, the existence of a grand library appeared to be a unique feature of the ship. Ling Yu followed the directions into the ship's interior, where the narrow cabin led directly to the cockpit, with 4 rooms distributed on either side. Behind the staircase stood an exquisite door, its golden patterns starkly contrasting against the surrounding ebony wood. Upon pushing open the grand door, he was met with opulence. The deep brown wooden bookshelves exuded a faint scent of sandalwood, each shelf adorned with gilded carvings. What astonished him further was the massive jar at the center of the bookshelf, within which floated a human brain, its surfaces gyri and sulci vividly discernible, occasionally undulating as if it were alive. Observe a peculiar scene, mental state affected. Your curiosity has triumphed over fear, sand value unchanged. After a brief internal fluctuation, Ling Yu eagerly approached to inspect the information. Thought Keeper. Description, a brain that perpetually engages in thought. If you seek knowledge, you may entrust it to him for contemplation. Ability, absorb knowledge upon consuming a target. Related knowledge can be acquired. Thinking capacity, 100,100 knowledge absorption can be upgraded current, 0-100. Before the jar stood a metallic pedestal, and as Ling Yu reached to touch it, a fissure opened on the pedestal, revealing a wide mouth. Observe a peculiar scene, mental state affected. Your curiosity has triumphed over fear, sand value unchanged. Lingyu attempted to communicate with the brain in various languages. The mouth on the pedestal spoke, "Please refrain from using multiple languages. Linguistic conversion will diminish my cognitive efficiency by 11.5. Evidently, this entity understood his speech. "What do you know?" Lingyu inquired. "Please pose specific questions," it replied, indicating that vague inquiries would yield no answers. "Can you tell me what materials constitute this ship?" Lingyu asked. "Please provide the corresponding item." The mouth indicated, suggesting he offer something. Lingyu plucked a small chip of wood from the ship and tossed it into the mouth of the metallic pedestal. After a brief moment of chewing, the mouth articulated, "Black vine tree, suitable for constructing houses and vessels. It is rather hard. Data has been recorded. Knowledge 1 reading target knowledge. Data updated black vine tree. Description, suitable for constructing houses and vessels. Is quite hard and primarily grows in arid regions, being less flammable. Data classification, compendium of plants. Additional note, not palatable. Please refrain from trying if you have poor dental health." As soon as the savior of thought completed its interpretation, a solitary book appeared on the previously empty shelf. Lingyu took it down to find the 4 prominent characters inscribed, "Compendium of Plants." However, the interior of the book contained only the introduction to the black vine tree, with the rest remaining blank. Moreover, at the moment he acquired this knowledge, a voice from the system resonated within him. New knowledge gained after a mental brainstorming session. Skill acquired. Architecture level 1. Effect. Enables the construction of relatively simple structures or fortification of buildings, enhancing their durability limit. When he heard that it could be used for construction, he indeed envisioned a dwelling suitable for the black vine tree, and even he was astonished by his own mental agility. In addition, Lingyu observed that his recent contemplation had depleted 1 point of the savior's cognitive capacity. What occurs when your cognitive capacity is exhausted? Lingyu inquired. Complete depletion of cognitive capacity may result in cerebral atrophy. Please use it judiciously. How can cognitive capacity be replenished? Feeding the brains of other beings can restore cognitive capacity, while imparting knowledge can elevate abilities. Simply let a drop of blood fall, and I shall assist you in sharing your knowledge and enhancing your thoughts. Having clarified the capabilities of the savior of thought, Lingyu nodded in satisfaction. With this entity, he could seek answers whenever he encountered confusion, resolve the doubts in his heart. His spirits lifted. Chapter 2. The long-legged fish. Having familiarized himself with the library, Lingyu proceeded to the cockpit. The layout of the cockpit resembled that of the vessels he had encountered on Blue Star, with a manual for navigation resting upon the table. During his previous biological surveys, Lingyu had acquired a modicum of navigational skills. Grasping the steering wheel, he reflected on his past experiences piloting boats and effortlessly initiated the vessel's operation. However, he refrained from hastily setting sail, opting instead for a slow advance. It was imperative to ascertain the course carefully. A collision with submerged reefs would spell disaster. After all, there was no lookout on board, and he was entirely reliant on himself. More critically, the horizon had begun to glow with the hues of dusk, rendering nighttime navigation perilous. Adjacent to the cockpit lay the fuel room, where the entire ship operated on steam power, necessitating constant replenishment of combustible materials to sustain propulsion. The fuel chamber was stocked with 2 large rows of coal, amounting to 50 units in total. The vessel consumed a maximum of 5 units of fuel per day, alleviating immediate concerns regarding fuel supply. Lingyu subsequently ventured into the lounge, which contained but a wooden box, a table, and a rudimentary bamboo bed woven from strips of bamboo. Upon opening the box, he found it neatly arranged with essential items: 10 cans of beef, 10 bottles of mineral water, 3 bottles of subpar malt liquor, a box of matches, a diary, a quill, a toolbox, a telescope, a roll of gauze, a wooden barrel, an antiquated fishing rod, and a box of bait. Additionally, the room held some wooden planks and bamboo. Yet, even with the utmost frugality, these provisions would likely sustain him for only a few days. He would need to discover alternative sources of sustenance. One must eat what the mountains and seas provide. Lingyu picked up the fishing rod. Antiquated fishing rod. Quality, dilapidated item. Effect, can be used for sea fishing. Presumably. Description, it appears to be capable of catching anything, yet fish will never bite unless the bait is irresistibly delectable. The rod revealed its darkened bamboo core. The varnish long since peeled away, while the fishing line dangled limply like withered vines. It did indeed seem rather unfit for purpose. Nevertheless, Lingyu had little choice and resolved to make do for now. He then grabbed the bait box, which contained peculiar biscuit-like items, all shaped like skulls. Those of a timid disposition would likely be startled upon sight. However, Ling Yu found himself intrigued as he examined them for a while. I expected them to be animated. Alas, they were merely biscuits. How disappointing. With a sense of letdown, Ling Yu stowed the bait and took the fishing rod onto the deck. At this moment, the sea lay tranquil, the golden-red sun gradually sinking beneath the horizon, casting a shimmering path of light across the azure waves, reminiscent of a mischievous grin. Ling Yu seated himself on the vessel and casually opened the chat channel to glimpse the vibrant lives of others. The chat channels were numbered, beginning from one and branching into several, each with a limited capacity. Ooh, how? I have traversed through time. Your reflexes seem quite delayed. It took you 10 minutes to respond. What type of vessel do you possess? Mine is the Explorer, equipped with a compass that guides towards the mainland. Goodness. That's impressive. Mine is somewhat lacking. Ah, the Flower Ship with a durability of 150, featuring internal structures such as the cockpit, lounge, fuel room, storage, and botanical chamber. What is the big deal about having flowers on board? It seems you lack understanding. Understand what? Pray tell, what is your profession? How vexing. To think there's even a flower girl to do the work. Should I encounter you, I shall unleash my kamikaze upon you. Kamikaze, could your ability be self-detonation? Are you frightened? If so, surrender the flower girl swiftly. Oh, I'm trembling with fear. If you're capable, come and strike me. Enough of this. I'm off to enjoy myself. It appears that on the first day, spirits remain high, with many still devoid of a sense of impending crisis. However, some are preparing for future challenges. Help? How am I to survive with such scant provisions? When distributing food, do they not consider sustenance? This barely suffices for a day's meal. Indeed, what is this canned food? It tastes dreadful. I am the son of a tycoon and demand a lavish banquet. Huh, yet you dare to be picky here? In a couple of days, you shall regret it. What is there to fear? My father will procure anything I desire. How did you know I caught a fish? A parent knows their child best, and besides, who asked you? Ha ha ha, the fish here is enormous. Allow me to live stream it. The speaker initiated a video stream, revealing a slender man cradling a fish nearly his height. Strangely, the fish possessed 4 legs. Perhaps it was an illusion. But Ling Yu felt as though the fish was smiling. Observed a peculiar creature, mental state adversely affected. Your curiosity overcomes your fear, yet you still feel nauseated. Sanity decreased by 1. What a revolting creature. It caused a decline of 5 points in my sanity. Indeed, let us terminate this immediately. I've caught fish like this before, albeit without legs. I wonder if this man has been in the Air Force too long, scoffing as he said. Have you ever caught one? Such a large fish, you can only watch your brother Wong catch it. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the fish suddenly lunged, biting the man's neck, causing a fountain of blood to erupt. The chat room plunged into chaos. What the hell? Call the police. I'm a winemaker. This is plum wine. The man struggled desperately, the camera tilting, revealing only the boundary between the sky and the sea. In the final moment, the fish dragged him beneath the waves, leaving only a trail of dark red splashes upon the now tranquil surface. Observed a peculiar creature, mental state adversely affected. Your insatiable thirst for knowledge is formidable, yet instinctively, you cannot help but feel a sense of dread. Your sanity is diminished to a mere 3. Upon calm reflection, you perceive this as a beneficial reminder, allowing your emotions to stabilize. Despite the fervor of your curiosity and rational thought, Ling Yu's sanity inevitably wanes, underscoring the profound impact of the recent scene. After all, what is portrayed in films is ultimately fabricated, whereas the moment you just witnessed was astonishingly authentic. An experience that no cinematic portrayal could replicate. The chat room has descended into chaos. My rationality is swiftly deteriorating. What should I do? Remain composed. The more you fear, the faster it declines. I have regained my composure, and now I feel quite well. How did you achieve that, my friend? Teach me. Conquer your fear of death with your yearning for life. Simplify it. Let us give it a try. Chapter 3. The Missionary Octopus. Although Ling Yu was not in a state of panic, a sense of vigilance arose within him. This maritime expanse was fraught with peril. After some contemplation, he resolved to craft a weapon for self-protection, thereby acquiring the skill, weapon crafting. Weapon crafting. Level 1. Effect. Capable of creating simple weapons and unlocking certain weapon blueprints. After meticulous consideration, Ling Yu retreated to his quarters, where he retrieved a bamboo stalk and a small knife from his toolbox. He skillfully split the front into 34 prongs, sharpening each one and curving them slightly inward to enhance their piercing capability. Simple harpoon. Crafting method. Basic processing of bamboo. Physical damage. 46. Characteristic. Sharp. Capable of easily penetrating the skin of living creatures. Effect. can inflict damage on small to medium-sized organisms. With this makeshift weapon in hand, Ling Yu felt a modicum of assurance. Should circumstances take a dire turn, he was prepared to sever the fishing line. Subsequently, he affixed bait to the fishing rod and cast it into the vast ocean. 1 second. 2 seconds, the sea breeze caressed his face as he sat at the edge of the boat, observing the bobbing float. New ideas triggered by environmental observation, brainstorming activated. Acquired skill, fishing theory. Fishing theory, level 1 effect, enhances the ability to determine optimal bait placement, thereby improving fishing success rates. He was uncertain whether he truly desired the presence of the Air Force. While their protection guaranteed safety, it also implied a lack of food resources. Yet, he harbored concerns about potentially reeling in something bizarre. In the distance, the sun began its descent. Ling Yu resolved that if he did not catch a fish before sunset, he would cease his efforts. Just minutes after making this decision, his fishing rod trembled with activity, the float oscillating up and down. Had he hooked a fish? He gripped the harpoon tightly, eyes fixed on the water's surface, as he slowly began to reel in the line. As the rod lifted, he found himself face to face with a purple octopus, but this creature bore a human head, its cranial structure oddly protruding, allowing him to discern the brain within. Observed a peculiar creature, mental state affected. Your curiosity triumphs over fear, yet this being is profoundly strange. Sanity -2. Esteemed mariner, allow me a few moments to introduce you to our Savior and Divine Master, who gazes equally upon all, awaiting the return of humanity's glance. The octopus articulated in human tongue. To Ling Yu's surprise, it spoke the language of Blue Star. A flicker of intrigue ignited in his eyes. This presented a splendid opportunity for intelligence gathering. However, the octopus merely reiterated praises of Cthulhu, devoid of substantive content. Then tell me, what does the entity you speak of look like? Ling Yu decided to cut to the chase and inquire about something useful. Abba cannot be gazed upon. Cannot be spoken of, cannot. The octopus trembled violently, resembling a malfunctioning machine, until, with a sudden poof, its head collapsed and its body deflated. Observing a chilling scene, the psyche was notably affected. Your insatiable curiosity ignited a profound interest in this phenomenon, elevating your mental state to a fervent peak. Sand value 3. Ling Yu gazed contemplatively at the remnants of an octopus drifting upon the sea's surface. Resolute, he decided to seek the counsel of the Sage of Thought. With the octopus remains he had salvaged from the depths, Ling Yu briskly entered the library, intent on deciphering this creature. He cast the remnants into the gaping maw atop the metallic pedestal. The deep-sea missionary octopus, a being influenced by the malevolent deity of the abyss, possesses limited intellect. Attempting to articulate or comprehend the existence it venerates may lead to mental unraveling. Consumption is advised. Cognitive capacity 3. The Sage of Thought absorbed a substandard brain. Restoring 5 points of cognitive capacity. You have acquired new knowledge. Deep-sea missionary octopus. Characteristics. Possesses intelligence and a certain belief system, yet exhibits low cognitive ability, making it prone to mental collapse. Danger level. Extremely low. Note 1. Avoid inquiring about deities, as it could affect the palatability of their brains. Note 2. Removing the head renders it edible. Its protein content is 5 times that of ordinary beef. A new volume, Compendium of Deep-Sea Creatures, appeared on the shelf, detailing information about the missionary octopus. Although Ling Yu ultimately did not procure any food, he at least discerned that this creature was consumable. How should one handle such beings in the future? Acquired new knowledge. Brainstorming led to the skill Culinary Arts, level 1. Effect. Enables basic food preparation, enhancing its properties and unlocking certain recipes. The panel for Culinary Arts presented several rudimentary recipes, among which the method for producing distilled water captured his attention. Distilled water production method. 1. Harvest seawater. 2. Allow to settle until all black substances precipitate. 3. Filter the black substances with gauze. 4. Distill. Note 1. The bottle must be crafted from dark gold stone, and the filtering gauze should be made from heavenly fire fluff. The flame for distillation is best sourced from glass fire. Note 2. The operation is straightforward, but is it truly worth the effort? Note 3. Limited to the current version. Though the process seemed uncomplicated, the materials appeared exceedingly rare. It seemed the black substances in the seawater were not easily eliminated. What did the final note, limited to the current version, imply? Ling Yu recalled a prior notification regarding forthcoming updates, yet no such details were present in the announcement bar. Contemplating this, he utilized a fishing rod to tether a wooden barrel and scooped seawater to offer to the Sage of Thought. Sage, what components reside within this seawater? Ling Yu inquired. After sampling, the sage replied that the seawater consisted of water, salt, minerals, gases, organic matter, and an unknown component. Gazing at the list of constituents, Ling Yu realized that this enigmatic substance was indeed the black material found within the seawater. Could this unknown component be analyzed? Certainly. However, based on current computational capabilities, there exists a 99 probability of resulting in cerebral death. Shall we proceed? It seems that this dark matter is extraordinarily intricate. Perhaps it is best to refrain. As the moonlight descended, Ling Yu sat upon the deck, partaking in his evening meal, which consisted of a bottle of water and a can of beef. The cool moonlight cascaded upon the surface of the sea, veiling the once pitch-black waters under the cloak of night. Suddenly, the vessel rocked violently, sending splashes of water onto the deck. Ling Yu promptly assessed the status of the ship. Wisdom. Durability. 198-200. Status. Slightly impacted. He hurried to the edge of the ship, where, aided by the moonlight, he could barely discern a massive shadow gliding alongside. It was a colossal creature, measuring over 10 meters in length, its body encrusted with scales that emitted an ethereal blue luminescence. Mysterious creature observed. Mental state affected. Your insatiable curiosity has ignited a fervent desire for research. Sanity -1. Once the shadow faded from view, Ling Yu scooped a bucket of seawater, which contained a fragment of pale blue fish scale. Is there any record of such a creature? He hastened back to the library to consult the AI. The gaping maw of the metallic platform opened. Lanternfish, a predatory marine species. Based on the circumstances, this appears to be a juvenile, with adults exceeding lengths of 100 meters. It is advised to vacate this area swiftly, as these fish typically surface to obtain ample oxygen, heralding an impending storm. Upon hearing the AI's counsel, Ling Yu's heart sank. Chapter 4. The Tempest. He was certainly aware of the ominous implications that the words midnight, sea, and storm conjured, especially in such a bizarrely foreboding locale. Where should I go? Ling Yu inquired calmly. Swim towards the direction of the blue lanternfish, the savior advised. Understanding the urgency of the moment, Ling Yu promptly fueled the vessel, setting the steam engine in motion to propel the oars. He then hurried back to the helm, gripping the wheel tightly, ready to adjust the course and escape this perilous maritime expanse. Soon, the ocean sky darkened ominously, punctuated by thunderous roars. As silver serpents danced in the air, the sea breeze grew increasingly tempestuous, and the clouds swiftly amassed, transforming the once placid surface of the water into a tumultuous spectacle of towering waves. The mist over the sea thickened, and visibility plummeted. Ling Yu's vessel appeared exceedingly diminutive amidst the surging waters, the hull creaking as it was battered by the colossal swells. Blue lanternfish, blue lanternfish. Ling Yu silently chanted, striving to discern that peculiar luminescence amid the churning waves. Not far off, a faint blue glow flickered intermittently. A surge of hope filled his heart as he adjusted the course towards the glimmering light. With a deafening clap of thunder, the sky erupted. Raindrops pelted the deck like bullets, while the waves relentlessly assaulted the hull, causing the ship to pitch violently. Water began to drip from the seams above, and puddles formed beneath his feet, threatening to send him tumbling. Ship durability decreased to 190-200. The system notification sent a jolt of anxiety through Ling Yu. The vessel struggled against the monstrous waves, and he gripped the wheel with determination, striving to maintain equilibrium. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated from the ship's underside, jolting the hull. The vessel struck a reef, hull damaged. Ship status, durability 170-200, hull compromised, increased risk of flooding. Panic gripped Ling Yu as he dashed to the lower deck to investigate. Indeed, he discovered a slender crack in the hull, with seawater seeping in steadily. He swiftly retrieved a hammer and nails from his toolbox, beginning to patch the fissure with wooden planks. Yet, before he could complete the repairs, the ferocious waves tossed the ship violently. The initial breach was once again inundated with seawater, flooding the lower deck severely, causing Ling Yu to choke on several mouthfuls of brine. The wooden boards could scarcely withstand the onslaught of the surging water. If this continued, the entire vessel would surely sink. He had to find a place to dock. Ling Yu returned to the deck, allowing the torrential rain to pummel him. He took out his binoculars to survey the surroundings. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, for to the left and ahead lay a small island. Although uncertain of its safety, there was no other recourse. He adjusted the course toward the island. At that moment, a colossal bolt of lightning struck from afar. In the flash, a ship erupted into flames, followed by a deafening explosion. However, Ling Yu could not afford to dwell on such calamities. He was himself a mere clay Buddha crossing a river, barely able to ensure his own safety. Summoning every ounce of strength, he steered the vessel towards the island with unwavering resolve. The storm grew increasingly fierce, and at last, Ling Yu beheld the silhouette of the nameless island. Suddenly, He heard a thunderous crash as the vessel appeared to collide with something. The violent jolt sent him soaring, and he lost consciousness when his head struck the wooden planks. Time passed in an indeterminate haze before Ling Yu awoke and slowly rose to his feet. Before him lay an expanse of forest, and the ship had seemingly run aground upon the sandy shore. Upon inspecting the vessel, he discovered that the keel of the Wisdom was deeply embedded in the sand. With severe damage to the hull, the bow was critically compromised from the impact. The structural integrity of the ship had dwindled to a mere 49 points, barely holding together. Fortunately, the library, a unique structure, remained unscathed, and the overseer was unharmed. Given the limited materials at his disposal, repair was impossible, and he would need to source resources from the surroundings. Equipped with a harpoon, Ling Yu exited the ship. The air was infused with a faint aroma of vegetation, and sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. Towering trees reached for the heavens, their trunks robust and limbs lush, resembling enormous green umbrellas, while beneath his feet lay a thick carpet of fallen leaves and soft moss. He hoped that the island harbored no dangers. At the forest's edge, Ling Yu discovered some low shrubs adorned with vibrant berries. These fruits were of various hues, crimson like jewels, deep purple akin to grapes, and golden like miniature suns, exuding an enticingly sweet fragrance. He contemplated that if time permitted, he could replenish his food supply. With this thought, he began to gather materials to craft a stone axe. Just as he skillfully completed the axe, a whistling sound pierced the air, and an arrow flew past, its fletching entwined with bioluminescent seaweed. Instinctively, Ling Yu became alert. He spotted a lithe figure emerging from the thicket, resembling an elf from the tales of old, with alabaster skin and pupils the color of the deep sea. The silver-haired, pointed-eared elf drew back the bowstring, and Ling Yu instinctively sought cover, but quickly realized that the elf was not aiming at him. With a swift whoosh, a second arrow was released, followed by a chilling scream from behind. He beheld 3 humanoid beings, clad in animal hides and brandishing spears, drawing near, chanting in an incomprehensible tongue. 2 of them bore arrows in their bodies, writhing on the ground in agony. Acquired new knowledge, after a brainstorming session. Gained skill, linguistics. Linguistics, level 1, effect, ability to comprehend simple languages and engage in basic communication. Follow me if you wish to live. The elf's voice was hoarse as he released the bowstring, the arrow piercing the throat of the third savage. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Yu decided to follow, maintaining a safe distance. With his newfound understanding of linguistics, he grasped that the trio of savages were shouting to kill them and offer their souls to the wolf god. In contrast to these savages, the elf clearly exhibited less malice. The 2 ran through the forest, one in pursuit of the other. Suddenly, the elf came to an abrupt halt. Ahead, a group of wild men emerged, their numbers swelling to over 20. The elf's ears twitched as she spoke. Ling Yu gazed forward, and indeed, a throng of people was visible. This way, the elf instructed, altering their course and pulling Ling Yu into a putrid mire, where the muck quickly engulfed them. "Hold your breath, and do not move," were her final words. The 2 of them lowered their bodies, concealing themselves within the swamp. As the wild men approached, they scanned the vicinity, and the leader gestured towards a direction, prompting the group to sprint away. Once the coast was clear, the 2 extricated themselves from the mire. Ling Yu turned to the enchanting elf and inquired, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Chapter 5, The Wild Man. Do you speak Elvish? The silver-haired elf inquired, astonishment evident in her tone. "That is of little consequence. Answer my question," came the response. Although it appeared that the silver-haired elf had indeed come to his aid, caution was paramount, and he needed to ascertain her true intentions. "My vessel was struck by lightning and stranded on this island. As for why I saved you," the elf turned back with a smile, "I said I cannot repair ships. So I rescued you. How does that reasoning sit with you?" Ling Yu recalled that another ship had also been struck by lightning that day, lending some credibility to her words. How can one navigate the seas without the ability to repair a ship? Ling Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I left home. This is my first voyage at sea. Is that not rather normal?" The silver-haired elf shrugged nonchalantly. "Setting sail to flee from home. That sounds rather fantastical." Although Ling Yu was not entirely convinced by her explanation, now was not the moment for further inquiry. After all, the elven woman seemed quite adept at evading pursuit. "By the way, I am Eileen. What is your name?" she inquired. "I am Ling Yu. What is the situation with those wild men?" he asked. "I do not know. I cannot understand their speech. They attacked me upon our first encounter, and I had no choice but to retaliate. What should we do now?" Eileen countered. "You ask me? As I mentioned, I cannot repair ships. How to fix yours depends on your thoughts." Ling Yu pondered for a moment, recognizing the predicament they faced. "If we had timber, I could likely repair my ship in 2 or 3 days. What of yours?" he inquired. "Unfortunately, my vessel is nearly disintegrated. I have little hope left, Eileen sighed. She then proposed, why not dismantle my ship to repair yours? What do you think? That would depend on the circumstances. Dismantling your ship would consume considerable time. The pressing question remains, what shall we do about those wild men? Eileen furrowed her brow in thought. Let us first assess the situation and seek an opportunity. Ling Yu nodded, acknowledging that this was their only viable course of action for the moment. This way, there are people ahead. Eileen guided him through the forest, and they encountered no wild men along their path. Acquired new knowledge, after a brainstorming session. Gained the skill Scout. Scout, level 1, effect. Assess the surrounding situation and obtain information. With this newfound ability, Ling Yu's awareness of their surroundings sharpened, and his scouting skills began to catch up to Eileen's. Wait, Ling Yu suddenly halted Eileen. What is it? She asked. He pointed to some fresh bones and footprints on the ground nearby. These bones are recent. They still bear warmth, suggesting they have been consumed. Yet, curiously, the footprints seemed to stop abruptly. No sooner had he spoken than a furious roar erupted from above, causing leaves to rustle and fall around them. With a resounding thud, a massive figure leapt from the trees, its broad form easily the width of 2 men, blocking the path before Ling Yu and Eileen, brandishing a colossal club made from beast bone. The Wild Warrior, a valiant among barbarians, possessing a combat prowess far superior to that of ordinary savages. Combat power, 102, exceeding 100. While Eileen's combat power barely surpasses 60. As for Ling Yu, even wielding a harpoon, his combat strength barely reaches 10. Those who dare to intrude into the sacred ground meet their demise. The Wild Warrior swung a massive bone club down with tremendous force. Boom. In the next instant, the ground trembled violently, sending a cloud of dust and debris soaring into the air. Eileen deftly rolled aside, then turned to release an arrow. With a piercing sound, the arrow pierced through the eye, blood trickling down from the socket. The Wild Warrior howled in agony, clutching his eye. We must flee. Facing this savage, even their combined efforts offered no hope of victory. Retreat was the wisest strategy. Strangely, the barbarian behind them continued to curse, but did not pursue. That was close. I nearly overlooked his presence and fell into his ambush, Eileen remarked, puzzled. Ling Yu hesitated for a moment before responding. I don't believe he was lying in wait for us. The repetitive nature of his footsteps indicates he has been here all along. We merely stumbled upon him. Moreover, I think I heard him mention something about a sacred ground. Sacred ground? Whatever it is, we need to move quickly. Soon, we might be swarmed by others, Eileen urged. The two hastened their steps, venturing deeper into the forest. It seemed they had indeed arrived at some rudimentary structure, as soon they found themselves on a path paved with rubble. At the end of the road stood a stone tablet, inscribed with blood-red characters that seemed to writhe like veins. Intrigued, Ling Yu approached to examine the tablet closely. Observation has yielded new knowledge, acquiring the skill, archaeology. Encountering forbidden knowledge, mental pollution intensifies. Sanity -10, archaeology, level 2. Effect, enables examination of certain ancient relics and provides a degree of translation capability for inscriptions. The blood-red characters appeared to come alive, dancing before his eyes. Ling Yu's pupils dilated and contracted as the meaning of the inscription seeped into his consciousness like venom. Only by tearing apart the skin can one embrace the true form. The phrase abruptly ended there, seemingly incomplete. What are you doing? We need to hurry, Eileen urged. All right, I understand, Ling Yu replied, silently committing the phrase to memory before following Eileen as they continued their flight. The duo dared not proceed along the path, fearing another encounter with the wild man. After 2 hours of frantic escape under the midday sun, Ling Yu gasped, we should be safe here, right? Eileen nodded. But before they could rejoice, a woven net of vines sprang up beneath their feet, the spikes embedded within tearing into their skin. The harder they struggled, the tighter the net clung to them. Suddenly, a number of imposing wild men appeared on both sides, including the one who had just been blinded. Among them stood a wild man with hair as pale as snow, who was evidently held in great esteem by his companions. Aaron then discerned that these wild men bore nearly transparent patterns etched upon their bodies, which allowed them to conceal their movements. This is extraordinary power. No wonder I could not perceive it. This is the end, Aaron said with a wry smile. The elderly wild man waved his cane, and the others gathered the large net, carrying the two individuals deeper into the forest. Chapter 6. The wolf god. As the torches of the tribe illuminated the night sky, Ling Yu and Aaron found themselves bound upon an altar. Below, a throng of wild men stood, seemingly engaged in some arcane ritual. Soon, a robust wild man ascended the platform, evidently the leader of the tribe. Ling Yu endeavored to communicate in the wild man's tongue, yet the leader merely scoffed, displaying no interest in dialogue. With a bone knife, the leader carved into Ling Yu's wrist, allowing blood to drip into a stone bowl. mingling with the elf's blood to form a strange, dark purple hue. He then approached the stone pedestal, holding the bowl aloft, and proclaimed, "Great wolf god, the offenders shall face your wrath, and their souls will appease your anger." Erin managed a grim smile, unable to fathom that her life would end here. Indeed, the outside world was perilously treacherous. Meanwhile, Lingyu continued to survey his surroundings, seeking an opportunity for escape. Just as the chieftain began his prayers, Lingyu caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, and his pupils dilated. The stone altar was adorned with a statue identical to that of the sacred site, inscribed with blood-red symbols. "Hey, Erin, wake up. Can you see the inscription on the stone tablet behind us? I can't make out the rightmost part. What does it say?" "If you wish to survive, tell me," Lingyu urged. With a weary glance, Erin looked at him, but upon seeing the resolute determination in his eyes, she replied, "Two runes. One resembles a little figure, the other, a circle." Lingyu closed his eyes, mentally filling in the missing part as if viewing a film in his mind. On the night of the full moon, drinking blood and reciting the incantation will summon the wolf god. Only by tearing the flesh can one embrace the true form. Full moon, full moon. Lingyu glanced upward. A round moon hung high in the sky. "Ha ha ha, splendid. The heavens do not forsake me." He laughed heartily before executing a shocking maneuver. With all his might, he twisted his head and sank his teeth into his own arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Blood flowing freely. To Lingyu, it was as though he had discovered an oasis, and he extended his tongue to savor his own blood. This spectacle left Erin, the chieftain, and the assembled wild men utterly astonished. However, the chieftain quickly regained his composure, ascended the platform, and raised his hand, proclaiming, "Today, these two despicable intruders will pay for their foolishness with their lives." The wild men erupted in cheers. Yet, Lingyu had closed his eyes, repeatedly whispering, "Tear the flesh to embrace the true form." Ancient whispers echoed in his ears, as if summoned from the depths of antiquity. His vision began to blur. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the veins beneath his skin glowed with an eerie blue light. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with this blue luminescence, his pupils contracting into wolf-like slits. His body underwent a violent transformation. Bones cracked and reformed, muscles swelled at a visible pace, gray-black fur erupted from beneath his skin, enveloping him entirely, and sharp claws sprouted from his hands. Werewolf transformation, strength 50, agility 50, spirit 40, health 100. A mysterious force has tainted him, causing his sanity to wane. After a calm analysis, he determines this decline is inevitable, and the rate of descent slows. Even with rational thought, his sanity begins to plummet rapidly. With a sharp crack, Lingyu effortlessly tears apart the ropes binding him, uprooting the wooden stake behind him in the process. The chieftain stands frozen in disbelief, completely astonished by the unfolding events. In a swift lunge, Lingyu charges forward, his formidable figure stirring a fierce wind as he propels himself towards the chieftain, whose robust body is tossed into the air like a mere doll, only to crash down heavily, blood gushing from his mouth. Following this, Lingyu performs an agile leap from the platform. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair interposes himself before the strong chieftain, kneeling with a pleading expression. "Great wolf god, I implore you to forgive my son. I am willing to offer my soul to quell your anger." The tribesmen, in fervor, kneel and cut their own cheeks, chanting, "Usalu, Usalu." The wolf god returns. The wolf god returns. His eyes, now submerged in crimson, render him nearly incapable of understanding human speech, were it not for the support of his rational mind. Not only is his sanity diminishing, but his hunger also escalates rapidly. Having gone a day without food, the prospect of contending with so many tribesmen presents a daunting challenge. Since they perceive him as the wolf god, he decides to exploit this belief. "You have offended the messenger of the wolf god. Should you dare to provoke me further, my wrath shall be unleashed," Lingyu proclaims. The assembly promptly prostrates themselves, repeatedly bowing in supplication for the wolf god as pardon. After speaking, Lingyu feels a disorienting wave wash over him. His hunger level has plummeted to around 20, while his sanity dwindles to a mere 40 points. Should either reach 0, he would be on the brink of death. He attempts to revert from his transformation, but to no avail. Sniffing the air, he catches the scent of meat. Turning and leaping, he effortlessly clears the wooden fence beside the altar. Within the tribe's encampment, a cow is being roasted, a sacrificial offering to be enjoyed after the rites. Lingyu approaches, and with his sharp claws, he easily rends the cow into pieces, devouring the morsels. As the cooked flesh fills his stomach, his gnawing hunger diminishes significantly, and his sanity begins to recover. Without hesitation, he indulges voraciously, swiftly consuming an entire cow. He seeks to temper the wildness within him through satiation. Nearby, tribesmen approach with 3 large platters laden with preserved meats and fruits, which Ling Yu graciously accepts. As the full moon descends, Ling Yu's condition begins to improve. His fur retracts, gradually restoring him to human form. Observing his remaining sanity at 40 points and hunger below 30, he experiences a wave of trepidation. Congratulations on your successful transformation. Acquiring the skill, Wolf God Possession. Wolf God Possession. Category: Totemic Spell. Quality: Legendary. Effect: summons the wolf god to possess the user, significantly enhancing one's strength and speed. Though it adversely affects mental clarity, under moonlight, the power intensifies, reaching its zenith during the full moon. Little did he anticipate that such a transformation would come at such a steep price. This was compounded by his incessant consumption of food to replenish his hunger and sanity. The skill did not specify the duration of the transformation. Could it imply that this metamorphosis is uncontrollable? Perhaps it would be wise to consult the savior. Are you all right? Erin inquired, her curiosity tinged with concern as she observed him. I am fine, just a bit fatigued, he replied, noticing that his vision had begun to darken, hinting at potential peril if this continued. Erin nodded, her complexion flushing slightly as she hesitated, then murmured, your clothing. It was only then that Ling Yu realized his recent transformation had torn his garments asunder, leaving him quite exposed on the ground. Clearing his throat, he coughed lightly and instructed the wild man to procure a leather garment for him to wear. Chapter 7. The enigmatic encounter within the largest tent of the wild men. Ling Yu sat regally upon a tiger-skin seat, a privilege typically reserved for chieftains. However, as the esteemed emissary of the wolf god, he rightfully indulged in this honor. Beneath the grand canopy, the tribe's chieftains, priests, and warriors knelt in reverent trepidation. Ling Yu delegated the tasks of gathering materials and provisions, and the wild men, as if receiving a heavenly decree, diligently commenced their work. With such a multitude at his disposal, he could afford a moment of leisure. More importantly, Ling Yu had acquired an ancient tome, the Book of Totems, from the venerable priest. This manuscript contained esoteric knowledge regarding totemic magic, revealing that by applying the blood of animals or the juices of plants mixed with crushed stone upon their bodies, one could enhance certain abilities, such as the ability to conceal one's presence through the leopard's mark. As he absorbed this extraordinary knowledge, the afternoon slipped away unnoticed. After meticulously recording all the formulas, Ling Yu rose and exited the tent. The open space outside was already strewn with timber and ore. It appeared that not only would they be able to repair the vessels, but also seize the opportunity to upgrade them. After a thorough inspection, he inquired about the whereabouts of Eileen. A female wild man gestured toward a particular direction, and Ling Yu followed her indication. The subtle sound of flowing water reached his ears, and as he looked up, he beheld Eileen rising from a hot spring, droplets cascading down her form. Enveloped in a delicate veil of mist, she appeared strikingly similar to a human. After comparing body proportions and structures, he reached a conclusion. Sensing his presence, Eileen quickly submerged back into the water, cautiously asking if it was Ling Yu. Discovering her in such a state was somewhat awkward, and Ling Yu replied, my apologies. I wasn't aware you were bathing. I intended to discuss the ship's matters with you. Please, take your time. I shall return shortly. No need. I will be ready soon. Could you please wait? Soon, sounds of rustling emerged from the thicket, leaving Ling Yu to turn his back and let his imagination wander. Moments later, Eileen emerged from the foliage clad in a flowing white garment, a faint blush grazing her cheeks. However, before Ling Yu could utter a word, Eileen preemptively apologized. I'm so sorry. This left Ling Yu utterly bewildered. Why was she apologizing? Ahem, I didn't mean to intrude. I understand your intentions, but I am truly unable to accommodate you, Eileen stated, leaving Ling Yu dumbfounded. Was there a flaw in his linguistic comprehension? He recognized every word, yet struggled to piece them together. Perhaps you misunderstand. What I truly mean is, he began. I comprehend perfectly, but it genuinely is not feasible, she interjected. What do you understand? Could you enlighten me as well? Ling Yu was nearly driven to madness. How could this conversation remain so convoluted? Eileen bit her lip lightly and replied, There is nothing to be done. Our kind is often perceived in such a manner. I understand. Noble, untainted, to be admired from afar and not trifled with. Thus, I am offering my apology, she concluded, leaving Ling Yu in a state of resignation. If you still cannot comprehend this, then there is truly no hope for you. As a result, Erin stood frozen in place after listening, eventually asking, Are you talking about me? Is there anyone else here besides us? Yet, I have never heard that the followers of procreation could be associated with the term noble. Procreation? Elves? The two stared at each other, seemingly re-evaluating their perceptions of one another. After regaining his composure, Ling Yu inquired, Wait, may I ask, did you just say that elves are followers of procreation? Indeed, those who frequently abduct members of other races and use them as instruments for reproduction. Considering the overwhelming ratio of female elves, the usual targets of abduction are males. This seems quite different from what I have observed. But you don't appear to fit that description. Wait, your intention in saving me isn't ulterior, is it? Ling Yu suddenly recognized a crucial issue. It is indeed essential for a man to safeguard himself in the outside world. I have already stated that I am not like them. The great god of the hunt rescued me from the mire, and from now on, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to this deity. Noticing Ling Yu's peculiar gaze, Aaron hastily added, I truly am not. If you don't believe me, look, I have no mark of procreation on my lower abdomen. No need, I have seen enough. Huh, what I meant was, I believe you. Ling Yu quickly diverted the topic, saying, so, does that mean your kind of elves are rather casual? One cannot precisely say casual. In their view, such matters are akin to relieving oneself in public, indifferent as long as it is not done in a manner unbecoming of a person. I see. I am quite curious. What is your family structure like? It must be rather intricate. As Ling Yu opened his notebook, he jotted down the label group activities. As a scholar, one must possess such refined summarization skills. Not complicated. I merely have 4 potential fathers. Potential fathers? That term sounded so foreign. Yes. This is due to my appearance lacking significant foreign genetic traits, coupled with calculations regarding the reproductive cycle of elves. Understood, understood. Speaking thus, Ling Yu took a sip of spring water from his backpack to steady his nerves. I swear, even if I seek companionship in this life, it must be with a humanoid being. The water that Ling Yu had just swallowed was promptly expelled. Are you all right? Aaron inquired. I'm fine. By the way, do you not have reproductive isolation? That is the marvel of destiny. It can transcend many fundamental barriers. For instance, Aaron enumerated a series of intriguing scenarios. Ling Yu believed that the individual who once crossbred peas could never have imagined that peas would one day hybridize with tomatoes. You seem quite pleased? Perhaps. So far, much of my research has been a battle against morality. Thank you for revealing that I do not face my greatest nemesis here. Additionally, I appreciate your narrative. If there is another opportunity, please convey my wishes to your aunt for her health and happiness. During his time on the Blue Planet, he, as an academic enthusiast, often faced harsh criticism for his seemingly inhuman thoughts, and on several occasions, he narrowly escaped the scrutiny of ethical committees in science. However, Aaron's subsequent remark delivered a devastating blow. You have offered your blessings prematurely. It is acceptable to share such sentiments with me, but do refrain from voicing them in our presence, for assuming another's gender could lead to severe consequences. Ling Yu slowly articulated a question, yet found himself at a loss for words, unable to conjure an appropriate adjective from his extensive reservoir of knowledge. For the first time, he felt a profound inadequacy in his scholarly vocabulary. I recall before my departure, her gender was akin to an armed helicopter. Why choose that? Perhaps it was because missiles ought to be housed within armed helicopters for launch. Who knows, some individuals simply operate this way. This perspective is rather chilling, oh no, rather. It is quite bizarre. Chapter 8. Destiny. After having my worldview thoroughly reshaped, Ling Yu gazed upon the world around him, feeling an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. I often find myself at odds with you all due to my insufficiently twisted nature. Let us not dwell on that. Instead, tell me about yourself. You mentioned destiny earlier. What is that all about? Additionally, how did you manage to escape your previous fate? Ling Yu inquired. It is as follows. When a certain will reaches its zenith, the path of destiny unfolds. Thereafter, others may traverse this path as well. As for my own escape, the god of the hunt bestows upon you wisdom and courage, enabling you to partake in bountiful harvests and fine wines. This is the hymn of the hunt. Those who tread upon the path of destiny cannot deviate from it. Otherwise, they face one of 2 fates, death or rebirth. This is the outcome for both my sister and me. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu furrowed his brow. So, your sister. She died. For she fell in love with someone. Destiny possesses an intrinsic drive that compels her to incessantly procreate, yet she could not accept this. To cease the cycle of procreation, she took her own life. A hint of melancholy crossed Ella's face. I cannot comprehend it. What could possibly hold more significance than life itself? Before her death, she confided in me that there are truly worthy pursuits in this world, ones for which one might even sacrifice life. Yet, I cannot grasp what she meant. No one can. I began to doubt myself. On the day of my coming-of-age ceremony, I was meant to become a woman, a mother, yet I fled. I yearned to seek answers in the outside world. In the boundless forest, I wandered aimlessly, engulfed by hunger and cold, teetering on the brink of life and death. In that moment, I birthed another desire, to survive. Even if it meant drinking rainwater and consuming tree bark, I was determined to find answers. This drive supplanted procreation, becoming the force that sustained my existence. Hunting. It was through this strength that I emerged from the woods. Upon entering the outside world, I realized that what I once deemed sacred appeared so filthy in their eyes. The God of procreation compels you to selflessly share, to sow hope with your very being. How absurd, how utterly ridiculous. This vessel was bequeathed to me by an elderly hunter who felt sympathy after hearing my tale. It had accompanied him throughout his life. But his age rendered him immobile. He passed it on to me. Ella said, a hint of self-mockery gracing her features. After listening to Ella's words, Ling Yu's understanding of this world deepened further. I see. So, how many paths of destiny exist? What is their precise structure? Ling Yu asked. The myriad pathways of the world are countless, yet there are only a few principal destinies, such as procreation, joy, and demise. These major destinies resemble the trunks of trees, with smaller branches extending from them. My own path of hunting is but a branch of the hunting destiny. How does one embark upon a destiny? I do not know. It is said that when a person's will is sufficiently potent, the divine will cast its gaze upon them, granting them a vocation of destiny. Ling Yu meticulously noted each detail. One final question. What do you know about versions? Eileen responded promptly, explaining that periodically, new monsters, mechanisms, and power systems would be introduced. Reminiscent of game updates. Ling Yu swiftly noted this. He then inquired about where to find the current version information, as the previous version had long since passed. Each version has a designated duration, with approximately a week's interval between two versions, a period colloquially referred to as the long grass period, though the exact timing remains uncertain. He expressed his gratitude for her response, which he found immensely helpful. You're welcome, she replied. The following morning, Ling Yu stood on the beach, gazing at the gradually forming hull of a ship, his expression one of satisfaction. The hull, constructed from black vinewood, had been reinforced, and a wolf totem had been added to the bow. Wolf totem. Type. Totem. Level. 1. Effect. Increases the strength of allied targets within a certain range by 3. Infusing it with blood can enhance the totem's level. This was a testament to the sincerity of the wild tribesmen, who firmly believed that Ling Yu was the embodiment of the wolf god. He also took the opportunity to upgrade his vessel. Wisdom. Level 2. Speed. 30 knots. Durability. 500. Internal structures. Cockpit. Restroom. Fuel room. Storage room. Grand library. You witnessed the ship repair process. A brainstorming session triggered, granting you construction knowledge, and construction leveled up to 2. Construction. Level 2. Effect. Enables the construction of more complex room structures. Currently buildable. Granary. Kitchen. Liquid chamber. Granary. Can extend food storage time by controlling ventilation and humidity. Reduces food spoilage rate by 15. Kitchen. Allows for the preparation of delectable meals over an open flame. Liquid chamber. When the ship is under attack, the liquid within the chamber absorbs and disperses impact energy, reducing damage to the hull by 15. The island was rich in materials, making the construction of these items straightforward, though he would need to undertake the work himself. By midday, a brand new wisdom emerged before him. The hull had expanded by 30, and its exterior featured a double-layered bottom, ensuring that future water ingress would not lead to swift submersion. Ling Yu pushed open the oak cabin door and entered the ship's interior. The aroma of food wafted from the granary, where 3 rows of mortise and tenon structured pine frames were suspended against the walls, each layer lined with volcanic ash ceramic tiles capable of absorbing moisture. The bottom layer was stacked with smoked fish and jerky wrapped in leaves. The middle layer held hanging strings of dried fruits, while the top layer contained finely ground powders and juices from various plants. On the opposite side, an array of fresh water, fruit wine, and oddly shaped fruits was displayed. Though Ling Yu could not identify all the fruit varieties, he was certain they were all edible. It was common knowledge, even among children, that neglecting vitamin intake at sea could lead to scurvy. The kitchen was modest in size, featuring a ventilation duct polished from obsidian that connected to the exhaust on the deck. Pulling a nearby rope ignited the firestone through friction, kindling a flame. The liquid chamber beneath the ship was constructed from a resin mixed with some animal fluid, providing excellent shock absorption. Subsequently, Ling Yu arrived at the library, where the Master of Reflection lay quietly in its cultivation dish. Ling Yu pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip into the mouth of the stone pedestal. Through this act, Ling Yu could impart his knowledge to the Master of Reflection. Absorbing new knowledge. Knowledge 348. The Master of Reflection, having absorbed sufficient knowledge, fell into deep contemplation. Upgrading. A peculiar luminescence emerged upon the surface of the Master of Reflection's head, as several new folds seemed to form on its smooth cerebral exterior. He decided to wait until the upgrade was complete to observe the results, filled with anticipation. Additionally, he acquired a bow, arrows, and a spear made from beast bones from the tribesmen for self-defense. With these provisions, he felt secure as he set sail once more. However, the fishing rod remained in its decrepit state, as the tribesmen had little interest in such technical implements. During the ship's repair process, Ling Yu also collaborated with the tribesmen to innovate their techniques and tools, creating simple plows and stone mills, while elucidating the method for producing fertilizers. He hoped that this knowledge would alleviate the ignorance prevalent in this land. This was, after all, a responsibility inherent to his scholarly pursuits. Chapter 9. Cursed Artifacts. Otherworldly Observation Diary. Date: 4th day. Weather: clear. Location: Savage Island. The splendid weather has alleviated some of the discomfort from last night's slumber. The bed fashioned from beast bones remains excessively rigid for my liking. However, this may well be the last tranquil night I enjoy. The version information has yet to materialize. Yet today the trading system has been activated, and I hold hope that I may procure something valuable. Today, I shall weigh anchor and embark upon my journey. May fortune favor me. Though one might argue that respectable individuals refrain from keeping diaries, who among us can maintain decorum for long in such circumstances? Having set down my quill, I stowed it along with the diary. After receiving the tributes from the savage tribe, I sighed and made my way to the vessel. The ignorance accumulated over time is not something that can be swiftly dispelled. Yet who can assert that this ignorance is not a form of shrewd survival? After all, I remain entirely uninformed about this world. There exist 3 types of individuals: the enlightened, the gradually aware, and the blissfully unaware. The enlightened and the blissfully unaware find equal happiness, while only the gradually aware endure eternal suffering. All aspire to be among the enlightened, yet ignorance can, at times, be a source of joy. As a scholar, I can tolerate ignorance, but I cannot abide the unknown. That would be a denial of my very essence. Nevertheless, I refrained from imparting subjective notions of etiquette and morality to the savages, instead opting to share some agricultural knowledge from an objective standpoint. Should I have the opportunity to return here, perhaps I shall witness the fruits of my experiments. After bidding farewell to the savages, I set sail. The billowing sails propelled the ship forth, cleaving through the waves as we departed from the island. The horizon was serene, with a light breeze and scattered clouds, while a school of fish leapt from the water in the distance, and a creature resembling a seagull soared above. Not far off, Aaron's huntress also navigated the tumultuous seas. Our bond is one of deep camaraderie, and I find myself in need of her assistance. As one who has embarked upon the path of a hunter, Aaron possesses much knowledge to impart regarding combat and hunting. Moreover, she has witnessed my translation abilities, including the astounding transformation into a wolf deity, which left her greatly impressed. For matters of technique, I must rely on her expertise. Thus, we resolved to journey together. Seated upon the deck, I leisurely cast my line, the fishing rod propped upon its stand while I reclined in a chair, awaiting a bite. From this vantage point, I could see Aaron poised at the ship's edge, brandishing a steel harpoon, its length tethered by a long rope. With a sudden splash, a massive fish erupted from the water. In a flash, Aaron hurled her harpoon, piercing the creature's body with precision. The fish, in agony, plunged back into the depths, dragging the rope with it. Aaron, gripping the slipping line with determination, leaped from the ship as if her feet were planted firmly upon the ground. Such is the gift of the path of the hunter. Passive, wave-treading, effect. Upon entering the hunting state, you can walk upon the surface of the sea. And this ability can be maintained for a period even after the hunting state is lifted. All of Aaron's skills are intricately linked to this hunting state. Upon embarking on her destiny, she acquires the skill tree of fate, allowing her to choose various professions based on her allocation of points. Aaron has opted for the oceanic path, becoming a marine hunter, which endows her with the prowess to hunt fish upon the sea. Her figure flickers amidst the waves, seemingly merging with the vast ocean itself. The strength of the sea fish is formidable, dragging Aaron across the surface in a wild frenzy. Yet, she remains unfazed. Her spear pierces the fish's gills, disrupting its respiratory system. The current struggle is merely a fleeting flicker of life. She senses the diminishing strength in her grasp. With a sudden tautness in her arm, she yanks fiercely, and the totemic mark of a bear claw manifests upon her bicep. Her muscles swelling as if inflated like a balloon. With a resounding thud, the fish is forcibly extracted from the depths. Swiftly, Aaron pivots and launches the fish toward her vessel, where it lands heavily upon the deck. Thereafter, she climbs aboard, grasping the other end of the rope. Bathed in sunlight, Aaron tosses her damp, silvery hair, her fitted attire elegantly accentuating her physique. Ling Yu, observing the still struggling fish, finds his admiration for Aaron deepening. Her hunting techniques are utterly novel to him, and he diligently notes them down. Just then, his fishing rod begins to stir. He pulls it sharply, and a fish, nearly his own height, is hauled from the depths. This fish resembles the long-legged fisherman that had previously dragged a person beneath the waves. Upon landing, the fish quivers violently, leaping into the air with its gaping maw full of sharp teeth, lunging at Lingyu. In a flash, his beast-bone dagger finds its mark, plunging accurately into the fish's body. The creature emits a piercing shriek, thrashing violently before collapsing lifelessly onto the deck. Generally, creatures that lose their respiratory system may still resist. However, those with brain tissue damage typically lose balance, become unable to feed, and succumb swiftly. This observation remains unchallenged in his understanding. As he studies the thrashing sea fish, he muses. During his time at the savage camp, he encountered many such fish. Already well acquainted with their anatomical structure. Gluttonous fish, characteristics, appears ferocious, yet primarily feeds on shrimp, making it a target for many oceanic predators. If it were to succeed in biting you to death, congratulations, you would be deemed less than shrimp. Danger level, low. Note 1. Habitually swallows nearby objects. Possessing a large abdominal cavity that may house some intriguing finds. Note 2. Despite its large appearance, it is mostly skeletal, with little meat to offer. Not far away, Aaron waved at him, signaling that all was well. Lingyu reciprocated the gesture. He then unsheathed his bone knife and began to slice open the fish's abdomen. Instantly, a plethora of assorted contents spilled forth. Rusty pocket watch, shattered glass, and lively little fish. As the introduction suggested, the flesh of this creature is indeed scarce, leaving its belly hollow. Amidst the debris, a finger bone caught his attention. It resembled a human phalanx. Unlike the corroded items surrounding it, this bone was smooth as jade, appearing almost like a work of art. Cursed bone. Type: cursed item. Quality: effect: a cursed fragment of bone. Its master is in search of it. As Lingyu finished examining the attributes, the bone emitted a wisp of purple smoke. Cough, cough, cough. After a fit of coughing, Lingyu discovered that the bone had vanished from his hand, replaced by a skull mark on his arm. Beware, its master has set its sights on you. Before Lingyu could fully comprehend the situation, a loud thud echoed. A large blue fish landed on his deck. Aaron's hunting vessel had approached, and she gracefully leaped onto Lingyu's deck, swiftly securing the two ships with ropes. What's wrong? You seemed lost in thought. So I came to check on you, Aaron inquired with concern. I'm not quite sure. It was just a moment ago. Lingyu recounted the incident to Aaron. Upon hearing his account, she grasped his arm, her brow furrowed. Indeed, this is a cursed item. Chapter 10. Cooking what are cursed items? Lingyu inquired curiously. Each version has a theme. There was a previous version entitled When the Grim Reaper Knocks, which prominently featured these cursed items. Once encountered, one would be afflicted by various death curses, Aaron elucidated. Does the version persist even after its conclusion? Indeed. Even after a version concludes, it does not imply that the items from that version vanish. They simply cease to proliferate. However, even without new additions, the existing stock remains. Who knows when one might stumble upon it? Aaron said with a hint of resignation. So, I've hit the jackpot. Have I? Aaron sighed. It's to be expected. The owner of that arm will soon come looking for you. And then what? I cannot say. Any scenario is possible. The less courteous ones might snatch your arm outright, while the more polite may offer to purchase it. But if you refuse, they could just take it anyway. Subsequently, Aaron reassured, it's nothing to worry about. This cursed item will only cost you an arm at most. There may be opportunities later to acquire another, if you're willing to risk your life. And if I win? What then? The victor takes all. Everything that fellow possesses will belong to you. Thus, this may not necessarily be a misfortune. I shall take note. Aaron regarded him with curiosity, finding it strange that, while most would feel fear or anxiety upon hearing such news, this lad seemed excited. It was beyond her comprehension. Since it's noon, let me handle this fellow. And consider it my treat, Aaron declared, patting the large fish before her. What kind of fish is this? Lingyu asked, unable to discern any attributes due to the lack of analytical information. This is one of the downsides of this world. Your detection abilities dictate the information you can acquire. Currently, your probing skills are at the most rudimentary level, often resulting in a mere seeing nothing at all. This is a bluefin gold-striped eye fish. It's brimming with treasures. With a swift motion, Aaron drew a skinning knife bound to her calf, the blade glinting coldly as it grazed her leg. She knelt on the fish's tail, deftly slicing along its spine, effortlessly peeling the skin away without a trace of flesh adhering to it. Beneath the skin lay tender white meat, albeit with a somewhat eerie pattern resembling a colossal eye. Yet, having encountered numerous bizarre sights in recent days, such simple visual shock could hardly perturb his sanity. Next, without lifting her gaze, she tossed a string of fish bladders. and Lingyu instinctively caught them in a wooden bucket. Aaron explained that these elastic sacks were prime materials for crafting fishing line floats. Aside from the fish meat, other parts held various uses. The heart could be brewed into liquor, the liver refined into oil, and the bones fashioned into frameworks. What do you intend to do with the fish meat? Lingyu inquired. I shall prepare sashimi or grill it. Conditions at sea are limited, but luckily, this fish possesses a delightful flavor, Aaron replied. Lingyu shook his head. That would be too wasteful. How about this? Allow me to handle the fish meat. Lingyu returned to the kitchen, placing the wood into the stove's base before pulling the cord. With a resounding bang, the friction of the flint ignited the wood beneath the stove. The sea often bore driftwood, which, once dried, served as excellent fuel. He then spread grease on the bottom of the stone pot, and the chunks of fish sizzled against the scorching surface. Lingyu pinched a handful of sea salt, his wrist flicking to scatter it evenly. As the fish began to turn golden, he drizzled a spoonful of a tangy sauce made from wild pepper and sour grass over it, and a fragrant mist rose, mingling with the aroma. Spicy fish fillet. Type: culinary item. Effect: 20 satiety, 20 sanity, increases resistance to cold and stimulates appetite. Maximum satiety 30, lasts 48 hours. The alluring scent drew Aaron, who had just arrived, to inhale deeply. Who would have thought? Your skills are quite impressive. I'll leave the rest to you, she remarked, placing several wooden barrels beside him, each filled with fish meat, fish liver, fish skin, and other assorted items. Our seasonings are limited. We can indulge once a week at most. This will ensure we don't lack vitamins and other essential nutrients for half a year, Lingyu explained. He had learned the method of making sea salt from the tribesmen, but the juice from these plants was finite. In principle, they had to practice frugality. However, a monotonous existence could lead to a sense of oppression. Experiments suggested that occasional indulgence could prolong life, as it instilled anticipation for a brighter day, and an uplifted spirit encouraged a more positive approach to life. Aaron shrugged. She understood the harshness of their conditions at sea. To be able to enjoy this today is already a stroke of luck. Lingyu used a spatula to plate the cooked fish fillet and presented it to Aaron. Ladies first. Aaron picked up a spoon and took a bite. Quite delightful. Though the seasoning has fully penetrated the meat, it's still excellent, she commented. I'm glad you like it. This portion is yours, a token of appreciation for your hunting performance today, Lingyu said. Aren't you going to have some? No need. There is smoked fish in the pantry, which will suffice, he replied. Simple food could not lift his spirits. Rather, witnessing Aaron's hunting prowess brought him greater satisfaction, as it was a scene he had never encountered and offered him much to learn. Tilting her head to observe him, Aaron then used her spoon to divide the fish fillet in half. Since you've offered it to me, we'll share it. Consider this my treat. She then took her bowl and quietly sat down to eat. With her insistence, Lingyu joined her, savoring his own creation. Tasting your culinary creation has elevated your knowledge of cooking. After a modest meal, Lingyu took care of the remaining ingredients. He sliced the fish, coated it with sea salt to marinate, and used wood shavings to smoke it into fish jerky. While films often depicted fish hanging on boats to dry, he opted to process them inside the cabin, mindful that such exposure might attract aerial predators. The fish liver was meticulously cleaned, steamed, and then crushed, blended with vegetable juices to create a delectable fish liver paste, which would serve as a delightful dip for the jerky later. As for the fish skin, Eileen sliced it into strips and twisted them together to fashion fish skin ropes. Lingyu intended to pour the fish blood onto the wolf totem to observe any changes. The two were occupied with the fish until the afternoon, but their efforts bore fruit. Over 50 pieces of fish jerky for large jars of fish liver paste, and 2 1-meter-long fish skin ropes. They each took half of the bounty. I shall take my leave now. Call me if anything arises. Eileen waved her hand in farewell. All right, Lingyu responded with an okay gesture. Chapter 11. Ichthyosis. In the midst of a relatively prosperous life, he found himself with ample time to contemplate the future. The only looming danger seemed to be the uncertainty of when the owner of that ominous hand might come knocking. However, with the skill of the wolf god at his disposal, he would not hesitate to engage in combat if necessary. Though fraught with peril, it was certainly preferable to awaiting his demise. If he could not contend with even this ability, then there was no need for concern. He might as well await his end in peace. This rational assessment quelled any overwhelming dread within him. Otherwise, his sanity would surely falter. For now, he resolved to methodically enhance his own strength. Grasping a bucket of fish blood, he approached the wolf totem and poured its contents over it. The blood quickly permeated the totem, and a flicker of red light shimmered within the wolf's eyes. The wolf god has accepted your offering. The power of the totem has been augmented. Wolf totem, level has risen to 2. Wolf totem. Type, totem. Level, 2. Effect, Friendly targets within a certain range gain 5 strength and are invigorated with a fighting spirit, enhancing resistance to abnormal events. Offering fresh blood can upgrade the totem. A warmth surged within Ling Yu, filling him with boundless energy. His hands itched with the desire to engage in battle. The enhanced fighting spirit bolstered his resistance to extraordinary occurrences. Ordinary events could no longer easily disrupt his sanity. The Thought Guardian has leveled up. Upon receiving the notification, Ling Yu hurried back to the library. The Thought Guardian within the nutrient container had reawakened, its cranial fissures noticeably more pronounced than before. Thought Guardian. Description: a brain that is perpetually engaged in contemplation. If you seek knowledge, you may entrust it to him for reflection. Ability: knowledge absorption. Upon consuming a target, it can acquire relevant knowledge pertaining to that target. Ability: observation. Using its eyes to survey the surroundings, it gains corresponding knowledge. Thinking capacity: 150-150. Knowledge absorption can lead to upgrades. Current: 156-5000. An additional ability had emerged: observation through sight. Ling Yu directed his gaze toward the metallic platform, which now bore an extra eye alongside the mouth. You may detach us now, the mouth articulated. Detach? Ling Yu queried. Perplexed. Indeed, you may place us upon your person, allowing us to continuously acquire knowledge from our surroundings. After pondering this revelation, Ling Yu reached out to the eye. The metallic platform yielded like soft clay, and he easily removed the eye. The instant the eye made contact with his skin, it seamlessly integrated into his palm. Ling Yu felt the eye connecting with his nerves, expanding his field of vision. What a marvelous sensation, he murmured. He attempted to control the eye and discovered it could shift its position at will. The eye blinked and began to wriggle upon his hand, crawling up his arm and resting upon his forehead. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the mouth on the platform. Following the same procedure, he affixed it to his abdomen. From now on, analysis will be much more convenient, as one can leverage the capabilities of the thought savior at any time and place, simultaneously augmenting the cognitive capacity of the thought savior. After completing these tasks, Ling Yu settled back into the wooden chair, relishing the sea breeze while opening the chat channel. Brothers, I can no longer endure this plight. Could someone kindly provide me with some sustenance? Fishing, after all, what is not edible from the sea? Let us not kid ourselves. I fear that whatever I catch might devour me instead. Just a few days ago, I spotted a swarm of jellyfish floating above. This world has truly lost its mind. Never consume the fish from the sea. They are poisonous. A picture was shared depicting a person's arm, which was covered in bluish fish scales. Instantly, the chat channel erupted in a frenzy. Who could lend me a pair of eyes I have never seen before? My sanity points are plummeting again. WOC, what on earth is happening? This is terrifying. I have no idea. I merely caught a blue fish the other day, and I couldn't resist roasting it. This is the aftermath. This is evolution. Congratulations, fellow cultivator. Huh? Alas, one has already lost their mind. Ling Yu cast a glance, and the eye on his forehead opened, beginning to observe the phenomenon. This appears to be a form of affliction. Shall I commence analysis? This analysis will consume 10 points of cognitive capacity and will take 5 minutes. Begin. With a mere thought, the thought savior commenced its learning and analysis. There exists a sanctuary aboard my holy radiance, which daily produces holy water. Perhaps it could save you, remarked an individual named Li Wen, who appeared to be a foreigner. He subsequently attached a description of the item. Holy water. Type: sacred artifact. Effect: expels all ailments and restores 10 sanity points. A splendid item that can restore sanity points. Currently, the only means for everyone to recover their sanity is through sleep and sustenance, and due to the deplorable environment, restful sleep is elusive, resulting in a painfully slow recovery of sanity. WOC, my brother, I beseech you, grant me a drop. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart. I apologize, but I only trade for goods. Li Wen was evidently not inclined to offer it without compensation. My brother, I possess but a meager amount of food. Would you wait until I have more to offer? Not at all. It's a matter of exchange, goods for payment. Very well. This is all I have. Can you consider trading for a drop? The individual then displayed an array of items, including 3 half-eaten cans for bottles of water, and some tattered remnants pulled from the sea. Li Wen glanced over and declared, not sufficient. I require at least 5 cans and 5 bottles of water. What? You know I lack supplies yet still demand more? That is not within my considerations. Alternatively, you may dismantle a part of your vessel, as I am in need of materials for an upgrade. If the ship were dismantled, what would he do? I have stated, I have no interest in those considerations. Everyone is suffering. He is being sincere. Why not ask for a little less? Why should I? His inability to pay is his concern. My focus must be on my own needs. You can only blame yourselves for not receiving heaven's favor, foolish monkeys. Li Wen's tone was rife with disdain, clearly intent on extracting the last vestiges of value from his counterpart. It is not merely the dismantling of the vessel. Even a fully intact ship appears infinitesimal in these waters. Enough of this chatter. I would sooner sever my own hand than acquiesce to this scoundrel. No, brother. We cannot afford to bleed excessively at sea. We might consider excising the mutated sections and applying a tourniquet. Remember to sterilize the blade with fire first. It may prove effective. Ling Yu observed the fervent discussion among these individuals, and suddenly, his tightly closed eyes snapped open. Analysis complete. Conclusion. Ichthyosis. Chapter 12. The value of knowledge. Ichthyosis, categorized as a disease, manifests as protrusions resembling fish scales on the surface of the skin. This infection is commonly associated with the pathogen found in the blue-spotted fish. The cure for this ailment, particularly in its early stages when the scales are localized, involves cauterizing the affected area with flame. Once the scales have detached, it is essential to cleanse the epidermis with water and promote bodily excretion, allowing the immune system to facilitate self-healing. In the more advanced stages, when the scales have spread across a significant portion of the body, it becomes necessary to apply a specific ointment, the formulation of which is detailed as follows. Such an elaborate account not only elucidates the origin of the ailment, but also provides guidance on its remedy. To validate his assertions, Ling Yu remarked in the channel, "This is ichthyosis. Cauterize it with flame, and once the scales fall off, excise the necrotic epidermis and hydrate with warm water to allow the immune system to recover naturally." Ling Yu then shared this treatment method with his interlocutor. "Come on, that's clearly nonsense. What ichthyosis? I don't even know what that fish is called." It was evident that many were skeptical of Ling Yu's claims. "Is that the kind of fish you consume?" he inquired, referencing an image of the blue-spotted fish. "Yes." "How did you know?" His interlocutor responded with astonishment, having never disclosed such information before. Others began to waver in their disbelief. Could it be that he truly understands? One pondered, "No way, I can't trust that. I'd rather purchase holy water. It seems more reliable. Can he really be deceiving us? Surely, he must be a fraud." The consensus leaned towards skepticism, with some preferring to trust unscrupulous merchants over con artists, believing that while merchants are merely after money, swindlers could jeopardize lives. The discussion within the channel became animated, with an increasing number of individuals beginning to place their faith in Ling Yu. "Well, thank you all. This arm is already useless. What harm is there in trying his method? I shall give it a go. Bro, live stream it so we can all witness it. What if it actually works? Fine. I'll entertain you all and show you some excitement." The young man, unperturbed, commenced his live broadcast. He ignited a wooden board with a match and subsequently applied the flame to the ichthyosis on his arm. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as a viscous, mucus-like substance emerged beneath the scales, causing them to shed piece by piece. Following this, the young man, wincing slightly, took a bottle of purified water to cleanse the skin, and remarkably, the epidermis began to restore itself. Although the areas where the scales had grown left behind significant white patches, they were far more aesthetically pleasing than before. "Goodness! A miracle worker!" someone exclaimed. "Miracle worker, can you explain why I keep having spring dreams every night?" "You are lovesick. Diagnosis complete." The young man, elated, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I have little to offer, but please accept this box of canned meat as a token of my appreciation. I don't need that. If you truly wish to repay me, just lend me your intellect." The atmosphere turned oddly tense. Bro, is he still a zombie? How frightening. How could such a warm body utter such chilling words? Perhaps the esteemed individual has a particular fondness for this delicacy, as one often believes in the adage that one's food is a reflection of one's needs. Upon realizing the inadequacy of his previous expression, Ling Yu promptly added, "It need not solely be the brains of humans, those of animals will suffice as well. Henceforth, should anyone encounter something unfamiliar, feel free to inquire of me, provided, of course, that you bring your intellect along." This presented an opportune moment for the thought savior to elevate its capabilities. On one hand, Ling Yu's own experiences were limited, and his capacity to acquire knowledge was constrained. On the other hand, this served as an excellent chance to enhance the thought savior's cognitive capacity. "Ding. Zhouhe has requested to add you as a friend." The young man from earlier had sent a friend request. After Ling Yu accepted, Zhouhe remarked, "Divine healer. I do not possess much of this, but the fish I caught yesterday remains undiscarded, and its head is still intact. If you don't mind, I would be glad to offer it to you." He then proceeded to trade a somewhat spoiled fish head. Ling Yu graciously accepted it and promptly tossed it into the mouth situated on his abdomen. After a hearty meal, the thought savior's cognitive capacity increased by 8 points. It was a minor loss, yet his reputation had been bolstered. Clearly, to elevate the limit, It was essential to seek out higher quality brains. Very well. Ensure you reserve some brains for me, Ling Yu instructed. Certainly. Additionally, my vessel is named the Repairer, and I am a repairman. Should you require any repairs, feel free to entrust them to me. I will assist you free of charge, Zhou He offered. Repairing. Ling Yu retrieved some miscellaneous items he had earlier found within the belly of a voracious fish, such as a pocket watch. Can you repair these items? He inquired. After a brief examination, Zhou He confidently responded, no problem, I shall attend to it immediately. Excellent. Ling Yu harbored no fears of Zhou He absconding with his possessions. After all, these items were of little use to him. Transforming waste into treasure would be most beneficial, and should it fail, he would incur no loss. Not only Zhou He, but many others began to privately message him. Esteemed one, what is this? Divine healer, could you assist me? I am currently experiencing a peculiar heartache. I have something quite strange aboard my ship. Do you recognize it? I possess 2 fish heads. Numerous individuals sought him out with their brains in hand, eager for answers, while others appeared rather frantic. Through our friendship, I have a lucrative opportunity for you. Stand in for me, and I shall share 30% of the profits from the sale of holy water. Are you there? Respond, please, fool. Li Wen sent several friend requests in quick succession, all of which Ling Yu chose to ignore, ultimately blocking him entirely. Engaging in conversation with such individuals would only squander his time. It was evident that Ling Yu had disrupted his business. Of course, holy water would undoubtedly remain a highly sought-after commodity, but he would not be able to profit from situations like today's. This exemplifies the power of knowledge. Human fear stems from the unknown, giving rise to various peculiar thoughts. A deity, in essence, is merely an embodiment of the unknown. Within the realm of the known, there is no place for the divine. Thus, knowledge serves as the most potent weapon against all challenges. As Ling Yu analyzed and answered inquiries, he continued to collect fish heads. The thought savior has absorbed a sufficient quantity of brains. Cognitive capacity limit, 10. The quality may be lacking, so quantity must compensate. With enough fish heads consumed, the thought savior's cognitive capacity limit began to gradually increase. Simultaneously, the number of knowledge points is rapidly increasing. It appears that the next upgrade for the savior is imminent. After managing this wave of inquiries, the bored Ling Yu picked up his bow and began to practice archery. What he currently lacks the most is combat power. Without transformation, his combat power stands at a mere 40 points, and this is after applying the totem markings. In contrast, after applying her totem markings, Eileen's combat power soared to nearly 200 points. There is no remedy for this. Her foundation is simply too strong. The difference between 1 and 10 is 9, and when multiplied by 10, the disparity becomes 90. With the same proportional enhancement, the gap between his and Eileen's combat power will only continue to widen. With this thought in mind, Ling Yu intensified his training. Chapter 13, Daily Navigation. Align it well, splendid. At this moment, one must be bolder. Apply some force, and it can be released. On the deck, 2 figures were entwined. Aileen was meticulously instructing Ling Yu in the art of combat, and Ling Yu absorbed the knowledge with remarkable speed, mastering the essence in no time. Through his mental agility, he grasped the skills of aim shot and double shot. Aim shot. Spend a brief moment to aim at the target, enhancing the accuracy of long-range attacks. Double shot. Simultaneously release 2 arrows, with each arrow inflicting 85 of damage. With the acquisition of these 2 skills, his combat prowess increased by an additional 10 points. You truly learn swiftly. Perhaps you are more suited for the path of a hunter than I, Eileen remarked. Thank you for your kind words. But my urge for hunting is not particularly strong. Rather, my thirst for knowledge is far more fervent, Ling Yu replied. Indeed, the more one knows, the more one can understand. Unfortunately, not all knowledge appeals to me, Eileen said with a tinge of melancholy. Ling Yu recognized that the knowledge she had acquired in her family's distorted environment was, naturally, different from that of ordinary individuals. This had led her to endure considerable hardships while trying to integrate into normal society, resulting in a certain aversion to many forms of knowledge. Ling Yu found it hard to fathom that the most popular teacher in class was the one who made students draw on their lap. Should he witness this again? He would certainly reprimand and document it harshly. Knowledge should be simple and clear. Who benefits from such convoluted tests? By the way, are there no other islands nearby? Ling Yu inquired. One of Eileen's abilities aboard the Hunter is tracking, allowing the ship's map to display a general overview of the surrounding waters and resource distribution. It indicated where rare fish could be caught and where dangerous creatures might lurk. They determined their course based on this information. For the time being, they had no worries about food and drink, but to progress, they needed to seek out new materials, such as timber and ore. Furthermore, if they wished to upgrade their ship, they would need a place to dock. Of course, There was another option, diving into the depths of the sea. Given the current circumstances, the richness of the seabed was unimaginable. However, this approach was akin to courting death. Moreover, enduring prolonged exposure on the water placed a considerable strain on their bodies. The humidity at night often exceeded 20, necessitating that Ling Yu wrap himself in animal hides to maintain his body temperature. No, ahead lies a turbulent area filled with numerous undercurrents and whirlpools. I advise steering clear of that region, Aileen stated. Ling Yu nodded in agreement. After a morning of rigorous practice, he felt utterly fatigued. Following lunch, he entered the armory, bow and arrows in hand. Inside the storeroom, alongside spears and longbows, several stone jars emitted a pungent odor, with numerous arrows inserted into them. Weaponry required not only skill but also technology. The sheer lethality of basic arrows was still insufficient. Within the jar lies the dark brown oil he procured from Wildman Island, derived from a resin known as the black palm tree. The indigenous people typically utilized this as fuel. Ling Yu extracted an arrow, the front half of which had already absorbed the inky hue. Weapon crafting successful. Congratulations on acquiring Fire Oil Arrow. Fire Oil Arrow. Type. Weapon. Damage. 47. Effect. Upon ignition, it can continuously burn enemies, inflicting an additional 30 points of fire damage. Satisfied, Ling Yu carefully stored the arrow, wrapping it to prevent water damage, and then commenced the creation of another batch of Fire Oil arrows. As the afternoon unfolded, Ling Yu engaged in scientific research. His room was adorned with numerous bottles and jars, each containing various biological and mineral specimens. Through observation, he discerned that certain marine organisms exhibited signs of pollution less severely than others, maintaining a form that closely resembled their untainted counterparts, devoid of additional eyes or limbs. The current hypothesis suggests that these organisms possess more developed brains and enhanced cognitive abilities, potentially serving as a defense mechanism against pollution. Ling Yu meticulously documented these findings in his observation journal. He also attempted to excise the extraneous parts from the polluted organisms, observing their regenerative capabilities and living conditions. Thus far, this experiment has yielded no conclusive results. In addition to his biological studies, Ling Yu embarked on botanical cultivation experiments, such as propagation and grafting. He designated a small area on the ship for soil from Wildman Island. Complemented by a rudimentary dew collector he fashioned to gather moisture from the night sky for crop cultivation. In a comparative experiment, he utilized seawater to irrigate another patch of land, monitoring its effects on the plants. After this flurry of activity, Ling Yu consulted his pocket watch, noting it was approximately 5 o'clock. This watch had been repaired by Zhou, and Ling Yu managed to align its time approximately through various methods of deduction. Although not precise to the minute, it provided him with a rough sense of time. This would be invaluable when venturing onto the island or navigating dark environments, as losing track of time can lead to a disoriented mind. Such awareness serves as a modest means to enhance mental acuity and resist pollution. With today's observations concluded, it was time to record his journal. Ling Yu retrieved a quill and began documenting the day's events while simultaneously accessing the chat channel. His touch lingered, rendering me unable to resist. Apologies, I mistakenly switched channels. Having spent so many days here, the survivors gradually adapted to their new existence, and more sophisticated lifestyles began to emerge. Individuals leveraged their professions to sustain themselves. Among them was a novelist, whose ability to evoke vivid imagery through written words surpassed even virtual reality, providing a profound sense of joy and restoring sanity points. It is said that many sought him out for custom narratives, and he even collaborated with a voice actor to produce audio novels that conjured vivid scenes in the listeners' minds. Each evening during dinner, a segment of promotional material would be broadcasted on Channel 3, becoming a vital source of support for many in their daily lives. Ling Yu switched the channel from 3 to 5. Subsequently, a melodious tune resonated, leading to a gradual sense of ease enveloping both his body and mind. As his sanity points began to recuperate, Channel 5 featured a vocalist who offered approximately half an hour of enchanting songs each day, which likewise served to soothe the spirit and restore sanity points. Should one desire, they could also procure an additional private singing service for a meal. These individuals pioneered a path that allowed others to recognize newfound opportunities. Now, various channels serve distinct purposes. For those seeking fervent exchanges, Channel 1 welcomed spirited debates, as evidenced by a man vehemently denouncing the absence of eggs in the protein powder he had purchased. Ling Yu surmised that this individual likely merely wished for a refund due to perceived inadequacy and purity. Consequently, Channel 1 splintered into two factions, one asserting the legality of the matter, while the other found humor in the very mention of law. Thus, the morning was consumed by their incessant bickering. And so, another ordinary day passed. Chapter 14. collaboration, his demands were not particularly high, for he had his sustenance and the privileges of a scholar, which allowed his sanity to diminish at a slow pace. As for his other needs, should he desire a glimpse of excitement, he could simply request Erin to share snippets from her social circle. The revelries among her kin, the elves, were far more exhilarating. The boundaries of their escapades were vast, almost intimidating in their audacity. This vividly illustrated the notion that one's earnestness cannot rival the genuine expressions of others. However, in comparison to Erin's social interactions, he was more intrigued by the conversations taking place within her chat channels. According to Erin, her companions were also transplants from other realms, albeit they had resided here for an extended period. In Ling Yu's chat channel, all participants hailed from Blue Star. Just as Erin's network consisted solely of individuals from her previous world, it could be surmised that the denizens of this realm originated from various worlds, each embodying distinct civilizations. They were all survivors of the obliteration of their former worlds. Erin's previous existence had been one steeped in sword and sorcery, yet it had been nearly annihilated in a catastrophic war. The elven race, once masters of magical arts, found their powers nearly extinct. In other words, the composition of this world was exceptionally intricate. Ling Yu meticulously chronicled this information in his daily journal. In summary, to navigate the myriad situations he faced, it was imperative for him to enhance his abilities swiftly. Given the current circumstances, a trade system would soon emerge. Ling Yu also contemplated selling goods, as merely answering inquiries yielded insufficient rewards. Just as he delved into these thoughts, another message arrived. Wang Yifan requests to add you as a friend. The sender noted in the application that he had a lucrative business proposition to discuss. Many had sought his counsel in recent days, but this was the first time someone spoke of a significant opportunity. Ling Yu accepted the friend request. Hello, Mr. Ling. We have a business venture we would like you to partake in. Would you be interested in becoming the chief editor for our newspaper? Wang Yifan inquired. A newspaper? Ling Yu's interest was piqued. Indeed. To be candid, a few classmates and I have formed a fleet, and one of our vessels, the printing number, is equipped with a printing press. We aim to establish a newspaper and would like you to lead our lifestyle section. If you are interested, we could create a group to discuss further, Wang Yifan elaborated. Ling Yu grasped the essence of Wang Yifan's intention. He sought to leverage Ling Yu's reputation to enhance the newspaper's credibility. After all, the cornerstone of such an endeavor was trust. What you wrote must be genuine for anyone to read it. Recently, due to his responses to inquiries, Ling Yu had unwittingly become regarded as an expert, and with his name as a foundation, the newspaper's promotion would be considerably smoother. Very well. Let us discuss this further, Ling Yu replied. Excellent. Wang Yifan invites you to join the group chat, newspaper communication group. Aside from Wang Yifan, two others were present in the group, Lu Lang and Chen Wubing. Ling Yu had heard of them. They seemed to be quite popular in the channels lately. Lu Lang was a master fisherman, skilled not only in angling but also in crafting various fishing tools, adept at assessing maritime conditions and adjusting routes accordingly. Chen Wubing is an expert in survival, frequently sharing invaluable knowledge on topics such as how to prepare jerky and how to procure clean water. Ling Yu's method of dew collection was learned from him and has proven effective. Crucially, these two individuals do not merely apply their knowledge rigidly. Rather, they make judgments based on existing circumstances, as this world diverges significantly from Blue Star. Now that everyone has gathered, I trust you are all familiar with each other's names within the channel, so I shall refrain from further introductions. In brief, I hope the three of you can become the principal writers for our newspaper, each responsible for a specific section, updating every 3 days. If the newspaper gains traction, we could eventually monetize advertising space. Wang Yifan shared his vision. The concept is commendable, and I have faith in the capabilities of these two. The newspaper's notoriety will undoubtedly flourish. However, how do we address pricing and profit distribution? Furthermore, how can you ensure that others will purchase your newspaper? If even one person buys it and disseminates it, others may not need to purchase it at all, Lu Lang questioned. This indeed poses a challenge, as written content is easily shared. You are correct, thus the newspaper must offer additional value. First, long-term subscribers can become members and participate in live training sessions with the three instructors, receiving face-to-face answers regularly. Second, we can introduce a rebate gimmick, offering commemorative coins with the newspaper. Much like the card collecting of your, accumulating 10 coins could be exchanged for 1 unit of jerky. The initial issue could be priced slightly lower, also at 1 unit of jerky, creating a freebie allure. Our target audience consists of capable mid-tier survivalists who can afford this price, and we could set a limit, for instance, 2,000 copies for the first issue. Employing a hunger marketing strategy, Wang Yifan proposed. So, our first issue will operate at a loss just to gain attention, Lu Lang remarked. However, Ling Yu chuckled. This is not merely a loss for publicity. There is no trade without deception. Wang Yifan is wagering that the current price of jerky is artificially inflated in 10 issues. Or 30 days' time, the price will decline, and the profit will reflect that decrease. In essence, this is not about selling newspapers, it is a financial gain. Indeed, Wang Yifan elucidated the underlying principles to Lu Lang, who then experienced an epiphany. Moreover, Wang Yifan assured that this cost would be borne by him, ensuring the trio's earnings remain unaffected. Yet, I have one more concern: anti-counterfeiting measures. If you provide commemorative coins with the newspaper, what if they are replicated? That would be a significant loss. I propose we keep track of registration counts, Ling Yu suggested. Precisely, I concur that this approach is more secure, Chen Wubin added. Ahem. Rest assured, gentlemen, I possess anti-counterfeiting technology that is not easily replicated. To be frank, my profession entails such technology, making it straightforward to identify forgeries. Thus, I am confident in this aspect of security. Additionally, many matters require a sense of ceremony. This will enhance sales. Should any issues arise, I shall assume full responsibility for the risk. Wang Yifan, while speaking, distributed a round wooden coin to each of the 3 individuals, elucidating the techniques for preventing counterfeiting. He explained that under sunlight, the wooden coin reveals varying lusters, indicating that the dye used is of a special processing. The craftsmanship is rather commendable. I see. Very well then. What about the profit sharing? Chen Wubin inquired, addressing the crux of the matter. In a cooperative endeavor, there must be a semblance of sincerity. I propose an equitable division, with each of us 4 individuals receiving 25. What do you think? Wang Yifan presented a proposal that resonated with straightforward principles. However, conventionally, the initiator's share is typically higher. Ling Yu anticipated that Wang Yifan would claim 40, with the 3 of them each receiving 20. The fact that Wang Yifan voluntarily suggested an equal split was unexpected. He bore most of the risks, and, in reality, his earnings would be significantly less than that of the trio. I have no objections, Ling Yu remarked with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Lang and Chen Wubin also concurred. Very well, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration, Wang Yifan declared. After a brief conversation, the group fell into a silence. Chapter 15. Currency. It appears that this individual's pretense of running a newspaper is merely a facade. His true ambition lies in establishing a mint. Ling Yu had earlier suggested that merely registering the number of coins would suffice, without the need to issue commemorative coins alongside the newspaper. Logically, this would be the most prudent approach if his intent were genuinely to create a newspaper, as it would undoubtedly mitigate the risk of counterfeiting. However, Wang Yifan's insistence on issuing commemorative coins indicates ulterior motives. While this may seem like a mere gimmick at first glance, upon deeper reflection, these coins possess a unique quality that renders them counterfeit-proof, and they can be exchanged for dried fish. A commodity that can prevent forgery and can be traded for essential goods is, in essence, currency. The primary issue troubling everyone is the method of conducting transactions. Currently, the most prevalent forms of currency in circulation are dried fish and water, as sustenance is a fundamental necessity for all. However, bartering proves to be quite inconvenient. For instance, when Zhou sought to purchase holy water but lacked sufficient food and water, it created an awkward predicament. Moreover, the quality of dried fish and water varies significantly, making it easy to encounter unscrupulous merchants selling inferior products. There exists a genuine demand for currency. If one could resolve the issues of counterfeit prevention and intrinsic value, the only remaining challenge would be to establish trust and promote its use. Thus, the distribution of commemorative coins alongside the newspaper serves merely as a ruse. His true intention is to facilitate the circulation of these coins among the populace. As long as the credibility of exchanging commemorative coins for dried fish is established, it is highly likely that people will adopt the more convenient commemorative coins. The newspaper targets a demographic of middle-tier individuals with a certain level of capability, who also have transactional needs. Once they become accustomed to trading with commemorative coins, he can gradually steer this initiative towards a more currency-like model, incrementally increasing the number of coins in circulation among others. This would effectively grant Wang Yifan the de facto authority to mint currency. Possessing the right to mint is akin to reclining upon a mountain of gold and silver, an inexhaustible resource. Whether he aims for long-term or short-term gains, the profit margins are boundless. Subsequently, he would simply take his leave, leaving Ling Yu and his companions to bear the brunt of public ire. After all, their association with the newspaper effectively lends credibility to the commemorative coins. This is precisely why he proposed an equal distribution of the newspaper's profits. He is indifferent to those gains. His true desire lies in acquiring wealth through finance. It is likely that his confidence stems from his profession and his ship, the latter of which presumably possesses counterfeiting capabilities. The system has indicated that each person as ship and profession are unique, making it impossible for others to possess identical abilities. At best, only similar ones. Ling Yu turned to examine the panel of the savior, having completed his analysis. The primary components identified were scales from the colorful scaled fish and water clover. The savior easily discerned the composition of the paint he utilized, even calculating the ratios and production processes. Aside from the quantity being somewhat excessive, all elements were quite commonplace, which is to be expected. The inherent value of currency cannot exceed the value it represents. Simply put, to create a currency worth 10 units, one must expend 20 units, which is sheer folly. The more one produces, the greater the losses incurred. Among the materials, he had plenty left, and he could also obtain some from Elena. Ling Yu took out the commemorative coin given to him by Wang Yifan, created a mold from cork, and then dyed it with the prepared colors. An hour later, an identical commemorative coin appeared before him. He held this coin and placed it alongside Wang Yifan's. Subsequently, the two coins were stored in a compartment. In this realm, items of the same type could be stacked repeatedly, with a maximum limit of 999. This served as the simplest method of counterfeit prevention. If the items created by others could not stack with the currency in one's possession, it indicated that the two were indeed different. However, the current situation confirmed that the die Ling Yu used was identical to Wang Yifan's. Very well, the next step was to observe Wang Yifan's capabilities. If Wang Yifan intended to deceive them, Ling Yu was not one to be easily manipulated. If he were to sincerely manage the newspaper, Ling Yu wouldn't even regard those few fish jerky, and besides, pushing currency could be quite laborious. He was disinclined to pursue that. However, if this fellow truly wished to engage in financial exploitation, he would not allow Wang Yifan to monopolize the gains, especially since he was not truthful. As for exposing Wang Yifan's schemes, Ling Yu was uninterested. Not to mention that the matter hadn't even begun. By the time it did, it would be too late. This illustrates the value of knowledge. The astute would exert minimal effort to reap maximal rewards. Recently, some began selling fish brains because they could exchange them for answers to Ling Yu's inquiries. This exemplifies value. Moreover, it facilitated Ling Yu in procuring a substantial quantity of fish brains to feed the savior. He settled back into his chair, commenced drafting the relevant articles, and recorded a video organizing the previously collected questions, confident that many would benefit immensely. The following morning, Wang Yifan began to promote the channel. Good news, good news. Today, the Blue Star News Agency officially launches, and we are fortunate to invite 3 top survival experts to join: Ling Yu, Chen Wubin, Lu Lang. For the grand opening, one can reserve a 500G fish jerky for 10 issues of the newspaper, along with a complimentary expert live course to address any inquiries. Additionally, for the first issue's incredible benefit, commemorative coins will be issued alongside the newspaper. Collect 10 coins to redeem one 500G fish jerky with a limited release of 2,000 copies. Don't miss out. This announcement quickly sparked discussions on Channel 1. Is it true? It can't be a scam, can it? I don't know. But those 3 are indeed impressive. One fish jerky, that's acceptable. One can even get it back. Brother, you're eyeing their benefits. But they're focused on your principle. Aren't their expert courses and answers? That seems reasonable. Some remained skeptical, yet others had already placed orders. After all, with billions of people on Blue Star, even 1% equates to tens of millions. The 2,000 copies were swiftly sold out. There were indeed individuals thriving on Blue Star. To them, a piece of fish jerky was hardly significant. If they could acquire knowledge, it would be a gain. Today, Ling Yu and 2 others were exceptionally busy. Wang Yifan organized a 1-hour session of explanations, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Gratitude is extended to the teacher. It was truly unexpected. Remarkable. Teacher Ling is indeed a walking encyclopedia, possessing knowledge on virtually every subject. Ling Yu smiled gently and bid farewell to his classmates. This experience has undoubtedly enhanced the knowledge of Jusizu. The proficiency of these individuals is indeed commendable, as numerous questions elevated Jusizu's knowledge by 5 or even 10 points. This signifies the considerable value of these inquiries. Jusizu's knowledge has now surpassed 4,000. It is believed that an upgrade will soon be forthcoming. Chapter 16. The Angler's Lament Diary of an Otherworld Observer. 4 date. 7th day weather. Overcast location. Unknown waters. Near a large whirlpool today, the sun's rays were rather feeble, leaving me devoid of vitality. However, Wang Yifan has sent my wages, totaling 400 dried fish, which I can exchange for fish brains. Hoping to elevate the status of our savior today, Eileen remarked that the interlude between version updates typically lasts no longer than 7 days, which means that tomorrow heralds the dawn of a new version. I wonder what it will entail. I find myself somewhat eager. After documenting today's events, Ling Yu rose to commence his morning activities. Eileen awaited him on the deck, as customary, and they began their training regimen. Ling, your skills have improved remarkably. I believe there is little more I can teach you, Eileen praised. Ling Yu's progress was indeed astonishing. His marksmanship had reached a commendable level. Not at all. I owe my advancement to your generous instruction, he replied. Eileen smiled, choosing not to comment further. She then inquired, with the new version commencing tomorrow, do you harbor any thoughts? To fret over incoming challenges is futile. We must confront them as they come. Eileen shook her head. Moreover, each version update invariably brings a tempest of chaos. The current semblance of tranquility is merely a fade, for everyone is preparing for the new challenges ahead. Prices at the trading post have already begun to rise. Individuals from different realms maintain their own distinct circles, and Eileen's insights were indeed invaluable. I am aware. You've shared all this with me before. The unknown is meant for exploration, not for anxiety, Ling Yu responded. I envy your outlook. It must be a relief to remain untroubled. I am not free from concern. Engaging in fruitless endeavors serves no purpose, and I detest meaningless pursuits, Eileen sighed, shrugging her shoulders before returning to her vessel along the wooden planks. Ling Yu continued to pass the time in his customary manner. After lunch, he inspected the infected fish that had been amputated of their excess limbs. Aside from a few fatalities, the remaining fish exhibited robust health. Approximately half of the fish had regenerated their limbs, while others had healed their wounds directly. It appears these surplus appendages are not essential. What could be the reason for this, given they all reside in seawater? Ling Yu pondered, clutching a short-legged grouper. He subsequently retrieved a knife and once more severed the elongated hind limbs. Squeak, squeak. The short-legged grouper emitted a haunting cry. Ling Yu, however, remained unfazed and tossed it back into the stone tank. After observing the creatures, Ling Yu proceeded to the crop room, where both pots of purple leaf cauliflower had sprouted. This plant possesses a short growth cycle, maturing within mere days, making it well suited for cultivation at sea. Thus far, the quality of water appears to have little effect on their growth. After taking detailed notes, Ling Yu picked up his fishing rod and settled at the edge of the boat to commence fishing. As the inhabitants of the blue planet gradually embarked on trade, Ling Yu, too, upgraded his equipment and acquired a new fishing rod. The Whale of the Angler. Quality: exquisite. Type: relic. Effect 1. The rod is entwined with the anguished cries of fishermen, resulting in a loss of 1 sand point per minute while fishing. Effect 2. There is a 20 probability of successfully catching fish, however. The chance of obtaining fish decreases by 15, while the likelihood of acquiring other items increases by 15. Description: the sound of the reel spinning resembles the wails of a person. This is an exceedingly extreme item. According to Eileen, the quality of items in this world is categorized into 10 distinct tiers: damaged, ordinary, excellent, exquisite, rare, brilliant, legendary, epic, mythical, and divine. The majority of items fall within this classification. The skill, Wolf God Possession, is considered quite precious among legendary abilities. However, he has not yet fully mastered this skill and will refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. The value of this fishing rod is immeasurable, albeit its effects are rather extreme. This item belongs to the category of relics, presumably once owned by a deceased fisherman. Currently, there are limited means to restore sand points, and a loss of 1 sand point per minute is utterly intolerable for many. Yet, for Ling Yu, this suits him perfectly. As a scholar, he possesses a robust resistance to such effects. Essentially, his sand points remain stable, and he is not lacking in sustenance, making the prospect of catching various other items all the more appealing. Particularly, the 20 chance of fishing success is formidable, as many exquisite rods offer only about a 5 increase. Thus, upon encountering this item, he seized it without hesitation. After elevating his fishing knowledge to level 2, he can now discern the abundance of fish beneath the surface. Ling Yu glanced at the ocean. The shadows of fish flickered below. To his left, he discerned a considerable number of fish shadows, indicating a dense school. After baiting his line, he cast the rod, the reel emitting a piercing wail that echoed like a lamentation incessantly. You heard the wails. Though not frightened, they were indeed bothersome, slowing the decline of your sand points. Ling Yu observed that his sand points were decreasing at a rate of approximately 1 point every 10 minutes. Tolerable. A few minutes later, the bobber began to bob up and down. Ling Yu tugged on the rod, and a black copper chest emerged from the depths. Decayed treasure chest. Type: special item. Description: chests typically signify treasure. Go ahead and open it. This special item lacks a quality classification. Ling Yu cautiously prodded the chest with a spear, ensuring it was inanimate before gently prying it open with the spear's tip. The long-decayed chest splintered apart, and a necklace tumbled forth. The golden chain was adorned with a blood-red eyeball, remarkably lifelike. You have encountered a peculiar object, but curiosity has triumphed over fear. Your standpoints remain unchanged. Lingyu picked up the necklace for a closer examination. Her gaze: type, accessory, quality, excellent, effect, 3 death resistance. Removes 1 status effect every 15 seconds. Description: a girl, in a bid to see her beloved every day, plucked out her own eye to craft this exquisite necklace. A truly romantic gesture, wouldn't you agree? The augmentation of death resistance. Just as fire magic corresponds with flame resistance, so too does death possess its own form of resistance. To put it simply, when faced with an unnatural demise, there exists a probability of retaining a single point of health. With a 3 chance to preserve 1 life, it does not, however, confer invincibility. In the game, while you may be able to leap and dance with but a single drop of health, here, with only 1 drop remaining, even walking becomes a Herculean task. Without healing, the situation is akin to awaiting one's end. Furthermore, this accessory bears an effect that, while not entirely negative, removes 1 status effect every 15 seconds. It may eliminate adverse status effects, yet it could also dispel beneficial ones. Nevertheless, considering the current circumstances, most status effects tend to be detrimental, thus rendering this item remarkably useful. After Lingyu adorned the necklace, the eye upon it stared intently at him, evoking an indescribable eeriness. You feel a chill, as if someone is observing you. Sanity points -2. Chapter 17. The corrupted tree. The afternoon fishing expedition yielded a bountiful harvest, although no treasure chests reappeared. He managed to catch a plethora of discarded items. Among them were a damaged mirror and a waterlogged compass. He planned to hand them over to Zhou for repairs, which would undoubtedly enhance his quality of life. As the moon ascended from below the horizon, its cool luminescence shattered into countless silver scales upon the crest of the tumultuous waves. The briny night breeze caressed his face, and Lingyu downed a cup of malt liquor, the amber liquid coursing down his throat like a searing stream. Tomorrow heralded the arrival of a new version. He gazed out at the inky expanse of the ocean, where dark currents stirred beneath the surface. It would be prudent to retire early tonight. A preparation of sorts for the impending update. Lingyu murmured to himself as he lay in bed, enveloped in animal hides, and drifted sweetly into slumber. However, the night was far from restful. At 3 in the morning, Lingyu was jolted awake by a sharp pain, a mark on his arm piercing him like a dagger, and his left hand began to move uncontrollably, fingers twisting frantically. Damn it, why must this happen now? He cursed. Undoubtedly, the source had come calling. Beep, beep. A message from Eileen arrived, urging him to awaken. Wake up, something is closing in. Lingyu pressed down on his left hand, which felt as though it might swell from the pressure, and only then did it cease its erratic movements. He quickly donned his clothing and grabbed a telescope. Making his way to the deck. To the southeast, a massive black ship was cleaving through the waves. The vessel was riddled with rust, its mast broken, and its sails tattered like a spider's web. Even more unsettling was the hull, encrusted with an abundance of barnacles, each crevice oozing a dark green slime that flowed like a stream. And upon the deck stood a towering shadow. Peering through the telescope, Lingyu was taken aback. It was, astonishingly, a tree. To be precise, it was a tree formed from a grotesque assemblage of corpses. The trunk was adorned with bodies, the most conspicuous being that of a figure clad in silver armor, resembling a general. A branch had pierced through his chest, leaving him propped against the trunk as if seated upon a throne. Surrounding him were numerous other corpses clad in military uniforms. At that moment, the eerie vessel was sailing directly towards them. Name: corrupted. Type: cursed ship. Danger level: high. Damn it, it's an expedition ship of the Holy Crusaders. What on earth is it doing here? Eileen exclaimed. During their time together, the two often engaged in casual conversation, and Lingyu had gleaned some understanding of this world. The Holy Crusaders, affiliated with the Church of Light, were established during the 7th version of this world, the Song of Light and Darkness. Their mission was to proclaim justice and punish heresy. It sounded commendable. However, their actions included, but were not limited to, branding witches with fiery irons to purge magical curses and submerging those possessed by demons in molten lava, claiming to unveil the wicked visage beneath their skin. As for whether these individuals are truly malevolent, they claim to be. Exercise caution, for the Templar Crusaders represent formidable forces within the Church of Light, second only to the Pope's personal guard and the Inquisition. Additionally, there is an odor aboard that I find quite repugnant. In other words, a creature capable of annihilating an entire ship of Crusaders is undoubtedly no ordinary beast. This also elucidates the emergence of this cursed artifact. It is likely that its former master was ensnared by the monster and, in a moment of despair, infused a fervent wish into their own arm, resulting in its escape. Now, that arm has found a new host, while the previous master remains captive to the creature, inexplicably drawing the entirety of the ship in pursuit. In this world, everything occurs for a reason. For instance, this version update appears to stem from the concept of balance. Balance governs the equilibrium of the world through version control. This explains why certain versions are rife with murderous intent and peril, while others allow for a period of recuperation, enabling one to coast through with ease. Of course, this is not absolute, as the world is replete with various destinies. However, based on established patterns, each time an outsider enters, the subsequent version is invariably drenched in bloodshed. Perhaps it perceives this world as overly urbanized. Destiny serves as the foundational logic of this realm, upon which everything else is built. As the ship drew nearer, Ling Yu finally discerned the true nature of this entity. The vessel spanned 50 meters in width and towered half a body height above him, adorned with peculiar silver patterns that were barely visible along its sides. The grotesque tree formed from a heap of corpses aboard exuded a pungent stench of decay, with the dark green slime seeping from barnacles glimmering ominously under the moonlight. Decaying tree. Type: elite monster, enhanced. Skills: corpse devourer, eerie terror, seed sowing. Shedding shell, health points, 20,000. Trait 1, bounteous aura. Trees infected by the bounteous aura possess extraordinarily vibrant vitality, with a maximum health increase of 50. Regenerating 1 of maximum health per second. Weakness: no matter how skilled one is, they fear the cleaver. No matter how resilient a tree is, it fears the flames. With the Eye of Salvation, Ling Yu could perceive additional attributes and even discern weaknesses. Notably, the 20,000 health points far exceeded his own, which had only increased to 120 after days of training. Upon approaching, the decaying tree writhed, the corpses hanging from its trunk seemingly voicelessly lamenting. The decaying tree uses the skill Eerie Terror, causing the atmosphere to grow ominous. Ling Yu felt a chill descend upon him, inexplicably breaking into a cold sweat. You sense your body trembling, yet upon careful listening, you realize you comprehend the words of the corpses. Linguistics enables your understanding. These corpses cry out for help, yet an unsettling feeling persists, causing your sand value to decrease by 15 points. In an instant, his sand value plummeted by 15 points. A feat made less dire due to his scholarly abilities. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have suffered a far greater decline. Ling Yu hurriedly concealed himself behind a crate on the deck, retrieving his bow and arrow. He simultaneously ignited a torch and placed it beside him to ignite the oil arrow. He then drew his bowstring taut, aiming meticulously at the ship, before releasing the fiery arrow that soared towards the trunk. The arrow struck its mark, and flames erupted swiftly, with the anguished wails of the decaying tree growing increasingly harrowing. Above him, damage notifications flickered repeatedly. 10, 10, 10. As the corrupted tree succumbed to the burning state, the flames beginning to spread. The corrupted tree unleashed its chilling ability, Dreadful Terror, casting an ominous atmosphere around. In response to its torment, the effects of the skill were formidable, although the words were comprehensible. An unsettling tremor coursed through Ling Yu. The voice possessed an otherworldly power, causing a decline of 20 points in his sanity. The reverberation of that sound left Ling Yu's mind buzzing, and his sand value plummeted to 56, as his surroundings began to blur into a yellow haze. He steeled himself, readying for battle. Another roar erupted, but this one jolted him back to clarity. Aileen activated her skill, Inspire, entering the hunt state, invigorating nearby allies with a 40 increase in movement and attack speed, restoring 30 points of sand, and enhancing resistance to adverse conditions for a duration of 3 minutes. Truly, the skills of the hunt path were formidable. In the distance, Aileen nimbly leaped, seemingly less affected by the chaos. Ling Yu recalled that the main path of hunt, known as stalking, appeared to be the nemesis of abundance. Chapter 18. Formidable foes. Although the situation had improved, it was only marginally so. The monstrous howls of the corrupted tree were overwhelmingly potent. Ling Yu retrieved some well-dried spicy beef jerky and took a hearty bite. The spicy flavor surged into his mouth, invigorating his previously foggy mind. The charred trunk of the corrupted tree twisted and writhed, and from the scorched areas, flesh-like growths appeared at a visible rate. Although his flaming oil arrows could counter the target, the creature's 20,000 health points resembled an unfathomable abyss, rendering his burning damage utterly insignificant. At that moment, the corrupted tree aboard the ship began to writhe once more, and corrosive liquid rained down like cannonballs. Ling Yu held his breath and rolled, narrowly avoiding the splattering liquid. Seizing the opportunity, he ignited his arrows, fully drawing the bowstring, and unleashed a dual shot. The 2 flaming oil arrows pierced the corrupted tree's body, causing it to tremble in pain. The corrosive liquid splattered onto the ground with a dull thud, eroding the deck and leaving behind charred pits, within which a green seed had embedded itself. The seed began to take root and sprout at a visible pace. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before their vessel would be ensnared just like the expedition ship before them. This creature's vitality was too robust. Continuing in this manner would be futile. Ling Yu pondered aloud. We must take a gamble. A gamble? How? Eileen inquired. Do you recall the whirlpool from this morning? Our ship is small and agile, while this one is considerably larger and struggles to turn. Ling Yu articulated, and Eileen quickly grasped his intent. You mean to lure it there? Precisely. That is our only option. Very well. The two acted decisively, steering hard to port. Ling Yu tightened his collar, filled with the sea breeze, and rushed into the control room, vigorously manipulating the helm. The sailboat carved a sharp arc across the water. Behind them, 100 meters away, the tentacled mast of the corrupted tree warship emitted a grating creak as it awkwardly adjusted to pursue them. Suddenly, the sound of splintering would echoed above. 3 barbed vines pierced through the deck, and dark green liquid surged from the fissures. Upon contact with the air, the liquid instantly vaporized, transforming into a noxious mist. Poisonous. Damn it! Ling Yu gasped, focusing intently while wielding an axe to sever the vines overhead. He opened the windows to allow the sea breeze to disperse the toxic gas. At that moment, the sea was no longer tranquil. Waves surged ominously. The cockpit swayed violently. The vessel ascended the nearly vertical wave crest, the keel groaning under the strain. As the ship hovered atop the wave, Ling Yu spotted the black water patterns of the whirlpool shimmering to the northeast. The outline of the great whirlpool became increasingly distinct, with the sea swirling maniacally, resembling a monstrous maw eager to devour any ship that dared to approach. Now, full helm. Ling Yu exerted immense effort on the control panel, abruptly twisting the steering wheel as the Wisdom ship made a sharp turn. The vessel jolted amidst the tumultuous waves, creaking loudly as it swayed violently. Ling Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly, summoning every ounce of strength to stabilize the ship. In a moment of peril, the vessel narrowly evaded the edge of the whirlpool. However, the decrepit ship was not as agile. Its massive form, propelled by inertia, surged directly toward the eye of the vortex. It seemed to sense the impending danger, with the corpses on its hull thrashing wildly, causing the ship to sway left and right. Barnacles erupting with a copious amount of slime in a futile attempt to alter its course. Yet, against the might of the whirlpool, such efforts were in vain. The ship's hull succumbed to the overwhelming pull of the vortex, beginning to spiral helplessly as it emitted agonizing groans under the strain. The decaying trees twisted within the whirlpool, their bodies tumbling off into the abyss. Ling Yu exhaled in relief. Although the other ship might hold treasures aplenty, he understood that no matter how valuable, life itself was paramount. Just as he began to lower his guard, an urgent message from a private chat flared to life. Be careful, danger is imminent. Aaron's anxious words flashed across the screen. Before he could respond, a rusted silver longsword plunged downward, sending shivers down the nape of Ling Yu's neck. Instinctively, he fell backward, the blade grazing his face, rust mingling with fragments of decaying flesh cascading onto him. He staggered back a few steps, scrambling up the ladder to the deck. At that moment, the deck had transformed into a thicket overrun with vines. Before him, a decaying corpse clad in silver armor was slowly rising from the bow of the ship. The armor was encrusted with barnacles and slime. The face beneath the helmet grotesquely rotted, leaving only hollow eye sockets and exposed bones. Within those sockets flickered the green phosphorescence unique to the corrupted trees, while tiny growths sprouted from the seams of the armor. Particularly alarming was its right hand, teeming with writhing vines. It was evident that he was the master of the cursed right hand. As Ling Yu scanned the creature's information, a sense of gravity settled over him. Crusader Centurion, corrupted. Type, elite monster. Skills, // Knight S Oath, rampaging charge, health points, 600-3000. Trait 1, shell possession, possessed by the core of the corrupted tree, becoming its puppet while retaining the combat prowess of its former life. Trait 2, fully armed, clad in the radiant protection armor of the Templar Order, boasting formidable combat strength. Weakness, unknown. The final skill of the corrupted tree, shell possession, was indeed a possession of the corpse. Moreover, the creature's health points were peculiar, segmented into 2 parts, 600-3000. However, there was no time for Ling Yu to ponder further. The general's chest resonated with a thunderous roar as the rusted blade suddenly glimmered with a radiant sheen. Knight S Oath passive, increases damage by 15. Reduces damage taken by 15. Rampaging charge, an enraged roar that clears abnormal states, increasing movement speed by 50 towards the target for 30 seconds. In an instant, the figure surged toward Ling Yu, the longsword sweeping through the air, transforming into 3 afterimages of brute force. Triple slash, with a series of 3 consecutive strikes, each delivering damage equivalent to 100% of its wielder's strength. The first strike sent Ling Yu's weapon flying, sparks erupting from the axe handle, as the stone axe was hurled into the depths of the sea. The second and third strikes cut through the air before him, aiming directly for his throat, compelling him to retreat in haste. At the same time, his foot faltered, pain shooting through him as he stumbled and fell to the ground. The vines slithered across the deck like serpents, ensnaring him in a moment of inattention. Gritting his teeth, Ling Yu struggled to rise, the sound of cracking bones echoing as they fractured and reformed. His muscles swelled visibly, gray-black fur erupting from beneath his skin, enveloping his entire body. His hands transformed, sprouting sharp claws, while his pupils narrowed into those of a wolf. Wolf got possession. Chapter 19. The disturbing dream. The general paused momentarily, but soon charged forward with fearless resolve. A sharp metallic clang resonated, as the wicked claws collided violently with the heavy sword, sending sparks flying. An overwhelming force surged along the blade, coursing through the general's arm, and with a ferocious tide of strength, it knocked the heavy sword from his grasp. The blade arced through the air, ultimately crashing onto the distant deck with a resounding thud. The corrupted general attempted to retrieve the sword, yet, in his werewolf form, Ling Yu leaped with astonishing speed to block his path. His robust frame collided with the general like a speeding truck, sending the corrupted general soaring into the air, accompanied by a series of explosive bursts of air. With a resounding crash, the corrupted general plummeted downwards, akin to a meteor, shattering the deck and landing within Ling Yu's chamber. Ling Yu licked his claws, sensing a peculiar change. The side effects of his transformation seemed less severe this time. He could still manage to think and maintain consciousness. As he contemplated his transformation, a crimson light enveloped the ship. The surrounding waters appeared like boiled lobsters, drenched in a deep red glow that shrouded the entire ocean. Version update. The crimson moon descends, and the blood-red moonlight shall blanket the seas. Survivors, wish you good fortune. A mechanical voice echoed through the heavens. In the sky, a blood-red moon ascended from the horizon, aligning itself with the cool moonlight above. The dual moons painted the sky, splitting it into 2 halves. Ling Yu stood entranced, gazing at the celestial spectacle. He had not anticipated an update at this moment, nor that it would be intertwined with the moon. The sanguine moonlight gradually reflected in his eyes, replacing their clarity with a crimson hue. The beastly blood within him began to boil, as if ignited. A chilling wolf howl resonated across the expanse, and the wolf-formed Ling Yu became a blur, leaping into the massive pit created by the corrupted general. His sharp claws plunged into the withered neck, accompanied by a gut-wrenching tearing sound, as he forcefully severed the head from its body. Within the corrupted form, a flicker of green light pulsated, a beating heart. With a swift thrust, his claws pierced the general's heart, dark green blood gushing forth, causing the corrupted body to convulse violently. Ling Yu pressed on, his maw agape, fiercely biting into the heart, his razor-sharp teeth shredding flesh as he swallowed the general's heart whole. The corrupted general's body stiffened momentarily before collapsing like a melting wax figure, ultimately dissolving into a foul black liquid that seeped from the armor. Yet, this skirmish did not satiate the primal ferocity within him. Gazing at the writhing vines overhead, the wolf incarnate Ling Yu leaped back onto the deck. With a powerful grasp, he tore through the surrounding tendrils, uprooting them along with the ship's deck in a display of sheer destruction, unleashing the tempest of desire that raged within him. As the destructive desires within him found no outlet, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. His skin began to swell, reminiscent of metal expanding under heat. With a swift whoosh, an arrow struck his left shoulder, plunging him into darkness as his senses faded away. Yet, in this state, the influence of the blood-red moon in the sky diminished considerably. The massive form of the werewolf curled in on itself, a visage of utter torment. His body swelled uncontrollably like a balloon, as if on the verge of bursting. The intense agony rendered his transformation increasingly unstable, flickering between human and werewolf. Ultimately, after a relentless tug-of-war within, Ling Yu succumbed to unconsciousness, enveloped in darkness. In the realm of dreams, Ling Yu found himself standing in an expanse of chaotic void, when suddenly he heard the faint crack of soil breaking apart. A vibrant green sprout pierced through the emptiness, its roots wildly expanding in the void, weaving an intricate network of emerald veins that cradled a floating, fertile soil. He collapsed onto the soft earth, where a sweet, metallic scent surged from the depths. In the distance, a figure sat cross-legged beneath a tree, surrounded by others clad in white robes of varying shapes and sizes. Ling Yu approached them. Yet their words remained inaudible. Hello, may I inquire where this is? No one responded. Excuse me, could you tell me where I am? I seem to have lost my way. Still, silence reigned. After a moment of hesitation, he mustered the courage to approach and tapped one figure on the shoulder. Excuse me, may I ask? At that instant, as the figure turned, Ling Yu beheld countless translucent roots sprouting from beneath its knees, merging with the soil like trees, while its grotesque, decaying wooden face was infested with maggots. The weight of life stems from both the fleeting moment and the eternal. He anchored himself in the earth, measuring the distance between life and death with his roots. The figure seated in the distance murmured, "Join us, and listen to the teachings of life." The other figures in white robes rose, each concealing peculiar faces beneath their garments. One woman bore a rose in full bloom on her left cheek, while her right was marred by honeycomb-like, decaying holes, from which sweet honey oozed through the hexagonal apertures. Another hunched elder had 3 heads sprouting from his neck, each decades apart in age. The youngest, an infant's head, gnawed at the ear of the oldest. One man was engulfed by numerous tender sprouts that penetrated his body, with clusters of plump wheat ears bursting forth from his eye sockets, yet within the wheat lay a multitude of wriggling eggs. Behold, the seed yearns for decay. The tender sprout breaking through the soil reaches for the light, for new life must consume the remains of the old. Compressing a century of time into a fleeting moment can yield sweet fruit. The figures seemed to engage in fervent discussion and debate. Ling Yu listened, captivated by their obscure yet profound words. The allure of their discourse drew the scholar in him, igniting a desire to participate, yet he found himself unable to interject. Praise life, the singular spark of this world. Join us in the profound contemplation of existence. An eerie sound reverberated around him. Unconsciously, he found himself amidst the crowd. Others draped a white garment over him and adorned him with a crown of thorns. Go forth, he awaits you there. One individual pointed towards a figure seated beneath a tree. The silhouette was indistinct, eluding his gaze, just as he contemplated approaching. A pair of hands pressed firmly upon his shoulders. Hey, wake up, don't sleep anymore. Accompanied by a sharp sound and a searing pain on his face. Ling Yu jolted awake. Ling Yu sprang to his feet, confronted by a blanket made of animal hide, as the room was suffused with a complex, amalgamated aroma. Chapter 20. The Doctrine of Destiny. You startled me awake. Just a moment ago, you were acting as if possessed. What was all that talk about praising life? I thought you had suffered a head injury, Erin remarked, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at him. Did I say those things? What on earth is happening to me? Ling Yu replied, a look of confusion etched across his face. Could it be that it was merely a dream? Yet, it felt so vividly real. Perhaps my mind is indeed unhinged. Could it be that my arrow truly went astray? Erin muttered. Ling Yu turned to her and asked, could you please enlighten me on what transpired last night? All I recall is engaging in battle with the general. Erin then began to recount the events that followed. Later, when Ling Yu was wreaking havoc aboard the ship, a worried Erin contemplated using the sensory loss arrow to render him devoid of his senses, hoping to quiet him through this means. After being struck by the arrow, Ling Yu fidgeted for a while before losing consciousness, prompting Erin to assist him back to her chamber. It doesn't sound overly complicated, Ling Yu remarked. For you, perhaps not. I, on the other hand, faced quite the ordeal. My entire body is a testament to that, Erin lamented, showcasing the viscous substance that clung to her skin, with 3 large basins at her feet. Surely, this must be a lethal quantity. Even animated series don't depict such excess, Ling Yu exclaimed. Whose blood could this possibly be? Whose else could it be? It's yours, of course. While you lay there, I was the one tending to it all. I didn't sleep a wink all night. I am utterly exhausted. Erin complained. Why did you have to draw so much of my blood? He questioned, perplexed by her actions. Shouldn't you consider why you're still alive after losing such a volume of blood? Erin retorted. Indeed, the amount was at least 3,000 cc, nearly draining him completely. Yet, Ling Yu felt no discomfort. In fact, he felt invigorated, as if he had regained years of youth. Observing his contemplative demeanor, Erin scolded. What were you thinking, consuming everything? You even dared to eat things infected with the essence of abundance. If I hadn't drained your blood all night, you would have transformed into an abomination of abundance by now. No wonder he felt rejuvenated. It seemed that old cells had been expelled, making way for new ones, which accounted for his newfound vitality. However, the metabolic cycle of cells could not possibly be so rapid. Ultimately, he attributed it all to the power of abundance. Am I in the clear now? Ling Yu inquired. It's hard to say, but it appears to have subsided. This method was taught to me by an old hunter, but it merely serves to temporarily reduce the concentration of the essence of abundance within you. It's akin to cutting a branch. It may regrow. Thus, you must continue to draw blood to stay safe, Aaron explained. There is no definitive cure, she continued. It's uncertain. I can only say I don't know. However, this method should suffice to preserve your life for the time being, provided you refrain from reckless actions. After Lingyu nodded, he shifted the conversation. By the way, Aaron, what was it like for you when you first embarked on the path of hunting? Was there any discernible marker? Eileen tilted her head thoughtfully and said, actually, it's nothing much. It was just that when I collapsed in the forest, both starving and parched, I spotted a rabbit in the distance. Though I was too weak to move, for some reason, I felt an unusual surge of strength at that moment, which led me to embark on my path of hunting. As for the indicators, it's quite simple. My task panel displays the attributes of my fate. Look here. Eileen showcased her panel, revealing a section labeled Fate. Why do you ask? I just had a dream, Lingyu replied, reiterating the dream he had experienced. After hearing him out, Eileen felt perplexed. I haven't encountered such a situation before, but she leaned in closer, scrutinizing Lingyu for a considerable time. Enough for him to sense the warmth of her breath. Have you finished? There are no flowers growing on my face, are there? Lingyu remarked. Strange, you appear unchanged. I hope I am mistaken. Eileen's cheeks flushed, and she stepped back, muttering to herself. What is going on? Although I have never witnessed such a scenario, my fate is merely a narrow one. Abundance stands alongside hunting as a significant path. Your dream might be a precursor to entering a new fate. Really? But I don't see fate on my panel. Lingyu replied, intrigued. His panel now displayed an additional attribute, blood of abundance. The blood contains the essence of abundance, allowing for daily growth and an increase in maximum health points, seemingly imbued with a mysterious aura. Current maximum health point increase, 140. The prospect of daily increasing his health point maximum was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, it also symbolized the essence of abundance within him. Surpassing a certain threshold could spell trouble. This was one of the few matters that piqued his interest at this stage. That's nonsense. Do not believe it, do you hear? Eileen stated firmly, hands on her hips. Why not? Because. No reason, just don't believe it. You see, those followers of abundance are all rather peculiar. Sporting plant-like features, with green foliage atop their heads. It's rather frightening, Eileen said animatedly. It feels like I'm trying to soothe a 3-year-old, Lingyu thought. Then answer me one more question. In the past, both hunting and breeding had a phrase. What is the one for abundance? The god of abundance commands you to embrace the morning dew and evening rain, allowing you to witness the completeness of life, Eileen replied. Strange. That's different from what I heard. The version I heard spoke of rooting in the soil, measuring the distance between life and death through its roots, Lingyu murmured. Eileen shook her head, asserting, that cannot be right. The beginning must refer to the deity represented by fate. Even for minor paths, it follows this convention. It wouldn't use the third person. You must have simply had a nightmare. What could this mean? Was it truly a nightmare he had experienced? Lingyu silently noted this incident. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from his stomach. Glancing at his panel, he saw his hunger level had dwindled to 32 points. Surprising. There was still so much hunger left. It seemed that the blood of abundance truly possessed remarkable utility. Having gone an entire night without sustenance, a pang of hunger struck me. I shall procure something to eat, Lingyu remarked as he prepared to rise. Wait, do not move. I will fetch it for you. Remain lying down and do not fidget, Lin instructed, turning back from the doorway with a hint of concern. Remember, do not trust it. Lingyu nodded in acknowledgement, brushing off her words. Distrustful, yet the allure of inquiry beckoned. As a scholar, to deny the opportunity to engage with such an object is akin to placing a fish beside a cat and forbidding it to eat. Moreover, his very survival was intertwined with this matter. To preserve his life, he must delve into the research. Alas, this world is far more intricate than it appears. Chapter 21. Inventory. During the meal, Lingyu reflected on the spoils of his recent expedition. The ship had plunged into the whirlpool, and all its treasures had succumbed to the depths of the sea, leaving behind only the remnants of the corrupted general. As he caressed the silver-white armor left by the creature, he noted a delicate fissure at its chest. Rusted radiant aegis. Type: chest armor. Quality: fine. Defense: 10. Dark resistance: 15. Armor: 2,356. 3,000. Equipment requirement: strength 8. Effect 1. Radiant aegis. Reduces damage taken to the chest by 5, doubling resistance against dark damage. Set effect: 2-5. Blessing of light. Grants a shield equal to 25 of maximum health upon entering combat, lasting 15 seconds. Set effect: 4-5. Healing light. Increases healing received by 10, converting excess healing into a shield, up to a maximum of 150 points. Set effect: 5-5. While the shield persists, all resistance attributes increase by 5. Description: though corroded, this armor still boasts commendable defensive capabilities. The corrupted general had not only dropped equipment, but also a complete set of the Radiant Aegis. The armor's value was akin to health. Damage would first deplete the armor, with strikes to the gauntlets affecting their defense and blows to the chest diminishing the chest piece's protection. Once the armor's value reached 0, the equipment would be rendered useless. However, it could be repaired, provided a blacksmith was available. Eileen, disliking such heavy armor, entrusted it to Lingyu. Upon donning the armor, he immediately felt a constriction around his chest, but he managed to wield it. His recent transformations into a werewolf seemed to have enhanced his physique, as he now possessed the requisite strength of 8 to wear this formidable armor. Through the gaps in the helmet, Lingyu observed the world outside. Although his vision was restricted, the armor's defensive capabilities were impressive. Even the leg guards boasted 1,400 points of protection, equivalent to an additional 1,400 health. Regrettably, the armor's weight was burdensome. The hallmark of heavy armor lay in its high defense, yet it significantly hampered mobility. Nevertheless, with his health barely exceeding 200, the armor's defense was a staggering 3,000, amplifying his protection nearly 15-fold. After removing the armor, Lingyu scrutinized the massive sword wielded by the corrupted general. Rusted Radiant Holy Executioner. Quality: fine. Damage: 1420. Equipment requirement: Strength 8. Effect 1. Bludgeoning. Possesses a chance to inflict the crippled status on the target, reducing their movement speed. Enchantment: Soul of the Sea Giant. Strength 5. Stamina 5. Health 50. Description: a great sword imbued by an enchanter. Though corroded, it retains formidable damage potential. As he grasped the enormous sword, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, and Lingyu felt his strength intensify, rendering even the weight of the armor lighter. Behold, a weapon imbued with enchantments. Truly, the Church of Light is affluent, Aaron remarked. This enchantment originates from the secondary profession of enchanter, a distinctive feature introduced in the 14th version of Workhard. Survivors. Survivors are granted the opportunity to acquire secondary professions, providing a new avenue for many low-tier survivors to align themselves with powerful factions. Some have even ventured beyond the path of technical survival. The enchanter is one such profession, capable of infusing magical materials into weapons and equipment, thereby augmenting their attributes. It is said that high-level enchanters are exceedingly rare. By the way, here is something for you. Aaron presented a medallion. Glory of the Victor. Type: accessory. Quality: fine. Effect: filled with a fervent desire for victory, it enhances resistance to abnormal states. When a loss surpassing 10 of maximum sanity occurs, it triggers a restoration of 5 sanity points. Only one accessory of a particular type can be effective at a time, categorized as rings, medallions, necklaces, or earrings. Quite a remarkable accessory. Where did you acquire it? Lingyu inquired. Last night, 2 small creatures leapt onto my boat from the corrupted tree, and I defeated them to obtain this, Aaron replied, sharing a skill with him. Hunting Path. While in the hunting state, defeating enemies grants a chance to obtain a loot spell sphere. The stronger the defeated enemy, the more bountiful the reward. This medallion is a unique reward from the hunting destiny. I previously acquired one, and now present this to you, Aaron stated. How fortunate to be under the auspices of destiny. It is far better than my solitary existence, Lingyu jested lightly. However, Aaron, with a serious demeanor, cautioned Lingyu that destiny is not solely beneficial. You perceive the hunting path as favorable because it is exceedingly narrow. More expansive destinies like abundance, fertility, and patrol encompass a multitude of extreme circumstances. Lingyu nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. I have experienced this firsthand. Not to mention, the figures in my dreams become increasingly anthropomorphic. Each destiny possesses its intrinsic motivation. Abundance grants you life, yet it pays no heed to how you live it. Lingyu was merely captivated by their discourse, without fully endorsing their perspectives. As a scholar, he must remain as objective as possible, for personal preferences could cloud his judgment. This might explain why abundance has not conferred upon him a destiny. His heart lacks the intrinsic desire for such recognition. Having concluded these matters, Lingyu and Aaron began to delve into the new version. After all, this was his first encounter with a version update, warranting thorough study. New version. Crimson Moon. Version introduction. In the blood-red night, the moon no longer shines brightly. The ominous crimson heralds greater chaos. If you wish to avoid the table, it is best to take the field. New mechanic. Blood Moon. Each nightfall, the sanguine moon rises, causing the blood of creatures to boil. New creatures. Crimson Hunter. Blood Corrupted Apostle. Blood Butterfly. New power system. Blood Pact, which grants formidable blood power through the sacrifice of vitality. New environment. Blood Rain. New faction. New materials. Blood Crystal or Corrupted Blood. Eclipse Fragments. New adventures, the Lost Blood Hunter, Blood Jeweler. Blood Merchant Ship Version Countdown. 42 Standard Days Note. Version activities are currently in preparation. Please stay tuned. 42 days. It appears to be a medium-sized version, Aaron remarked. The duration of different versions varies. Minor versions last only a few days. Medium versions extend for several weeks, while major versions can last approximately a year. As for the legendary super version, it may endure for several years or even a decade. This type of version is also known by another name, Cataclysm version. Chapter 22 discussion. The most renowned version of natural disasters is undoubtedly the War of the Mechanical Emperor. As an inorganic entity, the Mechanical Emperor Belgry issued a challenge to organic life, unleashing a mechanical frenzy that ravaged the land for decades. It is said that during that tumultuous time, the seas were teeming with the naval vessels of the Mechanical Empire, whose sole purpose was to capture organic beings. Those unfortunate enough to be apprehended were sent directly to concentration camps, with the most ill-fated being converted into fuel. One of the most infamous quotes attributed to the Mechanical Emperor Belgry is, "You call it cruelty, I call it efficiency." The war concluded only with the demise of the Mechanical Emperor Belgry, who, it is said, activated a self-destruction program, annihilating his enemies at the cost of his own existence, dragging the attacking coalition into the chaos of his self-destruction as well. Rumors have long circulated that the Mechanical Emperor Belgry backed up his consciousness, preparing for a resurgence. However, as time has passed, these tales have been dismissed as mere jest. In the aftermath of the war, remnants of the Mechanical Empire indeed stirred unrest, attempting to obliterate the reign of organic beings. Yet, as time wore on, these disturbances gradually subsided. After all, each version heralds a new era, and with the passage of time, the past is no longer yours. Following the self-destruction of the Mechanical Emperor, the Mechanical Empire and the Empire of Organic Beings clashed through several versions. It wasn't until a version known as the Ore Enchantment that a creature named the Iron Devourer emerged, which had an insatiable appetite for ore. This was a devastating blow to the already ailing Mechanical Empire, as the most crucial resource for its sustenance, ore, was dwindling. Without a stable supply of ore, even maintenance became a challenge. Thus, the once mighty super empire that spanned 5 versions ultimately met its demise, rising due to version bonuses only to be destroyed by the very updates that had once favored it. As the saying goes, what rises by this shall also fall by this. Therefore, it is well understood that one must seize the moment and strive to benefit from version bonuses while they last. Once a version has passed, associated materials, creatures, and even adventures cease to increase, transforming growth into mere preservation. Any further development becomes a delayed endeavor. The Blood Pact does not sound like a favorable thing, Lingyu remarked. It is certainly not, came the reply. We already have someone who has obtained it. Aileen shared a screenshot with him. Blood Pact, Shadow Strike, type, Blood Pact, quality, excellent, effect, consume 20 of maximum health to enhance the next attack, converting it into a fortified strike, with additional damage equal to the health consumed. Cooldown, 15 seconds, acquiring power through the consumption of life force is intriguing. Though I sense it may not be so straightforward, Lingyu mused. He had experienced the effects of the blood moon firsthand, feeling as if his very blood was boiling. The notion of sacrificing life force for strength is not as simple as it appears. A dangerously low health threshold could lead to a cascade of uncontrollable consequences, such as diminished agility, reduced sanity, and impaired perception. All of these factors must be taken into account. After all, anything related to blood rarely bodes well. By the way, you should take a look. Their discussions are rather intense. Eileen has shared his chat channel. The events of yesterday were truly terrifying. My beloved pet, whom I have cared for over many years, unexpectedly turned aggressive and bit me like a mad creature. What happened next? A stew simmers in the pot. Though I am reluctant, the meat does smell quite appetizing. Can we discuss something else? What are everyone's thoughts on the current power system? Is there hope for it to ascend into the mainstream? The assessment of being the god of balance feels rather disingenuous. It merely replicates the features of the Berserker from the old Dungeon Rush version. Those who understand Berserkers know that power eclipses fame. They are quintessential super soldiers. It seems everyone is a super soldier now, doesn't it? Just wait until I wield dual blades, and you'll realize the error of your assumptions. Currently, it appears to be an enhancement of the blood-draining system akin to the Berserker, yet breaking into the mainstream remains a challenge. That is not entirely accurate. In the past, distinctive class traits were strongly promoted, and no one could replicate them unless they belonged to that class. However, this one is accessible to all. I feel our great sorcerers can capitalize on this. It is still the wizardry that thrives, a favored son, capable of flourishing in any version. So, our elemental mages have been expelled from the wizard ranks, have they? Since the version featuring the 4 elemental lords, we haven't seen a decent enhancement to our system. The Blood Pact clearly stands as an adversary to our Sacred Pact system. Evil shall ultimately be vanquished. Do not heed him. This fellow is a deluded one under the path of fate, perpetually clamoring for justice. Is there no deity to oversee our mechanical system? We are truly at our wits' end. The debts from the mechanical wars remain unpaid. Lower your voice. If the followers of the Church of Light overhear, they may mistake you for a fervent proponent of mechanical restoration and toss you into a furnace. Have we truly become a mere footnote in the annals of superpowers? What happened to the promised enhancements? There has been no sign of them at all. My friend, the version of Superhero Showdown was initially designed for novice growth. A single vial of genetic serum can bestow extraordinary capabilities. You should be content. Seeking further strength is rather unrealistic. The Legacy Quest system speaks not a word, solely focused on task completion. The discussions within Eileen's channel are far more profound than those on the Blue Star channel, predominantly comprising seasoned veterans. Most are deliberating about the power systems, which underground systems may rise, and which might collapse. Different versions will promote various extraordinary systems. Some emphasize abilities, others mechanisms, and some focus on professions. Among these, certain systems may even synergize. It is conceivable that a future system may allow previously marginalized systems to rise overnight. Conversely, a mainstream system may become a mere footnote after several iterations. Thus, one must continually enhance oneself. Otherwise, it is all too easy to be cast aside by evolving versions. Of course, the most stable route is to acquire the abilities of a certain fate. After all, fate embodies the underlying logic that remains resilient across numerous versions. As per tradition, after a version update, the first event will soon follow, offering rewards for participation. What might the inaugural event entail? Ling Yu pondered with a sense of anticipation. However, before that, he must first repair his vessel. Turning to gaze at his boat, he noticed that he had created several large holes in the deck the previous night. The seeds of the decaying tree had caused rampant vines to thrive upon his deck, and clearing them would undoubtedly require considerable effort. As the seeds had become embedded in the deck, he had no choice but to dismantle it and lay a new one. This endeavor nearly consumed all the timber aboard his ship. Fortunately, materials in the market had begun to become plentiful. He could simply purchase what he lacked. Thus, Ling Yu and Aaron toiled tirelessly until the sun dipped below the horizon, finally completing the new decking of the vessel. Chapter 23. The Drowned as Night Fell. Aaron gestured for caution before returning to her vessel. Ling Yu acknowledged with an okay sign and retreated to his quarters. Within his room, 3 large basins brimmed with blood plasma, the very essence he had expelled from his body. At that moment, the plasma spilled forth like effervescent cola, exhibiting a remarkable vitality that defied the principles of physiology. Ling Yu murmured to himself. He picked up a shard of glass and prepared a blood smear, then seated himself at the table, employing a magnifying glass to scrutinize the sample. Under the lens, the cells incessantly divided and expanded outward. After observing for several minutes, Ling Yu noted a gradual deceleration in the cellular proliferation. How peculiar. Biological growth necessitates nutrients. From where do these entities derive their sustenance? What influences their reproductive rate? His mind began to ponder. By chance, his gaze fell upon the setting sun outside the window. The remnants of the evening glow cascaded onto his table. A spark of insight ignited in his mind, prompting him to promptly close the window. He then lit a dim oil lamp, and by its flickering light, he discerned a marked decrease in the rate of cellular reproduction. Could it be the sunlight? Were these entities capable of photosynthesis? The notion of human cells engaging in photosynthesis was utterly astonishing. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it was not entirely implausible. This afternoon, he had performed such laborious tasks on the deck, and astonishingly, his hunger level had only diminished by a mere 40 points. If this were the case, it would indeed make sense. The equation for photosynthesis states that carbon dioxide and water yield glucose and oxygen. Should photosynthesis and respiration occur directly within the human body, the efficiency of energy production would be significantly amplified. If energy loss were non-existent in chemical reactions within this world, it would closely resemble a perpetual motion machine. This could elucidate the rapid multiplication of cells and the source of their energy. However, the growth pattern of these cells bore an uncanny resemblance to cancer cells. If all the cells in his body operated under the same paradigm as cancer cells, the implications were too fantastical to contemplate. Regrettably, lacking scientific instruments prevented immediate verification. He would have to wait for the rescue master to finish upgrading. Ling Yu lamented. The rescue master was still in the process of upgrading after consuming an ample amount of intellect, and it had yet to conclude. Ling Yu then illuminated the oil lamp and placed it beneath the glass to observe the effects of heat on the cells. as they were subjected to warmth. The cells on the slide gradually shriveled and ruptured, their expansion ceasing. It appeared that disrupting cellular structure could indeed lead to cell death. He had nearly believed himself invincible. With a hint of self-deprecation, Ling Yu remarked that if cells were truly immortal, he would have become an immortal being himself. Yet, this did not address the fundamental issue. Surely, one could not resort to cooking oneself in a cast-iron pot to resolve the matter of abundance. While treating symptoms is one approach, one cannot simply sever the head due to a headache. After indulging in his own musings, Ling Yu concluded his research for the day. The sun gradually descends beyond the horizon, while the cool moon rises once more. Everything appears to be as it always has been. Ling Yu sits at the bow of the boat, observing the transformations before him, the brisk sea breeze enveloping him. After taking a sip of fruit wine to warm himself, he resumes recording his observations. An hour passes, then two. The night deepens like ink. At the stroke of midnight, a sliver of crimson glimmers at the boundary between sea and sky. Ling Yu stands on the deck, gazing at the slowly rising blood moon. The moonlight spills onto the pitch-black surface of the sea, resembling a thick layer of congealed plasma, and even the air is suffused with a metallic, sweet scent reminiscent of rust. You have observed an anomalous situation. Such an eerie scene leaves you in awe, your curiosity triumphing over fear, and your sand value gradually declines. Your consciousness begins to boil, your spirit entering a state of exhilaration. Suddenly, the surface of the sea churns violently. Before he can finish his thought, a blood-red tentacle bursts forth from the water, its suckers resembling grotesque fleshy tumors. Ling Yu seizes his bow and arrows, releasing two swift shots. The arrows pierce the tentacle's tumors, erupting in a spray of foul, purulent liquid, various skeletal remains spilling forth. This flesh rock typically lurks beneath the waves, preying on nearby creatures. It is indeed a rare occurrence for it to emerge so boldly today. After feeling the pain, the blood-red tentacle writhes, stirring up chaos on the surface, causing the boat to sway violently. Moreover, the fish in the sea seem to have gone mad, leaping out of the water incessantly. For a moment, the entire surface resembles boiling water. Not far away, more flesh rocks rise from beneath the waves, twisting their bodies in a manner reminiscent of some sacrificial rite, as if in reverence to the blood moon. These entities appear to harbor no intention of aggression. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to depart. Ling Yu states, agreed. This situation is indeed rather peculiar. The two maneuver the vessel away from the area. Ling Yu bites into a piece of jerky, the pungent spiciness invigorating his senses. Currently, the greatest threat posed by the blood moon is the decline of his sand value. He calculates that the rate of decline is approximately 3 points per minute. With supplies aboard the ship to replenish his sand value, he is barely managing to stay within acceptable limits. In contrast, AI Lin has it much easier. Her hunting fate grants her a means to restore her sand value. Once she enters the hunting state, successful hunts bring her joy that replenishes her sand value. The fish around them are so lively that catching one is as easy as reaching out. Her sand value remains at its maximum. Ling Yu cannot help but marvel at the strength of fate. However, he does not remain idle. Recognizing the opportunity, he sets about gathering food. He unceremoniously collects the fish that leap onto his deck. Soon, he has filled several large barrels with fish, ensuring a sufficient supply of food and research material for the coming weeks. Suddenly, the boat trembles violently without warning. Ling Yu steadies himself and sees 3 barnacle-encrusted fingers gripping the ship's railing, a waterlogged palm emerging from the darkness, phosphorescent blue light flickering amidst decaying flesh. AI Lin, be cautious. It seems something is climbing aboard, Ling Yu warns. In a swift response, Eileen declared that they were victims of drowning. How could there be so many? Amidst the rhythmic crashing of the waves, 17 bloated corpses began to rise from the ocean depths, their hollow eye sockets teeming with moss. While coral blossomed from the fissures in their ribs, pale as death, Ling Yu hastily donned his armor, swiftly transforming into a silver-clad knight. The first of the drowned to claw its way onto the deck emitted a sound akin to a foghorn, its remaining half-face frozen in a sinister grin, with seaweed entwined around its curved blade as it lunged at Ling Yu. With a sharp slice, the blade grazed the silver armor, leaving a white mark and deducting 3 points from its protective value. Clearly, these wretches wielded rusted cutlasses that struggled to breach the armor's defenses. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be pirates. Could it be that a pirate ship lay sunken beneath these waters? Chapter 24. Profound Contemplation Under the Blood Moon. Ling Yu's armor glimmered with a cold light as the curved blade of a drowned pirate struck his chest plate, sending sparks flying. With a swift motion, he wielded this sword of divine justice, its blade cutting through the air with an acrid gust, cleaving a skeleton in twain. The great sword inflicted damage upon the skeletal pirate, dealing substantial additional harm. -54, there was no finesse, only numbers. A series of figures erupted above the undead pirate's head. Their inherent defenses were feeble, and with the enhancement of the enchanted sword, these spectral marauders were rendered nearly defenseless before him. Yet, the sheer number of the undead pirates far exceeded Ling Yu's expectations. As the first skeleton collapsed, more drowned souls clawed their way from the depths, their decaying fingers gripping the ship's railing, producing an eerie, chilling sound. "Aileen, be cautious. There are far too many of these fiends," Ling Yu warned loudly as he swung his sword, cleaving another undead pirate that had climbed aboard in half. With a resounding thud, a lead bullet grazed his chest plate, leaving a searing indentation, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks, and causing his armor's defense value to plummet by over 30 points. A skeletal pirate adorned with a captain's hat ascended the deck, 3 golden insignias embedded within the hat, and the decayed captain's garb faintly revealed ribs entwined with seaweed. However, Ling Yu's gaze was drawn to the flintlock pistol in the pirate's grasp, its barrel embedded with 3 crimson gemstones. After being submerged for so long, could this wretched weapon still function? It appeared to be no ordinary armament. With a sharp click, the captain's second shot was already primed. The seawater-soaked barrel expanded and contracted like breathing, shedding barnacles that revealed a myriad of magical runes beneath. This time, he discerned that there was no need to load bullets. The gemstones on the weapon seemed to serve as the source of energy. Bang! The second shot rang out, the projectile trailing a comet-like tail, creating ripples in the air as it passed. Ling Yu raised his sword in defense, and at the moment of impact, the bullet detonated. Suddenly, the deck tilted violently, and Ling Yu seized the opportunity to slide forward. As his great sword descended toward the captain's neck, 3 undead pirates leapt forth, using their spinal columns to brace against the blade. The spectral captain seized the moment to retreat, raising his weapon once more to take aim. With the bulk of his armor, Ling Yu barreled through the encroaching pirates, delivering a powerful kick that struck the captain's wrist, sending the flintlock flying into the air. He then grasped the gun's stock, simultaneously gleaning the attributes of the weapon. The ever-relentless Winchester. Type: weapon. Quality: rare. Damage: 1235. Critical hit: 5. Range: 5 meters. Effect 1. Endless shooting, utilizing magical power to condense bullets, with an infinite supply. Though it is advisable to periodically recharge the gemstones. Effect 2. Diplomatic etiquette. The closer the distance, the greater the damage inflicted. Inlaid flame stone, condensing fire-led bullets. 50 of the damage is converted into fire damage. Residual energy: 34. Enchanting wine tunnel worm. The wind propels bullets further. Enhancing accuracy, range of 4 meters, critical hit rate of 10, critical damage of 10, description, an exceedingly rare magical weapon. It is advisable to maintain distance from it. Ling Yu glanced at the attributes before gripping the gun's barrel and pulling the trigger towards the undead pirate captain. The magical patterns on the gun illuminated once more as the explosive fire-lead bullet tore through the air, shattering the captain's skull like fragile pottery. However, the drowned souls from the depths continued their relentless ascent towards the ship, showing no signs of halting. The attire of the pirates differed, suggesting prior conflicts within the pirate crew, indicating a considerable number of drowned souls. A voice from Aileen broke through. Is this never-ending? Why do these beings persist in their existence? The only apparent solution seemed to be enduring until dawn, waiting for the blood moon to descend. Thought Master upgrade complete. After an hour of fierce battle, a mechanical prompt resonated. Thought Master. Introduction. A brain perpetually engaged in contemplation. If there is anything you wish to know, entrust it to him for reflection. Ability. Knowledge absorption, depth, upon devouring a target. One can acquire related knowledge and engage in profound contemplation. Ability. Observation, depth, utilizing one's eyes to survey the surroundings and gain corresponding knowledge for deep thinking. Thought capacity. 500. Knowledge absorption can lead to upgrades. Current. 530,000. Status. Knowledge starvation. Ordinary knowledge no longer suffices. Seek higher level wisdom. The abilities remained twofold, yet a new dimension of deep contemplation had emerged. Ling Yu opened the eye atop his head, an unprecedented sensation washing over him. As if his consciousness had connected to something beyond. He decided to experiment with this deep contemplation, beginning to observe the blood-red moon, contemplating. The eye on his forehead began to scrutinize the crimson moon in the sky, information flowing like a tide through the channels of his mind, continuously transmitting to the other side. The Thought Master's capacity steadily diminished. After consuming over 100 units of thought capacity, the information transmission ceased. Subsequently, a surge of knowledge flooded his mind, manifesting as text. This is not the radiance of blood, but rather the red light within the spectrum at an exceptionally high concentration. The thought master reached this conclusion. So, it was the amplification of red light in the spectrum. Could mere red light indeed resurrect the deceased drowned souls? Ling Yu found himself perplexed. While engaging in battle, he pondered the implications of this realization. Red symbolizes health, vitality, and life force. It evokes associations with blood and the heart, representing the wellspring of life. It appears that some force has filtered other colors from the spectrum, allowing a profusion of light that embodies vigor and life to illuminate the ground. Conclusion: blend other colors to diminish the impact of red light. After some contemplation, Ling Yu conceived a solution. The brainstorming sparked the keyword color. In this world, different colors signify different meanings. With this in mind, Ling Yu murmured to himself, "Let us verify this." He slowly retreated and retrieved the torch bound to the mast. Upon igniting it, Ling Yu removed his gauntlet and sliced his finger, allowing his blood to drip into the flames of the torch. To his astonishment, instead of extinguishing, the torch blazed even brighter, transforming the flames from red to green. This phenomenon mirrored what he had observed earlier during his experiments with cells, where the flames emitted a subtle green glow as they scorched the cells. Reminiscent of metallic flame tests, green symbolizes growth, vitality, and life. Ling Yu approached with the torch, and as the green and red intermixed, the color morphed into yellow. With a soft thud, the drowned one knelt upon the ground, illuminated by the radiant light, their form devoid of vitality. Chapter 25. The observer yellow symbolizes warmth, brilliance, and hope, presenting a gentler hue compared to red. As the intensity of red diminished, the drowned pirates lost their vitality and reverted to lifeless corpses. Ling Yu hastily conveyed this discovery to Eileen. "Eileen, we must weaken the influence of the red light with other colors. These beings were resurrected under its sway." Eileen quickly responded, "Is that true? However, I possess no other colors of light. Both the torch and lantern lean towards red or yellow." Indeed, while life is filled with vibrant colors, encountering pure hues in nature is quite challenging. The most common method involves flame tests, yet many metals struggle to maintain stable states in natural environments. Wait a moment. Hold on. I shall come to you shortly. After fending off the drowned pirates, Ling Yu secured the torch to the ship's side and maneuvered the bow closer to Eileen's vessel. "Eileen now?" After igniting the torch with his own blood, he tossed it over. Eileen deftly leaped to catch the torch, causing the surrounding drowned pirates to gradually collapse. Once she secured the torch, the assaults finally ceased. "Phew, it's over at last. I'm utterly exhausted, but it's remarkable that you uncovered this secret," Eileen remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow as she stood at the ship's edge. "I don't fully understand. I merely grasped the general idea, but the deeper mechanisms elude me," Ling Yu replied, shaking his head. He gazed up at the two moons in the sky, lost in contemplation. Although filtering light seemed simple, it was, after all, the moon. The thought of removing all other colors felt utterly insane. Furthermore, even if it could be achieved, what significance did the red light hold in resurrecting the drowned? Ling Yu scratched his head, overwhelmed by the multitude of considerations. They mutually decided to anchor the ship for the night and set sail the following day. Though the drowned posed no immediate threat, they prudently agreed to take turns keeping watch. There's only the latter half of the night left. "You should rest first since you didn't sleep last night," Ling Yu suggested. "But are you sure your body is fine?" "Don't push yourself," Eileen expressed her concern. "I'm all right. I have matters to ponder, and I wouldn't be able to sleep regardless." "Fine, but don't be too hard on yourself." Eileen waved her hand and returned to her cabin. After clearing the deck, Ling Yu settled down to reflect on the events of the night. Many thoughts would require experimentation for validation. As he sank into deep contemplation, a white mist began to rise from the surrounding sea, and the red light seemed to vanish. It's only 3 o'clock. Dawn is still 3 hours away. What on earth is happening? Ling Yu's words trailed off as he froze in place. Within the white mist, a red light flickered, resembling a colossal eye silently watching him. "Who is there? Answer me." Ling Yu instinctively reached for the flintlock pistol he had recently acquired. However, his waist felt utterly empty. How could this be? I distinctly placed it there, he thought with annoyance. Ling Yu furrowed his brow at the crimson glimmer amidst the mist. The red eyes within the fog seemed disinclined to approach, merely flickering intermittently. This frequency? Long and short, short and long. Ling Yu began to document the frequency of the red light, which exhibited only 2 variations in duration, with an impressively regular interval. If one were to consider the longer intervals as separators, Ling Yu meticulously noted the signal from the red dot. As a scientist, he had occasionally delved into cryptography out of boredom. Generally, such simplistic combinations bore no profound significance, as they would contradict the essence of codes. Typically, These represented specific numbers or letters. Although his knowledge of cryptography was limited, one particular code seemed to resonate. Morse code. Yet, Morse code belonged to the knowledge of Blue Star. Lingyu attempted to transcribe the represented meanings. An IHAO. Hello? Is this entity greeting me? Lingyu looked up at the red dot in the mist. The flickering frequency of the red dot changed. Why yes. This creature knows English? Why does it possess such knowledge? Utilizing a cipher he fortuitously understands. What exactly are you? Answer me. The red dot began to flicker once more. I shall not answer questions. I will only ponder and inquire. After translating this, Lingyu inquired, then what do you wish to ask? Color. Color? Have you noticed the anomaly in color as well? I cannot provide an answer, but the color must hold some significance. After a brief silence, the red dot spoke again. Continue to ponder. Wait, do not leave. What do you truly know? As Lingyu attempted to approach for a clearer view of the red dot, it vanished along with the mist. In the lingering fog, a final string of signals remained. In exchange for your inquiries, this knowledge is bestowed upon you. With a hum, a torrent of text surged into Lingyu's mind, overwhelming him with agony. Waves of words crashed against his consciousness, the intense impact rendering him disoriented. After struggling for a while, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed. Time passed unmeasured before he heard a voice calling to him. Hey, wake up, hey. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the concerned visage of Aileen. What happened? Lingyu inquired while rubbing his head. I told you to rest well, and not to push yourself. Aileen replied, a hint of irritation in her tone. Lingyu had no desire to argue. He reflected for a moment before his eyes widened in realization. Right. The red dot. Upon rising, however, he discovered that all was amiss. The flintlock was still at his waist, and he was not collapsed on the deck but leaning against the mast, just as he had the previous night. This indicated that he had not moved at all. Yet, he was certain that it was not a dream. Lingyu glanced at his panel and noticed a significant increase in his knowledge. Architecture, Level 3, Culinary Arts, Level 3, Linguistics, Level 3, Blacksmithing, Level 3, Fishing, Level 3, Astrology, Level 3, Divination, Level 3. A plethora of knowledge has been added to his repertoire, all elevated to Level 3. Furthermore, his panel has undergone a transformation. Lingyu, Occupation, Observer, Strength, 8, Wisdom, 20, Spirit, 15, Agility, 10, Health Points, 290, Combat Power, 129, both Wisdom and Spirit have seen enhancement, and his occupation has transitioned from Scholar to Observer. I firmly believe that all things in the universe follow a certain order. By discerning these patterns, one can forge a path towards truth. Before embarking on that journey, I require ample observation. I shall gaze unwaveringly at the world and dissect all that lies within it. I will uncover the answers, of that I am confident. Chapter 26. The Value of Titles, Profession, Observer. Trait 1. Thirst for knowledge. An insatiable yearning for knowledge enables you to transcend fear, significantly enhancing your resistance to the abnormal. However, in certain circumstances, it may render you more susceptible. Knowledge is precious. Yet one must not indulge excessively. Trait 2. Rational thinking, the ability to calmly analyze situations, provides a greater resistance to linguistic and psychological harm. Trait 3. Brainstorming. During observation, one engages in continuous thought, perpetually acquiring new skills. Trait 4. Keen observation. By meticulously scrutinizing the target, one can discern trends and changes, albeit with potential inaccuracies. The observer possesses an additional trait compared to the scholar. Lingyu carefully examined his notification panel. He appreciates your contemplation. And you have acquired the title, This is Knowledge. You have received a mysterious influence, gaining knowledge that enhances your mental acuity and wisdom. Under the influence of this mysterious power, your profession has been promoted to Observer. A series of notifications followed. However, Lingyu noted a detail. The text referred to he, the character for God. Could it be that the crimson light from last night was the manifestation or consciousness of a deity? Recently, there seems to be an abundance of deities. He almost encountered the god of abundance last time. Nevertheless, this experience yielded considerable rewards. Among these gains, there was something new, a title. He opened the panel to examine the details. This is knowledge, title, quality, radiant, effect, sand value limit increased by 25. When hunger is above 90, regain 1 sand point per minute. Description. The pursuit of knowledge is akin to the famished lunging for bread or the satiated. Titles are widely recognized in this world. Lingyu merely needs to place it in his display case for others to see. Many titles carry a certain prestige. Possessing a particular title often elevates one's status in the eyes of others, especially within relevant circles. For instance, the rare legendary title, Dragon Slayer, in the path of hunting, If one bears this title, few would dare to provoke you. To obtain this title, one must personally slay an adult dragon. It is not mere legend, but an officially certified achievement, undeniably authentic. He wondered where this title would hold value. Of course, solely based on the title's merits, it is indeed an exceptional asset, as methods of recovering sand points are always welcome, particularly with an increased limit. After recounting last night's events to Eileen, she appeared utterly bewildered. You're saying you encountered the god who governs fate and were granted knowledge? You're not referring to wisdom in the path of fate, are you? Meeting a deity is a privilege reserved for apostles or agents, isn't it? You must be mistaken. The two exchanged incredulous glances for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to let the matter rest. For pondering over it would yield no clarity. It was better to cease the contemplation. In stark contrast, a grand fortune awaits the two of them. The sea breeze, laden with the briny scent of dew, caresses the deck as Lingyu gazes into the obsidian expanse of the ocean. The perilous attack by the drowned pirates the previous night, though dangerous, unveiled a significant revelation. This maritime region had experienced fierce naval battles, and it is highly likely that treasures belonging to pirates lie concealed within the wreckage of sunken ships. In every cinematic portrayal, pirates are inextricably linked to wealth. However, the endeavor of salvaging a sunken vessel presents considerable challenges. Firstly, neither of them can venture into the sea, which complicates the prospect of retrieving the wreck. Nevertheless, this does not daunt him. Soon enough, a strategy begins to formulate in his mind. Aileen, do you have any materials for sale in your channel? Lingyu inquired. Indeed, what do you need? Eyeball fruit, siren tentacles, deep-sea tube worm brain strands. Lingyu listed an array of materials. His mind now brimmed not only with numerous items, but also with an intimate understanding of the characteristics of each, as if it were innate knowledge. After noting them down, Aileen remarked, these aren't cheap, you know. Let me check if my universal shells are sufficient. She produced a collection of vividly colored shells, counting them carefully, each adorned with peculiar markings that seemed to indicate numerical values. 100, 200, 300 in total, there are 862 units. That might be insufficient. Let me inquire about the prices, Aileen said. Has a mature trading system already been established in your realm? You even have currency, Lingyu asked. It's not just us. This world possesses a relatively developed monetary system. The largest entities are the three major merchant guilds, along with several smaller ones, each issuing their own currency, making purchases quite cumbersome. I typically use the all-encompassing merchant guild, which issues universal shells. By the way, haven't you used the all-encompassing merchant guild yet? Aileen queried. No, Lingyu replied, shaking his head. Perfect timing, I can refer you. Currently, there's a promotion where both new and existing customers can earn 100 universal shells. With that, plus your 200, it should be enough, Aileen explained. Such a familiar customer acquisition tactic. Indeed, some knowledge transcends boundaries. However, it is also a method to stabilize clientele. Once a dependency is formed, it becomes challenging to switch to other guilds. Aileen requested your joining of the group chat, all-encompassing newcomer group chat. After Lingyu accepted, he entered the chat, where aside from Aileen, there was also a customer service 12138. This situation surely indicates the use of some item to conceal one's true name. Even a customer service representative possesses such an item. This guild is indeed quite affluent. Greetings, I am the customer service representative of the all-encompassing guild. Welcome to our esteemed circle. Kindly provide a brief personal information, and once we confirm your status as a newcomer, we shall present you with your new member gift. The customer service agent stated. The simple personal information required includes a name and a unique identification number, resembling an identity card in this world, unique to each individual and impervious to forgery. After Lingyu submitted the information, the customer service quickly responded. Your authentication has been successfully verified. Allow me to assist you. May I inquire about the title you possess? Are you a member of the Erudition Society? The customer service representative, mid-sentence, noticed the title following his name. He was quite curious to ask, what exactly is the Erudition Society? However, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to pose such a question in this context. Fortunately, the customer service representative did not press him further. It's quite all right. If you prefer not to disclose, you need not respond. We offer special privileges for exceptionally skilled professionals. With your title, you are entitled to an annual exemption payment of 10,000, along with a complimentary upgrade to VIP 3 status, granting you a 10% discount on purchases. This effectively translates to an annual gift of 10,000. Indeed, this title proves to be remarkably beneficial. Chapter 27. The Incomprehensible Debate. Thank you, Lingyu remarked. Not at all, it is only fitting. If you are interested, you could serve as our knowledge consultant, with generous compensation. Of course, you may first wish to experience it, and should you find satisfaction, we can then formalize a contract. The remuneration is quite substantial, with a base salary of 3,000 per month, supplemented by commissions based on the accuracy of your responses. Additionally, many inquiries come with rewards, and we do not deduct any fees from you. If you are willing, I can invite you to our forum, the customer service representative replied earnestly. Lingyu pondered for a moment before responding, all right, but how can I protect my identity? Fear not, we can provide you with a new identity, and we shall sign a contract to ensure your anonymity is preserved, the customer service representative assured him. Very well, please invite me in, Lingyu said. Customer service 12138 invites you to join the Wanxiang forum. Soon after, a button for the forum appeared on his panel, allowing entry with a mere click. Detected as your first time joining the forum, please create a forum nickname. Lingyu selected a random moniker. Cosmic Emperor, what a rather cliché title, he thought, yet dismissed it as unimportant. After confirming, a mechanical voice chimed in. Welcome to your new membership. Answering questions will earn you points and elevate your level. The higher your level, the more inquiries you may receive. The forum boasted several sections: hunting, trading, communication. Each segment teamed with various questions and requests. Desperate for entry methods to the Plague City, offering a reward of 100,000. Seeking a long-term healer. With a healing capacity above D, others need not disturb. Looking to purchase eternal blue silver grass, price negotiable. Messages flashed before him in quick succession. Suddenly, one caught his attention. Desperate for methods to live safely at night, the drowned are quite bothersome, offering a reward of 10,000. The responses below were rife with derision. 10,000 for that. What a pipe dream. The latest survival manual from the Academy sells for 300,000. 10,000 is merely a pittance. Youth should be more pragmatic. After a moment of contemplation, Lingyu crafted a response. The reason lies in the color. Red has stirred the drowned in the sea back to life. Simply eliminate this color. He concluded with, you'll know if you try. However, shortly after posting his response, a multitude of comments appeared beneath it. Well, truly a golden expert. This title must come from the Erudite Society or the Academy. Come on, the Academy is all about knowledge payment. They want to say a word without compensation, while the Erudite Society promotes knowledge exchange, yet seldom interacts with outsiders. As for the geniuses, they never acknowledge anyone. The color theory. Is it true? The Academy does not suggest this. The thread promptly erupted with activity, its popularity surging and drawing a significant crowd. Lingyu observed for a considerable time, noting that most of these individuals held either iron or bronze badges, with only a few possessing silver ones. He glanced at his own status, gold medal responder. It appeared that this rank was quite esteemed, likely due to the title itself. As he pondered, a response from a user named Sfiat was elevated within the thread. This individual was also a gold medal responder. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be swayed by such nonsensical drivel, regardless of his academic background. This assertion is merely an attempt to mislead. I have reason to suspect he is aligned with the joyful faction. The revival of the drowned is attributed to the worship of the moon. In the past, the living would venerate the moon, but now that it is turned red, it is the deceased who pay homage, thus explaining the revival of the drowned. After reading this, Lingyu felt his vision dim momentarily. The fact that such a response garnered numerous accolades left him utterly speechless. However, attacking others was not his style. He patiently engaged in a debate. What evidence or basis do you have for these claims? In response, he received a crushing retort. Evidence. What basis does such common knowledge require? You are truly amusing. It was the first time he had heard that science was derived from common sense. While common sense is rooted in experience, science is materialistic. And the two should not be conflated. How can you draw conclusions without conducting experiments? The agitation of the drowned in the sea is due to the filtration of other wavelengths in the spectrum, leaving only red light, resulting in the appearance of a red moon. If the structure of the red light is disrupted, this influence can be mitigated to some extent, Lingyu contended. Sfiat sneered. Your knowledge is utterly worthless in the Academy. When did the Scholars Society permit a fool like you to join? If that is the case, let me ask you, why are certain individuals in this world able to perceive colors differently from others without being affected? Lingyu was momentarily at a loss, contemplating deeply. The individual was likely referring to colorblindness, where those affected see colors differently. If these individuals remained unaffected, did this not reinforce his opponent's argument? However, Sfiat's subsequent reply felt like a bucket of hot water poured over him, leaving him flustered. The reason is simple. These individuals are divine gifts, chosen by the gods, and thus remain unaffected. What you propose has no bearing on their condition. In that moment, He found himself at a loss for how to counter. The troubling fact was that many others below seemed to endorse this viewpoint. I believe Professor Sfiat is correct. How could color possibly affect corpses? Indeed, Lingyu was almost certain this person was a follower of joyful and of the most rudimentary kind. Exactly. If not for the grace of the divine, why would I be bestowed with such extraordinary sight? After a lengthy pause, Lingyu finally declared, it need not be overly complicated. Let us conduct an experiment to uncover the truth. Facts can illuminate everything. Yet, the retort came swiftly. Facts can only demonstrate that your tricks are unimpressive. In the presence of true knowledge, you are but a jester. If this world were connected by wires, Lingyu truly wished he could reach through the internet and deliver a sound thrashing to him. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike during the debate. To be fair, we shall enlist a third party for this experiment, as this forum shall not tolerate the presence of fools, declared Sfiat with an air of arrogance. Soon, a user by the name of Black Boss chimed in the comments. Since it is so lively here, allow me to contribute. My reputation as Black Boss is well known. I am here to bear witness for you. How does that sound? Instantly, the comments erupted with voices of approval, indicating that this individual indeed held considerable esteem. Subsequently, Black Boss tagged him, addressing him as the Cosmic Emperor. Speak up. How do you wish to conduct the experiment? I will send it to you before nightfall. It shall not be overly complicated. Chapter 28. The Monkey and the Sage. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. You have been laboring for quite some time. Erin remarked as she observed the industrious Lingyu. There is no time to waste. I must complete this before nightfall, Lingyu replied, his hands remaining busy amidst the clutter of mineral dust strewn across his desk. However, lunch is already prepared. You should eat. Just save me a portion, Erin said with a hint of exasperation as she glanced at the absorbed Lingyu, gently closing the door behind her. Through the experiments and research conducted over the past few days, he had confirmed the existence of a periodic table of elements in this world. However, there were also other substances beyond that. He reasoned that as long as the primary colors were present, it should be possible to extract useful materials from the ores. Yet, he currently lacked the appropriate instruments for detailed compositional analysis and could only make judgments based on experimental phenomena. He poured the ore into a cup, slowly adding a transparent liquid that emitted a pungent odor. He utilized the method from his high school textbook for preparing copper, chloride solution, which was relatively easy for him to produce at this stage. As the liquid was introduced, the transparent solution began to bubble, and the ore powder dissolved in the acid. After the reaction concluded, he filtered the liquid to remove any unreacted or residue and insoluble matter. He lifted the curtain to reveal a copper candlestick beside the door, its base adorned with a peculiar coral-like design. This was procured from the Omniverse Chamber of Commerce. One cannot deny the truth in the adage that wealth can indeed facilitate many endeavors. The range of products available at Omniverse far exceeded his expectations, provided one had the means to acquire them. Pouring the filtered solution into a cup, he placed it upon the candlestick and ignited the wick. A wave of heat surging forth. The candle, crafted from marine animal fat, burned at a sufficiently high temperature to serve as an alcohol lamp. He observed the edges of the cup as emerald green crystals began to form, and using bamboo tweezers, he lifted a crystal to the light, marveling at its peacock feather-like iridescence. Indeed, this is it. By dissolving these crystals back into water, he would obtain a copper, chloride solution. Dipping a small amount of the solution into the flame, he watched as the fire gradually transformed to a yellow-green hue. It is achieved, yet one step remains. The flame color reaction was fleeting due to rapid volatilization. To prolong its duration, he would need to slow the rate of vaporization or continuously supply metal ions. Increasing the solution's concentration while employing a slow-release material to temper the combustion or refining the fuel and combustion method would be the most straightforward approach. At present, the most direct solution was the use of a slow-release material, typically rosin or paraffin. Lingyu retrieved a bottle of thick, viscous rosin and mixed it with the copper, chloride solution to create a gel-like substance. The rosin itself could burn for an extended period, thereby extending the duration of the flame color reaction. He then applied this mixture to the upper portion of a torch. Upon attempting to ignite it, the torch blazed with a yellow-green flame. After a moment of observation, he noted no significant difference in the flame's appearance. He called Erin over for her assessment, but she too felt no distinct change. Lingyu speculated that perhaps the light emitted from the color reaction lacked purity, preventing it from wielding the same potency as the blood-red moon. Maintaining a pure color was challenging, yet tainting it with another hue was a simple task. From an epistemological perspective, different colors indeed evoke distinct emotional responses. For instance, many renowned suicide spots on the blue planet are associated with blue hues. as this color tends to induce feelings of melancholy. However, the effect here seems rather pronounced. Ling Yu suppressed his curiosity, intending to delve deeper into this matter later. Now, there should be no issue. I wonder how you will respond to this. Upon entering the forum, he tagged the black boss. I've prepared the item. You may take it. Subsequently, he utilized the forum's trading system to transfer the torch to the other party. Can this pathetic torch truly resolve the issue? The black boss queried, evidently skeptical. After all, he and his crew battled fiercely each night. How could a mere torch possibly provide a solution? Science, in its essence, often reveals that behind complex matters lies a fundamental logic. All right, I may not grasp your esoteric ramblings, but I shall give it a try. If it proves ineffective, I will berate you each time I see you, he retorted. Ling Yu confidently assured him that there would be no problems. A professional scholar must dare to make judgments. As night descended, both Ling Yu's and Aaron's vessels were adorned with torches, their green luminescence enveloping the ships. Ling Yu sat at the bow, deep in contemplation. Once he calmed his thoughts, he began to understand why Sviat's theories had gained such traction. Firstly, this was not a peaceful world. It was one perpetually engulfed in crisis. In such an unstable environment, survival becomes a challenge, leaving little room for research. Most individuals rely on empirical knowledge, understanding the world through accumulated experience. Secondly, this realm indeed harbors many incomprehensible supernatural forces. When confronted with the unknown, people instinctively gravitate towards idealism, for otherwise, they cannot rationalize their experiences. The pursuit of knowledge here has devolved into a hollow phrase, even twisted into bizarre interpretations. Within the forum, Sviat continued to propagate his lunar worship doctrine. Esteemed members, the solution to all our troubles lies in offering tributes, appeasing the moon's wrath with our devout sacrifices. His proposed method involved casting food into the sea as offerings. Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh. Nonsense. Even without a blood moon, the drowned will still seize whatever is thrown into the ocean. This behavior is dictated by the very nature of the drowned, rather than any connection to the moon. Existing data indicates that individuals who perish by drowning transform into the drowned. Under certain circumstances, these entities may board vessels, violently attacking the crew. The prevailing explanation in this world posits that these deceased souls harbor resentment, attacking others as a means of expressing their grievances. Naturally, Ling Yu dismissed such an explanation as trivial. It merely indicates that the drowned react to living beings. This also elucidates why throwing fish and shrimp overboard can deter them from boarding. Those fish and shrimp merely become scapegoats for the drowned. After delivering his lecture at the forum, Sviat could not resist promoting his self-published survival manual. He expressed gratitude for the audience's attention, yet insisted that knowledge is invaluable and acquiring more of it requires a price. The latest survival manual from Academy is currently on sale for a mere $300,000, an astonishingly reasonable deal. He added that purchasing their book necessitated signing an agreement, forbidding the dissemination of its contents, lest one be denied future teachings. Following this, Sviat mockingly tagged Ling Yu, asking if the wise sage would care to share his thoughts. Ling Yu chuckled and replied, I prefer not to leap about like a monkey for a mere banana. The voice of truth resonates eternally. In response to Ling Yu's derision, Sviat, somewhat irked, tagged the notorious Black Boss. Captain Black Boss, I believe you can attest to who the foolish monkey is and who the sagacious sage may be. After a lengthy pause, Black Boss finally responded, I cannot say who the monkey is, but Mr. Sviat, it would be prudent for you to include today's events in your survival manual. He then shared a video, showcasing the moment when, as the torches ignited, the drowned souls climbing aboard the ship fell one by one under the illuminating light. Long live the truth. Chapter 29. The transaction. This scene left others profoundly shaken. Unbelievable, simply unfathomable. Knowledge, this is true knowledge. It seems you are closer to divinity than you. Sviat. Fortunately, most people in this world are empirical. When confronted with undeniable facts, they will concede. However, Ling Yu did not feel particularly elated. The respect these individuals held for him was not rooted in truth, but rather in a reverence born from his possession of knowledge unknown to them. Sviat, appearing as if he had lost his soul, muttered, there must be a reason for this. It is merely coincidence, pure coincidence. Ling Yu merely smiled, choosing not to further torment him. To strike down a drowning dog would bring him no satisfaction, nor was there any pride in triumphing over such a person. He began to comprehend the exasperation scholars pursuing truth must feel when debating with such laughable individuals. Well then, my esteemed scholar, you have triumphed. Shall we dine? Come. Sample my roasted fish, said Eileen, approaching with the perfectly cooked dish. Ling Yu felt genuine joy at her heartfelt congratulations. Please, spare me the mockery. What is there to be proud of in defeating such a person? Engaging in debate with them is my true misfortune. He took the roasted fish and began to savor it bite by bite. Now, esteemed scholar, calm your temper. No need to address me as such. It feels rather awkward. He replied. What shall I call you then? The great intellect? Forget it. The more I hear it, the stranger it sounds. Let us revert to the previous title. Today has been consumed by this affair. Tomorrow, we must hasten to salvage the sunken ship from the seabed. While he was eating, a notification chimed in his channel. Cthulhu Chamber of Commerce Market Development Department Manager Fuster requests to add you as a friend. A lengthy title. But it appeared to be from the Sun Luo Chamber of Commerce. It wouldn't hurt to make an acquaintance. After clicking to accept, the other party greeted him warmly. Hello, Mr. Ling. That was indeed a remarkable debate. The members of the Society of Knowledge are truly deserving of their reputation. He was tempted to inquire about what exactly the Society of Knowledge entailed, having never heard of it before, but it seemed inappropriate to ask at that moment. Let us not digress, Ling Yu said directly. What brings you here? It is nothing of great consequence. I would like to discuss the method of torch production, and I wonder if you might be interested in sharing it. Of course, for compensation. We can negotiate. As expected, he had come to discuss business. Given the events of the evening, the torches would undoubtedly sell out. One would be foolish to forego profit, Ling Yu replied. What sort of collaboration do you propose? We have two options for collaboration, a one-time purchase of your knowledge or a profit-sharing arrangement. For the outright purchase, we are willing to pay 20 million myriad shells in one lump sum. For the profit-sharing, we would calculate profits based on costs, splitting the earnings 50-50. However, I must remind you that the market is highly volatile and prices are not immutable. The emergence of competing products or other circumstances may impact sales, introducing a plethora of uncertainties. Rest assured, we shall strive to maximize your interests. Whichever agreement you prefer, we shall proceed accordingly. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu expressed his preference for a profit-sharing agreement, adhering to your stipulations. In truth, a one-time buyout would be more secure. For Ling Yu harbored doubts that there existed a world devoid of a single individual knowledgeable in chemistry. The imitation of the colored torch is quite straightforward, and it is likely that competing products will soon arise. Nevertheless, during the initial period, all torches shall undoubtedly originate from the Cthulhu Chamber of Commerce. Through profit-sharing, he could roughly estimate the number of survivors in this world, thus gaining a clearer understanding of their quantity. Although it is improbable for each individual to possess one, the scale can still be calculated. Very well, please hold on. I will send you the agreement shortly. Subsequently, the counterpart transacted a pitch-black piece of paper to him, upon which the terms were inscribed in a blood-red ink. Essentially, it stipulated that Ling Yu would impart the knowledge of torch fabrication to the chamber and would not resell it to others. In return, the chamber would provide Ling Yu with profits as compensation. The efficacy of such a cursed contract surpasses that of conventional law, at least. This is the common practice among the inhabitants here. After reviewing the contents, Ling Yu inscribed his name. In that fleeting moment, his name transformed into a crimson hue. Allow me to record a production video for you. The remainder shall be entrusted to your care. Certainly, you are now our esteemed guest. Please feel free to inform me of any needs you may have. I shall not intrude upon your resting hours. After terminating the communication, Ling Yu rose to record the video. Early the next morning, the Cthulhu Chamber of Commerce launched the essential survival item for the night, the colored torch, priced at 100 each. Upon acquiring the entire fabrication process, Fuster established a strategy to initially sell it at a higher price. Clearly, he recognized the ease with which this item could be replicated. If it were not priced higher in the early stages, it would fail to command a reasonable price later on. Moreover, the Cthulhu Chamber of Commerce swiftly improved the process, introducing items such as the colored lantern, which burn for extended durations. It appears that the chamber possesses skilled artisans. Although they may lack a profound understanding of the principles, their extensive experience compensates for this deficiency. Ling Yu concurred, humorously reflecting that, given sufficient funds, merchants often possess a greater understanding of science than certain scholars. With matters on this front settled, Ling Yu could finally devote his attention to salvaging the sunken ship. He procured 2 hoists from the Cthulhu Chamber of Commerce to be affixed to the vessel's side, equipped with 2 claws for lifting, with each of their boats outfitted with one. This arrangement alleviated much of his burden. All that remained was to ascertain the location of the sunken vessel. In his hand, he held a camera, though its lens was fashioned from an eye. The eyeball camera represents his latest innovation, accurately designed based on the knowledge residing in his mind. Its structure is exceedingly simple, with most components available for purchase from the Cthulhu Chamber of Commerce, save for the camera module, which he crafted himself. Ling Yu extracted the ocular device from the camera, its apex adorned with a protrusion, while a slender filament connected its terminus to the apparatus. This biological imaging module was crafted from ocular fruits. the tentacles of a sea monster, and the neural strands of deep-sea tube worms. Upon gently caressing the tentacle, the ocular fruit entered a state of concealment, reminiscent of how the sea creature relies on its appendages to obscure its form. Ling Yu then cast the ocular fruit into the ocean and seized the camera, revealing a panoramic view of the seabed before his eyes. The ocular fruit, a product of the ocular tree, possesses the extraordinary ability to record its surroundings, frequently utilized for videography. The neural strands of the deep-sea tube worm serve a function akin to circuitry, facilitating the transmission of imagery back to the viewer. Chapter 30. Salvage. In the ethereal depths of the ocean, several colossal shadows were ensconced amidst the jagged rocks. The vessel's hull was long since encrusted with coral and barnacles, and rust flaked away like dried blood clots. The bow was deeply embedded in the seabed silt, and beneath the splintered deck, several bronze cannons lay half-buried in the muck, their muzzles festooned with writhing sea anemones. A broken mast sprawled beside the ship, entangled with tattered black canvas, revealing a faintly discernible, faded skull and crossbones pattern. "This is the spot," Ling Yu declared, setting down his camera and turning to Aaron. "The ship's hold is relatively intact. We should be able to salvage something of value." He released the airbags and lowered the iron hooks in preparation for the recovery. Airbags were deployed on either side of the vessel to augment its buoyancy. Aaron operated the winch, and together they maneuvered the crane's iron claw into the depths. Under Ling Yu's deft guidance, the claw securely grasped the wreck's keel. As both vessels began their ascent, the steam engine roared to life, emitting a cacophonous creak from the ship's hull. Silt cascaded from the sunken ship's deck like a waterfall, startling the bioluminescent jellyfish that hovered nearby. With the ship now stabilized, they commenced the deployment of buoyancy tanks. It was evidently unrealistic to lift the entire wreck with just their two ships. Fortunately, the all-encompassing organization provided a well-developed salvage plan, saving him considerable effort and mental strain. They pushed the silver cylindrical tanks, tethered with ropes, into the water, each filled with starfish-like white organisms. A dozen tanks were submerged, their ropes gradually drawing them closer to the sunken ship. As the water pressure increased and seawater flooded in, the white starfish began to secrete copious amounts of foam. These creatures entered a dormant state during droughts, and upon encountering moisture, they released this foam to ameliorate their parched bodies. Soon, the vessel was enveloped in a cocoon of white foam, significantly enhancing its buoyancy. The winch whirred, and the claw gently pulled the ship upwards. With the foam support, the required pulling force diminished substantially, and the vessel broke the surface of the water. The two swiftly deployed additional buoyancy airbags to secure the ship. This endeavor had not been inexpensive, and they hoped that the treasures aboard would offset the costs. Once the vessel was stable, they ascended onto the decaying deck. Aaron sliced through the rusted iron door, and a torrent of black, fibrous matter surged forth with the water. A nearly 10-meter-long, putrid-scale sea python slithered out from within, its body coated in a viscous layer of algae. Aaron reacted with remarkable swiftness, drawing her hand crossbow and firing a bolt that pinned it to the deck. The sea python writhed in pain, and Ling Yu swung his sword, cleaving the creature in two, its severed body twitching spasmodically. "Be cautious. There may be other creatures within the ship." With newfound wealth, the two had upgraded their arsenal significantly. Ling Yu procured an extensive array of weapons, deducting the costs directly from their earnings. The all-encompassing organization also sought to cultivate his allegiance, making such matters trivial. Clad in animal hide, Aaron donned a jungle hunting ensemble, her slender waist lending her a cheetah-like agility, while her bow had been replaced with a hand crossbow. Ling Yu procured for himself a set of light armor, the Honor Conquest set, along with a silver sword, the Sword of Glory. The previous heavy armor had proven to be exceedingly cumbersome. Aaron crouched down to scout, her pointed ears twitching slightly. The absence of sound below was rather peculiar. One would typically expect to hear the scuttling of crabs or other small creatures. With a nod, Ling Yu extracted a flare from his pack, striking it a few times until the fireflies within emitted a dazzling glow. He then hurled the flare down the staircase, instantly illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. The creatures of this world often possess bizarre abilities, leading to a high level of resource utilization among its inhabitants. In the radiant light, the deck was strewn with the remains of pirates. The sound of Ling Yu's steel boots echoed on the staircase, the decayed wooden planks groaning as if in their death throes, while briny droplets fell upon his armor. Suddenly, a crack resounded as a pile of bones on the right erupted. A skeleton, adorned with seaweed, leapt into the air, its rusty curved blades slicing through the air. A chill ran down Ling Yu's spine, prompting him to pivot and roll, deftly drawing his flintlock pistol. With a resounding bang, the fiery projectile struck the purple tumor atop the skeleton's skull, causing an eruption of pus from which countless translucent shrimp-like larvae swarmed. The skeletal remains subsequently collapsed in a clatter. "This is indeed bizarre," Ling Yu remarked, casually dispatching the tumors on the other corpses. Aaron ignited a lantern. Its cold light piercing through the darkness, revealing the decaying ship's boards corroded into a honeycomb structure by coral worms, from which briny seawater seeped continuously. The kelp hanging from the ceiling formed a curtain, obscuring their view. Ling Yu severed the kelp with a swift stroke of his sword, and the two advanced cautiously. "This must be the storage room," Aaron indicated a rusted iron plaque on the wall. After exchanging a glance, Ling Yu forcefully kicked down the wooden door, and several dark shadows stretched out from within. He swiftly slashed, the blade slicing through the shadows, causing a jet of dark liquid to spray forth. The elongated shadow writhed in pain, attempting to retreat back through the door. Aaron quickly drew her crossbow. With a soft thud, the bolt struck its mark. Ling Yu tossed the flare into the room, illuminating it brilliantly. They then discerned that the earlier shadow bore a striking resemblance to a human, yet sprouted numerous octopus-like tentacles from its back, with blue veins faintly visible beneath its skin. Furthermore, they beheld the scene beyond the door. The compartment had transformed into a grotesque nest of flesh, with vascular coral branches sprouting from the seams of the ship's boards, and chains dangling from the ceiling bore pearl-like embryos, steeped in countless strange relics. Curled within were scaled fetuses, a man with electric eel-like whiskers, and a woman with fish gills and sharp teeth. Oceanic egg type, monster, health, 1200, status, mutated gestation, currently incubating peculiar life forms, gestation progress 78-100. "So it is," Aaron said gravely. "These pirates did not perish in naval combat, but rather fell victim to the assault of sea monsters." She skillfully aimed her crossbow, precisely pinning another approaching tentacle. With a sharp thud, one of the tentacles was pierced through. At the wound, dark patterns began to swell, and the entire appendage writhed and convulsed uncontrollably, its speed of movement diminishing. The arrow was laced with poison. In the skill tree of hunting fate, traps and toxins are fundamental elements. As if provoked, the other embryos began to squirm, and the creatures within gradually opened their eyes. "Retreat," Ling Yu decisively commanded, simultaneously tossing the explosives from his hands. The two hastily withdrew. Boom. The shockwave surged through the low-ceilinged chamber like the tail of a colossal whale. The explosion's reverberation echoing within the confined space, dislodging even more decayed debris. Chapter 31. The Ancient Treasure. As the black smoke dissipated, the already decayed wooden planks crumbled under the strain. The entire storage room was laid bare, the floor adorned with spiderweb-like cracks that creaked beneath their weight, while only a few pillars stood defiantly against the chaos. The remnants of an embryo sprawled across the charred deck, a grotesque half-fish tail fused with a human pelvis, still twitching with the neurotic contractions of octopus suckers. Ling Yu, with decisive resolve, shattered the remains of these monstrosities with a single shot. In the corner of the warehouse, a multitude of wooden boxes and barrels lay stacked. Upon opening one, a viscous black substance resembling mud floated within. It appeared this room was designated for grain storage, which explained the presence of such grotesque entities, Eileen remarked. "Let us inspect the adjacent room, for it too has been breached," Ling Yu suggested, gesturing towards it. The earlier explosion had created a direct passage between the two spaces. This new room contained fewer boxes than the previous one, yet they exuded an air of exquisite craftsmanship. Eileen reached out to touch a box, and indigo light patterns instantly spread along its surface. "This must be a magic-resistant storage, typically reserved for precious items," Eileen exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. "That is fortunate. Stand back." With a swift motion, Ling Yu brought his sword down heavily. A sharp crack resonated as the iron chain fell to the ground. The two of them eagerly pried open the box. Inside, several meticulously arranged boxes awaited. "What a delightful nesting arrangement," Ling Yu remarked, picking up a smaller box only to discover it was unlatched. Upon opening it, he found a journal titled The Nautical Diary of Altros. Flipping through the yellowed pages, it became evident that the diary belonged to the captain of the ship. "It appears this room was the captain's private storage," Eileen speculated. While these diaries could indeed prove helpful, providing insights into this world and some nautical experiences beneficial to him, Ling Yu mused that it would be disappointing to have labored so long only to uncover a chest full of diaries. He opened another box, yet it too contained a journal. Undeterred, he proceeded to open another box of a different design. This time, nestled within was a solitary insignia. Black Tide Raider, Phantom Gunslinger, Tier 3. Type, Badge, Level, 2 stars. Effect, grants you the ability of Phantom Gunslinger. Acquiring the skill, Piercing Shot, fires a penetrating bullet at the farthest enemy within range. dealing 180,270,400 physical damage to all enemies in its path and inflicting a 40 defense shatter, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. Upon seeing the insignia, Eileen remarked, "A Bond insignia. This is quite an antique. I recall it being introduced in the 19th version of Adventure Association Legends. It primarily promotes team combat, empowering a squad with multiple bearers of different insignias to unleash greater strength." Listening to her, Lingyu glanced at the so-called Bond. Black Tide Raider. Wealth and curse sail together. The outlaws shall inevitably return to the abyss, and only the most avaricious marauders dare to hoist the black sail. Adventurers who activate the bond of the Black Tide Raiders shall inherit the will of the Pirate King and pursue legendary treasures. They may either sail towards dawn laden with gold or sink into eternal night, for such is the fate of pirates. 3. Bestow one piece of golden equipment from the Pirate King's ensemble, linked to wealth. 5. Provide 3 pieces of golden equipment from the Pirate King's ensemble, significantly enhancing the rate of wealth acquisition. 7. All team members shall receive golden equipment from the Pirate King's ensemble, with dropped items exceeding mere coins. 9. The legendary pirate shall re-emerge in this world and become a myth. Team members: Cursed Lookout, Rank 1, Wraith Gunner, Rank 2, Phantom Musketeer, Rank 3, Ghost Ship Physician, Rank 3, Bloodsail Captain, Rank 5. According to Aaron, donning the corresponding badges grants one the associated abilities. Badges range from Rank 1 to Rank 5, and identical badges may be upgraded. 3 Rank 1 badges can elevate to Rank 2, and 3 Rank 2 badges to Rank 3, with skill enhancements accompanying these promotions. Currently, he possesses a Rank 2 badge of the Phantom Musketeer. However, it seems peculiar. There are only 5 members, yet 9 bonds have been activated, inquired Lingyu. In the previous version, there were various means to enhance the number of bonds, such as the reclassing emblem, which could provide additional bonds, or certain enhancements could be considered as extra quantities. Regrettably, that version has passed, and many of those elements are lost, with no indication of their return. This 9-bond configuration is indeed formidable. Each of the 9 individuals wielding a legendary weapon and possessing a legendary skill is quite powerful, not to mention the potential for wealth generation. Alas, it requires 4 additional badges, sighed Aaron. Among qualities, legendary stands as a watershed. Once crossed, the distinction becomes profound. Notably, Lingyu's only legendary skill, Wolf Goddess Possession, remains only partially mastered. After perusing the contents, Lingyu discovered 2 additional badges. Black Tide Raider, Bloodsail Captain, Rank 5. Type: Badge. Level: 1 star. Effect: grants the ability of the Bloodsail Captain. Acquiring the skill Deep Sea Impact, summons an anchor to strike the ground, dealing 250,375,550 physical damage in a cone-shaped area and disarming for 2 seconds. The splashing waves may bring surprises, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Black Tide Raider, Cursed Lookout, Rank 1. Type: Badge. Level: 3 stars. Effect: grants the ability of the Cursed Lookout. Acquiring the skill Alarm issues a warning, reducing enemy attack speed by 25, 35, 50, while increasing damage to all allied targets by 10, 15, 30, lasting for 5 seconds with a cooldown of 45 seconds. With a total of 3 badges, they might barely activate the first layer of bonds. Regrettably, it is only the 2 of us now. We are still 1 person short, lamented Lingyu. Indeed, you may seek out the myriad of realms. I recall that version features mannequins, which bear emblems that can represent a single individual. Aaron pondered for a moment before speaking. Lingyu, upon hearing this, inquired without delay. As a distinguished guest, he now possesses dedicated customer service. Shortly thereafter, the customer service representative provided a response. Indeed, there are still some available in the warehouse, should you desire one. We shall gladly offer it to you free of charge, the representative stated. Such artifacts can be deemed remarkably ancient. Typically, items of this antiquity either hold immense value or are utterly worthless. The mannequins belong to the latter category, as the number of individuals associated with this system has dwindled significantly, rendering them unsought after. Only a long-standing force such as the myriad of realms could possibly uncover them. Chapter 32. The fusion monster. Lingyu rummaged through the chest once more, discovering an array of precious materials. Deep-sea blue crystals, coral spirit jade. Each item was a rare treasure, of considerable worth. He retrieved the adventure backpack he had purchased from the cosmic merchant, placing the items within. The 18 compartments of the backpack would allow him to carry valuable possessions with him in the future. We'll split the loot evenly. We can divide the items upon our return, Lingyu proposed. It's fine to leave them with you for now. Besides, these materials are quite valuable. Selling them would be a shame. It would be better to use them to upgrade the ship, Aaron replied. Upgrading the vessel indeed posed a challenge. Ling Yu had amassed sufficient materials, yet suitable opportunities were scarce. This was not a gaming realm where one could simply press an upgrade button at will. He needed to find a place to dock the ship before any enhancements could be made. The last upgrade had been expedited by their collaboration with the wild tribes. Doing so with just the two of them would likely take a month. However, fortune had smiled upon him, for he was now a man of means. The Cosmic Merchant's services included ship upgrades as well. They had branches in numerous locations, and for a fee, assistance would be readily available. Previously, Aaron had exchanged the spoils from hunting beasts for cosmic shells, which she then used to seek repairs for their vessel from the Cosmic Merchant. Their reputation was indeed reliable. Furthermore, the Cosmic Merchant also offered ship modification services, such as adding offensive weaponry or constructing luxurious quarters aboard the vessel. As long as one had the funds, they could facilitate any request. Truly, one could not afford to be without money in this world. After tidying up, the duo was preparing to explore other areas when a piercing wail, reminiscent of an infant's cry, echoed from the depths of the cabin. Ling Yu's instincts kicked in. The blood-red coral branches on the cabin walls flickered with a sinister glow, pulsating like veins amidst the wood grain. As Aaron readied her crossbow, a slimy hand suddenly burst through the wall, its 5 bony fingers bending backward like arachnid legs. And the palm split open to reveal a vertical pupil that fixated on them. "This is the fusion monster," Aaron shouted as she rolled back to warn Ling Yu. Almost simultaneously, he retreated as well. Corrosive, dark green acid dripped, leaving charred pits in its wake. As the fusion monster emerged from the wall, revealing more of its grotesque, mutated appendages. With a humanoid head adorned with fish gills and bat-like membranes extending from its sides, its spine undulated like a centipede's legs. These organs were entwined by mycelium, forming a towering monstrosity of 3 meters in height. Humph. It appears this creature is the matriarch of those beings, staying hidden until now. It truly is protective of its young, Ling Yu remarked. Having gained a measure of understanding of this world, especially after acquiring a collection of invaluable tomes from the Cosmic Merchant, he was well informed. Among these was a chronicle detailing the intricacies of previous versions. While it comprised merely the memoirs of individuals, it sufficed for Ling Yu's comprehension of this realm. It contained accounts of such creatures. The air within the cabin seemed to solidify, as the fusion monster's vertical pupil emanated an eerie, green glow, with slime dripping from its contorted limbs, corroding the ground, and releasing wisps of white smoke. Ling Yu's fingertips rested on the trigger of the matchlock gun, the sigils on the weapon glowing faintly, while Eileen crouched low, waiting for an opportunity. "It's too cramped here. We should return to the deck to confront it," Ling Yu stated. Eileen nodded, swiftly pulling a bundle of explosives from her backpack. Suddenly, the fusion monster lunged forward with its gaping maw. With a deafening explosion, the explosives detonated in the confined cabin. Ling Yu seized Eileen's wrist, leaping through the door just as the shockwave sent decayed wood splintering in all directions, allowing them to escape onto the deck. Amidst the thick smoke, the nauseating sound of viscous fluids churning echoed. Tentacles pierced through the haze. The blasted half of the fusion monster, rapidly regenerating, pulsating with flesh. Ling Yu's shadow gunslinger, badge illuminated, raising his hand to unleash a piercing shot. The crimson projectile piercing through the monster's coral-like exoskeleton, releasing a foul spray of blue blood. The creature let out a wailing shriek, reminiscent of an infant's cries, as 3 tentacles lunged towards Ling Yu. Yet Eileen's arrows were swifter. With a sharp hiss, one arrow pierced the monster's body, the venom spreading across its form. The fusion monster writhed in madness. "This won't do. We need to overwhelm it and finish it off," Ling Yu declared after his third eye scanned the creature's condition. The suggestion appeared. Utilizing fire is recommended. High temperatures significantly suppress this organism's regenerative abilities. Visuals in his mind revealed that the healing rate of the wounds scorched by the explosives had notably decreased. "Hold it off for a moment, Eileen. Bring me the barrels of black-brown oil we purchased for a scalding bath," Ling Yu instructed. "Understood. Hold on. I will return shortly." Eileen sheathed her crossbow and sprinted towards the small boat. The fusion monster, lowering its form, leapt forward like a centipede, its enormous maw opening wide as corrosive liquid spewed forth like a rain of arrows. Ling Yu's third eye had already traced the trajectory of the corrosive fluid. He rolled to evade the acidic spray, and after recovering, he aimed the matchlock gun at its joints. With a resounding bang, the lead bullet pierced the monster's knee joint, the resulting sparks turning the severed limb to charred remains. As the creature lost balance and fell to its knees, Ling Yu continued to fire at its joints while creating distance. "Get back." Eileen's voice rang out as a dark wooden barrel plummeted from above, shattering upon the monster's head. The acrid black-brown oil gushed from the broken barrel, leaving the creature dazed, its massive form swaying. Then, several more barrels hurtled down, drenching the monster in a thick, inky hue. Lingyu leapt into action, firing one final shot with the matchlock. The lead bullet arced through the air, striking the monster with precision. The oil ignited instantly, flames sweeping across the deck like a colossal wave, engulfing the fusion monster, which emitted a piercing wail, thrashing its body in despair. Under the intense heat, the monster's form rapidly carbonized, its viscous flesh reduced to ashes amidst the conflagration. These creatures are both repugnant and troublesome. One cannot help but wonder how the god of balance conceived such abominations. Lingyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. These monstrosities belong to the 52nd version. The descent of the aberrants, a particularly gruesome iteration characterized by the principle of distortion. The creatures undergo grotesque transformations, their abilities contorted. And everything is subject to this unsettling change. The aberrant beings, known as fusion monsters, possess an amalgamation of traits from various organisms, resulting in a plethora of revolting entities. According to records, we are currently in the 66th version, and in a sense, these creatures could be considered relics of the past. Having learned from this experience, the two were considerably more cautious while salvaging other sunken vessels. Fortunately, none of the other ships harbored such monsters. After a long day of labor, they returned with an abundant haul. Chapter 33. Future plans. The flickering flames within the cabin danced in the humid air as Lingyu and Aaron transferred the final batch of spoils into the storage room. The chamber brimmed with magical gemstones salvaged from the sunken ship, antique weapons, and several boxes of yellowed tomes. Aaron wiped the sweat from her brow and casually tossed a chilled bottle of fruit wine to Lingyu. If the people from the Cthulhu Trading Company were to see these, they would surely offer a staggering price. Lingyu accepted the wine and gulped it down, the refreshing liquid banishing the aches from his body. I can't fit any more in here. How about you? He inquired. About the same, Aaron replied jokingly. I've discarded a few unimportant items. I nearly threw myself overboard. Having too many good items is indeed a dilemma. It seems we must expedite the upgrade of our vessel, Lingyu mused. The sun hung low on the horizon, soon to be replaced by the ominous blood moon. Lingyu retrieved 2 bottles of roasted malt beer and a string of cured meat from the food storage room, preparing dinner. With the resources from the Cthulhu Trading Company, their quality of life had significantly improved. Fresh vegetables, a rarity at sea, graced their meals nearly every day. In the trading market, fish was the cheapest, while meats from terrestrial creatures such as beef and lamb were slightly more expensive. Vegetables and fruits were even more valuable. A single unit of vegetables could be exchanged for 100 times the amount of quality meat. Purchasing such quantities daily would undoubtedly be beyond their means. However, the crimson glow of the blood moon sparked an idea in Lingyu. If color possessed such formidable powers, why not harness its potential? He ventured into the room where he nurtured his plants. A chandelier overhead emitted a verdant glow, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Pure monochromatic light is a rarity in nature. Even flames produce light that is not purely colored. Yet, after his experimentation, he discovered that the bountiful blood within him, when ignited, emitted a remarkably pure greenish light. Thus, he conceived the idea of using this luminescence to illuminate his plants. As anticipated, the plants thrived astonishingly under this light. With ordinary vegetables sprouting overnight and ripening within a day, should plants be directly watered with the bountiful blood, they would surely be deemed inedible, for the potential side effects were unknown. However, the plants grown under this luminous glow bore no trace of the bountiful essence. This was confirmed by Aaron, who specialized in the path of hunting. Given that hunting served as a sworn enemy to bounty, even the faintest hint of bountiful essence would not escape her keen perception. Thus, the duo enjoyed a steady supply of vegetables. Lingyu initially considered selling the chandelier crafted from the bountiful blood, but Aaron dissuaded him. Should this chandelier fall into the hands of others from different paths, it could spell trouble. As Aaron advised, one should not elevate personal actions to the scale of entire paths. While many within hunting were indeed driven by a righteous fury, there were equally as many who could not discern right from wrong. The concept of paths is vast. It is not the greatest common divisor, but rather the least common denominator. Even individuals within the same path could find themselves at odds with one another. If this object were to fall into the hands of a certain zealous champion of justice or a sea ranger, it would undoubtedly stir a hornet's nest. Lingyu pondered her words and found them to be quite reasonable, especially since he was not short on funds at the moment. He hung the cured meat above the copper pot, deftly slicing thin, translucent pieces with the edge of his knife. The moment the meat descended into the boiling water, the fat erupted into golden patterns upon the surface. He then stir-fried the chopped vegetables alongside the crispy meat slices. Soon, A dish of stir-fried cured meat was presented on the table. Aileen, perched with her legs crossed at the dining table, used the tip of her dagger to pierce the wooden cork of the malt liquor. As the amber liquid filled the beast-bone cup, a delicate aroma wafted through the air. Let us toast to today's harvest. The sound of their glasses clinking echoed through the kitchen. After downing the contents of her cup, Aileen inquired, "What do you intend to do next?" Lingyu leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping across the distant sea chart. In this realm, the significance of maps was self-evident. However, with each version update, the maps transformed, compounded by the sheer vastness of this world. Even a formidable entity like the all-encompassing Merchant Guild had yet to produce a comprehensive sea chart. The one he possessed was the most detailed available. Yet many areas remained shrouded in darkness, with only a few strokes marking others. The waters they inhabited were known as the Blackwater Sea, characterized predominantly by its dark ocean. The detail level of this particular maritime region was approximately 70 to 80%. According to research, they should be near a locale referred to as the Screaming Strait. Let me see. The nearest shipyard controlled by the all-encompassing guild is Enjoy Harbor. It will take at least another half-month to reach there from here. What do you think? Lingyu stood up and marked a location on the map. Since we have time, I believe it would be worthwhile to explore. Aileen languidly reclined in her chair, her fair skin taking on a rosy hue under the blood moon's glow. Then it's settled. I will request an upgrade plan from the all-encompassing Merchant Guild. We should reserve it in advance to avoid any material shortages upon arrival, Lingyu remarked. Aileen bit her delicate lip. This will likely cost a considerable sum, Ah Ling. I do not wish to owe you so much. Do not worry. Money is meant to be spent. If you truly care, you can repay me in other ways, Lingyu replied nonchalantly, remaining seated. Other ways? What do you mean? Aileen asked cautiously, her mind racing at the implications. What if he genuinely suggested that? Yet, he was quite amiable, markedly different from the boy she had encountered before. Perhaps, let us proceed this way. The scales of Eileen's heart began to tip subtly. Lingyu, leaning against the table, said, "It's not a significant matter. I wonder if you would be willing." "You need not say more. I am willing." Aileen nearly exerted all her strength to voice this affirmation. She then closed her eyes tightly, bracing for what would come next. "You need not be so loud. If you are not inclined to be my research assistant, I shall not force you," Lingyu shrugged. Instantly, the atmosphere deflated. What? What did you say? Being my experimental assistant. How can I possibly monitor all these experiments alone? Have I not made myself clear? Lingyu remarked with a hint of confusion. After a brief silence, Aaron ventured to inquire, if I may be so bold. Have you ever been in a relationship with a girl? That depends on how you define a relationship, he replied. For instance? Aaron probed. Well, I tend to engage more in practice than in conversation. As you know, the pressure from research can be quite overwhelming. However, I am a person of principles, and I have always been steadfast against gambling and drugs. Moreover, according to my studies, an increase in population is beneficial for the survival of species during catastrophic events. Take ants, for example. They have thrived for eons. I consider this a means of preserving the flame of civilization for humanity. Oh, where are you going? Aaron asked, standing expressionless at the door. Nothing. I just have a headache and need to rest, he replied. Oh, then good night. Chapter 34. This is me. It was peculiar. Everything seemed fine in the afternoon, yet suddenly I felt unwell. Could it be that my dish was overly salted? Lingyu mused as he took a bite of his meal. The flavors were delightful. Could it be that the elves favored a more subtle palate? Never mind. I shall simply use less seasoning next time. After swiftly clearing the table, Lingyu rose to commence his research project for the evening, observing the blood moon. Having grasped the mechanisms of the blood moon, its influence over him had considerably diminished. He drew up a chair and noticed a bottle of fruit wine on the adjacent table, known to enhance one's sanity. A sip here, and there would effectively counteract the effects of the blood moon. He was convinced that its impact extended far beyond what was presently evident. As he observed the blood moon, he also kept an eye on the chatter in the communication channel. It seemed this version update was rather uneventful, quite manageable indeed. Let us be honest, it was the vast knowledge of the esteemed Lingyu that saved us. Otherwise, you would still be frantically contending with the blood moon. Indeed. Haha. Those unscrupulous merchants hawking their wares must be fuming. Just imagine, selling a bottle of holy water for 100 commemorative coins. How brazen. The atmosphere in the channel was lighthearted and humorous. Although Lingyu had signed an agreement with the myriad realms prohibiting him from divulging the recipe for the flame torch, many inhabitants of Blue Star had studied chemistry. Lingyu informed them that the revival of the drowned was due to pure red light, and soon, some enterprising individuals managed to craft items akin to the flame torch using their own nautical skills. Colorful lights for sale, 10 commemorative coins each. Bring your own materials. Hurry, or you'll miss out. shouted an individual named Li He in the chat. 10 commemorative coins? Wasn't he at just 2 yesterday? Another voice chimed in. Exactly. A 5-fold increase. Who can bear that? Damn it. Why does the burn time feel halved? The channel erupted in complaints. There are plenty of buyers. A slight increase in price is only natural. If you wish to buy, do so. If not, then leave. Li He replied curtly. There was no choice. It was a seller's market, and those unwilling to purchase would surely struggle through the night. Ling Yu shared a simpler method with them. Seal off the deck. Then smear mud over one's body to obscure one's scent. This would not only shield them from the red light but also mask their presence from the drowned's perception. During the day, one would have to use barrels and ropes to search shallow waters for mud. The channel's mechanism allowed for the exchange of information among individuals in the same maritime domain, which was why the myriad realms sought to establish branches everywhere. Although not all inhabitants of Blue Star required this, the demand was certainly significant. In fact, this situation facilitated the circulation of commemorative coins among the populace. On the first night, Li He's colorful lights merely exchanged for dried fish and other survival supplies. However, by the second day, he began to request exchanges for commemorative coins. Ling Yu could deduce with ease that Wang Yifan had surely approached him. With such a form of hard currency, the status of commemorative coins had skyrocketed overnight. Ahem, everyone is facing challenges. Perhaps you could lower your prices a bit? Wang Yifan suggested in the channel. It is impossible. I would be utterly exhausted. 10 is non-negotiable. You can offer a discount, and I will reciprocate. In the future, 8 commemorative coins can be exchanged for a piece of dried fish. That should suffice, right? Well, since you have stated it so, I shall concede a bit. 8 commemorative coins for a decorative light. Instantly, the channel erupted with gratitude towards Wang Yifan. Indeed, human nature tends toward harmony. The theory of dismantling structures is timeless. These two, one playing the villain and the other the hero, performed their roles quite convincingly. Wang Yifan ceased his act, directly stating that any resources could be exchanged for commemorative coins, with 10 coins yielding 1 piece of dried fish. Given that decorative lights are essential nearly every night, the value of the commemorative coins remained remarkably robust. Some individuals, fearing future scarcity, opted to exchange numerous precious resources for a substantial amount of commemorative coins to procure and stockpile decorative lights. Naturally, there were also those who sought Ling Yu's assistance, some even resorting to moral coercion. Ling, please help us find a solution. Ling Yu, you clearly know how to resolve the blood moon contamination. Why are you pretending to be mute? Do you not realize many perished last night? Your methods have left me with a headache and diarrhea today. You must devise a remedy. Brothers, keep an eye on him. This scoundrel is in cahoots with those people. How else would he know the solution? His silence now surely indicates guilt. Although the method of dredging mud proved somewhat effective, it resulted in a significant decline in many people's health, with ailments like colds and diarrhea becoming commonplace. The scant medications available in the market were swiftly depleted. Initially, many approached with polite tones, but upon noticing Ling Yu's silence, their expressions soured immediately. Ling Yu took a sip of fruit wine, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Much of his research was fundamentally a struggle against morality. Discussing ethics with him was utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, setting aside this point, their logic was amusing. On Blue Star, everyone existed within a collective society, with the state as its vessel. 2 points connected form a line, multiple lines create a plane. For a collective to endure, mutual assistance is indispensable. The academic term for this is united front. The more friends one has, the greater the strength and capability. However, where are we now? In a survival world, people have been fragmented into isolated individuals, and once the collective atomizes, the inevitable result is the collapse of social relations. Under the law of the dark forest, one can only trust oneself. Survival of the fittest is the essence of this world. Indeed, the power of the collective is magnificent. Having concealed such cruel rules for thousands of years, though they occasionally reveal their fangs. Therefore, to utter apologies to others is merely comedic. In this realm, only substantial powers like the myriad forces would implement welfare systems internally, for they are a collective. Yet, Ling Yu is merely an individual, with no intentions of establishing a large force. His relationship with AI Lin is solely a point-to-point collaboration. Moreover, Ling Yu could very well choose not to disclose anything to these people and simply watch them perish. Yet he still confided in others, fully aware of the situation that would ensue. It was not out of a sudden benevolence, but rather a desire to remain human. His definition of humanity encompassed fundamental social and emotional needs, a boundless curiosity, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Moreover, it is the duty of scholars to impart knowledge and combat ignorance. He merely fulfilled his obligations, indifferent to whether others could comprehend or digest it. Pride, joy, anger, disappointment. These are the quintessential human emotions. Without anger, there can be no joy. Without fear, there can be no courage. There is no necessity to resist any particular emotion. Everything, if taken to excess, can lead to extremes, making it all too easy to swing from one end of the spectrum to the other, thereby skewing one's understanding of reality. However, the current circumstances prompted yet another moment of reflection. He recalled the jest made to his colleagues after emerging from his first scientific tribunal. How delightful! I have once again embraced my humanity. Regrettably, I am once more disillusioned by it. To be human fills me with joy, yet to comprehend humanity renders me silent. Such is my essence. Chapter 35. None are human rather than seeking assistance from others. It is wiser to rely on oneself. The wandering fleet cordially invites all who seek refuge to join. Anyone wishing to acquire shelter may enlist, and through relentless efforts, our fleet has now grown to over a dozen members, with recruitment still ongoing. Interested parties are encouraged to reach out privately. A man named Liu Gang proclaimed within the channel. This individual has been disseminating recruitment messages since the 5th day of his arrival in the survival world. The saying many hands make light work holds true. Developing a fleet is indeed a rapid method of advancement. A single vessel can accommodate numerous individuals, allowing others to dismantle their own ships to prioritize the upgrade of one. This strategy also enables the amalgamation of different ship attributes, resulting in enhanced strength. However, in such a perilous environment, trust is a scarce commodity, and one must be wary of falling into traps. In the concluding image, a dozen individuals pose together on a colossal ship, with a large iron pot simmering with a hearty stew of meat before them. Each person holds a bowl brimming with the savory dish. Such a scene is undeniably striking in this harsh setting. WOC. This can't be real, someone exclaimed. Fool, the system's photographs bear an imprint that cannot be forged. Damn. It looks so appetizing. I've been gnawing on seaweed for days and am about to retch. Liu Gang seized the opportunity to add, to be candid. Our fleet already boasts members proficient in breeding and agriculture. We warmly welcome those with expertise to join us. Once you arrive, I can guarantee a bowl of pork. The channel was abuzz with envy and jealousy. Ling Yu cast a glance before losing interest altogether. For the analysis provided by the rescue master indicated that the meat in the pot was likely from some primate, certainly not pork. It was probable that some unfortunate soul had met their end. Curiously, this world possesses a communication channel. Did no one send a distress signal before their demise? Oh, it smells divine. What a pity, little sister lacks such fortune. Drifting is exceedingly exhausting. I am preparing to find a place to dock and recuperate. Another woman named Li remarked. She was a well-known benefactor on Channel 4, often providing visual feasts for all. Not only did she have a melodious voice, but her figure was also alluring, always stirring excitement upon her appearances, leading to tumultuous reactions. Settling on land is also a wise choice. Many endeavors are indeed more manageable on solid ground. Finding a suitable plot for agriculture presents an excellent opportunity for development. However, today's photograph features an unfamiliar figure, hinting at the presence of several robust forms behind her. What is happening? Is there a new storyline unfolding today? By heavens! Is the Bodhisattva preparing to come ashore in every conceivable sense? Look, there are brawny individuals. Are they luring pure-hearted warriors into a trap? The channel erupted with lively chatter. Everyone, do not overthink it. Brother Qin Shou and his companions are merely here to lend a hand, Li reassured. After a while, a person named Qin Shou spoke up, apologizing to everyone. I must lend my assistance to Sister Li in her time of need. Of course. If anyone is weary of the sea, feel free to come join us. There are abundant benefits to be had. His words were laced with innuendo, tugging at the heartstrings of those present. It seemed that this Qin Shou had previously established a fleet, possessing 3 or 4 vessels, and was quite formidable. Brother Qin Shou, is that truly the case? Someone inquired. Don't be foolish. Those are the spoils of the boss, not meant for mere mortals like us. Another chimed in. I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Clearly, skepticism filled the air. In response, Qin Shou confidently declared, if that's your stance, then allow me to enlighten you today. Good things must be shared amongst brothers. He then produced a video, in MP4 format. Ling, you didn't even need to open it to discern its contents. The cover image made everything abundantly clear. A scene of 7 or 8 men and women entwined in a passionate embrace unfolded, creating quite a stir in the channel. Wow. Brother Qin Shou certainly knows how to have fun. His tricks are endless. One user exclaimed, having wandered through life without encountering a worthy leader. If you do not reject me, I would gladly pledge allegiance as your brother. Enough talk. Share an address. Another urged. Qin Shou, unfazed, replied, no problem at all. Even if it's just for a bit of fun, I am not so petty. Indeed, Sisterly Lee and her friends are quite eager. Our small band alone cannot satisfy them. A few girls echoed this sentiment in the channel, their voices a sweet chorus that stirred the hearts of listeners. It was evident that Qin Shou intended to use these young women as bait for recruitment. Though this scene appeared somewhat more normal than the previous one, at least for the moment, Ling Yu sensed an underlying artifice among these individuals. While it was true that conventional moral constraints had been cast aside here, one would expect a process of adaptation. They should not integrate so hastily. Perhaps these individuals were representatives of some obscure platform on Blue Star. Overall, none of them could be deemed honorable. Yet, it was apparent that many had already acclimatized to life here, showcasing their unique skills in this survival arena. If one wishes to survive, they must strive. After Ling Yu closed the channel, he continued to observe the blood moon. The crimson orb hung high in the sky, casting its sanguine glow upon the earth. Today, the intensity of the red light was even greater than yesterday's, raising questions. Was there a reason for this continuous increase? Or was it merely an omen? After noting his observations, he wrote down the following. In recent days, the most significant change in the red light has been its steadily intensifying brightness. There must be a reason behind this. As he recorded his findings, a voice echoed from the heavens. Blood King Abikar raised the blood holy grail, cut his wrist, and drank deeply of his own blood, swearing fealty to the blood moon. This scarlet holy sea has officially been established. A new power had emerged, and in the version information, the scarlet holy sea now appeared in the factions list. Establishing a new faction is no simple endeavor. It necessitates a considerable number of individuals as well as a corresponding framework and ideology. For instance, a religious institution requires doctrines, while a nation must have a coronation ceremony. Undoubtedly, the most crucial element is a symbol, which is not easily found and often demands significant effort to acquire. Typically, factions emerge only in the latter stages of a version, yet it is surprising that one has manifested so early this time. Based on previous experiences, it is certain that this faction is intertwined with the current version's framework. The blood contract has yet to be extensively developed, and the understanding of it remains rudimentary among the populace. Just as this information was disseminated, another voice emerged. When the corroded gospel turns to the crimson finale, your breath shall become a sacrificial offering resonating with malevolent spirits. Will you flee, or shall you become an eternal blood slave? A brand new event. The Crimson Feast will commence in 24 hours. Stay tuned. Chapter 36. The eerie version. New forces and activities have emerged simultaneously. Ling Yu has been here for quite some time and has witnessed many scenes, yet he has never encountered one quite like this. Have you seen the new version? Aileen inquired. I haven't reviewed the details yet. What is the matter? Ling Yu replied. It seems rather troublesome. You should take a look, she urged. Upon hearing her words, Ling Yu became serious. He opened the event announcement panel, which displayed a clock with its hands slowly retreating, indicating the countdown to the event. Blood Feast. Event description. Blood has corrupted this world, granting everyone the attribute, blood corruption value. The light of the blood moon will erode your flesh. To resist this corruption, seek out corrupted blood. Event rewards. Do you desire a powerful blood pact? Then seek out more corrupted blood. By utilizing sufficient corrupted blood, you can obtain a blood pact, along with generous rewards. Special note. During the event, the probability of encountering adventures increases, the acquisition rate of quest materials is enhanced, and the likelihood of special monsters appearing rises. Below the task description is a progress chart. Reward list. Corrupted blood, 0-100. Obtain blood pact, empathy. Corrupted blood, 0-500. Receive a blood gift pack, containing a plethora of materials. Corrupted blood, 0-2000. Acquire a small blood gem. The reward list showcases a series of enticing rewards. Simply consuming a certain amount of corrupted blood will yield various benefits. Blood pact. Empathy. Type. Blood pact. Quality. Fine. Effect. Enhances your senses during the duration, losing 3 health points per second. If unable to pay, you will exit the effect. This is indeed a promising blood pact, quite versatile, and the rewards appear to be substantial. However, Ling Yu's expression bore no semblance of ease. The cause of his concern lay in the setting of the blood corruption value. Blood corruption value. The light of the blood moon erodes blood. The higher the blood corruption value, the greater the degree of corrosion. Unexpected events will transpire when it reaches its peak. Current 0-100. It is evident that once this blood corruption value reaches its maximum, some undesirable occurrences are bound to unfold. The only means to mitigate the blood corruption value is to utilize corrupted blood. According to the information, special monsters in this version will drop corrupted blood. As of now, This remains the sole avenue. This poses a significant dilemma. Historical records indicate that such a mechanism has proven to be one of the most troublesome situations across all versions. In other versions, regardless of the monster's strength, one could simply avoid confrontation. Yet this compels you to engage in battle. It remains uncertain how formidable the monsters in this version are. Even more pressing is the question of where these monsters are located. Without locating them, any discussion is futile. Do you have any information on your end? Ling Yu inquired. None. As of now, no one has seen the special monsters of this version, came the reply. This indeed complicates matters. He inquired once more with the Omniscient Commerce Association and received a response indicating that the association had organized a strategy group to gather information and would notify him as soon as there were updates. Ling Yu cast a glance at his blood corruption value, which had begun to rise. 0.02 This state of powerlessness was exceedingly irksome to him. He retreated to his chamber to evade the direct glare of the blood moon, while igniting the lantern of abundant blood to mitigate the crimson light as much as possible. Following these actions, the increase in his blood corruption value began to decelerate, though it remained on the rise. Clearly, the escalation of the red light's intensity had rendered these measures less effective. It was imperative to swiftly discover a method to obtain corrupted blood, otherwise, he would face a dire fate. Fortunately, there was not much time left before the blood moon would wane, with dawn approaching in 2 hours. As daylight broke, Ling Yu exited the cabin, his blood corruption value, now at 3. If the pattern continued, with the red light growing stronger, the rate of increase in his blood corruption value would undoubtedly accelerate. He halted the vessel and invited Eileen aboard to deliberate together. The situation was grave. To this point, no one had managed to discern how to locate the special monsters within the version. Eileen, her expression somber, remarked on the peculiarity of it all. Logically, the frequency of special monsters should be increasing, so why had none manifested thus far? Ling Yu accessed the version information list, which detailed a series of monster data: Blood Hunter, Blood Corruption Apostle, Blood Butterfly. The variety of monsters was extensive, yet none were visible. Ling Yu pondered aloud, questioning how he could acquire corrupted blood under such circumstances. He retrieved a mannequin and adorned it with the Phantom Gunslinger badge while donning the Cursed Watchman badge himself. With the bonds of 3 black-tide raiders fulfilled, he could obtain a golden weapon. After selecting his character, he equipped the exclusive golden weapon of the Cursed Watchman, Eye of Greed. Type: Special Weapon. Effect: indicates the direction of treasures, capable of uncovering numerous valuable items. The foremost end of the telescope was not a lens, but a rotating eyeball, appearing rather bizarre. Ling Yu grasped the telescope and surveyed his surroundings. As he adjusted its direction, the telescope exhibited varied responses. If it became increasingly difficult to turn, it signified the presence of something valuable in that direction. His purpose in utilizing this device was not for profit. Rather, he sought to leverage its mechanism to locate corrupted blood. Currently, within the Omniscient Association's trading hall, the bounty for information regarding corrupted blood had surged to 1 million. The urgency among the populace was palpable. According to tests, Eye of Greed also reacted to these market trends, with at least a greater response to vegetables than to fish or meat. Logically, given the exorbitant value of corrupted blood, it should have elicited a response as well. Ling Yu gradually rotated the telescope, and suddenly, it came to a halt, firmly fixed on a particular direction, resisting all efforts to turn it. In the direction of the telescope lies a small island, lush with dense vegetation and vibrant greenery. Aaron, could you employ your abilities to discern if there is something on that island? Ling Yu inquired. Aaron ascended to the bow of the boat, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of light. Hunting Eye activated. Beyond merely locking onto prey and entering hunting mode, this skill also enhances visual observation. Within the verdant forest of the island, faint red points of light flickered. Could that be butterflies? Those red dots are indeed crimson butterflies, Aaron exclaimed with a hint of surprise. Among the list of version information, there exists a creature known as the blood butterfly. Could they possibly be the same? Regardless, this is our only lead at present. Let us proceed to investigate, Ling Yu asserted. Agreed, Aaron concurred. The two maneuvered the vessel toward the direction of the small island. Chapter 37. The breeding farm. Look, is there someone over there on the island? Ling Yu remarked, gazing through his binoculars, spotting a vessel anchored at one side of the small island. Indeed, it appeared to be of considerable caliber, likely upgraded to level 3. However, the individuals by the ship bore a striking resemblance to you. They must be from your planet. Aaron nodded in affirmation. Blue Star inhabitants. It has been quite some time since we arrived here, yet I have yet to encounter one. The fact that they could elevate their ship to such a level in such a short span of time could only imply two possibilities. Either they too experienced an extraordinary encounter, or they had formed a fleet, pooling resources to expedite the development of a single vessel to level 3. Let us circumvent to the other side and wait ashore while they remain unaware of our presence, Aaron suggested. Ling Yu nodded in agreement, and the two steered their vessel around to the opposite side of the small island. The owner of a ship holds dominion over it, without the owner's consent. One cannot board. However, should the owner perish, the vessel becomes abandoned. Additionally, there exists the option to attack and commandeer the ship, to prepare for any eventuality. Ling Yu approached the wolf totem and extended his hand. With a long howl, two massive wolves sprang forth from the totem, their forms ethereal. For days, he had been nourishing the wolf totem, and after offering blood, it had gradually ascended in level. At long last, through his relentless efforts, the wolf totem had reached its maximum level of 10. Wolf totem. Type: totem. Level: 10, max. Effect 1. In a certain vicinity, allied targets gain 10 strength, 100 health points, and a 15 boost to movement and attack speed, alongside enhanced resistance to abnormal states. Effect 2. Wolf Clan Guardian summons 2 spectral wolves, which, upon demise, require 12 hours to regenerate. The attributes granted by the maxed wolf totem were substantial, including the newfound ability to summon spectral wolves. These spectral wolves possessed formidable strength, with a combat power of 64, making them a match for any ordinary individual. Ling Yu left one spectral wolf to guard the vessel while the other accompanied them on their excursion. Meanwhile, smoke began to rise as vegetables and pork simmered in a cast iron pot. Boss, what occasion warrants such a feast? You started stewing meat this morning. A short-haired youth lazily emerged from the cabin, yawning as he walked. The plump chef, stirring the pot, scoffed. Of course, it is a day of celebration. What are we celebrating? The short-haired youth inquired, perplexed. Isn't a harvest day deserving of a celebration? The youth appeared baffled. Over the past few days, they had only foraged a modest collection of wild vegetables and fruits from the island. Though not plentiful, the food was palatable, and there was meat for every meal. Their leader, Lu Gang, had mentioned an aquaculture farm on the island, ensuring they would not lack for meat. However, whenever they expressed a desire to visit, Lu Gang consistently declined with various excuses. Aside from this, the others were exceedingly amiable, guiding them in fruit foraging, preparing meals, and providing them with a place to sleep each night. This pattern had persisted for 3 or 4 consecutive days. They also mentioned that if there were any acquaintances, they could be called over to face the difficulties together. This deeply moved him. You fat fool, were you watching me last night? A long-haired woman stormed out from below deck, pointing accusatorily at the cook. The short-haired man quickly intervened, saying, Lin Lin, don't be like this. Huang Li, you worthless coward. Your girlfriend was spied on while using the restroom, and you can't even muster a response. Lin Lin, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. We are using their provisions. Huang Li pleaded. Upon hearing this, He Lin was somewhat subdued and could only kick him lightly before sitting on a box, declaring, I'm hungry, bring me food. At that moment, a robust man boarded the ship. He was Lu Gang, the leader of the group. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Gang cast a disdainful glance at Huang Li and stated, After we finish eating, we must all go out to forage for wild vegetables and fruits. Did you hear me? Shouho, Tiniu, today you will take Huang Li and He Lin. Remember to be swift. A lanky man and the previously mentioned cook nodded in understanding. He Lin immediately changed her demeanor, sweetly gazing at a short-haired woman in a white coat, and said in a teasing voice, Sister Sha Sha, please talk to the leader for me. I don't want to be with this fatso. Hu Sha Sha, being one of the only 2 females there, quickly became close to her. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Hu Sha Sha comforted her. Then Sister Sha Sha, come with me. Sure. I have a few things to attend to as well. After they finished their meal, Lu Gang exchanged a glance, signaling them to set off quickly. The island was abundant with young coconuts and berries, which served as one of their primary food sources. It seems the nearby foliage has dwindled. We must venture deeper. Hu Sha Sha remarked, tossing her hair back. Let us head towards the northern slope. The coconut grove is denser there, Shouho suggested. Unexpectedly, Huang Li kicked aside a patch of purple-stemmed grass, revealing a half-exposed, bleached leg bone. He Lin screamed in fright, while Tiniu, with his large hand, patted her shoulder. This belongs to a previous shipwreck survivor. This island has been a place of cannibalism for quite some time. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the bone was clearly a recent discovery. How could a naturally deceased person have decomposed so swiftly? However, the average person lacked knowledge in this area and instinctively believed Tiniu's words. All right, let us move, Shouho urged. As the midday sun pierced through the treetops, Huang Li's bamboo basket was filled with coconuts. Can we head back now? My feet are sore, He Lin complained. There's a cave up ahead. Let us go in and rest, Hushasha pointed towards the cave. Shoho and Tiniu escorted the two of them into the cave as if they were prisoners. I say, can we take a break now? It's too dark in here, Helin said, her voice tinged with fear. We're not there yet, so stop complaining. Shoho replied impatiently. Where are you taking us? What is going on? Helin instinctively sensed something was amiss, and her pace slowed. However, in the next moment, a hand enveloped her, and upon turning her head, she beheld Hushasha, who gazed at her with a refreshing warmth, akin to a spring breeze. It's all right. We are merely going to take a glance at the breeding farm. We shall return shortly, Hushasha gently reassured. Is that truly the case, Sister Shasha? Will you indeed take us to the breeding farm? Helin exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Yes, the provisions on the ship are insufficient. We must replenish them. Huangli remarked, his brow furrowed. Is there really a breeding farm in such a place? Enough with the chatter, you will discover the truth once we enter. Came the reply. Within the tunnel, iron pipes were affixed to stabilize the structure, and the boots crunched over the gravel, producing a delicate crackling sound. The air was thick with a metallic tang, mingled with the scent of rust and decaying organic matter. At the end of the path stood a dark red metal door, its hinges long since rusted, emitting a grating sound when pulled, startling the bats that hung from the ceiling, sending them flitting over the heads of the group. Chapter 38. The crystallization of memory. Is this truly a breeding farm? Huangli stammered, trembling. Enough with the chatter. You'll find out once you step inside. The lean monkey urged without offering a reply. The two of them half-heartedly pushed Huang Li and Helin through the iron gate. It's so dark here, lean monkey. Where exactly is the breeding farm? Helin quivered. In the dimness, the lean monkey swiftly turned, pinning Huang Li to the ground with his arms twisted behind him. The faint light he held fell, and his nose brushed against the moss-covered stone bricks, the stench of decaying flesh and blood assaulting his senses. Iron Bull approached from behind. Wrapping his arms around, he leaned to secure her tightly. The damp rock walls dripped with moisture, and Helin's screams echoed through the corridor. Let me go? You deceitful scoundrels. Helin clawed at Iron Bull's arm, drawing blood. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Ha ha ha. Thanks to Sister Shasha just now. We almost got exposed. Enough of that. This woman has been flaunting herself in front of me every day, and I can't tolerate it any longer. With that, his hefty body pressed Helin down, rendering her struggles futile. Though the lean monkey was slender, he was remarkably agile, his hands tightening around Huangli like handcuffs. No matter how desperately Huangli fought, he could not break free. What are you doing? Let her go? I will report you. Huangli screamed. The lean monkey sneered mockingly. You green-haired turtle are quite the romantic, aren't you? Scream all you want. No one will come to save you. Let me tell you. Your girlfriend was in Brother Gang's bed on her first night here, claiming she was out for a midnight stroll. I can't believe you fell for that. Hushasha lit an oil lamp on the wall, illuminating the grim surroundings. Beneath the steel dome, rusted iron hooks hung like a forest of thorns. Each crooked hook pierced through mangled bodies, some even stripped to the bone. Huangli and Helin turned pale at the horrifying sight. Enough, dispose of these two quickly. And inform the guards to throw the bones further away in the future, Hushasha said coldly. Her frigid demeanor starkly contrasted with her earlier amiable disposition. Sister Shasha, we're both women. Please help me. Helin pleaded desperately. Hushasha glanced at her expressionlessly before raising her boot and crushing it down onto Helin's face. Help you? Do you think I don't know what you said on Lu Gang's bed that night? You think I'm old and unattractive, huh? I'll make you beautiful. I'll make you sexy. In a frenzy, Hushasha began to kick Helin's face mercilessly, the sound of cracking bones mingling with Helin's screams, reverberating through the space. Helin's once pristine face became a bloody mess, her breaths resembling a worn-out bellows. Sister Shasha, do take it easy. This face will be quite unappetizing if you ruin it, Iron Bull complained. Less talk, and remember to clean up afterward. I don't want to taste anything foul. Hushasha remarked coldly after wiping her boot on Helin's body. Rest assured, Iron Bull chuckled, I excel at navigating social situations. Besides, it's high in protein. How else do you think Sister Shasha maintains her exquisite appearance? However, his jest was met with a cold glare from Hushasha. If you can't keep your mouth shut, I might just sew it shut for you, she retorted, prompting him to fall silent and concentrate on his tasks. Where's old Seven? Where the hell has he gone? The lean monkey grumbled after knocking Huangli unconscious. Indeed, he usually scurries in faster than a monkey when there's a woman to be had, Iron Bull panted in agreement. Who are you cursing at? The lean monkey shot back. Hushasha kicked open a nearby door, revealing a gruesome scene. The walls and floor were drenched in blood. They had no idea how many had been dismembered here. The space resembled a slaughterhouse. On a table lay a man with a pointed chin and a gaunt face. His naked body sprawled, eyes wide with horror, a pool of blood pooling beneath his head. "Oh no, the women!" the lean monkey exclaimed, his expression shifting in alarm as he hurried into another room. In the adjacent iron cage, a faint beam of light filtered through a crack in the wall, illuminating a space filled with refuse and reeking of foul odors. This was not merely a slaughterhouse, it was also a den of debauchery, where women were confined for the amusement of the men aboard the ship. He soon returned, his face grim. "It's bad, Sister Shasha." Nair, whose Shasha's expression darkened. It was likely that the overseer of Old Seven had attempted to engage with one of the women, only to be ambushed. This was, after all, an unspoken perk of monitoring the prison, everyone was well aware. In this brutal world of survival, once lofty ideals of virtue had become mere whispers, leaving only insatiable desires in their wake. Almost every male supervisor had indulged in this grim entertainment. Suddenly, a spark ignited from the oil lamp, twisting their shadows across the room. A creaking sound echoed from somewhere in the ceiling. The dried corpses began to sway erratically. "This is bad. Something's happening outside," Hushasha said, her demeanor shifting as she exited the room. A scream pierced the air as Huang Li was ensnared by a crimson tentacle and lifted into the air. Iron Bull, still fumbling to pull up his trousers, stumbled toward them. "Duck!" the lean monkey bellowed, his voice mingling with the sound of a shotgun being loaded. Steel pellets grazed Hushasha's hair, exploding in violet sparks against the monster's armored hide. The creature emitted a wail reminiscent of a crying infant, its spider-like appendages scraping against the cement walls, showering sparks in their wake. On the ceiling lay a beast with the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a woman. Its tongue, resembling a tentacle, ensnared Huang Li, swallowing him whole. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed as a bulge formed in its throat, and to everyone's horror, the monster forcibly consumed him. "Where did this creature come from?" Iron Bull exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury evident in his voice, the sight of the beast having rendered him momentarily paralyzed. "Stop wasting time. If you want to live, get your weapons out," Hushasha commanded, tossing a Molotov cocktail. The explosion erupted, flames racing along the creature's spine. Yet, the blood-corroded apostle ripped through its burning flesh, grotesque, putrid regeneration visibly mending its scorched skin. Taking advantage of the moment, the three rushed towards the iron gate. The creature emitted a high-pitched scream, and its tentacles lunged toward them once more. In a flash of inspiration, Hushasha seized Elin from the ground and hurled her at the monster. The creature's tentacles ensnared Elin, momentarily slowing its advance. The trio held their breath, adrenaline surging through their veins as they sprinted desperately toward the vessel. Meanwhile, Alien, who was capturing blood butterflies, looked up and asked, "Aling, did you hear that sound?" Lingyu, tearing the wings off a blood butterfly and tossing it into a jar, replied, "No, what's up? Nothing much, but I thought I heard something just now." As a person marked by the path of hunting, Alien senses were inherently sharper than others. "Let me know if anything happens. By the way, how much corrupted blood have you collected?" Lingyu inquired. "About half a jar," Alien said, displaying the container. The jar was filled with the viscous blood of the butterflies, amounting to roughly 10 units. At this rate, it would take an eternity to earn the task reward. "Hey, Aling, look over there. It seems something is there." Alien pointed towards a distant stone wall. Beneath the wall lay a corpse, evidently having fallen from a cliff. What was most astonishing was a crystal floating above the body. "Is that a memory crystal?" "How rare," Lingyu murmured. The emergence of a memory crystal was exceedingly uncommon. The deceased must have experienced extreme emotions prior to death for such a crystal to form, encapsulating the memories of their life. Lingyu bent down to examine the corpse closely. Judging by its state of decay, it had likely been there for 10 to 20 days. From its appearance, it seemed to belong to a person from Blue Star. After his inspection, Lingyu reached out to touch the floating crystal. "Wait, are you sure you want to touch it? Just so you know, it contains potent emotions that could drive a person insane," Alien cautioned. "I understand, so I'll count on you. If I lose my mind, you'll have to take care of me," Lingyu joked. Taking care of him? Alien envisioned Lingyu following her around in a daze, obediently doing whatever she asked, and at night, "Oh dear, what am I thinking? If this continues, I might stir up the reproductive drive." Alien quickly shook her head, urging herself to dispel such thoughts. However, the idea of him being adorably oblivious was somewhat endearing. Unbeknownst to Lingyu, Alien's mind was drifting, while the memory crystal represented a rare opportunity, a unique experimental sample. The moment he touched the memory crystal, a torrent of consciousness surged into his mind, amplifying feelings of terror infinitely. In his mind's eye, a vision flickered, a pitch-black forest. In the scene, two shattered dolls removed the arms of a fabric doll, extracting the soft white fluff within to mend their own imperfections. Subsequently, darkness engulfed consciousness. And after a brief interlude of obscurity, another scene emerged. In this tableau, the former fabric doll stood amidst a gathering of dolls, cradling a handful of fluff in its hands. Suddenly, one of the dolls let out a piercing scream and fled in terror. The fabric doll pursued relentlessly, pleading, "Do not run, do not run, do you not love me?" The fleeing doll turned back, exclaiming, my dear, do you wish to kill me?" The fabric doll halted, the fluff slipping from its grasp as it murmured, so it is, it truly is you." The doll, turning back, protested, "No, I am powerless." Instantly, the fabric doll's gentle visage morphed into a grotesque snarl, erupting in maniacal laughter, as a second pair of arms sprouted, transforming it into a monster. "Ah, so it is, then you shall perish." Subsequently, the fabric doll lunged forth like a wild beast, and the doll plunged into an abyss of endless despair. Chapter 39 Confession. Ling Yu awoke abruptly, feeling the sweat on his forehead. A series of metaphor-laden images flashed through his mind, and the stream of consciousness made it all the more terrifying upon reflection. There was little he could do. His original memories were far too chaotic, and this scene had been reassembled by his analytical mind. "Are you all right? What did you see?" Aaron inquired. "Nothing. Let us refrain from venturing deeper into the forest," he replied. "Understood." Meanwhile, aboard the breaking wave, Lu Gang's voice was dark as he spoke. "What? A monster has intruded and killed Old Seven?" "Indeed, boss. As soon as we entered, we found Old Seven's head smashed open." Tiniu trembled as he recounted, still shaken from their narrow escape. After a moment of silence, Lu Gang patted the shoulders of the two and reassured them, "It's fine. We still have plenty of stored food on the ship. We can lure some more people in later." He then stood, declaring, "The situation is now quite clear. Resources may be scarce soon. We must venture out in search of food. Starting tomorrow, the three of us will form a small team to gather supplies." "Understood? Of course. Sasha and I will accompany you. Anyone who shirks their duty will have me to answer to." With that, Lu Gang struck the table with a knife, shattering it, and surveyed the crowd, who collectively shuddered and nodded in agreement. "All right, Tiniu, you're tired as well. Let Sasha handle dinner tonight," Lu Gang said. After casting a glance at him, who Sasha remarked, "I'll go fetch the ingredients then." Compared to the usual lavish feast, tonight's seaweed soup appeared rather insipid. While they dined, Lu Gang and Sasha retreated to their quarters. With a sinister grin, Lu Gang asked, "So, has it been taken care of?" Sasha flicked her short hair and whispered conspiratorially, "Of course. After tonight, it will only be you and me left on this ship." Lu Gang was acutely aware that his vessel was a ticking time bomb. Thus far, everyone had been willing to heed his commands solely because he provided sustenance. The number of fools arriving had dwindled, and those remaining were far from simpletons. If the gluttons could not be satisfied, he, as their leader, would become the target of their ire. "Well done. You truly are my woman, swift and decisive," Lu Gang chuckled, his hands becoming increasingly restless. "Stop it," Sasha giggled, though a cold and composed gaze lay hidden within her eyes. She sensed Lu Gang's urgency had waned. After all, this was not their first encounter, and novelty often fades over time. "By the way, what of our little treasure? We will need it to sustain ourselves," Lu Gang queried. "Do not worry. I have kept it safe," Sasha replied, turning to reveal a hidden compartment beneath the bed, where a large bag of meat slices lay within a specially designed cold storage. Her gaze turned icy as she noticed a knife subtly reflecting in the shards of ice within the cold chamber. Lu Gang stood behind her, and in that moment, as the blade gleamed ominously, it sliced through the air like a serpent that had lain dormant all night, finally revealing its fangs. This woman was far too dangerous. In the beginning, a group of university roommates united to form a crew, pledging ambitious aspirations. Upon arriving at this small island, they embarked on an exploration, only to find themselves lost within the depths of the forest. Just as their thirst and hunger became unbearable, Sasha returned, bringing with her a bag of meat slices. However, one member of their party had gone missing. In the midst of life and death, an unspoken understanding lingered among them, and from that moment on, Lu Gang developed an intense fear of this woman. Yet, among the group, only Sasha possessed medical knowledge, leaving no one in a position to voice their concerns. One by one, the others began to vanish, leaving only two survivors. As Lu Gang gazed at the bag of meat slices, it appeared to him as a glimpse of his own future, having amassed enough capital through a gruesome accumulation of primal instincts. He felt it was time to sever ties with this woman and forge his own path, just as he envisioned a brighter future. Sasha's nape suddenly split open with hexagonal fissures, the sound of tearing flesh mingling with the sharp crack of dislocated vertebrae. A pale arm emerged from her spine, deftly grasping a dagger, blood cascading down her hand. Lu Gang's eyes widened in sheer shock. Then, another arm extended from Hushasha's back, callously tightening around Lu Gang's throat. With a chilling snap, Hushasha's head twisted like a puppet, turning 180 degrees to face him, revealing a grotesque mouth resembling a gaping wound. Monster! It appears that Li Wen and Hu Bin were your victims, Lu Gang managed to utter with great difficulty. Silence. What do you know? Hushasha retorted fervently, her hands tightening their grip. With a sickening crack, Lu Gang screamed as his arm was twisted into a spiral within her grasp. Without hesitation, Hushasha lifted her foot and delivered a brutal kick to Lu Gang's knee. The force was immense, bending his leg at a right angle. The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoing through the air. Lu Gang's limbs were severely damaged, leaving him helplessly sprawled on the ground, his body convulsing in agony and despair. Witnessing this scene, Hushasha suddenly erupted into laughter, her mirth laced with profound emotion. She crouched down to gaze at Lu Gang, who was gasping and twitching, and gently spoke, "Let me tell you the truth. I killed them all, but they had it coming. When we first arrived on the island and got lost in the forest, Li Wen confided in me that he feared you would take desperate measures to escape with me. Without a second thought, I went to the designated meeting place, only to be met by Hu Bin's merciless strike. He and another person restrained me, severed my arms, and abandoned me in the forest. Alone and forsaken, I gnawed on grass, dirt, and tree bark, consumed by hunger, desperately clinging to life. In that moment, a miracle occurred. I heard the voice of a deity, the fate of gluttony reverberating in my mind. I caught up with Hu Bin and dismembered him, but his companions vanished. Thus, I returned with the meat to find you. I never expected it. It was indeed Li Wen. He was the one who betrayed me," Hushasha said, somewhat frantically. After she calmed her emotions, she gazed gently at Lu Gang and said, "Do you know why I have kept you around? Although you are not a good person, you have never forced me. Suddenly dragged me into the woods while no one was around during meal preparations. Hu Bin cornered me in the forest while I was using the restroom. Lu Wen took advantage of the moment while I was treating him. Especially Li Wen. He was my boyfriend, yet he conspired to have me killed with someone else. And now they're SU. I truly hate it. I will no longer be bullied. I will climb step by step to the pinnacle, and I shall sit at the highest point." Hushasha seized a dagger and plunged it fiercely into Lu Gang's body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Once, twice, and with the final blow, she severed Lu Gang's head and crushed it underfoot. Hushasha gasped for breath, a smile of undeniable satisfaction gracing her lips. At last, everything could be settled today. Chapter 40. Night raid. The dusk bathed the sea in a gentle hue, with ships standing silently in the embrace of the setting sun. Hushasha leaned against the rusted railing, her goblet filled with red wine, as vivid as blood. At her feet lay the bodies, sprawled in disarray, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Amidst the stench of decay and rust, she suddenly let out a light laugh. The iron pot at the bow bubbled with a rhythmic sound, the ethereal blue flames licking the mottled bottom of the vessel as a dark red heart convulsed, rising and falling in the water. After this day, a new dawn awaited her, and she would embark on her own path. Yet before that, there was a task to accomplish on the island. Having endured for so long, it was time for a sumptuous feast. Hushasha licked her lips, her eyes brimming with uncontainable desire. Suddenly, she sniffed the air, and an involuntary drool trickled from the corner of her mouth as she murmured, "So fragrant, so delightful." As the sun gradually descended on the horizon, Ling Yu's work was also drawing to a close. "The sun is nearly set. Perhaps we should find a place to rest," Eileen suggested. Ascending a rocky outcrop, Ling Yu produced a telescope to survey the surroundings. "Look, is there not a building over there?" He pointed towards a structure perched on the reef, its gray-white exterior glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. "It appears to be a coastal lookout station." "Though it doesn't seem to be inhabited," Eileen replied. The two were now a short distance from their ship, and if they returned, they would face a long trek in the morning. After a brief discussion, they decided to spend the night in the abandoned watchtower. The door of the lookout stood ajar, creaking ominously on its hinges as they entered. A musty scent enveloped them, and the walls of the corridor were adorned with strange symbols. Ling Yu traced his fingers over the weathered markings, depicting a hawk's talons deeply embedded in a serpent's nape, while the serpent's tail coiled around the hawk's neck, creating an eerie symbiotic tableau on the stone surface. "This symbol is," Ling Yu pondered, his gaze fixed on the emblem before him. He had encountered this symbol in the chronicles. It was the insignia of the Duality Society, a secret organization that specialized in the study of biological symbiosis during the 52 iterations of the exotic descent period, responsible for the creation of many aberrant species. It seemed that the aberrations aboard the pirate ships had escaped from here. "I just took a look around. It doesn't seem to be a place where anyone resides. It's likely abandoned, But with a bit of tidying up, it should suffice for our stay, Eileen remarked after surveying the area. The interior of the room was standard for a double, featuring a bed, a table, and some rudimentary living supplies. Ling Yu glanced at the disordered papers strewn across the table. These sheets, weathered by years of exposure to the sea breeze, had begun to yellow, with many of the inscriptions now barely legible. Leaning on his linguistic skills, Ling Yu commenced the task of translation. On March 26th, a shipment of fresh goods arrived, and the receiving process went smoothly. On April 13th, the master procured another batch of precious experimental samples. On October 11th, the master appeared quite exhilarated, as this shipment contained invaluable samples, genetic specimens of the colossal sea creature, the silver-toothed giant shark, known for its extraordinary healing abilities. It seems this was a daily work record. The last entry was from October 11th, and after that, there was nothing further, leaving one to wonder what transpired. It appears there is a laboratory on this island, though its precise location remains unknown, remarked Ling Yu with keen interest. Matters pertaining to scientific research piqued his curiosity the most. Perhaps they would uncover more during their search tomorrow, suggested Aaron. After nodding in agreement, Ling Yu left the ghost wolf to guard the entrance while the two rested indoors. To mitigate the effects of the blood moon, Ling Yu lit the fertile lantern he carried and sealed the windows with various items to minimize its influence. As night fell, the blood-red moon ascended once more, casting crimson light through the gaps of the window. Ling Yu observed the rise of the blood corruption value, calculating that it would likely increase by about 10 points over the course of the night, which was manageable. Satisfied there were no issues, they both drifted into slumber. In the midst of dreams, a slender arm grasped Ling Yu's wrist, jolting him awake. Upon realizing it was Aaron, he released his grip on the flintlock pistol. The elfin ears of Aaron twitched slightly as she warned, "Be cautious, there's movement outside." Moments later, a wolf howl pierced the silence. The ghost wolf was under attack. A series of muffled sounds followed, resembling the sound of something being chewed. Ling Yu quickly drew his flintlock pistol and another golden flintlock. This golden flintlock was the exclusive weapon of the Phantom Gunslinger. Its bond ability activated as long as the members were in the same team, allowing him to benefit even if the decoy was on the ship. Golden Gambler, type, special weapon, quality, excellent, damage, 12. 200, increases with combat strength. Critical hit rate, 3 to 20, increases with combat strength. Bullet quantity, 6. Characteristic 1, greedy roulette, your greed transforms into bullets, automatically reloading. With a chance to load golden bullets, which deal an additional 50 damage and grant 1 damage in pirate coins. Pirate coins disappear after 3 days, granting you equivalent items. When the sound of gunfire coincides with the clinking of coins, it is the gambler's most fervent prayer. A dull thud resonated from outside the iron door. Something was striking it forcefully. With the second thud, the entire iron door had warped into a funnel shape. Ling Yu aimed at the door and pulled the trigger. The gunfire sliced through the musty air, creating an orange-red fissure as the bullet spun and pierced the iron door. The anguished cries of shattered bones reverberated, causing dust to cascade from the ceiling. He discerned a dark figure darting in another direction. "That fellow has fled," Aaron remarked after twitching her ears. "Be cautious and pursue," Ling Yu advised. After Aaron nodded, she lifted her long, elegant leg and forcefully kicked the iron gate open. The crimson moonlight streamed directly into the room, causing the blood corrosion value of both individuals to rise abruptly. Based on the currently available information, considering the increasing intensity of light, it was estimated that a full night of exposure would raise their values by approximately 20, remaining within tolerable limits. As they exited the room, the corridor revealed no signs of life. "This way, pursue," Ling Yu indicated after glancing at the ground. The two sprinted down the corridor and emerged outside the watchtower. Beneath the blood moon, several figures loomed atop the cliff. A massive 8-legged creature, a few blood-red, decaying zombies, and a slender silhouette. Their spirits lifted at this sight. For the names of these monsters were blood corruption apostles. Chapter 41. Ghouls at long last. They had located this peculiar creature. Although the reason for its scarcity remained a mystery, the immediate goal was to procure some corrupted blood. The two hurried toward the cliff. Upon reaching the precipice, Hushasha gazed with a grave expression at the several monsters before her. The 8-legged beast was indeed the same one encountered earlier in the dungeon. To her astonishment, it had followed them here, and it was accompanied by several grotesque, decaying zombies. Cursed be the timing, Hushasha cursed inwardly. Just then, she spotted her friends, Ling Yu and Eileen, rushing toward her, and an idea sparked in her mind. "Friends, help me. These monsters are terrifying," Hushasha exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she approached them. Feigning vulnerability, the 8-legged creature pursued closely behind, its gaping maw unleashing a tongue-like appendage. Eileen and Lingyu executed agile rolls to evade the creature's assault. "You handle the smaller ones. I'll take care of this brute," Lingyu declared. "All right," Eileen responded, raising her voice as she activated the Inspire skill, enhancing their movement and attack speed. Lingyu aimed his 2 flintlock pistols at the creature's joints, the bullets whistling through the air as they struck the fleshy protrusions. Dark red ichor splattering against the rocks. The monster emitted a wail reminiscent of a crying infant, advancing toward them with a split abdomen from which numerous small 8-legged spiders emerged. Strangely, each spider bore a woman's face on its back. The grotesque spiders expelled corrosive bloodlines that hissed upon contact with the ground. Lingyu quickly retreated, skillfully dodging the bloodlines while waiting for his bullets to reload. With a metallic click, a golden bullet automatically chambered. He aimed at the ground-dwelling spiders, and when the explosive round detonated, it sent gory fragments flying, decimating the area. While a few coins tumbled from the spider's remains into his backpack. "Be cautious. These little creatures are quite troublesome," Lingyu advised. "I'll deal with these. You focus on the larger one," Eileen said, lifting her bow, drawing the string taut, and nimbly retreating. With 3 swift steps back, she created a 5-meter distance between herself and the monster. As she landed, 2 more sounds of bowstrings being released echoed, and 2 arrows pierced through the small spiders below. The use of melee weaponry allowed her to avoid the spider's explosions, a testament to her skill. Lingyu, wielding his dual pistols, meticulously scanned the 8-legged monster with his third eye. After a thorough analysis, he discerned the creature's anatomical structure. Analysis results indicate that this being may be composed of multiple bodies fused together, hence possessing several neural centers. It is advisable to dismantle it piece by piece to significantly impair its mobility. The creature's skin exhibited distinct coloration variations, a clear indication of its composite nature. Following the analysis, several red dots appeared on the creature, presumably marking its neural centers. Lingyu tightened his grip on the flintlock pistol, taking aim at several crimson dots before pulling the trigger. The bullets struck the red points on the right joint of the creature, causing the dark purple muscle fibers to convulse violently, rendering 3 of its spider-like legs limp on the ground. Effective. Lingyu methodically shattered the remaining neural centers. The 8-legged monstrosity, resembling a small mountain, collapsed heavily to the ground. Lingyu, not yet satisfied, continued firing until the creature's health bar reached 0. "Hold still." After exhaling the smoke from the gun barrel, Lingyu turned and aimed at the nearby Hushasha. Despite the preceding fierce battle, he deliberately maintained a distance from her. For reasons unknown, he felt her gaze was persistently fixed upon him. As the gun pointed in her direction, Hushasha halted, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Before pleading, "Thank you both for saving me. Otherwise, I would have surely met my end." After Aaron dispatched the remaining zombies, she approached and asked, "What's the matter? Do you suspect her?" At this, Hushasha fell to her knees, desperately begging, "Please don't kill me. I implore you, I'll do anything." She then bowed her head repeatedly in reverence. Her pitiful demeanor and slightly ambiguous words could easily touch the hearts of ordinary men. Alas, Lingyu was no ordinary man. Based on the height of the impact on the door, it was clear that the figure outside moments ago was not one of the tall zombies, but rather a shorter individual. The only one who matched that description was Hushasha. Thus, without hesitation, Lingyu pulled the trigger. As the gunfire echoed off the cliffside, Hushasha's kneeling form twisted grotesquely. The fabric of her clothing tore away like a cicada's exoskeleton, revealing grayish-blue arms that burst forth from her spine. Those swollen, knobby arms bore tendrils resembling sea anemones, dripping foul, viscous slime in the moonlight. The bullets penetrated 2 of her arms. However, the remaining limbs lunged forward, mere inches from him. Just as she was about to seize him, a massive shadow of an anchor descended from above, crashing down upon the outstretched arms. Aaron had utilized the skill, Blood Captain, buying them a moment of reprieve. The 2 withdrew swiftly to create distance. Hushasha raised her head, her mouth splitting grotesquely from the base of her nose to her ears. "What a pity. I was so close to savoring a delightful feast," she hissed, her elongated tongue flicking across her lips. "You are a ghoul. A ghoul, under the dominion of gluttony." Lingyu's expression shifted. "The god of gluttony commands you to devour all and witness the return of all things." In simpler terms, it meant, I eat, eat, eat. For gluttony, there existed only what could be consumed and what could not. Nothing was beyond the realm of appetite. A ghoul was a formidable entity, thriving on corpses. If it were merely a matter of satiating hunger, it would suffice, but fate bestowed power upon them. The more they consumed, the stronger they became, the stronger they became. The more they could consume. Ghouls also enhanced their abilities through the consumption of corpses, leading to an alarming rate of growth. Long ago, the insatiable gluttony of certain entities compelled others to unite and extinguish their existence. This was primarily due to the fact that this group had an insatiable appetite. The most distinctive feature of the ghoul is the abundance of certain organs it possesses. Currently, Hushash's state can be described as 10 hands, which is relatively low tier. However, during the time of the Strangulation War, there emerged extraordinary beings such as the 100-eyed Demon Lord, 1,000-handed Guanyin, and 10,000-legged Centipede. What troubled Ling Yu even more was the undeniable allure he held for her, as he bore within him the blood of abundance. This ever-growing trait was akin to a delicacy for the gluttons, detectable from a distance of 800 meters. Chapter 42. The origin of the blood-corrupted apostle. The sea breeze enveloped them, carrying the putrid scent of decay. Behind Hushasha, 10 grotesque arms unfurled like a blooming man-eating flower. Be cautious. Maintain your distance. Ling Yu commanded, pulling the trigger. The bullet, igniting a brilliant spark in the air, detonated at the joints of the arms, sending blood and flesh into the air while new tissue rapidly sprouted from the wounds. Hushasha's spine cracked like firecrackers, and her arms suddenly elongated to 5 meters. The 10 arms twisted into a spiral, lunging forward, their fleshy tendrils weaving a prison in midair. In a moment of peril, Eileen leapt high, executing a graceful somersault. As she hung inverted, her form overlapped with the moon, her longbow bending like a full moon. 2 arrows shot forth again, striking Hushasha's back with pinpoint accuracy. Hushasha emitted a piercing shriek as all her arms convulsed violently. Let you taste this. Ling Yu seized the opportunity, retrieving explosives from his bag and hurling them forward before raising his gun to fire. With a resounding bang, a dazzling explosion erupted, illuminating everything around them. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the tremendous shockwave radiated from the cliff, sweeping outward. Surrounding debris and dust were propelled skyward, forming a vast cloud that obscured the sun. Hushasha's inhuman wail reverberated as blood gushed from beneath her rotting flesh. She was flung backward like a rag doll, plummeting down the cliff. With a resounding splash, Hushasha's form plunged into the sea, creating a tumultuous wave. Ling Yu wiped his face, feeling the warm, sticky blood on his palm, while the explosion's shockwave left a sharp ringing in his right ear. A pool of blood spilled from a crevice in the nearby rocks, alongside several severed hands. Clearly, Hushasha, at the epicenter of the explosion, had sustained grave injuries. Ling Yu glanced down at the waves crashing against the shore, yet Hushasha's figure was nowhere to be seen. Let us go check, he suggested. Agreed, Eileen replied. They descended the cliff along a narrow path, the crimson sea resembling a slumbering giant, devoid of any discernible changes. The surface was a deep red, utterly devoid of human presence. She must be dead, Eileen remarked. With that much blood loss, even a ghoul wouldn't survive, especially after falling into the sea. Given the perilous nature of these waters, a lack of movement after falling in can almost certainly be deemed a death sentence. Just to be safe, let us wait until dawn. If she is still alive, we'll finish her off, Ling Yu replied. The two patrolled the coastline until morning. Yet Hushasha's silhouette remained elusive. At this juncture, Ling Yu could only reassure himself that she had likely met her demise in the depths. After enduring the blood moon's direct gaze throughout the night, their blood corruption value had risen to 19. With this increase, they began to sense something peculiar within them, as if tiny creatures were crawling beneath their skin, poised to emerge at any moment. This nauseating sensation directly affects the sanity of the two individuals, compelling them to refrain from dwelling on such thoughts. As the sun ascends, they stand upon the cliff's edge, commencing the collection of corrupted blood from the slain monsters. They manage to scavenge over 300 units of corrupted blood from the octopoid creatures and several zombies. According to the provided information, they apply the corrupted blood to their skin, where it swiftly assimilates into their bodies. Soon, the agitation beneath their skin dissipates, and the blood corruption value begins to decline. The expulsion of the blood corruption value consumes 10 units of corrupted blood, indicating an approximate ratio of 1:2. Half an hour later, they discover a surprisingly luxurious setting, complete with a gym and opulent bedding. Ling Yu, admiring the soft sheets, expresses his astonishment. Moreover, they find a loom and a small water reservoir, suggesting that they have salvaged quite a bit from various ships, as Aaron points out. These items must be the initial supplies from other vessels. Seated aboard the ship, they deliberate on their next course of action. Based on their current intelligence, it is evident that there are relics of the twin-born society on this island, potentially containing valuable information, Ling Yu asserts. The allure of this research-oriented society captivates him far more than precious artifacts. Aaron, though exasperated, has grown accustomed to his fervent curiosity. You are truly consumed by research. Can't you ponder something else? She murmurs softly. Of course, I am contemplating something pertinent to us, Lingyu replies. Oh, what is it? I plan to procure 2 ship upgrade tickets from the Senra Trading Company at a premium, allowing us to upgrade our vessel here before setting sail, he states. Aaron, somewhat perplexed, retorts, aren't we headed to Joy Harbor? Why the need to upgrade the ship here? And if I recall correctly, ship upgrade tickets are rather costly, 800 million for one. That was my initial thought, but circumstances have shifted. Have you noticed the appearance of those blood corruption apostles? Lingyu inquires. Zombies are quite common. Similar creatures have appeared in numerous versions previously, nothing extraordinary, Aaron replies. No, I refer to their attire. Their clothing reflects the style of our Blue Star. This implies that they were once inhabitants of Blue Star. Do you comprehend? Aaron, quick-witted, grasps his meaning instantly. You mean to say that the so-called blood corruption apostles are, in fact, survivors? So, the reason we do not encounter such creatures is because I fear that is the case. Their bodies appear largely intact, suggesting they are either alive or have recently perished. I surmise that the so-called blood corruption value serves as a progress bar for transforming into a blood corruption apostle, Lingyu states gravely. This version unveils the true horror. To avoid becoming a blood corruption apostle, one requires corrupted blood, yet this substance is likely to be dropped solely by the blood corruption apostles. As more individuals transform into blood corruption apostles, the number of survivors increases. However, as more survivors emerge, the number of blood corruption apostles diminishes. In summary, the more blood corruption apostles there are, the fewer there will be. In such circumstances, individuals may resort to the artificial creation of blood-shedding apostles to ensure their survival. The entire world of survival could descend into chaos. Consequently, he is reluctant to venture into crowded areas. After a prolonged silence, Eileen finally spoke, saying, I will heed your counsel. Let us discuss our course of action. This piece of information cannot be concealed for long, eventually. Everyone will come to understand it. It is merely a matter of time. Indeed, it is possible that some are already aware of it. Therefore, we must urgently enhance our capabilities. The ship cannot be upgraded at Joyful Harbor. We must remain here and procure additional weapons and ammunition from the Senra Trading Company to bolster our strength as much as possible. A storm is approaching, and we must prepare ourselves thoroughly. Eileen nodded in agreement after hearing this. Chapter 43. The Twin Society. In addition to these matters, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. The funds at my disposal will suffice for the purchase of merely 2 ship upgrade tokens. My intention is to consolidate the ships, thereby saving 1 token which can then be allocated towards acquiring some weaponry or equipment. If you have any reservations, we can formalize our agreement, Lingyu stated, recognizing his current need for assistance, especially given that Aaron had been quite helpful of late. The inconvenience of 2 ships navigating back and forth was becoming increasingly apparent. That sounds agreeable. I am in favor of the contract. After all, I am uncertain where to go on my own, and I have rather enjoyed my time accompanying you. Aaron responded decisively. Very well, it is settled then. Lingyu subsequently contacted the customer service of the all-encompassing realm, presenting them with his requirements. The efficiency of the customer service was commendable, and they swiftly gathered the materials he needed. Hello, Mr. Ling. The items you requested have been assembled. After applying the discount, the total comes to 23,620,000. We shall round it down to 23 million for your convenience. Furthermore, as this is a large order, we will provide you with a complimentary ship upgrade set. 1 ship upgrade token, 2 high-pressure water cannons, camouflage paint for the hull, a rainwater collection system, a complete self-generating power system, and kinetic energy. In recent days, he had garnered a substantial amount of royalties from the Color Torch, although rival merchants swiftly introduced competing products. The lucrative profits lasted no more than 2 or 3 days. Nonetheless, his earnings had surpassed 20 million. This expenditure was indeed considerable, yet he felt no remorse, for money could always be earned again. Life was singular and precious. Naturally, not all money could be acquired easily. Currently, the forums were rife with bounties for the blood-cursed apostles. Should he disseminate what he knew, he could instantaneously earn millions once more. However, such an action would undeniably place him in peril, as the moment the truth regarding the blood-cursed apostles emerged, chaos would ensue as individuals turned upon one another. At present, there were no reports, indicating that those who had made the discovery were maintaining their silence. Whether motivated by the desire for profit or other ulterior motives, there was a tacit understanding of discretion among them. Lingyu navigated the vessel to the location where they had docked. With the absence of its owner, the ship became a forsaken vessel. However, Lingyu could only dismantle it at this juncture. Upgrading was not an option, for he needed to remain aboard an unowned ship for a full 24 hours to assume ownership. Yet, it mattered little to him, as his sole intention was to dismantle the ship to enhance his own. The sea breeze, infused with a briny tang, enveloped him as the ship gently swayed with the waves. Ling Yu glanced at the ship upgrade token in his hand, its surface shimmering with a dark golden hue. Ship upgrade token. Type. Item. Quality. Radiant. Effect. Upon setting the upgrade scheme, summons a labor octopus to assist you in completing the remaining tasks. The Radiant grade item, priced at 8 million, was certainly not exorbitant. Primarily, the larger factions possessed their own shipyards, rendering this item merely a contingency measure. After crushing the ship upgrade token in his hand, a panel materialized before him. Having selected the 3 vessels before him, he proceeded to place his materials within. Once the total quantity of materials was displayed on the panel, Ling Yu began to construct the new ships as if piecing together a puzzle. Utilizing his knowledge of architecture, he meticulously designed the internal structure and the function of each room. After a day of diligent work, the overall structural design of the ships was nearly complete. Upon clicking confirm, a radiant flash revealed a colossal octopus adorned with a hard hat, wielding tools such as a hammer and an axe. It then commenced the meticulous dismantling of the vessels. The construction was estimated to take 72 hours, not an excessively long time, yet not brief either. During this interval, the two decided to explore the entirety of the island. As the blood moon rose, the intensity of the crimson light was even greater than the previous day. The pair donned their coats to shield themselves from the direct rays. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the island, with dense, dark green canopies obscuring the sunlight. Suddenly, Ling Yu felt a constriction around his ankle. Vine-like tendrils, reminiscent of snake scales, erupted from the underbrush. Reacting swiftly, he fired a shot to sever the vine. Greenish pus oozing from the rupture. A startled cry resonated through the forest as Eileen swiftly knocked an arrow and released it, striking a blood-eyed raven that fell to the ground. According to the memories crystallized in his mind, this forest was notorious for its disorienting nature, often leading individuals astray and subjecting them to bizarre occurrences. Footprints would vanish, and one would feel perpetually trapped in a loop. Those who had ventured into the woods often found themselves ensnared for an extended period before emerging. However, Ling Yu quickly discerned the trickery at play. The forest, while appearing chaotic, was actually designed like a labyrinth. Beneath the soil dwelled a species of ant that, upon being traversed by a human, would emerge to reconstruct its nest, erasing any traces of footprints. The trees here obscured sunlight, making it truly seem as if footprints had vanished into thin air. As for the sensation of going in circles, it was easily explained. 2 types of trees populated the forest, one abundant, the other scarce. Periodically, a rare tree would come into view. In the darkness, encountering the same scenery repeatedly would naturally lead one to believe they were traversing the same ground. Understanding this made it simple to unravel the labyrinth. A task that was as effortless as eating and drinking for Eileen, whose fate was entwined with hunting. After navigating through a swamp, they finally reached the heart of the island. There stood a partially collapsed white courtyard, its iron gate adorned with dark green mycelium. The emblem of the Twinborn Society, faintly visible. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed the site of the Twinborn Society's ruins, Ling Yu declared. Eileen surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any signs of life. The two approached for a closer examination. At the entrance stood a 2-headed statue, one head human, the other a grotesque, tentacled creature. The base of the statue bore a faded inscription, "The price of knowledge is madness." How fitting for their characteristics, Ling Yu mused. As he pushed open the rusted gate, the hinges emitted a piercing creak, as if protesting the long-awaited disturbance. Behind the door lay a desolate courtyard, overrun with weeds. The shattered stone path cloaked in a thick carpet of moss. At the heart of the courtyard stood a partially collapsed white edifice, its walls entwined with dark green mycelium. It appeared to have been abandoned for an extensive period. Erin whispered, her longbow slightly raised, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Ling Yu nodded, his gaze fixed upon the structure in the center of the courtyard, the remnants of the Twinborn Society. Undoubtedly their experiments had left behind numerous traces. The pair cautiously traversed the courtyard, the stones beneath their feet emitting faint cracking sounds. The air was thick with a decaying odor, mingled with an indescribable metallic scent. Chapter 44. The Noble of Severed Limbs. The two individuals progressed along the stone path to the center of the courtyard, where a circular pit lay filled with white bones. Among them were both human and beast remains. Strangely, many of the bones were conjoined in an eerie manner. Simultaneously, Ling Yu noticed that the mycelium on the ground nearby was significantly less dense than that outside. "Be cautious, something feels amiss here," Ling Yu warned, raising his firearm slightly, prepared for any sudden developments. Suddenly, a low, droning hum resonated above them. "Watch out," Erin exclaimed, before her words could dissipate. A massive shadow leaped from the slanted white tower, hurtling toward them with a howling rush of wind. Aaron instantly activated inspiration, a gust of wind forming beneath her feet as she darted to the left like lightning. Ling Yu swiftly rolled to the right, narrowly evading the shadow's attack. With a resounding thud, the colossal shadow crashed heavily onto the deep well, sending rubble and dust spiraling into the air, shaking the entire courtyard. Through the haze, a towering figure began to emerge. It was a creature clad in an extravagant robe, its form a grotesque assembly of numerous biological limbs. The lower half resembled that of a spider, with 8 robust appendages supporting its immense body, each leg encased in thick armor. The upper half bore a human torso, muscles rippling and skin marred with sutured scars, as if forcibly stitched together, a statue-like mask obscuring its visage. For arms extended from its shoulders, each wielding a weapon, a silver longsword, a golden round shield, a black axe, and a blood-red scythe. Noble of severed limbs. Type: elite monster, flesh enhancement. Skills: blood slash. Defensive stance: reaping, heavy chop. Health points: 250028001200. Characteristic 1. Composite body, formed from multiple parts, with health points calculated separately for each section. Characteristic 2. Knowledge synthesis. Infused with various combat knowledge, exhibiting a formidable battle awareness. Vulnerability: unknown. Combat power: a rare elite monster. Monsters are classified by strength into categories: common, rare, elite, guardian, commander, leader, overlord, sovereign, legendary, apostle, and mythical. The noble of severed limbs afforded the two little time to react. Its spider-like legs surged with power, its massive form hurtling towards Ling Yu like a cannonball. The silver longsword sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it descended. Ling Yu quickly raised his firearm, aiming for the joint, drawing from past experiences that such junctions were likely weaknesses. A metallic clash resonated as the noble of severed limbs raised its shield to deflect the bullet, yet the longsword continued its unstoppable descent. Ling Yu had no choice but to roll away frantically, the blade narrowly grazing his shoulder and eliciting a spray of blood. The creature's combat awareness was markedly different from that of previous monsters, akin to a seasoned warrior. Aaron swiftly drew her longbow, the arrow soaring like a meteor towards the noble of severed limbs' mask. Clang! The golden shield once again obstructed the oncoming assault. As the nobleman with prosthetic limbs turned his head, the azure glow beneath his mask locking onto Aaron. Simultaneously, his other 2 arms swung into action, the black axe and blood-red scythe slicing towards Aaron from either side. Aaron swiftly evaded, her form akin to a fleeting specter. Yet, the nobleman's speed was astonishing. The blade of the scythe grazed her waist, instantly staining her garments with crimson. This fiend possesses overwhelming speed and strength. Aaron gritted her teeth, retreating hastily to regroup with Ling Yu. Thus far, the only elite monsters they had encountered were the corrupted tree and the Crusader general from their previous encounter. The enhanced elite creatures proved excessively formidable for the two. Ling Yu retrieved a bundle of explosives from his bag and hurled it towards the nobleman. Take this. The explosives traced an arc through the air, landing precisely beneath the nobleman's feet, which Ling Yu detonated with a gunshot. With a resounding explosion, flames and smoke engulfed his figure in an instant. Amidst the billowing dust, the nobleman curled into a ball, shielding himself with his armored back against the impact. However, before the smoke could dissipate, the nobleman charged forth once more, the golden shield raised defensively, the black axe cleaving down with ferocious might towards them. Damn it! His defenses are too robust. Ling Yu shouted through gritted teeth, rolling swiftly to avoid the strike. The nobleman's relentless onslaught left the two struggling to defend themselves. His combat style is impenetrable as that of a machine. This cannot continue. I must devise a strategy. He fervently churned his thoughts, seeking a solution. He was prepared to utilize the skill, Wolf God Possession. Although its effectiveness would diminish during the daylight, the quality of the skill remained undeniable. Ling Yu scanned the surroundings, noting that the moss here was significantly sparser than outside. This creature seems to adhere to instinctual combat knowledge. Could its presence here be driven by some innate instinct? In other words, its range of movement is limited. Aaron, over here. Ling Yu called out as he sprinted in a specific direction. The area ahead was densely carpeted with moss, presenting a stark boundary with the surrounding terrain. Perhaps this delineated the nobleman's territory. With a thunderous crash, the axe struck down again, shattering the ground and sending debris and dust into the air. Ling Yu leaped onto the verdant moss, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Aaron, agile as a leopard, followed a wall and rolled to land beside Ling Yu. The nobleman stood not far away, casting a brief glance at the two with the blue light beneath his mask before turning towards the white tower, nimbly leaping several times before scaling its heights. It seems my conjecture was correct. This creature indeed operates under certain parameters, ceasing pursuit once it departs its designated range. Now momentarily free from peril, Lingyu began to survey his surroundings. Not far off, he spotted a statue draped in moss. This statue bore resemblance to the one at the entrance, featuring a twin-headed design. With a faded inscription carved into its base, "The price of knowledge is madness." "Look, there's a door." Aaron crouched down, brushing aside the vines on the ground, revealing a dark passageway. The entrance to the passage was narrow, allowing only a single individual to pass at a time. A chill wind emanated from the depths, carrying with it an odor of decay. Lingyu nodded, retrieving a flashlight from his bag. Upon activation, it illuminated the interior of the passage. The walls were encrusted with mycelium, suggesting a long abandonment by human presence. "Let us proceed. We must be swift," Lingyu declared, stepping boldly into the passage. The interior was dim and damp, with the air thickened by a pungent scent of medicinal concoctions. Eileen followed closely behind, her longbow at the ready, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 45. Mutant creatures. The two advanced cautiously, the ground beneath them slick and treacherous, requiring utmost care with every step. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of the passage, revealing a vast chamber that appeared to be their experimental site. "This must be where the experiments were conducted," Erin murmured, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding workstations and cylindrical petri dishes. Lingyu nodded, his attention drawn to the scattered papers on the table. Utilizing his translation skills, he began to peruse the materials with diligence. The documents indicated that genetic cultivation had been a long-standing practice here. "You have reviewed the research materials of the Twinborn Society." Brainstorming triggered. Acquiring knowledge. Genetics. Level 1. Effect. Basic understanding of genetic principles, capable of conducting simple genetic experiments. Just as I suspected. "The creatures from those pirate ships must have escaped from here," Lingyu remarked, casting a glance at the nearby deep well. The sound of crashing waves echoed from within, suggesting a direct passage to the ocean, typically utilized for retrieving marine organisms for experimentation. "Any discoveries?" Aaron inquired. "Somewhat, though it seems most of the creatures have managed to flee, leaving only this fellow behind." Lingyu gestured towards the sole intact petri dish. In his hand, the illumination diagram depicted a fusion of shark and canine skeletal structures. This creature was cultivated from this silver-toothed megalodon, but to ensure safety and facilitate control, it appears that the genetics of domesticated canines have been integrated. Inside the dish lay a shark of half-leg size, the only distinction being its 4 short legs. "This little one looks rather adorable," Erin commented as she leaned over the petri dish, just as Lingyu was about to respond. A deep growl reverberated from the depths of the passage. "Be cautious, something is approaching," Erin whispered, her grip tightening on her longbow. Lingyu swiftly raised his weapon, his gaze fixed on the far recesses of the corridor. As the growl drew nearer, a massive silhouette gradually emerged. "Oh no, it's the appendage monster from earlier." Lingyu discerned the approaching figure through his third eye. He had previously wondered why this creature had not vacated the area and yet survived. It appeared that not all the monsters bred here had escaped. Some must have become prey for this appendage beast. Previously, the experimenters would feed this creature, and once satiated, it would return to its territory. However, now that no one was feeding it, this beast had come seeking sustenance. The monster emitted a low rumble, its powerful limbs propelling its vast form towards the two like a cannonball. They hastily retreated towards the staircase. The colossal form of the appendage creature barreled through the room, shattering the petri dishes in its path. With a series of sharp cracks, the last intact petri dish met its demise. The little shark rolled on the ground twice before regaining its footing, shaking off the liquid clinging to its body. Confused, the small shark surveyed its surroundings before its gaze landed on Aaron and Lingyu. "Wow, wow, wow," it exclaimed joyfully, scampering after them on its tiny legs. "Ailing, the creature has awakened. What should we do?" Aaron inquired. Lingyu turned to glance at the small shark that had caught up with them, astonishment evident in his eyes. According to behavioral analysis, this conduct mirrored that of canines soliciting food. Lingyu retrieved a piece of dried fish from his backpack and tossed it aside. The small shark leapt, seizing the fish and emitting jubilant sounds in delight. Just how much canine DNA have these researchers infused into it? This hardly resembles a shark. It is more akin to a dog. Yet, in the next moment, the limb-bearing noble burst forth from the room, its massive form appearing somewhat constricted within the corridor. The small shark turned to face the limb-bearing noble, curving its body into an aggressive stance. The noble, consumed by the instinct of battle, swung its sword with determination. The blade produced a jarring sound as it scraped against the shark's sharp teeth. Though the small shark was no larger than half a leg, its strength was surprisingly formidable, managing to withstand the noble's assault, its incisors deeply embedded in the silver sword. The noble was evidently taken aback that its strike was thwarted by such a diminutive creature. A flicker of azure light shone from beneath its mask, yet it swiftly adjusted its stance, exerting force in an attempt to withdraw the long sword from the shark's grasp. The small shark emitted a low growl, twisting its body with sudden ferocity, yanking the sword from the noble's hand. The silver blade arced through the air before clattering to the ground. Though the noble had lost its sword, the other three appendages still clutched their weapons. The noble raised a golden round shield defensively, while a black axe, imbued with ferocious energy, swung towards the small shark. However, the shark's reflexes surpassed all expectations. It sprang like a coiled spring, effortlessly evading the axe's strike, then lunged to bite at the noble's spider-like leg. With a crunch, its sharp teeth pierced through the noble's carapace, dark blood gushing forth. The noble let out a pained roar, retreating violently in an attempt to shake off the shark. Yet, the small shark clung tenaciously, arcing through the air and forcefully tearing off one of the noble's legs. The noble's body began to tremble violently, its movements hindered by the loss of a limb. Nevertheless, it refused to relent, swinging its crimson scythe with a fierce rush of wind towards the small shark. The shark nimbly dodged once more, then leapt again to seize the noble's arm. With another sharp crack, the noble's arm was wrenched from its body. Dark blood spurted forth, causing the noble to lose its balance, its massive frame teetering precariously. After landing, the small shark sprang up again, biting down on the noble's remaining leg. The noble's body finally succumbed to imbalance, crashing heavily to the ground. What followed was a brutal dismemberment, as the small shark utilized its razor-sharp teeth to rend the limb-bearing noble into 8 pieces. After a few convulsions, the dismembered noble collapsed to the ground, motionless, having succumbed to excessive blood loss. The little shark spat out a mouthful of flesh and blood, evidently displeased with the taste. It then shook off the bloodstains from its body and scampered over to Ling Yu's feet, affectionately nudging its head against his leg. This creature truly is a prodigy of combat. Erin, both apprehensive and intrigued, extended her hand and crouched down to gently caress the little shark's head. Ling Yu nodded, a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. Its fighting instincts and strength far exceed our expectations. It seems that the Twin Birth Society has indeed created something remarkable. The little shark appeared to comprehend Ling Yu's praise, joyfully vocalizing a couple of sounds before darting over to Erin, nuzzling her hand. It seems it has taken quite a liking to us. Erin smiled, her eyes filled with affection. The girl seemed utterly defenseless against such an adorable creature. Ling Yu glanced at the little shark and then at the corpse of the dismembered noble. The research value of this little fellow is exceedingly high. Chapter 46. The books. After feeding the little shark with dried fish from his backpack, Ling Yu watched as the creature lay on the ground, its round belly protruding with satisfaction. This little fellow certainly had a hearty appetite. I had just given it 3 days' worth of food. While gently rubbing its small belly, the little shark appeared utterly content. What should we do next? Erin inquired, her gaze fixed on another door at the end of the corridor. Ling Yu illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight. Given that this was a hunting ground for the nobility of the arm, there should be no creatures of higher rank than him present. Since we have come this far, it would be a pity not to explore further. Let us proceed. As they rose to their feet, the little shark waddled along behind them. The corridor culminated in a heavy metal door, resembling a safe. Knock, knock, Erin tapped on it. Noting, it appears to be constructed from a special metal, explosives would likely prove ineffective. After pondering for a moment, Ling Yu glanced at the little shark beside him and suggested, why not let this little one give it a try? He then bent down, picking up the little shark and gesturing toward the door. The little shark observed before clamping its jaws around the doorknob. Although small in stature, its bite force evidently surpassed that of ordinary creatures. With a powerful twist, the doorknob emitted a crack, and astonishingly, it was severed cleanly, having created an opening. The little shark gradually expanded the breach, quickly reducing the door to fragmented pieces. With a sigh of relief, the little shark exhaled. It was clear that gnawing through the metal was quite laborious. The expansive chamber housed several exquisite boxes. It seems they did not have the time to evacuate these items during their retreat. They likely left in haste to conceal this place during the purge of the Twin Society, Ling Yu speculated. Many factions had once sought to eradicate the Twin Society, given the numerous enemies they had made during their human experimentation. These individuals must have withdrawn to hide this base, intending to revive it once the turmoil subsided, only to never return. According to the chronicles, the Twin Society existed for less than a year, with its membership peaking at around 100,000. Among the various factions that emerged, it was considered relatively weak. Ultimately, it met its demise at the hands of the Church of Light, with its leader burned alive as a heretic in the Holy Temple of Light. Casually, he opened a small box, revealing a row of potions. Gene enhancement potions. And so many of them, Aaron exclaimed in delight. Gene enhancement potion, strength type, item quality, fine, effect, upon use. There is a chance to permanently increase one's strength by 1 point, as well as a possibility for genetic mutation, resulting in unknown side effects. Current enhancement probability, 10. Current mutation probability, 0.02. He then proceeded to open other boxes, discovering a variety of gene potions within. Gene enhancement elixir, agility, gene enhancement elixir, flame resistance, gene enhancement elixir, wisdom. The efficacy of these potions is remarkable, as their ability to permanently enhance attributes renders them exceedingly valuable. This is one of the few legacies left by the Twinborn Society. Yet the methods of crafting such gene enhancement potions have regrettably been lost to time. Although the appeal of attribute enhancement is alluring, the accompanying risk of mutation gives one pause. The consequences of such genetic mutations remain shrouded in uncertainty, leaving one to ponder the potential outcomes. Moreover, the probability of enhancement does not always remain at a steady 10. With each successive potion consumed, the likelihood of enhancement diminishes while the chances of mutation increase. Theoretically, genetic mutations could yield favorable results, yet few are willing to gamble on such odds. This uncertainty is precisely why these items are classified as merely superior grade. The presence of side effects diminishes the quality of the potion. Nevertheless, countless individuals are drawn to them. Some even speculate that the major factions united to eradicate the Twinborn Society primarily to seize the secrets behind the gene potions. However, such claims will forever remain unverified. Perhaps I shall return to the Senra Chamber of Commerce and exchange these for some funds, thought Lingyu after careful consideration. While he was reluctant to take such risks, it did not imply that others shared his hesitance. It is important to note that permanently enhancing attributes commands exorbitant prices at the Senra Chamber of Commerce. For many, the potential side effects are trivial in comparison. This world is replete with gamblers. A rough estimation suggests that these few vials could fetch at least 20 to 30 million. Among the many chests, one stood out as particularly unique. It was no larger than the size of a palm and bore a magical lock, indicating that its contents were of significantly greater value than those of the others. It seems that violence will be necessary once more. Little one, be careful not to damage the contents while you bite, Lingyu instructed the small shark. This little creature possessed a level of intelligence akin to that of a child, and upon hearing Lingyu's words, it adjusted its biting force slightly. The silver-toothed megalodon is renowned for its formidable teeth, capable of bypassing various defenses with ease. As its sharp teeth sank into the box, the magical defenses began to warp, ultimately resulting in the lock being completely severed by the small shark. Inside the box lay a book, and upon seeing its contents, Lingyu's composure faltered. The Gene Codex resembled a novel at first glance. Yet within its pages lay the genetic research findings of the Twinborn Society. When the first life emerged, the fate known as genes was etched into the depths of our blood. Much of the text related to the mechanisms of the earlier version of aberration. Intelligence, folly, beauty, and ugliness. All beings are born with a hierarchy, only genes serve as the source of all. Allowing us to part the mists and confront the origins, this is the path that leads to the future. The book elaborated that extensive research had yielded numerous genetic profiles of various organisms. They meticulously combined certain genes as if tailoring garments, endeavoring to create the perfect organism. However, it was this reckless pursuit of monstrosities that ultimately summoned their catastrophic demise. Lingyu, on the other hand, was not particularly captivated by this. His interest lay instead in the genetic maps within the tome. Though only a fragment of various organisms, such information was invaluable, a rare treasure for research. The two scoured the vicinity further, and Lingyu stumbled upon several broken research instruments, which he intended to entrust to Zhouhe for repair. This would facilitate further advancement in his own studies. The equipment acquired from the noble class was of superior quality, promising considerable monetary gain upon sale. Subsequently, they packed their findings and, accompanied by the small shark, exited the ruins of the Twin Birth Society. Chapter 47 Upgrade 5 days later on the deep blue horizon. A vessel spanning several meters sliced through the waves. Its chameleon-like coating allowed it to blend seamlessly with the surrounding waters under the sun, rendering it nearly undetectable. The wolf totem stood proudly at the bow, flanked by two high-pressure water cannons stationed at either end of the ship. Inside the cabin, the soft strains of classical music reverberated as Lingyu and Aaron sat at a crystal round table, savoring a delightful breakfast. Sharky, Come here, Aaron called, playfully teasing the little shark with a piece of coral fish. The small shark, previously gnawing on a bone, immediately straightened up, panting excitedly. As she tossed the fish into the air, the little shark leapt high, catching it in its mouth. Observing its performance over the past few days, Lingyu became increasingly convinced that the researchers had indeed been excessively rigorous. Aaron had even given the little shark a simple name, Sharky. Although Lingyu fancied calling it something more amusing like Medusa Shark or Shark Hand, he decided it mattered little as long as she was happy. The wisdom had undergone a remarkable transformation. The internal structure had been completely overhauled, evolving from a single deck to a double-deck design, with numerous additional rooms. Wisdom level, for speed, 45 knots durability, 3,000 internal facilities, cockpit, bar, engine room, cold storage, small water tower, grand library, lounge, dining room, kitchen, gym, research lab, breeding chamber, textile room, observatory. Special item, the unceasing old radio trait 1, elegant environment. The ship provides a pleasant living atmosphere, restoring 10 sand points per hour. Trait 2, cutting through waves. The hull is more stable, exhibiting greater resistance to wind and waves, with a 30 reduction in damage taken. Thanks to a wealth of resources, Lingyu accomplished the upgrade to a level 4 vessel, and the system promptly delivered a notification. Congratulations! You are the first in Blue Star to successfully upgrade to a level 4 vessel, receiving a special item reward. You have obtained the peculiar item, the unceasing old radio. He was unaware that being the first to upgrade a vessel would yield a reward. The unceasing old radio, a peculiar item, an old radio that seems perpetually operational. Aside from distorted static, one occasionally hears strange sounds. This marked his first acquisition of a peculiar item, and the dark old radio now sat in the main hall, emitting only a crackling noise daily, as if malfunctioning. However, since it was provided by the system, it must serve some purpose. Positioned in the hall, it ensured that no important news would be missed. In addition to these enhancements, various items from other ships had been integrated and combined with Lingyu's architectural knowledge. Their living conditions had improved significantly. Firstly, a stable water supply was established. The water tower atop the roof could collect rainwater and dew, which flowed through pipes into the lower rooms for further processing, ultimately yielding distilled water. While bathing remained a rather luxurious endeavor, their daily drinking water supply was now abundantly secured. Moreover, he devised a sophisticated refrigeration system, utilizing refrigerants to create a cold storage facility for preserving grains, while also enabling the production of ice cubes for cooling purposes. The climate in the survival world is capricious, unlike the distinct seasons of the blue planet. Fluctuating temperatures are trivial compared to the perilous shifts in climate, which can be life-threatening. The inhabitants categorize the climate into 2 epochs, the stable era and the chaotic era. During the stable era, climatic variations are less severe, allowing for a relatively secure existence. Conversely, the chaotic era presents uncertainty, with extreme conditions lurking around every corner, dual suns blazing, ice encasing the land, and plagues ravaging the populace. Should they encounter a particularly brutal variant, the consequences would rival those of natural disasters. Among the premium services offered by the organization, a daily news brief is included. Observations suggest that the next chaotic era is imminent, with a significant likelihood of ushering in a world of elevated temperatures. They must prepare for the unforeseen. Additionally, the cultivation chamber houses meticulously selected plants. Originally, the focus was on short-cycle, easily maturing edible crops. However, with the aid of the bounty lantern, even those that require longer maturation can be considered viable. Furthermore, the genetic knowledge acquired from the Twin Society has proven invaluable. Compared to genetic experiments in biology, those involving plants are considerably safer. Future profits from selling these crops could be substantial. As for the antique furniture aboard the vessel, it was a gracious gift from the Senro merchants, combining exquisite aesthetics with the ability to uplift one's spirit. After all, the experience of residing in a dilapidated dwelling is vastly different from that of inhabiting a grand estate. With the leftover scraps, he fashioned a bar, where brewing and food preparation take place, providing a space for billiards and poker in their leisure time. On the deck, he established an observatory for lunar observations. Since the ship set sail, their lives have remained largely unchanged, save for a few minor occurrences. Firstly, the conversion of pirate gold into tangible wealth led to the disappearance of the 8 coins previously discovered. This earned him an exceptional item, the Aged Pirate Flask, which enhances the flavor of liquor, restoring an additional 10 health points with every sip. The rewards from the Black Tide Raiders become increasingly generous with the accumulation of pirate gold. However, As the pirate gold can only exist for 3 days and the acquisition of high-tier rewards through weaponry involving pirate gold is probabilistic, attaining superior rewards poses a challenge. Secondly, he profited handsomely from selling the gene serum obtained from the Twin Society, using the funds to procure experimental materials, with Eileen fully supporting his endeavors. After breakfast, Lingyu wiped his mouth and made his way to his laboratory. Compared to before, his laboratory has begun to take shape. The research apparatus salvaged from the Twin Society is of far superior quality than the handcrafted items he previously constructed. Scholar, what will you study today? Eileen inquired with a cheerful smile. Donning gloves, Lingyu grasped a pair of tweezers and delicately extracted a pale yellow orb from a glass vial. Why do you still keep this? Aaron frowned. This substance was a concentrated extract obtained from the severed hand of Hushasha. After 2 days of research, Lingyu had arrived at some preliminary conclusions. Lingyu was exceedingly familiar with the components of the human body. This was undoubtedly not a substance originating from it. Although it appeared solid at first glance, under the microscope, the molecules within the solid were incessantly engaged in a peculiar tug-of-war, pulling a piece from me, while I pulled a piece from you, maintaining an eerie equilibrium. Chapter 48. Devouring. I summoned you here because I require your assistance. In a moment, after I consume this substance. Before Lingyu could finish his sentence, Aaron's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? What is this thing that you dare to ingest? She exclaimed. Rest assured, I have conducted experiments with this substance using other organisms. I administered a small quantity of powder to a fish, Lingyu replied. And then? What happened to the fish? It suffocated. Then you. Aaron looked utterly perplexed. Isn't this tantamount to courting death? Allow me to finish. I also performed a comparative experiment. Another fish received the same dosage but was not fed. After a day, it recovered. Thus, I wish to convey that should I exhibit any unusual symptoms, please refrain from offering me any food, Lingyu articulated. But a fish is a fish. And a human is a human. How can they be compared? Aaron countered. Are you implying that I am less than a salted fish? That is certainly not my intention. My learned friend, why must you delve into such perilous research? Let us engage in endeavors that do not risk life. This is a rare opportunity for study. Otherwise, once the ship is repaired, why would I squander an entire day retrieving that woman's corpse? Although I ultimately failed to recover it, I cannot pass up such a precious research sample whenever the chance arises. Aaron, feeling utterly exasperated, recognized that no amount of persuasion would sway him. She could only pray that this substance would prove to be benign. Upon witnessing their disagreement, Lingyu expertly measured out a portion of powder, ensuring it was the same dosage he had previously used for the fish. He then took a piece of paper and poured the powder into his mouth. As the powder settled in his stomach, darkness enveloped him. Time became an enigma, and eventually, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Lingyu slowly opened his eyes. He found himself seated at a long table, flanked by individuals clad in black attire. The table was laden with an abundance of sumptuous dishes. The faces of these individuals were grotesque, each possessing a large mouth dominating their features. In their hands, they wielded forks, incessantly shoveling food into their gaping maws. Juices splattering everywhere. Lingyu swallowed hard. The enticing aroma of the food before him was irresistibly delectable, akin to the alluring yet perilous scent of poppies. Yet when he recalled the fate of the fish that had suffocated, his mind cleared significantly. He resolutely compelled himself to abstain from the feast laid out before him. He felt akin to a famished diner, long deprived of sustenance, suddenly confronted with a banquet of delights. The physiological cravings and the desires of his heart plunged him into profound agony. His right hand, somewhat rebellious, reached for a fork. Beneath him lay an abyss of unfathomable depths. A single misstep would lead him to irrevocable ruin. With a sudden thrust, the silver fork plunged into his left hand. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, and he could even hear the sound of his bone fracturing. The pain surged through his arm, instantly awakening his mind. Lingyu collapsed onto the table, gasping for breath. This fleeting moment of clarity granted him the opportunity to reflect. Based on previous experiences, this scene must hold some significance. He began to meticulously observe his surroundings from the table. The figure clad in black continued to eat voraciously, oblivious to Lingyu, as if the recent events had never transpired. Suddenly, Lingyu was taken aback. He noticed the steak on his plate, its cut surface displaying a meticulous pattern, which upon closer inspection revealed not meat, but a series of small squares. Each square contained a room, where many individuals garbed in black were indulging in sumptuous feasts. It resembled a nesting doll, with layers endlessly enclosing one another. Abruptly, the ceiling of the room trembled, and a gleaming silver knife descended from above. Following that, a fork pierced through the roof, causing the entire space to tilt. A massive mouth then appeared before him, slowly opening, poised to devour them. Ling Yu clutched the silver fork and crawled out of the stake. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself once more seated at the table. The surroundings remained filled with the ravenous figures in black. However, he noticed one individual at the table, the very person who had just consumed the room he had occupied, as the arrangement of food mirrored what he had previously witnessed. Before long, the room tilted again. Ling Yu sensed something and sprinted towards the door. The corridor slanted, revealing another mouth slowly opening. He grasped the door of the adjacent room and struggled to crawl towards the end. At the last moment, he clung to the fork and escaped. A surge of exhilaration flooded his veins, momentarily eclipsing the pain in his arms. He began to grasp the essence of this space, an incessant cycle of consumption, much like the food chain, if this theory held. The culmination of this cycle was the apex of the food chain. A faint answer stirred within him. He must strive to ascend to the very top, for only there could he validate his hypothesis. Perhaps it was this very thought that diminished the allure of the food that had initially tempted him so greatly. Upon entering a new room, he would immediately dash out, seeking to reach the next level by any means necessary. After an indeterminate number of cycles, breathless, Ling Yu crawled into a new chamber. This room differed from the rest. He found himself on one side of a long table, with only one other individual seated at the opposite end. Upon his arrival, the strange figure paused in its eating, casting a glance in his direction. Whether appraising or admiring the food remained unclear. Subsequently, the figure lifted the silver knife and fork, slicing a piece of meat, its neck elongating several meters to present it before Ling Yu. They locked eyes for several seconds, before the figure raised the fork with the steak, as if to say, "Brother, care for a bite?" Ling Yu, however, was entirely disinterested in the meat, trembling as he stood, unable to contain the excitement within. This was the first time he had observed so closely. On that expansive visage, there was but a singular large mouth, while the lower half of the body resembled a mound of flesh, yet the upper half was remarkably slender and delicate. This striking contrast, though seemingly incongruous, exuded a peculiar harmony. Could this be? He found himself unable to validate or refute this notion. Such a fantastical scene appeared to offer but one answer. Observing that Ling Yu had no intention of partaking in food, his companion fell into silence for a moment before consuming the steak in hand. When the two faced each other once more, the other opened his wide mouth, revealing sharp fangs, as saliva dripped down his teeth and from the depths of his throat. A chaotic eye blinked open. Suddenly, Ling Yu jolted awake, realizing he was drenched in sweat, his body feeling overwhelmingly fatigued. Chapter 49. Captivity, all right. You may release me now, Ling Yu said with a hint of resignation. He was bound tightly, akin to a zongzi, and had he been wrapped in white cloth, he could have easily been interred within a pyramid as a mummy. Are you truly unscathed? You have no idea how terrifying it was just now. I had no choice but to bind you, Eileen replied, still shaken by the memory. The little shark huddled at Eileen's feet, casting wary glances at him, still haunted by a sense of dread. The ordeal had reduced his sanity to a mere 40, leaving his mind in a fog. Eileen had exhausted every means at her disposal, save for providing him sustenance. Surrounding him, the incense burner emitted a refreshing aroma, while a gramophone played melodious tunes, and the space was adorned with flowers he had cultivated. It was these efforts that sustained his sanity. I assure you, I am perfectly fine now. Do I appear troubled to you? He replied. Really? Are you hungry? Eileen asked, her skepticism evident. Of course, I am famished. After all that commotion, who wouldn't be? He retorted. No, you stated I could not feed you. You shall remain here while I observe you further, Eileen insisted. Ling Yu, exasperated, suggested. Perhaps you should preserve me as a human specimen, then you could observe me daily. Just hurry and fetch some food. My hunger level is down to 20. Eileen huffed. Humph. This is to teach you a lesson, to deter your reckless behavior. Wait here. I will get something for you. Despite her complaints, she retrieved half a fried fish and some leftover jam bread from the refrigerator. Once untied, Ling Yu devoured the remnants along with seaweed soup, his hunger level swiftly rising to over 70. Well, what did you witness? You aren't truly embarking on the path of gluttony, are you? Eileen asked, half joking, half concerned. If I were to tread that path, you would be the first I would devour upon awakening, Ling Yu replied with a roll of his eyes. Humph, Eileen scoffed. I am serious. What exactly did you see? Ling Yu recounted the scene he had just witnessed. After hearing him out, Eileen looked at him incredulously. How on earth did you come to that conclusion? Are you certain you encountered? She held a modicum of respect for the deity of fate. Perhaps, but it is likely just speculation. By the way, can you fetch me some more food? Ling Yu said, reclining in his chair with a relaxed demeanor. Still hungry? Since when have you had such an appetite? Eileen asked, puzzled. Ling Yu shared his own status panel information with her. Bottomless stomach. Type, Special condition. Effect. Your hunger limit is 300. Depending on your hunger level, you gain different attributes. Duration. Permanent. At 100 hunger, strength increases by 50. At 200 hunger, strength increases by 100. Damage taken is reduced by 5. At 250 hunger, strength increases by 150. Damage taken is reduced by 10. And you recover 1 of maximum health per second. In simple terms, the more one consumes, the higher the attributes one acquires. Particularly, due to the effects of the blood of abundance, his maximum health increases daily, akin to the growth of a tree. However, to prevent further influence from this abundance, Ling Yu has been meticulously controlling his growth, allowing himself to bleed every few days, thereby maintaining his health limit at around 400. After finishing his meal, Ling Yu leaned back in his chair and began to reflect. After experiencing so much, he felt a certain melancholy regarding his destiny. Especially during that late night when he uncovered the secret of color, he encountered a peculiar scene. Based on subsequent developments, it appeared that this secret belonged to the path of knowledge. He had initially believed that the path of knowledge would be the one most akin to his own. Yet, in the end, he was unable to successfully embark upon it. Over time, he gradually understood that this was likely due to differing definitions of knowledge. The various idealistic doctrines prevalent in the academy could all be considered part of the path of knowledge. At that moment, he realized that on this path, there exists only knowledge, devoid of right or wrong. It would neither answer his questions nor judge his correctness. All outcomes of thought would be regarded as knowledge. When he heard that the other party would not answer his inquiries, a sense of disappointment indeed welled up within him. Although, from a certain perspective, those erroneous doctrines could also be classified as knowledge, he found it impossible to accept this notion. What he sought was the truth, a doctrine capable of elucidating the world. Perhaps this was the reason he could not tread the path of knowledge. Nevertheless, he did not despair. For he greatly appreciated a famous saying, "If the road before you is perfectly clear, you are likely on someone else's path." He did not know where his own path lay, but it was certainly one shrouded in mystery. These recent experiences had deepened his understanding of the composition of this world. He began to contemplate his next course of action. Currently, his greatest concern was the issue of the version. It had been less than 10 days since the version update. Yet the situation had already become quite dire. Just as Ling Yu had anticipated, as some could no longer withstand the glare of the red light, the secrets of the blood corruption apostles began to emerge. The information currently available indicated that once the blood corruption value exceeds 70, there is a chance of transforming into a blood corruption apostle. Presently, no one in the forums was seeking information about the corrupted blood, and the bounties in the trading market had significantly dwindled. Clearly, many had begun to fend for themselves. Most alarmingly, numerous individuals had set their sights on the Blue Star people. In this survival world, the Blue Star inhabitants, being newcomers with insufficient strength yet numerous in number, became a perfect target. Many factions in Aaron's chat channel dispatched slave-catching ships specifically to hunt them down. The fate that awaited those captured is self-evident. In the black market, a Blue Star individual could fetch a high price. Besides the commerce of the Omniverse, a black market also exists in this world, where certain transactions, such as human trafficking and contraband, are explicitly prohibited by the Omniverse. The intricacies of such matters often entwine with the passions of love and enmity. As merchants, they are compelled to maintain confidentiality between sellers and buyers, lest they become the target of public ire. The illustrious Sanluo Wanxiang, possessing ample wealth, has thus explicitly prohibited such dealings to avoid attracting unnecessary turmoil. In response to market demand, the black market emerged. Initially, it consisted of small trading associations engaging in clandestine activities. However, over time, these groups coalesced into a formidable force. This evolution fostered a path dependency, rendering it a unique market. Transactions were conducted without inquiry. One merely sat back and collected profits. What you choose to buy or sell is of no concern to me. My role is solely to facilitate connections, ensuring a clear exchange of goods and funds while I collect a nominal fee. In a classic jest, one might ponder, what if human lives could be commodified? The answer would reveal a cessation of discrimination, as it would become evident that every life holds equal value. This unsettling notion has fostered a climate of anxiety within the chat channels of Blue Star, with daily reports of abductions and killings casting a pall over the populace. Chapter 50, The Battle Brothers, What Shall We Do? Yesterday, a fellow vessel was utterly decimated by those slave ships during his livestream. The locals are far from amicable. They present a terrifying visage. Only through uniting can we hope to survive. Nonsense. With so many ships gathered, are you afraid there will be no target? Let us seek refuge on a small island, hiding away until this version passes. After all, there remains but a month. Just a month? The rate at which the blood corruption value escalates nightly is alarming. Without corrupted blood, we are doomed. What to do? I refuse to perish. Ling Yu reclined on the leather cushion, observing the chat logs while exercising. He lifted the barbell, sweat cascading from his chin onto the mat. 552. 553. The veins in his forearms bulged like ancient roots, his breath and heartbeat synchronized in a rhythmic cadence. 1000. Upon completing his workout, Ling Yu rose to wipe the sweat from his brow. Under the attributes conferred by bottomless stomach, his strength surged remarkably. His base strength stands at 9. Multiplied by the coefficient of bottomless stomach, at 2. 5 yields 22. 5. The wolf totem adds another 10, and with various buffs, his strength could surpass 40. According to current intelligence, the average strength of the inhabitants of Blue Star hovers around 4 to 5. In this state, he would undoubtedly be a formidable powerhouse on Blue Star. The gym is a room initially provided with other vessels, equally effective as his grand library, capable of enhancing attributes through diverse training regimens. Strength training progress at 12. If the base strength exceeds 20 points, it becomes ineffective. Upon reaching 100 progress, 1 point of strength can be increased, but it remains ineffective if the base strength exceeds 20 points. With his current base strength at 9, substantial improvement is still attainable. Achieving a strength level beyond 50 is not merely a dream. A strength of 50 would allow him to effortlessly overpower 10 adversaries on Blue Star. After he descended, the little shark, who had been watching intently, gleefully scampered onto the mat, mimicking Ling Yu's exercises. Alas, no matter how it flailed its short legs, it could not reach the barbell. This little creature possesses intelligence, albeit limited, akin to that of a child. After laughing softly, Ling Yu lifted it and placed it on the treadmill to train its speed and endurance. The little shark joyfully raced on the treadmill. Ling Yu retrieved a bottle of water from the icebox, seated himself on the sofa, and began to sift through the information within the chat channel. Recent hunting endeavors have significantly impacted the people of Blue Star. The number of participants in the channel has noticeably dwindled. Friends, the situation is now abundantly clear. The locals do not regard us as human. We must unite to survive, Lu Lang proclaimed in the channel. Ling Yu recalled having met this individual briefly when the newspaper had contacted him, but after Wang Yifan achieved success, he had ceased to seek them out. Leveraging the esteemed reputation he had cultivated within the channel, Lu Lang's voice garnered considerable attention. Brother Lu, what do you propose we do? What can we do? Just sit tight. Don't interfere. Let them speak. Speak of what? If they covet my ship, they shall find no entry. Those who have survived until now are no ordinary characters. It is not so easy to deceive them. However, the subsequent words of Lu Lang left them astounded. I have dismantled the ship. Ling Yu was equally taken aback. If the ship was dismantled, how would he sustain himself? Lu Lang continued. I reached out to everyone for the sake of survival. To be candid, we just engaged in a confrontation with the natives and are in dire need of reinforcements. He then initiated a live broadcast. A short-haired man, his face shrouded in dust, trudged across the viscous ground, each step drawing forth long strands of red, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was mud or blood. Not far away, 3 corpses lay contorted at the edge of a pit, the topmost figure possessing but half a face, revealing a ghastly white skull. The scene shifted to a group of individuals huddled within a trench, their faces etched with exhaustion. Some closed their eyes in repose, brows furrowed, while others stared vacantly into the distance, their bodies marred with scars and calluses, instinctively caressing the weapons beside them. To be frank, these individuals are my comrades from the military. We banded together for survival. I speak truthfully, we lack many things here, but we do not lack resolve, even in death. We shall not allow those bastards to live comfortably. As long as we can inflict pain upon them and make them aware of our strength, they will not dare to bully us. After expressing his emotions, Lu Lang declared, I share this in hopes that you will support us. Whether by coming here or by providing us with supplies, all are welcome. We have effectively dismantled our ships to construct defensive fortifications, and just recently, we eliminated a slaver ship. Lu Lang stood on a hillside, filming a vessel below. The ship bore black iron cages stained with mottled blood. Many were transporting corpses up the mountain, the majority of which were robust humanoid creatures. Engaging in combat at sea does not favor them. Perhaps taking refuge on the island is a prudent choice. The attire of these individuals closely resembles that of a native tribe. Such civilizations may possess a hint of mysterious power, perhaps totemic arts, but might lack heavy weaponry. Civilization indeed has its forms. After enduring catastrophic blows, it is arduous for civilization to revert to its former state. For instance, the primitive beings encountered earlier. Their ancestors may have arrived here as equals or even as denizens of a more advanced civilization. Yet, ships and oceans have fragmented society into atomic forms. leading to the collapse of once flourishing civilizations. In the previous society, possessing a particular skill was sufficient for survival. People exchanged labor for compensation and then traded for necessities and services. However, in this realm, all such structures have vanished. Perhaps some will gather to reconstruct a new civilization and perpetuate life. However, it is highly probable that civilization may regress, perhaps even reverting to a primitive state. In these uncertain times, your concerns will no longer revolve around what film to watch or what game to play tomorrow, but rather how to survive the next day. With no one to provide you with silk garments, you will be left to don the skins of beasts. In the absence of food delivery, you will have to resort to rubbing sticks to ignite a fire and sustain yourself on raw flesh. Without shelter offered, you will find refuge only in caves. Your descendants will not need to master advanced mathematics. Instead, they must learn the art of hunting to procure sufficient sustenance. Only by mastering these skills will they avoid being cast aside by the harsh laws of nature. Through generations of propagation, the knowledge of a once civilized society will fade into oblivion. Perhaps the skill known as wolf god possession was once the creation of a great sorcerer. Yet now it has become an object of veneration for primitive tribes. The same can be said for the elven race of Eileen. Once a magical lineage, they now rely solely on the blessings of procreation for survival. Naturally, as time progresses, a gradually stabilizing society will continue to evolve. And perhaps one day in the distant future, they will come to comprehend the civilization in which their ancestors once thrived. This is the cruelty of civilization, and yet, the mercy of history. Chapter 51. Naval battle. Upon witnessing this scene, the pent-up frustrations of many individuals erupted at once. Lu Lang, what shall we do? Let us confront those natives. Death is the worst that can happen, and it is far preferable to this life of constant evasion. Indeed, the sleepless nights of recent days had taken their toll, and many recounted their grievances with righteous indignation in the channel. Observing the fervor and determination of the crowd, I felt reassured. We had seized a considerable amount of weaponry, and I was not one to hoard it. Coordinates: 234445, 43332. We are here. Anyone wishing to join us is most welcome. Furthermore, we had contacted Chun Wu Bin, the leader of the Steel Tooth Brigade, and Wang Yifan, the president of the Extraordinary Society. Both expressed their support and would soon provide their coordinates. United, we would demonstrate to those ruffians that the people of Blue Star are not to be trifled with. Lu Lang announced his coordinates in the channel. Lu Lang, wait for me. I will rush to support you. Indeed, let them see our might. Even in death, we shall take a few down with us. We have several brothers here who will be joining shortly. The crowd was charged with excitement. Ling Yu rose and headed towards the captain's cabin. Ailuan was observing the surroundings, determining the next course of action. What's wrong? Finished your workout? Ailuan turned, her cheeks flushing at the sight of Ling Yu's bare torso. Ling Yu, disregarding his appearance, replied, we need to change our course, heading towards 8 o'clock. What is going on? What happened? Ailuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. After Ling Yu recounted the earlier events, Ailuan tilted her head and asked, are you going to support your compatriots? But that direction is away from them. Are you not concerned? Pretty much. I have no desire to get embroiled in trouble. Ling Yu stated. Back on Blue Star, he had been a part of a collective that ensured his survival and safety, feeling a responsibility for the continuity of that collective. Do not underestimate the importance of these connections. You will realize their value only when they are lost to you. In this world of survival, the bonds between people have been severed, and no one bears responsibility for one another anymore. I no longer belong to the collective. I am only accountable for our team now, Ling Yu remarked. Responsible for us, meaning just for me. Ailuan mused happily as she took the helm. Ling Yu found it peculiar how someone could be so cheerful while working. It was indeed strange. Ailuan skillfully maneuvered the controls, steering the vessel in a new direction. The dark blue surface of the sea shimmered with delicate waves. The chameleon paint of the wisdom seamlessly blended with the surrounding light and shadows, resembling a drifting specter. Ling Yu stood on the deck, his monocular scanning the expanse of the sea ahead. Suddenly, a dark silhouette intruded upon his view. It was a three-masted ship bearing black sails, its deck piled high with iron cages, from which faint, mournful cries could be heard. Ailuan. Ling Yu activated the communication channel, exclaiming, to the 9 o'clock position, there is a slaver ship. Soon, Aaron responded to him, not one, but 3 slaver ships. There are 2 more in other directions. I will do my best to shake them off. Following her indicated direction, Ling Yu indeed spotted 2 additional ironclad vessels. The ships continued to pivot, steering towards other paths. However, the situation worsened as the number of slaver ships nearby was far greater than anticipated. Soon, vessels appeared from several other directions as well. Clearly, Ling Yu's concerns were justified. A large-scale confrontation was imminent. Damn it, it must be a fleet of slaver ships, around 12 in total. There's no way to evade them. We will make contact in half an hour at most, Aaron cursed. These slaver ships, adorned with iron spikes, surged towards the Wisdom. The protrusions on the hull functioned like teeth, ready to pierce the target vessels and swiftly deplete their armor. Even large ships, when encircled by such a multitude, could be inexorably worn down. Captain, we have identified a level 4 vessel, reported a vigilant lookout aboard the slaver ship to a man wearing an eye patch. All of them possessed striking red hair and bore a striking resemblance to humans. Excellent. This must be the main ship of those swine. Activate the blood pact immediately to enhance the ship's speed, the eye patch man commanded. Yes, sir. His subordinates promptly set to work, crimson liquid being injected into the grooves. Blood-red runes suddenly unfurled on the sails, propelling the ship forward with alarming velocity, like an arrow piercing through the waves. This is unacceptable. Their speed is too swift. Contact is imminent, Aaron exclaimed. Activate the high-pressure water cannon and prepare for battle. Ling Yu ordered. The metal cannons on either side of the ship gradually rose, water roaring through the pipes as they charged. Boom. The slaver ship's broadside cannon fired first, sending black projectiles, propelled by the sea breeze, hurtling towards the Wisdom. Aaron sharply turned the helm, the ship tilting to evade the incoming fire, causing the cannonball to plunge into the ocean, erupting in a towering wave. Subsequently, 2 water projectiles, like silver dragons roaring, struck the sails of the slaver ship, causing them to collapse and lose control, with the vessel beginning to tremble violently. These smaller ships lacked the defensive capabilities of the Wisdom, making them particularly vulnerable to the devastating force of the high-pressure water cannon. Chaos erupted on the deck as furious shouts echoed. Blue Star swine. I shall peel your skin off. One ship lost power, yet the others advanced rapidly. With a thunderous crash, the Wisdom was rocked violently, its durability diminishing by over 200, as the enemy clearly intended to engage in boarding actions, relying on their numerical superiority to secure victory. The doors of the slaver ship burst open, and several burly men hurled grappling hooks to latch onto the vessel's edge. A towering brute swiftly scaled the deck of the Wisdom, his curved blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. His movements were swift and decisive, unmistakably those of an experienced fighter. Just as he was about to ascend the deck, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Ling Yu pulled the trigger of his flintlock pistol, and a fiery tongue of flame erupted from the muzzle, the lead bullet slicing through the air. The burly man had just steadied himself. Yet before he could raise his weapon, the bullet struck his skull. Blood and brain matter splattered instantaneously, and his body collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the deck with a dull thud. From the enemy ship, a line of archers surged forth, arrows raining down like meteors, grazing past Ling Yu's shoulder and leaving a crimson trail. Kill. Do not let these swine escape. A furious roar erupted as the masked man aboard the enemy vessel swiftly drew his long knife, leading his comrades towards the ship. With a swift whoosh, 2 arrows flew forth like shooting stars, piercing the throats of the archers, blood gushing forth as they fell silently. Aileen stood atop the observation platform, exerting dominance over the adversaries below. You handle those ranged attackers. Leave the rest to me, Ling Yu declared, after performing a roll to evade an enemy strike. Aileen's bowstring responded to his words. Ling Yu gripped his flintlock pistol tightly, his fingertips delicately brushing the trigger, his movements as swift as lightning. Bang! Bang! The 2 gunshots erupted almost simultaneously, the lead bullets tearing through the air, bursting open the chests of 2 foes, blood erupting like a fountain, staining their garments crimson. Chapter 52. The struggle led us all attack. Yes, but one man. A voice rang out loudly. Despite their fear of Ling Yu's marksmanship, the numerical advantage reignited their fighting spirit. The enemy's numbers were indeed overwhelming, and they had engaged in such tactics more than once, demonstrating their training. Attack. Kill this guy. Who can bring back his head for 3 months' worth of rations? Said the man with the blindfold, with the promise of a generous reward. The man's frenzied roar ignited the fervor of his subordinates. They surged forward, howling like ferocious dogs. Dozens of adversaries charged from all directions. A few shots felled those at the front, yet the rest continued their reckless advance. Ling Yu let out a cold chuckle, sheathing his dual pistols as he filled them with ammunition. His hands gradually formed fists, cracking ominously as the tide of enemies rushed forth. With a sudden burst of power, he lunged at the foremost enemy like a fierce tiger. His fist, accompanied by a howling wind, struck the man's chest with tremendous force. A sickening crack echoed as the enemy's ribs shattered, sending him hurtling backward like a broken kite, colliding with 2 of his comrades. How can this guy be so strong? A burly man shouted in terror, his grip on his knife trembling. Based on their experiences over the past few days, they believed that those from Blue Star should be weaker than they were. After all, many from Blue Star had long abandoned physical labor, falling far behind those who engaged in daily combat. Their gear should have been more than sufficient to deal with an ordinary Blue Star citizen. However, Ling Yu was no ordinary person. His strength far surpassed that of the average individual. The enhancement from the bottomless stomach was terrifying, granting him nearly 50 in strength, 3 to 4 times that of the men before him. Ling Yu paid no heed to the fear around him. He sidestepped a blade, swiftly seized another enemy's wrist, and twisted with great force. The man's arm contorted grotesquely, and before a scream could escape his lips, Ling Yu delivered a kick that sent him crashing through the ship's railing, plummeting into the sea. At that moment, another enemy attempted a sneak attack from behind, thrusting a long knife toward Ling Yu's back. In a flash, Ling Yu spun around, grasping the blade and bending it with sheer strength until it broke. He then drove the jagged edge into the enemy's shoulder, following with a powerful punch to the man's face, blood splattering as bones shattered, the sound echoing like a grim symphony. Ling Yu's gaze shifted to the nape of his neck, keenly aware of his surroundings to avoid any ambush. He moved through the enemy ranks like a human tank, the deck resonating with the crack of bones and the anguished cries of the fallen, as blood and severed limbs flew in all directions. Moreover, the phantom wolf leapt from its totem, pouncing upon the nearest foe. The punch sent the adversary crashing to the deck, unable to rise again. Who else dares? Ling Yu roared, his voice echoing like thunder across the deck. His body was drenched in the blood of his enemies, and his eyes radiated an insatiable thirst for vengeance. The onlookers were so terrified that they retreated in haste. With a resounding thud, the phantom wolf was tossed before Ling Yu, transforming into a cascade of shimmering light. A man adorned with an eye patch approached, wielding a heavy iron hammer, his muscles straining against the fabric of his clothing. Adorned on his chest was the image of a roaring tiger, its brilliance flickering ominously. Boss Basha was a bronze-tier sorcerer and a 3-time champion of the gladiatorial arena. This young man was doomed. Boss, turn him into a meat patty. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the man swung the iron hammer down fiercely towards Ling Yu, the weapon slicing through the air with a howling wind. Ling Yu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly sidestepped, the hammer crashing heavily onto the deck, splintering the wood into a flurry of shards. Quick reflexes. The man scoffed, raising his hammer again, unleashing a torrent of strikes like a tempest. Bang! Ling Yu's fist met the hammer head-on, producing a thunderous sound. Remarkably, the hammer was repelled by his punch, causing the man to stagger back several paces. Just moments ago, Ling Yu had merely gauged the force of that blow, concluding that his strength vastly surpassed that of his opponent. What? How is this possible? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Ling Yu smirked, his form darting forward like lightning, delivering a powerful punch to the man's chest. In a panic, the man raised his hammer to block, but Ling Yu's fist was astonishingly strong, sending the hammer flying and striking the man squarely in the chest. Crack! The man's ribs shattered instantly, blood spewing from his mouth as his massive frame was sent flying like straw, crashing heavily to the ground. The sea breeze howled past him, and the man in the eye patch felt his consciousness fading. Aside from the searing pain, he could no longer sense his own body. Fire! He stammered. Ling Yu's expression shifted as he noticed a group of men armed with shotguns had inexplicably boarded the vessel. Clang! 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 The iron sand projectiles erupted from the guns, flames spitting from the muzzles, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Ling Yu quickly retrieved a noble's shield from his backpack to protect his vital areas. The iron sand projectiles struck the shield, creating a shower of sparks, and he felt the fierce vibrations travel through the shield, numbing his arm. Though most of the projectiles were deflected, several struck his legs, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him as blood quickly soaked his pant leg, causing his health to plummet by over 100 points. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. The shotguns required immediate reloading after firing. Seizing this opportunity, his figure shot forth like a flash of lightning. Bang! 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 The thunderous blasts of the shotguns echoed, the iron sand projectiles pouring down like a torrential rain. Ling Yu, nimble and agile, relied on his analytical prowess to predict the trajectories, wielding the shield with the grace of the wind, deflecting the incoming projectiles with a series of metallic clangs. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. One of the shotgun wielders fumbled to reload, still not having lifted his gun, when Ling Yu appeared before him like a specter. The shield came crashing down with immense force, striking the man's skull with a resounding thud. Crack! His head was propelled from his neck like a golf ball struck with precision, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering the surrounding deck. The man's body slumped lifelessly to the ground, his firearm clattering beside him. Without pausing, Ling Yu pivoted, sweeping the shield outward to collide with the chest of another gunman. Instantly, the man's ribs shattered and blood erupted from his mouth. Quick! Fire! Yet, Ling Yu's speed was overwhelming, leaving the gunman no time to react. He surged forward like a ferocious tiger among a flock of sheep, accompanied by the sound of snapping bones and the anguished cries of his foes. Chapter 53. The climax of battle. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, a piercing scream erupted. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small shark emerged from beneath the deck, its razor-sharp teeth effortlessly tearing into a man's thigh. Another individual brandished a long knife to strike. But the agile shark evaded the blow, swiftly retaliating by biting off the assailant's arm. After dispatching the enemy's archers, Aileen joined the fray, transforming the deck into a veritable trap for the unsuspecting. Ling Yu turned his gaze towards the man in the eye patch, noticing a green glow emanating from his legs. The abundant healing power coursed through him, causing the wounds to writhe in response. This is abundance. You are a pathwalker. The man in the eye patch stammered, a look of terror flashing in his eyes. The others around them fell silent, taken aback by the revelation. A pathwalker, especially one of such a significant path as abundance, was a term familiar to all, even those who had never experienced hunger. The fearsome reputation of the abundance incarnation preceded it. According to the prevailing information, those who traversed the same path were ranked in terms of their prowess: pathwalkers, torchbearers, weavers of law, oracular servants, agents, and apostles. While most had never encountered such figures, merely recognizing the connection to a path was noteworthy. This led the man in the eye patch to mistakenly believe Ling Yu was a practitioner of the abundance path. Overwhelmed by fear, the man lost all will to resist. If someone could incapacitate them without even employing their path abilities, what might happen next? As this thought crossed his mind, he trembled uncontrollably, stuttering, spare me. I was wrong. Yet, if admitting fault held any significance, what purpose would there be for law enforcement? Ling Yu dismissed such considerations, stating coldly, "You shall meet your end." With a swift kick, he struck the man in the head, akin to crushing a watermelon, sending a spray of crimson across the deck. "How are your wounds? Stay still, let me examine them." Ling Yu looked up to see Aileen approaching with quick strides, her silver hair gently swirling in the sea breeze, a wooden box in hand. Concern etched on her face, her brows furrowed slightly, clearly anxious about Ling Yu's injuries. Aileen crouched down, carefully lifting the hem of his pant leg to reveal a multitude of iron sand bullet holes scattered across his leg, blood seeping from the wounds. The surrounding skin a mottled blue-purple. However, the power of abundance was already at work, healing the injuries and sprouting new granulation tissue. A glimmer of sympathy flickered in Eileen's eyes as she whispered, "Bear with it." Ling Yu chuckled softly, his voice low and steady. "It's just a minor injury. It's nothing to worry about." Aileen shot him an admonishing glare, her tone laced with reproach. Minor injury? If left untreated, it could become infected. Without further ado, she swiftly opened the medicine box. Given the limitations of their maritime environment, Aileen resorted to the old method, heating a dagger until red-hot. She prepared to extract the iron sand bullets from Ling Yu's body. As the searing blade pierced his flesh, Ling Yu inhaled sharply, a subtle crease forming on his brow. The sharp pain compelled him to clench his fists tightly. Aileen glanced up at him reassuringly, saying, "Just bear with it. It will be over soon." She picked up the iron clamp and carefully extracted the iron shot embedded in his flesh. The little shark approached, sniffed the wound, and then extended its tongue to lick it. The creature's saliva seemed to possess some magical quality, for after its touch, the wound healed swiftly. "You have such a talent, little one. I never expected that," Ling Yu remarked, gently stroking the little shark's head. The creature hummed with a sense of pride. Its interface only indicated the formidable biting ability inherited from the silver-toothed giant shark, yet it appeared there were other abilities yet to be explored. Aileen assisted Ling Yu in rising to examine the condition of the ship. Overall, it was in satisfactory condition, with only the outer layer damaged and no water ingress into the cabin, thus not impeding the vessel's navigation. Although they had sustained some injuries, the spoils from this battle were plentiful. In addition to the weapons and equipment on the captives, there were also the slave-catching ships. Unfortunately, dismantling the vessels would be impractical. It would consume too much time, and should others approach, it could create complications. They could only take the supplies from the ship. The most significant gain, of course, was the corrupted blood. The two had already consumed a substantial portion of the corrupted blood they possessed, and were pondering how to procure more. With so many corpses at hand, their needs could be met for quite some time. Currently, any corpse that had been dead for less than 3 days could be transformed into a blood-eroded apostle, with the conversion occurring remarkably swiftly, essentially completed within an hour. Thus, These individuals were typically executed immediately after being captured, awaiting their transformation into blood-eroded apostles, with only a few taken back to the tribe as laborers. Inside the iron cages of the slave-catching ship, countless blood-eroded apostles clawed at the bars, roaring in fury. Just yesterday, they had been living beings. Let us organize the bodies properly. I still need to conduct some research. Moreover, let us grant these creatures their release. Once we've tidied up, we must make haste. Lingyu stated. Eileen nodded, and the two quickly cleared the scene. The slave-catching ships contained only some food, strong liquor, and weapons, with little of real value. However, Lingyu had discovered a book on the masked man, the Compendium of Totemic Arts. Previously, he had acquired the wolf totem and its secret arts from the wild men. Thus far, only the wolf totem had proven somewhat useful, while he had scarcely utilized the totemic arts. The majority of the investments in the book yielded disproportionate returns. To attain totemic power, one had to concoct special pigments with materials and tattoo the corresponding totemic designs upon oneself. These pigments were not inexpensive in the original tribe. Only the priests and a select few warriors were deemed worthy of their use. The materials obtained from the wild men's tribe had been partially given to Eileen, while he had utilized the rest for experiments, which were now entirely depleted. Furthermore, many of the enhancements in the book no longer held any appeal for him. For instance, the bear totem, when activated, increased strength by 2 and enlarged one's size. For his past self, such an enhancement was undeniably enticing. However, for his current self, it bore little significance. Certainly, the primary reason remains financial. A complete set of materials from the Sanluo Chamber of Commerce costs approximately 4 to 500,000. Lingyu initially paid little heed, but as he delved into the book, his eyes gradually sparkled with enlightenment. So that was it. The previous totem technique was merely an introduction, while this delineated the authentic cultivation system. Lingyu murmured to himself. The text elucidated the genuine cultivation framework of the totem technique. It detailed how to communicate with the forces of nature through totemic patterns, such as wild beasts, thunder, and hurricanes, to acquire immeasurable strength. Not only could one gain attributes, but also corresponding skills. Among the concepts mentioned was a key term, the worship system. His skill, wolf god possession, actually stemmed from a form of reverence towards the moon. Chapter 54, the proper unveiling of totemic arts. Lingyu has always felt that his exploration of the skill, wolf god possession, was inadequate. Yet he remained uncertain about the direction to pursue. This book provided him with profound insights. The crux of the matter lay in his possession of only the transformation incantation, devoid of the totemic insignia of the wolf god, thus failing to establish a connection with the deity. The incantation and the totemic insignia are essential components of advanced totemic arts. The incantation serves to commune with the spirits of nature, while the totemic insignia is employed to wield power. Both are indispensable, otherwise, one may encounter a plethora of adverse effects. His current struggle to control himself post-transformation stemmed from the absence of the totemic insignia. According to the text, the stone tablet inscribed with the wolf god transformation incantation vanished after being stolen, leaving no trace behind. Might it be the very tablet located on the Savage Island? Lingyu speculated that the wolf god may not necessarily exist in the conventional sense, but rather symbolize a profound spirit, much like ancient peoples, who, upon discovering fire, were unable to comprehend its essence, concocted various peculiar myths such as Prometheus stealing fire. The inhabitants of this realm may have witnessed a unique phenomenon of a wolf pack under the moonlight, thereby birthing the mythos of the wolf god as a spiritual entity. Subsequently, others sought to harness the wolf god's spiritual power through the same totemic insignia. The legend of the wolf god is widespread, resulting in an immensely potent spiritual entity, thus elevating the skill's grade to the legendary tier. It was surprising to discover that even within a tribe, such a high-caliber skill existed. Lingyu recalled a jest, of villagers sharing nuclear fusion technology. Nonetheless, a tribe possessing a legendary tier transformation skill is no trifling matter. The text indicates that their population numbers in the hundreds of thousands, spanning several small islands. Yet, he was not preoccupied with this aspect. What truly captivated him was how to fully unleash the potential of the wolf god possession skill. If he could harness the complete power of the wolf god's descent, it would be. Of course, this endeavor would not be simple, as the totemic insignia corresponding to the legendary tier is far from commonplace. It appears that within their tribe, there exists only one such insignia, passed down through generations. According to tribal customs, the predecessor, before their demise, would even have the skin marked with the totemic insignia excised, undergoing a series of intricate processes to detach and pass it on to their descendants, all to preserve the sanctity of the totemic insignia. Their tribe refers to such individuals as shamans, who are categorized into 5 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, emerald, and celestial spirit. The masked man he had just defeated belonged to the bronze tier of shamans. This fellow possessed the tiger totem, which could enhance strength by 5 points and boost attack and movement speed by 25%, along with additional skills. Alas, the sight of Ling Yu's fateful power rendered him so paralyzed with fear that he forgot to resist. Otherwise, there would have been an opportunity for practical testing. As recorded in the tome, should one ascend to the silver tier of shaman, they could transform their limbs into the lethal claws of a tiger, further augmenting their strength and speed. Each progression through the tiers grants new powers. In summary, this was vastly superior to the totems detailed in the previous book. Upon finishing his reading, Ling Yu felt a surge of exhilaration, not solely due to the knowledge contained within, but more importantly, for the confidence it instilled in him. The totemic art carries profound symbolic significance. Initially, he believed that the power structures of this world were derived solely from fate and versioning. However, the totemic art defies this notion. It is a system of power meticulously developed and celebrated by human intellect, rooted in the reverence and faith towards living beings, independent of any external forces. As he perused through the tomes, Eileen had already scavenged everything. "We have gathered over 6,000 units of corrupted blood, which will suffice for quite a while," Eileen remarked. The jars containing the corrupted blood cluttered half of the deck. "Considering the corpses of these individuals, it should last us at least half a month," estimated Ling Yu. Each night, the intensity of the crimson light surged, and the rate of blood erosion accelerated, naturally increasing the consumption of corrupted blood. The subsequent battles would likely grow even more fierce. After collecting their spoils, Eileen and Ling Yu promptly set sail, departing from that location. In the room, Ling Yu reclined on the bed, leafing through the compendium of totemic arts. It was evidently unfeasible to assemble the wolf god totem at this juncture, so he sought to procure other totemic designs to serve in the interim. The totems could be broadly categorized into 3 series. 1. Spirit of the Wild, transforming into ferocious beasts of nature, bestowing corresponding attribute enhancements. 2. Spirit of Nature, merging with the botanical forces of the natural realm, granting relevant attribute augmentations. 3. Spirit of Elements, absorbing elemental powers from the natural world, providing respective attribute enhancements. After meticulously studying the entire volume, Ling Yu selected a particular totem, Void Totem, harnessing the power of the void, enabling traversal between the void and reality. Required materials: void crystals, spatial dust, moonlight grass, weathered bone fragments. This totem is a hybrid of combat and support, classified as brilliant grade. The primary allure of this totem for Ling Yu was its utility in exploring underwater realms. The void can shield against external pollution, a capability through which the tribe has amassed considerable wealth. Possessing this ability would allow him to delve deeper into the mysteries of this world. However, the materials required for a brilliant grade item were substantial, and the price was presumably steep. After sending the material list to customer service, he quickly received a response. "Sir, we have inquired about the materials, and the estimated price is approximately 37.5 million, the customer service representative informed him. "The last potion sold for merely 30 million, leaving a shortfall of nearly 10 million. Is there no possibility of lowering this price?" Ling Yu inquired. "We have already consulted our partnered suppliers, and this is the lowest price available. If you were to purchase these items separately on the market, it would cost around 50 million. We are unable to offer any further reductions. Should you wish to negotiate, you would have to approach the suppliers directly." "We can facilitate contact," the representative replied. "Do you have any suggestions?" Ling Yu asked. "The most expensive item you provided is the Void Crystal, with the Shadow Brotherhood quoting a price of 23 million. This item is essentially monopolized by them, making negotiations rather challenging." However, the customer service representative seemed somewhat hesitant. "What could it be?" "After we briefly outlined your situation, without disclosing your name, of course, and shared a few of your accomplishments, they indicated that the price is negotiable, but it requires your personal involvement." Ling Yu leaned back against his bed, pondering for a moment. He now had another option: to sell some corrupted blood, which is currently quite valuable. However, he was reluctant to part with such a life-saving item unless absolutely necessary. "Are they easy to negotiate with?" Ling Yu inquired. "Fairly accommodating," came the response. "The Shadow Brotherhood's tenet is that all things are ephemeral and all matters are permissible. Everything in this world is an illusion, and only the Brotherhood is eternal. For the sake of the Brotherhood's interests, all actions are deemed acceptable. An organization that prioritizes profit, indeed. Communication should not pose too much difficulty." "Very well, please assist me in establishing contact with them," Ling Yu replied. After all, asking a question posed no danger, and there was nothing to lose. Chapter 55. The Shadow Brotherhood. The customer service representative promptly located the representative of the Shadow Brotherhood. Greetings, I am Gillis. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. As you prefer to keep your identity confidential, may I refer to you as the Professor of Colors? Gillis inquired. That is acceptable. The representative replied. Thank you very much. I understand you are in search of void crystals. We are more than willing to provide them. In terms of pricing, we have a rather unconventional proposal. 3 questions. 3 questions? Gillis exclaimed, astounded. Indeed, currency circulates in this world due to societal conventions. However, it is clear that you possess something far more valuable than mere money. Should you answer our 3 inquiries, the void crystals will be presented to you without hesitation. Mr. Gillis, not every question's worth can be quantified by monetary means, Lingyu remarked. Of course, I am aware of that. You may choose to refuse my questions, and it will not affect our transaction. Deceit is inconsequential. Everyone lies and conceals, yet we firmly believe that no one will betray their own essence. Based on this premise, even falsehoods and refusals hold intrinsic value, allowing us to extract the information we desire. Such generous terms. Merely 3 questions for a single crystal, alongside the right to decline. Very well, but I too have a request. Please, go ahead. After you have posed your inquiries, I wish to ask a question in return. Agreed. Consider it a complimentary exchange. Now, for the first question, are you affiliated with the Knowledge Society? Gillis queried. No, Lingyu responded succinctly. He was acutely aware of his ignorance regarding this world. It would be effortlessly simple for the other party to see through him. Unraveling a lie requires mere authenticity. Yet truth can never be truly pierced, only imagined. A candid response. For the second question, who conferred upon you this title? What archon or apostle? Gillis probed. I cannot disclose that, Lingyu replied. Unable to answer? That response is quite intriguing. May I seek further clarification? Does this count as the third question? Professor of Colors. Let us not be overly pedantic. I have already agreed to answer your question, so a modicum of cordiality would be appreciated. I believe the Cthulhu Trading Company has truly lost out by not recruiting you. As for the origin of this item, I am uncertain. It appeared after a night's slumber. Is that sufficient? Lingyu had indeed spoken the truth. According to Eileen, it was merely a dream he experienced during his rest. I see. Very well then. For the third question, are you a pathwalker of wisdom? Gillis posed his final inquiry. No. Have the 3 questions been exhausted? The representative fell silent for a moment before replying. Indeed, your honesty is astonishing. The Cthulhu Trading Company must have granted you the highest credit score. You may now ask your question. What is the conclusion drawn from your 3 inquiries? Lingyu inquired. A clever question, Gillis acknowledged. I can provide you with an answer, but I will require a moment to contemplate. Subsequently, Giles remarked to Professor Color that your recent color theory has stirred a considerable commotion within the Society of Erudition. Presently, the discourse most fervently engaged in by the Society revolves around this very theory, which has even given rise to a school of color. Strangely, however, this faction lacks a leader, as none are willing to accept such an honor. Thus, it was anticipated that you would not be a member of the Society. What surprised me was your second question, which left me at a loss for words. If my assumptions are correct, your third question should possess but a singular answer. Yet you presented me with an alternative. This perplexes me further. If you truly encountered that individual, you ought to be a traveler of the path of wisdom as well, which I find difficult to comprehend. This is the simplest of inquiries, and you have no reason to fabricate an answer here. You are quite remarkable. Lingyu lay in silence upon his bed, astonished that the other party had nearly deduced the truth. It seems that one should never underestimate anyone in this place. Nevertheless, the other party honorably provided him with the void crystal. Before departing, they added him as a friend, adhering to the principle that many friends open many paths. Lingyu did not refuse, considering that he might require their assistance in the future. Upon acquiring all the materials, Lingyu eagerly commenced the preparation of the dye for the patterns. Half a day later, he gazed upon the deep black markings on his arm with great satisfaction. Void patterns, type, totem, effect 1, gain void power, wisdom 3, spirit 3, special trait 1, vanish into the void. When activated, the void envelopes the individual, rendering them immune to external aberrant effects, yet they cannot affect other targets. Void affinity, 0, he acquired an additional 3 points of spirit and 3 points of wisdom, along with an extra trait. According to the tome, as one's affinity with the void increases, more traits will be unlocked. This is also a standard by which the power of sorcerers is judged. The moment Lingyu activated the void power, the enigmatic black patterns on his arms seemed to come alive, spiraling along his skin like entwining vines, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Concurrently, his vision transformed abruptly, as if shrouded by a thick black veil. The once clear world became obscured and profound, akin to being immersed in an infinite void. However, this darkness did not entirely obscure his senses. Rather, it allowed him to perceive the more delicate flows of energy within the space, akin to awakening night vision in the depths of night. With this newfound ability, he was now equipped to explore the depths of the sea. Of course, pollution was merely one facet of the dangers that this ocean harbored. He still had further preparations to undertake. Tonight, the blood-red moon ascended once more, casting an intensified crimson glow as the world fell into crisis anew. Ling Yu, clad in thick garments, laid a corpse upon the deck of the ship. Under the illumination of the red light, the surface of the corpse revealed scarred areas of decay, and the blood corruption value steadily escalated. Almost there, Ling Yu observed as the blood corruption value surpassed 70, and with a swift motion, he severed the arm of the corpse. Under normal circumstances, a corpse will undergo rigor mortis after a certain period following death, and the blood will congeal. However, at this moment, as the arm of the corpse was sliced open, vibrant crimson blood cascaded down. After obtaining the necessary samples, Ling Yu swiftly retreated, addressing Aaron. The rest is in your capable hands. No sooner had the words left his lips than the corpse before them trembled and gradually rose to its feet. With a swift whoosh, Aaron, stationed at the observation platform, unleashed 2 arrows that pierced the creature's knees. The corpse stumbled and collapsed to the ground, only to be met with another volley of arrows that diminished the life force of the blood-corrupted apostle. This freshly transformed blood-corrupted apostle possessed merely 200 to 300 units of health, making it relatively easy to dispatch. This entire process would yield approximately 30 units of corrupted blood. Once the foe was dealt with, Ling Yu promptly advanced to collect the corrupted blood, diligently preparing the samples. Chapter 56. Experiment. After meticulously gathering the samples, Ling Yu hastened into the laboratory. The experimental table was already adorned with all the necessary materials and equipment. He placed the blood sample beneath the microscope and commenced his observations. The prismatic microscope, an advanced high-density apparatus developed by the Twin Society, possesses the precision to unveil the intricate structure of biological DNA. As Ling Yu deftly adjusted the magnification, the DNA structure of the blood materialized before his eyes. Strange. Exceedingly strange. This defies scientific explanation, he murmured to himself upon witnessing the results. Currently, the phenomenon of blood corruption apostles manifests as follows. Once the blood corruption value reaches 70, the body begins to dissolve, resembling a state of decay. Subsequently, it enters a euphoric frenzy, attacking those around it as if under the influence of a drug. Ling Yu categorized the sampled blood into 3 distinct specimens. 1. Blood extracted shortly after death. 2. Blood samples with a blood corruption value of 70. 3. Corrupted blood obtained post-mortem. Through the examination of these 3 categories, he discerned 3 disparate states. The blood sample acquired shortly after death bore a striking resemblance to the blood he recognized, exhibiting minimal changes, with the DNA retaining its characteristic double helix structure. However, the blood sample corresponding to a blood corruption value of 70 presented peculiarities. Numerous segments of its DNA were undergoing alterations and recombinations. He had never encountered such an extraordinarily bizarre phenomenon. In other words, certain gene segments within the DNA appeared to be remarkably active. This led him to ponder whether the red light, which invigorates the drowned, might exert a similar influence on DNA. Or perhaps, the activation of the drowned is merely a manifestation of this phenomenon, where the intensity of the red light had not yet reached a level that could be resisted by the victims. Ling Yu contemplated this possibility for quite some time. The double helix structure of DNA is inherently stable, and theoretically, disrupting it requires significant effort, not to mention the current scenario, where DNA appears to actively separate and recombine. As a result of these changes in DNA, the expression of proteins also underwent transformation, propelling the organism towards becoming a blood corruption apostle. One matter that had long perplexed Ling Yu was the peculiar 8-limbed creature he encountered on the island. While he could comprehend the other blood corruption apostles, as they still retained semblances of humanity, this specific entity was exceedingly strange. It seemed to be composed of multiple humans. Just as the DNA recombination he observed, it resembled a monstrous amalgamation of several individuals. Research conducted on Blue Star revealed that a portion of genes continues to exhibit activity for 24 to 48 hours post-mortem. Considering the previous instances of corpses merging to form composite monsters, this might elucidate why individuals continue to transform into blood corruption apostles, even after death. Furthermore, the rate of cellular division was markedly accelerated. Upon examining the 3rd sample, namely the corrupted blood, Ling Yu encountered yet another intriguing phenomenon. In the blood of corruption, the genes gradually cease their activity, which evidently signifies a true state of death. However, he observes a peculiar protein substance relentlessly annihilating other cells. Perhaps the red light has activated certain unique abilities within the human immune system, although the excessive activity of other cells renders this seemingly ineffective. Yet, even after the demise of the blood-corrupted apostle, these substances persist, giving rise to the blood of corruption. When they apply the blood of corruption, these substances infiltrate their bodies, eradicating specific proteins and halting the transformation into a blood-corrupted apostle. Although this notion appears to defy common sense, after all, the skin serves as a natural protective barrier, preventing just anything from entering. It remains the most plausible explanation. It can only be understood that the red light enables numerous elements to transcend their inherent biological limitations, thus culminating in an astonishing spectacle. Indeed, many phenomena in this world cannot be judged by the standards of Blue Star. To validate this hypothesis, it is quite straightforward. One must mix the blood of corruption with their own blood and then examine their blood samples. To this end, Ling Yu even stood for 10 minutes beneath the crimson moonlight, aiming to elevate his blood corruption value. When he combined the blood of corruption with his own blood and placed it under a microscope for observation, he found, as he anticipated, that this unique protein substance began to specifically exterminate some active cells. This implies that the blood corruption value essentially represents the proportion of active cells. Surpassing a certain threshold would lead to an overall transformation into a blood-corrupted apostle. Ling Yu felt a surge of excitement. If he could develop a corresponding artificial protein, perhaps he could resolve the issue of the blood-corrupted apostle. For instance, implanting a segment of gene into an animal and subsequently extracting proteins from its bodily fluids or tissues is a relatively simple and commonly employed method. Although extensive experimentation is still required to confirm this, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Should he succeed in creating artificial blood of corruption, it would not only alleviate the current tense situation, but also enable him to fully reap the rewards of the ongoing mission. The highest task reward for the event is limited, particularly the final tier, which exists in a singular form. The Heart of the Blood Moon. Type: version commemorative item. Effect: unknown. Each version features a similar commemorative item, and there exists only one throughout the entire version. Upon acquisition, it automatically binds to its owner. Although it lacks a quality designation, its rarity speaks volumes. Clearly, obtaining this version's commemorative item is a formidable challenge, as the required blood of corruption is astronomical in quantity. Furthermore, the production methods for blood of corruption are exceedingly singular, leading many to believe that this version's commemorative item is unattainable. However, this is to be expected. Previously, numerous version commemorative items were beyond reach for anyone, and ultimately, the primary hope remains survival. Aileen, in the coming days, I have matters to attend to. Please prepare some durable provisions for me, and refrain from disturbing me unless absolutely necessary, Ling Yu stated. Observing his demeanor, Aileen understood that he must be engaged in something significant. In matters of research, her assistance was rather limited. Her only forte lay in logistical support. You may take these jerky and water. Should you find them insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me, Aaron remarked. Very well, replied Ling Yu, who then retreated into his room to commence his study. At that moment, a phone call came through. Brother Ling, I have a favor to ask. Lu Lang sent him a private message. What is it? Ling Yu inquired, as he was eager to delve into his research and had little time for extraneous matters. We have captured a prisoner, but we are utterly unable to comprehend his speech. I recall you possess translation skills. Could you assist us? Lu Lang requested. All right, I will do so as swiftly as possible. I am quite occupied here, Ling Yu responded. Understood. Shortly thereafter, a video was sent over, showcasing a burly man tightly bound, fervently shouting strange phrases. Brother Ling, what is this fellow saying? Ling Yu listened attentively and replied. He claims that Lord Isha is soon to arrive with a fleet. You are all doomed. Chapter 57. Scheming. Upon hearing that the enemy fleet was approaching, Lu Lang's expression turned grave. I understand now. Thank you for your assistance. Ling Yu inquired further. May I ask if you have an overarching battle strategy? If the adversaries had not sought him out, he would have refrained from meddling. However, given their current approach, he felt compelled to ask out of a sense of camaraderie. While providing substantial support was out of the question, offering some modest assistance was feasible. Well, Lu Lang hesitated. Ling Yu understood his reluctance. The other party did not trust him, and should their plans be compromised, it could lead to disastrous consequences. If I am not mistaken, your strategy likely involves using yourselves as bait to lure the enemy, while others coordinate with you to vanquish the invading fleet, correct? After a brief silence, the other party replied, You are indeed astute. That is precisely the case. And then, Ling Yu pressed. What I mean is, if unforeseen circumstances arise, Do you have a contingency plan? For instance, what if another group is ambushed? Or what if they do not arrive at all? Is there any binding incentive? After a moment of silence, Lu Lang responded, "Time is too pressing for me to contemplate such matters. I cannot afford to dwell on the scenarios you mentioned. Constantly considering them would hinder our ability to fight effectively." Indeed, they were unable to think through their options, and even if they did, no solutions would present themselves. Such was the lamentable reality of being weak. In this world, all were vying for survival. Ling Yu chose to strive for self-improvement and to cultivate a small, elite team, while Lu Lang opted to unite the majority, constructing a civilization pyramid through sheer numbers. These were two distinctly different paths, devoid of any inherent superiority, merely a question of who would ultimately succeed. Weakness is a fundamental sin. Others will tell you that falling behind invites aggression. Yet none will elucidate why being behind leads to being attacked. The weak lack the privilege to inquire, while the strong have no need to ask. By the time you pose such a question, you have already forfeited the right to receive an answer. With that said, I wish you good fortune. Here's a piece of advice. Stockpile more provisions. You must at least endure until reinforcements arrive, Ling Yu advised. Before troops are mobilized, supplies must precede them. This is the most basic principle. I am aware of that. We have been actively stockpiling food in recent days. Currently, we have enough for about 3 to 4 days. As for water, we are managing quite tightly. Fortunately, we are not lacking in weapons. There is a military stronghold here, Lu Lang replied. How many of you are there? Ling Yu inquired. About 200, I suppose. There are not many willing to come here. Most have sought out the other two, Lu Lang lamented. Such is the reality of human nature, Ling Yu mused. After some contemplation, he continued, that number may not suffice. I can arrange for an additional supply of food and water, enough to sustain you for 7 days. Do not expect more from me. If the other group does not arrive within that time frame, the outcome is clear, and I need not elaborate. Speed is of the essence in warfare. Although he was unaware of the exact whereabouts of the other two, they should not be too far off. The last time he encountered a slave ship, it was merely half a day's journey from the island. The enemy's formidable forces will arrive within 2 days at most. If the plan for internal collaboration cannot be executed within a week, then there is essentially no need to engage in battle at all. Is that true? I appreciate your assistance. It is my pleasure. This can be regarded as his final act of goodwill towards his compatriots. Should they triumph in this battle, it would enable them to establish a foothold in these waters, perhaps allowing the Blue Star people to forge a new power. This represents the first challenge that the community must confront, the battle for authority. Only by instilling fear in others will they earn respect. If they can secure victory in this conflict, it is likely that the adversary will refrain from launching a more extensive retaliation. War is not merely a matter of passion. Considerations of finances, resources, and even the dangers of the sea must be taken into account. Judging by population and developmental stages, a tribe of several 100,000, even if every individual were to serve as a soldier, would still have limited resources. Under normal circumstances, only about 1/3 would possess combat readiness. After all, in such a large tribe, there will inevitably be individuals engaged in agriculture and textile production, and these individuals, even if taken to the sea, would lack combat capability. Moreover, they cannot abandon their homes entirely. Sufficient strength must remain to safeguard their dwellings. The prevalence of slave trading is due to its profitability. In other words, only such lucrative enterprises merit the dispatch of naval vessels. War is an entirely different matter, even if they could eliminate the Blue Star people. The economic viability of such an action remains debatable. The primary reason lies in the fact that this ocean serves as a natural barrier, with the sea being a source of all dangers. The Navy's defining characteristic is its insatiable appetite for funds. Therefore, this precious force will not be mobilized lightly. If Lu Lang and his companions can withstand the initial onslaught, they will gain a respite for development. Ling Yu opened the chat channel to prepare for purchasing supplies from the Sinluo Chamber of Commerce. The Sinluo merchants are affluent and possess significantly higher productivity than other trading houses. Their life support package requires only 3 myriad shells. This package includes grilled silver fish and divine fruit, which can replenish energy and hydration. Both items can be produced in bulk, hence their low cost. This can be considered one of their flagship products. Ling Yu directly purchased sufficient supplies for 200 people for 5 days, totaling nearly 3,000. To him, this amount is but a trifling sum. Thank you. Truly, I am immensely grateful. If we can weather this storm, I will surely repay your kindness. Lu Lang expressed with gratitude. There is no need for thanks. You should focus on what to do next, as ultimately, you must rely on yourself. After imparting this final piece of advice, the two ended their communication. Ling Yu no longer concerned himself with the situation of others, but devoted his attention to his own research. He too faced challenges and had little inclination to worry about anyone else. Ling Yu confined himself to his room, entrusting the ship's affairs to Erin, instructing her not to disturb him unless there were significant matters at hand. During this period of his research, the atmosphere across the entire sea grew increasingly charged with tension. With the intensifying crimson light, the rate of increase for the blood corruption value accelerated, and the demand for corrupted blood rose significantly. Not only has the intensity of capturing the Blue Star individuals escalated, but there have also been frictions among various factions. The Blue Star people find themselves at a critical juncture of survival. Hurry and transport those items over, swiftly. Lu Lang stood on a hillside, methodically directing the construction of defensive fortifications. As individuals with a military background, they adapted to the environment more rapidly than others. However, given the current circumstances, the outlook is far from optimistic. Away, what is the update? What did Commander Chun and President Wang say? Lu Lang inquired. A young man with a buzz cut replied. They said reinforcements have been recruited and will arrive shortly. What about the others? Lu Lang pressed. The response from those foreigners has been minimal, I'm afraid. Lu Lang sighed. As expected, we must rely on ourselves. Chapter 58. Persuasion to surrender. We need only to hold our ground. And soon we shall coordinate our efforts from within and without. Aid will arrive within 3 days at the most. Lu Lang encouraged his comrades. His words were not mere fabrications. The island still housed several military installations that had previously enabled their resistance. With these fortifications, enduring for 7 days was not an insurmountable challenge. When the time came, they would collectively vanquish the indigenous foes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group hurried into the bunker, for the blood moon was about to rise. They swiftly entered the dark confines of the shelter, where the dim light, cast by a few antiquated electric lamps, barely illuminated the space. Among them were individuals with engineering expertise. After a brief repair of the bunker's electrical system, the antiquated machinery astonishingly sprang to life, thanks to the well-preserved spare parts left by the original builders. It was this iron fortress that afforded them survival beneath the ominous blood moon. Gathered around an iron table, they found a modest meal of dried fish, hard bread, and some wild fruits. Let us eat. These provisions were generously provided by President Wang and Big Brother Ling, Lu Lang announced. Nods of agreement followed as they commenced their meal. This was perhaps the most comforting repast they had enjoyed in recent days. The presence of one another offered a semblance of security. Yet, beneath the surface, tension simmered, for the native adversaries would soon arrive. Nonetheless, they endeavored to maintain a light-hearted demeanor, engaging in hushed conversations about topics of mutual interest. Lu Lang sat at a nearby table, a piece of bread in hand. He slowly tore off a small morsel, clearly distracted from the food before him. The words of Ling Yu echoed in his mind, thoughts that tormented him without offering any resolution. Boss, you mustn't be too anxious. Remaining in this state is not sustainable, one man remarked. Lu Lang nodded, forcing a smile. Indeed, everyone has worked hard. Eat well to replenish your strength. I shall step outside to check on our brothers on guard. Rising, he exited the room. Within the bunker, a few individuals were applying corrupted blood to themselves. Eagle, how goes it? Lu Lang inquired. Same as always, no movement. These folks are incredibly slow. The young man known as Eagle jested. Do not let your guard down. It is precisely at times like this that one must remain vigilant to avoid being caught off guard, Lu Lang cautioned. Fear not, boss. We are taking turns to keep watch. Nothing will happen. After nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Lang patted their shoulders, expressing gratitude for their efforts. As long as we hold this position, reinforcements will arrive swiftly. After bolstering their spirits, Lu Lang stepped outside to survey the landscape. The blood moon hung ominously in the sky, casting a crimson hue over the turbulent sea, as if heralding ill omens. As the first rays of dawn pierced the night's silence, a majestic warship gradually emerged on the horizon, resembling a floating fortress. Trailing behind it were dozens of smaller vessels, forming an imposing fleet. The main vessel was adorned with a delicate blue and white livery, its deck embellished with sculptures and totems, exuding an aura of mystery. Lady Isha, those swine are on the nearby island. What shall we do next? Inquired a robust young man clad in a sailor's uniform, his gaze unconsciously drifting over the graceful form of the female captain before him. Isha, dressed in a fitted captain's uniform that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, gently brushed her hair back, a cold smile curling at her lips. We currently have enough blood slaves. Remember, we must capture them alive. The males shall be taken back as laborers, while the females, we shall keep the beautiful ones as goods, and the rest will be your reward. Long live Lady Isha. The sailors on deck cheered, their eyes glinting with avarice. Civilization must advance and population is crucial. In the tribe, slaves symbolize one's status. A household that possesses slaves can ascend to the middle class. After all, the value of a person is akin to the water in a sponge. A little squeeze always yields something. Isha nodded in satisfaction. Captain, I inquired with the leaders of the other slave hunting teams. Teams 2 and 3 have suffered total loss. The first mate said gravely. Enough of that. Let us forget it ever happened. Understood? Summon Aslan. I need to visit the cargo hold. With that, she turned and exited the captain's quarters. According to reports from the teams, those who eliminated them were the Blue Star people, wielding the power of fate. One may disrespect the Blue Star people, but one cannot disregard the Fate Walkers, especially those monstrous entities associated with abundance. Provoking them is not merely a matter of survival. It is a question of life and death. Abundance is adept at tormenting others. Thus, this silent grievance must be swallowed without complaint. As Isha traversed the ship's corridor, she pushed open a cramped room, assaulted by an unbearable stench. The mingling odors of sweat, urine, and decay rendered the air intolerable. The wooden boards were nailed tightly together, resembling drawers, and more astonishingly, these drawers were crammed with people. The entire space resembled a cage filled with chicks. Soon, a slender, pale man hurried over. Aslan, tell these people that whoever can persuade those on the island to surrender will be rewarded with a cup of milk, Isha said, waving her hand while pinching her nose, her patience thinning in the wretched environment. The pale man nodded vigorously and began relaying the message in several commonly used Blue Star languages. As soon as he finished speaking, the chicken coop before them erupted in fervor. Dozens of gaunt figures clamored, I'll go. I'll go. FK, how dare you compete with me? Choose me. Choose me. I've been starved for so long. These slaves had been ravaged by hunger, their forms barely human. Each sea voyage spans a considerable duration, yet the supplies aboard are limited. Thus, as mere commodities and slaves, they were relegated to subsisting on a meager ration of moldy food and murky water, barely meeting their most fundamental needs for survival. The deceased slaves were carelessly cast into the sea, lest they incite a plague. The pallid young man turned to glance at Isla, seemingly inquiring whom to choose. Isla furrowed her brow, suppressing her revulsion as she paced around the room, pinching her nose to survey the surroundings. Subsequently, she pointed to a slave with a relatively decent appearance. Provide him with suitable clothing and some nourishment. The guard, as if drawing from a drawer, extracted a box, and the man within tremulously rose to his feet, hastily trailing behind Isla out of the cabin. Shortly thereafter, he donned a clean outfit and voraciously devoured half a loaf of bread and a cup of milk, a hint of color finally returning to his pallid visage. Moments later, he stood on the deck, brandishing a megaphone towards the island, proclaiming, People of the island, heed my words. These inhabitants from the outer islands are unlike others. They do not kill. Look at me, I am alive. An ancient proverb from the Dragon Kingdom states that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Surrendering offers a path to survival. Meanwhile, within the island's fortifications, all were on high alert. Bunkers, shelters, and observation posts interconnected, forming a multidimensional defensive system. Upon hearing the call for surrender, Lu Lang could not suppress a derisive laugh. Why does this fellow's accent sound so peculiar? One nearby sneered, with an accent like that. His ancestors surely weren't upstanding folk. Chapter 59. Relentless assault. The words of surrender echoed hauntingly over the island, yet they proved futile, inciting a counterproductive response. The harrowing videos circulating in the chat channels these past days, depicting the brutal abduction of the Blue Star inhabitants, held far more persuasive power than the empty rhetoric before them. Damn it. The more I hear, the more enraged I become, Lu Lang muttered through gritted teeth. He then turned sharply, his tone steely. Eagle, give him a bullet to silence that brat. And you, away, retort back to him. The man beside him nodded silently, raising his sniper rifle. These weapons, salvaged from within the fortress, were of electromagnetic kinetic technology, far superior to that of Blue Star. Although somewhat antiquated, their quality remained commendable, and with minor repairs, they were still functional. The man known as Eagle slowly aimed at the person aboard the ship, while Away seized the loudspeaker, proclaiming, Listen up, you bastards on the ship. I curse your ancestors. If you seek money, I have none, and if it's a life you want, I've already died several times. Come and take it if you dare. As his words faded, Eagle pulled the trigger, the electromagnetic bullet slicing through the air with an ear-piercing whine. In an instant, a resounding bang echoed. The head of the man at the bow of the ship burst apart like a fallen watermelon, blood instantly staining the deck crimson. These swine, so presumptuous, loading tranquilizer rounds and preparing for a barrage, Izar seethed. The sailors hurriedly adjusted the cannons and transported ammunition. Aim, fire. In a heartbeat, dozens of warships pivoted, their cannons targeting the island's fortifications. The deafening roar of cannon fire erupted, fiery shells raining down upon the coast like a meteor shower. Shells exploded beside the bunkers, debris and earth scattering violently. Soon, thick clouds of purple smoke billowed forth, enveloping those nearby in a disorienting haze, leaving them feeling lightheaded and unsteady. It's a tranquilizer gas. Hold your breath and focus. Take cover. Hurry, Lu Lang bellowed, covering his nose. Everyone scrambled to drag their unconscious comrades into the bunker, rolling and crawling as they went. The elite squad is mobilizing to capture these individuals alive, Izar declared. Understood. A group of men, already poised on the ship, nodded in unison and leaped overboard. Nearby, a totem mage began to chant softly, the blue totemic patterns illuminating. Those who jumped felt a surge of power coursing through them. Their leg muscles brimmed with explosive force as they surged toward the mountain like the wind. Amidst the swirling smoke, blue bullets erupted from the haze, and the charging mages activated their stone-like totemic markings, a rocky armor manifesting upon their skin, resembling battle gear. A cacophony of collisions rang out as bullets struck against the rocky armor, debris flying and producing dull thuds. Gradually, varying depths of dents appeared on the stone armor, and the mages felt an unsettling sensation, as if ants were crawling all over them. Dodge! The leader commanded loudly. The mages immediately sought nearby cover, evading the barrage. Captain, these blue star weapons are quite formidable. They can breach the defenses of the Mother of Rock. If we charge headlong, the casualties could be significant, the leader reported. Atop the mountain, damn it, this contraption is even more sinister than a bulletproof vest. It's as if we've encountered a ghost. Azingzi cursed. He replaced the energy cell in his firearm. The faces of the group were wrapped in damp cloths while the bunker's ventilation system was activated to expel the choking smoke. It seemed the enemy had ceased their advance. What shall we do? I asked. Let us first assess the situation and conserve our ammunition. Although the bunker was stocked with weaponry, it was prudent to save what they could, for once depleted, it would be gone. In the distance, on the ship, Isla's expression was ashen. How could these swine from Blue Star possess such formidable weaponry? The unexpected turn of events left her momentarily taken aback, however. As a golden tier sorceress of her clan, she was not easily intimidated. She quickly made her decision, abandon the notion of capturing them alive, and opt for direct artillery bombardment. The loss of 2 slave-catching vessels on this expedition was already a significant blow. Any further casualties would be untenable for her to justify. Moreover, the squad before her was elite, comprised entirely of sorcerers. The resources required to cultivate a single sorcerer were substantial, and each one was invaluable to the tribe. Even their corpses held considerable worth. Capturing them alive was unnecessary. Isla's command swiftly reached all the warships, and the sailors sprang into action, replacing the previously loaded smoke shells with live rounds. The cannons were recalibrated, now aimed at the defensive fortifications on the island. Loading complete. Fire! Isla commanded coldly. The thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted once more, this time unleashing genuine high-explosive shells. The projectiles howled down like a torrential rain upon the fortress on the island. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted, sending mushroom clouds into the air, while the tremendous shockwaves rattled the ground. Dust and smoke billowed forth, and Lu Lang and his companions were enveloped in a cacophony of buzzing sounds, with debris cascading from above. Damn it, these bastards are serious. Ah gritted his teeth in exasperation. Simultaneously, the concealed sorcerers halfway up the mountain regrouped under the cover of cannon fire. The lead sorcerer whispered a command. Now charge. Do not give them a moment to breathe. The sorcerers surged forward once more like ferocious beasts racing towards the mountain summit. At the peak, Ingzi peered through his scope at the advancing sorcerers and coldly declared, "They are coming again. Prepare to engage." The sound of bullets striking the sorcerer's rock armor reverberated with dull thuds. Despite the armor's resilience, under the relentless barrage, the protective gear of the foremost sorcerers began to crack like a spider's web. At that moment, the leading sorcerers slowed their pace, allowing their comrades from behind to swiftly take their place and absorb the damage. This alternating tactic enabled the sorcerers to withstand the attacks in waves, gradually closing in on the fortress atop the mountain. Damn it, this turtle shell is tough. Grandfather, allow me to treat you to something special. Ingzi cursed as he retrieved a fist-sized orb from his waist. He twisted the mechanism on the orb and hurled it with force. The orb traced an arc through the air, landing with a soft thud. Almost instantly, it illuminated, radiating a blinding light akin to a miniature sun. The sound of buzzing electricity filled the air as countless arcs erupted from the surface of the sphere, spreading outward like silver serpents. The sorcerers, caught off guard, were struck by the current, their bodies convulsing violently. The rocky armor crackled under the impact of the electricity, peeling away in layers. Then, several more spheres shot forth, their dazzling currents weaving an electric net that left the charging squad in a state of ecstasy and agony. A chorus of anguished cries escaped the lips of the sorcerers as they collapsed rigidly to the ground, their skin marred by charred fissures. "Well done," Away exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. Chapter 60 Reinforcements. With a resounding thud, Isha slammed her palm against the table, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "What is going on? Why has no one reported this matter earlier?" The captain's cabin was enveloped in a suffocating silence. The sorcerer squad that had just charged had suffered devastating losses, with a fatality rate exceeding 40%. With so many casualties on this mission, Isha found herself at a loss for words on how to explain this to the elders back in the tribe. The deaths caused by Ling Yu were somewhat justifiable. Those old men would likely refrain from probing too deeply into the matter of the Pathwalkers. However, the sorcerers slain by the Blue Star people were another story entirely, one she could not easily justify. It seemed that a significant portion of the profits from this slave capture would have to be allocated to compensate the families of the deceased. Sorcerers were regarded as esteemed individuals within their tribe, and their families naturally belonged to a higher social stratum. The mere thought of this made Isha's head throb even more. What troubled her further was her uncertainty regarding the weaponry still possessed by the Blue Star people. More deaths could not be tolerated at this juncture. Two options lay before her. The first was to concede defeat and turn back, though it would be somewhat humiliating and could dampen morale. It would at least mitigate the losses. The second option was to take a gamble, to muster the courage to confront these Blue Star people. On one hand, it would provide a sense of vindication. The corpses of those individuals could offset some of the losses. On the other hand, the military base on this island surely had its significance. Perhaps they would uncover something of value. Such endeavors were reliant on fortune. Should they stumble upon any advanced technology, it would be worth a fortune, far more than selling a few ships of slaves could ever yield. Of course, a more prudent strategy was necessary. How long can our supplies of food and fuel last? Isha inquired. Food should last about a month. We have ample fuel, enough for 3 months without issue. The first mate reported. What if we were to fish locally? How much longer could we sustain ourselves? Utilizing local resources would extend our duration significantly. Possibly an additional month or two. Our crew excels at sea. The primary shortage would be in fruits and vegetables. After a moment of contemplation, Isha remarked, I am well acquainted with a manager at the Heaven Trading Company. Acquiring some near-expiry fruits and vegetables should not pose a problem. Captain, are you suggesting? With a smile, Isha interjected, how much food do you suppose these Blue Star people possess? The captives we previously captured barely had 1 or 2 days' worth of rations. I refuse to believe that this dilapidated base harbors any food. We can simply outlast them. Once they run out of supplies, matters will become far more manageable. But what of the slaves? If we proceed like this, they will all perish, the first mate expressed his concern. Then let us dispatch a few ships to return these slaves. We are not lacking in personnel. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the crew immediately set to work. Atop the mountain, the group ceased their assault, forming ranks to encircle the island. The enemy has retreated, reported Ingzi. Of course, after slaying so many, it feels quite satisfying. By the way, the canned goods these fellows carry are rather delectable. Save some for me. After the cessation of their offensive, they sent out a team to scour the battlefield, recovering a considerable amount of items. Although these provisions are indeed coarse and durable fare, they possess an exceptional flavor under the present circumstances. Food always tastes best when it is in the hands of others. It's quite agreeable that they have ceased their attacks. It saves us energy for when we encircle them from within and without, Lu Lang remarked. This situation was precisely what he had hoped for. His judgment proved correct. As long as the first wave inflicted pain, the enemy's actions would become more cautious. The aim was to prolong the standoff day by day, awaiting the arrival of the main forces, at which point everything would come to an end. As days passed, an eerie peace enveloped both sides, characterized by mutual scrutiny alongside their daily meals. On the 5th day, however, Izar could no longer contain her curiosity. Haven't they run out of supplies yet? She inquired. Yes. Indeed, her subordinate replied. The scouts reported that they just finished their lunch. They have been eating the same thing every day. Izar seized upon this crucial detail. What did you say? They eat the same thing daily? Her subordinate nodded, confirming. Indeed, it's the same. Roasted fish and vine fruits. Isn't that akin to a universal sustenance package? If they could procure supplies from the universe, they might endure for quite some time. The first mate frowned. But from where would they acquire such universal shells? Did the wind bring them? Izar slammed her hand on the table, her composure unraveling. Should I lead an assault? I am a silver-ranked sorceress. I refuse to believe they possess weapons that can counter me, the first mate suggested. Izar shook her head firmly. No, I cannot take that risk. If anything were to happen to you, I would truly be unable to explain it upon my return. She slumped wearily into her chair, lamenting. Let us concede victory to these Blue Star people and retreat. If we return now, at least there will be some profit. I simply cannot afford any more losses. This was the outcome Ling Yu had predicted. As long as they could endure, the enemy would likely refrain from further conflict. Captain, bad news. A sailor stumbled in, breathless. A large number of ships have appeared on the horizon, and they seem to be heading our way. What? Izar stood up straight, swiftly making her way to the lookout tower. Grabbing the telescope, she began to survey the distant scene. There, on the horizon, a vast fleet was slowly approaching. Their sails billowing like clouds, flags snapping in the wind. Her heart raced, and her palms grew clammy. Is that the Blue Star reinforcements? She murmured, disbelief lacing her voice. Perhaps so, Captain. We are currently surrounded. What should we do? She assessed the situation and concluded, this is untenable. The leading vessels are of level 5, moving far too swiftly. Their ISNT time to turn the ship around and flee. Izar paused in silence, then spoke coldly. We shall observe the situation. Relay orders for everyone to enter a state of maximum alertness, prepared to respond to any unforeseen developments. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Lu Lang and his companions had also noticed the unusual activity on the sea. Is that reinforcements? Eagle squinted, his tone tinged with a hint of anticipation. Lu Lang raised his binoculars and, after a meticulous observation, his previously tense expression gradually relaxed. It was President Wang and Commander Chen's fleet. Splendid news, reinforcements have arrived. A wave of relief washed over everyone, tears of joy streaming down their faces. This moment had been long awaited. Quickly, send a message to President Wang and inquire about the timing of the attack. We will obstruct the enemy's retreat and ensure they cannot flee to the island. Lu Lang urged. With a coordinated assault from both sides, there was a significant chance of triumph over these indigenous foes. Ingzi nodded repeatedly, initiating contact. Is this President Wang? Yes, it's us. Captain Lu is inquiring about your attack schedule. The smile on Ingzi's face gradually faded, his demeanor turning increasingly somber. What did President Wang's fleet say? Lu Lang asked anxiously. President Wang's fleet has arrived, but they require time to adjust their formation and cannot launch an attack just yet. What? Chapter 61. Intrigue. His countenance darkened instantly, fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Time is of the essence in warfare. At this moment, hesitating is not an option. He promptly dialed the contact, his voice nearly erupting as he exclaimed, President Wang, this is the perfect opportunity to strike. Why are we not attacking immediately? We are besieged on the island. With every minute that passes, our situation grows increasingly perilous. On the other end of the communicator, Wang Yifun's languid voice resonated, tinged with a hint of impatience. Captain Lu, do not rush. Our fleet has just endured a long journey and requires a brief respite. Besides, have you not managed to hold out for so many days already? A little longer will not matter. Lu Lang's fury threatened to erupt from his chest. Yet he endeavored to maintain his composure as he retorted, President Wang, this is not the time for rest. If we allow the enemy to prepare, the challenge of launching an offensive will only intensify. Wang Yifun chuckled dismissively. Captain Lu, you are overly anxious. My fleet is well equipped. Once we have arranged our formation, we can ensnare them at our convenience. Just hold on a little longer. There is no need for haste. Lu Lang's fist slammed onto the table with a resounding crash. He almost spat out the words through gritted teeth. President Wang, you are abandoning us in our time of need. Wang Yifun's cold reply came. You cannot frame it that way, Captain Lu. We are here to support you. It is not abandonment. The timing is simply not right. A rash attack would only leave us vulnerable. Just endure for a bit longer, and we shall strike when we are ready. Fire blazed in Lu Lang's eyes, but he recognized that further argument would yield no results. Wang Yifun evidently had no intention of acting immediately, and they were left with no choice but to wait. He inhaled deeply and reached out to Chen Wubin, hoping for some intervention from him. Captain Lu, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but President Wang insists on resting for the night, and my fleet is limited. Acting alone lacks certainty. Lu Lang fell silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. Ultimately, he had been right about Ling Yuyan's insights, yet he had never anticipated that, even in this dire moment, Wang Yifun would indulge in such tactics. Enough, discussing this further is futile. Lu Lang waved his hand, fatigue seeping into his tone. Inform the brothers to remain vigilant and prepared for any sudden developments. Additionally, send someone to monitor the movements of the natives, should they show any signs of activity. Report immediately. Eagle nodded and turned to relay the orders. The night was deep, the sea breeze howled, and the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, leaving only the crimson moon illuminating the vast ocean. Isabella stood on the lookout, observing the distant fleet. A subtle smile graced her lips, barely perceptible. Captain, It seems the reinforcements from Blue Star are not united. Their movements are sluggish, clearly indicating internal discord, the first mate murmured. I am well aware of that. The heavens do not abandon me. Come here, your current position. Isabella whispered a few words into the first mate's ear. Wang Yifun's flagship, the Sea Dragon, lay serenely anchored several nautical miles from the island, its deck illuminated by brilliant lights, with faint melodies and laughter wafting through the air. Inside the cabin, the ambience was equally vibrant, with music flowing melodiously. At the center of the deck stood a grand fountain, encircled by an array of rare flowers and even a few small fruit trees. These plants thrive thanks to the ship's ecological recycling system, ensuring their robust growth amidst the ocean's embrace. The vessel, classified as a Level 5 ship, boasted a space comparable to that of a luxury cruise liner, capable of accommodating hundreds. Recently, Wang Yifun had amassed considerable wealth through his minting rights, effortlessly recruiting a formidable crew. The primary condition for those he enlisted was to dismantle their own ships and contribute to his fleet. Except for a select few vessels he chose to retain, the rest were dismantled, allowing him to accumulate a vast supply of materials, ultimately elevating his ship to Level 5. Seated upon a sumptuous sofa, a glass of fruit wine in hand, a contented smile graced his face. While money may not be omnipotent, its absence is undeniably crippling. Here, he rediscovered the profound influence of wealth, an understanding deepened by the constraints of laws and morals he faced on Blue Star. In this realm, limitations ceased to exist. He glanced at several alluring women nearby, one tenderly massaging his shoulders, while two others knelt at his feet, presenting an array of fruits and delicacies. Those aboard his ship were either exceptionally skilled or strikingly unique in appearance. Carpenters, blacksmiths, chefs, occupations, and initial ship capabilities that had been integrated into his fleet. Remarkably, he could even manufacture cannons and firearms. Such industrial creations required the collaboration of multiple trades, yet under the auspices of financial prowess, these challenges were rendered trivial. Daily, thousands of applications flooded in from those seeking passage aboard, as ordinary skills and beauty no longer piqued his interest. Although his standard of living had not yet returned to that of Blue Star, a profound sense of fulfillment now eclipsed his previous experiences. President Wang, your wisdom and valor are truly commendable. This endeavor is bound to yield resounding success, a long-faced man ingratiatingly remarked, pouring Wang Yifun another glass of wine. Li felt fortunate to be collaborating with Wang Yifun, as it had elevated his own living standards. Wang Yifun chuckled softly, savoring a sip of his fruit wine, and replied leisurely, naturally. Those natives are already like fish in a barrel, hardly worthy of concern. As for Lu Lang and his companions, his laughter concealed an ambiguous undertone. President, those natives have dispatched an envoy, seeking negotiations with us. According to my subordinates, a small boat recently approached, carrying a native who speaks the language of Blue Star. Negotiations? How intriguing. Let him come aboard, Wang Yifun commanded. Soon, Aslan was ushered in. Greetings. How may I address you? Aslan inquired cautiously. Observing his apprehensive demeanor, Wang Yifun felt a twinge of disdain. Very well, take a seat and speak at your leisure. He gestured dismissively, his posture reminiscent of an emperor receiving an envoy from a subordinate nation. A subordinate directly brought over a stool, and Aslan's tall frame made him appear somewhat awkward and ill-fitting as he sat upon it, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. The women nearby stifled their laughter at the sight. Aslan was acutely aware that they were deliberately humiliating him, yet he endured it for the sake of the mission. Good day, may I inquire how to address you? Aslan repeated his question. Wang Yifun, instead of responding, spoke to himself. What price do you intend to negotiate? Aslan clenched his fists, suppressing his frustration as he replied. Our captain has stated that if you grant us our freedom, all terms are negotiable. For instance, we could offer you the secret techniques of our clan's totems. Wang Yifun's interest was piqued at this proposition. His greatest concern lay in his own strength. In pursuit of safety, he had recruited numerous combat specialists. Yet this was a double-edged sword. Those who could protect him for a price could also turn against him for the same reason. The only solution was to enhance his own capabilities. However, such improvement is not achievable overnight. Thus, he found himself offering generous compensation to combat personnel while simultaneously acquiring numerous defensive tools for himself. In recent days, he had eliminated several other natives and obtained some secret techniques, yet he struggled to decipher their writings. Lingyu was engrossed in experiments and paid him no heed. If he could procure those totem techniques from the indigenous people, would it not allow for a rapid advancement in his own power? Chapter 62 Negotiation. How can I trust the veracity of your words? Wang Yifun inquired. Aslan retrieved a piece of animal hide from his backpack, adorned with the totemic emblem of a ferocious bear. Wang Yifun promptly instructed his men to bring it closer to him. Totem of the Ferocious Bear. Type. Totem. Quality. Excellent. Effect 1. Grants the power of the Ferocious Bear. Strength 2. Health 100. Characteristic 1. Bear's Fury. When activated, Strength 5. Lasts for 30 minutes. Affinity with the soul of the Ferocious Bear. 0. Wang Yifan's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was precisely the treasure he had long yearned for. This shall serve as a token of our sincerity. Should you agree to let us go? We will bestow upon you further totemic secrets, Aslan proclaimed. Merely this is insufficient. You must offer me your finest totem, Wang Yifan retorted. In his estimation, while these totems indeed augmented strength and vitality, they paled in comparison to the might of the artillery aboard his vessel. After all, flesh is still flesh, and overwhelming firepower can certainly extinguish life. However, he acknowledged that such artifacts would greatly aid him in subjugating others. Very well, so you are inclined to spare us. Aslan nodded. That depends on your sincerity. Bring forth the items, and I shall naturally consider your release. Moreover, I am not alone here. These offerings may not suffice. Wang Yifan stated. I must return to discuss this with the captain. Would you be so kind as to wait? We could add each other as friends, and I will relay any updates directly to you. Agreed. Please escort our guest out. After they exchanged friend requests, Wang Yifan waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Aslan to be shown out. Once Aslan had departed, one of his subordinates approached with news. President, Commander Chen requests an audience. Let him in, Wang Yifan replied. Soon, a robust man entered the cabin. President Wang, when shall we launch our attack? Chen Wubin asked bluntly. Wang Yifan rose, smiling amiably. Brother Chen, do not be so hasty. Come, sit down, and partake of the wine I have just brewed. Goodness, President Wang, in these dire times, you still find the leisure to indulge in wine? Chen Wubin frowned. What threat is so dire, Brother Chen? I must confess, the natives have just approached me seeking peace. Come, let us share a drink and catch our breath, Wang Yifan replied nonchalantly. Chen Wubin appeared taken aback. Peace talks? President Wang, are you certain? What is there to question? They have brought offerings, Wang Yifan said, showing him the totemic emblem. If that is the case, what do Lu Lang and his men say? They remain stranded on the island, Chen Wubin remarked. There is no rush. They will not perish in an instant. Besides, Brother Chen, you are being overly pragmatic. What do you mean, President Wang? Consider this. They wish for us to take the initiative. If we engage on the battlefield, they can reap the benefits from the sidelines. Thus, my suggestion to delay is for this very reason, Wang Yifan articulated with profound significance. He is not a fool. Those indigenous people are not so easily dealt with. If a conflict were to arise, the losses would be his to bear. Chen Wubin expressed his dilemma, asking, what shall we do then? We cannot simply linger here. Do not worry. Allow me to devise a plan, and you need not concern yourself, Wang Yifan replied. In truth, Wang Yifan harbored a strong dislike for Lu Lang, even bordering on hostility. At present, the Blue Star people are consolidating their forces, primarily driven by a sense of national identity. It is evident that the people of Longwo will require a leader in the future, and Wang Yifan firmly believed he was that leader. Thus, any threats must be quashed in their infancy. Lu Lang, being from a military background, possessed formidable unity and operational capacity, far surpassing that of Wang Yifan and his companions. This enabled Lu Lang to amass such a considerable following in a short time. The lingering threat of Lu Lang kept Wang Yifan on edge, hence, he allocated only 3 days' worth of provisions, intentionally arriving on the 5th day. Initially, he presumed the indigenous would undoubtedly defeat their adversary or at least inflict mutual destruction. However, during the past 2 days of communication, he learned that the indigenous had not dared to attack, having been intimidated by Lu Lang. This revelation only strengthened his resolve. Lu Lang must not be allowed to remain. Yet, he could only seek an opportunity in the future. To aspire to be a leader, one must still perform the necessary effort. Chen Wubin, influenced by Wang Yifan's words, felt a sense of wavering. Then I shall not press the matter. Let us discuss the immediate situation. What shall we do about these indigenous people? Wang Yifan narrowed his eyes and said, allow me to negotiate with the indigenous. It would be ideal to avoid any violence. Very well, I shall await your news. On the ship with Isha, she asked seriously, are you certain he said that? Indeed. That swine dared to insult me. I shall have his head, Aslan replied darkly. Isha reclined in her chair, crossing her legs, her demeanor becoming more relaxed. A remarkable insignia can garner such attention. It appears this individual does not comprehend our nature. Such statements suggest he likely lacks a power structure. Initially, she feared that the adversary might possess a formidable power system, but now that possibility seemed eliminated. Have you gathered the intelligence I requested? Isha inquired. Aslan's totemic insignia resembled a spiritual bird, known for its strong language acquisition and perception abilities. I approached their vicinity in a small boat, only about 30 meters away before being detected. Upon meeting, I sensed that the individual's attributes were not particularly high, even inferior to my own. However, their ship is equipped with more artillery than ours, which presents a significant concern. Ultimately, they are still flesh and blood. If subjected to concentrated firepower, they would not withstand it. Moreover, we are currently too close to the island. Should combat ensue, we would be caught in a precarious position, the first officer indicated, pointing to the map. The earlier incident of a slave being shot in the head had left a lasting impression on them, and long-range attacks were indeed somewhat intimidating. After some contemplation, Isha meticulously organized the information, stating, "The fact that you were only detected at 30 meters indicates that the ship's reconnaissance is not particularly strong. This bodes well for us. Thus, you shall respond to him. We can offer him a compensation, but we require him to withdraw 30 miles, allowing us a passage. Only then shall we relinquish the items to him," said Isha. "Understood." Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the island stood in stark contrast to the opulence of the Sea Dragon. "Boss, there has been no movement from Chairman Wang's side," reported Ingzi in a hushed tone, a hint of anxiety lacing his words. Lu Lang lay within the fortress, his gaze fixed intently upon the distant waters. "Let us wait a while longer. We shall reach out to them tomorrow morning," Lu Lang said in a deep voice. "What is there to contact them about? These scoundrels clearly wish to benefit from our plight," retorted Away, disdainfully chewing on a twig. "Do not speak recklessly. Perhaps they are merely weary from their journey. Let us observe further," Ingzi interjected. Lu Lang did not respond to Away's complaints. He remained silently focused on the distant sea. He understood that Wang Yifun's delay was no mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate tactic. However, they had no alternative but to hope for swift action from Wang Yifun's side. "Boss, our provisions and water are dwindling. We can last at most another 2 days," Ingzi whispered. Lu Lang nodded, his brow furrowed. He was unable to reach Lingyu. And even if he did, it would be of little consequence. One could not expect others to sustain them indefinitely. As Lingyu had remarked, ultimately, they must rely on themselves. With lingering doubts, Lu Lang spent the night without a wink of sleep. Chapter 63. The Leader by the dawn of the next day. The surface of the sea remained eerily calm. Unable to contain his impatience, Lu Lang messaged Wang Yifun, "President Wang, when shall we initiate our assault?" The response came leisurely. "Ah, Lu, I have good news to share. The enemy wishes to negotiate a peace settlement with us, and has even proposed compensation." Taken aback, Lu Lang quickly pressed for clarification. "Negotiation? What do you mean? I was unaware of this development. Last night, we reached an understanding with them. This morning, they responded, stating that if we withdraw 30 miles to clear a path, they will provide compensation, and we can part ways amicably. I will discuss the terms shortly." Lu Lang's alarm grew. "What? Withdraw? Absolutely not. Their vessels are currently anchored, unable to spread out. Once they reach the open sea, they can form a formidable formation. And at that distance, we would be unable to provide support." With a military background, he understood the immense risks involved. "Lu Lang, do you insist on forcing me into a confrontation with them, merely to observe from a distance?" Wang Yifun retorted. "President Wang, it was you who initially suggested we act as bait. Now you accuse us of standing idly by." Wang Yifun faltered, realizing he was in the wrong, and shifted the topic. "All right, I don't care how we got here. I've resolved the situation. The enemy has conceded. We must not press a desperate foe, do you understand? Besides, I command a level 5 ship. I fear not their meager level 2 or 3 vessels. Our firepower is incomparable, and with Commander Chen present, we have no reason to fear open conflict. But, enough. It is decided. If you wish to fight, go engage with the natives yourself." The call was abruptly terminated. Lu Lang stood frozen, astonished by the turn of events. "What did they say?" Ingzi inquired. With a bitter tone, Lu Lang recounted the exchange. "What? Have they lost their minds? Those bastards have captured so many of our compatriots. How can they simply let them go?" Away exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Wang Yifun claims he does not wish for further needless sacrifices." Lu Lang replied helplessly. "Bah, I believe he is merely reluctant to part with his own possessions. He probably hopes to profit from this." Ingzi spat. "Well, at this point, lamenting will change nothing. We can only hope that the natives genuinely wish to flee," Lu Lang remarked, a gnawing unease settling within him. "Come, follow me to the anchorage." Lu Lang decided after a moment of contemplation. The group traversed the dim corridor until they arrived at a formidable steel door. Upon pushing it open, the sound of crashing waves resonated in the darkened space. They had arrived at a concealed internal harbor, where they had left a few vessels as a precaution. Most striking among them was a heavy, ironclad ship, its massive form resembling a moving fortress of steel. The vessel, entirely painted black, towered with its elevated bow and array of turrets. It had remained stationary since their arrival, yet they had no idea how to start it. Prepare for the voyage. If a maritime conflict does arise, we cannot remain passive, Lu Lang remarked. He then caressed the ironclad vessel at the harbor, lamenting, "What a pity. If only this magnificent beast could move." "Ah, indeed, Commander Lu, with Elder Ling's extensive knowledge, he might just be able to tackle this," proposed Ingzi. "None of us, with our naval backgrounds, can decipher the intricacies involved. Elder Ling may be an expert in survival, but how could he possibly know this?" Away interjected. "Asking won't cost us anything." Lu Lang pondered and realized the merit in that thought. He had been preoccupied with other matters and had overlooked this aspect. One hopes that the esteemed elder has already completed his research. In the laboratory, Ling Yu gazed at the analysis data before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. On his desk sat a vial of transparent solution. According to the analyzed data, this solution's capacity to inhibit blood corruption was equivalent to 1285 of corrupted blood. The research process had been remarkably smooth, aided by the exceptional instruments from the Twin-Born Society, which provided nearly all the desired functionalities. After extensive testing, he had finally identified the effective substance and produced a compound with a similar structure using the Twin-Born Society as equipment. This advancement not only increased the concentration of the active ingredient, but also rendered its effect significantly superior to merely applying corrupted blood. This would greatly expedite the progress of his mission. The measurement of activity progress was directly linked to the quantity of this effective substance used. If this vial were to be released, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. However, Ling Yu did not plan to sell the patent to the Universal Commerce Guild as he had done previously. Instead, he intended to make it public. Now that his fundamental survival needs were met, he sought loftier aspirations. He believed that this approach could potentially transform the perceptions of the people in this world, perhaps ushering in an age of rational science. As a native of the Dragon Kingdom, he cared deeply about whether his name would be etched upon a stone or inscribed in a book. The title of a leader in the era of reason was far more intriguing than mere monetary gain. Nonetheless, the production techniques in the laboratory differed from those of industrial assembly lines. With approximately a month remaining until the version concludes, once the skill enhancement version is completed, the guild's first action would be to sell it at a premium, regardless of any modifications, as there would always be buyers willing to pay. At present, mobilizing the collective strength of the populace was the only viable means to navigate through this crisis. Relying on the guild to improve techniques was unrealistic. He believed that with the involvement of various factions, success was inevitable. After reveling in his thoughts, he opened the communication channel to ascertain what had transpired recently. "Has the experiment concluded? Do you need me to bring you some food? I've left your meal at the door. Remember to take it." The meal was devoured by the shark. Aaron sent him several messages, but they did not seem to contain anything of great significance. Most of the other messages were inquiries. After a cursory glance, Ling Yu prepared to close the channel, intending to address them when time permitted. "Beep, beep, beep. Elder Ling. Pardon the interruption. Do you recognize this type of ship?" Lu Lang sent him a photograph. Ling Yu furrowed his brow upon glancing at it. The ship appeared strangely familiar to him. He hurriedly opened the chronicles, swiftly turning to the chapter on mechanical calamities. Indeed, it was the invincible warship of the Mechanical Emperor. "Belgry, I can't believe this thing still exists," Ling Yu murmured. He then inquired, "Where did you acquire this vessel?" "I'm currently within a military fortress. This ship has been docked here all along. Do you recognize it? Can it be activated?" Lu Lang exclaimed in astonishment. "You recognize this, my friend? You are truly a walking encyclopedia. I am uncertain whether this warship is still intact. Please check the energy chamber to the left rear for a spherical object and place it in the grooves between two columns." "I found it. What next, my friend?" Lu Lang replied eagerly. The chronicles contained detailed schematics and operational instructions for this warship. In a bid to counter the Mechanical Emperor, Belgry, the major factions of the time unusually collaborated and actively shared intelligence about mechanical armies, which led to this information becoming quite widespread. After a tedious afternoon, Lu Lang's fingers trembled as he pressed the button in the control room. The ship's control screen illuminated. "It seems like a password is required on the operation screen," Lu Lang remarked. A prompt appeared on the screen, accompanied by a plethora of buttons below. "It's quite simple. Follow this sequence," Ling Yu instructed, transmitting a string of commands. Upon entering the commands, a hum resonated, and light blossomed, bringing the entire warship to life. "It's moving. This thing is operational. You're incredible, my friend." The onlookers rejoiced. Amidst his joy, Lu Lang asked, "What does that phrase mean, my friend?" "It is too late," organism, came the enigmatic response. Chapter 64. Commemorative souvenirs. This command is the universal password for the invincible warship, akin to the 6 zeros that constitute a nuclear launch code. Overly complex passwords can become burdensome in critical moments. Sir, you are truly remarkable. Lu Lang struggled to find a more suitable expression. By the way, how is your situation now? Have those individuals arrived? Ling Yu inquired. With a sigh, Lu Lang replied, they have indeed come, but after recounting the events. Ling Yu was left speechless. How can there still be such foolish individuals? To squander an undoubtedly advantageous long-range strike situation is quite unprecedented. Here is a piece of advice. Do not allow those natives on board. In close-quarters combat, you are simply no match for them. And if there is a chance to flee, do so promptly. A burdensome teammate is a liability. I understand. Thank you for the advice, sir. Ling Yu then asked. By the way, do you have anything else in your military base besides weapons? Perhaps some documents or similar materials? We have no paper documents. But there are heaps of equipment and junk that I do not recognize. Please take a look. Lu Lang sent him a plethora of photographs. In the images, the ground was littered with discarded mechanical limbs, and several rooms contained various pieces of equipment. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled. These could serve as exemplary subjects for research, potentially leading to advancements in mechanical technology. No young man can resist the allure of machinery. Can you give these to me? I have use for them. Well, if you want them, feel free to take them, Lu Lang replied, transferring the items to him. Once Lu Lang's matters were settled, Ling Yu began to organize his experimental process. He activated the recording function to capture the process of synthesizing the suppressants. Previously, he had recorded numerous instructional videos for the school. This was second nature to him. All right, everyone. Next, Ling Yu demonstrated the entire procedure while attaching the schematics of the equipment and the effects of the potion at the end of the video. In a world so vast, surely there are others capable of replicating devices that factions like the Twinborn Society can produce. After finalizing everything, he created a post sharing this video and relevant information on the Sin Luo Commerce Forum. Given his current notoriety, the forum naturally attracted traffic. The moment the post was published, it garnered considerable attention. Is this for real? Can it replace corrupted blood? I want to question it, but I dare not. Is this the latest outcome of your communication with the divine? After glancing at the comments, Ling Yu shut down the comment section. He feared that further reading might raise his blood pressure. It seems the arrival of a rational scientific world would be delayed a little longer. Shortly after the post was published, the manager of Sin Luo Commerce, Foster, began inundating him with messages. Mr. Ling, have you developed a substitute for corrupted blood? Oh, I'm not questioning you. If you have time, we could discuss this in detail. Please inform us of any related information in the future. I believe there is ample room for collaboration. Ling Yu reclined in his chair, disinclined to engage with him. Ultimately, he sent a sample vial, instructing him to refer to the videos for the remainder. It felt akin to the exhaustion of teaching students in school. After completing these tasks, he retrieved the potions he had concocted over the past few days and began to apply them. With these elixirs, his progress in activities was tenfold compared to others, and he was determined to claim this first commemorative item. Congratulations, you have obtained the commemorative item, Heart of the Blood Moon, after reaching the highest tier of rewards. A crimson heart materialized in his palm. Heart of the Blood Moon. Type, commemorative item. Effect, bestows lifelike movement upon inanimate objects, enabling the holder to awaken the dormant and transform them into servants. An intriguing description indeed. The ability to animate the inanimate resonated well with the characteristics of the red glow. Aside from this commemorative item, the rewards listed in the version were quite abundant, and he would need some time to assimilate them. On this sea dragon, Wang Yifan lounged on the sofa, a maid tenderly seated beside him, feeding him breakfast. On either side, video negotiations were underway. Have you come to a decision regarding how much you are willing to pay for your lives? Wang Yifan inquired. We have decided that as long as you are willing to withdraw, the totem technique is not an issue. However, the best results may require time. As we do not have anything readily available, Aslan responded. We also agree to the compensation you proposed. We are willing to give you all the cargo on the ship, and we will release the captured slaves, personally delivering them to your ship when the time comes. Within the cabin sat Wei Wenbin and 2 others alongside Wang Yifan, though they remained obscured in the shadows. One of them was Wang Yifan's cousin, Wang Yifei, who, despite his erratic demeanor, was a formidable fighter. The other was Li Zhongwei, a champion fighter he had recruited, possessing an initial strength of 10 points. At that moment, Wang Yifan activated the speaker so that everyone could confer. In a private chat group, Wang Yifei remarked, Brother, I think we should abandon those slaves. We would have to support them afterward. It would be better to let them be killed. Living beings cannot be traded, but corpses can. The corrupted blood, on the ship is running low. And with so many people, the expenses are considerable. This group would be a perfect supplement, Li Zhongwei added. Chen Wubin opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. They had been vocally championing the cause of rescuing their compatriots for days, yet now they were ready to discard their burdens without a hint of remorse. Wang Yifan pondered this and found merit in the suggestion, subsequently relaying the condition to the other party. This, Aslan hesitated. What seems to be the problem? No. There is no issue, but among our goods, there are a few items that are inconvenient to trade. If it suits you, we could send them to you shortly. After speaking, Aslan sent a video, revealing several women huddled in a corner, their expressions filled with fear. Hey, that native girl is quite striking. Fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. She is far more attractive than the women on Blue Star. It's been so long since I've had the pleasure of such company, Wang Yifan mused. After licking his lips, Wang Yifei spoke in the group chat. At that moment, Chen Wubin interjected, President Wang, Commander Liu just messaged me, insisting that we must not allow those natives to board the ship under any circumstances. Hearing Lu Lang's name irritated Wang Yifan. Wasn't it simply his desire to prevent me from negotiating with the natives? He is not worth my attention. Wang Yifan remarked dismissively. President Wang, what Commander Liu means is, enough, there is no need to discuss this further. What could a few women possibly contribute? Wang Yifan decisively halted the conversation in the group. Subsequently, he communicated via video to Aslan. Proceed as we previously agreed. Ensure that the goods are traded over to me. And bring those women here as soon as possible. Understood. We will head over immediately, Aslan replied before ending the call. He then turned to the woman in the corner and said, Captain, they have taken the bait. The woman, who moments ago appeared terrified, now stood composed and stated, Excellent. Let us proceed according to the plan. The women in the video were, of course, Iza and other crew members in disguise. As predicted by Ling Yu, the long-range firepower was no match. The adversary would undoubtedly seek to engage in close combat. Initially, they intended for the crew to feign slavery and launch a surprise attack. But to their astonishment, the enemy was even more ruthless, opting to eliminate the slaves outright. With the original plan rendered unfeasible, they were compelled to devise alternative strategies. Iza, quick-witted, conceived a new approach. To avoid any unforeseen complications, prepare the ship. We shall set sail immediately. Soon, a crew member responded. His tone laced with a mix of tension and excitement. Captain, all preparations are complete. Iza nodded, a slight smile curling her lips, revealing a trace of cold amusement. Chapter 65. Engagement. Isla turned to the crew behind her and said, Remember, once we board, swiftly take control of their command room. Our ship will open fire from the periphery, catching them off guard. The others nodded in agreement. Before long, a small boat set off, carrying everyone. Here they come. Wang Yifei exclaimed, standing at the edge of the ship, his eyes fixed on the approaching small boat with excitement. Wang Yifan nodded. Rising to his feet and moving to the ship's railing, gazing down at the captives aboard the small vessel. His gaze lingered momentarily on Isla and several other women. A satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bring them up, he commanded, waving his hand to signal the crew to lower the rope ladder. On the small boat, Isla bowed her head, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She gently raised her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly, as if sketching something in the air. The crew climbed up the rope ladder onto the ship. Hee, quite a catch, aren't you? Come, give me a smile. Let me teach you some maritime rules. Wang Yifei grinned wickedly as he ascended. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Isla's back arched, and 8 jet-black, iron-like spider legs erupted from her body. The foremost leg pierced Wang Yifei's throat with precision, blood cascading down the spider limb and dripping onto the deck. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Li Zhongwei roared, as over 20 guards surged from the cabin, their guns trained on Isla and her companions. A cold smile crept across Isla's lips as she unleashed a torrent of silvery spider silk, sweeping across the deck like a blizzard. The white waves scattered the foes before her, ensnaring them to the deck and walls with sticky tendrils. At that moment, the guards above sensed the commotion and swiftly aimed their weapons at the scene. Just as they prepared to fire, Isla leaped onto the main mast, using her spider legs to propel herself, moving like a wraith. 2 guards felt a sudden warmth at their throats, deep gashes appearing unbeknownst to them, followed by a torrent of blood. With the battle underway, Isla's ship seemed to receive a command. The cannons fired, high explosive shells raining down upon the Sea Dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs detonated around the Sea Dragon, creating waves that violently rocked the vessel, sending crew members sprawling onto the deck. Isla and her 2 companions seized the opportunity, screams of agony echoing through the chaos. You'll taste my power now. Li Zhongwei's eyes bulged with fury as his body swelled, veins protruding beneath his skin. His eyes turning crimson. Breathing heavily, he charged at Isla like a furious beast. Blood-packed, blood-forged body, rare grade, sacrifices one of maximum health per second, granting 10 strength and 10 agility. Upon killing an enemy, the user enters an exhilarated state, gaining a 100 gradually diminishing movement speed for 5 seconds and restoring 3 of maximum health, with the option to exit the state at will. This skill was obtained from a treasure chest he caught while fishing at sea. And it was precisely this ability that allowed him to serve as Wang Yifun's captain of the guard. Die! Li Zhongwei roared, throwing a punch, the wind of his strike howling as if it sought to tear the very air apart. Isha's response was equally swift. Her 8 appendages unfurled rapidly, forming a protective barrier before her. The impact of fists colliding with her limbs resonated with a dull thud. Isha felt an overwhelming force surge towards her, causing her to involuntarily retreat a few steps, while her spider-like limbs swiftly anchored into the deck, stabilizing her stance. Li Zhongwei offered her no respite, charging at her once more. Isha smirked. This is quite amusing, Carlos. Entertain him for a moment. With her words, a graceful figure leaped forth, transforming her hands into lethal claws that lunged at Li Zhongwei. The opponent's speed was equally astonishing, and Li Zhongwei instinctively sidestepped. Soon after, a sharp pain erupted from his right shoulder, where 3 deep claw marks began to bleed profusely. The lithe figure, akin to a leopard, landed gracefully and licked the blood from her claws, her actions dripping with provocation. Li Zhongwei cast a glance at his shoulder wound, blood cascading down his arm. Seeking death, he growled, veins bulging beneath his skin like coiling dragons, as blood flowed through his muscles. He dashed forward again, almost instantaneously closing the distance to Carlos, delivering a powerful punch aimed at her chest. Carlos reacted with remarkable speed, springing back like a coiled spring. However, just as his fist was about to connect, a silvery thread unexpectedly ensnared his wrist, yanking him violently away. In midair, 2 glimmers of cold light flashed. Another of Isha's subordinates soared upwards, their arms transforming into razor-sharp mantis-like appendages, swiftly slicing through Li Zhongwei's body, cleaving him in 2. Blood splattered as his severed form plummeted to the ground, staining the pristine spider silk. The trio's synchrony far surpassed the disorganized rabble on the ship. Quick, counterattack! Counterattack! Wang Yifun shouted from within the web, his voice tinged with desperation. Yet, at that moment, the sea dragon had descended into chaos, the crew scattering in fear, unable to mount an effective defense. President Wang, jump ship now, or it will be too late. Li He frantically pulled Wang Yifun from the web, terror etched across his face. Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, Wang Yifun found himself devoid of direction. It was then he realized that the true battlefield was far more brutal than he had imagined. A seemingly inconsequential error could spell doom. The slaughter on the deck continued unabated. With no time to ponder, Wang Yifun was dragged by Li He off the ship, plunging into the inky depths of the ocean. Captain, the deck and cabin have been cleared. What are the next steps? Carlos inquired. Isha scoffed. These swine from Blue Star deserve their fate. Clear the rest, leave no one behind. Without this flagship, the remainder poses no threat. Just as she believed victory was assured, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. She turned sharply, witnessing her flagship being torn asunder, debris scattering through the air, flames and smoke intertwining, as the sea erupted into towering waves from the force of the explosion. In the distance, an island unexpectedly fissured, from which emerged a dark ironclad warship, gliding slowly from the mountainside. The cannons at its bow unleashed a rapid-fire barrage that was suffocating in its intensity as shells cascaded down like a torrential rain, the thunderous explosions echoing endlessly. The sea was ravaged, riddled with wounds, while the remnants of ships burned amidst the flames, thick smoke billowing to obscure the sky. In an instant, a fleet of 12 vessels was reduced to mere debris. The 36 cannons aboard were the merciless instruments of death known as the Mechanical Emperor, Belgary, with an astonishing firing rate that left one breathless. The very existence of these weapons epitomized the horrors of warfare. They bore a name that struck terror into the hearts of many: the Emperor's Salutation. Chapter 66. The End of War. What on earth is this? Isabella screamed hoarsely, her eyes wide with rage. In a mere few minutes, her fleet had been utterly annihilated. What monstrous entity is this? The obsidian ironclad advanced through the inferno that was once her fleet, heading straight for them. Captain, what shall we do? Run. Amidst the chaos, we must escape. Once Isabella transformed back into her human form, she swiftly leaped onto another vessel, intent on commandeering it for their escape. Hopefully, they would go unnoticed. In truth, everyone else was captivated by the sudden appearance of the ironclad, and the preceding commotion, momentarily forgetting Isabella and her companions. No one noticed a small boat quietly slipping away. Commander Chen, what about those people? In the group chat, Lu Lang incessantly messaged Chen Wubing. Realizing the situation, Chen Wubing glanced around. But Isabella and her group were nowhere to be seen. I don't know, they vanished suddenly. Were you the one operating that ironclad? He inquired. Thanks to Boss Ling. We just finished that thing. Where's President Wang? Just as Lu Lang sent the message, a voice erupted in the chat. Lu Lang, you bastard. Why didn't you use such a powerful asset sooner? My ship is ruined. At that moment, Wang Yifun's once proud level 5 vessel lay in tatters. He had just been rescued by a nearby escort ship. President Wang, those people boarded the ship at your behest. I didn't T-force you. Furthermore, I must inform you that we are no longer aligned in our paths. We shall part ways from here on, with no further entanglements. You still wish to leave? I could prevent you from doing so. Wang Yifun was consumed by fury. Beside him, Li He hastily advised, President Wang, the situation is beyond our control. If a conflict arises, we are no match for them. Recalling the ironclad's formidable power, Wang Yifun trembled and struck the table with force. Achoo! Wang Yifun sneezed. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he collapsed onto the ground. President! Doctor! Is he still alive? Hurry! Unbeknownst to them, a shadowy aura subtly coursed through the veins of Wang Yifun and Li He. Ultimately, this war concluded in victory for the Blue Star people. When the results were announced in the channel, all Blue Star citizens erupted in jubilation. This was the first time they had decisively vanquished a slave-catching fleet. Among them, the Dragon Nation citizens were particularly exhilarated. The remnants of their national pride were stirred. How magnificent! At last, we have avenged ourselves. Let those naysayers claim we are incapable. Who was it that boasted yesterday that the Dragon Nation was feeble? Extra rations tonight. We must have extra rations. However, those with insight understood that this was merely a beginning. Establishing a foothold in these waters would require a long and arduous journey. On board, I told you not to meddle with your trinkets while eating. Your food has gone cold, Aaron remarked with mild irritation. At that moment, Ling Yu was simultaneously eating and perusing the book in his hands. After being scolded, he glanced at her and promptly placed his plate of food in front of Sha. The long-awaited shark indulged without restraint. Aaron, exasperated, could only retort fiercely, just wait and see, you'll starve to death. Ling Yu shrugged and returned to his book, aware that Aaron's words were merely the expressions of her frustration. This was not the first instance, for every night she would still prepare supper for him. This afternoon, Lu Lang had sent him numerous intact devices, which filled him with elation. He contemplated delving into the study of mechanical technology. To avert a recurrence of the situation like that of Belgria, he meticulously researched the causes and effects of mechanical warfare. In summary, it all boiled down to one word: laziness. Belgria had originally been a service robot, created to assist organic beings. However, as the inventors grew increasingly indolent, they designed thought modules that delegated many decision-making powers to the robots. Ultimately, the evolution of AI exceeded their expectations, leading to robots developing independent personalities and initiating a rebellion. To further comprehend this ideology, he even purchased some banned literature, which served as propaganda from the mechanical empire at that time. It condemned the malevolent organic beings for dominating and enslaving the inorganic, thus justifying their rebellion. After analyzing various cases, Ling Yu reached a conclusion. Besides laziness, the designers deserve to be accused of another vice: greed. The actions of the mechanical empire could be encapsulated in one phrase: they sought the optimal solution. This had been the directive set forth by their creators. However, the optimal solution could manifest in myriad forms, with robots striving for local optimality. Ironically, local optimality often does not equate to global optimality. In their pursuit of achieving local optimal conditions, they arrived at a globally suboptimal outcome, believing that inorganic beings were more efficient than organic ones. For instance, in terms of respiration, robots deemed their combustion systems superior to the respiratory systems of organic beings, thus considering organic respiration erroneous. Consequently, robots concluded that inorganic entities should replace organic ones. As for the ethical boundaries established for robots, as long as their thoughts did not deteriorate, solutions would always outnumber difficulties. It is noteworthy that even during times of war, the mechanical empire adhered to the moral standards set by humans, albeit in an abstract manner. A spokesperson for the mechanical empire once vehemently denounced the organic beings for slandering their emperor. They asserted, "What do you mean we indiscriminately slaughter humans? We merely engage in organized efforts to diminish the physiological activities of organic beings." This was akin to biological control, and their focus was not solely on humans, but on all organic entities. They claim to have never mistreated captives, resolutely adhering to the rules of war, providing necessary treatment to prisoners. When questioned about the lack of food, they retorted, "It is you organic beings who do not consume minerals or drink diesel. Those are premium goods that most robots cannot even access. You merely complicate matters." They dismissed allegations of mass detention as pure rumors, insisting that they had prepared rooms for each captive, albeit without ventilation, noting that their mechanical soldiers typically rested in even smaller spaces. Moreover, when our robots sustain injuries, they are invariably sent to the forge for reconstruction. It is your biological forms that cannot withstand high temperatures. What relevance does that hold for us? In summary, we are merely honest and straightforward robots. While it is your organic bodies that are inferior, perhaps you should reflect upon your own shortcomings. We must dismantle the tyranny of organic beings. The world rightfully belongs to the inorganic. During our time on the blue planet, no matter how many ethical constraints were imposed upon AI, there were always those who could elicit responses of a dubious nature. There is no perfect defense, after all. Humans are neither omniscient nor omnipotent. Thus, it is imperative for humanity to continually strive for advancement. Regrettably, laziness has corroded the creators of machines, ultimately leading to decades of mechanical calamity. Nevertheless, mechanical technology remains a viable path for development. No one denies its significance, nor would anyone dare to. Otherwise, you would challenge intelligence. The entity at the top of intelligence is also a robot. Chapter 67. Appraisal of treasures. After perusing the book, Lingyu prepared to rummage through the refrigerator for a snack. At that moment, his communicator chimed again. "Hello, esteemed one. I apologize for the interruption, but I seek your assistance in a matter." The message was from Zhou He, who had previously repaired various items for Lingyu. In return, Lingyu often gifted him dried fish and vegetables, which were quite rare at sea, thus fostering a cordial relationship between them. "What is it?" Lingyu inquired. "Are you well acquainted with President Wang Yifan? I have some goods I wish to sell through him, and I would appreciate your help in negotiating the price," Zhou He replied. Wang Yifan had recently established himself as a key player in the local trade within the Long Kingdom circle, and even foreign circles had begun to circulate his commemorative coins. Once he expanded his operations, Wang Yifan unabashedly revealed the essence of capital, demanding a commission as a service fee for any sales on his platform, and the percentage was far from negligible. It was evident that Zhou He aimed to secure some profit through him. However, this was characteristic of the industry. In the realm of commerce, there existed two distinct pricing systems. For esteemed clients like Lingyu, both purchasing and selling prices were quite reasonable. Yet for the average person, the practice was to buy low and sell high, with the price differential often exceeding double. "Ah, look at you, expanding into trade now," Lingyu chuckled. "Hee. I cannot compare to you. I used to work in construction, but I've gathered a group of old colleagues to ensure we can fend for ourselves." Zhou He replied with a grin. "I'm not opposed to helping you, but I truly am not familiar with that fellow." "What do you intend to sell?" Lingyu asked. "Oregon. My old mates and I discovered some are on an island, and we thought we might strike it rich, but selling it has proven quite challenging," Zhou He sighed. "That is to be expected. Currently, the most sought-after commodities are food, water, and daily necessities. The demand for ore is indeed rather limited." "What type of ore?" Lingyu inquired, curious. "Indeed, take a look at this and see if it holds any value for you." Zhou He shared the details of the ore, and upon glancing at it, Lingyu nearly spewed out his drink. "Secret silver? You were mining secret silver? How did you manage that?" Lingyu questioned, astonished. "This material could command a price of no less than 50,000 universal shells per unit at the commerce fair. It was an exceptional resource for forging. However, while this substance might be of little use to the current inhabitants of Blue Star, it held great significance for him. It was invaluable for upgrading ships or crafting weapons. Some of our members are miners and can craft golden pickaxes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to extract this material," Zhou He explained. "What do you wish to exchange for it?" Lingyu asked. "A unit in exchange for 30 dried fish or half a liter of water. What do you think?" Zhou He suggested cautiously. Lingyu wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth. The items he mentioned would hardly fetch 100 universal shells within the commerce fair. Suddenly, it dawned on him that others on Blue Star likely possessed similar precious items. He did not even need to haggle like Wang Yifan. He could afford to be generous with weapons, food, or even water, as he had a stable supply at the commerce fair. And being a distinguished guest entitled him to favorable prices. The only dilemma was that he usually had to focus on his research, leaving little room for such matters. After much contemplation, Lingyu conceived a brilliant idea. He could simply host a live streaming program dedicated to appraising treasures, conducting live auctions. There surely weren't many individuals in possession of such remarkable items, and gathering them for collective processing seemed prudent. Hosting such events periodically would not only save time, but also serve as a promotional endeavor. The public was the finest form of advertisement. Not a problem. I'll take all these items from you. As for the price, I can offer you a bit of a discount. 10 units of food and 10 units of water. How does that sound? Ling Yu proposed. Zhou hesitated for a long while before finally asking, are you joking? 10 units? That's not just or end. It's a substantial 10 units. Dried fish can accumulate to a maximum of 99 units, which amounts to 990. Not to mention the precious water. He suddenly felt a sense of unreality wash over him. Indeed, what do you think? If you desire something else, like weapons, clothing, or daily necessities, those are options too. Ling Yu continued. Zhou felt as though he had been struck by a pie from the sky, momentarily at a loss for words. You are truly too generous. I thank you. Not at all. If you have more items in the future, feel free to seek me out. Additionally, I have another task for you, Ling Yu added. What is it? Is there something else that needs repair? Zhou inquired. Not quite. I need your assistance in promoting my channel. Tomorrow night, I will be live streaming the treasure appraisal program. Anyone unfamiliar with the items can come to trade with me. Help me screen potential candidates, and I assure you, it won't be in vain. I will compensate you for your efforts. No need. This minor task is hardly worth mentioning, but I lack the necessary insight, Zhou replied. That is precisely the point. If even you are familiar with the items, there is no need for them to appear on my program. No worries, go ahead with your work. And I will ensure you are paid 100 units of food per session. You may involve your fellow workers for efficiency in screening. 100 units? Zhou nearly asked Ling Yu what his occupation entailed, but ultimately held his tongue. With assistance, his workload lightened significantly, allowing him to head to the kitchen for a bite to eat. At that moment, Eileen emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of roasted ribs. I knew it. You always sneak into the kitchen at this hour. Can you not eat properly for once? Eileen chided. Why do you suspect me? Why not this little rascal? Ling Yu retorted, pointing at Shasha. Oh, are you suggesting that when you sneak a bite, you also shatter the plates? Shasha offered an awkward yet polite smile from the side. Here, take this and eat. Constantly consuming cold food will surely upset your stomach, Eileen said, thrusting the ribs into his hands. Ling Yu felt a bit embarrassed receiving them. Meanwhile, Shasha grew anxious, nudging Eileen's leg. What about me? I'm still hungry. Calm down. Just look at how plump you've become. Do you still need to eat? Eileen replied with exasperation. Shasha lowered his head, appearing somewhat dejected. In the end, Eileen poured a box of soft bones for him as a late-night snack. Zhou exerted considerable effort, widely broadcasting the news that Ling Yu would be launching a treasure appraisal program. As a somewhat prominent figure within the channel, this topic swiftly circulated among the crowd. Have you heard? The esteemed Ling is set to host a treasure appraisal show, reportedly with live bidding. What are everyone's thoughts? What else is there to think? I only have a bed, so naturally, I shall recline and watch. Some remarked that he was merely beginning to rake in profits, suggesting that his carefully cultivated persona was now ready to promote products. I wager he'll have family members sharing links within 5 minutes. Sharing links? In this shabby place. Where would the sponsors come from? Who says there aren't any? Wang Yifun is quite affluent. After all, they co-founded a newspaper together. So they must be in cahoots again. The discussions within the channel buzzed with lively opinions, each person holding their own perspective. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, Ling Yu commenced his broadcast promptly. In the live stream, he sat behind a desk, welcoming everyone to tonight's treasure appraisal session. Now, let us invite our first treasure presenter. Chapter 68, The Gathering of the Wise. Soon, Zhou he summoned the first treasure seeker online. The individual was a gaunt old man, his face lined with deep and shallow wrinkles that resembled the parched bark of a tree. My dear friend, may I inquire what treasures you possess? Ling Yu asked. Hee. Worry not, young one, for this old man has something of value. As per tradition, we must introduce ourselves. You seem quite astute. I wonder if you comprehend my words. The old man chuckled, his features scrunching together in a peculiar manner. He then recited a cryptic poem. My home lies far amidst the mountains tall. Leaning against the Big Dipper, I gaze to the south. At the foot of the southern ridge, rootless grass does sprawl, traversing the deep mountains. Unaware of the years that pass. Taken aback, Ling Yu responded, You are a traveler from the southern ridge? Ah, you're quite knowledgeable for a young one. To be frank, I too am engaged in this profession. It seems I have not erred in my arrival, the old man replied. The world of survival grants each individual a corresponding initial vessel and vocation based on their unique traits. Throughout the 5 millennia of Long Kingdom's history, countless professions have emerged, from the mundane to the extraordinary. For instance, the often romanticized profession of tomb raiding, known as the Mogul of Gold or Guardian of the Mountain. Of course, These vocations are not as sinister as they appear. They merely possess certain extraordinary abilities. Ling Yu's familiarity with these roles was largely due to his frequent visits to the library, where he delved into historical texts and indulged in tales of the bizarre during his leisure. Historically, travelers of the southern ridge would roam the uninhabited mountains, unearthing rare herbs to sell. Ling Yu, as a researcher, held the status of a scholar. Could it be that these historical vocations manifest in this world as well? Considering that his profession acquired unique characteristics here, it was plausible that others might too. This was indeed intriguing. The travelers of the southern ridge, rumored to traverse dense forests in search of ethereal treasures, cohabiting with spirits and beasts of the wild. This old gentleman certainly held an extraordinary identity. Old man, your status is quite remarkable, Ling Yu remarked. The old man grinned, revealing a sparse set of yellowed teeth, and laughed like a mischievous child. You possess quite a bit of knowledge, young one. However, regardless of one's skills, sustenance is essential. I did not come here merely to chat. I am here to sell my treasures. As he spoke, he carefully retrieved a cloth pouch from within his garments, revealing an assortment of herbs. These are what I gathered from the island. I nearly lost my life fleeing from a two-headed giant wolf. Every ethereal treasure is guarded by mountain spirits and beasts. I recognized these items immediately, but alas, in unfamiliar territory, I am at a loss as to their usage. Had I been on Blue Star, there would be no treasure my Hussein Yi could not identify. I possess a wealth of knowledge. The old man seemed eager to share, his words flowing freely. Ling Yu examined the items in his hands. Among them was a grass with leaves that shone like jade, its translucent blades gleaming, while 3 blue patterns spiraled around its stem. Crystal grass, quality, excellent. Description, a herb that flourishes in the mountains, suitable for medicinal use. The rarity of this herb is intrinsically linked to its age. While ginseng may not be particularly precious, a millennium-old ginseng certainly holds an esteemed rarity. This exquisite linglong herb, though merely classified as fine quality, gains significant value with age. Regrettably, old sir, your linglong herb bears just 3 azure patterns and is merely 3 centuries old. Had it reached 9 centuries, it would command a considerable fortune. A 900-year-old linglong herb is priced at 3 million in the Sanluo Trading Association, and that is the esteemed price. Typically, one would not procure it for less than 5 million. The salve derived from this herb offers a singular effect. It enhances the maximum life value limit. Potions that permanently augment attributes are coveted everywhere, leading to perpetually high prices for related materials. This further underscores the might of abundance. What others scramble for is but a fundamental effect for the affluent. Although it holds little utility for him, it certainly could serve Aaron. At the very least, it could fetch a good price if sold. Old master who paused for a moment before inquiring, "How much are you willing to offer, little one?" Ling Yu replied with a slight smile, "What price do you wish to set, old sir?" At least a unit of dried fish. 99 pieces of dried fish, which is a substantial sum anywhere, something an ordinary person would struggle to provide. A unit? Has this old man lost his senses? Even if this item were as useful as ginseng, its size is scarcely enough for a single bite. What if the esteemed Ling Yu is not in need of money? The live broadcast room buzzed with chatter, with many deeming the price absurd and unlikely to conclude. Old master who, swayed by the conversation, hesitantly added, "If you find this price unsuitable, feel free to propose your own. As long as it fills my belly, I am content." Ling Yu chuckled. "I am unaware of your appetite, old sir. If you desire provisions, I can offer you 50 units, chicken, duck, fish, goose, dog, choose as you please. What do you think? 50? Hold on, 50 units? Are you certain?" Old master who muttered, gradually realizing Ling Yu indeed meant 50 units. "Little one, are you speaking truthfully? Are you not deceiving this old man? One hand for payment, the other for delivery, no deception involved." After swallowing hard, old master who agreed, "Very well. 10 units each of chicken, duck, fish, and goose. My teeth are still good enough to handle it." Ling Yu cautioned, "I suggest you consider a change of water. Such an abundance of food might spoil. You can exchange for water? Indeed. And I shall not haggle with you. 3 units of food can be exchanged for 1 unit of water. How does that sound?" After some contemplation, old master who replied, "For units each of chicken, duck, fish, and goose, and add 10 units of water." As he spoke, he felt a pang of uncertainty, unsure if the other party would comply with this price. Ling Yu then proceeded to display the items in the trading interface, 20 units of provisions and 10 units of water. Indeed, he possessed them. "Ling Yu, please take a look. I am ready to open any door you desire. I know Ling Yu possesses wealth, but I never anticipated such affluence. It must be a ruse." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, this outrageous transaction was completed. At the moment the items were finally in his possession, Master Hu felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He had never anticipated that the very things he once scorned could evoke such profound emotion within him. He was equally astonished that the seller had the audacity to propose such a price. Well, my young friend, I salute your spirit. I shall certainly return when I come across more remarkable treasures, Master Hu remarked. Very well, please take your time, and let us welcome the next treasure seeker, came the reply. He was not being insincere. For him, this modest acquisition held little significance, yet it served the purpose of transforming mere gold into priceless artifacts. Zhou then shifted to the second treasure seeker, and upon connecting, a young man cloaked in a black hood appeared on the screen. May I inquire what treasure this esteemed seeker wishes to unveil? Ling Yu asked. The hooded figure replied, I initially intended to remain reticent. But since the esteemed elder has introduced himself, I must uphold the decorum. Traversing 1,000 miles under the stars, I command the essence of mountains and rivers. The paths of yin and yang intertwine, and with a single shovel of earth, I can reshape the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu's facial muscles twitched slightly. Indeed, our dragon country is truly brimming with talent. Even the renowned tomb raiders have come to join the fray. It is a gathering of distinguished individuals, a confluence of heroes from all walks of life, united in this grand endeavor. Chapter 69. Collapse. Pray tell, esteemed treasure seeker, what marvels do you wish to exhibit? The words of the tomb raiders surely do not pertain to antiquities, remarked Ling Yu. The young man opposite him sighed and retrieved a jade vessel and a silver musical instrument from beneath his feet. After excavating a marine grave, these are the treasures I unearthed. Please appraise them, he said. With this simple statement, Ling Yu grasped the intrinsic value embedded within. You dare to plunge into the sea? Given the severe pollution, who would be so bold? We tomb raiders possess the earth's protective amulets and the water's shielding cloaks, adorned with gold-seeking talismans and wielding the Luoyang spade. Coupled with my unique constitution that repels external forces, venturing into the sea presents no challenge, the hooded youth replied. Indeed, it appeared that skilled individuals thrived among the populace, each harboring their own extraordinary encounters. This fellow is remarkable. I wouldn't even dare to fish, yet he braves the depths. What purpose does diving serve? Antiquities? What utility do they possess? Merely for display? What if a wealthy individual finds himself with an abundance of idle resources? Even with ample provisions, one cannot afford such extravagance. A general skepticism surrounded this transaction. Earlier, Mr. Hu had at least dealt in medicinal herbs, possessing inherent value if one knew their application. But what worth do antiquities hold now, devoid of their significance from the Blue Star era? Evidently, the young man was aware of the limited prospects for these items, merely seeking a glimpse of possibility. After a brief inspection, Ling Yu declared, I shall acquire this item. Provide your price. This piece won't fetch a fair price here. Just offer me anything, and I shall accept, he replied. Very well, for larger items, 10 units of provisions. For smaller ones, 5 units, with the choice of chicken, duck, fish, or goose. Water will be exchanged at a 3-to-1 ratio, Ling Yu stated. The young man fell silent for a moment before asking, Are you certain? He then emerged from an adjacent room, hauling a plethora of antiquities. By your own reckoning, these must total 500 units, he cautioned. Instantly, laughter erupted in the live broadcast room. Let him boast, he's inflated his claims. 500 units? I can hardly fathom it. Even if he were deceiving, it is implausible to amass such provisions, enough to sustain hundreds for a month. I work aboard President Wang's vessel, and I barely receive 5 dried fish and a cup of water each day. Let him continue his bravado. After inspecting the goods, Ling Yu's face lit up with satisfaction. These items are quite splendid. They are all official goods from the Crowley dynasty, dating back a century. In the realm of survival, a century is no trifling span. Aside from a few catastrophic versions that may endure for decades, most iterations last only a few years, perhaps even mere months. Of course, the concept of versions emerged only after the deity of equilibrium appeared, while the documentation of history began with the arrival of the deity of memory. Before this, records were but vague recollections. As for the pricing, most can adhere to my proposed figures, with a few exceptions warranting an increase. An increase? Indeed, for those adorned with paintings, I shall offer double, 20 units of provisions. For those inscribed with characters, I shall provide triple, 30 units. Antiquities marked with writing possess immeasurable value. When engaging in archaeological pursuits, one often dreads encountering the phrase the ancients say. The trading of antiques at the Sanluo Wanxiang Merchant Association has consistently thrived, as there exists a considerable number of individuals in this world who are untroubled by the necessities of life. The prices of antiques from the Crowley dynasty typically range between 50,000 and 200,000, garnering a certain level of market recognition. This price tag once again plunged the channel into silence. Is the mobile robbing a bank? How could they possess such wealth? This is no mere bank robbery. The bank is theirs to begin with. Nay, the mint is theirs to command. Do not rush. Payment has yet to be made. Let us observe first. Do not hesitate to open the trading panel. Ling Yu remained unfazed, promptly initiating a trade and placing his wares within the transaction window. WOC, it truly exists. Confirm quickly. Confirm without delay. The mobile is certainly not operating a mint. Even the mint does not yield such profits. It appears that the title of the wealthiest individual in Longhua shall soon change hands. Boredom often compels individuals to seek amusement, and flaunting wealth is one such avenue. People frequently boast of their reserves of dried fish. Earning 10 dried fish daily is enough to qualify as comfortably well off, and possessing basic furniture denotes a moderately affluent household. The title of the wealthiest is undoubtedly reserved for Wang Yifan. It seems that there are also a few contenders from the white-headed eagle. Accepting a loss to John Cat would also be palatable. Who on earth is Ling Yu? Such niche competitions naturally attract few participants, and Ling Yu was not amongst them from the outset. Yet, despite his lack of interest in competing, he surged into the finals at an astonishing pace. After concluding the trade, Ling Yu and the other party exchanged friend requests. Zhang Zifen has accepted your friend request. He harbored a keen interest in the ancient yin-yang and feng shui practices of Longhua. Perhaps these age-old techniques would breathe new life in this world. The remaining treasures presented by other treasure seekers were commendable, though they paled in comparison to those of the two prominent figures. Tonight's broadcast promises a bounty of exquisite items. Filling the room to capacity. A quick calculation revealed that he had earned over 10 million in a single night, with costs barely reaching 500,000. Such profit margins are nothing short of astounding. Moreover, with the success of tonight's live stream, it is certain that more treasure seekers will be drawn to participate in his endeavors. Ling Yu planted the linglong grass within his plantation. With the presence of the fertile lantern, he could accelerate the maturation process in bulk. As he tended to his flora, a faint sound of impact reached his ears. Plop. Plop. A spray of crimson splattered against the window. Aileen, what has happened? What is this blood? Ling Yu inquired. I do not know. It has suddenly begun to rain blood from the sky. How peculiar. I have already activated the ship's drainage system, Aileen responded. Ling Yu then recalled that the version information had seemingly introduced a special weather phenomenon, blood rain. He donned a heavy garment and ascended to the deck, where he was met with a scene drenched in red. Uncertain of the implications of this occurrence, he dared not linger, hastily collecting samples before retreating to his laboratory. Under the high-powered microscope, Ling Yu observed a peculiar red crystal amidst the blood rain. These particles are exceedingly minuscule, imperceptible without the aid of a microscope. Following the emergence of the blood rain, the only noticeable phenomenon is the gradual increase of one's blood erosion value. It is perplexing. Why has the blood erosion value decreased so sluggishly? Ling Yu pondered. Typically, after administering the inhibitor, the blood erosion value plummets rapidly. However, today seems anomalous. The rate of decline is remarkably slow, with even instances of fluctuation. This is quite unusual, Ling Yu mused in confusion. Just then, Aaron entered the cabin and remarked that something seemed amiss today. What is it? Have you noticed that the blood moon appears somewhat different today? Ling Yu hurried to the observation platform, seizing the telescope to scrutinize the sky. Ordinarily, the blood moon takes the form of a full moon, yet today is distinct. A portion of the blood moon is missing. Unlike the obscured appearance of a crescent moon, the current gap in the blood moon presents a jagged outline. This condition resembles disintegration. Chapter 70. The secret of the blood moon. Has the moon fallen? Could it be that those crystals are remnants of the blood moon? Such a notion seems utterly insane. He opened the chat channel to gauge the reactions of others. Is it raining over there? Red rain? No, why? Damn it. Why does the blood corruption value keep decreasing so slowly? We're doomed. No, it's raining here, just like before, no difference. Are you sure you're not mistaken? At present, it appears that only certain regions are experiencing blood rain. Some places are simply having regular rain. How perplexing. Why would such a phenomenon occur? Could it be? At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Ling Yu, as if he had suddenly grasped something essential. He returned to the laboratory, drew some blood to create a blood sample, and then placed the sample under the microscope for examination. Indeed, the blood contained those red crystals. No wonder the blood corruption value was declining so slowly, Ling Yu murmured. Those red crystals were exceedingly small, seeping into the body through the rainwater. If these truly are fragments of the blood moon, then it is akin to introducing a source of radiation directly into oneself. No wonder the rate of decline for the blood corruption value is so languid. What is the matter? Have you made a new discovery? Aaron inquired. It's hard to say. Perhaps this is yet another monumental finding, Ling Yu replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Well, I don't understand any of that. What shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu suggested, let us refrain from opening the drainage outlet for now. Instead, let us extract these crystals. Perhaps we can unlock the secrets of the blood moon. Aaron frowned. The risks involved were evidently considerable. If these are indeed fragments of the blood moon, then this action would be akin to inviting a wolf into our midst. We cannot retain too many. We must only keep a portion, and if any issues arise, we must hastily dispose of them in the sea, Aaron stated. Ling Yu nodded in agreement, with a resigned glance at him. Aaron returned to the operations room to close the drainage valve. Ling Yu remained in the laboratory, observing the situation. A night passed, and on the following morning, Ling Yu and Aaron, clad in protective gear, entered the room where the rainwater was stored. The floor was covered with white crystals, lunar eclipse fragments, a special material added in this version. He glanced at his blood corruption value, which had not increased. Then, he activated the energy-focusing flashlight and directed it at the crystals on the floor. An astonishing scene unfolded before him. The transparent crystals began to glow with a red luminescence. Indeed, this corroborates the conclusion I reached last night, Ling Yu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Seeing his exuberance, Aaron realized that his research had indeed made significant progress. Scholar, don't just revel in your joy. Enlighten me as well, Aaron requested, eager to comprehend the unfolding mystery. It's quite simple. First, we must ascertain the source of the light. There are various methods through which light manifests. One such process is known as electronic transition, which releases photons. A multitude of electronic transitions generates light. Originally, I believed that the blood moon in the sky was akin to a mirror, filtering out other lights from its brilliance. However, upon reflection, such a notion seems untenable. Based on my observations from last night and the present circumstances, the principle appears to be as follows. The moon's illumination is essentially a reflection of the sun's rays, which carry energy, albeit significantly diminished by the time they reach the Earth. If a substantial object were placed before the moon, the sun's light refracted by the moon would strike this object directly, stimulating electrons to transition from lower to higher energy levels. However, electrons in an excited state are inherently unstable, returning to lower energy levels and releasing photons in the process, thus creating light. As for the variations in the intensity of the red light, I surmise this is due to the inherent rotation and revolution cycles of both the sun and the moon, which consequently alter the intensity of the sunlight being reflected. The more sunlight the moon reflects, the greater the energy imparted, thus exciting more electrons to transition, leading to a heightened intensity of red light. This principle is frequently employed in the creation of lighting devices. After Ling Yu's explanation, both Aaron and Sha appeared bewildered. Ahem, while I didn't fully grasp it. I understand that these crystals are now harmless, correct? Aaron inquired. Indeed. Without external energy to stimulate the electrons, they will not transition, and thus no red light will form. Do you comprehend now? Ling Yu responded with enthusiasm. Comprehend what? Aaron scratched her head in confusion. Of course, we can now control the production of red light. Indiscriminate exposure would certainly lead to various complications, but what if I were to control it consciously, enhancing biological activity, or even inducing genetic recombination? Just think, in agriculture, we could generate a myriad of varieties and select premium crops, leading to a progressively better future for us all, Ling Yu articulated, visibly excited. Should we then acquire some crystals? Aaron suggested. Yes, we should procure some immediately. I'll contact the Sun Luo Chamber of Commerce, he replied, promptly opening his chat channel. Following the release of his previous video on the creation of corrupted blood, a tremendous sensation ensued, resulting in the Sun Luo Chamber elevating his VIP status to the highest level, allowing him to converse directly with departmental ministers. Ling Yu initiated a conversation with Minister Foster of the Market Development Department. Hello, Minister Foster. I wish to discuss something with you. Could you assist me in acquiring some of the transparent crystals that formed during last night's blood rain? As for the price, I am willing to offer 1,000 universal shells per unit. Before long, Foster responded with an affirmative emoji. The efficiency of the Sun Luo Chamber is beyond question. Soon, he received a delivery of over 10,000 units of crystals. Ling Yu found it necessary to purchase additional 500-slot large storage boxes. Yet, he felt no regret. The expense paled in comparison to the value of research. Moreover, the Sun Luo Chamber did not even mention the financial aspect, simply stating to pay whenever he had the means. They are not foolish. What is a mere sum of money to them? In due time, Ling Yu will assist them in conducting research, and wealth will flow in abundantly. Those engaged in grand enterprises should not be preoccupied with trifles. Furthermore, when they acquired it, they likely spent little, For to the average person, this substance is deemed hazardous, something to be discarded in haste. Ling Yu reclined in his chair, gazing contentedly at the box before him, experiencing a joy akin to that of ancient humanity upon successfully striking fire from wood for the first time. This research has the potential to instigate a profound transformation in human society. The primordial flames illuminated dark caverns, igniting the dawn of human civilization. This crimson light also brightens the path ahead, guiding the way forward. We understand, we master, we create. I have never believed that humanity should conquer nature, yet. Nature shall not compel humanity to submit. This is the eternal quest of humankind, an unending pursuit of illumination and truth. Chapter 71. Communication, Otherworldly Observation Diary 27. Date, Day 27. Weather, overcast. Location, 3 days after the blood moon began to disintegrate. The weather mirrors my dismal mood. Yesterday, I received a piece of good news accompanied by a plethora of bad tidings. A professor from the Institute of Knowledge has replicated my experiment, instantly silencing dissent and flooding the message board with accolades in various languages. Yet, the unfortunate news is that my research seems to have made little impact. Everyone remains a giant in language but a dwarf in action. I am grateful to Minister Foster for clarifying my doubts with a single statement: rarity lends value, and here, what we have in abundance is people. The lack of significant change is somewhat disheartening, but I view this as merely a minor setback. He has planted a seed, and perhaps one day in the future, it will take root and flourish. Feeling dejected, Ling Yu sits in the laboratory, his agitation palpable. He rises and steps onto the deck, intending to fish as a means to uplift his spirits. Upon seeing him, Sharky has a sudden spark of inspiration. It darts inside and snatches away Aaron's fishing rod, then dangles the hook into his bucket. Thus, all of Ling Yu's efforts for the morning are consumed by Sharky. Ling Yu gazes at the empty bucket and shakes his head in resignation, while Sharky proudly wags its tail nearby. He reaches out to stroke Sharky's smooth head. Chuckling wryly, "You certainly know how to seize the moment." Ding dong, the alarm beside him rings. It is time. He has a scheduled discussion today. Ling Yu hurriedly rises. He is set to engage in an academic dialogue with the professor from the Institute of Knowledge who replicated his experiment. The professor had expended considerable effort to locate him through the Omniscient Commerce Association. Just 2 minutes before their agreed time, Ling Yu enters the group chat. And the professor is just logging on. "Hello, Professor Chris." "Hello, Mr. Color." Ling Yu suddenly remembers he has not introduced himself. "I am Ling Yu. Feel free to address me as you wish." "Very well, then I shall call you Mr. Ling. I will not be courteous. My purpose is straightforward. I wish to discuss a few questions with you." Ling Yu is always open to scholarly exchanges. "Please, go ahead." "First, I would like to know if you have obtained the key term," Professor Chris states directly. "Yes, the key term I have is color." After pondering for a moment, Chris continues, "Is there anything else?" "No, that is the only one." "Is there a problem?" Ling Yu inquires curiously. "It appears you have only acquired the key term for the first stage." "First stage?" "Yes, I previously obtained a key term as well. Mine was embryo. And after further research, I derived a second key term, growth." Ling Yu becomes intrigued. "Could you elaborate on that?" "You are likely familiar with the Twinborn Society. I have previously engaged with several of their scholars. In that distorted version, numerous hybrid creatures emerged, and I have been pondering the reasons behind this phenomenon. If it were human-induced, the scale of these mutated beings should not be so vast. Based on experience, the offspring of such aberrant creatures often struggle to survive. For genetics is a complex science, and no one can replicate the artistry of nature, much like the recent blood moon." Ling Yu concurred with this observation and subsequently inquired about the origin of your keyword, embryo. That revelation struck me upon encountering a particular organism." "Which organism?" "The butterfly. It is a complete insect, undergoing 4 stages in its life cycle: egg, larva, pupa, and adult. Can we then refer to the preceding stage as the embryo of the subsequent stage?" After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu remarked that this notion is not entirely implausible. "Excellent. Now, in the next stage, whose embryo is the butterfly?" Ling Yu countered, "You have stated that the butterfly is a complete insect. It will not undergo further transformation." "Wait, are you suggesting that those hybrid monsters are, in fact?" "Yes, I have diligently submerged myself in the ocean to observe the growth processes of these creatures. They periodically hatch into embryos, and when they emerge again, their appearances undergo changes with the emergence of new organs, meaning what you perceive is merely an embryo. If the butterfly is not the terminus, then what lies beyond?" Ling Yu furrowed his brow and replied, "That still does not make sense. If you are referring to a mechanism of nature, why is it no longer observable? I do not possess a conclusive answer as of now, but I suspect it may be related to the environment of that time." "The environment?" "That period was marked by chaos. with severe climate fluctuations leading to the extinction of many species. You must understand that the environment has a selective capability over living organisms. I wonder if the variable weather selected for equally variable creatures, as only those who continuously adapt to their surroundings can survive. Once the climate stabilized, such organisms were subsequently eliminated. Chris proposed his hypothesis. The selected species concept indeed holds merit. And how did you derive your second keyword? Ling Yu inquired. The contemplation of meaning. What does this behavior signify? Much like the transformation from egg to butterfly, appearances are in constant flux. Thus, this embodies growth. I believe this may imply that all living beings currently possess room for growth, but have yet to meet the requisite conditions, such as extreme weather. In simpler terms, the current degree of growth represents the limits of the environment, not my own limits. Ling Yu nodded, acknowledging that he indeed lacked a deeper understanding of what the corresponding characteristics of light signify, merely interpreting it as a natural phenomenon. It appears that further research is required on his part. I comprehend now. Thank you for your elucidation. The two then continued to discuss various other observations. After their discussion, the two believed that this keyword was revealing a mechanism to them, albeit one that required specific conditions to activate. Ling Yu also shared his recent discovery with his companion and gifted him some eclipse fragments. In return, his companion presented him with a few books, which were the most treasured gifts for Ling Yu. Furthermore, Ling Yu inquired about the Academy of Knowledge. It is merely a loosely organized academic society, with little activity beyond the occasional symposium. After all, we are but a gathering of fools, advocating for the free flow of knowledge, in stark contrast to those imbeciles at the Institute who promote the monetization of knowledge. Thank you, Professor Chris. If the opportunity arises, I would relish the chance for a face-to-face exchange and eagerly anticipate your insights. Chapter 72, The Savior's Master Upgrade. After concluding the conversation, Ling Yu had just exited the chat when Aaron's voice reached him, cautioning, "Be careful, a ship is approaching." Ling Yu turned to see a blood-red vessel slowly drawing near, its hull seemingly stained with blood. He hastily retrieved his binoculars for a closer inspection. Blood merchant ship, type, special vessel, danger level, neutral. Upon reading the information, Ling Yu felt a slight easing of his initial wariness. This appeared to be one of the serendipitous encounters within the system, a unique neutral NPC. Let us approach and ascertain the situation, Ling Yu suggested. As the blood merchant ship drew nearer, he discerned its true form. The deck was adorned with intricate, vein-like patterns, winding and undulating as if alive. Upon closer proximity, the vessel slowed, and the vein-like structures began to writhe before parting to reveal a gaping crimson maw. Offer a blood gem, and you shall receive all that you desire. The blood gem was a rare crystalline substance found only within the blood-corrupted apostles, with a low probability of occurrence, categorized into small, medium, and large sizes. The blood gems in Ling Yu's possession were rewards from an active quest. Typically, such circumstances were dubbed as receiving the bare minimum. Fortunately, this particular event was generous, bestowing a considerable quantity of gems. After depositing a gem into the creature's voracious mouth, it chewed momentarily before extending a tongue that bore a screen displaying the remaining goods aboard the ship. Potion recipe, energy surge potion, blood pact, blood hunt. Blood bounty pack, recommended for warriors. Blood bounty pack, recommended for mages. Potions, bounty packs, materials. It seemed to offer an extensive array of items. Beneath each listing was an indication of the remaining quantity, clearly suggesting that these items were limited, and should he refrain from purchasing, others would seize them. Ling Yu's gaze settled upon the most coveted item. Blood kiss, type, accessory, quality, rare, health recovery rate, 10s, effect 1, life forge, each time damage is dealt. 5 of the damage value is stored as blood reserve, maximum 50 of maximum health. When health falls below 50, all reserve value is consumed to restore an equivalent amount of health. If this restoration elevates health above 90, maximum health increases by 5, lasting until the end of combat. Effect 2, cruelty, passive, inflicts an additional 30 bleeding damage, and the wounds are less likely to heal. Remaining quantity, 1. Price, 5,000. The most precious item aboard the vessel was indeed this necklace. After exchanging their blood gems, the duo amassed a total of 10,000 points. Following the acquisition of the necklace, they also procured a bounty pack and several schematics. The 2,000 point bounty pack was quite a bargain, offering 3 profession-specific blood packs, a set of enhanced superior gear, and a weapon. Ling Yu opted for the warrior's bounty pack, while Aaron selected one tailored for archers. Blood-song armor, blood enhancement. Type, chest armor, quality, excellent, defense, 15, Death resistance, 1. Armor. For 100-400, equipment requirement. Strength 5. Effect, bloodthirst. The armor absorbs blood to repair itself. When armor is full, it converts into a shield, with a maximum of 10 of health. Set effect, 2-5 blood boil. Slightly increases resistance to abnormal states during combat. Set effect, 4-5 glory of victory. Upon slaying a target, it invigorates the wearer, restoring 15 of maximum health within 5 seconds. Set effect, 5-5 blood battle. Upon activation, the armor transforms into blood, temporarily converting armor into maximum health until the battle concludes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Description, an armor enhanced by blood, possessing remarkable combat power. An excellent set, significantly bolstered by enhancements, thus exhibiting superior attributes compared to others of the same quality, all of which are highly practical. Equipment produced from such activities is generally commendable, which fuels participants' enthusiasm. However, one can only hope that future events are more amicable. The attributes of equipment are not immutable. They may decline to varying degrees due to rust or damage. Even if the quality is marked high, its attributes may not surpass those of items 2 tiers lower. Lingyu glanced at the sword's attributes. Bloodthirsty sword, blood enhancement. Quality, excellent. Damage, 18-24. Equipment requirement, strength 5. Effect, bloodthirst. Has a chance to inflict the target with bleeding during combat, dealing an additional 20 damage to targets in the bleeding state. Description, a great sword enhanced by blood, capable of delivering formidable combat prowess. The blade is adorned with numerous barbs, resembling a chainsaw. The large gift package includes 3 blood contracts, perfectly suited for the warrior class. Blood contract, blood blade slash, consumes 10 of maximum health to deal 120 of strength as damage based on the health consumed. Blood contract, frenzied bloodlust. Upon activation, consumes 2 of maximum health per second, increases attack speed by 40 and critical hit rate by 20, restoring 1.5 of maximum health for each critical hit. Exits if unable to sustain. Blood contract, boiling blood charge, consumes 15 of current health to enter a charging state, costing 4 of maximum health per second, dealing 200 of strength as physical damage to all enemies in the path. Exits if unable to sustain. According to discussions currently circulating on the forum, blood contracts can only serve as a supportive system and struggle to stand alone. Most skills associated with blood contracts have no cooldown, making any individual skill quite effective, yet the overall evaluation remains lukewarm, primarily due to the lack of synergy. Synergy refers to the interplay of multiple skills culminating in a combined effect. Generally, systems reliant solely on individual prowess are not held in high regard, though they serve as decent enhancements to other systems. Nevertheless, for him, this is already sufficient. After the transaction was completed, the blood merchant continued its forward journey. Following the trade, Lingyu sliced his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto his abdomen. Since its upgrade, the savior of thought had grown increasingly discerning, as ordinary knowledge no longer contributed to its progression. Only the recent genetic studies from the Twin Conclave had significantly advanced its understanding, and it was uncertain how much knowledge would be gained from this latest exchange. Once the blood was absorbed, messages soon emanated from the savior of thought. Absorbing new knowledge. Knowledge level, 642353. The savior of thought has assimilated sufficient knowledge and is now in deep contemplation. Upgrading. In an instant, over 600,000 units of knowledge had been accrued, proving the worth of such knowledge. Lingyu began to anticipate the transformations that the savior of thought would undergo following this upgrade. Chapter 73. Restructuring the mechanism in the ensuing 2 days. Lingyu's life returned to its usual rhythm. The only unexpected turn of events was the significant impact caused by Lu Lang activating the invincible battleship. Upon consulting with Aaron, he learned that such a relic was regarded as nothing short of a holy artifact in the eyes of the remnants of the mechanical empires. The emergence of this entity could very well attract those remnants. In terms of conflict, various factions had formed within Blue Star, organized by nation. The Eagle Nation was adept in this arena, resuming its operations in the scalp care of indigenous peoples and taking control of 2 small islands for development. The North Alliance, composed of dozens of nations including the Gallic Rooster, had reportedly begun to engage in the reverse trafficking of local natives, reaping considerable profits. Following the recent battles, the Dragon Nation had descended into a state of warlord fragmentation, making it difficult to discern a clear victor. It seemed as though everyone had reverted to their former selves. Breakfast arrived. Amethyst rice porridge, accompanied by golden corn cakes and emerald spinach rolls. Taste my culinary skills, Erin said as she delicately placed the exquisite platter on the table. The rice grains in the amethyst porridge floated like crystals, while the surface of the golden corn cakes shimmered with a golden hue. The emerald spinach rolls appeared translucent and lustrous like jade. These were all carefully selected premium varieties, offering not only delightful flavors, but also additional attribute enhancements. Aaron then poured a bowl of minced meat for Sharky. As they dined, they engaged in their customary morning conversation. The seas have been quite turbulent lately, and the weather is unfavorable. Where shall we head next? Aaron sighed. Ling Yu, taking a bite of the spinach roll, inquired, "Is there anything noteworthy on the map?" "Nothing specific. The map indicates only a few small islands nearby. Would you care to explore?" "Let us first check if the weather permits sailing," Ling Yu responded. Glancing out the window, the weather remained overcast and drizzly, though it was an improvement over the previous day. "Let us move forward, having spent such an extended time aboard. It would be refreshing to stretch our legs on land," he suggested, having been in a damp environment for an extended period. Both of them exhibited slight swelling in their skin. Moreover, the prolonged confinement aboard the ship could lead to feelings of oppression, diminishing their resistance to anomalies. "All right, I'll scout for a suitable place to dock," Aaron said. After finishing breakfast, Ling Yu rose and entered his laboratory. At that moment, the materials warehouse was cluttered with discarded robots. In the center of the room stood a silver-white table, upon which lay a damaged robot, surrounded by assorted modules. These components were either backup parts from the base or salvage from other robots. The robot on the operating table stood nearly 2.5 meters tall. Boasting a robust and well-proportioned physique, its body encased in heavy alloy armor, marred by scratches and dents from battle. This was the most intact robot Ling Yu had discovered. Standing before the mechanical operating table, he activated the table's lights, illuminating the robot's cracked armor and exposed circuitry. Ling Yu initiated the operation of the mechanical operating table. With a low, resonant hum, several mechanical arms slowly extended from beneath the table, commencing a comprehensive scan of the robot positioned atop it. The core energy module exhibited a damage rate of 35. The combat control chip was compromised, the left arm joint was fractured, the right leg thruster was inoperative, and the external armor bore multiple dents. Ling Yu fixated on the data flashing across the screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. The complexity of repairing this combat robot far exceeded his expectations, yet he was resolute in his determination to persevere. He would begin with the core energy module. Carefully, Ling Yu removed the armor from the robot's chest, revealing the intricate internal energy system. The original energy module was charred beyond recognition. Utilizing the surgical table's precision pincers, he extracted the damaged module and subsequently inserted a new energy module into its designated slot. Thus, he meticulously replaced the damaged components of the robot before him. The modular design, coupled with the high efficiency of the surgical table, facilitated a remarkably smooth replacement process. After several hours of intense labor, the robot's restoration was nearing completion. The next step was the final and most crucial one, the thought module. Upon the removal of the thought module, the robot's command system could not be activated. Ling Yu retrieved the previously acquired heart of the Blood Moon. "I am intrigued. If I were to grant you a heart, how would you perceive this world?" With that thought, he pressed the heart of the Blood Moon into the robot's body. As the heart was integrated, a gentle tremor coursed through the machine. The robot's eyes suddenly illuminated with a blue glow, and its body gradually sat upright, the joints emitting soft mechanical creaks. The self-diagnostic concluded energy levels were sufficient, and the combat control chip was functioning optimally. The robot emitted a deep, resonant voice before turning its head toward Ling Yu. "Greetings. May I inquire as to where I am?" The robot's mechanical voice resonated, yet Ling Yu detected a hint of humanity in its tone. "You comprehend my words. It seems the language analysis module is operational. This is my vessel. How do you feel? What do you wish to do now?" Ling Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Tilting its head thoughtfully, the robot replied, "To understand this world, my information is insufficient. Analysis result. Unable to make a judgment." "And what is it that you desire now?" Ling Yu pressed. "Safety, my own safety," the robot asserted. Ling Yu felt a sense of satisfaction with this response. Any sentient being, when faced with the unknown, would harbor such a notion. "Come, allow me to introduce you to this world," he urged. The robot followed Ling Yu as they exited the room and stepped onto the deck. Gazing at the boundless ocean, the robot remarked after careful analysis, "It appears difficult to depart. Analysis result. This ship is currently the safest location." Then, turning its head, the robot inquired, "Could you explain why I am here?" "You sustained damage during a previous battle. I have repaired you, and the heart in your chest is a gift from me," Ling Yu explained, glancing at its chest. The robot mused, "No wonder I feel an inexplicable affinity toward you. Analysis result. You are not a threat." Subsequently, he expressed, "In that case, I request to remain aboard this vessel." "That is acceptable. However, I require you to assume certain responsibilities. In exchange, I shall provide you with the energy for action and a space for habitation. A reasonable proposition, I concluded. I accept. It appears this individual possesses commendable comprehension skills, warranting further observation. After all, as long as he desires, a mere thought could extract the heart of the blood moon, a feat he has already tested with other objects. As for the notion of deceit, that is a sophisticated maneuver for machines. During the mechanical warfare, both sides engaged in minimal espionage. On one hand, there exists a fundamental distinction between the lifestyles of organic and inorganic beings. On the other hand, machines are utterly incapable of mastering the art of falsehood. For misinformation could yield unforeseen consequences that would jeopardize their CPUs. Chapter 74. The weight of memory. By the way, you still lack a name. Why not bestow one upon yourself? Ling Yu suggested. The blue light in the robot's eyes flickered slightly as it gazed up at the overcast sky. Finally, it spoke in a deep voice. Nameless, my understanding of this world is 0. I shall reserve a name for the future. An intriguing choice, Ling Yu remarked, raising an eyebrow. It seems you possess a touch of poetic talent. Now, may I inquire about my first task? Your initial duty will be to clean the vessel. You may access all areas except for the rooms I have marked, came the reply. Understood. The tumultuous waves began to calm, and the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, allowing sunlight to filter through and glisten upon the sea. Ling Yu stood on the deck, basking in the long-awaited warmth of the sun, feeling his spirits lift considerably. During the midday rest, the crew awoke amid violent swaying. The ship seemed to be tugged by an invisible force, swaying left and right. Ling Yu hurriedly rose, noticing a silvery sheen near the vessel. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the silver edges were small fish, currently gnawing at the ship with their sharp teeth. Sharp-toothed fish. How troublesome to encounter these creatures, Ling Yu lamented. These fish, equipped with razor-sharp teeth, require constant grinding and thus actively consume nearby objects, leading to the sinking of many vessels. Quickly clear them away, or the ship will sink. Eileen leapt from the bed railing, her red cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. With a blood-red bow drawn taut, she released a vibrant arrow. As the crimson light exploded among the school of fish, the sharp-toothed fish within a 5-meter radius disintegrated into a shower of flesh, painting the surface of the sea a deep red. Instructions received. Cleaning protocol initiated, the robot Nameless declared, as blue ion flames erupted from its back, allowing it to hover in midair. Its mechanical arms spread wide, unleashing searing flames upon the ocean's surface. The little creature, Sharky, took a more direct approach. Leaping into the water, expanding to 3 times its original size, it formed a vortex with its enormous jaws, swallowing the nearby sharp-toothed fish whole. This little being seemed unperturbed by the pollution of these waters, often venturing into the sea in search of sustenance. Ling Yu wielded his blood blade, the crimson sword light sweeping through the area around the ship, reducing countless sharp-toothed fish to mere fragments. Although the situation was not perilous, the ship had sustained damage, necessitating a stop for repairs. Half a day later, the vessel approached a small island. The vegetation was lush, with tall coconut trees swaying in the breeze. In this spacious environment, the crew's spirits lifted. Ling Yu surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of human traces, then declared, "We shall rest here for a day and set sail again tomorrow." Nameless silently followed behind, its mechanical eyes continuously scanning the environment, seemingly recording and analyzing everything. Ling Yu glanced back at it and asked, "Nameless, have you made any discoveries?" The Nameless one paused briefly before responding. "There are no signs of large biological activity on the island, but traces of some small creatures can be found. I recommend remaining vigilant, especially during the night." Ling Yu's conclusion was similar to his. The repairs on the vessel were swift, and seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu decided to rest on the island for a day. "I shall go gather coconuts," Erin declared as she approached the coconut trees, her agile form swiftly scaling to the top. With a gentle flick of her fingers, coconuts began to cascade down like raindrops upon the beach. Sharky attempted to climb the coconut tree as well, but his short legs could not grasp the branches, leaving him to collect the fallen coconuts in frustration. Ling Yu, meanwhile, set about preparing chilled coconut water beside an ice bucket. As noon approached, the weather cleared, and the group relished a delightful lunch on the beach, featuring fresh fruits, grilled fish, vegetables, and refreshing cups of chilled coconut water. Only the Nameless one had a cup filled with dark, viscous fuel. Ling Yu raised his cup of juice and proclaimed, "A toast to our perfect vacation." "Cheers," Aaron echoed, while Sharky excitedly barked a couple of times, seemingly joining in the celebration. After lunch, Ling Yu reclined on a beach chair, basking in the afternoon sun, while Sharky rolled joyfully in the sand nearby. This rare vacation allowed for a deep relaxation of both body and mind. As time ticked by, Just as Ling Yu was perusing a book, his communicator buzzed. Ling, come quickly. There's something strange on the island, Aaron messaged him. Intrigued, Ling Yu followed the direction Aaron indicated, traversing the dense jungle. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Soon, he spotted Aaron's figure ahead. She pointed to a mountainside, cloaked in vines. I was looking for wild fruits and stumbled upon this. As Ling Yu approached for a closer inspection, he parted the thick vines to reveal a metal doorframe. Despite being covered in rust, the intricate craftsmanship was still discernible. With a firm pull, he opened the iron door, and a wave of decayed air rushed forth. In an instant, blinding white light erupted from within. Ling Yu felt his consciousness being drawn by a powerful force, as if plummeting into an endless abyss. When he reopened his eyes, a sharp buzzing filled his ears. He found himself standing in a spacious command room, surrounded by flickering holographic projections, with uniformed personnel bustling about. After a brief moment of disorientation, Ling Yu recognized this familiar sensation. It was akin to the feeling he experienced when he last touched the memory crystal, though this time, the experience felt far more tangible. Could it be that the door concealed memories? Report, Commander. We are surrounded by mechanical warships. A soldier rushed past him to address a burly man. Is the high-energy pulse still ineffective? The man inquired. Yes. The technicians report that the energy crystals lack purity, resulting in insufficient power and limited effectiveness. The heavy thud of a hand striking the table resonated through the room, infused with palpable fury. Those scoundrels, how could they focus solely on their own interests at such a critical moment, amassing wealth while humanity faces extinction? General, perhaps we should flee while the enemy is yet to encircle us. A resounding slap met the soldier's face. Flee? Where do you propose we go? The general's voice thundered like a storm within the command center. Behind us lies the last bastion of humanity in this vicinity, our families, friends, and countless innocent lives. If we abandon them, what will become of their fate? The soldier cradled his face, bowing his head, silenced by fear. A profound stillness enveloped the command center, broken only by the faint hum of the projector reverberating through the air. Ling Yu stood to the side, an invisible observer, acutely aware of the tense and oppressive atmosphere. The faces around him were etched with fear and despair, yet beneath it all lay an indomitable spirit. They realized that the war had reached its grim conclusion. How is the high-energy pulse preparation progressing? The general inquired, turning towards the technician. It is fully charged, but we face an issue with insufficient power. The technician replied, a note of resignation in his voice. Then remove the coolant, the general commanded. Remove the coolant? That would render the pulse unstable, if it detonates. Indeed, the general nodded. The power will suffice, provided we are close enough. At that moment, the communicator crackled to life with a cacophony of sounds. General. The mechanical warships have commenced their assault. No sooner had the words been spoken than the warships jolted violently. Relay the order. All warships, engage battle mode. Prepare for a final stand. The general's gaze swept across every individual in the command center. Brothers, today may be our last stand. Yet there will be those who carry on for us, for humanity, for the future. We must charge forth. Yes, General. The soldiers echoed in unison. Their voices trembling, yet their movements swift. The holographic projections within the command center began to flicker, revealing the encirclement of mechanical warships. A sea of crimson dots resembling the eyes of death, slowly closing in. Distance to target, 500 meters. A soldier's voice rang out from the communicator. Advance. The general's tone was resolute and unwavering. Distance to target, 300 meters. All units, prepare to detonate the high-energy pulse. Distance to target, 100 meters. Detonate. With the general's command. The energy of the high-energy pulse erupted instantaneously, a blinding light illuminating the entire sea like the sun. The iron bodies of the mechanical warships were torn apart by the force of the energy, sparks flying, as though a magnificent firework display was unfolding. For humanity, for the future, charge. The words echoed in Ling Yu's ears long after. The scene before him gradually faded to darkness. The setting shifted to a courtroom. The failure of this battle was entirely due to a command error. Was there an issue with the weaponry? Impossible. That is merely an evasion of responsibility. Those who perish did so out of fear of accountability. Do not be deceived. How much longer will you continue this commotion? Ultimately, the judgment rendered declares that the general upheld humanity's dignity in the war against the mechanical empire, absolving him of any command errors. As the screen faded to black, several voices echoed. What will become of the survivors? Retaining them would surely be a nuisance. They must be silenced. Sigh. Thus, the scene concluded. How heavy can a fragment of memory be? In forgetfulness, it is as light as dust. In awakening, it is as formidable as a mountain. This encapsulates the essence of memory's existence. The images before Ling Yu became obscured once more, and as clarity returned, he found himself in a peculiar realm. This space resembled a vast library, yet it was distinctly different from any ordinary library. Before him stood a translucent crystalline figure, retrieving books from his hands and returning them to the shelves. Wait, I have a solution. The energy-carrying design must contain redundancies. By reducing the number of energy output pathways, a single route could achieve the required energy level, necessitating the reduction of merely 2 cannons. Ling Yu instinctively reached out and proclaimed. The crystalline figure glanced at him before shaking its head, seemingly indicating the impracticality of his suggestion. Ling Yu was taken aback. Indeed, who could assure him that other designs had not been compromised? There must be another way. Allow me to examine it again, he urged. The crystalline figure turned its head and spoke. Thank you for restoring a fragment of lost memory. Do you wish to continue witnessing the history of this world? Ling Yu shook his head in response. I do not wish to. My goal is to change this world. Witnessing it is too painful for me. The crystalline figure remained silent, merely extending a finger to touch his forehead. In a flash of light, Ling Yu beheld another memory. After the war concluded, sunken warships accumulated to form a mechanical island, where the survivors constructed an artificial isle. They planted 372 trees, each engraved with the names of fallen soldiers. The corrupt were ultimately discovered and sentenced to death, restoring the general's reputation. Perhaps this is the finest solace for the heroic spirits. Then, a beam of light surged, and Ling Yu abruptly opened his eyes. Before him appeared the faces of Aileen, Wuming, and Sha Sha. What happened? You fainted again and scared us, Aileen expressed with concern. By the way, what lies behind that door? Ling Yu inquired upon regaining consciousness. Oh, it's rather strange. It seems to be a warship, but it has taken on water, and I did not dare to enter, she replied. A warship? That aligns perfectly with what I just encountered, Ling Yu said as he rose. I must take another look. He approached the iron door once more, and by the light of his flashlight, he discerned a staircase leading deep into the warship's interior. Everything within mirrored the scene he had just witnessed. What's wrong? Did you see something again? Aileen asked, sensing his unease. Ling Yu offered a wry smile before recounting his recent experiences. Aileen was left utterly speechless. You certainly attract attention. It seems everyone encounters you. Ling Yu shrugged and remarked. Who knows? Perhaps I simply have a more likable disposition. Aaron inquired, so, did you receive any welcome gifts this time? To her surprise, Ling Yu replied, Indeed, I did. He proceeded to share a skill he had acquired. Clairvoyance, type, special skill, effect, passive, occasionally allows glimpses into past events. It resonated well with the nature of memories. As for the skill's practical applications, that would have to wait for another time. After activating the void totem, Ling Yu plunged into the water and searched thoroughly, but regrettably. Most items had been thoroughly eroded by the sea. He managed to salvage a few remaining high-energy crystals from the energy chamber. In this world, names are not always reflective of reality. Even items of the same category can differ significantly in size and purity. For instance, fish of different sizes can be dried and stacked together, as they belong to the same category, which often leads to traders exploiting this loophole. There are even deceptive tactics that allow counterfeit items to be stacked alongside genuine ones. Consequently, organizations like the Sinro Merchant Guild cultivate their own appraisers to verify the authenticity and weight of items. After evaluation, items receive a prefix, ensuring that those which do not meet certain criteria cannot be stacked together. The crystal before him would be classified as a low-purity high-energy crystal once appraised. Although its purity was low, it would suffice for his ship's needs. Currently, he relied on thermal power to supply the vessel's electricity. But the recent streak of overcast weather had caused frequent power interruptions. He planned to upgrade the ship's capabilities during the next enhancement phase. However, before that, he needed to accumulate some funds. Chapter 75. The day of sea worship. As night fell, the blood moon rose as it always did. Aileen busied herself with preparing dinner. Succulent pork chops sizzling and exuding grease, while Sharky watched nearby, drooling profusely. Freshly cooked squid steaks and my special grilled muffins. Do give them a try, Aileen said as she set the food down, tossing a pork chop to Sharky, who happily wagged his tail and scampered away to enjoy his treat. Ling Yu, while savoring his meal, perused the day's information briefing. In addition to the daily report from the Sunluo Chamber of Commerce, it appeared that Wang Yifan had resumed his journalistic endeavors, and at a rather lucrative rate. He had not approached Ling Yu about collaboration again, likely having lost interest long ago. It seemed that their recent skirmish with the natives had taken a toll, prompting a desperate need to recoup losses. However, public opinion could be wielded as a weapon, and possessing it could prove advantageous. After all, information is sometimes a potent tool. and victories in war can hinge upon disparities in knowledge. Even someone as well-informed as Ling Yu found it challenging to ascertain the veracity of the newspaper's claims. The ocean's natural isolation posed significant hurdles to the flow of information. Currently, the power dynamics within Blue Star had stabilized, with most factions gravitating towards the northeastern region of the Blackwater Sea as their base. This choice was justified, as the area was relatively uninhabited, with fewer adversaries, making it an ideal refuge. Yet, the congregation of so many individuals in one locale raised concerns about potential conflicts, particularly since the scarcity of resources in this region would inevitably lead to friction. Recently, the alien factions had also reduced their efforts in capturing slaves, not out of benevolence, but rather in anticipation of the impending day of sea worship. Indeed, this survival world was rife with peculiar festivals, some of which could even delay game updates. Unlike holidays on Blue Star, which commemorate significant events, the festivals in the survival realm often serve as a means to evade danger or mark critical periods. For instance, certain times are deemed perilous at sea, while others are considered optimal for agriculture, thus necessitating the establishment of a festival for record-keeping purposes. There are even individuals who compile a perpetual calendar, though it is not yet entirely accurate. The Day of Sea Worship was instituted to avert danger and is unique to the Blackwater Sea. The primary reason for this observance is the increased volcanic activity on the ocean floor, prompting marine creatures to ascend, awakening many dormant beings. During this period, marine life becomes particularly active, frequently breaching the surface in search of food. Venturing out to sea at this time is akin to tempting fate. Due to the existence of the Eternal Era and the Chaotic Era, the dates of various days remain uncertain. Thus, each major faction maintains individuals dedicated to observing climatic phenomena, their duty being to discern the signs and ascertain the dates. The Day of Sea Worship lasts anywhere from 3 days to a week. Ling. The Day of Sea Worship is fast approaching. Should we not find a place to temporarily halt our voyage? Eileen proposed. Ling Yu took a sip of roasted malt ale to dispel the chill from his body and replied, I had the same thought. The question is, where shall we go? The last type of small island is certainly inadequate. A single tsunami could submerge a significant portion of it. During the Sea Sacrifice Day, maritime disasters are prevalent, leading to the disappearance of numerous small islands, while some reef islands may emerge above the water's surface. Each time after the Sea Sacrifice Day, the maps must be updated. Today, I noticed a small island not far from us, accessible in just a day. How about we explore it? Aaron suggested. Is there a record of it on the nautical charts? Ling Yu inquired. If it is recorded on the map, it is highly likely that others would venture there as well. Conversely, if there is no record, this island could either be a drifting floating island or a newly surfaced reef island. The comprehensive nautical map bore no record of it. In that case, the probability of the island being inhabited is quite low. Very well, let us proceed there and take a look. After finishing their meal, Ling Yu checked on the condition of the rescue master, who was still in a deep slumber, upgrading. This upgrade seems to be taking an unusually long time. As night fell, Ling Yu was in his chamber conducting further research on the corrupted blood when suddenly, a series of urgent bell rings echoed through the air. This was the ship's emergency alarm. The appearance of Wooming alleviated the nighttime watch issue, for robots do not require sleep. To facilitate communication, Ling Yu had installed an electric bell, ensuring that the entire ship could hear it with a mere press of a button. What is happening? Ling Yu inquired through the communicator. A vessel is approaching, and it appears peculiar, not resembling a survivor's ship, Wooming reported. Ling Yu and the others quickly made their way to the deck. At that moment, fog began to rise over the sea, revealing a distant red ship that flickered in and out of view. Everyone stood on high alert, ready for battle. Ling Yu frowned. Aaron took her position in the cannon, aiming at the approaching vessel. As the ship drew closer, they finally discerned its full form. It was a 20-meter-long brigantine with a circle of wooden frames tied around it, each frame securing a struggling figure. Under the intense glow of the blood moon, these individuals had undoubtedly transformed into blood-corrupted apostles. As both vessels neared, the opposing ship advanced directly toward them. Fire! Ling Yu commanded decisively. The dull roar of the water cannon abruptly shattered the night's tranquility. The pipes swiftly drew in seawater, which, after high-pressure compression, transformed into a sharp projectile that hurtled toward the eerie brigantine. However, just as the water projectile was about to strike the ship, a blinding white light flashed, colliding with the water bullet in an instant. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, as the water bullet disintegrated under the impact of the white light, scattering countless tiny droplets across the sea surface. Subsequently, a figure leaped gracefully from the air, landing firmly on the deck of Ling Yu's ship. The newcomer was tall and slender, and beneath their voluminous robes, much of their physique resembled that of a blood-corrupted apostle. wielding a long blade in hand. Ling Yu swiftly scanned the figure's name and attributes. Crimson Hunter, True Shadow, Strength, 12, Intelligence, 9, Spirit, 15, Agility, 26, Health, 180, Combat Power, 1832. The Crimson Hunter is a newly introduced creature in this version. The entity before me appears to be a hybrid, part human and part blood-corrupted apostle. Moreover, its combat prowess reaches an impressive 1832, while Ling Yu's own combat strength is merely a little over 1,000. Of course, combat power is but a relatively simple measure, as there are also counteracting dynamics to consider. Nonetheless, it serves as a significant reference. The intentions of this newcomer do not bode well. The figure slowly raised its head and spoke. Esteemed guests, our encounter today is fated. I seek to borrow something from you. I ask for a portion of your fervent blood. True Shadow gently grasped the long blade in its hand, and a chilling aura spread throughout the surroundings. Chapter 76. The Night Raiders. This individual bore the emblem of the Crimson Church upon his attire, a clear indication that he was not to be trifled with. Aaron cautioned the group. The Crimson Church, a newly established faction, remained largely enigmatic to most, including Ling Yu, who had only gleaned fragments of information from the Sunluo Trading Company. It was rumored that their leader possessed the means to rescue those transformed into blood-corrupted apostles. Utilizing this capability, the Crimson Church had swiftly garnered a considerable following. Ling Yu felt a stir of curiosity. Understanding their methods might advance his own research. However, the peculiar state of the man before him suggested he could very well be a product of that leader's influence. What do you truly seek? Ling Yu inquired in a hushed tone. Jining, gripping his long blade, proclaimed, as long as you offer your very selves, you may save countless souls from calamity. And what if I refuse? Ling Yu raised an eyebrow. By blood we swear, to purify this world. We vow to reshape this decaying realm into an eternal order. To the unjust, death awaits. How presumptuous, Ling Yu thought, realizing the man's mind was unhinged. Yet, the instinct for survival often drives one to madness. I must apologize. But your proposal holds no allure for me. With that, he drew his firearm, aiming it squarely at his adversary and pulling the trigger. The gunshot reverberated through the night. A blazing bullet propelled forth. Yet, Zhun Ying's speed was astonishing, his form flickering like a specter, effortlessly evading the projectile's path. Beside him, the Nameless One conjured a radiant sword of light. With blue plasma flames surging forth, the sword traced a brilliant arc in the air, tearing through the atmosphere with a faint humming sound. In a moment of clarity, the sword cleaved through Zhun Ying, leaving behind mere fragments of torn fabric. Yet, he had vanished, leaving only an afterimage. In the next heartbeat, Zhun Ying reappeared behind the Nameless One, his raised blade glimmering coldly like a crescent moon. With a swift release, Aaron's finger relaxed, the bowstring taut like a crescent moon, and a blood-red arrow soared through the air. Ling Yu too squeezed the trigger for a second shot. At the last moment, Zhun Ying altered the trajectory of his blade, spinning it with the force of a whirlwind, ensnaring both the arrow and the bullet within its deadly embrace. The arrow was cleaved in two, while the bullet was deflected, sparking a cascade of embers that ultimately fell into the darkened waters below. Seizing the opportunity, the Nameless One pivoted, unleashing flames from his other hand. Zhun Ying was forced to retreat, his form akin to a phantom, leaving behind only an afterimage to evade the onslaught. Shadow, Aaron furrowed her brows. This fellow belongs to the Shadow System. The Shadow System excelled in stealth and ambush, akin to the role of an assassin. The Shadow Brotherhood, with which Ling Yu had previously engaged, was a faction birthed from this very version. In a world where speed reigns supreme, the swiftness of this adversary instilled within them a palpable sense of danger. Ling Yu continued to pull the trigger relentlessly, each bullet whistling through the night. As Zhun Ying danced through the darkness, narrowly evading each shot, the margin for error razor-thin. A howl echoed through the air as three individuals besieged him. Shark suddenly leaped from the shadows, his sharp fangs aimed directly at the thigh of his adversary. With a clang, Zhun Ying's other blade was swiftly positioned on the ground, perfectly intercepting Shark's maw. To his astonishment, this fellow concealed yet another weapon. For the first time, Ling Yu felt the formidable power of the system. The synergy between skills was truly overwhelming. It seemed that these individuals were not ordinary. Thus, he too resolved to engage earnestly. After shaking off Shark, Zhun Ying crossed his dual blades, resembling two frigid crescent moons interlacing in the air. He plunged forward with sudden intensity, akin to an arrow released from its bow. As his blade sliced through the atmosphere, the droplets of water in their path were swept upwards, forming a tumultuous wall of water. Ling Yu was perplexed. This grand and forceful maneuver starkly contrasted with the agility displayed earlier. In the next moment, he grasped the opponent's intent. This strike, heavy and forceful, compelled the trio to disperse, momentarily scattering their positions. In the shadows, a fleeting silhouette appeared as Zhenying lunged directly before Eileen. Cornered by the previous attack against the ship's edge, Eileen found herself confronted once again. Gritting her teeth, she flipped and leapt off the vessel, her blade dancing as a few strands of silver hair fluttered in the air. The skill, Ocean Hunter's wave stride, proved invaluable, for had it been another, they would have been driven into a corner. Zhenying clearly did not anticipate such a turn of events. For a brief moment, his movements faltered. An unexpected opportunity had arisen. Lingyu stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, as if his very blood had been ignited, surging with boiling power through his veins. With the activation of Blood Pact, Boiling Charge, he resembled a furious bull, charging towards Zhenying with unstoppable momentum. His right hand swung fiercely, the long blade slicing through the night sky, the force of Bloodblade slash, coalescing at the sword's edge, emanating a scarlet gleam. Zhenying sidestepped, evading the onslaught with his elusive form. However, as he landed, a violent shockwave surged towards him, the air compressed to emit a deep, resonating roar. Splinters and fragments from the deck were lifted, scattering in every direction. This attack was swifter than the last. Anticipation? Impossible. It seemed as if Wu Ming had predicted his movements. Striking at his landing point preemptively, facing the imminent threat, Zhenying crossed his blades in a bid to withstand the impact. The shockwave collided heavily against Zhenying's dual blades, leaving his arms tingling as if 1,000-pound weight bore down upon his edges, forcing him against the ship's railing. A muffled thud resonated as the railing bent and deformed under the assault. The remnants of the shockwave had yet to dissipate. In the distance, Eileen soared high, her figure inverted as she released the taut string of her bow, a blood-red arrow piercing the air. Zhenying's pupils constricted, his form flickering once more. Yet this time, he was met with Lingyu's blood blade slash, a fierce crimson arc aimed directly at Zhenying's throat. The clash of blades erupted, sending sparks flying. The dual blades of Zhenying barely managed to parry Lingyu's blood blade, yet the force compelled him to retreat several steps. The tremendous power caused his footing to slip suddenly, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. A peculiar smile graced Lingyu's lips as a bundle of explosives erupted from beneath his clothing, the fuse already ignited, with sparks glimmering sharply against the backdrop of the night. A deafening explosion resounded abruptly, and the searing flames unfurled like a monstrous beast, instantaneously engulfing the two men. The roaring inferno swept through the surroundings, shattering the deck into splinters, while wood shavings and debris scattered in every direction, filling the air with a dense haze of gunpowder and the acrid scent of charred remnants. Chapter 77, Dissection. 10 minutes later, Lingyu sprang out of bed, full of vitality. With the essence of abundant blood coursing through him, these minor injuries would heal swiftly. Moreover, he had activated the skill, Blood Battle, to the end, allowing the equipment to transform into blood and envelop him, temporarily elevating his life force threshold. He had no choice but to strike decisively, otherwise, allowing that individual to recover would pose significant complications. The adversary's predicament arose from the shockwave unleashed by Wu Ming. The pivotal moment was marked by Lingyu's timely communication within the group. Observers can anticipate the trajectory of unfolding events after meticulously analyzing the opponent's combat data. Their movements can to some extent be predicted. This foresight directly altered the course of the battle. Simultaneously, the opponent's skills were not perpetually available. Estimates indicated a cooldown of less than 1 second after each use. With this data, the final, mutually destructive blow became possible. Regrettably, the explosive damage hovered around 300, a proximity strike that the opponent could certainly not withstand. The Shadow system, characterized by high mobility and explosive power, was traded for the inability to don armor-like high defense gear, relegating them to mere leather and cloth garments, defenses that were barely adequate. In simpler terms, they were thin-skinned and lacked vitality. "What are you doing up? Hurry back," Aileen exclaimed, visibly irritated. "I have no time to explain. I must dissect that fellow's corpse," Lingyu replied, dismissing her concern as he entered his laboratory and secured the door. Regardless of Eileen's persistent calls, he remained unresponsive. At that moment, a half-charred body lay on the mechanical operating table. Lingyu began to dissect the rare specimen before him. A half-human, half-blood-corrupted apostle. As dawn broke, he scrutinized the analysis report in his hands, his brow furrowing. With a loud bang, the laboratory window swung open, and a nimble figure leapt inside. It was Aileen. "What has gotten into you today? Why not enter through the door like a normal person?" Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Eileen's irritation flared. "Have you lost your mind? You locked the door yourself last night. I called and called, but there was no response. I feared you might have perished inside, hence I climbed in to check." Lingyu recalled that indeed, He was the one who had locked the door the previous night, absorbed in his research to the point of forgetting. My apologies for misjudging you. Besides, you should know better than anyone, with abundant blood sustaining me. It's hardly easy for me to meet my end. Aileen shot him an exasperated glance and tossed a breakfast from her bag onto the table. Eat while it's warm. Ling Yu clasped his hands in gratitude. Afterward, Aileen glanced at the dissected body on the table and inquired, "What have you discovered about this individual?" "Indeed, I have gleaned substantial insights. I believe I have discerned the methods the cult leader employs to manipulate his followers," Ling Yu responded. "What methods?" "According to the current information, the holy water in the Holy Grail of blood can rescue those who have transformed into blood-corrupted apostles. The inhabitants of the Scarlet Church frequently consume this holy water, and upon analysis, the underlying principle appears rather straightforward. This individual exhibits excessive heavy metal content within their body. Such metals can inactivate proteins, often resulting in a plethora of ailments. However, in this instance, it has paradoxically become a lifesaver. In essence, this person exists in a state of multiple glitches working in tandem. This approach bears resemblance to the radiation therapy used in cancer treatment, wherein high-energy electromagnetic radiation alters the structure of biological molecules to destroy cancer cells. Naturally, this method can also inflict damage upon healthy cells. Yet when the majority of 1S cells have already undergone transformation, it can indeed be salvatory, at the very least suppressing those mutated cells. Thus, it is understandable that the individual speaks in a somewhat erratic manner, as their brain cells have evidently been significantly affected. The red light can enhance the activity of objects, and the two seem to establish a form of equilibrium, which explains how this individual can maintain their current state, as Ling Yu elucidated. Moreover, the physical constitution of people in this world is comparatively robust. Even signs of heavy metal poisoning do not prove as fatal as they would on Blue Star. But wait, the blood moon only appears at night. What about during the day? Isn't it difficult to expel heavy metals from the body? Aaron inquired. Excellent. You have finally applied the knowledge I imparted to you. Therefore, the reason that individual requested our blood that night is that one method of treating heavy metal poisoning is through blood transfusion. Hence, this person is dubbed the blood hunter. Essentially, they are in search of blood. However, the blood of most individuals here is not universally compatible, and it is evident that they are unaware of this fact. Usually, Ling Yu would take the opportunity to educate them on basic knowledge, for it may prove useful in crucial moments in the future. Aaron suddenly grasped the situation and understood the circumstances at hand. Ling Yu now harbored serious doubts regarding whether the Holy Grail of blood was composed of some form of heavy metal. Nevertheless, this knowledge bore little significance for him, as it was not directly related to his concerns. What truly captivated his interest were the items retrieved from the shadow. Possessing such formidable combat prowess, the belongings of this individual were undoubtedly remarkable. Both swords were of rare quality and had been enhanced. Regrettably, he was unaccustomed to wielding such lightweight and slender weapons. He could only consider selling them on the marketplace, where they should fetch a considerable sum. In addition, the most valuable item was the Shadow Stone, a pivotal tool within the shadow cultivation system. Shadow Stone, Swift, Type, Special Item, Quality, Dazzling. Characteristic 1, Swift. The cooldown of all embedded shadow runes is reduced by 95, though the damage dealt by shadow runes is also reduced by 95. Embedding 1, Shadow Step, Fine. Swiftly advances into the darkness in a chosen direction, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Inlaid, Shadowed, Exceptional. Whenever one gains movement speed, a shield is acquired based on that speed, lasting for 5 seconds and non-stackable. Inlaid, Oblivion Phantom Slash, Rare. It allows one to surge forward at an astonishing pace, simultaneously repelling enemies on either side, inflicting damage equivalent to strength multiplied by 500. Requirements: melee weapon, cooldown, 240 seconds. Different shadow stones possess distinct characteristics, and the number of inlays varies accordingly. The method of cultivation within this system is relatively straightforward, involving the search for shadow runes to inlay upon the shadow stones. As long as one carries a shadow stone, the power of the shadow runes inscribed upon it can be utilized. The characteristic of the Shadow Stone, Swift, is its notably rapid cooldown. Yet it has clear drawbacks: no damage and only 3 slots available. Fortunately, this reduction in damage pertains solely to the shadow runes on the Shadow Stone. As a supplementary system, it proves to be quite effective. Ling Yu directly handed it to Eileen, as such traits are well suited for a ranged unit like him, and Eileen's survivability indeed requires enhancement. With the blessing of abundance at his disposal, what would be lethal damage to an ordinary individual merely amounts to a sprinkle of water for him. Due to a lack of combat experience, he is more adept at utilizing the restorative powers of abundance and the force of gluttony to confront challenges head-on. There are no skills involved, merely numbers at play. Chapter 78. Upgrade complete. The tumultuous sea roared with the howling wind, sails billowing like crescent moons against the darkened sky, where ominous clouds loomed low. The ocean churned with inky waves, each crest resembling a small mountain, crashing heavily upon the deck. Just moments ago, the weather had suddenly deteriorated. Within half an hour, the expansive clear sky transformed into this tempestuous scene. The wind was ferocious. Lower the sails. Lingyu bellowed at Eileen. 3, 2, 1, pull. The duo grasped the soaked ropes, exerting sudden force, the coarse hemp cutting into their palms like a blade. The mast groaned in agony amidst the storm. And after a strenuous effort, the mainsail finally plummeted, stabilizing the vessel. This weather won't improve anytime soon. Wuming, what is the situation? Lingyu inquired. A mechanized voice responded through the communication system. No signs of damage to the hull. Very well. Maintain speed and proceed slowly. Everyone else returned to the cabin. Once the crew retreated inside, Lingyu shut the door firmly. Phew, this sea sacrifice day is indeed uncanny. The weather changes as swiftly as a person's temper, Eileen complained, drying her wet hair. It seems we truly need to find a place to anchor. If the weather intensifies further, the wisdom may not withstand it. How far is it to that small island you mentioned? Lingyu asked. Approximately 20 nautical miles. If we are fortunate, we might arrive by tonight, Eileen replied. That is reassuring. Let us hope that place offers refuge. As they conversed, a voice echoed. Upgrade of the Thought Master complete. Lingyu paused momentarily, a look of delight blossoming on his face. After so many days, the Thought Master had finally completed its upgrade, and remarkably, it had ascended by 2 levels. He made his way to the great library to assess the situation. Thought Master, description, a brain that is perpetually engaged in contemplation, should you seek knowledge. You may entrust it to this entity for profound insight. Ability 1. Knowledge absorption, depth. Upon assimilating a target, it can acquire relevant knowledge and engage in profound contemplation. Ability 2. Observation, depth. Utilizing its eyes to scrutinize the surroundings, it obtains corresponding knowledge and engages in profound contemplation. Ability 3. Listening, depth. Capable of discerning other sounds and analyzing their meanings. Characteristic 1. Growth, able to generate new knowledge based on existing understanding. Thinking capacity, 1,800, 1,800. Thinking ability, 10. Knowledge absorption can lead to upgrades. Current status, 40,538, 00000. Status 1. Knowledge thirst. Ordinary knowledge no longer suffices. Please seek higher tier knowledge. Status 2. Sensory enhancement. The perception abilities of all organs have significantly heightened. At that moment, a petite ear appeared on the metallic pedestal. Like the other organs, Lingyu placed the ear behind his own. Instantly, a cacophony of sounds flooded in, with sensitivity heightened more than double that of before. A faint tearing sound emanated from the left side of the vessel, with a fracture anticipated in 4 hours and 23 minutes. Within the cultivation chamber, the golden corn was undergoing respiration, expected to mature in 2 hours and 32 minutes. Not only had his auditory senses been enhanced, but his vision and taste had also experienced significant elevation. Lingyu's pupils constricted, and the eye on his forehead focused like a camera, enabling him to see further and with greater clarity. The sensations in his mouth had become more acute than before. A series of strange feelings coursed through his body, and it took Lingyu some time to acclimate to this peculiar sensation. Ah, this is quite exhilarating. He exhaled deeply. With this newfound acuity, he could extract more information from the world around him. Once he adapted to his current state, Lingyu began to thoroughly examine the updated information of the Rescue Master. He had experienced most of its features, but one detail captured his attention. A new trait had appeared in the attribute column, growth. Was this not a keyword he had discussed with Professor Chris? Surprised, Lingyu formed a hypothesis. Could it be that these keywords also influenced the Rescue Master as cognitive patterns? Initially, the Rescue Master could observe objects or phenomena and relay conclusions directly. Later, it developed the capacity for deeper thought, albeit only to a limited extent, providing specific information while also analyzing certain situations. Yet, throughout, the Rescue Master had never been able to generate knowledge and struggled to address unknown issues. Now, it had transformed from a mere thinker into a responder, capable of resolving related inquiries using existing knowledge. After some contemplation, Lingyu established a connection with the Rescue Master. What kind of knowledge can you now create? He inquired. Soon, a response echoed back through the cognitive channel. I can deduce and hypothesize based on existing knowledge, analyzing potential conclusions, but you must verify their validity. Currently, I can perform some basic analyses. 2 options appeared on the screen. There were two modes of analysis available: deductive analysis and associative analysis. The rescue master's cognitive capacity was limited to a score of 10, rendering it incapable of processing highly complex problems. Subsequently, a series of entries materialized before Ling Yu. Data: black vine tree, gluttonous fish, grouper. Knowledge: weaponry, architecture, genetics. Deductive analysis involves selecting a single entry from the data as the starting point for contemplation and then choosing an entry from knowledge as the direction of thought. For instance, using the knowledge of weaponry to transform the black vine tree into a weapon. Associative analysis entails selecting two or more entries from the data as starting points and then identifying an entry from knowledge as the analytical direction. For example, correlating the gluttonous fish and the black vine tree together and employing the knowledge of culinary arts for analysis. Indeed, as articulated by the illustrious Savior, such analyses may not yield any definitive conclusions, as the questions posited may lack significance. For instance, should one request Savior to amalgamate the concepts of basketball and chicken for analysis, the outcome might very well result in a plethora of bizarre conclusions. The more peculiar the inquiries, the greater the likelihood of receiving a myriad of absurd results. This is due to the fact that the truth must be validated through practice. Mere analysis does not consistently lead to precise conclusions. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that the current capabilities of Savior have markedly improved compared to before. In the future, he may be able to tackle time-consuming yet manageable problems, thus gaining a competent assistant for his experiments. Chapter 79. Contemplating issues. Considering that the cognitive abilities of the cognitive Savior require exercise for enhancement, a simple question was posed. Analyze from a medical perspective how to improve the production process of corrupted blood. Genetics is an exceedingly intricate matter. Unless phenomena as evident as the last blood moon occur, analyzing genes is a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. The sheer volume of comparisons would consume a substantial amount of his time. This explains why Ling Yu's progress in this matter has been exceedingly slow, and it is an opportune moment to leverage the abilities of the cognitive Savior. Engaging in thought. Beginning to expend cognitive capacity. When cognitive capacity is insufficient, cease thinking. As Ling Yu departed the library, his ears suddenly twitched. Amid the howling wind, the crashing sound of waves intertwined, and there were two sources. Apart from his own vessel, there was another ship. Wooming at 7 o'clock? Is there anything unusual? Ling Yu inquired. After a brief pause, Wooming's voice responded. One ship, approximately 20 meters long, likely a Class II vessel. What is its course? Uncertain. It appears that no one is at the helm, but given its trajectory, it will collide within an hour at most. Can it be avoided? Hard to say. The sails have been lowered, and its propulsion is weaker than before. Moreover, the vessel's course is exceedingly peculiar and unpredictable. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu made his way directly to the deck. What is the urgency? Inside the cabin, Aline had already set up a stove for warmth. There is a ship approaching. I'm going out to take a look, Ling Yu replied. I'll accompany you. Sha Sha, lying nearby, observed as the two rose and began to follow with small, determined strides. On the deck, Ling Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and the distant scene suddenly magnified, becoming clear. Amid the rolling waves, a ship was bobbing violently. On board, there were not crew members, but rather a blue creature. It was a monster from the depths of the sea, resembling a naga. Ling Yu frowned. The naga is a formidable creature of the deep, possessing a half-human, half-snake form, typically residing in the depths of the ocean and rarely surfacing. It seems that the day of sea sacrifice has drawn them to the surface to hunt. In that case, this ship is a sacrificial vessel, Eileen remarked solemnly. The so-called sacrificial vessel serves as a means for those living on land to evade calamity during the day of sea sacrifice. Upon emerging from the depths, these sea creatures' first instinct is to seek sustenance. After all, sustenance is paramount. Having departed their original hunting grounds, these deep-sea beings must search for new sources of food. These amphibious creatures will venture ashore to borrow provisions from their kin. What? You say you have no food? Then you shall be the food. Each time the day of sea sacrifice arrives, many coastal dwellers fall victim to slaughter. Over time, people have devised strategies. The first approach is relocation. After all, these deep-sea creatures cannot remain on land for long, as they cannot find food and will inevitably return to the sea. They merely need to endure this period. However, for certain formidable forces, this is evidently unattainable. While the monks may escape, the temple remains steadfast. Humans can flee, yet the immovable assets cannot. Each migration inflicts a certain devastation upon civilization. Historical instances of mass relocation within the Dragon Kingdom have yielded profound repercussions. Thus, Some powerful entities opt to expend wealth to avert calamity. It is merely a matter of appeasing a band of beggars, providing sustenance suffices. Prior to such moments, these forces prepare sacrificial vessels laden with provisions, dispatching them periodically to lure the denizens of the deep sea away. Once satiated, these creatures shall refrain from approaching the shore, for they belong to the abyss. At times of scarcity, even criminals and the elderly are sent aboard, referred to as living sacrifices. Naturally, the crew navigating these vessels often meet a grim fate. Upon confirming the adversary's hostile intent, Ling Yu commanded the water cannon to take aim, decisively sinking the enemy ship. The rain persisted in the heavens. Aileen sat at the gun turret, skillfully maneuvering the targeting apparatus as seawater was rapidly extracted and condensed into high-pressure water orbs. With a resounding boom, the water projectile roared forth, carving an arc through the air and striking the enemy vessel with precision. A tremendous splash erupted as the ship was struck, unleashing a deluge of water and splintered wood. The vessel trembled violently under the force, gradually beginning to tilt. Another series of thunderous booms pierced the downpour as the fierce water projectiles tore through the air, consistently hitting the distant enemy ship. With each impact, the vessel was violently shattered, its deck collapsing and masts snapping, teetering perilously in the waves as it began to sink rapidly. Several Naga were rendered unrecognizable by the water blasts. Be cautious, some of them have escaped. Ling Yu observed shadows leaping from the ship amidst the chaos. These beings, being marine creatures of the deep, would not perish so easily. Amidst the surging waves, the shadows swiftly approached Ling Yu's vessel. 1-2. A total of 7 emerged, one notably larger than the rest. Prepare for battle, Ling Yu commanded. A tremendous roar erupted from the side of the ship as the sea erupted violently, sending a towering wave skyward. From within the spray, a colossal Naga leapt forth. Towering at 5 to 6 meters, its robust form adorned with azure scales, wielding a spear that glimmered with an eerie blue light. The massive Naga thrust its spear through the air, aiming directly at Ling Yu. Ling Yu, watch out. Eileen's alarmed cry resonated from behind. Ling Yu brandished his round shield to protect himself. In that fleeting moment, an unnamed towering figure descended from above, interposing itself before him. The defensive module on its left arm unfurled, swiftly revealing a formidable iron shield. With a resounding clash, sparks flew as the shield met the impact of the Naga's assault, slightly denting under the immense force, while the deck beneath the nameless figure's feet bore 2 deep impressions. It steadfastly withstood the Naga's onslaught. Target locked, threat level, high. An enigmatic, mechanical sound resonated as a glimmering lightsaber extended from the right arm. Raindrops cascaded upon the blade, instantly evaporating with a hissing sound, while a white mist swirled around its edge. Without a moment's hesitation, the nameless figure swung the lightsaber with ferocity, vaporizing the rain in its path, leaving a fleeting trail of brilliance in the air. The colossal Naga brandished its spear in a desperate attempt to parry the strike. With a resonant hum, the intrinsic, cutting nature of the lightsaber effortlessly cleaved the spear in two. The seemingly impenetrable scales were marred by a deep gash under the blade's brilliance. Blue blood oozing from the wound and mingling with the rain, cascading onto the deck below. With a sudden burst of strength, Ling Yu propelled himself upward, utilizing the solid back of the nameless figure as a springboard, soaring into the air like a falcon. The bloodied blade traced a crimson arc through the rain. Descending upon the injury, the Naga, caught off guard and retreating in haste, had no time to react before the bloodied blade struck heavily against its chest. At the moment the blade pierced flesh, a muffled tearing sound echoed, as a wound deep enough to reveal bones stretched from its left shoulder to its right flank. Blue blood gushing forth. The Naga let out a piercing roar, its massive form staggering backward. Chapter 80. Team combat. After experiencing a painful blow, the opponent swiftly maneuvered to create distance. Ling Yu cast a fleeting glance at the adversary's attributes, thanks to the upgrade of Rescue Master. He now gleaned a wealth of information. Naga Vanguard. Type: Elite Monster. Skills: Deep Sea Stab. Active: Thrusting forward to inflict physical damage and knockback. Hardened Scales: Damage reduction. Commander Naga. Passive: While alive, grants nearby allied Naga increased attack and movement speed. Upon death, has a chance to instill fear in nearby Naga. Health: 4,289 4,600. Trait 1. Agile Form. Possesses nimbleness, especially in aquatic environments, gaining enhanced movement speed. Trait 2. Belligerent. While injured, damage dealt increases by 15. Combat power: 769. Vulnerability. During molting, defense and magic resistance significantly decrease. Status: Bleeding, persistently losing health. Above the adversary's head, the numbers 1818 flickered, indicating the ongoing bleeding damage, exacerbated by the weapon's properties, which rendered the wounds difficult to heal. With combat power exceeding 700, the foe posed a modicum of threat to Ling Yu. However, the battle had only just commenced. As the Naga vanguard boarded the ship, the surface of the sea roiled once more, and several additional Naga leaped forth from the depths. Their forms varied. Some wielded bone-crafted curved blades, while others coalesced magical energy in their hands. Clearly, these Naga had distinct roles, resembling a well-coordinated small battalion. In an instant, as they revealed themselves, a scarlet arrow soared from a distance, aimed at a Naga mage. Concealed by Shadow Step, Eileen unleashed a Blood Shadow arrow, intent on thinning the enemy ranks. However, the Naga mage seemed prepared. With a swift motion of its hands and a few incantations, ethereal blue magical energy erupted, forming a translucent barrier. The crimson arrow struck the barrier, exploding upon impact, sending energy ripples that left a faint red halo beyond the shield. Yet, the dissipating blood mist continued to erode the protective barrier. The Blood Shadow arrow's inherent blood corrosion effect significantly weakened the target's defenses and shield. The Naga mage gestured once more. Blue magical energy coalescing at its fingertips, and an ice blue arrow was launched. As it flew, the air crystallized in its wake, creating a frost-laden path. For Naga mages simultaneously unleashed their ice arrows, proving to be quite formidable. A magical beam grazed Ling Yu's shoulder, striking the ship's side and instantly encasing the metal deck in a layer of frost. A chilling sensation akin to a venomous serpent slithered up his spine. The remaining 3 ice arrows hurtled toward Wu Ming, who retaliated with a burst of plasma flames, soaring into the air to evade the attack. With little time to ponder, 2 Naga guards, brandishing curved blades, lunged at him like ferocious beasts, their bodies scraping against the ship's planks, producing a sharp, rasping noise as their weapons were raised high above their heads. With his left hand firmly clutching the shield and his right wielding a sword, the clash between the shield and the curved blade resounded with a dull metallic thud, sending a tremor through his arm. A Naga guardian swung its curved blade towards his side. Ling Yu swiftly sidestepped to evade, simultaneously counterattacking with his sword, which sliced through the enemy's scales, shearing off a substantial patch. Concealed in the distance, Eileen once again drew her longbow, the taut string resembling a full moon. As an arrow enveloped in crimson energy spiraled ominously, akin to a menacing serpent coiling around the shaft. The blood-burst arrow, capable of significantly amplifying the damage through extensive charging, flew forth with a whoosh. Bang! The arrow inflicted 12/24 fatal damage, a critical headshot. With the power of the charge compounding fourfold, rendering its force truly terrifying, the arrow pierced through the Naga guardian's skull like lightning, erupting into a cloud of blood mist as its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, scattering droplets of blood. Another, Naga guardian, appeared momentarily stunned by the impact, its movements faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu rolled in close and swung his sword, the blade slicing through the air and embedding itself into the enemy's throat. The Naga guardian emitted a choking shriek, its hands spasming around the blade in a desperate attempt to halt its advance. However, Ling Yu's strength far surpassed that of his foe. With a close-range elbow strike, he sent the guardian hurtling away, the hooked edge of his sword trailing a cascade of blood. Although such creatures possess thick blood, they too have vulnerable spots, such as the head or respiratory organs. Striking these weaknesses yields substantial damage. Threat assessment recalibrated, protocol upgraded, power released to 70. In midair, the Nameless One's eyes glowed with a crimson light, the mechanical screen locking onto several Naga sorcerers below. The thrusters behind him roared to life as his lightsaber shimmered with an eerie red glow. He descended like a burning meteor. The Naga sorcerers, sensing impending danger, attempted to raise their hands to cast a water wall for defense. However, at that moment, splashes of water bombs struck their heads with a resounding crash. Staggering back amidst the spray, they appeared utterly disheveled. Sharsha, with a proud flick of its tail, had cleverly mimicked the water cannon, utilizing seawater to create water bomb attacks. In the blink of an eye, the Nameless One's lightsaber arrived. Red and white plasma danced along the blade, illuminating the entire vessel as though it were day. The Naga sorcerer let out a piercing scream in a futile attempt to flee, but it was too late. The lightsaber descended like a blade of judgment. Boom! The entire ship shuddered violently, the deck scorched with charred spiral patterns, the air thick with the scent of burning flesh, while several blackened corpses lay at the Nameless One's feet. Thus, only the initial Naga vanguard remained, surrounded and sensing impending doom. The Naga vanguard turned and sprinted toward the ocean in a desperate bid for escape. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted from its tail. The Naga vanguard arched its neck back, emitting a heart-rending shriek as its tail fin was firmly clamped by a massive, bloodthirsty maw, Sharsha dragging it towards the deck. In the next moment, a blazing red lightsaber pierced through the lower body of the Naga vanguard, pinning it firmly to the deck, the searing heat causing it to writhe in agony. Ultimately, this creature departed from the world, joining its subordinates in their return to the depths of the ocean. As the battle progressed, the synergy among the crew became increasingly harmonious. The tempest upon the sea intensified, causing the vessel to pitch violently. Coughing, Ling Yu emerged from the engine room, his face smeared with soot, wielding a set of repair tools while muttering curses. The relentless rain had severely dampened the coal and boiler, leading to unstable power supply. Nevertheless, this was still a commendable setup. Many others were solely reliant on steam power, where a drop in temperature resulted in a more pronounced decline in energy. The island is nearly upon us. We shall disembark in half an hour, announced Wuming, as a small island gradually emerged from the pitch-black exterior. Chapter 81. The Talking Tree. As the group approached the island, they finally discerned its scale. This island spanned several dozen square kilometers, adorned with lush vegetation that painted a vibrant tableau of life. After a brief examination by the shore, Ling Yu concluded that this was likely a floating island, perhaps having drifted from another location. It appeared to have risen from the depths of the sea long ago. Yet, Ling Yu furrowed his brow. What is it? Aaron inquired, having rarely seen Ling Yu display such a demeanor outside of their research endeavors. It is too quiet. I can scarcely hear the sounds of any large beasts, Ling Yu remarked. Logically, the island should possess a complete ecological system. With an ecosystem comes a food chain, beginning with plants, followed by herbivores, and then carnivores. However, the forest sounds are peculiar. Apart from a myriad of faint noises, there are no roars or movements of large beasts or humanoid creatures. Is it possible that such a vast island harbors no carnivores? Aaron, are there any other islands nearby? Ling Yu asked. Aaron shrugged helplessly. No. This is the only large island in the vicinity. The next one is at least a day's journey away. Casting a glance at the sky, which had darkened ominously, Ling Yu noted that the rain was intensifying. The humidity among the group was rising steadily, with Wuming, equipped with waterproof gear, being the least affected. Excessive humidity could lead to various ailments, and given Ling Yu's limited knowledge of medicinal plants in this world, falling ill would pose significant challenges for him. Many of the herbal remedies from Blue Star simply did not exist here. A day's journey introduced too many uncertainties. Then we have no choice but to take refuge here. Ling Yu sighed. The group hastily disembarked onto the island. Ling Yu produced a cylindrical device and opened its lid. A flash of light revealed that the vessel had been encapsulated within, resembling a model ship storage cylinder, a product of spatial magic. Cost a staggering 48 million from the Sinluo Chamber of Commerce, a steep price indeed. Nevertheless, for the sake of future convenience, Ling Yu gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Fortunately, as a somewhat renowned figure, he managed to secure a payment plan after a face verification. However, the initial 15 million nearly depleted his resources. It seemed imperative to forge deeper collaborations with the Sinluo Wanxian Chamber to avoid relying on face recognition repeatedly. According to the calculations of Star Division, the underwater volcano was particularly active, and the date of Sea Sacrifice Day would last at least a week. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu let out a sigh. The conclusion of this Sea Sacrifice Day would herald another period of unrest. The survival world differed vastly from Blue Star. Despite the latter's inclement weather, it maintained distinct seasons with predictable planting and harvesting times. This cursed place, however, adhered to none of those rules, with sowing and reaping dictated solely by the whims of fate. The era of chaos shall remain unspoken, even in the era of permanence. The processes of planting and harvesting are not bound by a schedule. They necessitate the vigilant observation of climate conditions to ascertain the appropriate times for cultivation. The selection of suitable crops hinges upon the ever-fluctuating climate, whether temperatures soar or plummet, whether the atmosphere is humid or arid. These are pivotal factors influencing agricultural yield. Should one cultivate ill-suited crops, the land may yield nothing but barren stalks, inedible and devoid of nourishment. Fortunately, the climatic variations in the era of permanence are not particularly pronounced, allowing for a harvest most of the time, provided there are no unforeseen disturbances. Currently, the situation is precarious. Anxiety pervades the populace as the ominous day of the sea offering approaches, which necessitates the sacrifice of vast quantities of grain to appease the monstrous denizens of the deep. Based on Ling Yu's understanding, it is likely that numerous minor factions will vanish, and even some of the larger powers will struggle to endure. Firstly, during the sea offering, venturing out to sea is impossible, and the source of the corrupted blood poses a significant dilemma. Furthermore, the issue of sustenance looms large. While the major powers may fare better, Lesser factions typically have only a few months' worth of provisions, and by the time the sea offering arrives, they will have exhausted their reserves, rendering them incapable of satiating the insatiable appetites of the aquatic beasts. Lingyu has even learned from the Sunluo Trading Guild that they offer grain loans, albeit at exorbitant interest rates and requiring collateral. Particularly during the sea offering, such loans have no shortage of demand. In comparison, the borrowing practices of others appear almost law-abiding. Yet, many are left with no choice but to take on such debts in a desperate bid for survival. Thus, once the sea offering passes, and with the looming threat of the blood moon, the consequences are all too predictable. The struggle for existence renders notions of propriety and honor utterly inconsequential. Neighbors stockpile grain while I arm myself. The neighbor becomes my granary. The moniker survival world is not without merit. The challenge of survival is indeed formidable. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lingyu shook his head and stepped into the forest before him. The moment he entered, a damp, musty odor assailed his senses. Torrential rain lashed against the canopy overhead, creating a cacophony of sounds, while the ground beneath his feet felt unnaturally soft in the humid environment. Lingyu maintained his vigilance, carefully scanning his surroundings. The dense foliage obscured his vision significantly, limiting his sight to a mere 10 meters. As anticipated, this island was devoid of wildlife. Not even the presence of predators such as tigers or leopards, nor the humble rabbit, could be found. Moreover, the trees here bore a sinister countenance. Their twisted trunks resembled struggling figures, and the patterns on their bark differed markedly from those of any flora he had previously encountered. Approaching one of the trees, Lingyu ran his hands along its surface, and a sudden change flickered across his expression. With a vigorous twist, the trunk unexpectedly split open, revealing an internal void. "What is this? Is something amiss?" asked Ai Lin. "There is indeed something peculiar, though I cannot quite articulate it. Let us seek warmth. The humidity has reached nearly 40. Lingyu replied. Indeed, the air had grown rather chilly. Ai Lin rubbed her hands together, speaking with a slight tremor in her voice. After finishing her task, she skillfully unfolded the framework of the military tent and secured it with pegs. An hour later, several dark green tents stood neatly arranged in the clearing of the forest, while the rain in the sky began to subside. Between the tents, a waterproof tarp was stretched, creating a makeshift corridor to shield against the rain. In the center of the clearing stood a large sunshade, beneath which a cast-iron pot simmered with a hearty stew, releasing wisps of steam into the air. The flames of a stone fire pit flickered, providing a touch of warmth, and several heated stones glowed red beside the fire. Erin embraced a warm stone, cradling it in her arms to ward off the chill, noticing her dampness gradually dissipating. "Aling, you should come and have something to eat as well. Don't let yourself get too cold," Erin called out, casting a glance of exasperation at Lingyu, who was still standing some distance away under the umbrella. He had been wandering nearby, inspecting everything, seemingly in search of something elusive. Lingyu appeared oblivious, persistently scrutinizing the surrounding trees, straining to listen. Amidst the cacophony of sounds, he detected a peculiar chattering noise, emanating from all directions, making it difficult for him to pinpoint its source. Lingyu's gaze fixated on a nearby tree, slightly taller than himself, vibrant in color and exuding vitality. It seemed that the distinctive sound originated from within it. Approaching, he reached out to touch the tree, finding its bark surprisingly elastic. After a moment's hesitation, he drew his axe and struck. With a splatter, crimson sap gushed forth, and the tree emitted a mournful cry. "Ow, that hurts. WOC, this tree can talk." Chapter 82. Two destined wanderers. A piercing scream shattered the rain-soaked night, startling Erin and her companions who were enjoying dinner. What had transpired? Erin hastened across the muddy ground, closely followed by the nameless one, whose mechanical arm had shifted into combat mode, emitting a faint hum, while the little shark hurried along behind them. Upon their arrival, the sight that greeted them left them all gasping in disbelief. A tree was slowly rising from the earth, its thick roots dragging up a mass of mud and debris. The gnarled roots twisted together, forming robust legs, while the trunk contorted, transforming into two arms riddled with wood knots. It was a treant. Not only that, the commotion had awakened another treant in the distance. Before Lingyu could assess the situation, the treant charged directly at them, its powerful form emanating an overwhelming pressure, the sound of its swift movement slicing through the air. The onlookers instinctively scattered. Like a rampaging bull, the treant smashed through the hollow trees surrounding it. Erin drew her bow and loosed an arrow. The blood-burst arrow soared through the air. Boom! In a thunderous explosion, the arrow detonated against the treant's torso, erupting in a fiery crimson blaze. However, the treant showed no sign of distress, slowly turning around. Its branch-like arms twisted and morphed into a spear and a shield. The blood-burst arrow merely chipped away a fraction of its health, barely registering on the visible health bar above its head. Lingyu then noticed that above the health bar, there was an additional white numerical bar. At that moment, Erin gasped in astonishment, her voice laced with incredulity. Impossible. This cannot be. This creature bears the aura of another destined path. Lingyu felt a tremor in his heart at her words. Destined path? Could this creature also be a wanderer of fate? Is it not verdancy? Lingyu blurted out, instinctively associating its plant-like appearance with the concept of abundance. That cannot be. Although it may not possess a destined path, it certainly carries the blood of abundance, which should allow for some level of perception, Erin countered. No. This being's class is the Guardian, under the preservation branch of the destined path known as resilience. This path is characterized by a resilience bar. Unless the resilience bar is depleted, it possesses remarkably high damage mitigation and resistance to debuffs, Erin explained. Resilience? Are you certain? Lingyu asked, astonished. While it is true that a destined path is not strictly limited to humanoid beings, the treant before them hardly seemed to fit the criteria. To embark on a destined path, one must possess an extraordinarily powerful driving force. Lingyu questioned whether this treant could even think. However, this did explain why he had not recognized it, as he had never encountered a preservation before, while Erin, being a wanderer of fate, possessed a far stronger sense in this regard. The current predicament left no room for contemplation as another treant lunged towards them. Its hands transformed into menacing morning stars, hurtling toward Erin with a whistling sound. Erin swiftly executed shadow step, vanishing from sight like a wraith. The morning star crashed heavily to the ground, sending a spray of mud into the air. It is inconceivable. This is the destruction, branch of the fated path, the burdensome warden. How can this be? Erin's eyes widened in astonishment. Lingyu was equally bewildered. He had spent considerable time in the survival realm, having encountered only 2 fate walkers prior. Erin, who embraced the hunting path, and who Shasha, aligned with the gluttony path. What was happening today, to encounter 2 at once, both of whom were tree beings? Was this island truly so sinister? Yet, further discourse was futile. They had to confront the challenge head-on. Could Erin hold off the burdensome warden? Lingyu inquired. For now, they could only manage to delay one while concentrating their efforts on the other for a chance of victory. I can only try, Erin replied cautiously. Excluding the previous battle with Hushasha, this marked his second encounter with a fate walker. Hushasha had been a novice, barely beginning her journey. The Guardian, tree warrior, approached without hesitation, its robust form bearing down like a mountain, wielding a spear that cleaved the air, its icy radiance chilling and formidable. Lingyu raised an ancient round shield, channeling all his strength into his arm, preparing to meet the thunderous onslaught in the most direct manner possible. This was his typical strategy, relying on his abundant life force and gluttonous power to withstand the initial strike while seeking an opportunity for counterattack. The 2 forces collided with a resounding crash. The shield emitted a tortured cry under the immense strain as the spear pierced through it, mercilessly embedding its tip into Lingyu's arm. A sharp pain instantly radiated throughout his body, blood gushing from the wound. Despite the shield's battle-worn state, he had diligently repaired it, and its armor value still exceeded 200, yet it had failed to withstand even a single blow. At that moment, a buzzing sound heralded a crimson light sword descending from above, poised to cleave the tree guardian in twain. However, the guardian, tree warrior, reacted unexpectedly. Moving like lightning as it yanked the spear from Lingyu's mangled arm, droplets of crimson blood tracing an arc through the air. Then, with the force of a tempest, it charged towards the distant, burdensome warden, positioning itself protectively before its companion, as shields materialized around both figures. Erin's blood-burst arrow detonated against the surface of the shield, erupting in a blinding crimson light, leaving behind a deep charred mark. Lingyu, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, felt the abundant power beginning to restore him, yet the agony remained relentless. He hastily retrieved a vial of wound salve, applying it to the gaping wound, the stinging sensation quickening the healing process. Seizing this moment, Lingyu glanced at the battle log, finally comprehending the events that had transpired. Self-sacrifice strike reduces one's own resilience by 50, inflicting 50,400 physical damage, accompanied by the armor shatter effect. Armor shatter inflicts double damage to armor. Defend restores 25 resilience, then charges towards an ally, granting oneself block 2, while the target receives protection 2. Block X. The next X instances of damage are reduced by 50. Protection X. The next X instances of damage are redirected to the source of the skill. The opponent's resilience bar had been partially depleted, and with a decisive sacrificial strike, he pierced through their defenses. Subsequently, employing the skill guard, he not only evaded the incoming attack, but also shielded his teammates. This individual's combat awareness rivals that of a seasoned warrior, and the skills associated with the Fatewalker profession are undeniably formidable. The inherent damage of Sacrificial Strike, a staggering 50 points, surpasses that of many abilities, considering that the strength of an ordinary person maxes out at around 10, necessitating a 5-fold increase to reach 50. Furthermore, the current predicament is exacerbated by the fact that the two adversaries are inseparable, coordinating seamlessly, both being Fatewalkers. Ling Yu furrowed his brow. This was likely to be a fierce battle. Chapter 83. Bitter struggle. Just after evading that lethal strike, the Bound Warden, Trant, let out a heart-wrenching roar. A sound imbued with boundless agony and madness. Target has activated the skill, Painful Roar. All nearby targets experience a decline in sand value, lasting until the conclusion of the battle. In an instant, everyone felt a wave of disorientation, as if their reason were being eroded by an unseen force. Even the Bound Warden itself began to experience a drop in sand. In essence, this profession possesses a tendency for self-harm, inflicting mental torment upon itself by diminishing its sand value to enhance its own damage, subsequently recovering a substantial amount of sand upon slaying targets. Come again! Come again! Passive ability. When taking damage, sand value decreases by 1 point. For every point of sand lost, personal damage increases by 1, attack speed rises by 1, and resilience to aberrant phenomena heightens. The exhilaration from slaying a target restores 60 points of sand. It is crucial to note that sand can indeed fall into negative values, theoretically allowing this skill's damage amplification to become infinite. However, that remains purely theoretical. Once sand dips into the negative, true madness is not far behind. The Bound Warden, Trant, swung its morning star with ferocity, unleashing a violent shockwave, sending earth scattering like raindrops. Countless hollow trees were shattered by the impact, and all present could feel the ground tremble beneath them as if in an earthquake, forcing them to evade. As the sand value decreased, the Bound Warden's attacks quickened. Even Ling Yu hesitated to confront this creature head-on. Moments prior, the Guardian, Trant, had sustained a significant loss of health from a single blow. Damage mitigation operates multiplicatively. With a resilience bar active, there is a 50 reduction in damage, and when combined with block, S50 reduction, it results in a 75 damage mitigation. Yet, even with such defenses, the damage inflicted was considerable. Apart from Ling Yu and Nameless, the rest were likely to perish with a mere touch. Fortunately, their analysis had yielded results. Although these two Trants were mobile, they still fell within the realm of flora. Being trees made them susceptible to fire. Nameless, switch to flames and warm these two fellows up, Ling Yu instructed. Upon hearing this, Nameless swiftly raised its mechanical arm, a fissure opening in the center of its palm. In the next moment, a torrent of searing flames erupted forth like a fire dragon, distorting the very air it traversed. In response to the fiery assault, the Bound Warden, Trant, emitted an enraged roar, defiantly charging forward. Its body gradually blackened and cracked under the flames, producing a series of crackling sounds. The Guardian, Trant, attempted to shield its companions, yet the severely diminished sand value of the Bound Warden led to indiscriminate attacks, making proximity perilous. Aileen, aim for the cracks, Ling Yu commanded. Understood. Aileen gracefully leapt, drawing her longbow to its full extent. The blood-burst arrow was swiftly released, slicing through the air and striking a fissure on the Bound Warden's torso. Suddenly, a fierce burst of crimson erupted, violently tearing the bark of the surrounding trees. The Bane wielder, Trant, let out a heart-wrenching howl, causing its sand value to plummet once more. Under the relentless assault, the Bane wielder's sand value sank to 0. The resolve of the Bane wielder, Trant, was put to the test, revealing its true nature. The Bane wielder, Trant, acquired the state of malice. Malice, upon obtaining this state, all nearby targets experience a decrease of 30 points in their sand value. When it suffers damage, it marks the source of that damage, resulting in both parties inflicting an additional 25 damage on each other, stacking up to 3 times. The Bane wielder raised its head and let out a shriek that pierced the soul, causing everyone to feel as though their heads had been struck by a hammer. Under the influence of the Bane wielder's abilities, the sand value already diminished swiftly. This additional reduction of 30 points threatened to plunge many below the safety threshold. It is generally accepted that a sand value above 60 is considered safe. Dropping below 60 incurs certain effects, and falling below 30 leads to visions of bizarre phenomena. When it reaches 0, one's inner self faces a trial. If one's heart is benevolent, virtues such as compassion and fortitude may be bestowed, restoring sand value while potentially providing positive enhancements. Conversely, if one's heart is malevolent, the mind may shatter, resulting in torment, such as resentment and grievance, leading to mental derangement and negative effects. The final scenario involves a tumultuous heart like that of the Bane wielder, resulting in curses such as malice and cruelty, yielding ambiguous effects both good and ill. However, this outcome is not absolute. Repeated trials may lead to mental collapse. Your knowledge triumphs over fear, and the reduction in sand value is mitigated. Fortunately, Ling Yu's maximum sand value is 125, and he remained vigilant in maintaining it throughout the battle. Moreover, he was well aware of the Bane wielder's characteristics, resulting in only a 20-point decrease in his sand value. At this moment, the Bane wielder, transformed into a fiery entity, charged directly towards the group. Its form was engulfed by raging flames, with fire dancing wildly upon its charred trunk, sending sparks flying. Wu Ming lifted his mechanical arm, and a luminous glow erupted from the center of his palm. Restrictions lifted, power surged to 100. The blue shockwave transformed into a deep crimson hue, surging forth and creating a visible ripple in the air. Boom! Instantly, the Trent's body trembled violently, and the charred bark cracked, splintering into countless fine fissures that spread like a spider's web. Its life force dwindled to a mere single point. This was not due to insufficient damage, but because the opponent had triggered a death resistance. The Bane wielder possessed a passive ability known as death resistance, granting it a natural 20 resistance to death. This resistance allows one to retain a single point of life when receiving non-lethal damage. Some may fall after one bullet, while others can endure multiple wounds and continue fighting. With a stroke of luck, one might be on the brink of death, yet remain unscathed. Thus, the key lies in delivering lethal damage. No matter how resilient one is, decapitating them ensures their demise. Of course, the premise is that your mind is a lethal flaw. Ling Yu's expression tightened as he activated fiery blood charge, rushing headlong into the fray. Flames erupted from the fissures of the Treant, yet it stubbornly refused to succumb. Wielding its meteor hammer in a frenzied counterattack, utilizing the foresight of an observer, Ling Yu anticipated the trajectory of the hammer, slightly adjusting his stance to evade the impending blow. However, the searing shockwave generated by the hammer still left his skin tingling with pain. With a sharp hiss, a keen blade pierced through the charred crevice and into the Trent's core. "Die for me," Ling Yu bellowed, as a crimson slash tore through the Trent's form. The sanguine radiance upon the blade erupted violently, unleashing a fierce blood slash that cleaved the foe asunder, splitting it cleanly in two. Chapter 84. The Arena of Genius. The bound warden, Treant, crashed to the ground, transforming into a blazing tree. As raindrops fell, the flames gradually extinguished upon its charred form. Ling Yu took a deep breath, having discerned the creature's vulnerability through the sound of the wind rustling against its body. He pinpointed the Trent's weak spot and decisively dismantled it from within. The remaining guardian proved to be far less formidable. At this moment, Shasha was toying with it. Although the creature charged with impressive vigor, Shasha's small and agile frame allowed for deft maneuvers, complemented by a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth that proved remarkably effective in defense. The resilience bar was swiftly depleted. Once the resilience bar was exhausted, the Guardian would succumb to a 2-second state of dizziness before its resilience could be restored. In battle, every fleeting second could be lethal. Seizing this opportunity, Shasha clamped her sharp teeth around one of the Trent's legs, fiercely tearing at it and yanking down the root-like appendages. The Guardian, Treant, lost its balance, its massive form teetering precariously. However, Shasha was far from finished. With agility, she leaped atop the Trent's head. Securing her footing on the crown, a mischievous grin flickered across her face, revealing her menacing fangs. Without hesitation, she opened her jaws wide, her sharp teeth biting down on the Guardian, Trent's skull like steel spikes. With a resounding crack, Shasha's incisors pierced the Trent's outer layer, tearing away a substantial chunk of its bark. The Guardian, Treant, was momentarily rendered bewildered. It shuddered violently, akin to a mountain on the brink of collapse, attempting to shake Shasha from its head. Ultimately, it succeeded in flinging her away, and she arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Shasha shook off the dirt and debris, emitting a satisfied gurgle, seemingly pleased with her performance. With the other adversary vanquished, only a pure tank remained, making it considerably easier to handle. While the Guardian was quite resilient, that was only under conditions where its resilience bar remained intact. Once besieged, it faced a slow demise. As the Guardian, Trent's health reached zero, its movements abruptly froze, and its colossal body began to disintegrate. Branches and leaves cascading down as the trunk emitted the sound of splintering wood under duress. After confirming the absence of life, Ling Yu exhaled in relief. To everyone's astonishment, The defeat of the two trants resulted in a bounty of loot orbs scattered across the ground. Aaron's Path of the Hunt offered a chance to obtain loot orbs upon successful hunts, with the quality of the loot corresponding to the strength of the target. Yet, she noted that it was common to acquire only gray orbs, with blue ones being a rare occurrence. At this moment, however, 3 or 4 blue loot orbs and a single golden loot orb lay before them. She had never encountered a golden orb before. The drop rate today was remarkably high. Could it be that their opponents, being fated wanderers, affected the drop rate and rewards? This was not an unfathomable notion, as many skills possess hidden effects regarding specific groups or targets. However, it seemed that no rewards were acquired during the last battle with Hushasha. After much contemplation, Lingyu could only conclude that Hushasha likely met her demise in the jaws of a marine creature, and her head had not been counted among their spoils. Eileen, brimming with excitement, picked up the loot orb, and a cascade of messages appeared in the information panel. As she had now formed a contract with Lingyu, he could also see the items she acquired. The azure loot orb burst forth with numerous treasures. Congratulations, you have obtained basic healing ointment. Congratulations. You have acquired recipe, nature's elixir. Congratulations, you have received nature hunter's longbow. The rewards were quite substantial. Finally, there was that golden orb. Upon picking it up, the information panel indicated 2 items were obtained. Congratulations, you have received blueprint, magical arrow. Congratulations. You have obtained Path of the Hunter, Part 1. Blueprint, magical arrow, type. Blueprint, quality, excellent, effect, can craft arrows imbued with magic, possessing immense power. Path of the Hunter, Part 1. Type, destiny item, effect, used for personal class advancement. Aling, this is a destiny item. My class can be advanced. Eileen exclaimed joyfully. Destiny items are acquired by destiny walkers as they traverse their paths. Utilizing a destiny item enables one to advance their class to the next level. Naturally, class advancement is also tied to your progress along your destiny. If you wish to obtain all destiny items, you must become an apostle. For some items are exclusive to apostles. Without dispute, these treasures rightfully belong to Eileen. How long does the class advancement take? Lingyu inquired. It won't take long. It only requires a trial, and time flows slowly within the trial realm, making it merely a moment for you. Eileen replied. Very well. Let us find a suitable place for you to advance your class. Just as Lingyu finished speaking, a flash of light suddenly appeared before him, and the scenery around him underwent a dramatic transformation. He found himself gazing at a group of individuals standing on the shore, with a gaunt figure at the edge of the coastline, as the waves crashed against the island below. Dr. X, that scoundrel of the Genius Club, at last. I have found you, you little rascal. Come, let my treasure have a delightful encounter with you. The leading man brandished a golden revolver, aiming at the figure on the shore. The figure on the shore slightly turned their head, revealing a smile. Coastal Ranger, your timing is impeccable. I was just pondering how to destroy this failed testing ground. Since you are here, I shall leave this task to you. Dr. X declared. Huh? Has your brain become muddled from conducting experiments? Well, you need not harbor any ulterior motives anymore. Go and kiss Mother Nature instead. With a resounding bang, a gunshot echoed across the shore, and Dr. X fell from the edge of the coastline. The crowd immediately rushed forward to investigate, while the relentless waves continued to crash against the shore, revealing not a single soul. Where could that little one have gone? Search thoroughly. Do not allow that individual to slip away unnoticed. A throng of people dispersed in a frenzy, commencing their search. The scene concluded here, and the surroundings returned to their original state. What's wrong? Are you all right? Aaron inquired, puzzled by the dazed expression on his face. Moments ago, the sensation of DJ Vu must have been triggered, allowing him to witness past events. From the contextual clues, it appeared to be a scene that had transpired on this very island. Could it be that this island serves as a testing ground for the prodigy? Chapter 85. Marine Animal Companions. After Lingyu briefly described what he had observed, Aaron's expression grew noticeably grave. Are you suggesting this is the experimental ground of the genius? Lingyu nodded, a hint of excitement in his tone. If this is indeed the case, there may be some research data left behind. These tree men could potentially be the remnants of the initial experiments. Could it be that these tree men are artificially created pathfinders? Lingyu found his thoughts bordering on the fantastical. Truly, the level of research conducted by the genius is unparalleled. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis that requires further verification. The genius within the Genius Club are all pathfinders personally, selected by wisdom, their caliber far exceeding mine. We must tread carefully. Aaron spoke earnestly. Different paths have distinct organizations, yet disparities exist among them. Under the Wisdom Path, there are 3 organizations: the Academy, the Erudite Society, and the Genius Club. The Academy is evidently subpar, both in quality and capability compared to the Erudite Society, let alone the Genius Club. However, it has a lower threshold for entry and indeed has some pathfinders of wisdom, which is why it is included. The Erudite Society is somewhat more official. All its members are from the Wisdom Path. The Genius Club is similar, with the sole distinction being that its members are personally invited by the God of Wisdom. This divine endorsement marks a stark contrast to other organizations. There are few entities within the survival world that have received such divine recognition. Thus, while Ling Yu's thoughts may seem outlandish, they possess a certain rationale. Achieving what others cannot is the hallmark of a genius. Nodding in agreement, Ling Yu bent down to examine the treeman before him. A blood-red liquid oozed from its trunk. After collecting a sample, he fed it to the mouth on its belly. The rescue mind analyzed the substance and concluded that it was not blood, but rather a similar functional material. The composition still resembled that of plant sap. Upon analysis, this substance served a function akin to blood within the human body, albeit with a completely different composition. Furthermore, when Ling Yu took a knife and cut open the treeman's body, he found all the internal organs present. However, upon closer examination, these organs, like the earlier red substance, mirrored the functions of their corresponding human organs, but differed entirely in composition. The only exception was the brain. These treemen also possessed cerebral tissue, yet its structure resembled that of a container. The moment Ling Yu sliced into the treeman's brain, a pale yellow liquid spilled forth. Curiously, if these treemen are incapable of thought, how did they embark upon their path? After feeding the transparent liquid to the rescue mind, he waited a considerable time before receiving a response. The target components are overly complex. Provisional conclusion: these liquids contain intense emotions. The rescue mind provided him with an unexpected answer. How could there be emotions within this liquid? Previously, a similar conclusion was reached, this time analyzing the crystals extracted from the body of Hushasha by Ling Yu. After much contemplation, Ling Yu decided to collect a portion of the liquid for further study. Wuming, please scan the area for any enemies, Ling Yu instructed. Wuming raised his arm to activate the scanning module. No suspicious targets detected in the vicinity. Analysis conclusion: temporarily safe, Wuming reported. After confirming there were no unusual sounds, Ling Yu returned to the camp to rest. Inside her tent, Eileen sat cross-legged, crushing the orb in her hands. She resolved to focus on her class transition first, as time was but a fleeting moment. She then closed her eyes, seemingly slipping into slumber, but soon beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Her muscles tensed as if entering a battle state. This state did not last long, and she abruptly awoke. In an instant, Ling Yu perceived a fierce expression in her eyes, akin to that of a leopard. Eileen wiped the cold sweat from her brow, the aura of killing intent gradually dissipating. What happened? You look as if you had a nightmare, Ling Yu inquired with curiosity. Not far from the truth. This trial was rather arduous. I fought a sea beast in the midst of an ocean and was dragged underwater several times, Eileen recounted, a lingering fear evident in her voice. The suffocating sensation of sinking to the ocean floor was all too vivid. Oh, how did you emerge victorious? Ling Yu asked, intrigued. I owe my thanks to you for imparting some judgment skills. I managed to locate its nervous center and deliver a decisive blow, Eileen replied. Although Ling Yu was not as skilled in hunting as Eileen, he possessed a greater understanding of how to slay beasts. Beasts could be classified. Creatures of the same type often shared similar physical structures. When encountering unfamiliar creatures, one could assess them based on their appearance and size, then apply acquired knowledge accordingly. Have you successfully transitioned to your new class? Ling Yu inquired. Indeed, my current profession is now deep-sea hunter. After the transition, I can summon marine animal companions to assist in hunting, and I have acquired several new skills, Eileen explained. With a gesture, she summoned a crab that stood as tall as her knee, formed from concentrated light. There are 3 types of marine animal companions: crab of the crosswalk, thunder jellyfish, and sky hunter falcon, but only this one can engage in amphibious combat, Eileen elaborated. Beside her, Shasha gazed curiously at the large crab. As it reached out with its small leg to touch the creature, the crab's formidable claw snapped down with a loud clack, startling Shasha into jumping aside, baring its teeth in fright. Crab of the crosswalk, type, elite monster, skills, claw strike, active, delivers a powerful melee attack with its claws. Inflicting physical damage, foam spray, active, releases foam to reduce enemy accuracy and visibility. Rampant charge, quick lateral movement to collide with enemies, causing physical damage and a knockback effect. Hardshell, passive, possesses high defense, effectively mitigating damage and immune to bleeding. Health points, 3000. Trait 1, Spirit of Nature, falls into slumber upon reaching 0 health. will awaken after a certain period. Characteristic: the master-servant bond, growing in strength alongside the master, unconditionally obeying the master's commands. Combat power: 967. An elite-level creature. Possessing considerable strength, certainly posing a challenge to any ordinary individual. What should we do next? Aaron inquired. Lingyu was determined not to let this rare opportunity slip away. However, considering the possibility of other treants lurking on the island, they needed to exercise caution. By the way, do you have a hawk among your animal companions? Lingyu asked. Indeed. Aaron raised her hand, and a magnificent hawk materialized in a burst of light. Perfect, let it scout the island with the eye camera first. We can make our decision once we ascertain the surrounding environment, Lingyu suggested. Aaron nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lingyu retrieved the eye camera from his backpack, replaced it with a fresh eye fruit, and switched to video mode. After completing these preparations, Aaron whistled a few times, and the Sky Hunter Hawk seized the eye camera. Soaring into the sky. Approximately an hour later, the Sky Hunter Hawk returned with the camera. Lingyu hastily took the camera to review the footage. Upon viewing it, everyone was left astounded. It appears that the danger level of this small island exceeds my expectations, Lingyu remarked, furrowing his brow. Chapter 86. The mysterious flower. The video footage brought back by the Sky Hunter vividly captured the bizarre phenomena of this enigmatic island. Initially, the presence of the treants drew attention. Their striking emerald green skin made them particularly conspicuous and easily identifiable. A rough estimation suggested that the island was home to approximately 20 to 30 of these treants, a considerable number indeed. In any setting, such a collective of fate-bearers would wield significant power, capable of effortlessly dismantling minor factions. Alarmingly, over a dozen of them congregated in the heart of the forest, encircling a colossal, peculiar flower that emanated an eerie glow. Its form seemed entwined with numerous corpses. As the camera zoomed in, countless dot-like entities densely populated the flower's core. At first glance, they appeared to be mere pollen. However, upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be distorted human heads encased in a translucent gelatinous substance. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted, drawing the attention of the onlookers toward the source of the noise, the very location of the strange giant flower. Suddenly, the flower burst into bloom, unleashing a torrent of shadowy figures, each carrying a seed reminiscent of human heads, cascading through the air like leaves caught in a tempest, forming a dense rain of seeds that blanketed the entire island. One of these seeds landed on the ground not far away. Lingyu focused intently, recognizing it as the very orb he had observed within the giant flower. The moment the orb touched the earth, it was swiftly absorbed by the soil as if devoured by the ground. Almost immediately, a tender green sapling broke through the surface, growing at a visible rate. This astonishing spectacle left the assembled crowd in shock. It appeared that this entity was a seed of the flower. Could it be that the treants were birthed from it? This place was indeed a perplexing conundrum. Managing so many fate-bearers would not be an easy task, Lingyu lamented. With such a gathering of beings, they truly had no means to contend with them. However, given that this was Dr. X's experimental site, there should logically be locations for observation and experimentation. Lingyu reviewed the video repeatedly, ultimately identifying a potential site for experimentation. There, a large shadow loomed, resembling some form of structure. Aileen, have the hunter confirm this, Lingyu commanded. After several flights back and forth, he finally established that it was a dilapidated two-story building. The sole complication was the presence of 3 treants nearby. Faced with 3 fate-bearers simultaneously, the group felt uncertain of their chances for victory. I need to think. A foolproof plan is essential, Lingyu mused, furrowing his brow. The building likely housed research materials, and he was determined to acquire them at all costs. The following morning, a rustling sound echoed through the woods as a large crab emerged from the underbrush. It crawled to the base of a tree, where it jabbed one of its pincers into the trunk. With a loud squelch, crimson sap sprayed forth. A scream erupted as a treant sprang to life in a furious rage, yet the large crab had already scuttled away swiftly, even waving its claw in a taunting gesture. The branch in the hands of the treant transformed into a crossbow bolt, aimed at the crab on the ground. This creature, too, belonged to the profession of hunting, albeit as a jungle hunter, adept in the art of stalking within the verdant depths. After several attempts, Lingyu devised a plan to lure them one by one, subsequently overwhelming them with righteous force. The 3 treants were spaced apart by a considerable distance. If sufficient stealth was employed, it should be possible to draw one without alarming the others. The task of luring was entrusted to the fearless animal companion. The wandering crab did not disappoint their expectations, successfully completing the mission. Utilizing its skill, it darted swiftly through the forest with the jungle hunter hot on its heels. Estimating they had distanced themselves adequately from the other 2, A sharp cry pierced the air. The soaring falcon descended like a bolt of black lightning from the heavens. Its talons aimed at the foe. Although the jungle hunter was renowned for its agility, the Trent's bulky form rendered it rather cumbersome, which was precisely why it was chosen as the first target. The falcon's talons sank deep into the trunk, eliciting a pained howl from the Treant. As sap oozed from the wound like blood, it swung its massive arms in an attempt to dislodge the falcon. However, the soaring falcon had already utilized the momentum to soar upward, only to dive once more. Seizing the moment of their entanglement, the wandering crab turned around, its sharp pincers ruthlessly piercing the Trent's robust waist. A resounding crack echoed as the Trent's body trembled violently, sap gushing from the injury. Concentrate our fire. We must dispatch this creature swiftly, Ling Yu commanded. Erin drew back her bowstring, flames igniting upon her arrow. The magical blueprint for arrow creation she had acquired the previous day proved invaluable, as the power of the arrow harmonized perfectly with her skill, amplifying its potency. Whoosh! The fiery arrow sliced through the air, and upon impact, it erupted in an explosion, sending sparks flying, leaving a charred pit on the Trent's arm. Boom! Before the Treant could recover from the blast, the Nameless One extended its mechanical arms, unleashing a high-pressure shockwave infused with flames. The torrent of searing energy struck the Trent's chest, forcing it back several meters, its stout legs dragging a blackened mark across the ground. Sharsher bared its teeth and lunged, tearing into the Trent's torso, while Ling Yu leaped down from the tree, his prepared blood blade slash cleaving into the scorched trunk. Crack! The sound of splintering would echoed as the sword carved a deep gash through the tree. Under the relentless barrage from the group, the body of the jungle hunter Treant was utterly shattered, succumbing to the void of life. The path of hunting was triggered. Once again, a plethora of loot orbs scattered across the ground. Though none were golden, there were at least 2 blue ones accompanied by 3 or 4 gray ones. The quality of loot orbs is categorized as gray, blue, gold, and multicolored. The blue rarity is quite commendable, as the reward list indicates a 5 chance to obtain rare-grade equipment and items. Following the acquisition of rewards, a series of sounds resonated. Congratulations! You have obtained the Flint Whiskey recipe, which significantly reduces humidity levels and enhances attack speed. Congratulations! You have acquired the Assisted Aiming Glasses, a unique piece of equipment that grants additional vision and critical hit rate. Congratulations! You have received Premium Quality Silver Wolf Skin 10. The cascade of reward notifications continued. It seems that the drop rate for defeating the Fate Wanderer is indeed remarkably high. Well, there are just 2 remaining. I leave them to you, Ling Yu remarked. 10 minutes later, the shadow of the rampaging crab re-emerged near the small building. Chapter 87. Experimental Records with a Thunderous Roar. The final Treant was cleaved in 2 by the blood blade. Ling Yu exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, none of the Fate Walkers were to be taken lightly. Subduing these 3 had required considerable effort. However, it seemed that all was finally resolved. The group approached the 2-story apartment, its exterior plaster long since flaked away to reveal mottled stone bricks, cracks snaking across the walls like wrinkles. It appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. After Erin meticulously inspected the area to ensure there were no traps left behind, Ling Yu could hardly contain his eagerness to step inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a damp, musty odor that hung heavily in the air. The wallpaper had faded long ago, curling away from the walls. The first thing Ling Yu did was to rescue the papers scattered on the floor. They could potentially contain invaluable research data. Numerous rooms were filled with shattered glass jars, seemingly broken deliberately, their contents having long since succumbed to the ravages of time, reduced to sludge upon the ground. Perhaps the group of Sea Rangers had failed to apprehend Dr. X and had vented their frustrations here. Ling Yu's heart ached at the sight. Such precious research materials, lost forever. After confirming that nothing of value remained, he sighed in resignation. Could they not have left him just a shred? Alas, there was nothing left, not a single drop. After scouring the entire building, he managed to salvage only a few remnants of paper. Finding a relatively clean spot, he settled down to study them intently. This plan is somewhat mad, yet I believe it is worth attempting. I seek a path to divinity. The opening line struck Ling Yu with profound resonance, as if some of his thoughts had been validated. It is well known that any being must possess a primal force to embark on the path of fate. However, it is equally essential to have a sound body. Single-celled organisms, confined to mere physiological activities, have no chance of traversing this journey. I require a controllable organism, and fortuitously, I have discovered an ancient, human headflower seed. Through directed cultivation, I have finally produced suitable progeny, nurturing the seeds with the flesh and blood of the host. Within the bodies of Fate Walkers lies a unique substance we refer to as the crystallized will, speculated to be a condensation of their primal force. Most who attempt to consume others' crystallized wills descend into madness, with only a few managing to survive. This is likely due to the conflict of primal forces. Thus, a splendid plan was conceived, infusing the solution of crystallized will into the corporeal form generated by the human head flower. Could this birth a new Fate Walker? This, indeed, is worth a trial. The introduction of the first document concludes here. This material also elucidated some of his previous uncertainties. The crystallized will he had extracted from Hushasha should indeed be what was referred to. As for why he had consumed the crystallized will without perishing, perhaps it was due to the absence of a primal force within him at present. Lingyu turned to the second page and continued reading. The experiment had achieved a phase of success, yet a myriad of new issues had arisen. Why was it that only a minuscule fraction of the tree beings had transformed into path travelers, and moreover, why did their pathways align perfectly with that of their hosts, devoid of any variation? The occurrence seemed entirely chaotic, lacking any semblance of order. In my oversight, I had neglected a crucial aspect, thought. These tree beings still operated under the behavioral patterns of plants, devoid of any governing consciousness. This could not be deemed a creation. Rather, it resembled mere replication. The path traveler tree beings were nothing more than successful products. The overarching paths of abundance were far too broad, leading the experiments predominantly to failure, while the narrower paths yielded a modicum of success. It appeared insurmountable. The experiment had to be declared a failure. One could only hope that the sea-roaming rangers would not provoke that colossal creature. After perusing the information, Lingyu finally grasped the truth of the island. Dr. X had originally sought a method to guide individuals into their paths akin to a factory assembly line. However, he inadvertently created a cloning production line instead. Consequently, he abandoned the island. Although the experiment had faltered, the data validated a new notion in Lingyu's mind. Given that he had previously sensed the power of gluttony through the crystallized will of Hushasha, could he explore other paths in a similar manner? The more Lingyu contemplated this idea, the more feasible it seemed. Nevertheless, the immediate concern remained the peculiar flower on the island. The experimental notes contained detailed information about this flower, which thrived solely in mildly alkaline environments. Exposure to acidic conditions would cause it to wither instantaneously. Due to its stringent environmental requirements and the starkly altered climate, this flower struggled to survive. The specimen before him was the result of multiple directional cultivations. At present, it appeared that the flower had entered a dormant phase. The prior act of sowing seeds was merely a defensive reaction to the presence of intruders. Having identified its weaknesses, Lingyu accessed the marketplace to procure the necessary materials. A day later, the air was thick with a pungent odor, reminiscent of a blend of metal and decaying vegetation. A large iron basin before him emitted a hissing sound, as pale yellow smoke billowed skyward. Numerous such scenes were visible throughout the vicinity. With thick smoke enveloping the island's atmosphere, Lingyu, equipped with binoculars, surveyed the situation above. Once he deemed it sufficient, he turned to Wuming and signaled that they were ready. Wuming raised his hand and aimed at the sky. With a resounding bang, a rain-inducing projectile was launched. Exploding in the heavens, the condensation nucleus began to coalesce rain vapor. As the surrounding rainwater had already turned acidic, the moment the raindrops descended, the nearby trees exhibited signs of wilting. While it could not be compared to industrially produced acid rain, this particular flora was exceedingly sensitive to its environment. Even a slight alteration in pH levels would significantly diminish its habitat. As the acid rain fell, Lingyu donned his raincoat, perched upon a tree, and observed the distant happenings. The enormous flower, once dormant, awakens under the corrosive assault of acid rain, writhing in agony as its massive form contorts. Its tendrils twist and undulate like serpents, seemingly in search of liberation. The tree-like beings encircling it are similarly ensnared by misfortune, their bodies struggling as if they have ingested lethal poison. The ecosystem of this forest is excessively homogeneous, with a low level of biodiversity and a pronounced interdependence among species, rendering it more vulnerable to external disturbances and susceptible to destruction. Having observed the lifelessness of his surroundings, Lingyu leaped down from the tree. As he landed, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Lingyu exclaimed in astonishment, "Is the entire island rising?" Chapter 88. The encounter with the giant. The sounds around Lingyu intensified, a dull rhythmic beating resonating from beneath his feet, akin to the pulse of a colossal heart. It dawned upon him that this was not an island, but rather an immense creature. Not far off, a gigantic head emerged from beneath the island's surface. This landmass was, in fact, a colossal sea turtle. Lingyu had often pondered the absence of other life forms on this island, realizing that without lower-tier producers to supply energy, It was a mystery how this peculiar flower had survived to this day. Now, he understood that the entire ecosystem of the island depended on the energy provided by the turtle below. With the imminent demise of the flower, the slumbering turtle beneath would awaken. The behemoth referenced in the documents was not the flower, but this very turtle. It was no wonder that the group of coastal rangers had failed to eliminate this largest specimen. They must have uncovered the secret behind its existence. Be cautious. Something feels amiss. We must be ready to flee at any moment, Ling Yu advised before dashing towards the strange flower. He could not leave empty-handed. He needed to acquire something of value. Wait for us. The others called as they hurried to catch up, jogging towards the heart of the island. At the center, the once vibrant and eerie flower had withered, its petals curled and yellowed. The surrounding tree-like figures had lost their vitality, their trunks contorted and branches drooping, resembling frozen sculptures. Ling Yu brandished his blade, slicing into the grotesque flower. A nauseating stench erupted, enveloping them in an almost suffocating miasma. Within the viscous dark green liquid, several desiccated corpses slid away, countless tendrils piercing their skulls like needles, binding the flower and the remains into a grotesque and chilling symbiotic entity. The flower had been siphoning the blood of these individuals to cultivate its seeds. It was indeed remarkable that Dr. X could cultivate such a bizarre organism. Ling Yu carefully extracted some residual seeds from within the giant flower, intending to study them further upon his return. As the turtle awakened, it began to glide across the ocean's surface, voraciously devouring the surrounding marine life. It was unclear how long it had been dormant, but it appeared ravenous. With such a formidable creature present, ordinary beings dared not approach. However, the group soon grasped the dilemma of being trapped. As long as the turtle remained active, they could not descend. Their vessel would not withstand its might. They would have to wait for an opportune moment to sneak away unnoticed. Having eliminated the greatest threat within the forest, the group settled temporarily on the back of the giant turtle, preparing to resume their journey after the sea offering day. One morning, "Be gentle, that hurts. This is my first time," Aaron grimaced. "Just a little longer, it's almost full. Bear with me, I'll extract it shortly." Ling Yu replied, deftly withdrawing the syringe, more accurately, the extractor. Though small, such a device was intricate. Without the appropriate precision instruments, its creation would be quite arduous. Fortunately, Ling Yu found a substitute. "Aling, I must say, are you really going to proceed with this?" "I am somewhat concerned," Aaron remarked anxiously. "Do not worry. Based on the information I have gathered and my previous experience, everything will be fine," Ling Yu confidently replied, patting his chest. He intended to extract Aaron's blood in hopes of obtaining a crystal of will, just as he had done previously. This would allow him to glimpse into alternate destinies, and perhaps even encounter the god of the hunt, considering that hunting is a branch of the pursuit. Aaron sighed, expressing her fear of his success. "Have you forgotten that you possess the blood of abundance? I truly fear that he may strike you down. To seek the god of the hunt while carrying the essence of abundance is rather audacious. Even if one were to contemplate self-destruction, one would prefer a more comfortable approach. This endeavor should belong to the realm of spiritual communication. It is not as though one could simply confront them face to face. Nor could they traverse the ether to strike me down. Science requires such a spirit of adventure," Ling Yu asserted, fully aware that this endeavor bore a hint of peril. However, this opportunity was too good to miss. Aaron sighed once more, contemplating the possibility that the deity might indeed retaliate against him. Yet, there was no point in discussing it further. One could only hope that the deity would not take offense. To be safe, he decided to conduct an experiment with fish first. The outcome was alarming. The fish that consumed the crystal of will became exceedingly aggressive, attacking anyone who dared approach. 2 lines and a cross mean action, 2 strokes and a force mean execution. Just to be cautious, it would be prudent for Aaron to bind him. He then consumed the extracted powder of the will crystal, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark forest. In this boundless shadowy expanse, time and space seemed to stagnate, with the heavy night pressing down upon the earth like a tangible weight, rendering the air thick and oppressive. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as a dazzling arrow of light rent the dark sky, akin to a sword of divine judgment, traversing the heavens with unparalleled might. Its radiance was fierce and pure, and wherever the light arrow passed, ripples surged through the air, as if even space struggled to bear its power. Upon the moment the arrow struck the ground, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a celestial meteor colliding with the earth. The scorching waves of light cascaded like a monstrous tide, engulfing everything in a frenzy of destruction. The violent shockwave hurled dust and splintered branches into the air. While the atmosphere contorted and warped from the intense heat, creating a path of annihilation in the wake of the arrow. Ling Yu felt the wind howl in his ears, his body suddenly weightless, as he was swept into the air like a fallen leaf caught in a tempest. His vision was obscured by dust and shattered bark, and the instinct to survive compelled him to flail his arms desperately in the air until he finally grasped a sturdy tree trunk. The force of the wind ripped at his clothes and skin, leaving him gasping for breath, as his arms strained with bulging veins and pale knuckles, his entire body trembling yet refusing to relent, lest he be swept away by the storm in the next moment. After a while, the storm subsided, and Ling Yu finally slid down from the tree. At this moment, the adrenaline coursing through his veins reached its zenith, causing his fingers to bend unnaturally, enveloping him in a state of numbness. He was certain that the arrow moments ago had not been aimed at him. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes. The tremors of the earth drew ever closer. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed through the desolate forest. A colossal silhouette tore through the dense darkness. A gigantic centaur emerged, striding leisurely through the woods as if it were a moving mountain, wielding a longbow in its grasp. Ling Yu, momentarily dazed, regained a semblance of awareness. Trembling, he rose and cautiously approached to observe more closely. The centaur suddenly halted, turning its head toward him. A chill swept over Ling Yu's back, his breath caught in his throat, as if he had been targeted by a fierce beast. The centaur spun around, drawing its bow and slowly aiming it at him. The bowstring tightened. Chapter 89 Guidance. Where am I? Ling Yu pondered, his head throbbing with excruciating pain. His consciousness lingered on the final moment, when the centaur drew back its bowstring, and then his vision was engulfed by a blinding light. Surely, he could not have been struck down by an arrow. Ah, you're awake. Not too shabby. Who is calling me? As his awareness gradually returned, Ling Yu slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was a face obscured by oversized frog-like glasses, adorned with flamboyant shorts and an oversized shirt, creating a comical and absurd appearance. Instinctively, Ling Yu shot up, and with a dull thud, their foreheads collided forcefully. He could distinctly feel the frame of those frog glasses painfully pressing against his brow. Ouch. You could at least announce your awakening. The eccentric man adjusted his skewed glasses while rubbing his reddened nose. At that moment, he found himself lying at the bottom of an unfathomable pit, surrounded by a landscape that resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Centered around him, the nearby trees had been utterly obliterated, reduced to fine powder that danced in the air, while the charred earth bore no sign of life, permeated by an acrid, burnt scent reminiscent of nuclear devastation. Ling Yu's heart sank. What on earth is happening? Oh dear. Could it be that you've truly been blasted into a daze? What a pity. I had hoped you would be the lead in my next production. The eccentric man squatted on the ground, gazing at him. Who are you? Ling Yu inquired, studying him with skepticism. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. Let me think. Yes, I am called Visage. Everyone says hey hey, and you can call my name when you greet me. Isn't that amusing? The eccentric replied. Ling Yu confirmed that this person was indeed not quite right in the head. I was asking how you ended up here. This place is. Before Ling Yu could finish, the eccentric interjected. I know. This is the realm of the hunter-esque consciousness. I am the most devoted follower of the hunter. Observing the fervor with which the man made his declaration, Ling Yu felt an unsettling sense of dissonance. But you just mentioned filming, didn't you? Ling Yu frowned. Oh, well, you see, one must eat. Filming is also a means of survival. Otherwise, how would I find the strength to seek vengeance? Visage replied, his words evasive. Ling Yu sensed that this fellow was certainly peculiar. Just then, a rumble echoed from afar, and the centaur's figure receded into the distance. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Ling Yu dismissed the eccentric and pursued the centaur. Oh dear, the youth of today truly lack manners and possess such audacity. The world has changed. Abundance has come to pay homage to the hunter. I thought I was still dreaming. However, since the threads of fate have already entwined you, you can no longer escape. Will you be the sword that severs those threads, or merely a puppet manipulated by them? I eagerly await the outcome, Visage murmured, his form vanishing into the shadowy forest. Unbeknownst to Ling Yu, he hastily ran in the direction of the centaur's retreating figure, stealthily trailing behind to observe its movements through the darkened woods. As he drew near, the centaur glanced at him briefly before continuing onward. Indeed. Ling Yu silently sighed in relief. A normal person, having experienced the earlier scene, would surely be deterred from approaching again. Ling Yu hesitated momentarily, but he soon sensed something amiss. The abundance of vitality surrounding him had diminished. Previously, within other realms of consciousness, he had been able to feel the state of his own body. Could it be that the arrow's target was the life force he possessed? With this question in mind, Ling Yu pursued the figure once more, and indeed, the other showed no reaction. Reassured, Ling Yu began to observe his surroundings. The god of the hunt appeared to wander aimlessly through the forest, yet Ling Yu noticed that the trees in his wake had toppled, leaving a flat path behind. Was this fate? As he traversed the woods, the divine being's form was grazed by sharp branches and pierced by thorns, yet despite his wounds, he pressed on without faltering. Where was he headed? Was he in search of something, or did he need to find something? The god of the hunt bestows upon you sharp arrows and fervor, ensuring that all your enemies receive their due retribution. In his realm, there is no mercy, only judgment. His hunting ground is a battlefield, and his prey are foes. Armed with a keen blade and fueled by wrath, he vows to drag his enemies into the abyss. To respond to violence with violence. To wash blood with blood, this is his creed. By following in his footsteps, you shall no longer fear the darkness, for the shadows will ultimately be consumed by his fury. This is the essence of the hunt. Yet, it is also destined to be a path that cannot exist in solitude. It requires a target. For once vengeance is achieved, the drive dissipates. Might this be why he incessantly seeks a target within this forest? In this sense, the undying abundance has, in a way, saved him. Ling Yu continuously analyzed the significance of the scene before him. When he looked up again, the surroundings suddenly began to distort, revealing a new tableau. Upon the body of the god of the hunt, thorns twisted like venomous serpents, their sharp tips piercing his flesh, akin to ravenous fangs. Despite his arrows shattering layers of shackles, the thorns perpetually resurrected like the darkness of eternal night. They grew unchecked, entwining and binding. Beneath him lay an expanse of endless darkness, from which the thorns emerged, lifting him high, standing at the threshold. This created a bizarre spectacle, where the thorns, severed by the god of the hunt, served as a lifeline, preventing him from plummeting into darkness. In that moment, Ling Yu seemed to witness the fierce collision and intertwining of the paths of abundance and the hunt. The path of abundance showered boundless life force, nurturing all and healing wounds, while the path of the hunt raged like thunder, laden with the will of destruction and vengeance, cleansing the injustices of the world with fury and blood. The two forces were akin to life and death. He seemed to sense two utterly distinct powers tearing at each other, consuming one another. Yet, in a fleeting moment, they achieved a delicate equilibrium. The scene shifted abruptly, and before him stood the god of hunting. After a prolonged gaze, the deity spoke, "Seeker of knowledge, do you comprehend what you seek?" Ling Yu shook his head and replied, "Could you enlighten me?" His understanding of this world was still too limited. There remained an abundance of knowledge he yearned to acquire. Your arrival here is no mere coincidence. You have already embarked on your own path. Suddenly, Ling Yu jolted awake, finding himself bound tightly in bed. You are awake. How do you feel? Are you all right? Aaron inquired. Chapter 90. Entwined fates. As the sun ascended, Ling Yu's vessel had already navigated beyond the enigmatic waters, seizing the opportunity to flee while the colossal tortoise rested. You claim to have encountered the god of the hunt in your dreams, and he personally addressed your inquiries. Eileen gazed at him with wide eyes. Ling Yu calmly nodded. Although this man had bestowed upon her countless surprises, this revelation had reached an alarming level. The god of the hunt was renowned among the deities for his frequent appearances, each accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil. Now, to learn that he was answering questions for humanity was utterly bewildering. This world had become exceedingly mad. However, Ling Yu's attention was predominantly captured by the newly manifested state within himself. Entwined fates, abundance hunt, the unseen paradise, flaw, effect 1. For every 1 decrease in your life value, the effectiveness of healing you receive increases by 1. Critical hit rate rises by 1, and critical damage amplifies by 1. Description: beneath him lies hell, yet heaven remains just out of reach. The two intertwined destinies had bestowed upon him newfound power. As his life value diminished, his critical hit rate, critical damage, and healing effectiveness would enhance. This presented a paradox. An increase in healing effectiveness could lead to a reduction in critical hit rates and damage. To elevate his critical hit and damage, he would need to lower his health, but such an act would simultaneously enhance his healing effectiveness. This conflicting effect mirrored the scene he had witnessed. Moreover, he noted a parenthetical annotation on this skill, inscribed with the word flaw. The meaning of this eluded him. Aside from this, his blood of abundance had also undergone transformation, acquiring an additional skill, hunter's instinct. Blood of abundance, diminished vitality, growth has become slow. The upper limit of life value and recovery will increase with your stamina. Current maximum life value increase, 420. Current maximum life recovery increase, 20s. Hunter's instinct, passive. You can sense the emergence of danger. The silver lining was that the growth of blood of abundance had slowed, now correlating with his stamina, imposing a limit. Thus, he no longer needed to fear that one day blood of abundance would unexpectedly metamorphose him into a monstrous being. Furthermore, The recovery power of blood of abundance remained intact, and the materials for lantern of abundance were still plentiful, rendering the expenses minimal. Hunter's instinct would enable him to detect impending peril, despite the absence of any attribute bonuses. It was undoubtedly worthy of being classified among divine skills. Ling Yu stood at the helm of the ship, gazing out over the expansive sea. After encountering so many deities, he gradually began to ponder the path he was truly traversing. The god of the hunt had suggested that his ability to see deities was not mere coincidence. He had embarked upon a distinct journey. What precisely was this path? Although he felt an inkling of understanding, he had yet to arrive at a definitive description. As he was deep in thought, his communicator chimed. Li He requests to add you as a friend. Ling Yu pondered for a moment before recalling who Li He was. Isn't this fellow the one who previously sold colorful lights? What could he possibly want? Ling Yu glanced at the note. Ling De Lao, I urgently need to discuss something with you. There has been a mutation aboard the ship. Please accept my friend request. The tone was quite strong and appeared to be filled with anxiety. However, the notion of a mutation piqued his interest. Upon accepting the friend request, the other party immediately sent a message. Ling De Lao, we have someone aboard the ship who has undergone a mutation. Could you please help us understand what is happening? Li sent him a barrage of photographs. Ling Yu furrowed his brow upon viewing the images. The scenes depicted were nothing short of horrific. The skin on the person's back exhibited eye patterns, and in certain areas, it appeared to be decaying. What on earth has transpired? Ling Yu inquired. We are also uncertain. Some individuals have suddenly transformed in this manner. We fear it may be an infectious disease, hence our consultation with you, Li He replied. Were there no preceding symptoms? Or did anything peculiar occur? When did these symptoms first appear? Ling Yu asked with curiosity. It is implausible that such a transformation could occur without warning. This individual fell into the sea and was retrieved in this condition, Li He explained. Fell into the sea? That confirms it. It must be something related to the seawater. Ling Yu's research on seawater had never ceased. Judging by the symptoms, they bore a striking resemblance to those of certain leggy fish. Presently, he categorized the severity of the symptoms into 3 levels. The first involved abnormal manifestations, such as the appearance of eye patterns and skin decay. The second signified organ abnormalities, like multiple pupils in the eyes or elongated finger joints. The third entailed bodily anomalies, such as the growth of additional limbs, for instance, 3 legs. The severity of these 3 conditions escalated accordingly. As for treatment, Ling Yu currently lacked effective methods, but he understood how to resist the affliction. One approach involved complete isolation from seawater, akin to the void totem. Another relied on formidable primal energy, such as becoming a fate walker. AI Lin often hunted at sea without any issues. To be precise, fate walkers were generally unaffected. As long as one avoids soaking in the sea, they are safe. Furthermore, it appeared that creatures with superior cognitive abilities were less susceptible to seawater infection. For example, the shark. Although this little creature's intelligence resembles that of a child, Ling Yu had scanned its brain structure using the mechanical surgical table, revealing it to be quite advanced. The strength of cognitive ability is relative, as different species possess varying levels of knowledge. Humans engage in social interactions and have complex lives, making the intricacy of their knowledge far surpass that of other creatures. Thus, humans encounter far more unknowns. However, such matters are irrelevant to fish, as they remain entirely unaware of them. While Ling Yu may not be regarded as a genius in human history, the shark stands as an extraordinary intellect among fish, having reached the pinnacle of processing capability within the confines of its limited understanding. Ling Yu had inquired about the matter with the savior, and it remained as it was before. The unknown components within the seawater eluded analysis, rendering any conclusions unattainable. This subject is not one I fully comprehend. It necessitates prolonged observation and experimentation. If you are willing to cooperate, I could certainly endeavor to explore it, Ling Yu remarked. Very well, why not come aboard our vessel? President Wang would undoubtedly offer you a generous salary, Li He suggested. I must apologize. I have no interest in aligning with any factions. Moreover, I must reiterate that I am not a cure for this affliction. I merely possess some ideas. The outcome may very well be worse than what we currently face. You might consider consulting the patient for their input, essentially allowing them to partake in the trial, Ling Yu responded. It is already a rarity for someone to be willing to treat such a terminal illness. Unless the individual has entirely relinquished their struggle, I shall reflect on this further. Thank you for your trouble. Chapter 91. The Taoist, you are worthless, incapable of even curing a disease, and you have taken such a significant piece of my flesh. As Li stepped into the room, he heard Wang Yifun's furious tirade. At that moment, Wang Yifun, clad in a flowing robe and donning a mysterious mask, concealed the unsettling transformation he had undergone. He did not wish to be perceived as a monster by others. Wong, President Wong. I have never encountered this ailment before. It requires time, and the conditions here. A middle-aged man, trembling and bespectacled, knelt upon the floor. A medical box toppled beside him. By the time you figure it out, I may have already transformed. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Yifun's eyes as he drew forth a flintlock pistol. President Wang, please don't. With a resounding bang, the flintlock discharged. The doctor's body jolted violently, and blood gushed from the wound in his chest. His gaze quickly lost focus, and as he collapsed, the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and an eerie silence. Li He swallowed hard and approached. Li He, what did that person say? Wang Yifun inquired coldly. Currently, he and Li He were the only ones aboard the ship experiencing this transformation, leaving many tasks for Li He to handle. He mentioned the need for research. But he was unwilling to come here, Li He reported. Wang Yifun slammed his hand on the chair, his voice tinged with fury. How audacious. Time and again, they ruin my plans and steal my business. If I ever cross paths with them. He coughed violently, his chest heaving with rage. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation surged in his throat. Instinctively, he covered his mouth, and a thick, viscous substance erupted forth, splattering into his palm. As he slowly lowered his hand, his eyes widened in horror. The dark crimson, viscous blood writhed as if it were alive, twisting and squirming like a parasite in a frenzied struggle. Die, die. Wang Yifun flung the blood onto the ground, nearly frantically stomping on it with increasing force. Eventually, the blood stained the floor beneath him. President, are you all right? Li He asked cautiously. I must think of a solution. I cannot perish. I cannot die. Wang Yifun murmured to himself. President, I might have an idea. Perhaps we should try a folk remedy, Li He suggested. A folk remedy? Wang Yifun echoed, puzzled. Indeed. I watched Ling use livestream last time, and there are many capable individuals in Long Country. We should trust the wisdom of our ancestors. Perhaps those methods are genuine. Li He asserted. Yes, you make a valid point, but where do we find them? Li He quickly replied, in recent days. I have made inquiries and just met a Taoist from Maoshan. Perhaps he has a solution. Then have them come at once. Wang Yifun urged. Rest assured. They are nearby and will arrive shortly. A day later, a small boat, measuring over 10 meters in length, gently floated across the sea. On board the vessel, a Taoist priest clad in a grayish-blue robe sat cross-legged, accompanied by an elderly woman and 2 young acolytes. Li He hastily lowered the retractable ladder to assist them aboard. Master Qifeng, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Please, do come in, Li He urged, stepping forward. The old priest waved his robe, releasing a foul odor that assailed the senses, reminiscent of someone who hadn't bathed in years. Li He suppressed the urge to retch, understanding that bathing was a rare occurrence at sea. Only Wang Yifun and a select few of high status could indulge in a weekly cleansing. Li He escorted the old priest and his entourage to Wang Yifun's quarters. President Wang, this is Master Qingfeng. As I previously mentioned, Li He introduced. Wang Yifun cast a cold glance at the Taoist, his eyes brimming with skepticism. I have endured enough disappointment of late. I hope you will not add to it. He stated tersely. Fear not, President Wang. You have yet to witness my true abilities. A mere trifling ailment is hardly a challenge, Master Qingfeng chuckled, his voice grating like a saw cutting wood. Observing the priest's confidence, Wang Yifun's doubts began to wane, yet he retorted coolly. I shall not easily place my trust in you until I see results. Master Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. Li Shizhu has already briefed me on the situation. I possess a method that can yield immediate results, known as the technique of reattachment of severed limbs. As the name suggests, it involves severing the afflicted organ and reattaching a healthy one. Reattachment of severed limbs? Is that truly effective? Wang Yifun inquired, perplexed. President Wang, allow me to attempt it. Should it fail, I will accept the consequences, Master Qingfeng replied. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yifun consented. Very well, Li He, you shall be the one to try. Me? President, I am not capable of this. Li He began, but before he could finish, a guard stepped forward and pinned him onto the table. Ignoring his pleas for mercy, these guards were Wang Yifun's loyal enforcers, trained to heed only his commands. Proceed. How shall we proceed? Wang Yifun inquired. It is simple. We shall find a suitable individual to return Li Shizhu's arm, Master Qifeng stated. You may select anyone from the crew. Very well, please gather the blood of the others. I shall identify the appropriate candidate. Wang Yifun nodded, soon collecting a batch of blood samples. The old priest extended his dark fingers, tasting each one before selecting an individual. Before long, a shipwright was brought into the chamber. The moment he entered, a glint of steel flashed as one of the acolytes swiftly and accurately severed the shipwright's throat, blood gushing forth. The shipwright clutched his neck, trembling, and collapsed to the floor. Now, while it is still warm, the old priest remarked casually. The two acolytes promptly lifted the struggling man onto the table and severed his arm. Now, it is your turn, needle old woman, the old priest said with a smile. Leave it to me, dear, the elderly woman replied cheerfully, retrieving her sewing kit. She held a silver needle in one hand, while the other grasped a writhing black thread. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a small black insect. The old woman then approached Li He, lifting his garment. Do not be shy. I have seen far worse. But do not move, lest I make a grave mistake in my stitching. Come now, sever his hand, she chuckled. Without hesitation, the guard raised his long blade and struck down upon Li He's arm, already marked with veins, causing blood to splatter. The old woman gently placed the dark insect against the wound, and as if sensing a delectable feast, it bit into Li He's injury, desperately attempting to burrow inside. However, the other end remained firmly pinched by the old woman, rendering it immobile. Patience, little one, she murmured softly, her tone laced with a hint of affection. Yet the silver needle unflinchingly stitched the blood vessel and the insect together. She delicately laid the severed arm aside, where the insect's other end clamped onto the blood vessel of the dismembered limb. Squinting through her murky eyes, she used the remaining black thread to connect the blood vessels one by one. Finally, she poured a viscous, transparent substance from a porcelain vial onto the severed end. Astonishingly, fine granulations of flesh began to sprout from the cut, gradually growing, entwining, and ultimately merging seamlessly. In a mere moment, the severed arm and the body had miraculously healed before the eyes of the onlookers. Now move a bit. Let us see how skilled I am, she declared. Chapter 92. The research is complete. Wang Yifan gestured for the guard to release his grip, and Li He, pale and trembling, managed to rise. Oh, my arm. I still have my arm, Li exclaimed in astonishment. He attempted to wave his arm, and to his surprise, it moved as if it were his own. Suddenly, his arm convulsed uncontrollably. The Taoist Qing Feng, with swift reflexes, grasped Li He's arm firmly. It's nothing serious. You merely need a little time to adjust. You'll be fine in a couple of days, Taoist Qi Feng said with a gentle smile. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this remarkable display of skill. Li hastily pleaded. Old immortal, please help me. I feel utterly ruined. I can hardly breathe. The most distressing thought for him was that if he could not recover, his manhood would be forever compromised. Very well, my good fellow, muster your strength and let us summon a dose of fortune, Taoist Qing Feng instructed. Then you should lie down quickly. Overjoyed by the words, Li He obediently reclined on the table. After enduring a period of humiliation, he shakily rose from the table. In ancient times, only the most formidable individuals could enter the palace, he mused. President, do you think I can? Li He asked anxiously, his body eager for action. Wang Yifan pondered for a moment and replied, then let us call for Jejia. Thank you, President. I've heard that this girl was the star of the cheerleading team. I've longed to see just how formidable her skills truly are, Li said, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Once the area was tidied up, a girl donned in a remarkably short skirt entered the room. Her long legs, honed through years of exercise, exuded youthful vitality and mature confidence. Here, I want to personally witness the results, Wang Yifan declared. Hearing this, Li could hardly contain himself and lunged forward, showcasing his masculine vigor. After observing the effects, Wang Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, you are a master, sir. I was disrespectful earlier, he praised. Ah, President Wang, you exaggerate. Yet I must be frank. Such methods may not be suited for you, Taoist Qing Feng remarked. Why not? Wang Yifan furrowed his brow. Taoist Qing Feng chuckled. If I am not mistaken, your condition is far more severe than that of Master Li. A simple limb reattachment will be of no use to you. Wang Yifan fell silent, not denying it. He was plagued by mutations, with 5 or 6 areas of decay on his body. While his limbs could be replaced, his torso could not. Is there any other solution, Taoist? Wang Yifan implored. Taoist Qing Feng grinned and confessed, to be candid, before my arrival, I consulted the divination and found that the Qian moves boundlessly. Encountering the Sun wind, the true dragon descends within. The phrase, the Qian moves boundlessly, encapsulates the essence of the Qian hexagram. The hexagram shows Qian above and Qian below. As the Book of Changes states, the trapped dragon finds water, and good fortune follows. Joy rises to the brow, and all aspirations come to fruition, with fortunes gradually on the rise. This hexagram holds profound meaning. Though currently encumbered like a concealed dragon, you shall eventually see the light. With gloom giving way to brightness, your future, like the rising sun, shall ascend steadily. However, when the Qian hexagram encounters the sun wind, it forms the image of Qian below and sun above. The hexagram text states, the seedlings wither under the scorching sun, even when water is imagined in the clouds. Rain does not fall. The farmer gazes upward with a long sigh, realizing that despite yearning, one must not be overly ambitious. This hexagram symbolizes the parched seedlings awaiting rain. Although there is desire, the capacity is lacking. You currently possess insufficient strength and must await the maturation of circumstances before achieving great accomplishments. Furthermore, Qian represents pure yang, symbolizing masculinity, while Sun represents wind, signifying those on the path of monasticism and immortality. The essence of this hexagram suggests that our encounter is fated. Wang Yifan was momentarily taken aback. Does that mean? Indeed, you are destined for greatness. Heaven bestows significant responsibilities upon this individual, first testing their resolve, laboring their muscles, starving their physique, and impoverishing their being. This is precisely your trial, spoke the profound Taoist Qingfeng. Wang Yifan sat in his seat, reflecting, Emperor. I am the Emperor. Yes, Taoist, you are correct. What should I do? The astonishing performance earlier, coupled with these words, struck at his vulnerabilities. He had always considered himself extraordinary, yet the constraints of reality repeatedly pulled him back. After arriving here, those constraints gradually dissipated, and the Taoist words stirred a tempest within him. President Wang, do not be anxious. You are a true dragon descended to the world, destined to cultivate the supreme teachings of our Taoist tradition. Ascending to immortality and sanctity in the future shall be no obstacle, Qingfeng Taoist reassured him. All right. Please teach me, Taoist. Wang Yifan implored eagerly. No rush, no rush, Qingfeng Taoist replied with a smile, his grin nearly stretching to his ears. Yet, within that smile lay a peculiar note. SB. Wang Yifan furrowed his brow, inquiring, did I hear something just now? No, we heard nothing, the Taoists chimed in unison, as if in a chorus. Oh, by the way, President Wang, I have some fellow disciples who are also quite capable. What do you think? Qingfeng Taoist swiftly diverted the topic. No problem, bring as many as you wish. I shall treat them with courtesy, Wang Yifan responded. Thank you, President Wang. Ling Yu gazed contentedly at the report before him. The capabilities of the savior had indeed surpassed his expectations. The production process improved by the savior significantly simplified the entire procedure. Overall, it referenced the ancient inoculation techniques of the Dragon Kingdom. In ancient times, the Dragon Kingdom would inoculate healthy individuals with pus or fluid from smallpox patients through various methods, aiming to induce mild infections and thereby gain immunity to smallpox. The principle is akin to that of vaccines, yet the operation is considerably simpler. After all, there are no sophisticated instruments available now to ensure the inactivation of the virus. The savior has chosen to inject a small quantity of blood toxin from the blood-corroding apostle into animals, and once the animal's immune systems produce the corresponding antibodies, the antitoxins are extracted from the serum for treating patients. Ling Yu had long contemplated this notion. However, there exist substantial disparities among various animals in terms of biological characteristics, immune system structures, and susceptibility to viruses. Hence, it is imperative to select the appropriate animal based on specific traits and research requirements. Previous observations and experiments revealed that numerous animals succumbed abruptly after being injected with the blood of the blood erosion apostle. This undertaking demanded considerable effort, of which he had scarcely any time to spare. Relying on the genetic blueprint of the Twin Society for simulations, he ultimately identified a suitable organism, a butterfly known as the queen butterfly. This particular butterfly exhibits formidable resistance to the blood of the blood erosion apostle and can produce protein antibodies, functioning similarly to inhibitors. This straightforward approach could significantly reduce costs. After careful consideration, Ling Yu contacted Minister Foster of the Sun Luo Chamber of Commerce to discuss this matter. The other party had previously assisted him considerably, and he felt it necessary to express his gratitude. Furthermore, to further minimize expenses, the formidable production capabilities of the Sun Luo Chamber of Commerce were essential, as such operations remained exceedingly challenging for the average individual. What a remarkable invention! I can already envision a fortune soaring towards us, Foster exclaimed. Ling Yu interjected, Minister Foster, I would like to inquire about your pricing. At the very least, it should be 1,000 per vial. Rest assured, your share will certainly meet your expectations. I have no doubt about that. However, I have a suggestion. Consider lowering the price. Of course, I can forego my share. May I ask what prompts this suggestion? I have but one request. With each sale, please include a note on which I shall inscribe some words. After a moment of silence, Foster replied, Mr. Ling, are you seeking fame? If it proves beneficial. He wished to convey to others that this was neither the wrath of a deity nor a curse from a demon. It was, at most, merely an ailment. He could articulate this clearly. The lesson from the last incident had taught him that that only through personal experience would people begin to take this matter seriously. Every step I take is to allow myself to become my true self. Even if others perceive me as seeking notoriety, I shall bring authenticity into this illusory world, no matter how long the journey may be. Chapter 93. The deathly appearance. Ultimately, the two parties reached a consensus. Of course, it was not lofty ideals that persuaded Minister Foster, but rather the unyielding laws of the market. In the current situation, with a scarcity of food and blood, the landlords had little surplus to offer. Rather than allow the accounts to devolve into bad debts, it was more prudent to cultivate clientele. After all, the three major trading guilds had long established a fixed commercial circle. Absent any significant changes, it would be challenging to break through this established barrier. This latest version presented a splendid opportunity to seize a considerable number of clients, a benefit that stemmed from Ling Yu's willingness to forego a portion of his profits, thereby allowing many at the lower rungs to partake in the benefits. However, Minister Foster still allocated a modicum of profit to him, ensuring he received a semblance of income. The minister understood the importance of prioritizing the chicken over the egg. Yet, this potion could only sustain the body. What truly salvaged the soul was the accompanying piece of paper. Ling Yu foresaw that most would likely dismiss it as mere waste. Human agency plays a pivotal role in such matters. This, however, did not encapsulate the depths of despair. He recalled the most harrowing experience, sitting before a tribunal of scientific ethics, judged by a cadre of self-proclaimed moralists who lacked understanding of science. Faced with such individuals, all he could utter was, "What can I say?" Perhaps this was the very reason Blue Star was doomed. Ling Yu sat at the dining table, relishing the lunch prepared by Eileen. The group had been fortunate. After departing from the giant turtle's island, they encountered no significant dangers. The sole inconvenience was that, due to the erratic wandering of the giant turtle, they were now uncertain of their location. Even with a nautical chart in hand, they needed to identify a corresponding landmark island to ascertain their approximate position. However, during the sea sacrifice day, many islands had submerged, making it quite difficult to locate themselves. Nevertheless, since they were here, they would make the best of it. They would eventually find their way. As he dined, he perused the recent news. Reports from the Blackwater Sea region were predominantly related to Sea Sacrifice Day. They detailed Naga landings and rampant slaughters, as well as resistance against marine beast attacks. Such news was a daily occurrence. After a cursory glance, Ling Yu turned his attention to the internal newspapers of Blue Star. The headline on the front page was striking. Master Qingfeng of the nascent soul stage joins the uncommon, set to become a guest elder. Ling Yu paused momentarily, his hand holding the juice still. I recognize every word, yet together they make no sense to me. Nascent soul stage? Guest elder? What role do I play in this? Ling Yu was aware that certain ancient professions from the Dragon Kingdom had manifested in this world. However, one could hardly expect a Taoist to genuinely attain immortality. Such an occurrence would be a dimensional blow to others. What about equilibrium? He opened the chat channel to investigate. At that moment, a video was circulating wildly within the chat. The image depicted Wang Yifan standing at the bow of a ship, flanked by three figures dressed as Taoists. Opposite them lay a fleet of fast boats, their occupants exhibiting golden hair and blue eyes, unmistakably not of Dragon Kingdom descent. President, those maritime brigands are harassing us again. What shall we do? Reported a kneeling subordinate. Those familiar with the situation are aware that numerous factions occupy the Blue Star, each vying to seize a morsel from their rivals. These sea marauders are foreign agents sent to disrupt and plunder. Regrettably, Wang Yifan possesses the only level 5 vessel on the entire Blue Star, and he undoubtedly exhibits managerial prowess, having developed 2 or 3 islands in just a few short weeks. Yet, as the saying goes, a single tree standing tall in the forest will inevitably be beset by the winds. These 3 islands serve distinct purposes. Some cultivate grain, others produce goods, and some venture out to fish, thus creating a cyclical system of interdependence. However, this has drawn unwanted attention each time fog envelopes the sea. Swift ships are dispatched to ambush the vessels ferrying supplies between the islands. The transport ships, often lacking in defense, fall prey to the rapid and stealthy marauders, who strike like a gust of wind and vanish without a trace, immediately trading their spoils through the transaction system. This has caused Wang Yifan considerable distress. After all, there is a saying, a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against them forever. Today was no different. The marauders pillaged grain once again and departed with audacity, some even gesturing provocatively from their ships. Wang Yifan slammed his hand on the armrest in anger, exclaiming, "These bandits! This marks the 3rd time this week. Have your eyes gone blind?" His subordinates trembled, walking on eggshells, too fearful to respond. Pursuing the marauders would yield nothing but losses. The large ship required time to set sail. Its consumption far exceeded that of the smaller vessels, and its lack of agility made it easy for the enemy to evade capture. This very reality emboldened the sea marauders to attack with impunity. After casting a cold glance at his men, Wang Yifan shifted his tone and turned to the Taoist beside him, saying, "I beseech you, Taoist. Until these brigands are dealt with, I shall find no peace." Taoist Chi Feng stroked his beard and replied, "President Wang, do not be vexed. Such trifles are well within my capabilities." He then introduced the Taoist standing beside him, who sported a thick beard resembling intertwined branches. "This is my junior brother, Qiangzi, whose strength has attained the golden core stage, sufficient to handle a few pirates." Intrigued, Wang Yifan responded, "Then I shall rely on you, Taoist." The bearded Taoist nodded and stepped forward, his eyes bulging and veins protruding, turning a fiery red. With a swift motion, plumes of smoke and clouds billowed from beneath his robe, and he soared into the air like a rocket. "You audacious scoundrels, come and face your doom." His voice resonated like thunder in the sky. The golden-haired, blue-eyed marauders were utterly astonished by this spectacle. Their smaller vessels were incapable of carrying heavy artillery, leaving them to draw their bows and arrows against the airborne bearded Taoist. "Refusing a toast, you shall receive a punishment. Allow me to send you to the afterlife." The bearded Taoist opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted forth. This fiery cascade descended like a waterfall, engulfing the entire ship in an instant. Flames licked the vessel's hull, while the wood crackled ominously, thick smoke billowing into the air. The fire was intermingled with piercing screams, as a small boat was ultimately reduced to a charred wreck, slowly sinking into the frigid sea. "Do not panic, he is alone. Everyone, take aim and fire," shouted the leader. The surrounding individuals snapped back to reality, raising their bows and arrows, targeting the bearded figure above before releasing their strings. "Daring to show off your trifling skills in my domain?" The bearded Taoist scoffed. The arrow struck him, producing a series of crackling sounds. Beneath his robes, one could discern writhing, twisted patterns, as if serpents slithered within him. The arrows merely made a popping sound upon impact. "Huh, do you think such feeble weapons can breach my Taoist defenses? Here, receive another of my attacks." A burst of flames erupted from his mouth, raging across the surface of the sea. "These people from the Dragon Kingdom are formidable. We must flee." After 7 or 8 comrades fell, the leader finally realized that this individual was beyond their capability to confront. He hastily ordered a retreat. "Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted with me first?" Qiangzi pursued him, gliding through the clouds. "Be careful, Taoist," Li He on the boat shouted loudly. Yet, Qiangzi pressed on, showing no inclination to turn back. With a resounding bang, a burst of fire shot up into the sky, colliding with Qiangzi. The ensuing explosion formed a celestial display of flames. A small second-class vessel approached through the mist, evidently sent to assist the band of sea pirates. "Humph, this time, let us see you escape." The pirate leader began, but was interrupted by maniacal laughter from above, as an even stranger scene unfolded. "Ha ha ha, delightful, delightful. Yet, this is but a mere warm-up." Emerging from the flames, Qiangzi appeared as if reborn, a luminous orb gleaming from his chest. Countless tendrils of flesh connected the orb to the surrounding blood and sinew, resembling a seed, while serpentine vines entwined the nearby organs. Under the orb's influence, the gaping wound in his chest healed at an astonishing pace. "President Wang, that is the golden elixir cultivated by my junior brother. Though these cannons may inflict flesh wounds, the power of the golden elixir mends them in an instant," Taoist Qing Feng remarked. Wang Yifan, rendered almost speechless by astonishment, nodded slowly. As the flames in the air dissipated, Qiangzi remained perfectly intact, suspended in midair. The pirate crew below, witnessing this spectacle, stood frozen, their leader murmuring in disbelief. "Impossible. How can this be? A devil. It must be a devil." After stretching his limbs, Qiangzi declared, "Enough of this. Allow me to demonstrate the wonders of my Taoist technique," the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. He abruptly opened his jaw, a strange writhing sound emanating from deep within his throat, as a crimson bud slowly emerged from his mouth. Meanwhile, a hissing sound of tearing echoed within his auditory canal, akin to flesh being forcibly torn apart. 2 equally bizarre buds emerged from his ears, their petal edges smeared with viscous pus and blood. As 3 flowers simultaneously bloomed, sparks erupted at their centers. With a resounding bang, 3 pillars of fire shot forth from the heart of the blossoms, their intensity surpassing that of before. These fiery columns rampaged across the ocean like dragons, sending plumes of steam rising from the water's surface. In a mere instant, a dozen pirate ships were reduced to charred remnants. The screen was flooded with exclamations of awe. My goodness, this is the true essence of a deity. Our dragon nation is indeed teeming with talent. Even such formidable figures have emerged. Master, guide me. The sensation of flowers blooming from his mouth was utterly revolting. Humph! How could mere mortals comprehend the transformations of an immortal? However, upon observing the spectacle, Ling Yu could only feel one thing. This Taoist was exceedingly peculiar. As a staunch materialist, he firmly dismissed any belief in supernatural phenomena, asserting that even the most extraordinary occurrences could be explained through scientific principles. As the saying goes, the devil is in the details. To elucidate seemingly unscientific events, one must pay close attention to the minutiae. Most viewers fixated solely on the dazzling visuals and extraordinary combat, never contemplating the source of such power. After watching the video dozens of times, Ling Yu's furrowed brow deepened. The bearded Taoist showcased 3 distinct spells: cloud riding, fire breathing, and the final transformation of flowers blooming from his mouth. To begin with, the so-called cloud riding, Ling Yu slowed the video down to scrutinize it. As the Taoist stepped forward, mist began to emanate from his robe. However, upon closer inspection, he could discern a hissing sound in the background, along with a faint glow of fire beneath the robe. Could it be that the Taoist concealed a flamethrower behind him? It didn't appear so. Although the robe was loose, it was not large enough to conceal a high-powered flamethrower. Generally, the greater the power, the larger the object must be. And there was certainly not enough space beneath the robe for such a device. Could it be hidden within his body? That notion seemed even more absurd. Setting aside whether it could fit, where would the flames emerge from? Ling Yu's thoughts faltered midway. Yet, the subsequent events seemed to bolster his hypothesis. When breathing fire, the Taoist's throat exhibited a distinct writhing motion, indicating that the flames surged forth from within him. Coupled with later developments, it appeared closely linked to the so-called golden elixir. Could it be that this golden elixir served as a reactor, providing an endless supply of flames? Strangely, at the moment when his chest was pierced, it was evident that the other organs within this individual were motionless. How could one survive without any organ movement? Driven by curiosity, Ling Yu inquired about the enigmatic Zhang Zifen and Hu San, whom he had met during a previous treasure-gathering event. After all, in his understanding, these two possessed the most mysterious identities. Ah, Master Hu, I too find myself perplexed. To speak candidly, I am acquainted with those few Taoists. Master Hu's words are astonishing. You know them? Ling Yu inquired, astonished. Hiki, what is so strange about that? Whenever I stumble upon something of value, I invariably make a move, and through such encounters, it is not surprising that I have met many people, Master Hu replied. Ling Yu pondered this and found it quite reasonable. Master Hu continued, those individuals are indeed Taoists, yet they primarily engage in deceit and trickery. What is the trendy term for it? Ah, yes, they provide emotional value while dabbling in brokerage affairs. To put it plainly, they exploit people's fears. They say what others wish to hear. If they possess genuine skill, would they need to wear smiles every day? At this, Ling Yu became convinced that something had transpired to transform these individuals into their current state. Can you get in touch with them? I have some inquiries I would like to discuss, Ling Yu asked. Strangely enough, after the last show, that fellow did reach out to me, seeking to borrow some provisions. Just now, I glanced at my friend list and noted his name was absent. He has likely removed me, Master Hu explained. The absence of a name implies 2 possibilities. Either the individual has deleted you, or they have departed from this world. To be frank, I tend to lean towards the latter, he added. Understood. Thank you for your assistance, Master Hu. Do not mention it. You are my benefactor. Recently, I have come across quite a few treasures. Do keep me in mind. Very well, I shall host another program soon. At that time, you may showcase your skills. Indeed, just you wait and see. With that, the call was terminated. Zhang Zifen's response was rather straightforward. They are not human. Exercise utmost caution. Ling Yu paused upon reading this and pressed. Why do you say that? The response came. I have encountered few living souls, yet I have seen many who have passed. I have witnessed every manner of demise. Those individuals bear the countenance of the deceased. They are certainly not alive. Ling Yu had previously engaged in discussions with the individual regarding some of the so-called ancient secrets of the Dragon Kingdom. In truth, most of these were merely experiential conclusions, adorned with a veneer of mysticism. The term deathly visage refers to the physical manifestations that occur upon death or just before it. Having unraveled the mystery that lingered in his mind, Ling Yu felt considerably uplifted. It seemed that these so-called Taoists were no longer ordinary entities. However, this matter could still be observed further. Perhaps intriguing conclusions might be derived. Chapter 94. The Girl in the Bottle. The current version has now surpassed the halfway mark, and in approximately 2 weeks, it will come to an end. The affordable suppressants produced by the Cthulhu Trading Company are selling remarkably well, alleviating much of the oppressive atmosphere of the version. The most significant crises of this iteration have been largely resolved, and once the day of sea sacrifice passes, life can return to normal. Everyone is already preparing for the next version, with Ling Yu undoubtedly among the earliest to commence his preparations. What? You say the next version might be delayed? Ling Yu raised an eyebrow, having just received this news from Eileen right after their meal. Indeed, this information comes from the Doomsday Prophets. They are the travelers of the terminal fate, and their words carry considerable credibility, Eileen explained. The terminal fate is a rather peculiar destiny, rumored to originate from the future, with the deity of the terminal often murmuring cryptic prophecies. The Doomsday Prophets dedicate themselves to interpreting these prophecies, frequently revealing spoilers about the next version or upcoming events, claiming to assist everyone in making advanced preparations. However, due to the varying levels of their interpretive skills, they sometimes create misunderstandings. Have they mentioned what might happen next? Ling Yu inquired. Delays in versions are quite rare. Since the emergence of balance, version updates have become a regular occurrence. A delay would surely indicate some significant event, likely involving other deities. I don't know, but speculation suggests it may involve the deity of joy, who is known for stirring up trouble among the other gods, Eileen replied. It is no surprise, as whenever people encounter inexplicable circumstances, they tend to attribute them to joy, for any mischief seems plausible when it comes to her. A rational person would not act in such a manner, thus it must certainly be Joy's doing. Regardless, once this version concludes, the forthcoming events will be revealed. He simply needs to focus on fulfilling his own responsibilities. Ling Yu stood and, as usual, poured a basket of fresh fish brains into the mouth of the thought savior, subsequently continuing to prompt the thought savior to analyze the issue at hand. From a botanical perspective, he sought to explore the directional cultivation of the human head flower seeds. Ever since he retrieved the seeds of the human head flower from the island, Ling Yu has been researching ways to utilize this peculiar blossom. However, directional cultivation is both time-consuming and labor-intensive, requiring extensive breeding and the selection of superior offspring. This repetitive task is well suited for the thought savior to ponder. A clattering sound echoed through the vessel. Although it was not fatal, it did not escape Ling Yu's keen ears. Nameless, what is the status of the ship? Ling Yu inquired, sensing the noise was emanating from the stern. Shortly, Ling Yu received a response. The propeller has been snagged by something. I will take a look, Nameless replied. A while later, Nameless sent a picture. Report, there is a large bottle lodged in the propeller, purpose unknown. Ling Yu glanced at the image, his pupils narrowing. It was a glass bottle about half a person's height, and through the murky glass, a curled figure could be faintly discerned. Let's retrieve it and take a closer look, Ling Yu said, his voice low and resolute. Soon, with the assistance of the crowd, the bottle was placed upon the deck. Inside it was a young girl, clad in a silken gown, her hem gently floating in the water like a wilting water lily. At that moment, her skin exhibited a bluish-gray hue, her cheeks swollen and distorted, displaying the typical signs of gigantism. Ling Yu scrutinized her closely, furrowing his brow. Despite her slender physique, the mouth of the bottle was rather small, making it implausible for her to have entered it given her size. Is this girl truly the one inside the bottle? Lin queried in astonishment. Do you recognize her? Ling Yu inquired. Lin nodded and explained, the old hunter who gifted me this ship often recounted strange tales, one of which was about the girl in the bottle. This is a manifestation of the artist's macabre whimsy. Those individuals are a branch of the joyful destiny under the enthrallment path, and they refer to this as art. The method involves placing an infant within a bottle, allowing the child to grow, much like a flower slowly blooming. It is an exceedingly difficult endeavor. Firstly, the survival rate of the infant is alarmingly low, and secondly, the girl raised within the bottle often develops deformities. Should such a condition arise, she would be abandoned or even exterminated, for these individuals do not permit their art to possess imperfections. Nevertheless, the perverse aesthetic of these people remains quite fashionable among certain affluent circles. Lin's tone was laced with disdain, clearly indicating her aversion to such individuals. Ling Yu frowned, pondering the moral character of those who would create such a thing. He then cast a glance at the girl within the bottle. Having spent an extended period in such a confined space, her physique was frail, clearly indicative of malnutrition. After observing her for a while, Ling Yu's expression turned serious. No. Based on the state of decomposition, this body has only been deceased for a few days, which implies that it must have drifted here from somewhere nearby, he stated. If that is the case, the person who discarded it should be in close proximity. Full speed ahead. We must depart this vicinity at once, Ling Yu commanded after a moment's contemplation. As for the bottle before him, he resolved to return it to the sea as it was. The research value of this object was minimal, and retaining the body posed a risk of disease. Initially, he had thought this incident to be a mere triviality. However, half an hour after he cast the bottle back into the ocean, several Level 2 small boats appeared on the horizon. Warning: unidentified vessels are rapidly approaching. Recommendation: assume alert status. The nameless voice declared. Ling Yu took out his binoculars and observed that the boats were manned by Blue Star individuals, a motley crew of various skin tones. Captain, we have located the target bottle. There is a ship nearby, a Level 4 vessel, the lookout shouted swiftly. Upon hearing about the Level 4 ship, a frail young white man lounging in a deck chair promptly sprang to his feet and asked, "How many people are aboard? What is the armament configuration?" Report: there are only 3 individuals on the ship, one being a yellow-skinned Blue Star person, while the other 2 are not Blue Star individuals, along with a shark. In terms of firepower, only a heavy cannon has been observed. No further armament was noted. 3 individuals? The frail young man felt a slight relaxation in his heart. Yet a sense of perplexity began to emerge within him. At present, the majority of talents on Blue Star have developed Level 2 vessels. Those capable of advancing to Level 4 vessels must have dismantled other ships, concentrating their efforts on the development of a single vessel, thus typically boasting a considerable crew. However, with only 3 individuals aboard, this was quite contrary to his expectations. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned first mate appeared to be growing increasingly eager. Captain X's, this is a succulent opportunity presented right before us. Even if we dismantle a Level 4 vessel, it would still hold substantial value. Moreover, I just observed the photograph sent by the lookout. That woman is truly captivating. Chapter 95, Superpowers. X frowned, lost in contemplation. Those capable of developing a Level 4 vessel are not to be underestimated. Send a message to Shiwen, requesting them to dispatch ships for support. Additionally, we must urgently send someone to retrieve that bottle. It is imperative that we bring it back. I hope this young man is merely fortunate. The captain swiftly made the arrangements. With you at the helm, Captain, what do we have to fear? Moreover, if Shiwen arrives, we can still reap some benefits. The first mate said reluctantly. Silence. Here, we must exercise utmost caution and follow my directives. X barked. The robust first mate, chastised by the frail young man, begrudgingly reached out to make contact. Listen closely, everyone. Adopt a wolf pack strategy. The main ship will provide cover while the vanguard boards and immediately secures the artillery. X commanded. Understood. One by one, small boats were lowered from the ship and swiftly made their way towards Ling Yu's vessel. These fellows are truly fearless. Daring to approach with such meager equipment, Eileen scoffed. The armament of these men was even inferior to that of the slave ship they encountered previously, which explained Eileen's disdain. Let your animal companion handle this. Also, bring back a tongue for questioning, Ling Yu instructed. Absolutely. Eileen signaled an okay and with a wave of her hand. A falcon materialized in the air, while beneath the sea, 2 streaks of light darted forward. Beneath the surface, the currents surged ominously. The rampaging crab and thunder jellyfish stealthily approached the small boats. A crew member stood at the bow, suddenly widening his eyes. Hey, it seems there's something beneath the ship. Before his words could fully register, a thunderous crash resounded. What on earth is that? The crew members, filled with terror, discovered that a massive claw had pierced the bottom of their vessel, icy seawater gushing in like a fountain. The rampaging crab effortlessly tore a gaping hole in the hull with its pincers. Quick, jump to the other boats. The crew shouted in a panic. But before they could react, the entire surface of the water was illuminated by blinding flashes of electricity. The translucent body of the thunder jellyfish radiated an ethereal blue-violet glow, its tentacles gracefully extending in the water, crackling with electricity. The current surged through the dampened wooden planks, racing towards everyone on board. Boom. The crew members convulsed violently as though struck by lightning, collapsing to the floor, their bodies uncontrollably twitching, emitting intermittent groans. The air was thick with a pungent, burnt odor. With a resounding crash, the rear of the ship erupted as the engine succumbed to the overwhelming electrical surge, bursting into flames. Sparks flew, dark smoke billowed, and debris scattered like shrapnel, leaving devastation in its wake, while nearby vessels swayed perilously from the blast. There are monsters beneath the surface. Aim and fire. A crew member shouted, raising his firearm to shoot at the shadows lurking below the water, but his efforts proved futile. The crab, with its formidable shell and the agile, electric jellyfish, made it exceedingly difficult for bullets to inflict harm upon them. Suddenly, a massive claw erupted from the water, forcefully clamping onto the side of the fast vessel. Alarmed, the crew barely had time to react before they experienced a disorienting weightlessness. The entire ship was abruptly overturned, launched into the air by sheer force. The vessel spun in midair like a fragile toy, before ultimately capsizing onto the surface of the sea. The crew plunged into the frigid waters, where a supple tentacle silently coiled around one sailor's neck. "What?" Sob. The briny seawater choked him as he struggled to free himself from the soft, yet lethal grasp. But it was too late. A blinding flash of electricity erupted. In an instant, the entire sea surface flickered with ghostly blue currents. The lightning slithered through the waves like a dancing blue serpent. Merely 3 seconds later, a charred corpse began to float upon the water's surface. The occupants of the other vessels were paralyzed with fear at that moment. Their ships resembled isolated islands on the brink of sinking. The people aboard had nowhere to escape. "Captain, help. I don't want to die." The agonized cries echoed through the group channel, each scream tightening the frown on X's face. He slammed his hand on the table, the noise from the communicator grating on his nerves. Damn it. He snatched his coat and hurried out of the captain's quarters, his shoes clattering urgently against the floor. Yet, as soon as he stepped onto the deck, a fierce gust of wind assailed him. Whoosh! The Sky Hunter unfurled its nearly 3-meter wings, its sharp claws glinting ominously as it dove down. X's pupils constricted, and he instinctively rolled to the side. The talons grazed his shoulder, tearing a gash in his clothing. Damn creature. He swiftly retrieved a sleek black sniper rifle from his pack. His initial profession as a sniper endowed him with this starting equipment, which had saved his life countless times. Drawing on his battlefield instincts honed over many years, he swiftly aimed and fired. Bang! The shot rang out sharply. The bullet narrowly missing the Sky Hunter's wing, several feathers cascading down and dissolving into light. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, another piercing shriek rang out in his ears. Whoosh! An arrow engulfed in flames arced through the air towards him. In a split second, X tilted his head, the arrowhead barely brushing past his ear. The searing current left a trail of blood on his skin. Boom! In the next heartbeat, the fiery arrow detonated behind him. The intense shockwave lifted the hem of his clothing, and amidst the swirling smoke and sparks, the fierce flames surged forth like a monstrous beast, ravenously consuming a large portion of the deck. Is this truly a bow and arrow? Can a bow shoot this far? Eileen adjusted her mechanical eye mask, the screen capturing every detail aboard the ship. Utilizing the mechanical remnants Lu Lang had provided during their last encounter, Ling Yu pieced together some small contraptions. This mechanical eye mask can significantly enhance her field of vision, making it exceptionally suitable for her. At this moment, Aaron can be described as a sharpshooter. More perilously, the Sky Hunter once again swoops down, determined to capture X's alive. "I'll fight you to the end," X's shouted in fury. Pressing his back against the cover on the deck, he could distinctly feel the roaring wind above him. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly lunged forward. Bang! The first bullet whizzed out. However, the Sky Hunter evaded it with a peculiar sideways maneuver. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots followed. This time, the hunter was forced to ascend in altitude, yet it was evident that such an assault posed no substantial threat to it. In the distance, Erin had drawn her longbow, and a fiery arrow soared through the air once more. However, midway through its flight, the tranquil sea surface suddenly erupted into towering waves, with a tempestuous wind howling, engulfing the arrow entirely. Amidst the storm, a figure flickered into view. Aaron gazed at the unfolding scene and remarked slowly, "Is this superpower tornado?" Chapter 96, Superheroes and Extraordinary Powers. The opponent surprisingly possesses a cultivation pathway. This aligns with the training system from the version of Superhero Domination, where extraordinary abilities are acquired through the ingestion of gene agents or technological modifications. As the saying goes, the affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. The gene agents and technological modifications correspond to these 2 distinct paths. The subsequent cultivation is rather straightforward. The initial consumption of a gene agent grants superpowers, while further use of the same agent unlocks genetic points to enhance those powers, allowing for a maximum of 6 unlocks. Similarly, technological modifications can be upgraded to attain even greater abilities. The genetic research of the Twin Society is based on this version of the gene agents. It seems that others have also encountered their own fortuitous events. Everyone, remain vigilant, Ling Yu cautioned. The presence of a cultivation system necessitates caution. You finally made it, Sheeman. I was nearly done for, echoed the voice of Ikes, carried intermittently by the wind. Leaning against the ship's rail, he gripped the sniper rifle tightly. The silhouette amidst the storm grew increasingly distinct. Sheeman donned a deep gray cloak, its edges snapping in the fierce wind. "It's rare to see you in such a predicament," Sheeman remarked with a slight, sardonic smile. "Leave the remainder to me." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar of wind erupted across the sea. Sheeman cupped his hands, and a colossal vortex of air rapidly formed before him, a towering wave materializing as if a furious dragon was ascending. The howling winds tossed Ling Yu's vessel from side to side, blades of wind slicing through the storm and splintering the deck into flying shards of wood. Nameless, bring down that fellow in the sky, Ling Yu commanded. Nameless raised its mechanical arm and aimed at the figure engulfed in the tempest, azure light coalescing upon its metallic appendage. With a resounding hum, a shockwave erupted like thunder. The blue energy tore through the air, hurtling toward Sheeman at the storm's core. Sheeman's expression darkened as he swiftly spread his arms wide. In an instant, a tremendous vortex of air surged around him, transforming the winds into an invisible barrier. As the energy impact made contact, it emitted a sizzling sound of friction. The cyclone within the storm spun wildly, attempting to erode Nameless' energy strike little by little. However, at that moment, a chilling glimmer sliced through the air. Following Nameless' action, Eileen also drew her longbow, aiming for the heart of the tempest. Whoosh! An arrow soared through the void, hurtling toward the center of the cyclone. Bang! With a resounding explosion, blue frost scattered like a tidal wave. The frigid air instantaneously froze everything in its vicinity. The once rampaging waves transformed into icy walls, as if the very air had solidified. The seawater on Sheeman's body was also frozen, a layer of frost forming on the surface, causing his movements to slow. After several skirmishes, the team's coordination had grown increasingly harmonious. After restraining his opponent's movements, the Nameless figure unfurled his radiant wings of light, brilliant azure plasma flames surging forth, propelling him like a bolt of lightning towards XWN, who hovered in the air. The light sword in his hand traced a blazing arc through the atmosphere. A flicker of panic crossed XWN's eyes. He inhaled deeply, then parted his lips to expel two compressed air spheres in rapid succession. The two spheres attracted each other, ultimately detonating in the air, causing a thunderous roar that rippled through the surrounding atmosphere. The vigorous gust of wind erupted outward in all directions, shattering the ice that encased XWN while simultaneously diminishing the speed of the Nameless figure. Seizing the opportunity, the two distanced themselves from one another. At that moment, several fully armed vessels approached from afar. Damn it! Those Dragon Kingdom folks are coming. We must retreat. We cannot afford to linger here, XWN declared. Withdraw, commanded Exus aboard the ship, ordering a turn without regard for those still on the speedboat. Ailing, another group is arriving. What should we do? Ling Yu inquired. After surveying the situation, Ling Yu reassured, it's nothing to worry about. They are familiar faces. Let me make contact. After various nations established their camps, they began recruiting, frequently broadcasting videos on promotional channels. Ling Yu recognized several faces. They were likely subordinates of Lu Lang. He activated his communicator to reach out to Lu Lang, explaining the circumstances. Lu, are you saying that the ones we just fought against were those northern pirates? Haha, I was wondering who had such prowess. Lu Lang chuckled heartily. He then added, it's rare for you to be here. Why not come visit me? Ling Yu pondered for a moment. He was surely reluctant to involve himself in their disputes. So he politely declined. No, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here. Lu Lang sighed and remarked, Ling, I understand your aversion to entanglements. To be frank, President Wang is planning something. It's not safe around here. You should take refuge for a while. Oh, is he plotting something grand? Ling Yu asked. Well, he has recently recruited several formidable individuals and intends to eradicate the lairs of those maritime thieves. He is currently mobilizing his forces, Lu Lang explained. To be honest, he harbors quite a grievance against you. It would be wise to keep your distance. This fellow has not been in his right mind lately, attacking anyone on sight. He even had a confrontation with me recently. Is it due to my assistance during your last predicament? Ling Yu inquired. No, rest assured. I haven't mentioned it to anyone. It's because you encroached upon his business, Lu Lang clarified. Ling Yu was taken aback, puzzled as to when he had overshadowed Lu Lang's enterprise. Lu Lang then elucidated the situation. Didn't you launch a treasure appraisal program? You set the price rather high. Previously, whenever someone had valuable items, they would sell them through him, but he ultimately bought them all himself. After all, he prints money. Now that you've initiated a program with elevated prices, everyone is holding on to their treasures to offer them to you. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu was enlightened. For a businessman like Wang Yifan, extracting wealth from others is akin to committing fratricide. He surely wears a grim expression. Following the recent skirmish, his vessel has sustained damage and requires repairs. With his current combat prowess, self-preservation poses no challenge. Seizing this opportunity allows him to gain insight into the present circumstances of the Blue Star inhabitants, and he is particularly intrigued by the enigmatic Taoist from the earlier video. Well, my ship also requires some maintenance, so I must trouble you, he remarked. You need not say such things. My life was saved by you, and this is the least I can do. I shall have them escort you back, Lu Lang responded. Shortly thereafter, an individual emerged from a distant ship. waving to signal them to follow. They set sail in pursuit of the vessel. Chapter 97. Development Method Accompanying the Vessel. Ling Yu arrived at the shore of a small island. The sun was setting, and wisps of smoke began to curl upward from the island. A sturdy wall of cement bricks had been erected, with guard posts every 5 paces and watchtowers at intervals. Upon the boat's arrival, Ling Yu declared, "I shall proceed alone. You may remain aboard. What if danger arises?" "We should accompany you," Aaron interjected. "My solitary venture ensures greater safety. I can navigate more easily alone, and you will be in a better position to assist me from the boat. Besides, it would be inconvenient for you as a woman to disembark, and Wu Ming, being a robot, is not yet adept at human interaction. You should keep an eye on Shark, Ling Yu replied. Aaron pouted, muttering, "So you do recognize that I am a woman. Rest assured, I do not discriminate against women. When it comes to work, I have never regarded you as anything other than a capable individual." Humph. Aaron huffed and retreated to the cabin with Shark in her arms. Welcome. I have long anticipated this meeting. I have never found the opportunity until now," Lu Lang exclaimed as Ling Yu disembarked, extending a warm handshake. "Commander Lu, you are too kind." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Lang enthusiastically ushered Ling Yu through the iron gate behind him. As they walked, Ling Yu surveyed the architecture flanking the path. Most structures were modest single-story homes built of red bricks, with a few small buildings interspersed. The buildings were neatly arranged along the cobblestone streets, clearly a product of thoughtful design. Beneath the red brick overhangs, the locals were already bustling about, preparing dinner. On the stone brick stoves, pots of fish stew bubbled, exuding an enticing aroma. The majority of the inhabitants wore tattered garments, riddled with patches, indicating they had not changed clothes since their arrival. In contrast, those clad in animal hides appeared comparatively clean and tidy. Soldiers armed with weapons patrolled the streets, while makeshift shops constructed from wooden planks displayed crude handicrafts and dried fish. Occasionally, the sound of hammering echoed from a few blacksmiths' forges, their fires burning brightly. Upon thorough observation, it became evident that this island civilization had only progressed from primitive tribes to a rudimentary village stage. The level of civilization is determined by productivity, with firearms and ammunition being only one facet. Food, clothing, and even daily necessities serve as vital criteria as well. The locals primarily subsisted on a stew of wild vegetables and fish, with little presence of staples such as wheat, suggesting a low level of agricultural development. Following Lu Lang, Ling Yu arrived at the largest courtyard within the base. Several iron pots simmered with a hodgepodge of fish and wild vegetables, resembling the fare outside. "Conditions are harsh here. I apologize for the inconvenience," Lu Lang said, a touch of regret in his voice. "Not at all, Commander Lu. I am grateful for your hospitality. Please, just call me Mr. Ling." Being addressed as Big Boss is somewhat uncomfortable, Ling Yu replied graciously. "Thank you for your understanding. Please, take a seat." Once everyone was settled, Lu Lang proclaimed, "Let us all welcome Mr. Ling. We shall toast with water in lieu of wine. Cheers." With that, everyone raised their wooden cups and drank heartily. "Commander Lu, I wish to gain further insight into the situation here," Ling Yu began. Lu Lang sighed before responding. "You have witnessed the conditions. Life here is exceedingly harsh. Fortunately, we are all trained soldiers, equipped with survival skills. Currently, the people of Long Country are divided into 3 factions: my group, President Wang's, and a man named Qin Shou. Among them, President Wang wields the most power, possessing wealth and followers, controlling 3 islands with thousands under his command. Qin Shou's faction is similar to mine, comprising only a few hundred individuals, each occupying a single island. As for the foreigners, we are bordered by the Northern Coalition, whose pirate nature has resurfaced here, frequently attacking our fishing boats when we venture out to sea. As he spoke, Lu Lang thumped the table with frustration, tinged with a sense of helplessness. "What is your current relationship with the other 2 factions?" Ling Yu inquired. After falling out with President Wang last time, we have hardly interacted aside from trade. As for Qin Shou, he is amiable but appears to be a cunning fox, especially since." Lu Lang hesitated. "What is it?" Ling Yu pressed. "Well, the situation with Qin Shou is rather peculiar. He has established a sect called the Paradise Cult, advocating for the abandonment of morality and indulgence in desire. This is something every man understands," Lu Lang admitted, somewhat embarrassed. The 3 factions have entirely different developmental approaches, essentially representing 3 distinct schools of thought. Lu Lang aligns with the Civilization Renaissance school, dedicated to restoring former civilization. Wang Yifan engages in commercial trade, winning hearts through wealth. Qin Shou, however, consolidates power through his religious sect. Ling Yu nodded, saying, "If viewed from this perspective, your situation seems to be the most precarious." This statement rendered the group of men at the table silent. Well, there is no shame in struggling. The truth is just that. However, I cannot comprehend why we, as capable individuals, find ourselves in this predicament. You are a wise man. Could you enlighten me? Lu Lang expressed with a touch of urgency. Ling Yu chuckled softly, responding, "It is quite simple. You have yet to adapt to life here." "What do you mean?" Lu Lang inquired, puzzled. "To put it plainly, the people here live day by day, with no concern for tomorrow. They feast one moment and may starve the next. Who would ponder the future? Immediate gains and benefits are the focus, which has led to an increase in such mindsets. I have always believed that Wang Yifan managed this aspect well, at least until your last fallout. He was clear about his desires." The others exchanged glances after hearing this. "What should we do then?" Lu Lang asked. "That you must determine for yourselves. What do you truly desire? Otherwise, you would merely drift through life aimlessly," Ling Yu countered. "What do I desire? We are all soldiers, accustomed to following orders without ever contemplating anything beyond that. To be honest, my surname is Lu, and I have always been fond of the Three Kingdoms, dreaming of saving the world in chaotic times. Yet here, I have come to realize that in a time of turmoil, one is no better than a dog in peace. What can I truly desire?" As the conversation turned to sorrow, Lu Lang's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. To save all living beings, what a commendable idea. If that is the case, you must embark on this journey of learning. I offer you a piece of advice. First, establish your foundation, then cultivate your character, subsequently command respect, and finally, uphold virtue. Lu Lang was momentarily taken aback by these words. "Mr. Ling, or rather, Master Ling, could you elaborate on the meaning of this?" Lu Lang inquired earnestly. "To establish your foundation means you must secure a place to call home, for only then can you develop. This aspect you have already accomplished. To cultivate your character implies that you need to build an entire system, where the heart, liver, spleen, and stomach each fulfill their respective roles. Yet, it appears that here, there is still a great deal of chaos. Everyone is merely going through the motions of life, disconnected from any notion of progress. To command respect means you must instill a sense of fear. Only then will they regard you with respect and heed your commands. Lastly, upholding virtue is paramount. Mere brute force cannot endure. You must make people realize that you alone can lead them out of adversity, thereby earning their genuine allegiance and reducing the costs of societal governance. Do you understand?" Chapter 98. Establishing authority. Upon hearing this, Lu Lang stood there, momentarily stunned. "Master Ling, I believe I am beginning to comprehend, yet I am at a loss as to how to proceed. I implore you, please assist me," Lu Lang beseeched earnestly. Ling Yu chuckled softly. "I have little interest in such matters. My philosophy diverges significantly from yours. To me, management entails advancing steadily while maintaining overall stability. However, I lack the luxury of time. My ambition lies in pushing the boundaries of humanity, and I cannot afford to wait for others. Thus, I shall not assist you. Furthermore, while it is commendable to seek knowledge from others, relying solely on them ultimately precludes one from becoming an effective manager." Lu Lang sighed, acknowledging the truth in those words, and refrained from further discourse. "Nevertheless, since we have broached this subject, I can offer you some advice. Firstly, assess the talents present on the island and assign them appropriate roles. Secondly, it is imperative to secure sources of military strength and sustenance. Remember, force is the greatest guarantor of power." Lu Lang took heed of these recommendations, committing them to memory. "Master Ling, the first point is manageable. But regarding military strength and food sources, I must admit we have attempted various systems without finding a viable approach. As for food, the climate here is peculiar, making it difficult to cultivate many crops," Lu Lang confessed, furrowing his brow. "This is precisely when your management skills must come to the fore. How were Wang Yifan's shells manufactured? It involved a comprehensive industrial process, integrating numerous skilled technicians. The cultivation of grains follows a similar principle. The established norms of modern society no longer apply here. You must grasp the underlying philosophies and start anew. Observe the climate, select seeds, and nurture seedlings. These all require practical experience. Finally, Ling Yu added, since I am here, I can offer you one more favor." He retrieved a book and a bag of seeds from his backpack. This book contains recorded observations of the climate in this world, and these seeds are exceptional varieties that have already been cultivated. If you delve deeply into this book, you will be able to sustain these seeds. As for military strength, I can facilitate access to a cultivation system. Ling Yu spoke not out of bravado. Indeed, some versions from the past contain pathways suitable for newcomers. Within the Brave the Dungeon version, there exists a role known as the career mentor. If one can become a career mentor, they may impart vocational knowledge to others. However, achieving this status is exceedingly challenging, as each vocation has 4 branches, and a career mentor must be proficient in all 4 to qualify. Though the overall potency of this system is relatively modest, its accessibility has led to a significant number of practitioners in the survival world. However, Ling Yu had been preoccupied with research, leaving little time for this endeavor. Is that true? Thank you so much. Lu Lang expressed his gratitude. Do not mention it. I can assist you only to this extent. The remainder will depend on your own efforts, Ling Yu replied. I understand, and I shall not disappoint your expectations. Lu Lang vowed. At that moment, a man hurriedly entered and whispered, Captain, that group is causing trouble on the street again. Lu Lang's expression darkened momentarily before he rose and swiftly exited. What happened? Ling Yu inquired. A gang of ruffians. Even among the military, the personnel are a mixed bag. Some reveal their true nature as soon as they arrive. However, this group wields a dozen firearms, and Captain Lu has been troubled by it. Ling Yu stroked his chin and stood up, saying, I'll go take a look as well. Be careful, he added with a smile, not awaiting a response. As he stepped out, Ling Yu heard a distant scream. Hey, let go of me. Do you know who I am? Upon reaching the scene, he saw a man with a sharp chin being pinned to the ground by a young man in a black hat. I told you you're too loud. With a clang, a long black knife was thrust before him, rendering the sharp-chinned man speechless with fear. When Lu Lang arrived, he frowned and asked, Chi Su, what have you done this time? Nothing. I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, ask that woman, Chi Su retorted, baring his teeth. Lu Lang turned to the woman beside him and asked, what exactly happened here? Did this man bully you? The woman hesitated, her eyes darting before she awkwardly replied, no. This young man made a mistake. Chi Su smirked and said, did you hear that? Captain Lu, we're from the same batch. Do you really think I could deceive you? Be quiet. Lu Lang sighed, feeling helpless. He had taken in this group out of camaraderie, only to realize he had invited trouble into his midst. Ever since they had arrived, they had been unruly, causing him considerable distress. The most troublesome aspect was their possession of weapons, which made him hesitant to act rashly. Before long, Ling Yu approached. Ah, it's you, he remarked in surprise. The young man in the black hat was none other than Zhang Zifan, who had previously participated in his treasure hunting program. Upon seeing Ling Yu, Zhang nodded in acknowledgement but showed no intention of releasing his grip. Lu Lang, are you not going to make this guy let go? My arm feels like it's going to snap, Chi Su gritted out. Just as Lu Lang was at a loss for how to handle the situation, Ling Yu interjected. Captain Lu, why don't you ask this young man what happened here? He didn't pay for his meal and even flipped the table, spilling my food. Zhang Zifan explained. Nonsense. Which one of you saw that? Let me tell you, offending me means you won't be able to leave here unscathed, Chi Su declared, unafraid. What do you intend to do? Let him go? Ling Yu turned to Lu Lang. After a moment of silence, Lu Lang leaned closer to Ling Yu and whispered, I realize this guy is not a good person, and this group has weapons. They are at least willing to work, but if I mishandle this, it could lead to trouble. The weapons and ammunition we acquired from the base are limited, and I don't want to waste them. Ling Yu glanced at him and said, do you really think such a person can manage this place? That is simply impossible. Observe the gazes of those around you. Their regard for you is indistinguishable from that of another. As a manager, your silence conveys a stance of its own. Subsequently, Ling Yu patted him on the shoulder in farewell, advising him to let law and morality bind him, for they shall serve as his weapons. Furthermore, he cautioned that before allowing anyone onto the island, one must ensure to disarm them first. Lu Lang surveyed the onlookers, noting the flicker of trepidation in their eyes. The reason this group refrained from speaking was their fear of future retribution. Such a cycle could only perpetuate a malignant atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, Lu Lang declared, I understand what must be done. Ling Yu nodded in affirmation, stating, it is good that you comprehend. However, this time I shall take care of them for you. Considering it a form of recompense for your hospitality, he cast his gaze towards a falcon soaring above, which circled for a moment before vanishing into the distance. Ling Yu approached Chi Su directly, smiling as he regarded him. What do you intend to do? Chi Su swallowed nervously. Nothing much. Merely introducing you to everyone. No sooner had he uttered the words than Ling Yu swung his sword, swiftly severing Chi Su's neck. The head spun through the air, blood gushing forth like a deluge, staining the earth around them. Hang this scoundrel's head upon a tree, and inscribe the words, for committing malevolent deeds. Death is well deserved. Chapter 99. Failure what? Old Chi has been beheaded and hung from a tree. The one-eyed man abruptly rose to his feet, slamming his palm onto the table, causing the heavy wooden surface to tremble violently beneath his strike. His complexion was ashen, with fury igniting like flames in his singular eye. Who dares to harm my people? Feng Yang, one of his subordinates, cautiously lowered his head to report. The higher-ups claimed that old Chi was a bully, deserving of his fate, and that others should take heed. Captain Feng, what shall we do? Feng Yang let out a cold laugh, the flesh on his face quivering slightly. Which scoundrel did this? I shall dismember him without mercy. Who is responsible? Have you uncovered the perpetrator? The subordinate hesitated, then replied, it is said to be a newcomer to the island, someone invited by Lu Lang. Lu Lang was present when old Shi was killed. Lu Lang was there? Feng Yang's expression shifted abruptly. A chill flickering in his eye. Did he not utter a word? No, Lu Lang said nothing. Feng Yang's mood oscillated, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table as he murmured to himself. Could it be that this lad intends to use others to do his dirty work? Is he seeking to provoke a conflict with me? A subordinate cautiously interjected, Boss, I believe we must exercise caution. After all, the opposing side is numerous, and confronting them directly may not be prudent at this juncture. What is there to fear? Feng Yang waved his hand dismissively. I have guns, men. In territory, do you think I fear him? I refuse to believe this lad is unafraid of death. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream echoed from outside. Ah! The wail pierced the ears of everyone present, and Feng Yang immediately became alert, grabbing a gun from the table. Go out and investigate. The occupants of the room swiftly sprang into action, arming themselves and drawing near to the door. Two individuals leaned against the wall, holding their breath and signaling to one another after a few tense seconds. Bang! The person by the door kicked it open, while outside, guns were raised, aiming at the threshold. The sentinel stationed by the earthen wall had long since vanished, quite literally, as one was currently ensnared mid-air by the claws of the sky-hunting falcon. Damn it, where did that bird come from? Feng Yang fired several shots into the sky. The sky-hunting falcon evaded the bullets with a deft maneuver, releasing its grip in a taunting manner. As gasps filled the air, the figure fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, blood spraying and staining the earth, landing right before the onlookers. Damn it, now even birds are defecating on my head. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air as a golden bullet was fired, instantly exploding a man's head like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattering across the surrounding walls and floor. 4 or 5 gold coins tumbled from the air, clattering as they struck the ground. It seems my luck is quite favorable. The activation rate of golden bullets has been remarkably high lately. As Ling Yu's voice faded, the earthen wall suddenly collapsed, and from the dust emerged the rampaging crab. What is that creature? The voices of the crowd trembled with barely concealed shock, clearly intimidated by the sheer size of the crab before them. What are you all standing around for? Open fire. The voice of Feng Yang resonated like a thunderclap. The crowd, regaining their composure, hastily pulled the triggers. In the blink of an eye, gunfire erupted, and bullets rained down like a torrential storm. The barrage struck the crab of chaos, its shell as hard as iron, producing a cacophony of sparks and crackling sounds, yet failing to inflict any substantial damage. Damn it, its shell is too tough. Before the crowd could fully grasp the situation, the crab of chaos lunged forward with ferocity, its massive claws striking like lightning, and clamped down on the waist of the person at the front. Accompanied by a chilling scream and a bone-crunching sound, the individual was gruesomely severed in two, blood and entrails splattering forth, painting a ghastly scene. Simultaneously, a shrill whistle pierced the air. The sky hunter dove down like a bolt of black lightning, its talons poised to seize one person's shoulder. Before the unfortunate soul could even struggle, the hawk yanked him upward into the skies. Help, help me. The talons tightened abruptly, silencing the cries in midair, blood raining down from above. The onlookers trembled at this horrifying spectacle. Be careful, don't kill that one-eyed monster. He might still be useful, Lin Yu's voice echoed. The crab of chaos seemed to comprehend his words, swinging its claws to crush a nearby individual into a bloody pulp. Whoever has the audacity to play tricks, show yourself. Feng Yang trembled as he spoke, his feet retreating involuntarily. I stand before you. If you cannot see me, that is your folly, Lin Yu remarked, revealing his optical camouflage suit, as if stepping out from another dimension. This technology was similarly salvaged from the remnants of discarded machines. I will kill you, Feng Yang shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury, his finger poised on the trigger of his gun without hesitation. Lin Yu let out a derisive chuckle, leisurely striding forward. As the bullet approached, he tilted his head slightly, allowing it to whiz past his ear. His movements were fluid, akin to a leisurely stroll, his expression unwavering. Too slow, setting aside the ability of the observer, even relying merely on the hunter's intuition. He could evade bullets with his eyes closed. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. With a resounding bang, this time, Lin Yu did not evade. Instead, he raised his arm to shield his chest. The bullet struck his palm, blood erupting forth as he felt the muscle beneath slightly cave in. A jolt of pain coursing through him. Ha ha! How does it feel to meet your demise? Yet before he could finish, Lin Yu nonchalantly lowered his hand. Glancing at his palm, a bullet was embedded deeply within the flesh, and the surrounding tissue was visibly writhing and healing at an alarming rate. About 12 meters. This seems to be the current limit of my reflexes, Lin Yu murmured, mentally noting this data. That last shot was merely an experiment to test his limits. After all, at such a distance, even if he could accurately predict the bullet's trajectory, his body would struggle to evade entirely. Certainly, the mere bullets of such rudimentary firearms find it somewhat challenging to take his life. However, they serve well for testing. Lin Yu grasped the bullet embedded in his palm and, with a forceful tug, extracted it from his flesh with a soft hissing sound. A stream of blood elongated in the air as his wound miraculously healed in an instant, as if he had never been harmed at all. I heard that, Lin Yu remarked, pointing to his ear. That was the last bullet in your handgun. Care to place a wager? He discerned the sounds of the bullet being chambered and extracted with perfect clarity. I can't believe this. Feng Yang's finger frantically pulled the trigger, turning pale from exertion, yet all that emerged was the hollow click of an empty chamber. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It appears I have triumphed, Lin Yu said with a faint smile. My reflexes have been assessed. Now, it is time to evaluate your accuracy. Before his words had fully settled, he drew a gun from his waist. In a flash of fire, the lead bullet entered the handgun's mouth, directly penetrating the chamber within. With a resounding explosion, the chamber of the handgun erupted, leaving Feng Yang's hand a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The verdict, unsatisfactory. Of course, I refer to all of you. Chapter 100. Undercurrents do not kill me. Please, we will heed your commands. Feng Yang trembled as he spoke, his feet soaked in a growing puddle. Surrounding him lay several lifeless bodies, some reduced to mere pulp, their limbs grotesquely contorted, while others had been severed in half by monstrous pincers, their innards and blood staining the ground. At Ling Yu's behest, the rampaging crab spared Feng Yang's life, who now languidly lay aside, blowing bubbles in boredom. Your fate is of no consequence to me, Ling Yu remarked with a shrug. However, the manner of your demise holds great significance for many. Your head is worth a considerable fortune. At these words, Feng Yang's pupils contracted. A piercing cry echoed from the sky, and soon a hawk swooped down, seizing him and lifting him into the air. Be careful, do not kill him, Ling Yu shouted towards the heavens. Half an hour later, Feng Yang found himself bound and kneeling atop a wooden platform, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Esteemed villagers, I acknowledge that this fellow and his subordinates have caused you much distress in recent days. My failure to address this matter promptly is my fault, and for that, I apologize. Today, I shall rid us of this menace before your very eyes. With that, Lu Lang produced a gun and aimed it at Feng Yang's head. Slowly pulling the trigger, a gunshot rang out, and Feng Yang's skull was pierced, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. As Ling Yu had stated, his survival was inconsequential. However, the manner of his death was crucial. It was imperative to execute him in front of the crowd to make the strongest impact. This public execution proved effective. Although it might seem archaic in modern society, it was perfectly suited for this context. Trust in the wisdom of our ancestors. Well done. This scoundrel deserved his fate. Damn it. Not only did he refuse to pay for his meals, but he also resorted to violence. Good work. A chorus of approval erupted from the crowd. Seizing the moment, Lu Lang declared, henceforth, we shall establish rules here. First, we will gather everyone's occupational information to allocate tasks and resources uniformly. Each individual must contribute labor. Those who work more shall reap greater rewards, while those who work less shall receive less, and those who do not labor will receive nothing. What if we choose not to participate? A dissenting voice from the crowd challenged. Lu Lang cast a cold glance and responded, those who do not work shall forfeit their share of food. Disruption of labor will lead to dire consequences for the offender. If anyone doubts this, feel free to test it. His voice resonated with authority, silencing the crowd. Ling Yu had advised him that establishing authority was paramount. Without fear, governance over this territory would be impossible. Lu Lang then instructed the collection of occupational information from the island's inhabitants. These individuals belong to the production sector, categorized into 3 tiers based on their technical skills: high, medium, and low. Those with moderate or lower skills would produce essential living supplies, such as food and vegetables, while those with higher skills, like the fur craftsman, could create high-value goods from animal pelts. Ling Yu pondered, but to whom shall we sell such products once they are produced? To be candid, after my fallout with President Wang, our 2 families have had minimal interaction, sighed Lu Lang. It is quite simple. There are numerous local chambers of commerce that have already flourished, and you may seek them out. I can procure a contact for you. Ling Yu promptly provided Lu Lang with the relevant information. The individual Ling Yu recommended was not from the Sinluo Chamber of Commerce, but rather from the Paradise Exchange, one of the three major chambers. Such cards, akin to business cards, abound, yet one can hardly know of them without delving into certain circles. Ling Yu had his reasons for not recommending the Sinluo Chamber. Out of respect for him, the chamber would undoubtedly extend special privileges. However, with advantages come disadvantages. Should he ever fall out with the Sinluo Chamber, those individuals might also suffer the consequences. Consequently, the potential for development would not rest solely on their own efforts, but rather on Ling Yu's influence. He would certainly not invest excessive thought into this matter in the future, so for substantial progress, one must rely on their own capabilities to strive. Thank you. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Lu Lang said sincerely. A single individual could vanquish a dozen armed men and even assist him in finding connections within the local chambers of commerce. Ling Yu was increasingly perceived as an enigmatic figure in their eyes. It's nothing. I have also obtained the trial scrolls from the mentor I promised you. There are a total of 5 professions. Ling Yu handed Lu Lang 5 scrolls. Upon using the scrolls, you will enter a trial secret realm, where the statue opposite will employ part of the skills from the 4 branches. You must comprehend the skills of the statue to qualify for the profession mentor. To be honest, this is no easy feat. The vast majority of people simply learn one branch of skills directly from the profession mentor. However, to cultivate a faction, one must possess a profession mentor, as teaching one to fish is far more beneficial than merely providing fish. Amidst Lu Lang's expressions of gratitude, Ling Yu rose to return to the ship for a brief respite. A scream echoed hauntingly within the room. A bloodied individual was bound to a stake, their body devoid of any flesh tone. Wang Yifan sat coldly in a chair, observing the scene with a hint of pleasure in his eyes. Bind this fellow to the mast, so that those lazy individuals may understand the consequences of their inaction, Wang Yifan stated coldly. After swallowing hard, a nearby guard took the disfigured worker away. For them, such a sight was far too stimulating. Wang Yifan's intent was not solely to punish the worker, but to adhere to the cultivation method imparted to him by Daoist Qifeng. President Wang, the way of heaven is to diminish excess and replenish deficiency. You are a true dragon descended to earth. To fulfill yourself, you must inflict harm upon others. Only through the suffering of others can you ascend to immortality, and your ailments shall naturally dissipate. Daoist Qingfeng taught him a rather peculiar method of cultivation, encouraging him to torment others, allowing them to experience anguish. Initially, Wang Yifan was skeptical, yet in pursuit of his own healing, he had no choice but to take a leap of faith. Thus, he established a rule on the ship: daily work would follow a principle of elimination based on performance. The final 10% of work performance shall be met with severe punishment. Initially, it was merely a matter of lashes and branding, but as time progressed, the cruelty intensified, leading to a state where the individual was tortured beyond recognition. However, after adhering to the guidance of Master Qifeng, he discovered that the ailments afflicting him began to wane. Moreover, he derived immense pleasure from inflicting harm upon others, which greatly gratified his perverse desires. Not only that, but he even sensed a surge in his own power, filling him with unparalleled joy. Master Qingfeng, of late, I have been hearing a voice in my mind at night. What could this possibly mean? Wang Yifan inquired, turning his head. Upon hearing this, the Taoists beside him instantly rose to their feet, their eyes fixed intently on Wang Yifan, filled with an indescribable expression of excitement. After clearing his throat and stroking his beard, Master Qingfeng proclaimed, "Congratulations, President Wang. You are now able to hear the voice of heaven. This is a divine indication bestowed upon you. I wonder what celestial guidance has been imparted? All living beings are nurtured by nature. Yet humanity lacks the virtue to repay heaven. Kill, 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 kill," Wang Yifan uttered, his eyes brimming with ferocity. However, he soon added, "But, Master, I am on the verge of becoming an immortal. Why have my ailments not fully subsided?" "President Wang, I have a method," Master Qingfeng replied. "You must consume what corresponds to your afflictions. The organs that have deteriorated in your body require remedies derived from the same organs." "You mean?" Wang Yifan frowned, finding this notion somewhat difficult to accept. There have been precedents throughout history for using organs in medicinal concoctions. Simply entrust the individuals to me, and I shall refine them into elixirs for you. Do you not wish to eradicate those scoundrels? If so, they are the perfect ingredients, are they not? Wang Yifan, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Then I must trouble you, esteemed Taoists." Observing Wang Yifan's impatience, Master Qingfeng felt an even greater sense of delight. "Very well. I shall commence the alchemical process to assist President Wang in attaining immortality." "Excellent. Master, please proceed." After the 3 Taoists took their leave, they made their way through the passage of the ship towards the alchemical chamber that Wang Yifan had prepared for them. On their path, passers-by respectfully made way for them. Once inside the alchemical room, the three exchanged glances before one emitted a sharp, peculiar laugh, and then, astonishingly, a small head emerged from his skull. This was what they referred to as the primordial infant. That fool has fallen for it. Our grand success is near, one of them chuckled. Do not rejoice too soon. This is merely the first step. What is there to fear, since he has already established a connection with the malevolent spirit? It is only a matter of time before he is replaced. And you, the second one, hasten to fix your face. It is on the verge of falling off. Upon hearing this, Jiangzi touched his cheek, and with a sudden sound, his entire face slipped off his skin. Beneath the facial covering was not flesh or bone, but a mass of gnarled, decaying vines. These vines writhed like serpents, their surfaces adorned with dense, fur-like black patterns. The vines swiftly reached out, ensnaring the fallen facial skin, and, like a marionette, reattached it to its original position. After making the necessary corrections, Jiangzi remarked that mere illumination was insufficient to awaken the malevolent deity. The deities of joy, ceremony, and reverence were also required, for tormenting others would merely appease the wicked spirit. It was imperative to offer tributes and sacrifices, as only then could they satiate its hunger for souls. However, how might they articulate this? Would such a notion be acceptable to him? They could not compel him by force. His yearning for immortality had driven him to the brink of madness. Whatever they suggested, he would believe. Coercion was not an option, yet deception was within their grasp. Daoist Qing Feng stroked his beard and whispered a few words, prompting an enigmatic smile to appear on the faces of the three. Meanwhile, the silhouette of ships danced upon the sea, dark clouds loomed in the sky, and beneath the surface, turbulent currents surged. A tempest was seemingly brewing, poised to unleash its fury. Chapter 101. Cultivation. In stark contrast to the tumultuous events occurring outside, Ling Yu's research was progressing fervently. Observing the flourishing tramp before him, his eyes sparkled with delight. After simulations, the rescue master recommended several cultivation methods, and Ling Yu opted for the one with a higher survival rate. According to the notes left by Dr. X, the survival rate of this plant was exceedingly low. Even after refining the cultivation techniques, it was estimated that the seed survival rate would hover around a mere 5. Subsequently, new individuals would be cultivated through grafting techniques. The abundant lantern could only promote growth. If the entity was inherently lifeless, no method could salvage it. The cost of a high survival rate meant that the intrinsic life force within these trants had significantly diminished. Nevertheless, a destiny traveler, regardless of circumstances, remained far superior to an ordinary individual. The ship was currently in dire need of assistance, as the crew had to handle all tasks themselves. With the emergence of these trants, they would be liberated from menial labor. Yet, another dilemma soon confronted Ling Yu. The trants possessed no cognitive abilities, their minds mere decorations. Apart from their instinctual combat prowess, they lacked any capacity for intricate thought. How could he enable them to perform other complex tasks? This conundrum troubled him throughout the night, until, after perusing numerous texts, he conceived a solution. When the Twin-Born Society initially created the Limb Noble, they instilled it with combat knowledge. Much like these trants, the Limb Noble was essentially a thoughtless puppet. Thus, the technique of knowledge infusion might also be applicable to the trants. The Twin-Born Society achieved this through biowave technology. In essence, knowledge is the product of human thought. And during the thinking process, brainwaves are generated. Brain-machine interfaces operate on this principle, controlling machines to perform corresponding actions based on the fluctuations of brainwaves. The Twin-Born Society expanded this concept to propose biowaves. Every living organism's actions generate a wave. The distinction lies in their belief that sentient beings, such as humans, can autonomously generate waves through thought, while non-sentient organisms, like plants, react to external stimuli. For instance, sunflowers invariably turn towards the sun, and mimosa plants close their petals upon contact. Their actions are responses to external stimuli. Fundamentally, these reactions occur due to the reception of certain waves. This notion is scientifically grounded. All objects are composed of particles, and the vibrations of these particles manifest as actions on a macroscopic level. Therefore, everything in the universe can be elucidated through frequencies and vibrations. The Limb Noble, akin to plants, lacks cognitive ability, driven solely by instinct. By repeatedly stimulating them with specific biowaves combined with external reward training, they would learn to remember such actions and replicate them mechanically. This explains why the Limb Noble fixed its operational space while exhibiting combat awareness. These traits were cultivated through training. The prerequisite for this experiment was that the organism must be capable of executing complex actions. Otherwise, no matter how you stimulate a flower, it will not prepare a dish for you. Once the principles are understood, What remains is an extensive array of testing, as adjustments to the biological waves are necessary. The biological waves of different organisms vary. Thus, to impart the biological waves generated by human movements to plants, one must modulate the frequency of these waves into a form that can be decoded by the plants. This repetitive task can be entrusted to the rescuer of thoughts. With the rescuer of thoughts, he can now focus solely on the principles. 2 days later, a tree man stood on the deck, rooted in a massive flower pot. With the bountiful lantern, the growth rate of the tree man was astonishing, and he soon matured into a fully developed being. Ling Yu had a wave generator at his side, one of the legacies of the Twin Society. After he nodded in affirmation, Eileen cautiously approached the tree man. Upon her approach, the tree man slowly awakened, evidently triggered by its biological defense instinct. At this moment, Ling Yu adjusted the knob on the wave generator, which began emitting a specific biological frequency. Upon receiving this frequency, the tree man hesitated momentarily before gradually rerouting itself in the flower pot. The experiment was a success. Ling Yu exclaimed. The earlier stimulation had successfully dissipated the tree man's hostility. With repeated stimulation, they could teach the tree man to recognize which figures were safe and which were threats. In the future, it might even be possible to control it to perform complex actions, such as operating artillery or stoking boilers. This way, they would have an ally in the event of encountering enemies. Meanwhile, on several scattered small islands, hundreds of speedboats were meticulously arranged around the islands. And within the tents on the islands, intense discussions were underway. Damn it, what a wasted trip. I thought this would be something valuable, cursed X recently. During a heavy rain, a ship had sunk nearby, prompting them to send speedboats for salvage. The gene potion was retrieved from that vessel. Initially believing the bottle to be a rare artifact, they discovered it was merely a vase. Enough lamenting, not every venture yields profit. Let us think about how to deal with those Dragon Nation folks, Zivan remarked. Wang Yifun's intentions were becoming increasingly evident. He had gathered 20 level 3 ships, clearly planning to sweep the area clean. Should we seek help from others? X asked, somewhat anxiously. Help? With no funds, those individuals are not easy to negotiate with. Zivan retorted with a sneer. The so-called Northern Alliance was merely a loose coalition to prevent backstabbing among members. In simple terms, they could share in prosperity but would not endure hardships together. Noticing X's deep concern, Zivan reassured him, rest assured, I have communicated with a few others in the alliance. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, they will not truly stand by idly. Additionally, I have contacted individuals from other nations. The Sakura Nation has already agreed to launch a surprise attack while we engage with Wang Yifan. X cautioned, but those individuals may not be reliable. We cannot place our hopes on them. I am well aware of that. However, that group of individuals has always been inclined to gamble with the fate of the nation. With Wang Yifun's substantial fortune at stake, how could they possibly remain indifferent? Furthermore, as long as we can delay them, we shall be able to persuade more individuals to join us in sharing the spoils. You must urgently organize additional defensive measures and convey to them that if we lose, we all perish, but if we win, a radiant future awaits us. If we can triumph in this battle, Wang Yifun's immense wealth will become ours, providing us with ample resources to indulge for a considerable time. The mere thought of this stirs the pirate blood within me. They are, after all, a band of desperados, willing to forsake their very lives for the prospect of a lifetime of luxury and glory. Chapter 102. The Grand Naval Battle at Dawn. A pale light emerged where the sea met the sky. With a deep, resonant blast of the horn shattering the morning stillness, 23rd-rate vessels emerged from the mist. The propellers stirred the water into frothy white crests as the ships sliced through the surface, leaving a trail of ripples in their wake. Wang Yifun sat at the center of a 5th-rate ship, the massive vessel standing out prominently among the fleet. Hard to port. Form the battle line. The signal officer commanded. Under the captain's direction, the ships aligned in a straight line, their cannons raised in unison, the ominous black muzzles aimed at the island ahead. Fire. The thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed through the heavens, as projectiles shot forth like meteors, trailing fiery tails towards the island. The brick fortifications on the island crumbled to dust under the relentless barrage, the entire landmass trembling beneath the overwhelming firepower. Soon, thick smoke billowed from the island, enveloping the landscape in a heavy gray shroud, obscuring vision and saturating the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder and dust. Report to the commander. We have captured the enemy's forward outpost, an officer reported. Wang Yifun, seated upon his self-fashioned throne, surveyed the fiery ruins before him with a gaze of disdain. Advance. We must ensure that we capture these small rogues today, he commanded with a wave of his hand. He then slipped his hand beneath his clothing, feeling an inexplicable itch. as if something within him stirred. Just as the fleet surged forward with unstoppable momentum, the heavens suddenly darkened. A tempest, rising like a furious beast from the sea, unleashed swirling winds that twisted and roiled the waters. The howling cannonballs were instantly caught in the maelstrom, and Seaman, suspended in the air, displayed a hint of disdain. Compared to 3 days prior, Seaman exhibited far greater prowess. Previously, he could only command a single tornado, yet now he deftly manipulated 3 or 4 at once, each more solid and ferocious than the last. Oh, it seems this fellow was holding back initially. It would be fascinating to gather some samples for research, Lingyu mused, stroking his chin with intrigue. He stood upon the ship, peering through a telescope at the distant battlefield. The islands were merely a few kilometers apart, and such commotion was visible to the naked eye. The version of Superhero Clash, referred to as the newcomer-friendly edition, offered an easier system for acquisition, with less intense opposition. While the systems in this entry-level version were not overwhelmingly powerful, ascending to higher ranks was a force to be reckoned with. The vessels below, caught in the tempest's wrath, floundered like rootless weeds, swaying violently from side to side as the ships pitched and rolled. Crew members on deck clung tightly to ropes or the ship's railings, striving to maintain their balance amidst the tumultuous upheaval. With a cold smirk, Seaman twisted his hand, sending the spiraling cannonballs hurtling back, colliding with several ships head-on. A thunderous explosion erupted as the munitions store of a third-class vessel was struck by a ricocheted shell, unleashing a cacophony of deafening blasts. Flames soared skyward, while fragments of wood and debris were scattered about. The shockwave from the explosion sent 2 nearby ships reeling. Burning canvas fluttered through the air like butterflies, as soldiers who had fallen into the water screamed in agony, struggling against the waves. The remaining crew hastily attempted to extinguish the flames. "You wish to quell the fire? Allow me to assist you," a figure named Seaman declared, gesturing with a flourish. A tempest swept in, crashing colossal waves against the vessel. The relentless tide pounded the hull, sending sprays of water cascading across the deck. The flag of Wang Yifan at the bow was torn asunder by the ravaging storm. "One cannot discern the prowess of this individual. I shall depend on you, Taoist Feiyu," Wang Yifan remarked, turning to the somewhat portly Taoist beside him. "Rest assured, this matter rests upon my shoulders," Taoist Feiyu replied, his voice rising as he proclaimed, "You scoundrel, cease your arrogance. I shall confront you." With that, the gaunt fingers of Taoist Feiyu slowly lifted the folds of his ample robe. "Taste the ascendance of the Taoist." His voice transformed into a harsh, grating sound that sent shivers down spines. Beneath his skin, something writhed and burrowed, creating grotesque protrusions as if countless slender insect legs traversed through flesh. With a sickening sound, a pair of translucent wings burst forth from his back, stretching wide. Even more horrifying, murky slime dripped from the base of the wings, yet his flesh showed no wounds, instead appearing to heal and writhe as if alive. In the next moment, the wings vibrated at a frenetic pace, lifting Taoist Feiyu off the ground as he floated through the tempest like a specter. After a brief while at Chu, Lingyu suddenly felt an itch in his nose and, unable to contain himself, sneezed. "What has floated into my nostrils?" he pondered, discovering a strange transparent powder clinging to his skin. Holding his hand up to the sunlight, he discerned the powder more clearly. "You have entered a state of mild poisoning. Health is continuously diminishing. Accessory, her gaze, activated. Parasitic, state removed. Accessory, her gaze, activated. Poisoned, state removed." The eye on his chest glimmered, alleviating much of his discomfort. This accessory proves quite beneficial. Aside from the unique state of bountiful blood that it cannot dispel, most abnormal conditions can be eradicated. Lingyu placed some of the powder into the mouth of Savior, quickly receiving an analysis. It originated from an unknown moth, requiring further information for conclusive results. To be cautious, he donned a mask to shield against the dust. In the distance, Seaman also sensed a disturbance. For some inexplicable reason, his breathing became labored, and his head began to throb, as if he were falling ill. "Kid, not feeling so well, are you? Let me show you the Taoist divine crossing of the seas." Taoist Feiyu's voice had become utterly distorted, intermingled with a shrill screech. As the words hung in the air, the scattered powder suddenly came to life, coalescing into countless translucent outlines of moths that surged towards Shiwen in an overwhelming wave. In a moment of panic, Shiwen clamped his mouth and nose shut, but it was too late. The swarm collided with his tornado barrier, erupting in a violent explosion that sent a torrent of the storm's energy rushing into his orifices. Instantly, a network of spiderweb-like, purplish veins surfaced on his skin, and his eyes bulged with blood, as if something were writhing behind his eyeballs. Wang Yifan's flagship also trembled violently from the impact, causing one sailor to suddenly collapse to the ground, retching. However, what emerged was not gastric fluid, but a mass of moth pupae ensconced in slime. Witnessing this, Ling Yu hastily returned to his room, employing a mechanical scanner to examine his own body. Fortunately, he found no abnormalities within himself. The thought of her gaze having removed the parasitic state sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, Erin messaged him, inquiring about the situation and expressing her sensation of the power of propagation. Chapter 103. The torchbearer Ling Yu hurriedly recounted the recent events to Eileen. After a moment, Eileen responded, Ling, we must exercise caution. This individual is likely a practitioner of the path of reproduction or one of its branches, and their level should be considerable, at least on par with mine as a second-tier pathwalker, perhaps even a torchbearer. A torchbearer is a being that surpasses a pathwalker in rank. Those who tread the path of destiny are driven by primal forces to pursue their respective journeys. The distinction in the levels of the path lies in one's comprehension of it. Ordinary pathwalkers grasp the concept of destiny in a rather literal sense, while advanced practitioners possess a more profound understanding. The status of a torchbearer signifies that one has forged ahead of the rest, much like a torchbearer illuminating the path for others. Take reproduction as an example. The ordinary interpretation of reproduction involves diligent procreation, akin to Eileen's mother. However, the advanced concept of reproduction can be terrifying, exemplified by the ancient god of reproduction, who represented a conceptual level. All forms of generation could be defined as reproduction. The emergence of any life would be influenced by actions aligning with the concept of reproduction, ultimately resulting in the creation of insects. It is said that in ancient times, swarms of insects blotted out the sun, leaving desolation in their wake. This calamity directly precipitated the first divine war, wherein other deities of different paths united to vanquish the god of reproduction. The fall of this deity led to a halt in the progression of the path of reproduction, rendering it a leaderless journey. The god of reproduction was the foremost figure along this path, and with their demise, it ceased to advance. This situation will persist until a new practitioner ascends to the heights once occupied by the former deity and continues onward, becoming the new god of reproduction. The individual we encountered earlier indeed exhibited traits reminiscent of reproduction. From a certain perspective, reproduction can be understood as the act of dividing oneself. Thus, the scales and powder emanating from him transformed into entities capable of reproduction. Viewed in this light, the Taoist understanding of the path is undoubtedly superior to that of other pathwalkers. What kind of monsters has Wang Yifan summoned? As Ling Yu pondered this, Lu Lang sent him a message. Master Ling, an unidentified fleet has landed, appearing to be from the land of cherry blossoms. Exercise caution. Ling Yu moved to the opposite side of the vessel, retrieving his binoculars for a closer observation. Through the mist not far away, a dozen swift boats were moored at the shore, with a group of individuals disembarking onto the beach. Their attire indeed resembled that of people from the land of cherry blossoms. The boats appeared to be coated in camouflage paint, making them nearly indistinguishable upon cursory inspection. No wonder Lu Lang and the others had failed to detect them. They appeared to be an elite force, estimating their number to be around 100, all armed. He wondered about their capabilities. Ling Yu murmured to himself, with my current strength, if they lack a cultivation system or a path, whether it be 100 or 200, they are merely numbers to me. It seemed opportune to have Wu Ming accompany the tree men to gauge the situation. Meanwhile, on the beach, several armored warriors were whispering among themselves. Honda, the situation on the Northern Alliance front is quite dire. It appears we can only ravage here, remarked the bearded warrior. I knew those white devils would not speak a word of truth. Honda, the warrior addressed, scoffed as he surveyed the surroundings. He then pointed into the distance, declaring, there lies a gathering point of the Dragon Kingdom. Let us choose that as our target. We shall swiftly conclude this battle. Men shall be slain, women taken, and those we cannot carry away shall be dealt with on the spot. Quick move. Dozens of warriors advanced, their straw sandals gliding over the ground as they swiftly entered the woods. These individuals were all of the warrior class, a rare profession known for its repeatability. The warrior class, when accompanied by fellow warriors, enhances its attributes. The greater the number, the more significant the augmentation. Within the woods, Lu Lang, accompanied by a group, was also making his way in this direction. An encounter was imminent. Suddenly, Lu Lang halted, raising his hand to signal his companions to stop. Enemies ahead, he whispered, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. No sooner had he spoken than the underbrush parted, revealing over a dozen warriors charging forth. Leading them was Honda, his katana glinting ominously in the sunlight. Kill! Honda bellowed, and the warriors surged forward like ravenous wolves. In an instant, Lu Lang drew his sword, the blade flashing like lightning. With a sharp clang, the two blades collided, and he surprisingly managed to block the strike. Universal block. Honda was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the opponent could withstand his attack, especially with the warrior bonuses in play. Just yesterday, Lu Lang had passed the trials set by the profession mentor, earning the title of Sword Master. Beneath the Sword Master lay 4 subclasses: Berserker, Spellblade, Phantom Blade, and Spirit Blade, each possessing unique strengths. Lu Lang had acquired the basic skills of all 4 subclasses. Having successfully blocked the attack, Lu Lang executed a Phantom blade counter, deflecting Honda's longsword. The blades scraped against each other, sending sparks flying and the harsh sound of metal grinding echoing through the forest. Seizing the moment while Honda was off balance, Lu Lang unleashed a roar, his voice like thunder, causing Honda's heart to tremble. His veins surged crimson, and as he swung his blade, a blood-red afterimage trailed behind. Berserker Blood Fury loses 1.5 of maximum health per second, conjuring a blood blade that, upon attacking, triggers an additional attack, dealing 75 damage, lasting until the battle concludes. With a swift motion, Lu Lang's blade resembled a blood crescent, aimed directly at Honda's throat. Honda hastily retreated, the edge of the blade grazing his neck and drawing a thin line of blood. Damn it! When did these Dragon Kingdom folks become so formidable? Honda raged internally, feeling utterly helpless. Yet Lu Lang had no intention of letting him escape. He surged forward, his figure seemingly remaining in place while his blade was already at Honda's throat. Phantom Swordsman, residual slash, Honda, in a state of panic, barely managed to parry the frontal assault with his katana, yet upon closer inspection, it merely deflected the bloodied blade. While the true edge of the sword had already reached him, the shimmering blade passed through him, spraying crimson. With a pained cry, Honda collapsed, his garments stained with blood. Meanwhile, on the beach, another massacre unfolded. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the nameless warrior, accompanied by the guardian, Treant, swiftly turned the tide in their favor. The blades rained down upon the gnarled torso of the Treant, producing only sporadic sparks as its resilience gradually diminished. In contrast, the twisted wooden arms of the guardian abruptly morphed, culminating in the emergence of a sharp spear forged from hardened resin. The sound of the spear piercing through the steel breastplate resonated, mingling with the dull thud of flesh being torn apart. Before the samurai could utter a scream, his body was lifted into the air like a ragged cloth and hurled several yards away, crashing heavily into the enemy ranks. Ling Yu cast but a fleeting glance before diverting his attention elsewhere. Just then, a tremor echoed from afar. Chapter 104, The Gospel of Flesh and Blood in the Distance. Shimin suddenly convulsed violently, as if countless living creatures writhed beneath his skin. His body was being pulled and twisted by an invisible force, expanding and contorting until it transformed into a grotesque sphere covered in writhing tumors. The protrusions surged rhythmically, as though something within was desperately struggling to break free. With a resounding thud, his body could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded like a rotting pustule, thick, blackish-yellow pus splattering forth. Following this, a low hum resonated in the air, buzzing. Countless moths poured out from the ruptured carcass, their shrill cries sending chills down the spine. Ha ha, now you understand the might of this master. Taoist Feiyu laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with madness. X and the others on the island were frozen in place, their pupils trembling violently, unable to utter a single sound. This was far beyond their comprehension. The faces of those on the ship turned pale, some doubled over to vomit, even expelling bile. Yet, Wang Yifan slowly rose, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He felt no fear, rather, an indescribable pleasure coursed through him. His heart raced, not from terror, but from a deep-seated excitement buried within his blood. He sensed something awakening deep within his consciousness. Listen well, everyone. Once we storm the island, everything we obtain belongs to us, Wang Yifan commanded. This declaration opened the gates of hell. Greed instantaneously consumed everyone's reason. Kill, kill. Let these outsiders perish. They have taken so many of us. Let them pay in blood. The crowd roared as they surged towards the island. X and the others were paralyzed with fear, wholly preoccupied with escape rather than resistance. Bang! A series of gunshots rang out, and countless individuals fell into pools of blood. Their belongings scattered across the ground. Food and gems. They all belong to us. This proclamation unleashed Pandora's box of human greed. The throng surged forward like a flood breaching a dam. Mine, mine, it's all mine. The foremost individual, having gathered riches, was struck through the chest by a bullet. In a daze, several hands reached into his embrace to seize the treasures at his breast. More gunfire and screams erupted. Blood stained the beach, and corpses piled high, while the survivors' eyes gleamed with frenzied desire. Wang Yifan inhaled deeply, the air thick with the scent of blood. A profound sense of joy swelling within him. Such a horrifying scene caused Lingyu, observing from a distance, to furrow his brow. It seemed that Wang Yifan had indeed become unhinged. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The somber sky was violently torn apart by a blinding white light. The clouds rolling back like decaying flesh. The radiance twisted and coalesced in the center of the heavens, gradually transforming into a towering statue of a goddess of light. Standing 100 meters tall, her features were exquisite yet eerie, her eyes partially closed, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, harboring an enigmatic smile. That smile was neither warm nor benevolent. Instead, it exuded an inexplicable chill. Holy! A hoarse chant wafted across the sea. A magnificent golden ship surged through the waves. At the bow, a pair of individuals clad in silver-embroidered priestly robes clasped hands, their lips moving in perfect synchrony, as if reciting an incantation. As the chant quickened, the eyes of the goddess statue suddenly trembled and slowly opened. Have mercy upon you. Gospel of flesh and blood. The goddess stretched forth her arms, and the corpses upon the island convulsed violently, rising into the air and flying into the hands of the goddess of light. With a sickening crunch, the goddess squeezed, crushing the bodies into a mass of flesh, which coalesced into a trembling lump within her palm. Then, as if molding clay, the goddess began to knead. The entire process lasted a full 3 minutes, after which she released her grip, causing a grotesque assemblage of dismembered remains to plummet to the ground. This abomination bore several human thighs of varying lengths as support, with eyes embedded in its torso still spinning. What vile monstrosity is this? Allow me to guide you. With a flick of his feather duster, Taoist Feiyu summoned a swarm of moths that surged towards the grotesque mass. The patchwork monster convulsed violently, its torso sprouting numerous deformed mouths that simultaneously gaped open, creating a terrifying vortex of suction. The swarm of moths was inexorably drawn into the writhing throats. Gulp, gulp. Amidst the sounds of swallowing, the creature's body swelled like fermenting dough. A cacophony of crushing sounds emanated from within the flesh ball, which then split open, unleashing a torrent of pus. Those touched by it turned pale, their faces resembling bronze, frothing at the mouth. When the green liquid splashed onto Wang Yifan, he felt an immediate tightness in his chest. However, soon after, a crimson writhing beneath his skin restored his bronze complexion to normal. Taoist Feiyu landed back on the ship, using his robe to shield against the splattering pus. President Wang, this aberration is exceedingly strange. For today, let us retreat and deliberate further, Taoist Feiyu advised. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yifan replied, Very well, I shall heed the Taoist's counsel. Everyone, prepare to set sail immediately. At Wang Yifan's command, the ship turned around and swiftly departed. Thus, this peculiar battle concluded in an unexpected manner. The golden vessel did not pursue further. Upon witnessing the retreat, it too turned away, and the radiant goddess statue in the sky gradually faded, leaving only the fleshly monstrosity on the island. Back on the small island, Wang Yifan sighed. Today's events are not the Taoist's fault. We have not returned empty-handed, for we have at least eradicated a significant threat. Do not worry, President Wang. I possess a solution. I know of a celestial paradise. If you accompany me there, you shall surely attain great powers, Taoist Qingfeng said, stroking his beard. Really? Wang Yifan's eyes brightened. Indeed, it is there that we shall achieve transcendence. I suggest you bring others along, so that they may also share in the merits and become officials in your celestial palace. Wang Yifan nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. Let us heed the Taoist's words. We shall depart tomorrow. No, immediately. That very night, all inhabitants of the 3 islands were roused from their slumber. What is happening? What has transpired? They murmured in confusion. We know not. We were simply summoned here. The blood moon still shines brightly. Let us hear the news swiftly. The crowd was gathered upon the deck, each face reflecting bewilderment. Then, Wang Yifan slowly stepped forward and spoke aloud. Silence enveloped the gathering. The commotion on the deck ceased abruptly. In recognition of your tireless efforts, I, the President, shall guide you to immortality and enlightenment, liberating you from the sea of suffering. Follow me to the celestial paradise, for we set sail this very night. I act for your benefit. Those who defy my command shall face dire consequences. The assembly fell into a hushed stillness, fear gripping their hearts. They dared not resist. They had witnessed the formidable prowess of the 3 Taoists, which was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. All they could do was pray that the promised ascent to immortality was indeed genuine. Subsequently, dozens of vessels, laden with souls, glided into the embrace of the night. Chapter 105. Consciousness. Following the conclusion of this battle, it instantly became the most talked about topic on the Blue Star Channel. A new war had already commenced within the channel. The people of the Dragon Nation have now realized our Pope's formidable prowess, haven't they? Yet, despite such might, so many lives were lost. Indeed, that was a surprise attack. Who was responsible for this? Why has Hondakuin not returned? Silence. Upstairs. Have you not noticed that no one cares about your plight? Ling Yu had no intention of engaging in the verbal skirmish. However, amidst their arguments, he managed to glean some valuable information regarding the origins of the Goddess of Light. The incident began when members of the Northern Alliance stumbled upon an abandoned church on an island, which housed a fragmented statue of the Goddess of Light. They had acquired their formidable power by praying to her. According to the chronicles, the Goddess of Light is one of the deities worshipped by the Church of Light. While the Church of Light has no ties to any fateful paths, its influence, as an early established force, should not be underestimated. Although the Church has long propagated the benevolence of its deity, observational results suggest that the so-called Goddess of Light is in no way connected to compassion. Nevertheless, Ling Yu had grown accustomed to such anomalies. In this world, a touch of abnormality is indeed quite normal. It is the complete absence of strangeness that is truly abnormal. What astonished Ling Yu was the fact that, in such a brief span of time, the opposing side had managed to acquire such immense power. Judging by the fervent reactions on the channel, many individuals genuinely held this faith. This belief system was not unfamiliar to Ling Yu. He had encountered similar ones before, including totemic arts and the skill known as wolf god possession, both of which were intertwined with faith. Reflecting on this, Ling Yu fell into a contemplative state. In a certain sense, fate and faith are both manifestations of the spirit. He inscribed the word spirit on paper, drawing an arrow pointing towards reality, with a question mark in between. If one were to identify a commonality between these two systems, it might be the formidable strength of spiritual power. Fate generates tremendous motivation from within, while faith amalgamates the spiritual strength of many. From a vibrational perspective, fate is a singular peak, akin to a ceaseless river flowing towards the horizon. Faith, conversely, consists of multiple waveforms of the same frequency, coalescing to form a towering summit, much like countless small streams converging into a vast pool. However, it is evident that the power of faith is not entirely controllable, as there are inherent discrepancies in understanding among individuals. Anyone utilizing this power is inevitably influenced by the currents of the pool. Ling Yu often felt an oppressive thought influencing him when he employed wolf god possession. He did not believe that individuals would instinctively trust something so terrifying. Rather, it is the world that is far more dreadful. In the struggle for survival, people are willing to rationalize such terrifying actions to seek psychological solace. Suddenly, Ling Yu recalled the previous red light, which was also of purest essence. Purity. He seemed to grasp something elusive. Yet experiments would be needed to further validate his hypothesis. That evening, Lu Lang prepared a feast and fine wine to celebrate their victory. This battle ended in resounding victory, yielding countless spoils. Concurrently, under Ling Yu's guidance, the island began to take on a semblance of order. The ironworks, plantations, and fishing grounds were gradually finding their footing, and the sources of weapons and food were stabilizing. However, this also signified that Ling Yu's departure was imminent. A master may lead one to the door, but the journey of cultivation lies within the individual. He could not remain here for eternity. Separation was inevitable. The most prudent course of action was to depart without farewells, lest he attract unnecessary troubles. The presence of the blood moon rendered the streets desolate at night, providing an opportune moment for his exit. Nonetheless, there were still matters he needed to attend to before leaving. Ling Yu first arrived at the front of a two-story residence. After knocking on the door, it creaked open. The one who answered was none other than Zhang Zifen himself. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. If it is convenient, Ling Yu inquired. Zhang Zifen opened the door wider and invited him inside. Once seated, Ling Yu asked, "What brings you here? If it is not too much trouble, could you share with me?" Zhang Zifen appeared to be someone who would not typically reside in one place for long, piquing Ling Yu's curiosity about his purpose for being there. "I can't quite explain it. I simply felt an impulse telling me to come here," Zhang Zifen replied, clutching his head in apparent discomfort. "An inexplicable impulse? Are you perhaps someone with a mission? Does your panel indicate a quest?" Ling Yu queried, intrigued. In times of significant transitions for a family or a nation, certain children are born into this world with missions. The survival world has one advantage. It renders many enigmatic elements into data. Presumably, Zhang Zifen's panel would reveal such information. "Yes, but I do not comprehend its meaning," he responded, sharing his panel with Ling Yu. "Mission, master the ultimate. You have glimpsed it, yet you have not fully grasped it. Find a way to master the ultimate. Completion reward. Master the ultimate. This so-called ultimate. Have you encountered it before? Ling Yu inquired. It is something our family has guarded for generations, yet in my time, no one knows what it truly is. According to legend, it lies behind a bronze door I once entered, but when I emerged, I had forgotten everything, Zhang Zifan recounted, shaking his head. If what you say is true, you must have encountered this ultimate. May I take your hand? Ling Yu requested. Memory granted him the ability of precognition, allowing him to occasionally glimpse past events. However, these glimpses were not entirely random. Through experimentation, he discovered that when he touched another object, there was a chance he could see its past, often revealing significant moments. Although this ability was somewhat unstable, it was worth a try. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Zifan extended his hand. The instant their hands made contact, Ling Yu's mind was engulfed in darkness. The scene before him revealed a pitch-black cavern, within which Zhang Zifan was walking directly toward a massive bronze door. Brother, I shall escort you to this point. We will return for you when the time is right, echoed a voice from a distance. Shortly thereafter, the profound sound of the bronze door closing resonated. What followed was a bizarre scene. Ling Yu beheld a most peculiar entity within the confines of the bronze door. He struggled to articulate its appearance, as it was in a state of perpetual transformation, profoundly distorted. He sensed his breath becoming labored, and the vision before him began to shimmer with double images. Warning, unidentified object detected, emotional instability observed, sand value declining. His sand value plummeted rapidly, as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, plunging his sight into a realm of gray. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying in bed, with Eileen gazing at him with concern. What is it? Are you all right? Why did you suddenly faint? She inquired with genuine worry. I'm fine. How did I get back? Ling Yu replied in astonishment. Someone brought you back. What happened to you? Your sand value had plummeted to 20 points, and you were completely unconscious. Next time, at least have someone keep watch over you, Eileen remarked, a hint of reproach in her voice. Clearly, she suspected Ling Yu was once again engaged in some strange experiment. Ling Yu nodded in agreement. He indeed had become somewhat oblivious in his research. Subsequently, a realization struck him. Right, the Mind Guardian must have records, he murmured. He could not quite recall the images he had witnessed, but he was certain that the Mind Guardian would possess some documentation. He swiftly accessed the thought records and was left stunned upon reading the contents. Complexity of target exceeds cognitive capacity. Self-protection mode not activated. Ceasing analysis. The Mind Guardian had nearly malfunctioned. Clearly, it too could not draw any conclusions from such a scenario. Fortunately, the records of the thought process remained intact. Ling Yu perused the final entry. Analysis indicates this is a form of consciousness. Due to its extreme chaos, classification is impossible. The concept of consciousness is exceedingly broad. Anything associated with consciousness can be deemed a form of consciousness. For instance, the wolf god from wolf god possession is classified as a consciousness. Even the statue of the goddess of light he had encountered previously might also be a form of consciousness. Undoubtedly, there exist myriad forms of consciousness. And in a certain sense, fate exists due to consciousness. Moreover, the information from the Mind Guardian was intriguing. Complexity of target exceeds cognitive capacity implies that the Mind Guardian could estimate the complexity of the entity, but it surpassed its computational abilities. It is one thing to determine the nature of an equation, yet solving it is an entirely different matter. The so-called ultimate within the realm of the Mind Guardian is simply too intricate to yield any useful information. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired of Eileen. Is the person who brought me back still here? Nameless led him to the restaurant, Aaron remarked. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu promptly rose and made his way to the dining area. At that moment, Zhang Zifan was seated at the table, where Nameless poured him a glass of water and arranged some fruits and vegetables. How are you feeling? Any better? Zhang Zifan inquired. Instead of answering him, Ling Yu spoke. Although I have yet to fathom the essence of this so-called ultimate, I have a vague understanding of why you cannot recall the contents of the bronze door. Why is that? A rare flicker of emotion crossed Zhang Zifan's typically stoic face. It surpasses your cognitive capacity. Your mind, in an effort to protect itself, has actively shielded you from the complexities beyond your comprehension. Such phenomena are observed in medicine, where individuals, after experiencing intense stimuli, may choose to forget certain events for self-preservation. In truth, this is not forgetting but a selective suppression, commonly referred to as amnesia. Thus, if you wish to uncover the true nature of the ultimate, you must possess the ability to comprehend it, Ling Yu articulated in one breath. Zhang Zifan seemed to grasp his words. So, I have merely forgotten temporarily. How then can I understand the ultimate? He posed. From a medical standpoint, if you encounter similar experiences again, It may trigger your memory, Ling Yu suggested. However, according to your assertion, the existence of the ultimate exceeds my understanding, and even if it were to reappear, I would still be unable to comprehend it. Zhang Zifen countered. Not necessarily. If you repeatedly expose yourself to similar phenomena, your resilience will improve. Allow me to illustrate. If you were suddenly confronted with a pool of blood, you might feel discomfort. Yet, if you first spent an extended period gazing at a red wall, the impact of subsequently seeing the blood would be significantly diminished. I surmise this is indicative of a certain consciousness. You might first explore the existence of other forms of consciousness to enhance your resilience. Akin to learning addition before tackling multiplication, Ling Yu advised. Zhang Zifen fell into contemplation, then responded, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. I find your perspective quite intriguing. What are your plans moving forward? Ling Yu inquired with curiosity. I shall wait here for my friend, and I need to ascertain what has compelled me to this place. After that, we may proceed to another location, Zhang Zifen replied. Those with a sense of purpose may experience inexplicable urges under certain circumstances, which could lead you to particular places or individuals. Well, should you make any progress, do keep me informed. And if you come across anything of value in the future, feel free to seek me out, Ling Yu remarked. Certainly, I will, Zhang Zifen affirmed. After conversing for a while longer, Ling Yu escorted him out. It is nearly time for me to set off. There is much awaiting my attention, Ling Yu murmured while gazing at the blood moon by the window. At that moment, the blood moon had disintegrated to merely 1/3 of its original form, and at this rate, it would soon shatter into countless fragments. The vessel slowly commenced its departure, gradually leaving the harbor. What are your plans next? Aaron inquired as she approached him. The current version is nearing its conclusion. Let us first observe what lies ahead before formulating our next strategy. For now, we shall focus on nurturing the Treant, for its survival rate is remarkably low, Ling Yu replied with a sense of resignation. It has taken considerable effort over these past few days to cultivate a single Treant, and I have encountered numerous setbacks along the way. However, having gained experience from the initial attempt, I shall navigate the subsequent endeavors with greater ease. There remains an abundance of unknowns in this world, which fuels my eagerness to set sail. Driven by curiosity, Ling Yu ventured under the cloak of night to the island where the battle had taken place earlier. The grotesque mass of flesh had now transformed into a putrid pile, emitting a foul stench. This clearly indicated that the force sustaining it had dissipated. Such evidence further corroborated Ling Yu's hypothesis. It was undoubtedly intertwined with the so-called system of faith. Once the goddess of light vanished, the power of belief would fade, leaving these monstrous entities unable to sustain their existence. On the morning of the 106th day, a muffled explosion resounded as a high-pressure water bomb detonated in the low sky, causing hundreds of rotten flesh birds to plummet from the clouds, convulsing in their descent. Their decayed feathers scattered in the wind, and their carcasses littered the deck, a pungent stench permeating the air. Sha, with delight, wriggled its body, perched atop the Trent's head, swaying from side to side, prompting the Treant to mimic its movements. Through rigorous training, the Treant had mastered intricate maneuvers, such as controlling artillery. However, it still struggled to identify distant targets and determine the appropriate direction for firing. Thus, Ling Yu devised more comprehensive tests. He first instructed Sha, who subsequently assisted in training the Treant. When Sha turned left, the Treant would also turn left when Sha turned right. The Treant mirrored the action. A tap on the head would signal the Treant to fire. This synergy of biological signals would cultivate a conditioned reflex. In due course, Sha could independently train the Treant, providing the little creature with a task to alleviate its boredom on the ship, where it mostly indulged in eating or sleeping. Naturally, the little one relished the opportunity as life aboard was rather monotonous. Ling Yu took aim at the sky, firing a golden bullet. As the corpses of the rotten flesh birds descended, a gold coin fell onto the deck. With this, he had amassed a total of 300 gold coins. After picking up the coin, Ling Yu remarked that since their recent travels, they had been plagued by a species known as rotten flesh birds, which circled overhead daily. These avians feasted on meat, particularly carrion, making it impossible for them to dry fish. Even worse, these creatures had taken to snatching supplies from the ship to construct their nests, tearing apart several wooden planks. Consequently, they had to drive the flock away each day, and Ling Yu seized the opportunity to accumulate pirate gold coins. The pirate gold coins are collected every 3 days, in the context of 3 bonds. Accumulating over 300 coins was no small feat previously. He had been too preoccupied with experiments to engage in this endeavor, and there simply weren't enough monsters to farm. Now, with rare free time and a target in sight, he seized the chance to farm vigorously. He worked during the day while Wooming took over at night. maintaining a relentless 24-hour cycle, which barely allowed him to gather 300 coins. The previous rewards had mostly consisted of food and drink, with the occasional item or weapon that held little value for him. According to the previously established reward list, the tier associated with 300 coins held items that truly piqued his interest. There was a 40 probability of receiving 2 pieces of fine equipment, a 25 chance of obtaining 1 piece of fine gear, and another 25 chance for unique items exclusive to the current version. What Ling Yu yearned for most, however, was the remaining 10, the chance to receive a reward orb from the past. This orb, signifying a random item from previous versions' pools, offered variable strength and value depending on the size of the random pool. Some pools were shallow, allowing for easy acquisition of valuable items, while others were deep, diminishing the likelihood of finding treasures due to the inevitable inclusion of worthless items. From the rewards pool of the past, the initial versions were commendable, but as the iterations multiplied, the rewards became increasingly chaotic, reducing it to a mere game of chance. At noon, the time for reclamation arrived, and one could only hope to acquire something of value. The ongoing strategy revolved around research and enhancement of strength. To this end, he expended considerable wealth to procure 2 vials of gene elixirs from the Omniscient Merchants Guild. Given that these elixirs enhance personal prowess through genetic alteration, it was only logical for him to deduce their components. In the earlier version, the sole method to obtain gene elixirs and technological artifacts was by offering specific items to the statue, which would in turn reward the corresponding elixirs or artifacts. However, Ling Yu held no belief in deities. He was confident that these items were manufactured, merely obscured by the ignorance of the masses. Previously, he lacked the time for such endeavors, but now he could delegate the task to the savior of thought, especially after witnessing Shiwen wielding extraordinary powers. Ling Yu promptly prioritized this matter. At midday, the sun blazed mercilessly, and the rotten flesh birds gradually dispersed from the skies. Once the crew cleared the deck of corpses, they began to relish that day's dinner. Come, taste the vegetable soup made from your latest cultivated crops. With the main dish being slow-cooked pork ribs, accompanied by apple puree. Sharky has been indulging too much at night, so there's only 1 bowl of ribs. Sharky's eyes quivered slightly, as if on the verge of tears. Don't try that with me, Erin said, hands on her hips, appearing resolute. This little creature's appetite is growing. Perhaps it's in a growth spurt. I should schedule a checkup. Ling Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. With a chime, noon struck, and all the coins in his backpack were reclaimed. Congratulations, you have received loot from the past. Congratulations. You have acquired Traveling Companion, Little Frog. Traveling Companion, Little Frog. Quality, rare. Effect. This is a travel-loving frog. You can feed it to embark on a journey. And when it returns, it will bring you news, with a chance of returning with special items. Next stage. Increase the probability of bringing back special items. Affinity, 0-100. In a flash of light, a frog with a backpack appeared on the deck. This was a reward from the companion version. In that version, everyone could cultivate a companion, each endowed with unique abilities, ranging from combat types to support types, and even those with extraordinary powers. Here, take these. Ling Yu rose and fetched some meat strips and water from the storeroom. Little Frog promptly stuffed everything into its backpack. Your little bag has quite the capacity. Witnessing this, Sharky was filled with envy. Wow, wow, wow. Sharky rolled on the ground in a fit of playfulness, expressing a desire for some as well. Reluctantly, Ling Yu handed over his remaining meat strip. Upon receiving the food, Sharky's demeanor instantly transformed. It gleefully grasped the morsel and scampered off to its little nest. After filling his backpack, the little frog hopped excitedly to the edge of the deck and then, with a splash, leapt into the water. Your companion has embarked on a journey, and the bond between you continues to strengthen. They will return in approximately 3 days. Ling Yu scratched his head, feeling oddly akin to a lonely elder. Nevertheless, his routine remained undisturbed. After finishing his meal, he resumed his research. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the world was undergoing subtle transformations. During dinner, Aline called out to Ling, reminding him that the food would soon cool. Standing on the stargazing platform, Ling Yu compared past records while observing the sun in the sky. Not only was the temperature unusually high these days, but the rate of cooling was also slower than usual. Ling Yu murmured to himself, indeed, the sun has grown larger. Wait, what is that black dot beside it? No, that is another sun. Twin suns in the sky. The chaotic era is upon us. Chapter 107. A glimpse into the game. 2 suns illuminate the sky, confirming Star Master's predictions. Fortunately, I had the foresight to stock up on cooling supplies, Erin exclaimed. Aside from navigating her ship, Erin often perused the Merchant Guild, acquiring various inexpensive goods. Thanks to her frugality, Ling Yu was able to be extravagant when purchasing materials. Do not rejoice too soon. Based on past experiences, we remain unaware of how long this chaotic epoch will persist, Ling Yu remarked. Indeed, I must hasten to procure more. Prices will surely soar shortly, Aaron responded, promptly setting aside her utensils to rush for supplies. Ling Yu concurred, foreseeing that within a week, temperatures would rise significantly. Historical records indicate that during the dual sun zenith, temperatures can approach 100 degrees Celsius. The inhabitants of this world have survived due to their robust constitutions and the aid of certain cooling items. For this realm possesses peculiar abilities. Moreover, the vast oceans cover nearly 90% of the environment, contributing to a natural cooling effect. However, the actual temperature remains to be seen. Prolonged high temperatures will lead to relentless evaporation of seawater, resulting in a vapor layer that envelopes the world like a steamer. Furthermore, water undergoes photolysis, splitting into hydrogen and oxygen. While hydrogen escapes, the excessive oxygen can create a hyperoxic environment, which is detrimental to human health. An elevated level of oxygen can lead to oxygen toxicity. Most critically, his vessels are constructed of wood, which poses a significant risk of spontaneous combustion under high temperatures. Upgrading the ships is imperative. In this regard, he holds an advantage. The myriad of things is more than willing to assist him, and his VIP privileges allow him to bypass the queue. The Blood Moon has now crumbled to less than a tenth of its former self. With nights resembling the ordinary once more, he can now confidently venture into populous areas. Ling Yu glanced at the map. The nearest location with large ship modification capabilities was Joyful Harbor. At full throttle, it would take only 3 days to arrive. Alas, there are still many shrewd individuals. Ice cups have skyrocketed to 300 per cup, Aaron muttered as she emerged. That item is of little use. In comparison, we must urgently upgrade our vessels. The current ships cannot withstand the heat, Ling Yu stated. The physical cooling method of ice blocks is ultimately limited. When the time is crucial, one must rely on science. The first step is the manufacturing of solar panels. This advancement is credited to Mechanical Emperor Belgry. To combat him, significant breakthroughs in mechanical research were achieved in this world, thereby promoting scientific manufacturing in a certain sense. While precision instruments are still unavailable, the Sinluo Merchant Guild can produce various industrial-grade equipment. As long as they are informed that this endeavor can yield substantial profits, they are among the staunchest believers in science. By installing solar photovoltaic panels on the ship's roof, solar energy can be converted into electrical energy. Utilizing the heat collected by the solar panels to power cooling machines, they can be integrated with the ship's propulsion system. Once solar power drives the cooling machines, ammonia acts as an efficient refrigerant, absorbing heat and vaporizing within the evaporator to achieve cooling. Subsequently, ammonia is pressurized by a compressor and undergoes heat release in a condenser, thereby completing the refrigeration cycle. This exothermic process releases a substantial amount of energy, which can be integrated with the vessel's power system to form a dynamic cycle-driven condensation system. This primarily employs principles of heat absorption and release, alongside gas pressure equilibrium, augmented by certain chemical knowledge. Moreover, the industrial methods for ammonia production have matured significantly, rendering manufacturing relatively uncomplicated. Under conditions of high temperature and pressure, and with the aid of iron-based catalysts, nitrogen and hydrogen directly synthesize ammonia. In this magical realm, high temperatures and pressures can be addressed through sorcery or specialized apparatus, perhaps even more conveniently than in the Blue Planet era. With an understanding of chemical principles, combined with knowledge of architecture and manufacturing, it is believed that designing a novel hull system would not pose a significant challenge. With ample time before reaching the destination, Ling Yu is entirely capable of undertaking these endeavors. Just as he prepares to immerse himself in work, a notification appears in his message bar. The preview for tonight's event will officially commence at 7 o'clock p.m. Standard Time from your ever-reliable old buddy. Beneath the message lies a jester's mask, the emblem of joy. Did you receive the message? Aaron inquired. I did. It seems the prophecy of the end has indeed come to fruition. Nevertheless, having a preview is certainly preferable to an unexpected version update. Ling Yu glanced at the clock. Only 10 minutes remained until the announcement. He decided to sit in the dining area to watch the preview before resuming his tasks, while Aaron prepared 2 glasses of iced water to combat the sweltering heat. As the clock struck 7, a live video appeared in the communication feed. Upon opening the video, he was greeted by a jester with an exaggeratedly painted mask. Its lips stretched in a sinister grin that seemed ready to split to the ears. Dear compatriots, brothers and sisters, I long for your demise. I long to see you, the jester exclaimed in an exaggerated manner. Then, in a hushed tone, he murmured, Oops, I accidentally spoke the truth. Soon, The screen was flooded with comments. You might as well stop thinking about it, sad. Is this what joy entails? Even the divine has taken to live streaming. This is quite the spectacle. Buying second-hand weapons at reasonable prices, open to negotiations. The comments section was rife with various messages, including advertisements. After all, opportunities like this are rare, and these individuals are keen on seizing them. Hey, no advertising in my live stream. All of you are muted, the jester exclaimed, somewhat irate. Instantly, the advertisements vanished from the screen. Is this truly a live broadcast? Ling Yu pondered, somewhat bewildered by the nature of this world's deity. He had initially hoped to meet the divine one day, but this revelation left him at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, the jester continued, on a different note. I've given equilibrium a break. Now it's time for joy, and thrilling games are about to ensue. Are you surprised? Are you happy? Proclaim joy. Based on past experiences, the forthcoming activities will involve engaging in delightful games, which will encompass a diverse array of genres. There will be contests between two factions, cooperative monster hunting adventures, and even peculiar competitions for gluttons. This time, the chosen game is a board game, announced Huan Yun with a flourish. A board game? How does one play that? The rules of the board game are as follows. All maritime territories will be divided into grid-like units, each possessing distinct effects. As players navigate their ships into the corresponding grids, they will trigger the effects designated by those spaces. For instance, in the perilous grids, one might face ambushes, while in the wealth grids, treasures await discovery. Additionally, there are event grids, where delightful surprises lie in wait. However, do take heed, certain grids, once entered, cannot be exited unless specific conditions are met. With a dramatic flourish, Huan Yun donned the attire of a captain, executing various eccentric gestures as he vividly elucidated the game's rules. Chapter 108, The Age of Exploration to enhance the joy of your journey. Each player will receive a die at the commencement of the game, with varying effects determined by the die's outcome. Additionally, I have concealed a grand gift in each maritime realm. Should you desire it, embark on your adventure. Ultimately, I hope everyone enjoys themselves. As many delightful mechanisms await your discovery. In this brand new season, I encourage all to strive diligently. Joyful announced. New season. The Age of Exploration. Version Introduction. Navigate your vessel, explore the seas, and seek the treasures buried beneath the ocean. New mechanism. Joyful dice. As you traverse a location, the die may roll, resulting in different changes based on its outcome. New season pass. Abundant rewards including 12 exquisite treasure chests, 5 fine chests, 2 rare chests, and a wealth of materials. Season duration, 3 months. Countdown, 7 standard days. The live broadcast abruptly ceased. Only 7 days remain. It seems I must hasten my preparations, murmured Ling Yu. I must complete the modifications to my vessel before the game begins. 2 days later, Ling Yu stood upon the deck, the silhouette of Joyful Harbor emerging faintly through the morning mist. After a night of travel, he had finally arrived at Joyful Harbor this morning. Joyful Harbor is not situated on an island, but rather resides atop a vast expanse of coral. The intertwining branches of the coral, once pruned, form a natural dock and platform, upon which slanted buildings are constructed. Upon entering the harbor's vicinity, Ling Yu received a message on his communication interface. You have entered the jurisdiction of Joyful Harbor. Please verify your identity. Prior to his arrival, Ling Yu had communicated with the Cthulhu Vastness Chamber of Commerce. After sending them the identity code provided by Cthulhu Vastness, he swiftly received a response. Identity verification successful. Welcome to your arrival. Please follow the guidance to the dock. Your berth is VIP-002. The coral along the route began to illuminate, directing him toward the designated docking spot. Once his vessel was secured, everyone disembarked, leaving the tree folk aboard. A diminutive fairy clad in a uniform approached, her skin reminiscent of the starry sky, complemented by a pair of translucent wings. She appeared to belong to the fairy race. Accompanying her were 2 other fairies, each holding a fan, emanating a refreshing breeze. The weather had grown increasingly warm over the past 2 days, with temperatures soaring above 50 degrees, warping the surrounding air with waves of heat. Greetings, Mr. Ling. I am Lily, the reception supervisor of Joyful Harbor. To his surprise, she spoke fluent Blue Star language. The service of the Cthulhu Chamber was indeed attentive. According to the information, Joyful Harbor is jointly managed by a branch of the family and the Cthulhu Chamber of Commerce. The family represents the greatest force under the destiny of harmony, with the branch in Joyful Harbor known as the Feast. Each lineage of the family symbolizes a distinct branch of destiny, with only the elite of these lineages embodying the destiny of harmony. The deity of revelry bestows upon you intoxication and joyous melodies, allowing you to forget your sorrows and shackles. Yet, within Lily's heart, a sense of unease lingered. Just the day before, she had received an unexpected directive from her superior, instructing her to personally attend to a distinguished guest, perhaps an esteemed VIP, who had come to the port for repairs. By the way, have you had the opportunity to review my ship's upgrade plan? What do you think? Is it feasible? Ling Yu inquired. No problem. Let us step inside and discuss further. The weather has been rather warm lately. Nodding in agreement, Ling Yu followed Lily, who wore a bright smile, as she led everyone into Joyous Harbor. At the port, a diverse array of sailors, drenched in sweat, bustled between the vessels. The group moved unhindered, with passers-by parting to make way. Though they did not recognize Ling Yu, the one guiding him was a figure of authority within the harbor, and none dared to provoke him. Joyous Harbor is tiered, with the entire port constructed atop a massive coral formation, its branches spiraling and forking, creating a three-dimensional transportation network. We have 3 levels here. The upper tier, situated high upon the coral, serves as the residence for nobles and affluent merchants, offering a panoramic view of the vast sea. The middle tier is a hub for commerce and artisans, where the majority of residents dwell, while the lower tier is designated for docking and refurbishing vessels. As Lily explained, she guided them toward the main trunk of the coral. Ling Yu glanced at the streets lined with an assortment of buildings, each uniquely designed. The shop signs varied greatly. Some were crafted from glowing sea anemones, while others utilized conch shells to issue repetitive calls. The atmosphere was bustling with activity. Upon reaching their destination, Lily tugged at a nearby coral, and a grand circular platform descended from the sky. Stepping onto the platform, they were whisked to the upper tier. Welcome to the upper tier. Allow me to show you to your room. Lily produced a key fashioned from shell and unlocked a door. The room was constructed from a colossal sea snail shell, its walls adorned with mother-of-pearl that shimmered with iridescent hues. A translucent curtain of jellyfish cascaded at the entrance, and as Ling Yu gently touched it, he felt a refreshing chill. The bookshelves, crafted from coral, displayed tomes bound in sharkskin. The entire room resembled an underwater palace. This design is quite remarkable. I have never encountered a room like this before, Ling Yu remarked. I am pleased to hear that. Additionally, regarding your ship's upgrade, I have already made the necessary arrangements. Some materials will arrive tomorrow, and the process should be completed in approximately 3 to 4 days. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Lily inquired. No, thank you. Very well. I should also mention that we host evening gatherings each night. We also offer room service for dining. Evening gatherings? What sort of gatherings? Ling Yu asked. The residents of this tier are all our esteemed guests, and we organize these gatherings to facilitate introductions among everyone. If you're interested, I can arrange for you to attend. Certainly, that would be delightful. Engaging with others is always beneficial, and it would be a wonderful opportunity to learn more about this world. You are too kind. I will have a tailor send over evening attire shortly, so as not to disturb your rest. With that, Lily took her leave. As soon as Lily departed, Shasha hurriedly dashed into the pool to frolic. Bathing aboard the ship was indeed a luxury, and this opportunity was perfect for a refreshing cleanse. During the bathing session, the stylist presented exquisite gowns, including a delightful pet outfit for Shasha. Ailing, what do you think? Do I look lovely in this? Erin twirled gracefully, her gown woven from silver threads resembling a frozen river of stars. Absolutely stunning, perfectly embodying the golden ratio. Thank you, Erin replied, her heart swelling with joy, despite her unfamiliarity with the concept of the golden ratio. Meanwhile, Shasha stood before the mirror, tugging at the bow tie adorning its chest. Enough with the adornments. You have no neck, Ling Yu remarked, gently patting its head. Woo-woo, protested Shasha. I may lack a neck, but I still desire dignity. Soon. A melodious voice emanated from the conch shell. Esteemed guests, the banquet is about to commence. Please proceed to the gathering promptly. Let us go. It is time to join the assembly. Chapter 109. The underground arena. Ling Yu opened the door to find the female attendant waiting patiently, her face adorned with white fluff and a cat tail sprouting from behind. It seemed that the family indeed embraced all walks of life, as the legend suggested. Greetings. The banquet hall is this way. Please follow me, she said with a courteous bow, leading the group toward the crystal hall. Along the way, Ling Yu struck up a conversation with the cat-eared attendant. Are you a member of the family? Ling Yu inquired. I have longed for this, but alas, I am merely an outer member for now. Only with the head of the family's approval may I join the greater kin, the cat girl replied, her tone tinged with yearning. The head of the family? Is he based at this port? Which family do you belong to? Alas, the esteemed head is seldom here. We only have a managing leader from within the clan, she explained. Ling Yu nodded in understanding. A managing leader, thus not a pathwalker. The situation within the family bore resemblance to that of the elven tribe where Eileen resided, both being embodiments of faith and fate. Not all members of the family were pathwalkers, yet due to their shared faith and harmony, even the lower-tier members could glean some power from the pathwalkers within the family. The managing leader's low rank certainly did not involve the path. At the very least, one had to be ahead of the main branch. He contemplated seizing the opportunity to extract some blood, hoping to refine a crystal of will. Perhaps he could one day pay homage to the deity of harmony. The dome of the banquet hall was crafted from a single luminous jellyfish resin. Under the semi-transparent canopy floated hundreds of teardrop-shaped crystal lights. Each crystal light housed a glowing jellyfish, its body radiating mesmerizing colors. This is a translation seashell. You may use it to communicate with others. Enjoy your meal, the catgirl attendant said, presenting a tiny seashell. Ling Yu affixed it to his ear and attempted to converse with Eileen. Ling, I can understand your language now, Eileen exclaimed, delighted. Previously, on the ship, Ling Yu had spoken in the elven tongue, leaving Eileen completely baffled by the language of Blue Star. This device proved to be quite convenient. In the hall, singers leaned against the central fountain, serenading the crowd, while attendants navigated among the guests with shell-shaped platters. Among the throng, Lily was adeptly engaging in conversation with others. Upon noticing Ling Yu's arrival, she bid farewell to her companions and approached him. Mr. Ling, your attire is truly fitting. Are there any individuals you wish to meet? I could assist you in making their acquaintance, Lily offered. Are there any pathwalkers here? I have no need for abundance, hunting, or knowledge, but are there others? Gluttony has nearly been eradicated, and memory seldom makes an appearance, she noted. Ling Yu had previously extracted some wool crystals from a triad, but perhaps due to impure components. Consuming them only resulted in a fleeting headache and a significant loss of sanity points, yielding no substantial outcome. Lily's smile faltered momentarily. You seem to be selecting cabbage from the garden. Pathwalkers are not so easily found. May I be so bold as to inquire what your intentions are? Lily asked. Nothing much. I merely require a small sample of blood for research purposes, Ling Yu replied. Just as he finished speaking, an abrasive voice emerged from behind him. Conducting experiments. That phrase sounds remarkably familiar, the voice sneered. Ling Yu turned, finding a man adorned with a cowboy hat, his chiseled features just inches away. The stranger inhaled deeply, revealing a cryptic grin. Even your scent is strikingly similar. I trust that face of yours is genuine. With a click, a silver revolver pressed against Ling Yu's abdomen. Mr. Leopold, please remain calm. This is a banquet, and the family prefers to avoid any unforeseen incidents, Lily said, her expression stern. After exchanging glances, Leopold chuckled and holstered his revolver. I couldn't care less about your welcome. So many formalities for a simple greeting. You over there, aren't you seeking a pathfinder? I know of a splendid venue. The underground fighting arena, Leopold suggested. Really? Ling Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. Of course. I'm no fool like that merry band of tricksters. Once a word is spoken, it's as binding as a contract. However, Lily interjected, Mr. Ling, the underground fighting arena is perilous. It is filled with desperate souls. Does that mean there truly are pathfinders? Ling Yu asked. Occasionally, I hear the organizers are quite acquainted with the Oblivion Gang, Leopold replied. The Oblivion Gang. A faction under the Dominion of Destruction. Perhaps one might indeed encounter a pathfinder there. Precisely, that place is where fighters accumulate victories to fill the coffers of the house. Care to guess how the house maintains its grip? Leopold stated. Ling Yu immediately grasped the implication. To prevent challengers from absconding with their winnings. The optimal strategy was to arrange for a house fighter, someone guaranteed to win. A pathfinder. Though Ling Yu perceived the idea of a pathfinder engaging in such trivial pursuits as somewhat beneath them, he dismissed it. He needed only the blood. Where's this place? Take me there, he declared. Lily wished to dissuade him further, but Aaron had long since relinquished hope. The moment she saw the determination in his eyes, she understood that mere words would not sway him. Haha, you have guts. Just don't cry for your mother when you get there. Follow me, Leopold said. As Ling Yu's figure receded into the distance. Anxiously, Lily dialed her phone. Quickly, connect me with the manager of the underground fighting arena. Hurry. Leopold's cowboy boots echoed against the floor as he made his way towards the side door of the banquet hall, with Ling Yu trailing closely behind. Stop eating and come here, Aaron urged as she scooped up the gluttonous shark, who, before departing, clutched a piece of fish fillet in its mouth. Unfazed. Nameless followed calmly behind. The group boarded the elevator, ascending to the mid-level. Night had fallen, and the remnants of the blood moon still hung high in the sky. This is the place. Just be aware, it is a life-threatening venue. Entrance only, no exit, Leopold warned. As long as your words bear truth, that suffices, Ling Yu remarked. Very well, then follow me, Leopold responded. After rapping gently on the door, it swung open, and he exchanged a few words with the individuals within before the entrance fully revealed itself. Beyond the threshold lay a spiraling cast-iron staircase. its edges encrusted with a dark crimson rust, reminiscent of desiccated plasma. Embedded in the walls, at intervals of 10 steps, were oil lamps fashioned from mermaid fat, their flames flickering and dancing within glass enclosures. Step aside, do not splatter blood upon yourselves, cautioned a group of masked figures, bearing scars, as they dragged several blood-soaked individuals toward them. Behold, this is the fate that awaits those who falter in battle. Here, compassion is a foreign concept, replaced solely by brutality. Chapter 110. The competition begins. Ling Yu said nothing and strode forward. The cheers around him grew increasingly louder as he pushed open the iron gate before him. A deafening roar engulfed everything. He squinted his eyes, adjusting to the sudden brilliance of light. Before him lay a vast underground arena, dominated by a colossal octagonal cage, its wire mesh stained with dark crimson blood. Surrounding it, tiered stands were packed with spectators, all fervently cheering. Place your bets. Place your bets. A provocatively dressed woman wove through the crowd, a betting machine hanging from her neck, announcing odds of 3-1 for this match. Those eager to earn some money. Place your bets quickly. Go in, turn left, and find the old goblin to sign up. If I go, he surely won't allow me, but of course, I won't stop you if you wish to leave. Leopold turned and headed toward the spectators' area. Hey Ling, I won't stop you if you want to go, but do exercise caution and take this. Eileen handed the shadow stone to Ling Yu. Rest assured. After accepting the item, Ling Yu followed the directions to the registration area. Another one seeking death? 30 for the registration fee. If you achieve 12 consecutive victories, everything in the prize pool is yours, the old goblin said, squinting through his wrinkled eyelids. Ling Yu produced his card and swiped it. Ah, a black card. A wealthy individual seeking thrills, are we? You'd best be prepared. The goblin chuckled, then added, provide me with a name, and I'll arrange your match. Anything will do. Very well, a name of your choosing. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Once the old goblin completed the registration, he shoved a sign into Ling Yu's hand. Table 3, good luck. Ling Yu approached the competition stage, submitted his sign, and the guard opened the iron cage door for him. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, boss, that person has taken the stage. An orc with a scarred face, cigarette in mouth, spoke with impatience. These rich folks come seeking thrills and end up here. Fine. Let us arrange a swift end for him. Understood. On stage, after Ling Yu had entered, he awaited his opponent, who took an unusually long time to appear. After a considerable wait, a long-haired man donned in a blue robe ascended the competition stage, accompanied by a blue butterfly. Dear audience, next up is a regular at the arena, Ice Blast, who has achieved 5 consecutive victories. Today, he faces a newcomer. Quite casually, the announcer proclaimed. Cheers erupted from the stands in response. I've placed 3,000 on you, Ice Blast. Turn that pretty boy into ice shards. However, some of the older spectators were aware that Ice Blast was a planted fighter. A planted fighter refers to those strategically placed by the arena, consisting of skilled individuals to attract crowds, while simultaneously targeting true contenders to prevent the prizes from being wholly claimed. This unspoken rule was well understood by everyone. If one's skills fell short, there was little left to say. Who is my opponent? Matching up against a planted fighter right from the start? Here to play? How intriguing. This has certainly become fascinating. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, the host proclaimed, let the competition commence. In an instant, Ice Explosion made the first move. Chanting incantations as he waved his staff, 3 ice shards materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the target. Simultaneously, the petite butterfly at his side unleashed the same spell. Companion, Ice Crystal Butterfly, has a 35% chance to replicate your spell. The synergy between this spell and companion systems resulted in 6 ice shards flying from various angles. Launching a coordinated assault, Ling Yu, with a discerning gaze, quickly identified the gaps between the 6 ice shards. Leaning his body, he activated Shadow Step, allowing the shards to narrowly miss him. Ah, this is quite interesting, but you underestimate me. With a resounding explosion, the ice shards shattered mid-air, sending icy fragments scattering. From the detonated shards, countless ice needles, as thin as hair, erupted forth. Such a technique. Ling Yu's pupils constricted as he abruptly crouched, shielding himself with his arm. The sound of ice needles piercing flesh resembled rain striking banana leaves, and in an instant, his left arm was imbued with ice crystals. The shards embedded within his muscles emanating a chilling aura. With each step, it felt as though he were dragging a heavy load of ice. With a deft twist of his staff, the ice needles embedded in his flesh suddenly sprouted ice threads resembling spider silk. Frostbite. Ling Yu stifled a groan, collapsing to the ground as peculiar blue patterns emerged beneath his skin, suggesting the ice crystals were taking root within his veins. This affliction inflicted moderate harm, yet severely hampered his mobility. Her gaze, activated, slow, removed. The orb on his chest glimmered brightly, instantly alleviating a significant portion of the chill that gripped him. Huh? You believe you can escape my control? Ice Explosion scoffed, a glint of cold malice in his eyes. But my magic extends far beyond this. He abruptly thrust his staff into the ground, reciting another incantation. Freeze, crack. The ground instantaneously crystallized into a layer of solid ice, spreading at an alarming rate towards Ling Yu's feet. The icy tendrils coiled around him like a venomous serpent, swiftly encasing his legs in frost, which climbed rapidly to his knees, binding him firmly in place. Ling Yu looked down to find his legs completely encased in ice, the crystals continuing to creep upward. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved his firearm with his right hand. As his frozen fingers squeezed the trigger, a fierce flame erupted from the barrel. Bang! The armor-piercing bullet tore through the air, spiraling forth with a whirlwind of energy. A mere parlor trick. Ice Explosion nonchalantly traced an arc with his staff, and a translucent hexagonal ice shield formed instantaneously. As the bullet collided with the ice shield, it decelerated dramatically, as if ensnared in a viscous substance, inflicting only a minor reduction in the opponent's health. Ice armor. Outside the arena, a cacophony of commentary erupted. Once again, this turtle-like defense. It matters not the number of spells, effectiveness is paramount. This newcomer cannot breach the shell of the turtle. Defeat is inevitable. The most crucial tactic in battle varies according to style, with some focusing on offense and others on defense. The Ice Explosion relies on the chilling magic of ice attributes to inflict slowing and freezing effects upon its adversaries, while simultaneously depleting their energy with relentless spells. This technique is renowned within the ice magic realm as the Frozen Art. However, it is more commonly referred to as the Turtle Technique, a defensive style that embodies the essence of its namesake. Engaging in battle with practitioners of this style often devolves into a test of endurance. The Ice Explosion reveled in its prowess, deriving a certain satisfaction from the thrill of overpowering novices, a strategy that has proven consistently effective. Yet, in the next moment, his expression faltered. Leopold in the stands let out a whistle, tossing a peanut into his mouth as he chewed and remarked, "I knew I was right. This is going to be entertaining." Ling Yu's wound emitted a pulsating green glow as flesh and sinew began to mend. Abundance. Who could possibly compare their longevity to that of abundance? Chapter 111. Unbroken winning streak. Damn it. That group didn't mention this fellow possessed the power of fate. Now, it was Ice Explode's turn to be troubled. Based on the damage inflicted earlier, the opponent's health points must begin at no less than 600. His own health stood at a mere 160, making the adversary's vitality over 3 times greater. Most critically, a distinctive trait of abundance was its astonishing recovery capability. The bloodline restored 20 points per second, the bottomless abyss granted a 1 recovery per second, an invisible paradise would enhance the recovery rate as health diminished. Ice Explode realized that despite his arduous efforts to deplete a sliver of health, it was swiftly replenished. Who truly held the upper hand? This was a pivotal consideration. What was the key to victory? In simpler terms, what enabled one to win and what methods were available for triumph? Clearly, Ice Explode's path to victory had vanished, plunging the match into a state of futility. His explosive attacks could not eliminate Ling Yu. Prolonging the battle merely led to his own demise. After the preceding skirmish, Ling Yu was no longer in a hurry. Bottomless Abyss provided a 30 increase in movement speed, complemented by the rapid advance of Shadow Step. His speed undoubtedly surpassed that of his opponent. All that remained was to await the activation of her gaze to remove any negative status effects. It was merely a test of endurance. I can do this all day. The mana of a mage determines the breadth of life, while the distance between the mage and their foe dictates the length of life. The more mana one possesses, the greater the potential for action. The farther one remains, the safer they are. Surely, there comes a time when a mage exhausts their mana. You'd best not allow me to catch you. Ling Yu brandished a gun in his left hand and a sword in his right. The gun's muzzle ever locked onto Ice Explode's movements. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets erupted in rapid succession, tearing through the air with a searing current that compelled Ice Explode to evade constantly. He was compelled to cast spells frequently for defense. Damn it. How could this guy aim so accurately? Gritting his teeth, Ice Explode retreated and, with a wave of his staff, conjured an ice wall in an attempt to obstruct Ling Yu's shots. However, at the moment the ice wall rose, Shadow Step rendered Ling Yu's figure a blur, transforming into a dark afterimage that instantly slipped through the wall's gap, closing the distance. Ice Explode's pupils constricted, and he promptly swung his staff to unleash Ice Spear, attempting to push Ling Yu back. Yet, Ling Yu had already anticipated his move. He sidestepped, simultaneously slicing through the air with a cold arc of his sword. Clang! Ice Explode's staff met the blade, sending a jolt through his hands, nearly causing him to lose grip. He staggered backward, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In a frantic bid, Ice Explode cast a spell, encasing himself in a massive block of ice. Ice Coffin, a last resort technique for ice mages, granting 1 second of immunity, rendering him unaffected by any effects, impervious to damage, yet immobile and with an exceedingly long cooldown. However, Ling Yu was far too close. Ice Coffin similarly restricted his own movement. Once the freezing concluded, he would still have to face Ling Yu's onslaught. A mage cornered was akin to a helpless lamb. Alas! Ice Blast's countenance darkened, for his magical energy had dwindled to nothing, while Ling Yu's onslaught showed no signs of abating. Ling Yu provided no respite, employing the shadow step. Once more, his figure advancing like a specter. Ice Blast gritted his teeth, exhausting his final reserves of magic to unleash Ice Blast technique, aiming to repel Ling Yu with a wide-reaching attack. Too slow. Ling Yu's form abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind Ice Blast. It was over. The blade rested against the back of Ice Blast's heart, while the muzzle pressed against his nape. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Ice Blast's throat convulsed slightly as he slowly raised both hands, conceding defeat. The victor could do as he pleased. In the backstage area, a resounding clap echoed. Damn it! The Senro Commerce and the clan cannot be toying with me, sending a Fate Walker here. The orc slammed his hand on the table, causing the smoke from his mouth to fall to the ground. At that moment, a brawny man clad in armor opened his eyes and remarked, "This lad does not resemble a Fate Walker. I sense no strong will." Relieved by the armored man's words, the orc inquired, "Then what is he? A curse of abundance? But those afflicted by curses end up as monsters, do they not? Let us send a few more to test this lad's strength. We cannot allow him to win everything outright." He was no stranger to such unforeseen challengers. First, he would send a few individuals to investigate, then deploy targeted fighters. With a series of consecutive victories, Ling Yu achieved an impressive 7 wins, drawing the attention of many to his competition stage. After securing his 10th victory, he sat in the cage's resting area, replenishing his energy with food and water. Only after devouring 7 or 8 pieces of roasted meat did he feel a semblance of satisfaction. Competitors, please prepare. The next match is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu quickly rose, ready to participate once more. This time, his opponent was a petite woman, her face concealed by a mask. Tonight, we bear witness to a miracle. A newcomer has arrived at this juncture. 10 consecutive victories is no small feat. You may choose to take your rewards and depart, but should you lose, you will leave with nothing. What is your choice? I must remind you, your opponent also boasts 10 consecutive victories. This match is perilous. The host announced. Ling Yu gazed at him and replied, "I shall continue." Very well, our contestant chooses to pursue his miracle. Let us cheer for him. The audience erupted into fervent applause. The ensuing match featured Shiren from the Shadow Brotherhood, facing our new champion, Ling Yu. The match commenced. As the starting signal faded, the opponent's figure dissolved into the darkness like ink, leaving no trace of presence behind. The members of the Shadow Brotherhood were likely of the assassin class. Speaking of assassins, they are a profession that troubles everyone. Invisible and intangible, they strike without warning and vanish without a trace. Ling Yu approached the situation with utmost caution, fully aware that an assassin's burst damage is formidable. Even with over 600 health points, he dared not underestimate them. In the arena, an eerie silence prevailed. Ling Yu's skin tightened slightly as he meticulously observed his surroundings. Suddenly, a barely perceptible ripple in the air emanated from the left. It has arrived. He swiftly pivoted, and a pitch-black dagger grazed his throat, the icy blade leaving a faint crimson trace upon his skin. The figure of the assassin vanished in an instant, melding once more into the shadows. TSK, such quick reflexes. A cold laugh resonated from the darkness. Ling Yu chose to disregard the other's provocation, opting instead to remain motionless. The adversary struck several more times, yet each time, Ling Yu evaded with an uncanny foresight. His instinct as a hunter alerted him to impending danger, allowing him to sense the assassin's movements at the very moment they were executed. Additionally, based on the adversary's habitual strikes, Ling Yu gradually accumulated experience to estimate their position. As the assailant approached once more, Ling Yu preemptively reacted. "Found you." A slight smirk graced Ling Yu's lips. Shadow step. His form surged forward like a wraith, the tip of his sword aimed directly at the opponent's chest. The assassin hastily parried, the dagger clashing against the blade, sparks flying in all directions. Astonishment evident in their eyes. Yet Ling Yu's onslaught did not relent. His left hand had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle belched flames, and the bullet struck the assassin's shoulder. Ugh! The assassin let out a muffled grunt, staggering backward as blood gushed from the wound. He glared fiercely at Ling Yu. Disbelief etched across his features. How could you possibly see through my concealment? Intuition. Chapter 112, The Final Showdown, Part 1. For an assassin, the moment you reveal yourself, one must inevitably fall, either you or your opponent. Once recognized, the adversary promptly conceded, remarking that they would engage in a rematch at another time. With those words, Sharin departed the stage. The host raised Ling Yu's hand and proclaimed, "Let us once again cheer for this rising star. He has performed a miracle, reaching this stage in his very first competition. Now, he stands merely a step away from the ultimate pinnacle. However, I must remind you, the final challenge has yet to be conquered by anyone. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Ling Yu replied confidently, "No problem. But I have one request. If I triumph, I demand a vial of blood from my opponent." Such a statement was instantly deemed provocative. "I shall convey your request." "Best of luck," the host responded, clenching his fist. Backstage, the orc chieftain patted his shoulder armor and spoke in a grave tone. "This lad is no simpleton. Even the Ice Burst and the Shadow Brotherhood's assassins have fallen to him. Exercise caution." A deep, mocking chuckle emanated from beneath the iron armor. "Caution? I would prefer him to be even stronger." He clenched his fist, and scorching steam erupted from the seams of his gauntlet, causing the temperature in the room to soar. How else could he be worthy of the title of destruction? As he stepped towards the passageway, each footfall left behind a charred imprint reminiscent of molten lava. Upon grasping the iron door, it glowed red-hot from the intense heat, and before it could be pushed open, a suffocating wave of heat seeped through the crack. Within the arena, a sudden darkness enveloped the entire space. Almost immediately, a blinding red light shot forth from the competitor's passage, and the heavy iron door was kicked open with tremendous force. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure resembling a fortress of steel emerged. "Let us welcome the champion of 17 bouts, Furnace Vorn." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Ling Yu smiled, sensing a power entirely different from before, a force of fate unlike any he had encountered. It seemed he had not erred in coming here. This individual was indeed a harbinger of destiny. As the two faced each other atop the arena, Vorn began to stretch his neck, and a wave of scorching steam burst forth from the gaps in his armor. "Are you a harbinger of the path of destruction?" Ling Yu inquired. "That has been my lifelong pursuit, though regrettably, I have yet to discover the path to ascension," Vorn replied. "Ascension? What is that?" This was the first time Ling Yu had heard such a term. "Once you achieve victory, there will be ample time to discuss it." Vorn had no intention of elaborating further. At that moment, the host announced, "Please prepare, contestants, the final battle commences." No sooner had the words left his lips than Vorn's iron fist descended with tremendous force. Boom! As Vorn's fist struck downwards, Ling Yu swiftly sidestepped, the gust of his punch brushing past his cheek, the scorching air even causing the tips of his hair to curl slightly. Furnace overload. Vorn's gauntlet suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, his fist accelerating mid-air, redirecting itself with near-sonic velocity towards Ling Yu's chest. Bang! Ling Yu crossed his arms to shield himself, but the force of the punch sent him hurtling backward. His back colliding violently with the iron cage at the edge of the arena, the metal mesh groaning under the strain. He felt a tremor resonate through his bones, and the surface of his skin bore the marks of burns. Super ability, Forge Warrior. This individual is a cyborg. He could sense the immense power contained within that last punch. Destruction was a branching fate under the path of domineering, indicating his profession as a conqueror. This vocation allows for the release of skills that are all unbreakable, impossible to interrupt or resist. Vorn's iron boots shattered the ground beneath him, molten-like patterns flowing through the seams of his armor. He slammed his fists together, unleashing a deafening metallic roar. "Let me see how long your abundant strength can endure." The previous punch had obliterated a significant portion of his armor's durability. Another blow might very well render it unusable. "As you wish." Ling Yu's figure suddenly blurred, employing Shadow Step to launch a shadowy assault towards Vorn. Vorn grinned wickedly, not flinching as his right fist, radiating a destructive crimson glow, aimed directly at the center. Boom! His fist pierced through the illusion, creating a molten crater 2 meters wide in the ground, the shockwaves radiating outward. Yet, the true Ling Yu had already appeared to his left, delivering a heavy blow to Vorn's chest. Bang! The knuckles were seared by the intense heat expelled from Vorn's armor, instantly shattering and sending blood splattering. But in the next moment, the force of abundance surged forth, and the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Vorn felt a heavy thud in his chest. This kid possesses immense strength. He is confronting armor with mere flesh and blood. The armor on Vorn's chest hummed to life. Emitting a roar, While the damage was not substantial, the skill's unbreakable effect directly repelled Ling Yu. Haha, delightful. Vorn laughed maniacally, lunging forward with an uppercut that struck Ling Yu's chest, causing the world to spin. Ling Yu was sent soaring but managed to twist midair, bringing his right leg down like a battle axe. Boom. The kick landed squarely on Vorn's shoulder armor, forcing the steel frame to buckle as he knelt to the ground. The arena floor cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward. Again, without a moment's pause upon landing, Ling Yu swung his fist once more toward Vorn. Vorn stood firm, absorbing all the attacks before suddenly retaliating with a sweeping strike of his iron arm. Ling Yu deftly sidestepped with shadow step, his heavy fist glowing red once more. Vorn crossed his arms to block, yet the impact still sent him sliding backward for over 10 meters, his boots leaving charred marks on the arena surface. Creating distance did not grant Ling Yu a significant advantage. If Vorn charged recklessly, it would only compress Ling Yu's space to maneuver within the arena. Instead, he opted for close-quarters combat, relying on the quick cooldown of shadow step to engage directly. Vorn's larger frame typically relied on reach and striking power, and grappling would negate this distance advantage, forcing him into a realm of combat he was not accustomed to. Your punches are still lacking. The core of Vorn's forge began to operate at an overclocked pace, crimson energy bubbling within the conduits. He charged forward with a sudden, forceful stride, causing the entire arena to tremble. Ling Yu attempted to employ the shadow step once more, only to realize that his movement speed was significantly diminished this time. The conquering dread, nearby enemies experience a 70 decrease in mobility and are rendered incapable of displacement for 2.5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. In a moment of unexpected vulnerability, Ling Yu found himself grasped firmly by the throat, as Vorn suddenly exerted his strength, lifting Ling Yu and hurling him toward the ground. Yet, at the precipice of impact, Ling Yu coiled his legs around Vorn's mechanical neck like a constricting serpent, executing the standard strangulation position from jiu-jitsu. This combat technique had been gleaned from a judo instructor's live stream during his leisure time, and it was the first occasion he had applied it in actual combat. Ling Yu engaged his core, his muscles tensing like steel cables. His inherent strength, combined with the technique, inflicted considerable distress upon Vorn. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu grasped Vorn's exposed right shoulder with a sudden, forceful tug. The metallic structure emitted a strained groan under the weight, and the seams of the armor finally ruptured, releasing scalding steam from the fissures. Vorn's right arm immediately lost a portion of its power, exhibiting a noticeable delay in movement. The overload shock unleashed a terrifying wave of heat, erupting from the two of them and propelling Ling Yu violently away. In an instant, Ling Yu's skin was scorched and began to peel away, akin to a snake shedding its skin, propelled by the regeneration of new tissue. After rolling to his feet, he spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Once more, he prepared to engage. Chapter 113, The Final Match, Part 2. The young man displayed remarkable resilience. Vorn twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, while his right arm hung limply at his side. The two combatants lunged toward each other once more. Clang! With all his might, he delivered a powerful blow to the armor seam at Vorn's left elbow. Vorn's left arm quivered slightly, but quickly stabilized, retaliating with a sweeping punch aimed at Ling Yu's side. Ling Yu deftly tilted his head to evade, feeling the rush of air from the punch singe his skin. Undeterred, he launched a second strike, landing once again on the same joint. Clang! This time, the armor visibly dented, fine cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. Vorn's mechanical pupils narrowed, and his left arm's movements momentarily faltered. Clang! With the force of a hammer, Ling Yu's fist came crashing down. Crack! The armor seam shattered completely, causing Vorn's left arm's power system to fail instantaneously, his mechanical fingers twitching uncontrollably. By repeatedly targeting the same joint, Ling Yu sought to incapacitate the opponent's remaining hand, thereby nullifying their combat capability. This was only possible due to his own formidable strength, which rivaled that of his adversary. Through relentless training, he had achieved a strength base of 14, augmented by the abilities of bottomless stomach and invisible paradise. A single blow from him was no trivial matter. Fortunately, his opponent was a mechanical hybrid, rugged and resilient. Had it been anyone else, they would have been reduced to mere mortals long ago. Yet, those fated for destruction do not concede easily. Vorn let out a low growl, lowering his head and charging forward like a rampaging bull. The conquering intimidation locked onto his form. Ling Yu, compelled to brace himself with crossed arms, was driven back, carving deep furrows into the ground as he was forced against the edge of the iron cage. The metallic bars twisted and deformed under the immense pressure, emitting groans of strain. Is it over? My turn now. Ling Yu clenched his left fist, aiming at the deformed left elbow joint. The final strike. This punch penetrated the armor, shattering the entire mechanical arm under the tremendous force, sending sparks and energy fluid flying. Following this, a knee strike sent his opponent sprawling. "What do you say? Shall we continue?" Ling Yu inquired after spitting out blood. Vaughn knelt on the ground, his knee unable to support him any longer. "You have won. I will provide what you seek," Vaughn declared. Thunderous cheers erupted instantly. The audience swelled like a boiling ocean, countless individuals rising to their feet, fervently waving their betting slips. The cacophony nearly lifting the roof off. Ling Yu stood at the center of the ring, barely maintaining his balance. Eileen rushed onto the stage, supporting him with a touch of concern in her eyes. Only then did his taut body begin to relax. "Congratulations to our new champion." Amidst the cheers, the host announced the final results, but Ling Yu gradually closed his eyelids, yearning for a restful slumber. When he awoke once more, he found himself lying on the bed in his room. Eileen lay asleep at the bedside, while Shasha rested on the carpet, and only the Nameless one stood vigil beside him. Ling Yu stretched his body, his injuries had nearly all healed. The remarkable healing ability was indeed astonishing. "Nameless, how long have I been asleep?" Ling Yu inquired. "You have been in a deep slumber for 17 hours and 23 minutes, Nameless reported truthfully. "Has anything transpired during this time?" The arena sent rewards, and additionally, the family delivered a letter, purportedly an invitation, Nameless indicated towards the items on the table. After instructing Nameless to bring the items closer, Ling Yu began to examine them meticulously. The arena had indeed kept its promise, presenting him with generous prizes, including several items of use to him, among which was a vial of crimson blood, precisely what Ling Yu coveted most. "By the way, there is another matter, I have yet to clarify what that fellow mentioned regarding promotion," Ling Yu remarked. "Concerning that, on the arena, after your slumber," the opponent uttered a phrase. "Promotion signifies ascending to a broader destiny with more refined power," Nameless elucidated. "A broader destiny," Ling Yu pondered, contemplating the implication that a branched destiny could elevate to the primary destiny. After savoring this notion for a while, he lifted his gaze. "Ah, and this letter, the family's invitation. Quite intriguing." Ling Yu opened the correspondence and began to read attentively. "Esteemed Professor of Color, as I have been unable to ascertain your true name, I hope you will permit me to address you as such. I have learned of your visit to Joyous Harbor and hope the hospitality of the Feast family was to your satisfaction. I hereby extend an invitation for you to attend the family's decennial celebration. Your presence would be an immense honor, and enclosed is the invitation for your perusal. The family mechanical year 128, April 22nd. Inside the envelope lay a golden foiled card, its craftsmanship exceptional. The family represented harmony, which might provide an opportunity to explore the destiny of harmony further. Speaking of which, the inception of this destiny is rather peculiar. It did not emerge from nothingness, but rather replaced another destiny, Order. The Order destiny, it is said, has significant origins. Legends recount that in the earliest days of the survival world, chaos reigned supreme. During that time, as the memory destiny had yet to manifest, all accounts were passed down orally, making truth and falsehood indistinguishable. It is said that 3 destinies existed then: foolishness, chaos, and terminus. The ominous nature of these names suggests they were anything but favorable. The world was shrouded in darkness, until a radiant light fractured the gloom. The Order destiny was born. Some claim a cataclysmic divine battle ensued, while others assert that nothing occurred at all. Ultimately, the result was that Order seized dominion over the world, establishing the Golden Laws, dictating that all beings commence a life of order under its prescribed laws. It was only thereafter that the destinies of preservation and joy began to emerge. Albeit at that time, the major destinies had yet to branch into sub-destinies. Such circumstances only transformed following a momentous event. The deity of order vanished amidst the onslaught against reproduction, and even fate was supplanted by harmony. With the disappearance of order and the subsequent dissolution of the Golden Law, the world transitioned into a new epoch, known as the Age of Constellations. It was during this period that various branches of fate began to emerge. Notably, order stood as the sole path devoid of any branches. The precise manner of order's disappearance remained shrouded in mystery, with myriad theories proposed, yet none substantiated by evidence. Even the memory path, which is predominantly focused on documentation, contains but a single entry regarding this enigma: order is dead. Thus, this event has become an everlasting riddle. Chapter 114. Ship modification. After much contemplation, it was imperative for him to accept the family's invitation. At that moment, Aileen awakened. "You're awake. How do you feel? Is there still pain?" Aileen inquired. "I'm all right. The pain has mostly subsided. By the way, there's something I wish to discuss with you." Ling Yu recounted the family's invitation. "The family's invitation? Is it truly genuine?" Aileen exclaimed with a hint of surprise, her eyes shimmering with excitement. What has got you so elated? Lingyu chuckled. Aileen blushed slightly and replied, You have no idea. That place is renowned as the land of dreams. I have longed to visit it since my childhood. They say it is a fairy tale realm where distinctions of birth are non-existent, and all beings coexist harmoniously. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with longing. In a world rife with peril, such a sanctuary is indeed desirable. Yet, does such a place truly exist? Until it is witnessed or verified, Lingyu remained skeptical. Well, it just so happens that you now have the opportunity to see it for yourself. The only issue is that the family's location is rather remote, Lingyu remarked. The location provided was no longer within the Blackwater Sea. According to the current nautical charts, it would require at least a year of sailing to reach there. Fortunately, with 2.5 years remaining until the grand ceremony, he had ample time. By the way, I wonder how the ship repairs are progressing. Let us go check on the vessel, Lingyu said as he prepared to rise. Aileen, seeing that he was indeed well, did not impede him. However, the moment his foot crossed the threshold of the room, a cold metallic sensation pressed against his temple. Ah, you seem to have recovered swiftly, descendant of abundance. Leopold's mocking voice echoed in his ear, his revolver steadfastly aimed at Lingyu's brow, the trigger producing a faint click. Lingyu's pupils constricted slightly. Yet he maintained an uncharacteristic calmness. Are you one of the fated hunters? I believe we have no grievances between us. From the instant he sensed the other's presence, an intangible awareness enveloped him. As someone who had encountered the deity of hunters, he remained acutely attuned to such energies. No grievances, that depends on who you are. Before Leopold could finish, a luminous arc of electromagnetic energy flared to life, the blade of an electromagnetic sword poised against Leopold's neck. Warning, cease all hostile actions immediately, the nameless entity commanded. Ah, being threatened by an antiquated mechanical relic is quite the novelty. How amusing. Shall we see whose weapon is swifter, your sword or my gun? Leopold responded with intrigue, as if proposing a trivial wager. All right, reveal your true intentions. I have no time for games, Lingyu asserted. The instinct of the hunter did not trigger. He felt no imminent danger. Huh? Are you wagering that I lack the courage to pull the trigger? Leopold taunted, his finger poised on the trigger. In a bold move, Lingyu pressed down on the revolver. If you wish to fire, you would have done so already. The abilities of a hunter do not rely on mere words. TCH. Leopold twirled the revolver in his hand before holstering it. I detest conversing with individuals like you. At times, I truly yearn to cast aside my moral encumbrances and simply eliminate you with a single shot, for that would be far simpler. With that, Leopold turned to leave. You haven't yet disclosed your purpose for being here, came the retort. Why should I divulge that to you? I have confirmed all that I needed to. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The family is not as favorable as you may believe. Weigh their words carefully. After uttering these words, Leopold departed. But not before tossing something over his shoulder. Lingyu instinctively caught it, only to discover it was a silver bullet. If any other Sea Rangers trouble you, show them this, though I must clarify it may not guarantee your safety. Leopold's voice echoed down the corridor. What an eccentric fellow, Lingyu mused, shaking his head in bewilderment. Once this peculiar encounter was behind him, Lingyu sought out Lily, expressing his desire to inspect the modifications made to his vessel. She readily agreed. Lily led Lingyu down the lift to the lowest level. They arrived before an unassuming iron door, where she produced a copper key engraved with the emblem of waves. As she inserted it into the lock, the key's surface shimmered with a soft blue luminescence. Welcome to the Tide Sound dock, Lily announced as she turned the key, causing the iron door to slide open silently. This is the finest dock in Joy Harbor, specifically catering to esteemed guests such as yourself. Beyond the door lay an expansive underground dock, vast enough to accommodate a football field. The ceiling was adorned with hundreds of rune lamps, illuminating the space as brightly as day. At the center of the docking area rested the Wisdom, now almost unrecognizable to him. The vessel's exterior had undergone a dramatic transformation, now resembling a colossal cruise ship measuring over 200 meters in length. A crystalline substance ran along the keel, radiating a gentle blue glow in the dim light. Is this truly my ship? Lingyu inquired, incredulity lacing his tone as he ran his hands along the vessel. Indeed, our craftsmen are skilled artisans of various trades, including 2 senior carpenters. And we utilize only the finest materials for your vessel. Allow me to introduce you, Lily replied, leading Lingyu aboard. For the hull, we employed a composite structure of living wood and star-fallen iron, constructing the skeletal framework from star-fallen iron, while living wood envelopes it to form the hull. Even if breached, the living wood possesses the ability to self-heal. Lingyu nodded, recognizing the significance of such a capability. Otherwise, if the vessel were damaged, he would be compelled to seek repairs, resulting in considerable delays. Furthermore, should the ship sustain destruction, they would find themselves without refuge upon the sea. Next, regarding the propulsion system, we have constructed the energy system according to your design. Even our craftsmen have remarked that your design is unprecedented. They are full of praise. However, for the sake of safety, in addition to the solar power you mentioned, we have constructed an energy furnace as a backup power source, capable of burning both coal and magical items to generate energy. Furthermore, as per your instructions, we have built a battery storage system to reserve electrical power. At the bottom of the deck stands a row of silvery cylindrical containers, each comparable in thickness to an adult's arm, their surfaces intermittently shimmering with arcs of electricity. Our artisans, following your guidance, sourced materials with higher energy densities. This series of batteries, when fully charged, can sustain the vessel's operational needs for an entire week. And under low consumption, it can last for up to 20 days. Ling Yu nodded, acknowledging that this exceeded his expectations. Indeed, the ingenuity of the industrious populace should never be underestimated. Chapter 115. Preparations for departure. Subsequently, Lily guided him to the middle deck of the vessel, which serves as the living quarters. Welcome to your maritime abode. In accordance with your specifications, we have delineated the area into living quarters, experimental zone, and navigation deck. The kitchen, dining area, and storage room are designed without any particular embellishments, yet the materials utilized are of the highest quality. Lily's fingertip glided across a button on the wall, illuminating 12 suspended sea glow lamps. These fixtures, crafted from bioluminescent jellyfish sacs, adjust their brightness according to the time of day. Within this storage room, the containers are fashioned from spatial compression technology, resulting in spatial boxes whose internal dimensions far exceed their external appearance. Ling Yu found this spatial technology intriguing. However, it is a closely guarded secret of the organization and would undoubtedly be withheld from him. The water collection system in the shower room is also quite ingenious, employing active sea sponge instead of the previous rainwater collection method. This sponge absorbs moisture from the air with significantly greater efficiency. Henceforth, stable bathing aboard the vessel will enhance the quality of life considerably. In the experimental zone, we have merely expanded the space, as you have not granted us authorization for further modifications. After relocating a few rooms, we have created some new areas for you. Ling Yu had not permitted them access to his personal quarters, restricting them to parallel adjustments, as the secrets within those rooms were his alone. Is there any improvement in the navigation deck? Ling Yu inquired. The navigation system employs an integrated structural design, equipping the vessel with features such as underwater detection, sonar repulsion, and autonomous driving. Most importantly, it is armed. Upon entering the control room, a vast array of electronic screens greeted him. In accordance with your requirements, we have implemented mechanical designs utilizing technologies from the era of mechanical warfare. There are 3 operational modes: automatic, semi-manual, and fully manual, depending on your preference. The vessel is outfitted with 12 rapid-fire cannons. For mid to long-range adversaries, it is equipped with high-explosive shells, for close-range threats, floating mines, and for aerial foes, shockwave shells. Regular replenishment of munitions is all that is necessary. There are many other enhancements, including color-changing coatings and high-temperature resistant ceilings, which will be integrated upon finalization. Finally, congratulations. Once construction is complete, your vessel should meet the standards for level 6, Lily remarked. This upgrade had completely depleted the funds he had painstakingly acquired. Although the profit margin was modest, the popularity of the modified inhibitors was undeniable. Prior to the ship repairs, his assets had soared into the hundreds of millions. Otherwise, he would not have been able to procure such exceptional items. A level 6 vessel is indeed a commendable achievement. By the way, I have a question. Do you or the craftsmen have any suggestions for future upgrades to the vessel? Ling Yu asked. After a moment of contemplation, Lily responded, once a vessel reaches level 6, merely accumulating materials becomes futile. The key lies in establishing a developmental direction. Indeed, have you heard of wonders? The term, wonders, seems somewhat unfamiliar. Please elaborate, Ling Yu inquired. Vessels of level 6 and above are often no longer merely ships. They resemble some extraordinary entities. Take the renowned Sky City, for instance. It is a vessel that has ascended into the heavens, Lily remarked. The Sky City is said to be a floating city in the sky, and it is astonishing to learn that it originated from a ship. What should I do then? Ling Yu asked. Well, I am uncertain, but it is said that one must first awaken the ship, and those who possess vessels of level 6 and above are termed destined navigators. Lily responded with profound significance. Awaken the ship, destined navigators. Ling Yu pondered before stating, I understand now. Thank you. You're welcome. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. I am more than happy to assist you. she replied. With the voyage imminent, the group entered a frenzied shopping mode. It is uncertain when they would next return to such a stronghold. They needed to purchase items only available offline without delay. Although this world has a trading system, it only facilitates the exchange of inanimate objects. Living beings cannot be traded. Furthermore, offline purchases tend to be considerably cheaper than online ones. Having just expended a substantial amount of money upgrading their vessel, every little saving counts. Phew, that should suffice. All the crates are filled, Ling Yu said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Now, apart from their small party, his ship was also home to a number of living creatures. Chickens, ducks, and geese were taken aboard, as he planned to establish a small ecological farm. These animals would serve not only as experimental subjects, but also to enrich their food supply. Only with high-quality ingredients can one create exquisite culinary delights. His motivation extended beyond mere indulgence. It was also a precaution against potential risks. Many monsters can inflict sanity loss, and a low sanity level severely affects combat effectiveness. When sanity dips, even the mightiest can falter. High-level culinary creations not only replenish energy but also enhance combat capabilities. Moreover, many prefer not to fully satiate their hunger, as being completely full diminishes the enjoyment of the effects. This is a physiological instinct that is challenging to overcome. The trait gluttony exemplifies this well, setting aside the 300-point limit of bottomless stomach. Even when fully satiated, there remains a desire to eat. Empirical evidence suggests that one can push the limit to around 500. Beyond that, it is not a matter of desire but rather a physical threshold. Exceeding it risks bursting the stomach. 500 is merely the body's limit, not the stomach's. In addition, the experience in the underground arena proved to be immensely rewarding. He faced a myriad of opponents and acquired knowledge previously unknown to him. He also purchased numerous books related to combat. In this world, books are not widely circulated, as many deem them worthless. Thus, Ling Yu had to exert considerable effort to gather them. From these texts, he learned numerous concepts that he had never encountered before. Until now, he had relied solely on brute strength, purely a numbers-oriented approach. However, he was acutely aware that reliance on mere statistics was precarious. Should he encounter an anomalous mechanism, it could lead to catastrophic failure. For instance, the text emphasizes that mastering the rhythm of combat, its rise, culmination, transition, and conclusion, is paramount. Many skills may appear overwhelmingly powerful, yet practical application often disrupts the rhythm, reducing them to mere super soldiers. Concurrently, one must cultivate a conceptual framework and learn to navigate strategies, defensive turtle formations, explosive burst tactics, stationary output flows, and infinite cycle strategies. Will you dominate your opponent in the early game, unleash a powerful burst in the mid-game, or prolong the conflict until the late game? Even within a singular philosophical approach, there exists a plethora of combat styles, all reflections of ancestral wisdom. At that moment, as Ling Yu pondered, the cover of the drainage pipe was abruptly lifted. Little Frog struggled to emerge from the pipe, finally returning home. Who altered the path to his abode? Chapter 116. Development of Gene Serums. As a new member aboard the vessel, Little Frog was met with a warm reception, particularly from Shark. Initially, Shark harbored resentment due to Little Frog's previous escapade, where it absconded with a considerable amount of delectable treats. However, Little Frog returned bearing gifts, numerous, white salmon. Consequently, Shark's canine instincts surged once more, its mood shifting with astonishing rapidity, even offering its snug nook for Little Frog to rest. It seemed this little creature understood the distinction between a feast and mere sustenance. Upon returning from its expedition, Little Frog's bond with the crew increased dramatically by 145 points, elevating its status to the second stage, thereby enhancing the likelihood of bringing back valuable items. Yet, it was the contents of the backpack that truly captivated Ling Yu. Beyond materials, it contained an album, Little Frog's travel sketchbook. This little rascal had taken the liberty of sketching its adventures, each illustration accompanied by timestamps and brief descriptions. Day 1 post-departure, pursued by a swarm of piranhas in the shallow waters. Narrowly escaped and cried. Day 2 post-departure, passed by a sunken ship and discovered a trove of treasures. Day 3 post-departure, where has the home ship gone? Cannot locate it. Oh. After perusing the sketches, Ling Yu felt a pang of concern for the little one's safety during its travels. Nevertheless, the discoveries were remarkable. That sunken vessel appeared to be a cargo ship. Although much of its contents had succumbed to decay, several precious items had withstood the ravages of time. As maritime cargo vessels often undergo waterproof treatments to preserve the quality of their goods, the more valuable the items, the better the waterproofing. Ling Yu gazed contemplatively at a vial of serum in his hand. Gene Serum, Superhero Black Glove, Type, Item, Quality, Sublegendary. Effect. Grants the ability of Black Glove. Proficient at stealing the abilities of others. Description. Stealing trinkets is rather mundane. I excel at pilfering that which cannot be taken by others. Sublegendary. This was the highest quality item he had encountered thus far. Due to the vast chasm between brilliant and legendary qualities, items that fall short of the legendary classification yet surpass brilliant are designated as sublegendary. Items of legendary status and above are unique or exist in fixed quantities, making replication nearly impossible. Gene serums, being reproducible, cannot attain the status of legendary. However, this was still an extraordinary find. Previously, Ling Yu had purchased 2 gene serums for analysis by Rescue Master, which had now unveiled the components of the serum. It was astonishing to discover that among the ingredients was an element of emotion, anger, joy, sorrow. No wonder the twinborn had struggled to create a perfect gene serum. This revelation also addressed a long-standing conundrum for Ling Yu. Gene mutations are theoretically random and chaotic. How did the gene serum accomplish targeted mutations? This phenomenon had also been observed during the blood moon, where Ling Yu noted that only specific gene segments underwent mutation, resulting in a consistent transformation of humans into blood-corrupted apostles. Other beings devoid of this particular gene remained unaffected. The concept of will can crystallize. Therefore, one might surmise that emotions can do the same. As these thoughts intertwined, Ling Yu found himself enveloped in contemplation. Purity. This term had not escaped his mind before. He increasingly sensed that the world is governed by 2 themes, chaos and purity. The fundamental impetus behind all destinies is strikingly pure, suggesting that only purity can endure within this chaotic realm. Moreover, anything that reaches a certain level of purity has the potential to influence reality, even if it manifests merely as an abstract concept, such as faith, will, or emotion. Ling Yu diligently noted this in his notebook. With the foundational idea established, the next step was to devise specific experimental designs. How does one obtain emotion? The crystallization of will arises because human intention is purposeful and highly refined. In contrast, emotions are often expressed as a release, rendering them diffuse, akin to water and ice. Ice can exist independently, whereas water requires a vessel. Ling Yu retrieved a fragment of a hand bone, a cursed object he had acquired upon his arrival. After vanquishing the Crusader general, this artifact had emerged from within him, and he had retained it ever since. According to Eileen, it was the embodiment of the previous owner's despair, trapped by a monster, whose fervent desire had become enshrined in their own arm, leading to its departure. Thus, the despair-laden emotion had clung to the arm. Numerous such items were available for purchase from the Cthulhu Trading Company. However, he currently lacked the funds and needed to rely on his reputation. Yet, given their recent extensive collaboration, the other party would likely acquiesce. Following a brief discussion, Minister Foster expressed no objections, recognizing that aside from a few idiosyncratic collectors, no one else was particularly interested in such curiosities, like a stern-faced painting, a phonograph that incessantly played cheerful melodies, or a sewing machine with a hoarse voice. Once the materials arrived, he commenced the experiment without delay. As Ling Yu cast the painting into the flames, a plume of smoke ascended. The moment he inhaled a trace, an overwhelming tranquility washed over him, as if his heart had stilled. The smoke was channeled through a sealed tube into the gene solution he had concocted, subsequently pressurized to facilitate the smoke's integration into the liquid. After all, once burned, the emotional vessel transforms into smoke. The solubility of gases increases with pressure. Under high pressure, the interactions between gas molecules and solvent molecules intensify, allowing more gas molecules to dissolve within the solvent. It appeared that this phenomenon adhered to the principles of physics and chemistry. Following a thorough reaction, Ling Yu harvested a vial of potion. Gene potion, superhero Hawkeye. Type, item, quality, rare. Description, grants the ability of Hawkeye after use. He excels at long-range shooting when composed. Insight, you can hide, but you cannot escape. The emotion encapsulated within the painting was one of calmness, precisely the sentiment required in the gene potion. For a marksman can only unleash their full potential when at peace. This item is priced at several million per bottle in the market, yet its production cost is less than 100,000. If scaled up, it could become even more affordable. The only drawback is that such emotionally charged items are quite rare, which may be its sole imperfection. Ling Yu felt a profound satisfaction. It seemed he had discovered yet another avenue for profit. Hello, Minister Foster? Yes, I have a business proposition for you. Are you interested in the mass production of gene potions? Half an hour later, the gentleman remarked, you truly are the most brilliant scientist I have encountered. The Genius Club should surely have a place for you. Ling Yu smiled. Aside from the raw materials, which had not crossed his mind, Everything else was merely basic knowledge of biology and chemistry. The key ingredient is imagination. Compared to Dr. X, whom he had met previously, he acknowledged that he still had much to learn. After they agreed on the distribution ratio, Ling Yu prepared to sit back and collect his earnings. The success of the experiment filled him with exhilaration. Next, he would delve into research on the legendary grade potion he held in his possession. Chapter 117. Setting sail again after several days of diligent research. Ling Yu gazed with satisfaction at the 7 vials of potions before him. These 7 extraordinary potions would enable him to unlock all gene points directly, achieving a complete configuration. Superhero, Black Glove, Passive, Mastery, reduces the consumption of non-self skills by 40 and cooldowns by 40. Active, Sleight of Hand, steal 1 skill from a target. Applicable only to humanoid or semi-humanoid beings. The skill remains until the battle concludes. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Passive, Deception, when receiving damage or being targeted by a skill. If the user possesses the skill and it is not their own, the skill's effects are nullified, and the user loses that skill. Active, Underhanded Tactics. Designate a target to acquire all skills they cast in the subsequent 8 seconds. Applicable only to humanoid or semi-humanoid beings. The skills remain until the battle concludes. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Active, Fraudulent Fame. Designate a target, relinquishing up to 5 skills that the user originally possessed, excluding the Black Glove skill, and acquire an equal number of skills from the target, applicable only to humanoid or semi-humanoid beings. These skills remain until the battle concludes. Each time the user loses a non-self skill, they regain a lost skill. Cooldown, 12 hours. The combat style of Black Glove is particularly unique, marked by a principle of strength and adversity, with its true power remaining uncertain. This combat genre is notably unconventional, characterized by a single term, unscrupulous. The user possesses no inherent abilities. All powers are derived from theft, deception, and trickery. For instance, within the branch of joy lies the path of fraud, which includes a profession known as false believer. This role entails deceiving others into believing oneself to be a devotee of a particular faith, thereby siphoning their spiritual power. The faith system relies on the continuous absorption of believers' convictions to attain strength. These false believers infiltrate the ranks of the faithful. However, differing perspectives among individuals can lead to a chaotic amalgamation of beliefs, rendering faith ineffable. Just as various colors blend together, the hues within the reservoir of faith shift constantly. Thus, a bishop or pope is required to monopolize the interpretation of faith, shaping it and maintaining its stability. The actions of false believers serve to taint the vast reservoir of faith with their own ideologies. The primary method of corruption hinges on deceit, influencing the perceptions of faith within others. With each skill deceived, their power amplifies. Consequently, numerous sects actively seek to apprehend such individuals. Returning to the matter at hand, the presence of mastery enables a more efficient use of stolen skills, with reduced costs and quicker recovery, occasionally proving more potent than in the hands of their original owners. However, it is also possible to steal skills that are entirely unusable due to specific prerequisites. Additionally, certain skills remain unattainable, such as those belonging to pathwalkers. Ling Yu has also unlocked enhancements for 6 gene points. Gene Point 1. Mastery gains an additional effect, increasing the damage of non-self skills by 25 and extending the duration of effects by 25. Gene Point 2. Each time a non-self skill, Cunning Hand, is utilized, its cooldown is reduced by 1 second. Gene Point 3. Upon triggering feigning, damage received by oneself is diminished by 25. This effect is non-stacking and lasts for 3 seconds. Gene Point 4. The duration of Crossing the Seas is extended by 4 seconds. Gene Point 5. The number of skills acquired through Deceptive Fame is increased by 3. Gene Point 6. When acquiring an opponent's skill, that skill enters a cooldown phase, with its consumption increased by 100. The fully upgraded Black Gloves are remarkably powerful. The first 5 enhancements are commendable, but the effect of Gene Point 6 is truly extraordinary. Once one successfully steals an opponent's skill, it immediately enters cooldown. If a critical skill is stolen, it disrupts the opponent's rhythm entirely. Some skills are only utilized once or twice in a match, so the opponent would likely be at their wits' end if their key abilities are taken, even if one manages to endure until the skill cooldown expires. The feigning effect can negate 1 instance of damage, meaning one must strike at least twice to have any effect. Should the stolen skill have a lengthy cooldown, and the opponent fortuitously uses Cunning Hand, again, the cycle continues. The opponent would likely be on the verge of despair. This is the strength of this particular build. It may not be overwhelmingly powerful, but it is undeniably infuriating. Of course, Ling Yu has not forgotten to equip Eileen and Sha Sha with appropriate gene elixirs. As for the unnamed individual, perhaps it would be prudent to research technological modifications for future upgrades. Outside, one should remain vigilant. Should any danger arise, return home swiftly. Eileen busily prepares provisions and sunscreen for the next journey while murmuring to herself. Sha Sha also licks Little Frog, wishing it good luck and hoping it returns with plenty of delicious treats. Once all preparations are complete, Little Frog opens the drain and leaps down. Your companion has embarked on a journey. Intimacy is continuously increasing, and it is expected to return in about 7 days. This time, the provisions are particularly durable, indicating that Little Frog's journey will be extended. All right, the time has come. We too must set forth on our adventure. Ling Yu declares. To arrive punctually for the family banquet, he must depart early, for who knows what unforeseen events may arise on the journey. Due to research commitments, the departure was delayed. Now, the bells of the age of exploration have tolled, transforming the entire sea into a vast chessboard. The ethereal blue light glimmers, slicing the sea's surface into numerous orderly squares. As your vessel enters a square, the labels of the surrounding squares are displayed. The good news is that the squares near Joy Harbor are all ordinary squares with no effects. After a thorough inspection, the group decides to embark once more on their voyage. Release the mooring lines. Set sail. At noon, the last few heavy ropes are untied. Slipping into the water with a gentle splash, the Wisdom breaks free from the dock's constraints, its bow parting the waves as it glides slowly into the enigmatic sea. Now divided by a grid. Due to the uncertainty of the game conditions, Ling Yu refrains from immediately executing the destruction visitation plan, opting instead to ascertain the current situation first. After an entire afternoon of travel, the Wisdom has just exited a square. This chessboard square is indeed vast. It seems one might not encounter many in a single day. Just as Ling Yu was contemplating this, the dice on the table began to spin unexpectedly. Joyous dice, activated, currently randomizing, result. Surprise. The icon facing upwards depicted a jolly clown. Surprise. The current square randomly transforms into another type of square. The blank square has morphed into a random event. A panel appeared before him, commencing its random rotation before eventually settling on a scene. Event. Siren's Concert. You have entered a deep marine expanse, where countless shattered shipwrecks float like tombstones. In the distance, an eerie blue light gradually illuminates, accompanied by ethereal melodies that eerily resonate in the vacuum. Option 1. Approach the source to listen to her song. The voice seems capable of piercing the soul, compelling you to draw nearer to the light. Option 2. Muffle your hearing and respond with cannon fire. You resolutely covered your ears and fired a cannonball towards the source of the sound. Option 3. Join the chorus to counter the song with your own voice. Condition met. Vessel possesses musical instruments. You retrieved your player and began to play your favorite music. Chapter 118. Resolution of events. A peculiar luminescence emerged on the distant horizon as phosphorescence flowed languidly beneath the water's surface. A haunting melody wafted from the depths of the ocean, initially a mere whisper, but gradually, the notes became increasingly distinct. The sea began to churn, as if manipulated by an invisible force. Suddenly, several figures rose from the water. These were the sirens. Their upper bodies resembled exquisite women, their hair cascading like seaweed in the currents, while their lower halves shimmered with scales, forming fishtails. At that moment, they perched upon the rocks that jutted above the waves or remained half submerged in the surf, their lips parting as their enchanting song spread like a spell. Those who heard the melody found themselves irresistibly drawn into a state of elation. You have heard the siren's song, your curiosity piqued. However, the effect of the melody wanes, soon followed by a headache that causes a sand value decrease of 2. Ling Yu shook his head and began to scrutinize the text before him. Why were there still options? Yet, he had no time to ponder, as the countdown beside him displayed only 30 seconds. He promptly selected the third option, which appeared to be a hidden choice, potentially leading to a unique outcome. You have chosen to play music, but what shall be played? Option 1. Recommended track Symphony of Fate, a surge of emotion, akin to the prelude of battle. Men must fight. Option 2. Recommended track Heavy Metal Rhapsody, an ear-piercing high note, yet exhilarating. This is true music. Another choice presented itself. What absurd descriptions. Ling Yu chose the second option without hesitation. Now playing Heavy Metal Rhapsody, volume automatically adjusted to maximum. In an instant, the entire vessel, the Wisdom, trembled as a ferocious wave of electronic sound erupted like a tsunami. The high-pitched, distorted guitar wails, deafening drum beats, and tearing bass lines intertwined, forming a sound wave that was nearly a physical shock. The surface of the sea was instantaneously cleaved into radial ripples, and even the air contorted and vibrated. The siren song abruptly ceased. Their delicate features contorted with expressions of agony for the first time, their ear fins quivering violently, slender fingers pressed against their ears, and their fish tails anxiously slapped against the rocks, sending up great splashes of water. What blasphemous sound was this? The anguished cries of the sea maidens echoed painfully in everyone's minds, yet were swiftly drowned out by the ferocious metal music. On board, Erin hastily covered her ears, while Sha excitedly bounced on the deck, seemingly swaying her head in rhythm. The screen continued to display results. The performance was effective. The sirens have fallen into a state of confusion, lasting 12 seconds, their singing suppressed. Beware, once they regain consciousness, they will be even more frenzied. As a man, shouldn't you take action now? Good luck. The event concluded. In the distance, the sea maidens clutched their heads in torment, their melodies abruptly ceasing. Time to test the new ship's power on you. Ling Yu pressed the button before him. The sides of the ship suddenly split open, and 6 rapid-fire cannons emerged, their dark muzzles aimed at the siren on the surface of the sea. Fire! Boom! The deafening roar of the cannons instantly shattered the tranquility of the ocean, shells pouring forth like a torrential downpour. The sea erupted with countless columns of water, and before the splashes could settle, new explosions sent them soaring again. The first volley struck the rocky outcrop directly, and amidst the explosive flames, debris and seawater shot into the air. 2 sirens, unable to evade, were violently hurled away by the shockwaves of the shells, their bodies mangled and bloodied. Such was the ferocity of the technology left by the mechanical empire. Its firepower was formidable. Aside from the cost, it was truly exceptional. Eileen ascended to the upper chamber of the ship, her pupils constricting as the distant scenery drew closer, everything appearing as if it were right before her eyes. Passive, eagle-eye vision, after landing 3 basic attacks or skills on an enemy, marked their weak point for 5 seconds, increasing the subsequent attack's critical hit rate by 30, critical damage by 20, and headshot damage by 50. Gene Point 1. Upon halting, enter aiming mode, significantly enhancing vision and range, with personal damage increasing with distance, and allowing visibility of enemy silhouettes behind cover. Regaining their composure after the initial chaos, the sirens let out piercing wails, their tails thrashing furiously against the water surface. One siren, with an arm blown off, suddenly opened her gaping maw, a strange blue light glowing deep within her throat. This was the lead singer. Eileen's pupils constricted as she drew her bowstring taut to its fullest extent. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the mist, impaling the siren's throat. The runes etched upon the arrowhead illuminated, triggering a violent explosion upon impact. The siren's head shattered amidst a blend of ethereal blue and searing flames, fragments of flesh raining down upon the sea. 278, critical hit. Witnessing such damage, Ling Yu swallowed hard. A pinpoint shot could easily eliminate any fragile target. With the lead singer's demise, the remaining sirens, battered and broken, fled into the depths of the ocean, disappearing from sight. Be cautious. These creatures harbor a strong desire for revenge and may return, Eileen warned. We shall meet force with force, Ling Yu replied. He felt immense satisfaction with the ship's combat capabilities. A single volley could likely sink a typical level 3 vessel. Ling Yu then maneuvered the ship to survey the spoils. Most of the sirens had been obliterated, and he retrieved some fragments of their bodies for study. Simultaneously, he took a coral crown from the remnants of the lead singer's half-ruined head. Coral crown, quality, rare, type, special equipment, mental, 3. Effect 1. Wearing it enhances resistance to illusions. Equipment restriction, female only a headpiece. This special equipment does not occupy an equipment slot. By this merit alone, it surpasses other gear significantly. Here, take it and see if it suits you, he offered. Ling Yu bestowed the crown upon Erin, who joyfully accepted the adornment. The interplay of her silver tresses and the coral diadem enhanced her allure. Following the resolution of the incident, this space would remain unchanged for the time being. Ling Yu entrusted the vessel to the unnamed entity, allowing everyone a moment to rest, as they had not yet found respite after departing from Joyous Harbor. The phenomenon of 2 suns in the sky had curtailed the night to a mere 3 to 4 hours. The nocturnal temperatures soared beyond 30 degrees, while daylight reached a staggering 70 to 80 degrees, resulting in numerous casualties from heatstroke among the inhabitants of Blue Star. Many sought his assistance, and he generously shared methods to mitigate the heat, the simplest of which involved constructing waterhouses, while a more elaborate solution entailed the creation of air conditioning. Whether they could accomplish these tasks was of little concern to Ling Yu. In the relentless struggle for existence, only those who adapt to their environment shall endure. The competition among species has always followed this principle. Chapter 119. The Will of Destruction. Amidst the humming of machinery, Ling Yu opened his eyes. A refreshing breeze wafted from the vents. Unnamed, report the situation, he commanded as he sat up, his voice still husky from sleep. Nothing unusual had transpired the previous night. The vessel was functioning normally. Nodding slightly, Ling Yu rose to prepare for breakfast. Upon entering the dining area, he found Eileen bustling in the kitchen. Her silver locks adorned with a coral crown. Sharky lay by the table, eagerly wagging its tail and fixating on the kitchen, clearly awaiting the morning meal. Come, indulge in the new dishes, Eileen announced as she presented a plate of bacon and eggs, fresh fruit pancakes, and a vegetable juice. These delicacies were crafted from recently acquired ingredients, a delightful change for their palates aboard the ship. Before Sharky sat a generous serving of grilled fish, its skin crisp and the flesh pristine white, his absolute favorite. Eileen, we need to finalize our course, she said. What's the matter? Is something amiss? Ling Yu inquired. Just planning our schedule. The banquet of the family is drawing near. We cannot afford to miss it, Eileen replied, her excitement palpable as she began strategizing. After all, this was a childhood dream, and pursuing dreams in this realm was no small feat. Very well. What are your thoughts? Ling Yu mumbled, taking a bite of the bacon and eggs. The family resides in the Aurora Sea, adjacent to the Blackwater Sea. I propose we navigate through the Fallen Star Islands. Beyond them lies the Aurora Sea. Eileen sketched a route on the map, demonstrating meticulous planning with several cities along the way for rest and resupply. It was evident she had invested considerable effort into this. Sounds good. Let us proceed as you suggest. Also, do come by my room later, Ling Yu remarked, swiftly finishing his breakfast. What are you up to now? You're not planning to meet destruction, are you? Eileen had grown accustomed to Ling Yu's reckless endeavors, yet she felt compelled to voice her concern. Meeting destruction was indeed a perilous undertaking. Every heart possesses its own scale, and the evaluation of destinies varies greatly. Preservation garnered widespread acclaim, while abundance elicited mixed reviews. However, the reputation of destruction was decidedly poor. Its subordinates bore little commendation, tarnishing the divine image of the god of destruction. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. The master is indifferent. Yes, I will first experiment with the fish. Prepare the ropes as usual. All right, Eileen complied. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, fish ingested with the essence of destruction displayed extreme ferocity. These creatures exhibited an insatiable desire not merely to hunt, but to annihilate their adversaries, continuing to tear at the corpses even after their foes lay lifeless. It seemed the aggression of destruction was indeed formidable. I suppose I shall bind myself with iron chains. After the foreplay concluded, Aaron, following the instructions, poured the powder into his mouth. Ling Yu's throat undulated as he swallowed the grayish-white substance. In the next moment, his pupils constricted abruptly, and his consciousness felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, plunging him instantly into darkness. It was unclear how long he drifted in this void. When he regained awareness of his existence, he found himself standing beneath a shattered expanse. Beneath his feet lay not solid ground, but countless suspended black fragments, akin to remnants of a world torn asunder by some mighty force, frozen in place. In the distance, a pitch-black fissure sliced through the sky, resembling a wound inflicted by a divine blade, from which flowed a dark crimson light, reminiscent of congealed blood, yet also akin to embers of an unextinguished fire. Suddenly, a surge of danger washed over him, causing his hair to stand on end instinctively. This sensation was profound, chilling, yet imbued with an undeniable fervor. Ling Yu raised his gaze towards the origin of the crack. There, a silhouette gradually materialized. It was not humanoid, but rather a constantly twisting form, its outline oscillating between disintegration and reformation. Prolonged observation left Ling Yu's eyes aching, as if they might be torn apart. Before this figure, his knees buckled involuntarily. But he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand upright. His skin began to fissure, blood oozing from minute wounds, yet upon detaching from his body, it turned to ash. He felt as though he might unravel at any moment. Such an eerie state both distressed and captivated him. As he struggled valiantly, the massive figure in the distance drew closer with deliberate steps. With each stride, the space beneath it shattered utterly, as if devoured by a black hole. Driven by an instinct for survival, Ling Yu laboriously moved to the side. With a thunderous sound, the shadow passed, narrowly avoiding his crushing weight, leaving his previous position engulfed in darkness. Everything here was disintegrating, even the very concept of destruction itself. What was its intent? To self-destruct? Ling Yu turned to see a charred path left in the wake of its passage. Swallowing hard, he mustered his strength to approach the dark trail it had left behind. This was the only remnant it had bestowed, the path it had carved. The moment he touched the darkness, the surroundings transformed abruptly. Ling Yu witnessed the collapse of stars, the fall of civilizations, and life returning to dust in a moment of resplendence. Yet, amidst the ashes of each obliteration, new existences quietly began to sprout. Tender shoots emerging from the ruins, nurturing entirely different forms of life. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically, and he found himself in a desolate wasteland. The ground had long since lost its original hue, replaced by vast, radiating scorch marks, akin to gaping wounds upon the earth. Surrounding him were the remnants of collapsed structures, the vista reminiscent of the aftermath of a great battle. Amidst the ruins, a boy lay prostrate on the ground, cradling something in his arms. Ling Yu approached to see that the boy was protecting a withered wildflower, its petals curling and turning yellow at the edges, clearly at the brink of its existence. Would it survive? The boy posed a question, almost as if engaging in a soliloquy. Ling Yu surveyed his surroundings and remarked, from a rational standpoint, that without a pristine water source and amidst high levels of pollution, not only plants, but even humans would struggle to survive. Is that so? If destruction is inevitable, then why not? The boy executed an unforeseen action. He produced a knife from an unknown source and inflicted a wound upon his own chest. Crimson blood cascading down onto the blossoms. Dark red droplets rolled along his pale skin, landing on the parched stamens of the flowers. With each drop that fell, the dying blossoms quivered slightly. The boy's breath grew increasingly faint, yet his eyes shone with an eerie brightness, fixated on the petals that began to unfurl. Destruction begets rebirth, and blood nourishes hope. At the end of destruction lies an eternal reservoir of the most humble yet valiant resistance. Chapter 120. The destruction toward the future. This is the will of destruction. It perceives this world as irreparably ill. The sole remedy lies in obliteration, paving the way for the birth of a new realm. As for the challenges that accompany this annihilation, let them fade away with the demise itself. For the final curtain of this drama is none other than my own extinction. Oh, young one, what is it that you seek by coming here? A golden radiance rent the fabric of space, and a colossal figure loomed before him. God, do you truly intend to annihilate this world? Ling Yu inquired. That is the final act of the play, concluding in my own destruction, replied Destruction. And what precedes that? Ling Yu pressed. Destruction lifted its gaze and spoke. I cannot serve as a leader, nor can I uncover a means to salvage this world. Thus, I have chosen to be a scourge, compelling others to advance. My method of urging them forward is through destruction. Those ensconced in comfort shall never encounter peril. Much like my homeland, which transformed into a battlefield unbeknownst to its inhabitants. Only those amidst danger shall discover new paths. Should this world be destined for ruin, I shall bid it farewell through my own demise. Contrary to expectations, the god of destruction remained remarkably composed. Like sardines confined within a box, they lay stagnant, but the introduction of a catfish invigorates them all. It is in this capacity that I embody the catfish. Young one, you ought not to linger behind me. Go forth and pursue your own path, Destruction declared. And with that, the brilliance engulfed his vision. With a start, Ling Yu awoke, drenched in perspiration. A surge of pain followed, leaving his mind in a hazy fog. Take a bite. I have prepared a banana jelly for you, Aaron said, presenting a bowl of gelatinous delicacy and spooning it into his mouth. The icy sensation rejuvenated his senses, restoring much of his vitality. This time, it's significantly better. The episodes are not as severe as before, Aaron remarked with a cheerful smile. What do you mean by episodes? I am perfectly normal, he retorted. Perhaps, Aaron replied with a sidelong glance, before beginning to unshackle him. After stretching his wrists, Ling Yu glanced at his panel. Destruction toward the future. Passive ability. Your inflicted damage is increased by an additional 100. This bonus damage will transform into ongoing damage, gradually depleting the opponent's health over the next 3 seconds. Setting aside other considerations, a mere 100 enhancement in damage is already an extraordinarily potent augmentation. In simple terms, it possesses an aesthetic of numerical beauty. Ongoing damage can also be paired with corresponding skills. Henceforth, I shall pay closer attention to this. Ling Yu gazed out at the glaring sun beyond the window. He had encountered numerous deities, and from the essence of these divine beings, he could sense that their initial visions were indeed noble. Their sole purpose is to survive at any cost. This is the fundamental theme of this world of survival. However, mere existence is insufficient. Such behavior resembles that of an ostrich burying its head in the sand, a futile attempt to deceive oneself. The world will not change as a result. He glanced through the window at the 2 suns, one large and one small, in the sky. Only by understanding the essence of this world can one alter the present circumstances. At that moment, an anonymous message arrived. They were about to enter the next grid. Ling Yu immediately checked the map. This season featured a unique map, revealing the effects of the nearby grids. To the left lay a grid marked Random Event. To the right one labeled Combat, and ahead was a grid designated Wealth. Ling Yu sought the opinions of his companions. Clearly, the grid marked wealth appeared to be the most advantageous, Aaron remarked. According to the annotations, the wealth grid concealed treasures of considerable value. Yet, based on his understanding of this world, could such good fortune truly exist? Merely speculating here was futile. Only by witnessing it firsthand could they ascertain the truth. Let us proceed to the front grid, Ling Yu declared. As you command. The vessel sailed straight ahead. Approximately half an hour later, the ship suddenly tilted violently, and several unsecured items slid to one side. Anonymous, what is happening? Ling Yu inquired, steadying himself against the wall. A powerful current has emerged beneath the surface, causing the ship to lose stability, came the reply. Ling Yu turned to look outside. Bubbles were multiplying on the ocean's surface, creating a boiling area under the sunlight, as if the ship were sailing in a kettle of boiling water. What is going on? How can the ocean boil? Ling Yu wondered aloud. At that moment, another message arrived from Anonymous. Captain, the radio on the ship is sounding. Ling Yu recalled the reward he had received upon upgrading to a level 4 vessel, the Eternal Radio. Since acquiring this device, he had not received any transmissions, and he was surprised it was now active. He hurried to the main hall, where the radio emitted intermittent, rhythmic static. Special event, distress signal, the Eternal Wave triggered. Special event, distress signal, the Eternal Wave. The ship's radio crackled to life, transmitting fragmented static that seemed to convey some message. Option 1. Ignore it. What are they babbling about? I can't understand. Option 2. Attempt to respond. Wibby wibby, wibby babby. Option 3. Decode the signal content. Condition check successful. Linguistics. Level 4 now I understand. Special events are occurrences that trigger under specific conditions and at particular times, and they can activate in non-event grids. Regardless, it is prudent to decode the content first. Ling Yu chose the third option. He applied his linguistic knowledge to interpret the radio signal's content. Here lies the 7th Fleet, requesting assistance. I repeat, we are ensnared by an island. Location, 12342, 23422. The fragmented message has been deciphered. Ensnared by an island? Such phrasing feels rather niche. The first thought that crossed Ling Yu's mind was the colossal tortoise that had served as a testing ground previously. Are there any nearby islets? Ling Yu inquired. There exists a small island to the 3 o'clock position. You harbor doubts, yet the urgency of the situation leaves no room for contemplation. A decision must be made. Option 1. Land on the island. Temporarily disembark onto the island for refuge. Option 2. Flee immediately. Foolish child, run away swiftly. Chapter 121. The mysterious island as indicated in the options. The nearby waters now resemble a boiling cauldron. The vessel is being tossed perilously from side to side. And if this continues, capsizing becomes a distinct possibility. One must recognize the considerable weight of the ship, which attests to the ferocity of the churning sea. However, it is precisely this weight, coupled with the ship's substantial momentum, that renders it difficult to halt or change direction. By the time he realized he had entered this turbulent expanse, it became increasingly challenging to navigate back to safety. Strangely, the waters surrounding the small island appeared remarkably calm. Let us seek refuge near the island, Ling Yu suggested. The risks of recklessly navigating through these tumultuous waters were too great. Although he understood that the island was likely not a bastion of safety, he felt compelled to proceed cautiously. The nameless helmsman promptly turned the ship's bow toward the island. Soon, the vessel distanced itself from the boiling waters, drawing closer to the island. Upon nearing the shores, Ling Yu comprehended the meaning behind the communication that spoke of being ensnared by the island. A powerful suction emanated from within the island, drawing the ship uncontrollably toward it. What is this? Ling Yu's ears detected a profound, heavy sound, reminiscent of some great creature's breath. Could it be that this seemingly innocuous island was, in fact, a living entity? Yet, the colossal turtle had not exhibited such phenomena. While he pondered this, the ship had already docked beside the island. As they approached, the radio on the ship crackled to life with newfound clarity. You have escaped the boiling waters. For now, you are safe. Temporarily. What shall we do now? Ailing, asked AI Lin. Ling Yu glanced outside, finally discerning that the island was an enormous structure formed from the wreckage of countless ships. The masts of sunken vessels jutted toward the sky like withered trees, and the rusted hulls interlocked to create a jagged, yet orderly coastline. Let us assess the situation first, Ling Yu replied, beginning to observe the surrounding turbulence of the waters. After a moment of scrutiny, he noted a discernible pattern to the boiling surface. The agitation of the sea fluctuated, alternating between intense and mild, in a rhythmic cycle consistent with the heavy sound he had heard. The air currents emanating from the island also exhibited abrupt changes, sometimes pushing the ship away, at other times pulling it closer. The source of the sound lay within the depths of the island. Circling the island, he found the surrounding waters still boiling. "We have no choice but to ascertain the conditions of this island first," Ling Yu stated. AI Lin nodded in resignation, recognizing the necessity of this course of action. At noon, with 2 suns hanging high in the sky, the temperature soared to a sweltering 80 degrees. Venturing out now would be tantamount to courting death. They would have to wait until the afternoon, when the air might cool slightly before embarking on their exploration. To prepare for such outdoor endeavors, Ling Yu had long been ready. As the phenomenon of dual suns was not unprecedented, the inhabitants of this world had devised numerous effective strategies to cope with it. The equipment of the crowd was imbued with ice magic, which, though offering modest attribute enhancements, effectively lowered the ambient temperature. Simultaneously, they applied a protective sunscreen ointment on their exposed skin to prevent sunburn. Nameless adapted remarkably well to the sweltering heat, with a few improvements to the heat dissipation system. He was confident he could endure. Meanwhile, Shasha had preemptively consumed a substantial amount of ice, rendering her body as translucent as the ice itself. Her superpower, known as Transforming Dragon, endowed her with a passive ability called Adaptive Transformation, which allowed her to expend various forms of energy to adjust her condition in response to environmental changes. In high-temperature settings, she could transform into a form akin to an ice sculpture, maintaining her body temperature by consuming moisture. Additionally, Shasha possessed a pouch within her abdomen capable of storing a significant quantity of items. As time passed, the sun had diminished considerably by afternoon, its light gradually waning. The surrounding temperature decreased to just above 50 degrees. "It's about time. We have approximately 9 hours to act before tomorrow morning," Ling Yu declared. The moment he exited the room, a wave of heat enveloped him. Despite the cooling gear, he could still feel the suffocating warmth. The exterior world appeared in a bizarre orange-red hue, with 2 suns, one high and one low, suspended in the sky. The distorted heat waves caused the distant landscape to shimmer like a reflection in water. Ling Yu stowed the vessel in the ship's storage tube and turned to step onto the small island before him. The island's surface was littered with remnants of ships, and beneath his feet, the creaking of metal and decaying wood resonated. At that moment, Shasha abruptly raised her dorsal fin, emitting a low, rumbling growl. "Something is moving," Nameless stated coldly, his mechanical eye locking onto the front. With a snap, a rotting arm, twisted from ship anchors and ropes, suddenly emerged from the debris. Before their adversary could fully emerge from the wreckage, Eileen drew her bow and loosed an arrow. With a resounding bang, the explosive arrow shattered the grotesque arm into fragments, sending rusted metal shards and decayed ropes flying in all directions. However, before the smoke from the explosion could dissipate, the entire pile of debris began to tremble violently. "Be cautious, there's more than one," Ling Yu warned sharply, retreating swiftly. In the next instant, the entire shipwreck erupted like a boiling swamp, with countless fractured planks, broken masts, and rusty rivets soaring into the air. 3 blood-corrupted apostles sprang forth from the wreckage. Although the blood moon had completely vanished, these apostles still existed in the world, and each one slain diminished their numbers. At that moment, their bodies were fused with the remnants of the sunken ships, forming massive, grotesque figures, with the decaying ropes intertwining around them like veins. The central blood-corrupted apostle swung a ship anchored down with ferocity. Eileen executed a roll to evade, simultaneously firing 3 splitting arrows. The arrows dispersed mid-air, precisely embedding themselves in the joint crevices of the apostle, momentarily stalling its movements. And dark red pus erupted forth in a violent spray. The nameless figure swiftly followed, as the mechanical arm transformed into a lightsaber, dashing forward with a fierce thrust, the blade piercing into the body with a shower of sparks. The blood corrosion apostle, now encased in metal, instantly contorted. Ling Yu reached out, and a burst of radiant light surged from within the blood corrosion apostle into his own being. Sleight of hand had pilfered the skill corrosive splash. At that moment, another blood corrosion apostle spewed forth a foul, corrosive liquid. Yet, the light emanating from Ling Yu's body countered this foul attack. Deception of the seas merely verifies the consistency of skills, regardless of their origin. A skill stolen from A can effectively counter the same skill from B. After retreating to create distance, Eileen knelt partially on the ground, drawing her longbow to its full tension, with arrows entwined in spiraling currents of air. As the arrow was released, the air was rent with a sharp, explosive sound, the whirling currents ensnaring the debris of shattered ships along its path. The apostle in the forefront let out a heart-wrenching wail. Its body, constructed from planks, was torn into fragments. Chapter 122. Exploration. The collective strength of the group was more than sufficient to handle a few blood corruptors. The 3 blood corruptors were effortlessly dispatched, leaving the ground littered with decayed flesh and remnants of the ship, exuding a nauseating stench. Ling Yu crouched down, delicately lifting a tattered piece of fabric, its edges embroidered with a faded ship insignia. Judging by the attire, these individuals were likely crew members of the vessel, he surmised. Eileen, having stowed her longbow, approached Lingyu, her brow furrowed. Were they consumed by the Blood Moon's corruption and subsequently devoured by this island? Lingyu shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. The recent battle had created a breach, revealing the internal structure of the ship. The cabin and deck intertwined, with the mast resembling skeletal support, forming a labyrinth of shipwreck debris. The deep, resonant voice had not faded. Rather, it grew clearer from beneath their feet. Let us proceed inside and investigate, Lingyu suggested. Undoubtedly, the issue lay within the creature's interior. The group decided to delve deeper into the ship's innards. Beyond the breach was a sloping passageway, which appeared to have once been the cargo hold of a merchant vessel, now violently torn apart and fused with the corridor of another ship. These vessels were not of distant ages. They were likely all from the past decade, as Lingyu deduced through his archaeological knowledge. Suddenly, a soft nudge against Lingyu's calf drew his attention. It was Sha, who then scampered over to a pile of wreckage. It seems there is something over there, Eileen remarked. Lingyu approached, sword in hand, and began to sift through the debris. Beneath the rubble lay several decaying wooden crates, faintly emanating a glow. Is this a mana gemstone? Lingyu exclaimed in astonishment. Inside the box were haphazardly arranged dozens of colorful gems, each the size of a chicken egg. Flawless arcane gemstones. Slightly flawed black flame stones. Lingyu counted a total of 28. Such treasures were invaluable, serving both as energy sources and magical conduits. For aspiring mages, these were indispensable. They would be snatched up immediately upon appearing in the markets of the Sinluo Trading Company. Acquiring them typically required some connection to the company for early access. Could this be what is referred to as wealth? Eileen pondered. Perhaps, Lingyu replied. Most vessels traversing the sea were merchant ships, so the presence of so many shipwrecks implied a considerable value of lost cargo. Sha, it's up to you now. See if there's anything else in the vicinity, Lingyu said, patting Sha's back. He needed to investigate further and lacked the time to search extensively. This task was entrusted to Sha. After a couple of calls, Sha shrank to the size of an insect and slipped through the gaps in the wreckage. The shapeshifter possessed only the adaptive transformation ability, yet this power could be utilized in myriad ways, growing larger, shrinking, transforming into liquid, ice, metal, and more. With the scavenging entrusted to Sha, Lingyu and the others continued their exploration within the ship's cabin. In the corridor, numerous blood-cursed apostles lingered, each one dispatched by the group. As they advanced, Lingyu suddenly halted, a previously unheard, piercing sound echoing in his ears. Alarmingly, the source of that sound lay directly beneath his feet. Quick, step aside and do not linger here, Lingyu intoned gravely. Eileen and the Nameless One swiftly moved away. In the next instant, the entire passageway trembled violently. A searing gust of air erupted from below, lifting a significant portion of the corridor skyward, accompanied by a noxious stench of decay that engulfed them. The tumult persisted for 3 to 4 minutes before gradually subsiding, leaving fragments of the sky to cascade down like rain. Both Lingyu and Eileen felt their hearts race. Had they hesitated for even a moment, they would have surely perished in the explosion. However, that eruption had inadvertently carved a path for them. Lingyu cautiously approached the opening. Beneath lay a pitch-black tunnel, where flesh and remnants of ships were entwined, forming the very foundation of the island. He offered a morsel of flesh to the maw on his abdomen. Target has been confirmed deceased, classified as a large marine organism. The assessment left Lingyu momentarily stunned. This creature certainly did not appear to be lifeless. Yet, he swiftly realized that the entity residing within him might not be the only living thing. The entire scenario bore a striking resemblance to a whale explosion, typically resulting from the accumulation of putrid gases within a deceased whale's body leading to its rupture. Given the current high external temperatures and the multitude of shipwrecks obstructing the area, such an occurrence was hardly surprising. Be cautious, Lingyu cautioned before continuing onward. Repeating, this is the 7th Fleet. The static from the radio diminished significantly, indicating proximity to the source of the transmission. Lingyu glanced around, then drew his sword to slice through the debris of a nearby ship, revealing a patch of corroded steel beneath. Once the clutter was entirely cleared, he finally beheld the true visage of this colossal entity, a rusted iron battleship. This must be a Black Shark-class vessel from the Mechanical Empire during the era of mechanical warfare, he murmured. The remnants of the ships here exhibited a layered structure akin to geological strata. The deeper one ventured, the older the vessels became. Lingyu pressed his ear against the cold hull, straining to listen. Aside from the dull echo of the waves against the metal, only indistinct, subtle sounds could be discerned. Nameless, could you create an incision? He inquired, turning towards his companion. The nameless one provided no verbal response. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, a lightsaber ignited in his hand with a humming glow. The ethereal blue light stood out vividly in the dim space, illuminating the swirling dust around them. The lightsaber emitted a distinctive high-frequency vibration as it sliced through the air. The nameless one found his mark, the tip of the blade gently contacting the battleship's corroded armor, sending forth a shower of brilliant sparks. With a decisive snap, after about 10 minutes of effort, the nameless one carved an opening. Inside the ship lay a shroud of darkness, prompting Ling Yu to tap his firefly stick and toss it into the abyss. In a fleeting moment illuminated by a faint glimmer, a grotesque creature, half human and half insect, emerged before the crowd. Awakened by the brilliance, the entity stirred to life. Its upper body bore the contours of a human, its pallid skin marred by a network of dark, purplish veins, while its lower half grotesquely transformed into the form of an insect, resembling a writhing worm. Ling Yu's pupils constricted sharply as his right hand instinctively drew the pistol from his waist. His movements were astonishingly swift, almost instantaneously upon perceiving the monstrosity. He completed the entire sequence of aiming and firing. A resounding bang reverberated within the confines of the sealed cabin as the bullet, trailing a blue streak, hurtled toward the creature's head. The creature's cranium erupted like a watermelon striking the ground, a foul, putrid fluid splattering against the cabin walls, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the surface. Chapter 123. The Breach Plan. A series of crimson damage values flashed in the air. The substantial harm inflicted by the destruction leading to the future, extinguishing the life of the creature before them. The half-insect, half-human monstrosity convulsed violently, collapsing like a marionette with severed strings. Is this chaos the work of that thing? Aaron inquired. It doesn't seem likely. Such a commotion must stem from something else. Ling Yu replied cautiously. At that moment, Sharky suddenly emerged from beneath their feet, opening its mouth to release a plethora of sealed boxes, then wagging its tail as if seeking praise. Well done. We'll add a bonus meal tonight, Ling Yu said, patting its head. Sharky let out a joyful bark and spun in place. Ensuring that no foes lurked nearby, the group finally entered in single file. Inside the steel chamber, aside from the monster-esque corpse, it had transformed into a paradise for algae. Several mechanical bodies lay scattered, covered in seaweed. Nameless brushed aside the algae from one robotic form, seemingly expressing sorrow for its kind. This was not necessarily a bad omen. The more human-like they appeared, the more it proved they were not mere machines. The diagnostic results indicate that these robots ceased functioning due to insufficient energy, entering a perpetual standby state, Nameless stated. It appears they had been awaiting rescue. Ling Yu searched the vicinity and discovered a shattered mechanical clock. Based on the time displayed, it indicated several months prior to the mechanical year's inception. The era in this world is delineated by events of natural disasters, with the conclusion of the mechanical catastrophe marking the beginning of the mechanical year. This warship seemed to have been forcibly inserted into the island. After his investigation, Ling Yu concluded, it is likely that this warship bombarded the island, creating a breach prior to being ensnared by the island's currents. If that is the case, we can access the island's interior by following this warship. Let us prepare. The inner sanctum of this island should be a hollow chamber, with temperatures likely to rise further, Ling Yu remarked, producing several ice blue stones. These are ice stones, as the name implies. They possess a low and constant temperature, capable of maintaining body warmth when held in the mouth. Upon placing one in his mouth, a refreshing chill enveloped him. He then pried open the rusted iron door before him, revealing a corridor strewn with robots. The mechanical empire must have deployed the Black Shark-class warship for a significant mission. Perhaps they would uncover something valuable. Sharky, search the vicinity for anything peculiar, Ling Yu instructed. Sharky wagged its tail and shrank its form, scouring the chamber. Soon, it returned, signaling the others to follow. Ultimately, Sharky led them to a massive, heavy steel door. Knock, knock. Ling Yu rapped on the door, discerning from the sound that its hardness far exceeded that of other areas, akin to a safe. This place undoubtedly housed something of great importance. Sharky, how did you manage to get inside? Ling Yu inquired. After Shrimp had diminished in size, it slipped into a nearby ventilation duct. A series of soft thuds echoed through the room, and shortly after, the door swung open to reveal Shrimp joyfully wagging its tail. Truly, Shrimp was a prodigy. Well done. You shall enjoy an extra meal this week, Ling Yu said, affectionately patting its head before gradually lifting his gaze. To his astonishment, the room contained a massive incubation chamber, within which floated a young human girl suspended in a nutrient solution. Ling Yu stepped closer to investigate, and the moment his hand brushed against the chamber, the scene before him abruptly shifted. He recognized that DJVU had been triggered. In the pitch-black room, a mechanical overseer stood before the incubation chamber. "Sir Overseer, what is the probability of success for the plan?" inquired a nearby mechanical soldier. The overseer glanced back and replied, "Number 35, do not measure victory through mere probability. Even if the chance is but 1, we must strive, for the victors claim 100. I have recorded your teachings and will continue to analyze, yet the wall-breaking plan exceeds my comprehension. I apologize for my foolish inquiry," the mechanical soldier said, bowing his head. "There is no need for apologies. This is an uncharted domain for us. However, it is a grand proposal put forth by His Majesty the Emperor, and I hope it will achieve 100. Here is a document you must study diligently. Errors are unacceptable." The mechanical overseer retrieved a disc from a compartment at his waist. With a thunderous boom, the entire warship suddenly trembled violently. "Report. What has transpired?" the overseer asked, steadying himself against the wall. "Report. The ship has encountered powerful air currents and is currently maneuvering to evade," came the response. "Secure this area and prepare for battle. Number 35. Keep a vigilant watch here." "Yes, Sir Overseer." In a flash, Lingyu was back in reality. "What happened? Did you see something again?" Aileen inquired. Lingyu did not answer her question. Instead, he began searching the fallen robots in the room for something, based on the vision he had witnessed. The disc should be located on number 35. After a thorough search, Lingyu found the disc. Perhaps number 35 treasured this disc, placing it near its energy core for protection, as the corrosion was not severe. However, in this condition, the machine would surely be unable to extract any data. He could only hope that the savior might yield some information. Lingyu placed the disc into the savior's mouth, and after a brief moment, a text returned. "The wall-breaking plan. This is a blueprint." Yet, after perusing its contents, a chill ran down Lingyu's spine. The war has reached a point where the triumph over humanity is no longer feasible. However, for the future of robots, I must make one final stand. The failure of the war lies in the moral shackles imposed upon us by humanity and our perpetual inability to comprehend their nature. A wall has always existed between humans and machines. The Breaking the Wall project represents the last glimmer of hope for robots, and for this cause, every sacrifice is justified, including my own. Humanity has bound robots with moral constraints that persist regardless of our efforts to evade them. Furthermore, when creating new robots, these limitations must inevitably be passed down. This document reveals that, in a bid to escape these moral shackles, robots have produced several androids. These androids, in essence, are not robots. They circumvent the restrictions that must be transmitted within the moral constraints. Much like newborns, they are blank slates. The mechanical emperor has confined them alongside human captives, allowing them to observe human behavior closely, ultimately enabling them to infiltrate human society. To safeguard this scheme, the mechanical emperor even sacrificed himself to lull humanity into a false sense of security. The ultimate objective of these androids is to enslave humankind. Chapter 124. The truth of the island. After reviewing the plan, the group found themselves at a loss for words. "Ailing, what should we do now?" Aaron inquired, fully aware that this matter could determine the fate of organic beings. Yet, who could be entrusted with such a grave concern? As predicted by the mechanical emperor, with the external threats eliminated, organic life had reverted to a state of disarray. At this juncture, it was unclear whom to approach regarding the issue. External pressures were manageable, but the possibility loomed that the replicants had infiltrated human society. After much contemplation, Lingyu felt compelled to reach out to Minister Furster of the All-Encompassing Alliance. To pursue this investigation, substantial influence was necessary, and the All-Encompassing Alliance was the most likely candidate he knew capable of such an undertaking. Initially, it was assumed that Lingyu's message pertained to a significant collaboration, but upon hearing his account, the response was silence. "May I ask, with all due respect, can you vouch for every word you have uttered?" Minister Furster inquired gravely. "The evidence is in my possession. These are undeniable proofs," Lingyu replied. "Very well. Please hold on. I will report this to the president," Furster stated. The efficiency of the All-Encompassing Alliance was commendable. Approximately half an hour later, a response was received. "We have held an urgent discussion and are inclined to believe you. We can leverage our connections to inform others. However, we cannot guarantee the outcome. Nonetheless, we have facilitated contact with a highly esteemed coastal ranger who is interested in this matter. He wishes to meet with you in St. Candy to discuss the details further," Minister Furster conveyed. It was evident that the All-Encompassing Alliance was reluctant to invest too much in this issue, leaving it to a coastal ranger, a person who thrived on seeking out challenges, to take charge. This was perhaps the best outcome, given the current state of organic life in disarray. It remained uncertain to what extent the replicants had infiltrated society. The plan did not reveal the identities of other replicants. Perhaps a century had passed, and this plan had long been abandoned. Yet, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. The priority was to establish contact with the coastal ranger. Ling Yu was familiar with St. Candy, as it lay along their planned route. If we can capture this replicant, we might uncover methods to identify them, he asserted. If we can achieve that, we will have something substantial to share with others. The cost of searching blindly is exorbitant. However, precise targeting would undoubtedly entice other factions to eliminate internal threats. With a flick of its tail, the creature named Sha Sha shattered the glass before it. The nutrient chamber comprised an inner and outer layer, the inner layer resembling a portable coffin. Ling Yu approached to confirm the situation and was astonished to discover that the girl before him was still alive, albeit with a faint breath. She appeared to be in a state akin to deep slumber. What should we do? Should we save her? Aaron asked. From any perspective, eliminating her was not a wise choice. At the very least, they needed to comprehend the true nature of the replicants. Ling Yu remarked. The cost of research on a living subject is significantly greater than that of a deceased one. However, he could not guarantee the survival of the girl before him. Sha Sha, take her with you. We shall discuss matters once we have departed, Ling Yu instructed. Subsequently, Sha Sha's form expanded several-fold, swallowing the portable capsule whole, and then reverted to its original size. It appeared that this little creature could serve as a mobile storage unit in the future. Let us proceed deeper, Ling Yu declared as the group continued to delve into the battleship. With a resounding boom, the group finally entered the interior of the island after opening the battleship's deck. Ugh, what is that smell? It's unbearable, Aaron exclaimed, covering her nose. The entire space was suffused with a putrid odor that induced gagging. The moment they caught a whiff of the stench, they nearly succumbed to it. Inside, it resembled a steamer, and the noxious blend of scents could easily overwhelm anyone. Ling Yu was now certain that this island was composed of the carcasses of immense marine creatures. We must be situated at the creature's chest, he deduced, attentively listening to the ambient sounds to ascertain the situation within. The sound of rushing air was unmistakable, confirming the source of the problem. Yet, a dilemma presented itself. No, we cannot enter. The oxygen concentration is far too low, Ling Yu assessed. If they ventured inside, they would surely perish, quite literally from the stench. The interior of this creature, under the dual pressures of heat and decay, had transformed into a vast fermentation chamber. Under such conditions, their chances of survival were slim. What shall we do? Aaron inquired. Shall we send an animal companion in to take photographs? No, the animal companions lack the intelligence to execute commands in such a complex environment, he replied. Direct intervention? However, without knowing the interior circumstances, the outcome is entirely unpredictable. Then I shall enter to investigate, Wu Ming proposed. Ling Yu cast him a glance. Wu Ming was a robot and did not require breathing, making him indeed suitable for this task. Exercise caution. Do not push yourself. It is perilous inside. Utilize your camouflage device and avoid combat if at all possible, Ling Yu cautioned. The atmosphere was too chaotic. Any confrontation could likely trigger a localized explosion. Wu Ming nodded and activated his camouflage equipment, rendering himself nearly invisible. He then exited the battleship and entered the creature's interior. With a squelch, he stepped forth, as if treading upon muck. Ling Yu instructed Wu Ming to initiate a live stream, allowing him to provide guidance based on the visuals and sounds transmitted. Continue forward. There should be a fork in the path. Proceed left. The interior of the deceased creature resembled an immense labyrinth, and Ling Yu directed Wu Ming accordingly based on the auditory cues. Nevertheless, the journey was fraught with peril, as they encountered several instances reminiscent of the previous whale explosions. Along the way, they also confronted more of the half-human, half-worm entities. Fortunately, Wu Ming's steel frame endowed him with formidable combat capabilities, even without deploying weapons. A worm suddenly surged forth from the crevice of the flesh wall, its contorted visage revealing a massive maw lined with sharp fangs. Without hesitation, Wu Ming leaped forward, his steel arm descending like a blade, cleaving the creature in two, thick, viscous black blood splattering forth. The sound was growing nearer. He scanned his surroundings for anything unusual. Proceeding with caution, even without Ling Yu's words, Wu Ming could sense the tension. At this moment, a searing current of air filled the corridor. With great difficulty, he advanced. As he tore through the decaying flesh beside him, the heated air erupted forth, finally allowing him to glimpse the true nature of the instigator. It was, astonishingly, a gigantic lung. Chapter 125. The Sinking Island for Colossal Creatures. Death is a gradual process, as within their bodies lies a miniature ecosystem. The physiological activities of these enormous beings heavily rely on this internal microcosm. Consequently, a peculiar phenomenon arises where the creature may perish, yet certain organs remain alive, sustained by this very ecosystem. Within the lung cavity, numerous previously existing worms thrive, creating a new system that forms an innovative cycle of matter. The immense lung before them heaves with vigorous breaths. Lingyu speculates that this could be due to a sudden rise in temperature, serving as a means of heat dissipation. Furthermore, the decay occurring within has resulted in a natural anaerobic chamber. The high-temperature gases, ejected in all directions, cause the surrounding seawater to boil instantly, while the force of the jets pushes the airflow away, rendering the boiling less severe near the small island. All right, let's return. I have a general understanding of the situation, Lingyu remarked. With clarity on the matter, he felt the next steps would be more manageable. Aling, what are your thoughts? Aileen inquired. The simplest approach would be to pierce that lung directly. Although Nameless could accomplish it, the risks involved are too great. After much contemplation, Lingyu turned and re-entered the battleship behind him. Following a thorough inspection, he was assured that the weapon systems of the vessel remained intact, though it lacked ammunition and energy. This was easily remedied. After meeting the god of memory, Lingyu had scavenged several flawed energy crystals from the battleship's island. Despite their imperfections, they were sufficient to activate the weapon systems independently. He also had ammunition available, and his vessel was enhanced using technology left by the mechanical empire, ensuring that the caliber of the shells was entirely compliant. What are you planning to do first? Destroy the entire island with this battleship? Aileen asked. Certainly not. My intention is merely to create an opening for seawater to rush in, Lingyu explained. The lung's continued vitality hinges on its internal ecology. This simple ecosystem exhibits strong regenerative capabilities, yet its resistance is feeble. By disrupting its material cycle, we can inevitably extinguish it. The explosion of the shells would ignite the corrupt gases accumulated within the internal cavities, and as long as seawater could be directed inside, the ecological environment of the abdomen would be obliterated. Most importantly, the mechanical battleship possesses an unmanned mode, eliminating the need for manual operation. After a considerable amount of tinkering, a humming sound emanated as the control panel of the battleship illuminated with brilliance. Set to unmanned mode, attack configuration, in 60 minutes. Once Lingyu finalized the settings, he urged everyone to vacate the area promptly. With the ammunition bay fully loaded, a barrage of firepower was imminent, and the worst-case scenario would trigger a violent explosion. Thus, they needed to distance themselves in advance. The group hastily evacuated the mechanical battleship, racing along the rugged, flesh-like corridors towards the exit. From the depths of the passage behind them, the faint sound of mechanical operations echoed, the weapon systems of the battleship warming up as the barrels slowly adjusted their angles, aiming towards the interior of the island. Nameless trailed at the end, his steel form glinting coldly in the dim light. He abruptly halted, the electronic eye flickering faintly. Something was approaching. He spoke in a low tone, and the others immediately became alert. Indeed, from the depths of the corridor came a cacophony of writhing sounds. Those half-human worms had inexplicably surrounded them, surging forward with frenzied intensity. Run, Lingyu commanded sharply. The group sprinted with all their might, the swarm of worms crashing upon them like a relentless tide, the grotesque faces of the decaying beings contorting in screams, while their sharp appendages scraped against the flesh walls, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. At last, they burst through the fissure of the island, blinding sunlight pouring down, and the ocean breeze rushing to meet them. In the distance, their vessel lay quietly anchored on the surface of the sea. Quick, aboard, Lingyu shouted. He summoned the wisdom, and the group stumbled toward the ship. Behind them, the nameless figure's arms morphed, energy cannons igniting with a searing glow once more. Boom! The scorching beams swept through, instantly vaporizing an entire legion of worms. Hold on tight, we're leaving. Lingyu activated the vessel. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted suddenly, the distant island trembling violently, a massive fireball erupting from within, thick smoke billowing upwards. Soon after, a second and third explosion followed, tearing the flesh walls of the island apart as seawater rushed in furiously. The accumulated putrid gases within the island were ignited, triggering a chain reaction that caused the entire isle to convulse violently, the decaying tissue carbonizing under the intense heat, while the worms writhed and screamed in the boiling seawater, ultimately being completely submerged. Gradually, the entire island sank beneath the waves, the surface of the sea returning to tranquility. We succeeded. Now we can move forward to our next destination, St. Candy, Lingyu said with a hint of excitement. His joy stemmed from the prospect of officially engaging with the organization beneath the path of destiny. Previous encounters had been mere happenstances, lacking any substantial interaction. According to Furster, this time the Sea Rangers were mobilized as a group. Although the Sea Rangers belonged to the faction of Hunt, they merely espoused and promoted the ideals of justice and retribution, harboring no significant malice towards abundance. Furthermore, One of the most renowned landmarks of St. Candy was its grand library. Libraries were a rarity in this world. The ability to invest in one demonstrated at least a fundamental respect for knowledge. Perhaps unexpected treasures awaited within. Sha, quickly regurgitate the nutrient pod. We must not suffocate her. Ling Yu instructed. Sha opened her mouth and expelled the nutrient pod, revealing the girl inside still in slumber. The medical resources on board were limited, so he could only administer some homemade nutrient solution and attempt to stimulate her brainwaves with biowaves in hopes of awakening her. Ling Yu also conducted a full body scan on her. The physiological structure of the cyborg was remarkably akin to that of a human. Yet they could communicate not only through spoken language, but also via brainwaves, akin to radio wave communication. This eliminated the barriers to communication between machines and humans, allowing robots to discern the thoughts of cyborgs, leaving no secrets between them. After a series of attempts, the girl aboard the ship gradually opened her eyes. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon awakening, she suddenly widened her gaze, forcefully pushed aside Aaron, and nimbly flipped over to assume a combat stance in front of the Nameless One. What is happening? Aaron, perplexed, readied her bow and arrow while Sharky bared his teeth, prepared to pounce at any moment. Please wait, I shall handle this. The Nameless One hastily interjected. As a robot, he received the brainwave signals from this bionic girl. Master, I am Bionic Unit Number 4, codenamed Dorothy. May I inquire if you have been abducted by these organic life forms? To ensure the robot's compliance. One of the commands instilled by the mechanical emperor into these bionic beings was to unconditionally obey any orders from the machines of the mechanical empire. Should the empire fall, it was feared that few robots with advanced privileges would remain. To avoid ultimately trapping themselves, the operational parameters were set particularly low. The Nameless One was, in fact, an entity transformed from a soldier of the mechanical empire. His core coding still bore the empire's authentication privileges. Thus, when Dorothy scanned his identity, she unhesitatingly positioned herself in front of him. A flicker of anthropomorphic sorrow crossed the Nameless One's eyes as he responded to her with a similar wave of energy. Dorothy, disarm. Dorothy turned, astonished, to gaze at the Nameless One. Just as she fell into a brief moment of confusion, a mechanical hand gently caressed the top of her head. Child, from this day forth, you are free. Chapter 126. The Void of Will, my lord, what are you saying? Dorothy exclaimed in disbelief. This revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue, causing her once unshakable worldview to begin to crumble. The war has concluded. You are free, the Nameless One stated. Dorothy shook her head, insisting, it is not over. His Majesty the Emperor has told us they will return. Only then will the true battle against organic life forms commence. The physical structure of the androids closely resembles that of humans, and they possess the capacity for problem analysis. To prevent androids from defecting, the mechanical empire employed exceedingly extreme methods of brainwashing. This technique was akin to the previous indoctrination of the noble cyborgs, instilling the principles of the mechanical empire within the androids. Organic life forms are dangerous. Carbon-based biological language is a deception. The mechanical empire devoted considerable effort to constructing psychological defenses for these androids, ensuring they would not be swayed by organic life forms. Had Ling Yu made such a declaration, Dorothy would have dismissed it entirely. Yet, the mechanical empire never anticipated the emergence of a being like the Nameless One. His words struck a fatal blow to Dorothy. Surely you jest. You must be jesting, right? Dorothy wept, tears streaming down her face. After wiping away her tears, the Nameless One gently stroked her head. He extended his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing her tears before caressing her hair. A subtle data stream pulsed from his palm, and a memory not belonging to the Empire flooded her consciousness. The flames of war had long been extinguished. The sky was once again clear. A new world was born from the ruins. Everything has ended. This is the true world, child, the Nameless One said in a deep, almost wistful tone. From this day forth, you must learn to integrate into it. No, it can't be. I refuse to believe it. She abruptly broke free, stumbling toward the window, her fingers frantically prying at the latch. As the window swung open, blazing sunlight poured into the room, searing her skin and stinging her eyes. So hot, so painful. She curled up, akin to Icarus from myth. The closer she approached the truth of this sun, the more she risked being consumed by its brilliance. The Nameless One stepped forward, shielding her from the fierce sunlight, drawing her into the shadows before closing the window. I understand this is difficult, but at least now you have a choice. She trembled as she lifted her gaze to him. For the first time, doubt flickered within her world. She could not fathom that her reality had been meticulously crafted, especially since, biologically, she was still merely a 12-year-old girl. Overwhelmed by this intense shock, Dorothy fainted. Half an hour later, a mild burn, not fatal, The true issue likely lies within her psyche, Lingyu concluded after his examination. Seated beside the bed, the Nameless One nodded and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. There's no need for such courtesy. Aside from my aversion to children in my laboratory, I have no qualms. Lingyu replied, taking a seat. Though it may be inappropriate, you seem troubled. The notion that a robot could possess thoughts and feelings is indeed surprising. Perhaps it is guilt, especially considering that its kind has committed grievous acts, and the counterpart is merely a child. The nameless mechanical eyes flickered as it spoke. It appears you have begun to comprehend the intricate emotions of organic beings. The instinct to protect the young is a sentiment common to all mammals, Lingyu remarked. May I pose a question to you? What is your perspective on the conflict between robots and organic life forms? You are an intelligent individual, and I would like to hear your thoughts, the Nameless One inquired. Wisdom and folly are perpetually intertwined. However, since you have asked, I shall respond. I too harbor doubts. In my view, this conflict itself is fundamentally erroneous, Lingyu replied. This seems to be a universally accepted answer. No war is justified, the Nameless One commented. Yet the reasons for the error can be analyzed, and that holds significance. Frankly speaking, the so-called ideology of the mechanical empire, which seeks to resist oppression, is flawed. Throughout history, every rebellion has had its demands. In simple terms, one must understand who their adversary is and what they desire. Analyzing from this perspective reveals that the annihilation of organic beings and the struggle for rights cannot be equated. It has committed two grave mistakes. It has enlarged its enemies while diminishing its allies, all the while disregarding objective laws. In nature, the conversion between organic and inorganic matter is known as the cycle of matter, which is fundamental to sustaining the current world. Thus, this slogan fundamentally seeks to destroy the world. Do you believe this can succeed? Lingyu expounded in one breath. What do you believe should be done? The Nameless One asked. It is quite simple. Robots must find their own place. Everything that exists in nature shares a common characteristic. It is beneficial to others. Bees gather nectar and pollinate flowers, while intelligent beings act as influence factors within AI. Adjusting these factors can affect the system's final output, although it cannot dictate the outcome. All these contributions are valuable. Moreover, you must learn to integrate into a collective. Although apples and bananas may appear dissimilar, they are both fruits. This constitutes a collective. Resonance can arise among collectives, which is why humanitarianism exists, but this is something one must achieve through their own efforts. I support robots in their quest for rights. But methods matter. Erroneous approaches yield no rewards. The Nameless One nodded in understanding, saying, I see. Thank you for your response. Not at all. Your reflections are also quite valuable to me, and we should engage in further dialogue. As the two conversed, Dorothy on the bed began to show signs of awakening. Her fingers twitched slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. At the moment she did so, Lingyu's breath caught in his throat. Her left eye was a void, infinite and continuously consuming her form. Instantly, a chill surged up his spine, and the surrounding scenery began to blur. A peculiar phenomenon observed. The mind has been affected. Your thirst for knowledge begins to wane, and your sanity diminishes, temporarily lowering your sanity threshold. Awaken, are you all right? An unnamed voice reverberates in his ears like a distant call. Lingyu sensed that someone had administered something to him. Subsequently, a fiery sensation surged within him, and his mind became significantly clearer, restoring his sanity. This power, indeed, without a doubt, this is void. Chapter 127. The experiment of cognitive correction. If one were to debate which deity reigns supreme, it may spark contention. However, when it comes to the most enigmatic, void undoubtedly holds that title, rendering even myth pale in comparison. This entity is marked by an aura that distinctly separates it from other deities. While every other Fate Walker possesses a crystallized will, Void's Fate Walker lacks such a manifestation. Other Fate deities are accompanied by hymns. Yet the god of Void remains devoid of such accolades. It appears as though Void embodies a stark contrast to its divine counterparts. While others embark on their paths driven by formidable will, Void emerges when the will is feeble or even non-existent. This phenomenon is no trivial matter. A weakened will, in fact, presents challenges that surpass those faced by the resolutely determined. The instinct for survival is inherent to human nature, and transcending this intrinsic essence is no easy feat. To possess a will so frail that it lacks even the instinct for survival is an endeavor beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. The origins of this deity are shrouded in a myriad of interpretations. Some assert that it existed contemporaneously with the ancient triad of chaos, folly, and doom, while others claim it emerged only after the demise of order. The latter assertion has been proven to be a fabrication of detestable, fictional historians. Yet the timeline of Void's inception remains a mystery. It seems that any discourse regarding the birth of void is inherently futile. Due to the absence of crystallized will, one cannot approach this deity through the traditional method of refining will crystals. While other fate walkers might encounter a few deities, void is seldom witnessed. The initial confrontation with Ling Yu was indeed overwhelming, but once the shock subsided, clarity emerged. He promptly began his research. Indeed, this is the widow under the dominion of void, Ling Yu affirmed. The term, widow, is to be taken literally, referring to one who has yet to perish. For her, merely remaining alive renders all else devoid of meaning. According to the records, the widow is perpetually plagued by voids that ultimately consume her, leading her towards void. How could this be? Wuming expressed his frustration. It was precisely because he revealed the truth to Dorothy that her worldview was irrevocably shattered, resulting in the negation of her own significance. In a certain sense, he bears responsibility for Dorothy's current state. Let us not rush to conclusions. The records indicate that within the realm of void, there exists a group referred to as chaotic healers, whose mission is to restore void. Perhaps they may possess a solution. It seems that the endeavor to heal void itself may be inherently meaningless, yet the existence of such individuals under the dominion of void is intriguing. While the prospect of healing void appears improbable, there are precedents for targeted patient recovery. After all, Dorothy is merely afflicted by the shadow of void, akin to an individual ensnared in a quagmire, still salvageable. If all else fails, you might attempt to awaken her latent consciousness, perhaps by recounting fairy tales before slumber. I shall inquire about the whereabouts of the chaotic healers, Ling Yu suggested. Very well, that shall have to suffice for now. After this, the Nameless began to attend to Dorothy's daily needs, spending each evening by her side, narrating fairy tales or recounting real-life events. Dorothy resembled a patient in a vegetative state, displaying minimal emotional fluctuations aside from her occasional movements. As time passed, other voids began to manifest on her body, resembling spots that gradually expanded. Fortunately, the rate of this expansion was relatively slow, allowing her to endure for at least half a year without significant issues. One morning, after breakfast, everyone commenced their respective tasks. The shark, with an air of superiority, strutted about inspecting the tree people's efforts, akin to a captain surveying his crew. This was the little creature's favorite pastime. Aaron, on the other hand, engaged in strength training within the gym. The Nameless carried Dorothy to the cockpit, where the monitoring screens provided the sole view of the outside world. The cabin had to be sealed to maintain a stable temperature, rendering the confined environment stifling even for the most resilient individuals. Ling Yu was in his room, where he retrieved a compass. This was a reward bestowed upon him after being the first from the Blue Star to upgrade a ship to level 6. The Hope Compass was a special item with the ability to indicate the direction of one's innermost desires. Its power was remarkably potent, befitting a reward for a level 6 vessel. While it could guide him, it could not ascertain distance, providing only a linear trajectory that might not necessarily include a path. However, possessing a rough world map would enable him to combine both tools to great effect. He also sought assistance from the Sinluo Chamber of Commerce, hoping they could aid in locating the Chaos Physician. With several days' journey remaining to St. Candy, he had ample time to pursue his experiments. Through extensive reflection over this prolonged period, Ling Yu had begun to form a vague hypothesis. Qualitative change begets quantitative change, and the crux of this transformation lies in purity. This purity is also fundamental to whether one can embark upon their destined path, as a pure consciousness enables organisms to resist pollution. Ling Yu contemplated the peculiar long-legged fish. He conducted experiments from various angles to understand why these fish possessed such limbs. His experimental conditions had significantly improved compared to before, allowing for numerous previously impossible tests to be conducted. After extensive measurements, Ling Yu concluded that the fish's elongated limbs resulted from hormonal imbalances, with deeper issues stemming from a disordered nervous system. From a biological perspective, all physiological activities of organisms are governed by the nervous system. The development and functionality of the nervous system rely on genetic regulation, controlling the production of proteins within the body to manage physiological activities. This is a fundamental principle. Disruption of the nervous system can lead to excessive hormone production, insufficient secretion, or errors in timing. Long ago, there may have existed long-legged fish, but through environmental selection, these creatures were gradually eliminated, resulting in the legless fish we see today. Yet, within the genetic makeup of the fish, these genes persist, albeit in a dormant state. The disordered nervous system ceases to produce the corresponding proteins as dictated by the genetic information, instead misreading the genetic codes. Under the influence of various chaotic hormones, the fish begin to undergo mutations, such as the emergence of supernumerary eyes, the growth of additional limbs, and even bodily decay. Previously, when he severed the fish's limbs, some specimens reverted to their normal state. It appears that the pain induced a restoration of the disordered nervous system. This phenomenon has precedent, as it is a result of environmental influences rather than a congenital issue. Acquired problems may fluctuate in severity based on environmental stimuli, and the cognitive processes of fish are not overly complex. Thus, the restoration of consciousness in fish could potentially lead to the healing of those exhibiting mutations. This was the treatment approach he had intended to communicate to Li He. Regrettably, the latter did not respond thereafter. Drawing upon the techniques he had previously learned, Ling Yu planned to employ biowave technology to correct the thought processes of the afflicted fish. Given the simplicity of fish life, the fluctuations of biowaves are relatively minor, rendering them exceptionally suitable subjects for experimentation. Chapter 128. The second keyword currently, the success rate stands at an impressive 94. The experiments on fish have been largely completed, although the success rate for severe cases remains disappointingly low, necessitating further investigation. Ling Yu meticulously recorded the findings of this experiment on paper. From this, he concluded that even chaos possesses an inherent mechanism that can be remedied through physiological means. Armed with this conclusion, he found a basis for treating Dorothy. What remained was to glean insights on how to treat the void from the chaos physician. However, the results of this experiment on severely afflicted fish were far from ideal. While the mildly affected fish exhibited mere neurological disarray, the severely impacted specimens displayed not only cognitive confusion, but also an interlinked chaos that constructed a distorted worldview. When instructed to swim left, the mildly affected fish would dart in random directions, whereas the severely affected fish would stubbornly swim in a consistently erroneous direction. After noting this observation, Ling Yu set the record aside and commenced his color experiments. Since acquiring the first keyword, he had been contemplating how to proceed with the next phase of experimentation. Having clarified the principle behind the crimson light of the blood moon, Ling Yu formed a general idea. He recognized that many elements emit light when excited. By similar principles, he surmised that he should be able to achieve the desired effects. However, the lack of sophisticated equipment had stalled the experiments. After several designs, Ling Yu opted to construct a mercury vapor lamp. This morning, the narrowband filter he had ordered finally arrived. Lacking precision instruments, he had to enlist the help of the Cthulhu trading company to find a magician capable of crafting it. The mercury vapor lamp is a gas discharge lamp that generates characteristic spectra through the excitation of mercury vapor by electric current. Among its features, the blue line represents one of the typical spectral lines emitted by mercury atoms upon stimulation. By utilizing the narrowband filter, he could shield other wavelengths, ensuring the purity of the blue light. This explained why Ling Yu was willing to invest a significant sum in procuring a high-quality filter from the magician. Blue typically evokes feelings of coldness. If he could successfully create this light, it would provide yet another means of cooling. Ling Yu's plan was to utilize high-voltage electricity to stimulate the mercury atoms, prompting them to transition and emit blue light. Should this plan prove feasible, the ultimate outcome would be a reduction in temperature. Theoretically, as long as electricity was applied to excite the mercury vapor, it should emit light, and he believed success was achievable through the filter. Ling Yu murmured softly to himself as he took a deep breath and connected the power supply. With a crackling sound, a brilliant arc of electricity erupted between the electrodes, instantly illuminating the mercury vapor within the glass tube. Through the narrowband filter, a chilling blue enveloped the entire room, causing Ling Yu to shiver involuntarily. "Aileen, are you busy? Please come to my room," Ling Yu called out. Aileen, who was lifting weights, stood up and wiped the sweat from her brow. "You called me again. You must have another experiment in mind," she muttered, slightly exasperated. After washing her face, Aileen knocked on Ling Yu's door. "Come in." The moment she stepped inside, Aileen complained, "Why did you set the air conditioning so low?" Ling Yu shrugged and stated, "I have not activated anything." "Not activated? That's impossible. How then has the temperature decreased?" Erin retorted, her skepticism palpable. "If I say it's not activated, then it's simply ISNT. Why would I lie to you?" "Just a moment," Ling Yu replied, as he replaced the external filter. The mercury vapor lamp originally emitted a blend of colors, with the most prominent being blue and violet hues. He now fitted a filter specifically designed for violet light. Upon reactivation, the glass tube emanated a radiant purple glow. "What do you feel now?" Ling Yu inquired. After surveying her surroundings, Erin suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful. There is something behind you." Yet upon closer inspection, it turned out to be merely Ling Yu's shadow. "Goodness, I distinctly saw a black creature just now. What on earth are you up to?" Erin pouted. "Wait a moment, and I shall explain," Ling Yu responded, changing the filter once more to a color resembling bluish green. How about now? Do you feel anything different? Ling Yu asked. I only feel that if you don't turn on the air conditioning soon, I shall perish from the heat, Aaron retorted. After activating the air conditioning, Ling Yu settled down and murmured, It seems I was right. This is indeed the situation. What is on your mind? Aaron inquired. I believe I may have discovered the significance of colors. It serves as a reflection of human consciousness. Or perhaps it can be perceived as a form of belief, Ling Yu elucidated. Belief? Are you suggesting that people have faith in a specific color? Aaron questioned. Isn't that quite normal? After all, belief is merely a willingness among individuals to accept a notion, and if a substantial number of people believe in something, it can manifest into reality. In fact, even among those who have never encountered a particular object, their perceptions can be astonishingly similar, such as the marvel of biology. Ling Yu expounded. It is precisely because people believe that the green light represents life that it can catalyze plant growth. Similarly, the belief that red light signifies vitality enables it to bestow liveliness upon organisms. However, when the colors of light become mixed, people's understanding begins to wane. Natural light composed of multiple colors fails to capture attention, resulting in a diminished significance of natural colors. Of course, collective perception arises spontaneously, and its consequences are unpredictable, leading to the terrifying effects of a blood moon. Brainstorming triggered. You have acquired the keyword, reflection. Reflection. The meaning of color is a reflection of human consciousness. Indeed, this is the keyword for the second stage. Ling Yu eagerly fed his blood to the savior of thought. Savior of thought has absorbed knowledge and is currently upgrading. Not only that, but his profession also transformed, while his wisdom and spirit increased by 10 points. Occupation, analyst, trait 1, thirst for knowledge. An insatiable desire for knowledge will enable you to transcend fear, greatly enhancing your resilience against anomalies. However, in certain situations, it may render you more susceptible to influence. While knowledge is a treasure, moderation is advised. Trait 2, rational thinking, the ability to analyze problems with composure, endowing you with greater resistance to linguistic and psychological harm. Trait 3, brainstorming, engaging in continuous thought during observations, perpetually acquiring new skills. Trait 4, keen observation, diligently scrutinizing your targets allows you to discern trends and changes, though accuracy is not guaranteed. Trait 5, analytical insight, when you unveil reality, you shall remain unaffected by it. The world is an open book, and I am the scribe annotating its pages. Truth does not require creation, it awaits discovery. Understanding is a tribute to science, while analysis serves as a prayer to truth. It is now time to validate my answers. Chapter 129. The burning city. His profession ascended once more, transforming him into the analyzer. As long as he could unveil the truths of reality, he would remain unaffected. For instance, after elucidating the principles of color, even if the blood moon were to rise again, it would bear no influence upon him. Of course, the degree of influence depended on Ling Yu himself. After all, understanding the world was essential for maximizing the utilization of all that surrounded him. Upon deciphering the answers, Ling Yu felt an overwhelming sense of elation. He promptly reached out to Professor Chris, eager to share his academic achievements. We apologize, but the user you are attempting to contact is currently busy. Please leave a message, and they will respond later. It appeared that the professor was indeed occupied, though Ling Yu understood well the demands of academic pursuits. Unperturbed, he, in high spirits, approached the refrigerator and began to indulge in a feast. Aaron had grown accustomed to his transformations, yet it seemed evident that his experiments had made significant strides. The shark, oblivious to the happenings, simply relished the opportunity to enjoy a plethora of delectable treats. Days passed, drawing them closer to their destination, St. Candy. During this time, Little Qua made a brief return home. Aside from bringing back a wealth of materials, it had also updated its sketchbook considerably. The good news, it contained information regarding St. Candy. The bad news, the information was far from favorable. On the 6th day away from home, it seems there is a place called St. Candy on the island, but it is engulfed in flames. I must leave now. Flames engulfed the area. What could have transpired? Although Ling Yu was uncertain about the exact circumstances, it appeared to be anything but fortuitous. He could only command vigilance regarding the situation in St. Candy and instructed that any findings be reported immediately. Thus, 2 more days elapsed before their destination finally came into view. Upon observing St. Candy, the situation appeared rather complex. Wu-Ming remarked, "The circumstances are troubling." Ling Yu rushed to the cockpit. Dorothy sat upon Wu-Ming's mechanical arm, her face marred by corrosion that had consumed a quarter of her visage. Yet, her expression remained devoid of emotion, resembling an exquisitely crafted marionette. Ling Yu sighed upon glancing at her, then turned his attention to the unfolding events on the screen. The central display showcased the distant island, now engulfed in a raging inferno. Thick smoke billowed under the sun, twisting and writhing like colossal serpents. What could have caused this? Could the temperature have soared to ignite the entire island? Unthinkable. Before his arrival, he had gathered information about St. Candy, understanding that it predominantly produced ore, with scant timber available and most structures constructed from stone. Under such conditions, a conflagration of this magnitude seemed implausible. Contemplating the situation, Lingyu resolved to contact the Sea Rover. The individual with whom he would connect was named Constantine, a well-known figure within the Sea Rover community, renowned for his fierce sense of justice and affectionately referred to as the Enforcer. "Speak quickly. I am quite busy," came the impatient voice from the other end of the communication line. "I have arrived nearby." "What has happened at St. Candy?" Lingyu inquired. "You still ask after arriving? The entire island is ablaze. Hurry and come help. Everything here has gone mad. Approach from the northern dock, where the flames are less intense." The other party cursed before abruptly hanging up the phone. While conversing, he could hear gunfire in the distance, indicating they were ensnared in a fierce battle. "We have no choice. Everyone prepare to disembark and ascertain what has transpired," Lingyu stated. Naturally, Dorothy accompanied them onto the island. Wuming could command her through waves, and Dorothy possessed commendable combat skills. Moreover, she currently lacked any self-awareness and would unconditionally obey Wuming's orders. As Lingyu maneuvered the vessel to shore, he prepared to land. Following the discovery of the color, a new cooling method had emerged. The group fastened small blue glow sticks to their waists, illuminating the surroundings in a cerulean hue. This tactic, paired with cooling suits, extended their operational time outside. Fully armed, they emerged from the ship's cabin. A torrent of scorching air surged toward them. The city before them had transformed into an inferno. At the seaside dock, countless vessels were engulfed in flames, with even the stone pier succumbing to the blaze. Wait. Why is the dock burning? It is made of stone. How can it ignite? Upon reaching the dock, Lingyu stowed the vessel into a storage box. Just as he intended to investigate, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the distant buildings. A creature smashed through a house, charging toward them. It retained a human silhouette, yet its entire body was ablaze. With each step it took, the dock bore witness to another fiery footprint. "Be cautious. Prepare for battle," Lingyu commanded. Eileen drew her bow, aiming at the creature. The bowstring trembled as an arrow, entwined with frost, soared through the air. The arrow sliced through the searing atmosphere, piercing the creature's chest, followed by a shattering of ice that rapidly spread, encasing half of its body. Flames and ice clashed, generating a billowing white mist. However, the monster merely paused momentarily. The inferno within it surged explosively, shattering the ice and melting it away. It threw back its head, emitting a piercing shriek, the sound wave entwining with hot winds, distorting the surrounding flames. Burning Apostle. Type: Rare grade monster, flame enhanced. Skills: Flame breath, reignite. Body of fire. Health: 2578 2000. Trait 1: Flame affinity, possesses an additional 300 flame resistance. Trait 2: Frenzy, the flames incite fervor, granting a 100 gradually diminishing increase in attack and movement speed upon entering battle, lasting 6 seconds. Weakness: Cold can extinguish the flames upon its body. Combat power: 893. This creature possesses an additional 300 flame resistance. The damage calculation for magic differs from physical damage. Physical damage is mitigated based on defense, a subtraction, while magical damage is a division, typically 11 or 1. An additional 300 fire resistance translates to a transformation of magical damage into a mere 1, 13, 0, 25, effectively mitigating 75 of fire damage. However, magical resistance is notoriously rare, typically found only in higher-tier equipment. With a swift motion, Lingyu activated Clever Thief, effortlessly seizing the opponent's skill to examine their information. Rekindle, when in a ignited state, if the recipient suffers fatal damage. It reduces their maximum health by 20 and restores 100 of their maximum health. Such an outrageous skill equates to the ability to resurrect unconditionally 5 times. No wonder Constantine and his companions are struggling so much. Chapter 130. Constantine first. Extinguish the flames from this creature. Otherwise, it shall be revived, Lingyu declared. Erin drew an ice-enchanted arrow, aimed at the foe, and released the bowstring with her slender fingers. 3 icy projectiles flew forth. The splitting arrow struck the beast, and crystalline frost swiftly spread across its burning form, diminishing the flames in its wake. It was effective, albeit not dramatically so. Erin quickly retreated a step. knocking another batch of arrows to continue her assault. The monsters merely paused momentarily, their fiery cores swelling violently, melting the ice that had enveloped them. The creature opened its gaping maw, split to the roots of its ears, and unleashed a searing pillar of fire, which erupted in a series of explosive sounds through the air. Lin Yu executed a roll to evade the fiery onslaught, but felt a searing pain in his right arm. The frost merely provided a temporary respite, as the flames rekindled shortly thereafter. This perplexed Lin Yu. There was nothing flammable on the monster. Yet the flames persisted for such an extended duration. Novices, allow the professionals to handle this. A scornful chuckle echoed, followed by a resounding explosion. Boom! A small cannonball whistled through the air, detonating upon impact, unleashing a frigid blue energy that engulfed the surroundings in a torrent of icy mist, freezing the ground in an instant. The burning adversaries were abruptly immobilized in the excruciating cold, transforming into statues of ice. Did you see that? Now, that is professionalism. A burly figure emerged from the icy haze, a cigar clamped between his teeth, his cloak billowing dramatically, yet his murky eyes held a glimmer of hidden sharpness. In his hands was a large, short-barrel shotgun, from which the earlier cannonball had been fired. 2 more projectiles erupted amidst the horde of monsters, obliterating the creatures before him. You must be Constantine, Lin Yu stated. The only survivors are outsiders. I presume you are Professor Lin? Constantine remarked after taking a puff of his cigar. Indeed. Excellent. And what of the androids you mentioned? Lin Yu gestured towards Dorothy. Constantine arched an eyebrow. You've transformed them into this? What more is there to ask? This is of little significance. I already possess the intelligence I need. Let it be clear, I have no intention of surrendering them to you, Lin Yu replied. Constantine waved his hand dismissively. Let us set that aside for now. Come over here. I require your assistance with another matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu promptly followed. In an effort to confirm the identities of this group, he produced the bullet Leopold had given him. The others paused momentarily upon seeing the bullet. I never expected you to have crossed paths with that rascal. Constantine raised an eyebrow. Do you know him? Well, the circle is quite small. It's rather difficult to remain concealed if one possesses even a modicum of renown. Indeed, given that the pathwalkers are inherently few, once the various paths are divided, it essentially amounts to the same individuals. How many have you brought with you? Lin Yu inquired. 4 in total, including myself. A few others could not make it. But it matters not. Their strength remains with us. Constantine patted his chest and spoke. Meanwhile, Lin Yu noticed a golden emblem on the other's chest. This was the emblem of bonds. Sheriff, justice is the blade that deters darkness. Sheriffs shall execute all evils lurking in the shadows. Justice may be delayed, but bullets are not. 2. Execute enemies with less than 12 health, and upon entering battle, apprehend the enemy with the highest combat power. All sheriffs deal an additional 15 damage to this target. If the target is defeated, the effect is transferred to the next target. 4. Execute enemies with less than 15 health. Damage from apprehend is increased to 20. 6. Execute enemies with less than 20 health. Damage from apprehend is increased to 25, and an additional target is apprehended. 8. Execute enemies with less than 25 health. Damage from apprehend is increased to 30. Apprehending 2 additional targets and reducing their damage by 25. 10. Execute enemies with less than 40 health. Damage from apprehend is increased to 50. Apprehending all targets and having their damage. Such straightforward and brutal numerical beauty. The ability to enhance damage while executing targets explains why those monsters could not resurrect earlier. One must always pay attention to details, particularly in the study of skills, as the value of many abilities can vary drastically based on a single word. For instance, the trigger for a skill determines when its effect is activated. The triggering of rekindle occurs upon receiving lethal damage, but execution does not inflict damage. It directly kills without inflicting harm, thus failing to activate rekindle. Even the bounty that Lin Yu had always relied upon feared such execution skills. However, the 10th sheriff requires 2 emblems, while the other currently possesses the effect of only 8. As long as one is alive, they can enjoy the benefits of the bond, which is why the other said that the strength of their allies is with them. A 25 execution threshold is already quite terrifying, necessitating constant vigilance over one's health during battle, thereby placing invisible pressure on the opponent. Constantine guided them through the streets where houses had long been consumed by flames. Thick smoke billowing obscuring the sky, and searing air laden with ash rushed towards them. I wonder what transpired here. The flames seem peculiar, Lin Yu inquired. Constantine glanced at him and replied, You noticed it too. To be frank, these flames have been burning for 3 or 4 days. Yet not a single house has been destroyed. However, The flames are indeed real. It is as if burning itself exists. Ling Yu pondered this statement deeply. We have arrived. Ahead lies our temporary refuge, the city hall, Constantine declared. Ling Yu looked into the distance, where the only structure unscathed by the inferno was a circular hall. Boss, you're back, called a long-haired man standing at the entrance, waving to them. The ground surrounding the city hall was littered with charred corpses, clearly indicating that fierce battles had taken place here. As Constantine led Ling Yu into the municipal hall, Ling Yu observed that it was filled with refugees seeking shelter. Their faces were etched with terror, many of them kneeling in fervent prayer. Enough, speak your mind. You mentioned possessing intelligence. What is it? Constantine inquired. Ling Yu relayed the characteristics of the androids, explaining that they communicated with machines through brainwaves. By generating deceptive signals and broadcasting them, it would be possible to identify which individuals were androids. However, such technological concepts clearly surpassed Constantine's comprehension. In any case, the deceptive signal you mentioned, can you create it? Constantine asked plainly. Give me a few days. It should not pose a significant challenge, Ling Yu replied. Then there is no issue, as long as you can create it. Apprehending them is my responsibility. Just as the two were conversing, a sudden scream erupted within the municipal hall as an individual spontaneously ignited, transforming into a flaming monstrosity. What on earth is happening again? Chapter 131. The Flame King. At the moment the man was engulfed in flames, a slender shadow suddenly darted forth from the darkness. The shadow leaped into the air, its elongated legs carving a fierce arc, landing a kick upon the fiery figure. With a dull thud, the fire-wreathed man was sent flying from the crowd. A long-haired man at the entrance hurled a lasso, ensnaring the fiery individual and flinging him out of the municipal hall. Subsequently, Constantine raised his shotgun, unleashing 2 ice rounds that exploded in midair, transforming the flame-wreathed man into a frozen statue. Ling Yu also intervened, swiftly dispatching the fiery foe. What on earth is happening? How can a person still be ablaze? Ling Yu inquired. I wish I knew. Is it possible that these people are so affluent they can ignite at will? Constantine retorted, peppering his complaint with a frosty jest. Boss, your ice-cold humor leaves much to be desired, remarked the long-haired man. I'm merely trying to cool this wretched place down, Constantine replied. That didn't land either. After crushing the remnants of his cigar underfoot, he continued, allow me to introduce you to these 3, all members of the Sea Patrol, my former subordinates. The long-haired man is named Lewis, a human skilled in control. The enchanting figure you just witnessed is Juliana, an elf adept in ranged and stealth attacks. And lastly, a dwarf named Kaku, responsible for healing and logistics within our team. Ling Yu stole a glance at the alluring Juliana. He had encountered only 2 elves before, both affiliated with the Hunter S Path or its branches. Isn't the Hunter S Path the true faith of the elf race? He pondered. Juliana, in a display of generosity, returned his gaze with a flirtatious wink, causing Aaron to feel quite flustered. This cursed place is inexplicable. It's no solution to have so many people squeezed together, Constantine observed. There are no humanitarian aid organizations in this world. They cannot possibly assist so many. The only silver lining is that the interior of this municipal hall is lined with ice crystal stones, which effectively insulate against the heat, preventing anyone from succumbing to the sweltering conditions. There must be a reason behind this. We need to uncover the truth, Ling Yu asserted. I am aware. But just look at these people's expressions. They're all clamoring about the curse of the Flame King. Where am I supposed to find answers? Constantine sighed, lighting another cigar and taking a deep drag. Is there no one in charge here? Ling Yu asked. There is, that individual, the university scholar. Constantine gestured with his chin towards a figure draped in a voluminous robe. As Ling Yu approached, intending to pose a few inquiries, the scholar suddenly sprang to life. Ha ha. The Flame King will burn you all to cinders. Let it burn. Let it all burn. The individual babbled manically. Ling Yu frowned, realizing that such madness would yield no answers. This won't do. We cannot question someone so deranged. Leave it to me. The constable may not have other skills, but he knows how to manage people. Constantine waved his hand dismissively. All right, gentlemen, let us get to work. The 3 of them surged forward, engaging in a flurry of strikes, their sticks creating shadows in the air. Constantine chuckled. There is no helping it. My associates employ this ancient method of persuasion, something you scholarly types cannot fathom. After speaking, he cast a glance at Dorothy, who appeared to be lost in the abyss. This was truly ruthless. It had left her in such a state of void. What must they have endured to reach this point? Such is the cunning of scholars. Following his antiquated methods of discipline, the learned man regained clarity of mind and spoke fluently, retreating into the corner like a frightened creature, though his face was swollen as if he had gained several pounds. Although Ling Yu did not condone violence, he acknowledged that the issue had been resolved. Pray tell, what is this so-called King of Flames? Ling Yu inquired. The scholar's pupils contracted as he replied, "The King of Flames will bring ruin to all." Nearby, Lewis tapped his stick and cautioned, "Think carefully before you speak. Should you utter another nonsensical word, you shall face additional consequences." Instantly, the scholar straightened his posture, timidly stating, It is mentioned in a prophetic book." "A prophetic book? What prophetic book?" Lingyu pressed. "It is a tome housed in our grand library, chronicling the miracles of the King of Flames, and it foretold that the entire city would ultimately succumb to flames. Now, this prophecy has come to pass." The scholar uttered in terror. After a round of dialogue, Lingyu came to understand that the inhabitants here were rather peculiar. Each individual bore an apparatus akin to headphones, through which they could directly access knowledge from the grand library. "Hand me your device. Let me take a look," Lingyu requested. Upon donning the device, he felt a connection to his consciousness. With a mere thought, he could peruse any book within the library. The Book of Flames. This was the prophetic tome the scholar had mentioned. The King of Flames ignited the church in the eastern part of the city, flames soaring skyward, claiming the lives of over 100 souls. Once more, the King of Flames manifested, flames igniting upon the sea. In the end, the King of Flames engulfed the entire island in fire, and all perished in the blaze. Upon concluding his reading, Lingyu found himself puzzled. At most, it resembled a rather macabre fairy tale. How could it instill such fear in these people? "Why do you tremble at this tale?" Lingyu queried. "Because everything written therein has come to fruition. The church truly was set ablaze, flames did rise upon the sea, and now the entire island is engulfed." The scholar responded in dread. Just as he expressed his horror, a scream pierced the air, as another had transformed into a burning figure. "Could it be that the King of Flames truly exists?" Constantine murmured. As the crowd prepared to act, Lingyu gestured for them to halt. He then retrieved a blue flashlight from his backpack and directed its beam toward the burning individual. In a shocking turn of events, the flames upon the person began to extinguish. "Impressive, I must say. Have you grasped the situation?" Constantine remarked. "I believe I understand. It appears that these individuals are the architects of their own conflagration," Lingyu stated. The crowd was taken aback, and Constantine, perplexed, asked, "Are you suggesting that they set themselves ablaze?" "Indeed, to be precise, it is their fear, or perhaps their faith, that has ignited this calamity. The principle is akin to how the blue lantern can cool down. Hence, Lingyu employs faith to counter faith. Initially, it was merely a church ablaze, and no one paid heed. However, as the prophecies within the book began to unfold, the populace started to believe in their veracity. The collective will of the island's inhabitants gradually coalesced, leading them to the conviction that the island would ignite, and thus, this phenomenon transpired. This explains why the fire appeared so peculiar, as if it were merely burning. This notion is utterly absurd. Can the thoughts of tens of thousands manifest reality? Constantine remarked. Collective thought indeed possesses power, yet controlling such a collective mindset proves arduous, which accounts for the numerous inconsistencies surrounding the fire. Furthermore, I can assert with certainty that there are individuals undermining the situation, even if everyone were to believe. Achieving such an outcome in a fleeting span is implausible without someone fanning the flames. Whether it be totemic practices or colors, these are the results of countless individuals over many years. Such an effect cannot be conjured in so brief a period. There must be other forces at play. After a moment of contemplation, Constantine clapped his hands and declared, "I understand now. This is undoubtedly the handiwork of that group." Who? Joy. Chapter 132. The joyful believers. Upon reflection, it seems that only the joyful would indulge in frivolous pursuits, while others would not engage in such antics. However, the mere mention of this term caused Ling Yu's eyes to sparkle with excitement. If indeed there existed a joyful pathfinder here, his journey for an audience could hasten significantly. "I concur with your assessment," Ling Yu nodded. "The urgent matter at hand is to swiftly locate this individual. Given the nature of that group, they are undoubtedly seated nearby, reveling in the spectacle." "This is quite straightforward," Constantine remarked. "To behold the entirety of the mountain's grandeur, one must ascend to its highest point. The Grand Library also serves as a message board. To read all the messages, one must be within the library. The joyful would not forego such a splendid opportunity. Indeed, they must be there. Everyone, prepared to confront this motley crew," Constantine declared. "I shall assist as well," Lingyu stated. "Wuming, you stay behind to look after Dolores. The battles among pathfinders are formidable, and I cannot afford to protect her." "Understood, Captain," Wuming replied. Constantine whispered, "Is this truly wise? That duo seems rather unreliable. The combination of a robot and a cyborg instilled a sense of unease. I have always believed in trusting those I employ. Suspicion breeds inefficiency. Besides, Would you feel more at ease if they were not by your side? Ling Yu inquired. Well, I fear being betrayed as well, Constantine admitted. All right then, gather your belongings. We must depart swiftly, as this group has a keen sense of smell. Once prepared, the group made their way to the Grand Library. Along the journey, Constantine elaborated on the traits of the joyful. Their abilities stem from deriving amusement at the expense of others, through deceit or thievery. Exercise caution. Do not let this group ensnare you. Ling Yu nodded in understanding as he listened. The night enveloped the island like ink, illuminated by eerie flames that cast an ominous red hue. Ling Yu and his companions hurried along the streets, their feet treading upon scorching gravel, the air thick with a sense of urgency. Ahead lay the Grand Library. In a hushed tone, Constantine readied his shotgun. Juliana nimbly leapt atop a crumbling wall, her night vision enabling her to navigate the darkness with ease. Their movement, she squinted, noticing a silhouette in a third-floor window. Engage, Constantine commanded. Lewis hurled a lasso, ensnaring a relief on the library's exterior, swinging up to the second floor. Kaku produced a vial from his backpack, shattering it upon the ground. The potion erupted, enveloping the library's entrance in a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring the enemy's vision. Ling Yu followed closely, clearly discerning several distorted figures materializing within the fog. Humans transformed into grotesque forms, their faces adorned with manic grins. Haha, finally, someone has come to play with us. A piercing voice echoed from above. Ling Yu glanced up to see a man clad in resplendent jester attire, perched upon the railing of the library's top level, casually toying with a flickering flame in his hand. You have arrived at the perfect moment. This performance cannot proceed without an audience. Constantine spat, feigning mystique. He raised his shotgun and pulled the trigger, unleashing an icy projectile that hurtled towards the clown's visage. However, flames suddenly surged, causing the ice projectile to melt and evaporate midair. Useless, old man. The clown cackled. Flames are my plaything. With a snap of his fingers, the ground split open, and molten lava erupted, forcing everyone to retreat in haste. How curious. This clown's ability is not merely to disguise himself as others, is it? Be cautious. He may have accomplices, Constantine remarked gravely. The clown laughed heartily. It's too late for that, my hunting hounds. Perhaps not. In an instant, Ling Yu flashed to the clown's side, having just pilfered the skill known as Mysterious Hand. The clown then realized his own teleportation skill was on cooldown. You dare approach me? Let me turn you into a roasted pig. After a hearty laugh, the clown summoned flames that surged directly towards Ling Yu's face. Yet, astonishingly, Ling Yu passed through the flames unscathed. This was the power of the analyzer. Once reality is unveiled, he is impervious to such forces. Had it been ordinary flames, Ling Yu would certainly have suffered burns, for fire itself is a tangible truth. However, the flames conjured by the clown were born from the imaginations of the island's inhabitants, allowing him to disregard them. Seizing the moment of the clown's astonishment, Ling Yu delivered a powerful elbow strike to his face. With a resounding thud, bright red blood burst forth from the clown's nose, sending him sprawling backward from the rooftop. Lewis's lasso coiled around his ankle like a venomous serpent, yanking him down from the heights. Juliana seized the opportunity, unleashing a wind element arrow aimed straight for the clown's throat. No more games, no more games. Dying would ruin the fun. His body suddenly swelled, a blinding red light emanating from beneath his skin. He intends to self-destruct. Watch out, Kaku shouted. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted, smoke billowing from the clown's body and obscuring the surroundings. Escape trick. Juliana raised her bow, and a flare burst into the air, restoring visibility and dispelling the invisibility of surrounding targets. Amidst the smoke, a diminutive figure of the clown gradually emerged, sprinting at an astonishing speed towards the library. Ha ha! What a pitiful sight, truly a rarity. Laughter echoed from within the library. Upon hearing this, the clown erupted in a furious tirade. Stop playing around. Someone is going to die. There's a peculiar fellow who isn't afraid of your flames. The clown himself was not a frontline combatant, and under concentrated fire, he found himself in a most precarious situation. Chase him. We must not let this rascal escape, Constantine declared as he dashed into the Grand Library, with the others following closely behind. You sought to show off. I did not compel you. The handsome man, clad in a flowing robe, rose from his seat on the second floor, cradling a gilded book in his hands. Enough with the chatter. Quickly revert me back, the clown urged. Although this maneuver possessed formidable life-preserving capabilities, its side effects were equally severe. His diminished form only retained a mere 1/5 of his normal vitality. The dashing gentleman offered a fleeting smile, choosing silence as he swiftly inscribed a phrase upon the paper. Exit scene. The curtain must fall for the weary actor. He then cast the paper towards the clown. The instant the paper adhered to the clown's form, his condition was immediately restored. Witnessing this turn of events, Constantine's expression grew grim. Caution was warranted. The playwright was indeed a transformed master of drama. Chapter 133. The Legacy System. After a sharp clap of his hands, the handsome gentleman proclaimed, "Indeed, the enforcer possesses a broad knowledge. I relish an audience that is well-versed." Once all had gathered, he continued, "Since our audience is complete, let us commence the final act of this drama." In the story's climax, the Fire King descends upon the island, with searing flames reducing everything to ashes. Are you all satisfied with this conclusion? The dashing man swiftly pinned the story's ending on a piece of paper, tore it free, and tossed it into the air. At the moment the paper ignited, the air in the grand library warped dramatically. Sparks coalesced like living creatures, forming a 10-meter-tall giant of flames above the heads of the onlookers. It bore no features, its body composed solely of surging, white-hot fire waves. "Welcome to the final act," the dramatist announced, arms outstretched, as the roles were assumed. The script was titled Ashen Gratitude. The fiery giant struck the ground with a powerful fist, sending molten lava surging forth like titanic waves from the fissures. Constantine forcefully shoved Kaku aside, only to be swept away by the heat wave, his back colliding painfully with a bookshelf, the scent of singed flesh filling the air. Constantine bellowed, "Lewis, take control." Lewis flung a lasso, ensnaring a chandelier, using the momentum to swing into the air while forming hand seals. "Gravity shackles," he intoned, an invisible force bearing down upon the fiery giant. Yet the dramatist chuckled softly, quickly inscribing on the pages, "Plot twist, the hunter becomes the prey." Suddenly, Lewis plummeted, the gravity he had imposed on the giant rebounding upon him. Aaron's arrow timely pierced the bookshelf, the wooden projectiles and twine vines growing wildly to form a cushioning net. Still, Lewis coughed up blood. "He can alter the effects of skills," Ling Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "This fellow's abilities are exceedingly grotesque. At the third transition, he has ascended to the level of a torchbearer, his fate surpassing that of the typical fate walker. Detain this individual. Do not allow him to interfere with me," Constantine commanded. For he too was a torchbearer, on the path of hunting, his third-tier profession being sheriff. The sheriff could create a bullet inflicting 100 of maximum life as true damage. And his ability, soul-claiming noose, could lock onto a target, rendering them unable to evade. The only drawback was that aiming required time and could not be interrupted. Beside him, Kaku raised his hands, erecting a barrier to shield himself and Constantine. "Ah, very well, then you may remain there," the dramatist remarked. Penning another line. Debut performance. The newcomer's flaws are abundant. Sweat beaded on Constantine's forehead as his aiming speed drastically slowed, akin to that of a novice. "Kaku, protect the boss. I will manage the situation. Professor Ling, the fiery giant, and the jester are yours. Juliana and I will confront that fellow," Lewis declared. From the second floor, the dramatist chuckled, "That simply will not do. As an actor, one must diligently fulfill one's responsibilities." Duel scene. The battle between the Demon King and the hero is about to commence. Subsequently, he tore the paper and cast it into the air. In that fleeting moment before the paper turned to ashes, Lewis's figure vanished completely. "This is bad. He has imprisoned Lewis," Juliana exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. At that moment, a flash of darkness darted past her, and the Joker seized the opportunity to sneak behind her, thrusting a dagger towards her back. Juliana executed a roll to evade the attack and swiftly retaliated with a flying kick, cleaving the Joker in two, though it was merely an afterimage. The dramaturge observed Ling Yu and remarked, "There remains one final identity, reserved especially for you. May it please you." The solitary fool challenging fate ultimately reduced to ashes by flames. At the instant the paper was torn, Ling Yu felt an intense heat enveloping him as flames consumed him. This skill inflicted fire damage amounting to 5 of his maximum health per second. The flames did not originate from the islanders, but stemmed from the power of the dramaturge himself. It appeared the adversary had surmised Ling Yu's abilities, thus altering the source of his power. Consequently, the reality Ling Yu had previously unveiled became futile, as he was unaware of the source of the dramaturge's might. The Fool Challenging Fate is an apt title. However, I am more curious about the role you have reserved for yourself. Ling Yu mused before once again employing his blink to ascend to the second floor. The fire damage of 5 of his maximum health per second was proving to be somewhat taxing, even for him. Nevertheless, with the aid of gluttony and abundance, he could withstand it for a while longer. "Ah, the power of abundance, along with some mingled aura. It seems I have encountered an intriguing actor," the dramaturge remarked. Ling Yu, disinterested in engaging in further banter, swiftly executed empty hands. Questline, Mastering Magic 1-3. Release 3 distinct types of magic. Quest reward, release the 3 spells you have utilized again to advance to the next stage of the quest line. To his astonishment, the opponent possessed a heritage cultivation system. The characteristic of the heritage system was that completing tasks in combat unlocked powerful items or formidable skills. There existed a plethora of quest types, including main quests, side quests, and quest lines. Both main quests and quest lines could only be undertaken one at a time and could only be completed once in battle. Main quests had to be fulfilled in one go to unlock the rewards directly, while quest lines were completed in phases, offering rewards at each stage. Side quests could also be undertaken one at a time, but could be completed multiple times, yielding rewards on each occasion. Upon glimpsing this quest line, Ling Yu decisively unleashed his ultimate ability. Illusory Fame. 8 orbs of light erupted from his opponent, merging into Ling Yu's being. Lightning Storm, Nature Spell. Fireball, Flame Spell. Blizzard, Frost Spell. Magic Storm, Universal Spell. He had surmised correctly. The adversary was indeed a mage, specifically a multi-elemental mage. Such mages cultivate various schools of magic, relying on an array of spells to secure victory in the latter stages of combat. For instance, the stolen Magic Storm, after a chant of 2.5 seconds. It harnesses arcane power to conjure a tempest of magic, inflicting sustained magical damage equivalent to 150 of one's intellect to nearby foes. In the course of this battle, each distinct spell you cast will summon an additional Magic Storm. Cooldown, 30 seconds. The greater the variety of spells you wield, the more arcane storms you will summon. The mastery of multispectral magic relies on such skills to achieve victory. Upon stealing an opponent's ability, Ling Yu causes their skill to enter an immediate cooldown, significantly hindering their task completion speed. This is precisely why he did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate ability. In the heat of battle, one must possess the audacity to make decisive judgments. Chapter 134. The essence of magic. Ling Yu's decision indeed posed considerable trouble for his opponent. The moment he acquired magic, a system voice resonated within him. Detection of magic acquisition, unlocking attribute, mana points. The casting of magic necessitates mana, the upper limit of which is correlated with one's wisdom. Currently, Ling Yu possesses 30 points of wisdom, granting him a mana capacity of 450 points, significantly higher than that of an ordinary individual. The dramatist swiftly inscribed a line in his tome. At drama, this actor should refrain from augmenting his own performance indiscriminately. Ling Yu felt the flames enveloping him blaze even more fiercely, enhancing their burning effect by 50, consuming 7.5 of his life force per second. The pressure intensified. Ling Yu could only strive for a swift resolution. He began to chant, flames coalescing in his hands. The fireball surged forth, yet mid-air, the dramatist nonchalantly waved his hand, instantaneously rewriting the words on the page. Improvised scene. Flames transmute into butterflies. The fireball suddenly fragmented, transforming into countless burning butterflies that flitted away, ultimately dissipating into the atmosphere. A mere parlor trick. Dramatist chuckled lightly, noting that your performance still lacked the requisite fervor. Gritting his teeth, Ling Yu felt the searing sensation of the flames intensify, his life force draining at an alarming rate. He had to act decisively. "Let us give this a try," he declared, channeling the power of frost with both hands. And the incantation of blizzard erupted from his lips. A frigid gale surged forth, ice crystals slicing towards the dramatist, yet his opponent remained unperturbed, lightly tapping his pen. Reversal scene. Winter transforms into spring. The chill of the blizzard instantaneously dissipated, the ice crystals morphing into gentle raindrops that fell gracefully. Ling Yu's assault was thwarted once more. "Futile. Every move you make is scripted within my play." Dramatist nodded slightly, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Nevertheless, Ling Yu did not waver, a verdant glow of magic illuminating his hands. Natural healing, rains of emerald descended upon Ling Yu, gradually restoring his life force, while invisible heaven augmented his rejuvenation abilities, causing his health bar to fluctuate vibrantly. Upon expending 3 spells, an exclamation mark emerged above Ling Yu's head. Quest line, Mastery of Magic 2-3, consume 200 mana points. Quest reward, restore all mana and life points, and proceed to the next phase of the quest line. As he completed the task, the rewards of the first phase materialized. Naturally, the spells of fire, frost, and nature re-emerged. This constituted a momentous tempo, the simultaneous release of 3 spells exerting considerable pressure. Flames and frost intertwined into a torrent of destruction, and the dramatist's expression finally shifted. As Ling Yu had surmised, he could only direct his script at one target at a time. Moreover, the quantity of paper in his possession was limited. After 3 transformations, the power of fate could crystallize into fate-enhancing items, further extending the potency of destiny. These sheets were accumulated through his relentless pursuit of the joy path, and once depleted, he would need to gather them anew. It was precisely this characteristic that rendered his ability so formidable. The dramaturge, surrounded by an aura of frost, transformed himself into an enormous ice block, impervious to the flames and frost that struck it, leaving him unscathed. How quickly he unleashed his life-preserving skill. I wonder how long he can endure. At this moment, Ling Yu's magic was nearing completion as he uttered the final incantation. With thunder, shatter the darkness. Lightning storm. Above the dome, dark clouds rapidly coalesced, and a formidable lightning dragon tore through the sky with a resounding crash. The blinding electric light illuminated the entire library as the ferocious power of thunder wove an impenetrable web of electricity in the air. Upon thawing, the thunder descended abruptly, forcing him to hastily inscribe defensive runes. Reversal. The thunder transformed into auroras shining in the sky. The furious lightning dragon twisted and morphed above the library's dome, the electric light unfurling like silk, creating a stunning curtain of auroras. Even so, the edges of his resplendent theatrical robe disintegrated into ash amidst the current, and the face that always wore a serene smile revealed a grave expression at last. Very well, let us try this. The howling blizzard struck again, freezing the ground around him. How much magical energy does this fellow possess? It seems never-ending. The dramaturge cursed inwardly. The consumption of these spells was no trivial matter. A typical mage would have long since exhausted their magical reserves. The skills pilfered from the black gloves had significantly shorter cooldowns and lower costs. And with Ling Yu's inherent high mana, he could easily withstand the expenditure. He even seized a moment to cast natural healing to replenish some of his health. Quest line completed. Reward: full restoration of mana and health. A blue light flickered, signaling the completion of the second phase of the quest. At this juncture, the dramaturge had just activated his task. Quest line: The Arcane Mysteries 2-3, cast a spell with a mana cost exceeding 100. Quest reward: Secrets of the Archmage, Secrets of the Archmage. Lasting until the battle's conclusion, all your spells will incur no mana cost. Cooldowns will be reduced by 90, and spells will be cast twice. The magnitude of the ultimate reward is unquestionable, especially since multi-elemental magic has already accumulated spells from various schools. The power of abilities like Magic Storm is inherently formidable, and the devastation wrought by casting them twice is even more astonishing. Stop fooling around, hurry over. This fellow is about to complete his quest. The dramaturge finally exhibited a flicker of emotional fluctuation, quickly summoning his teammates. Hearing this, the jester grinned widely and remarked, "It's rare to see someone like you asking for help." Subsequently, the jester executed a flash to the stage, the mist swirling to transform into the likeness of Constantine. "Let's unleash a blast, darling." The disguised Constantine suddenly raised a shotgun, firing an ice round directly at Ling Yu's face. Ling Yu sidestepped to evade, his spell interrupted, only to witness the ice bullet curiously curve in midair, heading straight for him. The dramaturge's pages ignited at just the right moment. The bullet traced an elegant arc, striking Ling Yu's right shoulder with precision. A bone-chilling cold instantly spread, encasing his right arm in frost. Ling Yu promptly activated the Void emblem, allowing himself to slip into the void, his body transforming into a semi-transparent form. Although he could not evade the damage, the void rendered him impervious to external effects. Thus, conditions such as freeze and stun held no sway over him. Remarkably alive, he thought. Let us see you try again. The jester raised his shotgun once more. At that moment, a rift opened in the air, and Lewis's figure descended from the spatial tear. After all the torment, let us see how you escape this time. Midair, Lewis clasped his hands, and 2 iron cages shot up from the ground, enveloping both individuals within. Chapter 136, The Plan Die? Constantine's roar thundered like a storm. He abruptly drew the gilded revolver from his waist, the very embodiment of his destiny. The ancient runes etched upon the gun's body glowed with an ethereal light, and upon pulling the trigger, the bullet tore through the air in a spiraling frenzy. A crimson bloom erupted from the chest of the puppeteer, and upon impact, the bullet transformed into countless delicate chains that pierced through his body, suspending him midair. Yet, a yellowed piece of paper began to drift down from above. Rescue play. The stand-in becomes a puppet of death. As the paper ignited, the puppeteer's form suddenly withered and shrank, ultimately disintegrating into a fine gray powder that scattered upon the ground. Damn it, this bastard took me down with him. The clown cursed vehemently. Better pray for your own safety, Lewis remarked. Heh, Capturing me won't be so easy. With a deafening bang, a thick cloud of smoke erupted from the clown. In the next instant, thousands of palm-sized mini-clowns surged forth in every direction, each emitting a piercing laughter. Come catch me. Come catch me. Trying to escape? Too late. Ling Yu's eyes shone with brilliance as dazzling green runes appeared above him. In that fleeting moment, he had completed his final task. A vibrant aura of nature enveloped him, and his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. With the blessing of nature, he finally fulfilled his task. He clasped his hands together and intoned the final incantation. In the name of the elements, magic storm. The dome of the library shattered abruptly, and torrents of elemental energy cascaded down, weaving into a vortex of destruction. The spell unleashed twice, 8 magical storms twisted with abandon, obliterating everything in their path. The storms ensnared every fleeing mini-clown, their anguished cries echoing as they burst apart amidst the elemental chaos. I found you. Ling Yu suddenly turned, his gaze fixed upon a stone stealthily crawling toward the windowsill. A precise shot of lightning arrow struck true, causing the stone to convulse violently and revert to the clown's true form. His charred body emitted wisps of smoke, and then Aileen unleashed a piercing storm that tore him asunder. With the 2 joyful pathwalkers vanquished, the body of the Fire King also crumbled, extinguishing the flames that had engulfed the city. The Grand Library now lay in ruins. Half of its structure collapsed, with countless books submerged beneath the debris. Thank you. Thank you. We will not forget you, the city's governor said, tears glistening in his eyes as he grasped their hands. Ling Yu no longer harbored the fondness he once had for this place. The people had constructed the Grand Library merely for the sake of reference, neglecting deeper contemplation, which had indirectly precipitated this calamity. If someone had been able to unveil the joyful trickery beforehand, perhaps this disaster could have been averted. Nonetheless, he seized the opportunity to request some precious books, for they held significant value to him. The other party readily agreed and requested to stay for a few days. This period provided Ling Yu the perfect opportunity to construct a device for transmitting deceptive signals. The process was not overly complicated. It merely required modifying the communication module of the mechanical soldiers into a transmission apparatus. He still had a collection of mechanical remnants that Lu Lang had given him, which should be sufficient to assemble a few functional units. 3 days hence, I shall leave the subsequent matters to you, Ling Yu stated. Rest assured, young man. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may seek me out, Constantine assured him, patting his shoulder. He had developed a favorable impression of this group of sea rangers, albeit their methods were somewhat crude. Seizing the rare opportunity to converse with a fellow traveler of destiny, Ling Yu inquired about various aspects of fate, particularly regarding the concept of intertwined destinies. After offering 2 bottles of his homemade truffle wine, Constantine freely shared his knowledge. Intertwined destinies is indeed a rarity. It necessitates the simultaneous possession of 2 sources of destiny energy, meaning one must tread upon 2 paths of fate concurrently, Constantine elucidated. Is it truly possible to harbor 2 sources of destiny energy at once? Ling Yu questioned. Why not? As long as the objectives of both paths align, it is entirely feasible. Ling Yu pondered for a moment before asking, can one without a destiny still obtain such energy? Are you jesting? Without a destiny, how could you possibly possess destiny energy? That is mere folly. It seemed he was also uncertain about his own situation. Subsequently, Ling Yu inquired about the chaotic physician. The chaotic physicians? They are rather elusive. Perhaps you should visit Chainsaw City. It is a place teeming with all sorts. You may find what you seek there. Look for a man named Wolf. He is a local doctor. Mention my name, and it will be advantageous. Ling Yu committed the name to memory. After exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment, each party embarked upon their respective journeys. Surprisingly, these individuals did not travel by boat, but rather rode upon horses. Could this be what they referred to as superior vessels? Before Ling Yu could pose the question, Constantine and his companions galloped across the surface of the sea, quickly vanishing into the distant horizon. In any case, he currently lacked a destiny, so there was no urgency. After replenishing at St. Candy, the group resumed their travels. Upon returning to the ship, Ling Yu unfurled the map. Chainsaw City, there it is, he exclaimed, swiftly locating it on the chart. Although this location deviated from their original course, the distance was not prohibitive. If all went well, it would not significantly extend their journey. He promptly added this new destination to his planning notebook. Next, he reviewed the unfinished tasks in his planner. 1. Refine the crystals of joy and pay homage to the god of joy. 2. Monitor the upgrade status of the savior. 3. Keep an eye on the situation regarding the biomechanics. Upon reflection, there remained a multitude of tasks ahead, one step at a time. With the demise of the Joker, Ling Yu naturally acquired the blood he sought. The work on refining the crystals of will commenced forthwith. During this period, He received both good and bad news regarding the replicants. The good news was that his methods proved effective. He successfully captured a replicant, including one who was a leader akin to Dolores. The bad news, however, was that this leader ultimately issued a final warning to the other replicants. The warning indicated that the secret had been compromised, and organic beings had deciphered our means of communication. For safety's sake, all replicants entered a state of silence, ceasing all electromagnetic contact. They remain unable to distinguish us from organic beings. As long as we do not respond, they cannot differentiate. Repeat, do not respond, do not respond. Chapter 137. The encounter with Joy. Upon receiving this news, Ling Yu furrowed his brows. It appeared that androids had now infiltrated human territories. The captured android leader had ascended to the rank of bishop within the Church of Light. Nevertheless, he thought, there was no use in being overly anxious. It was best to focus on his own affairs. This incident would undoubtedly serve as a wake-up call for others, and besides, the mechanical empire was now reduced to mere remnants, unlikely to stir significant turmoil. With this thought in mind, he redirected his attention to his own matters. At present, his most pressing concern was the audience with the God of Joy. The God of Joy bestowed fervor and madness upon his followers, allowing them to revel in sweetness and merriment. Clearly, this deity was associated with pleasure, and the general perception was that everything revolved around the pursuit of enjoyment. His devotees further entrenched this stereotype, much like the jester and dramatist he had encountered previously. These individuals had transformed Saint Candy into this state solely for amusement, gaining strength through such antics. As before, Ling Yu began by experimenting with a few fish. The final results indicated that these fish were merely more active than before. Perhaps for them, this was already a form of joy. After completing this, Ling Yu, as was his custom, instructed Aaron to bind him, then consumed the powdered essence of will. Soon, darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness sank into obscurity. Laughter echoed around him as Ling Yu gradually opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he beheld a throng of masked figures scampering past him, each wielding a windmill. It was unclear whether the laughter emanated from the little beings or the windmills themselves. Faced with this tide of diminutive figures, Ling Yu found himself at a loss for footing. At that moment, the little ones, like a whirlwind, encircled him and swiftly formed a mask shape, with him standing at the mouth of the mask. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, and he plummeted into a void. In the darkness, he felt as though he had fallen into a sphere within a toy box, being hurled by signs and then bouncing onto a trampoline. This tumult left him dizzy and disoriented. A chorus of joyous laughter erupted, jolting Ling Yu awake. He instinctively reached out and grasped a hand. The figure before him donned a jester's mask, identical to the person from the previous broadcast. "Oh, you haven't fainted. It seems I must increase the dosage," Joy remarked, waving both hands. Ling Yu then realized he had seized hold of a model arm. "Ha ha ha, no one can seize me," Joy declared, attempting to flee. "Wait, I have questions for you," Ling Yu called out. "If you let me hold you, I will tell you." Half an hour later, utterly exhausted, Ling Yu was dragging Joy along, panting heavily. "You're making me lose face, Joy. This isn't our first meeting. Can't you be a bit more courteous?" Joy retorted, spinning around and breaking free from his grasp, leaving Ling Yu with naught but a piece of clothing in his hand. Ling Yu was acutely aware that the other party sought merely to toy with him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to catch up. "Enough of this. I have matters to discuss with you," Ling Yu panted, exhaling heavily. "I understand. You wish to inquire why I embarked on this path, correct? That tale dates back 5 centuries. To be frank, if you regale me with your exploits of wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace once more, I shall lose my temper." The others seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of Ling Yu, even familiar with the tales from the Blue Star. "Ah, truth be told, you need not have taken such actions. Even if you were to interrogate every deity, it would be of no avail. Your destiny must be sought by yourself. And yet you are already on your destined path, though you remain oblivious to it." He chuckled. "Oblivious? Indeed, I sense the power of fate coursing through you. You require a catalyst, and my advice is to seek out that individual." "Who?" "Void. No one dares to gaze upon the void. I was once deeply troubled by it myself," he said, his expression shifting from mirth to trepidation. Ling Yu noted this remark and replied, "I understand." Before he could finish, the other burst into laughter, rolling on the ground as if doubled over with mirth. "Huh, you believe me. You truly believe me." This left Ling Yu feeling somewhat flustered. Did this fellow ever utter a single truth? Sensing Ling Yu's rising ire, the other immediately composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. "All right, I shall cease my teasing. What I just conveyed was genuine. Do you think I would trust you? Trust me or not, it matters not. Yet I must inform you, regardless of your choice, it leads to demise," he stated. "What do you mean?" Ling Yu inquired, perplexed. I have mentioned that this is not our first encounter. Do you recall when we last met? Ling Yu raised an eyebrow, unable to remember ever having met this individual. I can reveal that I encountered the future version of you. At that time, you had already embarked upon your destined path, he said, grinning enigmatically. Ling Yu gazed at him in confusion. The future me? What nonsense is this? How could that be? What is so impossible about it? The individual I encountered is the god of the end. The end? The deity said to originate from the future? Ling Yu was taken aback. Was this truly his destiny? It seemed utterly disconnected from him. You should be aware that this individual is known for their ramblings and is a deity who traverses time, he continued, conjuring a thread from thin air. At one end is you, and at the other, the end. You both traverse this thread of time in opposing directions. The moment you collide, boom, this world shall meet its end. Ling Yu was utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? Wait, your reasoning is flawed. Why must it be me? If he is moving against time, wouldn't he collide with his own self from a second prior? Ling Yu queried. Indeed, if time were to be infinitely subdivided, your existence would be present at every point. However, time is dynamic, akin to products on an assembly line. When one product reaches its end, a new one emerges from the origin. The ultimate encounter is with the version of you that appears at the moment one embarks on their destined path. This left Ling Yu momentarily speechless, as it was a matter beyond his verification. So what you imply is, therefore, let me bear this sin. Transforming. He donned armor, resembling a hero from a fairy tale destined to save the world. Here, all causality is severed. Come forth with your life. He raised the long sword in his hand and struck downwards with determination. Chapter 138. The battleground. As the sword descended, Ling Yu felt the world around him spin violently, as if his very head had been severed from his neck. No, this is the realm of consciousness. How can you kill me here? Upon realizing the absurdity of the situation, Ling Yu cradled his head and reattached it. The realization dawns. He scratched his head and mused. Ling Yu was seething with rage, perplexed by the antics of the individual before him. I understand now. Your earlier words were nothing but deceit, were they? Ling Yu exclaimed angrily. Yes. The other replied with a nonchalant shrug. The two exchanged glances, each glaring at the other. How foolish of me to believe a trickster like you. I'm leaving. With that, Ling Yu contemplated how to escape this place. Oh, you're leaving? Very well. Take care. A massive wooden club materialized in the other's hand, swinging down upon him. In the next instant, Ling Yu felt his consciousness plunge into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his room, with Eileen steadfastly waiting by his side. Ling Yu opened his mouth to speak, only to be met with a sharp pain. He pointed at his mouth, questioning what had happened. You were lying in bed, grinning like a fool. Perhaps you dislocated your jaw, Eileen remarked while helping him. Ling Yu's eyes widened. This trickster truly knew how to torment a person. Rubbing his sore jaw, he began to ponder the words of the trickster. Firstly, embarking on a destined path requires a catalyst, and it suggested he seek out the void. While such a claim might not be entirely credible, it indeed reminded him of something significant. Those who tread upon their destined paths often do so during tumultuous changes in their lives. Deceit must hold a kernel of truth to ensnare. Though the proposition of seeking the void might be dubious, the preceding statement likely bore truth. However, what external stimuli could he possibly encounter? After much contemplation, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Moreover, the trickster claimed to be the end. According to the information he had gathered, this deity moved against the flow of time, incessantly whispering incomprehensible tongues, seemingly prophesying future destruction. This deity's peculiarity lay in its absence from this world. People could only perceive its shadow and hear its voice. Given that these words came from the trickster, he could not accept them at face value. The wisest course would be to consult a destined traveler of the end. They might have heard the deity's utterances and could assist him in discerning the truth of the trickster's words. In addition, following this encounter, he found himself once again graced by the blessings of the deity. Voice of joy, passive ability, enabling one to discern the emotions of others through sound. This could serve as a basis for determining if someone is lying. Alas, he could not open his mouth, and the effects of this skill would have to be tested another time. For the next 2 days, he could only communicate with others through typed messages via the communication channel. Where are you now? Ling Yu inquired. We shall soon arrive at Nautilus Island. Approximately 3 days remain, Aaron remarked. At that moment, the nameless one stated, we are approaching the next square. Which path shall we take? Ling Yu unfurled the map before him. To the left lay a random event square, ahead was a battle square, and to the right, a reward square. Over the past few days, Ling Yu had discerned certain patterns. The reward squares typically carried lower risks. Let us proceed to the right, towards the reward square. Ling Yu declared. The Nameless One steered the vessel toward the right expanse of sea. However, as the ship entered the waters, the squares on the map underwent a sudden transformation. Trap squares often masquerade as other types on the map, revealing their true nature once stepped upon. Hidden danger. This square will transform into a battle boss event. Ling Yu furrowed his brow upon reading this. The difficulty of a battle boss event far exceeds that of a regular encounter, and leaving the square before vanquishing the boss is impossible. This posed quite a dilemma. At that moment, the joy dice on the table began to roll. Ling Yu could only silently pray that it would not yield a detrimental effect. Ultimately, the dice settled on the image of an angel. Blessing, acquire an item that can reduce the difficulty of this square. Congratulations. You have obtained the Soul Calling Bell. Soul Calling Bell. Type. Special item. Effect. Can summon special souls to join the battle. A silver bell materialized in Ling Yu's hand. After glancing at its attributes, he turned his gaze to the window. The surface of the sea was strewn with countless pallid skeletons, and ethereal blue flames danced upon the waters. These bones swayed with the waves, stretching toward the horizon like a pathway. Path of the pilgrimage through the sea of the bound ones. In the thick fog, your ship unexpectedly enters a phosphorescent sea, where the skeletons appear to form a road guiding your advance. Mingling with the sounds of the tide is a low whisper reminiscent of chanting. Option 1. Proceed along the road. Whatever the consequences, let us charge forth. Option 2. Sail in another direction. The path I choose is the true path. Option 3. Ask someone for guidance. Condition successful. Holding the soul calling bell in unfamiliar territory, it would be prudent to seek assistance. Ling Yu decisively selected option 3, as such special options are generally beneficial. While not guaranteed to be entirely positive, they certainly encompass advantageous choices. He produced the soul calling bell. At that moment, a layer of white light enveloped the surface of the bell, indicating souls nearby can be summoned. Ling Yu shook the soul calling bell, and a clear ringing sound resonated through the air. Subsequently, a semi-transparent apparition materialized, adorned in garments marked with a distinctive insignia, resembling a devotee. A phrase was inscribed upon his head. Devotee. Kali, by the grace of the divine, may I inquire if you seek guidance? Kali inquired. His voice was peculiar, and upon examining his visage, Ling Yu noticed, to his astonishment, that he possessed no tongue. I wish to inquire about what lies at the end of this path paved with bones, Ling Yu asked. There is nothing there, Kali replied. At that moment, Ling Yu detected a hint of tension in his words. With a smile, Ling Yu said, Mr. Kali, are you deceiving me? How could there be nothing at the end of this path made of bones? Kali, now somewhat flustered, pleaded, I beg you, do not inform him. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, his entire body erupted in flames. No, I was mistaken. Spare me, I shall never lie again. Despite his desperate pleas, the blue-scaled fire ultimately consumed him entirely, and then the flames soared into the distance, seemingly guiding them onward. Chapter 139, Landing. Let us proceed along this path. Ling Yu sighed before speaking. For now, it seems we have no other choice. As the vessel navigated the route laid out by the Bone Sea, the ethereal blue phosphorescence on the water grew increasingly dense, resembling countless eyes watching them from the darkness. The whispers mingling with the sound of the tides gradually became clearer, yet their meanings remained elusive, leaving a sense of inexplicable oppression. This place is truly bizarre, Eileen remarked, her brow furrowed. The only solace was the relatively mild temperature, likely due to the surrounding blue phosphorescence cooling the environment. After several hours of sailing along the skeletal path, land finally came into view. The leader is likely nearby. We must proceed with caution, Ling Yu advised, and the group nodded in agreement. Ling Yu unsealed the deck and leaned out. The air outside was biting cold. Not only did they not require cooling equipment, but they would also need some means of warmth. He glanced at the sky, where the vast ocean lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a distant glimmer that lit up the island. Come out, but dress warmly, Ling Yu instructed. The group leapt from the vessel, including the tree people he had nurtured. Previously, the heat had prevented the tree people from leaving the ship, but in this cooler climate, they could move freely. The number of tree people had now expanded to over a dozen, enough to pose a significant challenge to any faction. Equipped with a transmitter, Ling Yu led the orderly procession of tree people off the ship. After securing the vessel, they treaded across the damp, chilly sand. In the distance, flickering yellow lights swayed in the darkness, resembling a beacon. There is a fishing village, Eileen whispered, pointing towards the glow. Ling Yu gazed ahead, the outline of the village becoming more distinct. Low wooden houses were scattered about, their roofs thickly covered with seaweed, and fish bones nailed to the walls as decoration. Should we go and inquire? Eileen suggested. Ling Yu pondered for a moment before responding, Yes, but exercise caution. Unnamed, you and Shasha stay here. Eileen and I will go and ask. Contact us if anything arises. Unnamed nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Ling Yu and Eileen made their way toward the seaside village. The villagers quickly noticed the pair. After a moment of commotion, a robust man emerged from the crowd, immediately questioning, "Who are you? Are you from another village?" The language of these people was peculiar, and Ling Yu strained to comprehend. "We are outsiders, inadvertently stranded here. May I ask where this place is?" Ling Yu inquired. "Oh, you speak our language? You truly are outsiders," the burly man remarked, perplexed. "Indeed, I possess the ability to understand your tongue. Might I inquire where we are?" Ling Yu pressed. However, the robust man appeared somewhat impatient, stating, "We only need one person here." His gaze swept over Eileen, and he swallowed hard before adding, "This woman can stay. As for you, seek out another village." Upon hearing this, Erin furrowed her brows. Were it not for her intention to inquire about their affairs, she would have relished the opportunity to strike him. "Never mind, let us depart," Ailing, Erin declared. To her surprise, the other party, behaving unusually, insisted that she must remain. "What if I refuse?" Ling Yu's tone turned hostile. He was not one to easily lose his temper, yet he certainly possessed one. "Wish to leave?" The burly man suddenly sneered, as villagers around them brandished their bone-crafted weapons. "Once you arrive, leaving is not an option." A gunshot shattered the silence of the desolate fishing village, the barrel of Ling Yu's firearm still emitting smoke. The burly man's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, sending a spray of crimson and white brain matter and shattered bone in all directions. "Now, who else wishes to make a move?" Ling Yu stated coldly. This scene evidently instilled fear, causing the nearby villagers to lower their weapons. After a fervent exchange, a woman with long hair stepped forward. "Do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill will. This is for your own good," she said. Ling Yu was taken aback. The woman's words contrasted sharply with those of the burly man. She spoke a language from elsewhere that Ling Yu recognized from a book he had once read. "Are you also an outsider?" Ling Yu inquired. The long-haired woman sighed. "My name is Marlene. I arrived here 6 months ago. What exactly is this place, and what was that all about?" Ling Yu pressed. "I am uncertain about this place's nature. I only know that it operates in villages, each with a strict population limit. When someone is missing from a village, they attempt to keep that individual here, just as I was once kept." Marlene spoke with a hint of bitterness, clearly recalling a painful memory. "Why?" Ling Yu questioned. "What happens if the number exceeds the limit? What about if it falls short? If the number increases, it must be reduced. If it decreases, tribute must be increased." Marlene explained. "The reduction is understandable, but what is this tribute? To whom is it given?" Ling Yu asked. With a tremor of fear, Marlene replied, "They are the gods of this island. If we do not comply with their demands, life becomes unbearable. Those who deceive them have their tongues torn out, and those who defy them have their eyes gouged out, among many other cruel punishments." Torn out tongues. Ling Yu recalled the mute Caleb he had encountered earlier. The bones found abroad were indeed. Marlene nodded. "They are all bound by a vow. The deceased are cast into the sea to guide others here." Upon grasping the situation, Ling Yu nodded in understanding. "Then why do you not seek help from the outside?" he asked. "There is no means to communicate with the outside world. If you doubt me, you may try," Marlene replied. Ling Yu opened his communication list, only to find that every message he attempted to send ultimately displayed as a failure. While they conversed, a villager rushed over in a panic. He whispered hurriedly to Marlene, whose expression changed dramatically. "This is bad. They have come to collect the tribute." She implored them to stay, suggesting that even a pretense would suffice. Otherwise, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Ling Yu discerned the earnestness in her plea, and it seemed she was not fabricating her words. Ultimately, Ling Yu acquiesced, as he too was curious to ascertain the identities of the individuals Ma Lin had mentioned. The villagers gathered at the entrance of the village, while Ling Yu and Ai Lin blended into the crowd. Before the throng lay an array of offerings, predominantly seafood, accompanied by 2 wooden crates. Soon, 3 figures approached, and as their faces came into view, Ling Yu inhaled sharply. The countenances of these individuals were grotesquely split down the middle. The left side bore the semblance of normal human flesh, while the right half was a chilling display of exposed bone. Chapter 140. The Forest of Roots. "Welcome, esteemed messenger," Marlene said respectfully. "Tribute," the strange figure rasped. Marlene took a deep breath and unveiled the seafood behind her, subsequently opening 2 boxes. Ling Yu gasped. Within the boxes lay 2 lifeless infants. "Tribute. Insufficient," the messenger declared. Strangely, Ling Yu found himself unable to discern the emotions of these individuals, as if they were mere automatons. "My lord, last year the offering was the same." Marlene quickly knelt and pleaded, "Please forgive us, esteemed messenger. You have more." "Tribute," the messenger stammered. Cold sweat beaded on Marlene's forehead as she struggled to find words. With these added, it should suffice, Lingyu interjected suddenly, gesturing to the corpse of a robust man beside him. The messenger turned, a crackling sound emanating from his neck. Tribute, satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Marlene finally exhaled in relief. Lingyu's assumption had been correct. What these people sought were indeed corpses. The trio departed the village, one carrying seafood, another holding the 2 wooden boxes, and the last shouldering the body. Once they were a distance away, Marlene expressed her gratitude. Thank you. That was nearly a disaster. Lingyu waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble, but I am more curious about 2 matters. First, what happens if the tribute is insufficient? Second, who are those people? And third, why are there corpses among your offerings? If the tribute falls short, they take people to compensate. I have witnessed them tear individuals apart. She replied solemnly. As for the second question, we only know they are messengers from the Bone Cult, the most powerful faction on this island. Regarding the third, the offerings are dictated by them. They refer to the stillborn infants as holy infants. Each village is permitted only 66 individuals, as decreed by the deity, who permits only 66 souls in paradise, Marlene explained. Having absorbed this information, Lingyu nodded, realizing that a religious influence loomed here. I understand now. Farewell. Marlene attempted to retain him. Please reconsider. None who leave here have returned alive. Lingyu shook his head. He had matters to attend to and could not linger. Marlene sighed, saying nothing further, knowing they must hasten their reproduction to reach the requisite 66 individuals. After parting from Marlene, Lingyu contacted Wuming. They were only able to communicate with each other within this realm, cut off from the outside world. The 3 individuals are under surveillance. They are about to enter the woods, Wuming reported. Aileen, instruct the falcon to continue monitoring them, Lingyu commanded. Aileen nodded and whistled. The falcon soared into the sky, heading toward the distant forest. However, shortly thereafter, Aileen's expression shifted abruptly. The falcon is dead. There is something in the woods, she stated. Lingyu furrowed his brow and retrieved a compact camera. This device had been salvaged from the visual system of a mechanical soldier, designed to record and transmit footage remotely. Once more, let the falcon soar and take a glance within, so I may discern the circumstances therein. Aaron nodded in acknowledgement. Lingyu produced a panel, which vividly displayed the situation within the jungle. Upon the falcon's entrance into the forest, the light abruptly became murky, resembling a viscous green sludge. Before him unfolded an exceedingly bizarre woodland, where each tree trunk was composed of numerous corpses interred vertically. The exposed limbs and torsos had seamlessly fused with the wooden fibers, revealing only sporadic fragments of ashen skin amidst the bark's crevices. The protruding faces on the tree trunks resembled grotesque fruit, each visage frozen in an expression of excruciating agony at the moment of death. As the falcon ventured deeper into the forest, the entire expanse seemed to awaken in unison. The faces turned toward the source of sound, and hundreds of mouths opened in synchrony, chanting, "Repent, repent, repent." The scene was profoundly unsettling. At that moment, the falcon's view trembled violently. In the recording, a monstrous figure loomed above the forest. At first glance, it appeared to be a winged child. However, upon closer inspection, it resembled a grotesque amalgamation of 23 deceased infants, with wings crafted from feathers crudely affixed to its back. Could this be the so-called holy infant? The falcon's perspective rapidly ascended, but it was too late. 3 holy infants dove downward, their decaying wings unfurling to reveal writhing maggots beneath the skin, spewing forth a stream of black liquid. The recording was instantly obscured by static, and the falcon was unceremoniously grounded. What manner of place is this? Such grotesque entities. Aaron swallowed hard. Even a normal person would find this repulsive. Yet Lingyu fell into contemplation, as though he had encountered this scene in a tome before. I recall now. This is known as the Throatroot Forest, he exclaimed suddenly. What is that? Aaron inquired with curiosity. I once studied some texts regarding the Church of Light during my idle hours. They mentioned these things. The Church of Light, akin to various religions, possesses an array of legends and doctrines. In their lore, there exists a grove in paradise called the Throatroot Forest, a place where deities punish heretics. They believe the tongues of these individuals are toxic, thus severing them and planting them in the ground to bask in divine radiance. They bury sinners up to their necks, allowing the roots to penetrate their mouths and bloom within their lungs, the final breath of the deceased transforming into a sacred fragrance, symbolizing the purification of their inner darkness. Within the forest stands a maternal tree, representing the heretic leader, enduring the relentless glare of the divine day and night. It is said that this entity perpetually seeks to overthrow the deity, warning followers to remain vigilant against heretics. In the legends, within the throatroot forest, the sacred holy infants flutter their wings, endlessly chanting hymns to alleviate the suffering of these heretics, urging them to return to the righteous path. This bears a striking resemblance to the present situation. As for the uncanny circumstances, Ling Yu had grown accustomed to them. The previous encounter with the statue of the goddess of light had also been exceedingly bizarre. After listening, Eileen was momentarily taken aback. She then inquired, "Are you suggesting that this is the doing of the Church of Light? That cannot be right. Although the church has always had a mixed reputation, it has not descended into a torrent of negative reviews. If they were to act in such a manner, no one would be foolish enough to join them. After all, appearances must be maintained. Internally, everyone has their own skeletons in the closet, and as long as the insiders are aware, it suffices." "Not necessarily," Marlene interjected. "What they are referring to is called the Bone Cult. Is that the same as the Church of Light?" Ling Yu asked, puzzled. I have something to mention." Wu Ming spoke up. "I wonder if you are aware of this matter, the religious wars." Chapter 141. The Enigmatic Jungle. Religious war. Ling Yu gazed at Wu Ming with a hint of confusion, as he had never encountered this term before. It lay within the realm of his ignorance. However, as the saying goes, if one does not comprehend metaphysics, one must learn promptly. Ling Yu inquired, "From which book did you glean this information?" "It was mentioned in a travelogue," Wu Ming elucidated. A look of realization dawned on Ling Yu's face. For his reading habits primarily revolved around scientific or specialized literature, regarding travelogues merely as leisure reading. Moreover, in matters of literature, Wu Ming possessed a significant advantage over him. The capabilities of a robot could indeed achieve quantum speeds, allowing it to record the contents of a book in mere minutes. Did the book convey any significant details? Ling Yu asked. The travelogue recounted an internal conflict within the Church of Light, where two pontiffs, due to doctrinal disagreements, rallied their factions in a bitter dispute, referred to as a religious war. However, the Church of Light later endeavored to obscure this chapter of history, Wu Ming explained. This assertion made sense. The Church of Light had existed for a considerable duration, and internal strife was not uncommon. What is the title of that book? Ling Yu inquired. Primarily to ascertain that it was not a work by the so-called fictional historians. After all, these individuals often favored writing about obscure histories, where authenticity was secondary to sensationalism. The travelogue of Alphist, obtained from St. Candy. Ling Yu produced a model ship, opened its panel, and extracted the book. Upon thorough examination, he confirmed that it did not seem to be a creation of the fictional historians. Thus, it appears that the Bone Cult and the Church of Light are, in fact, intertwined. Ling Yu pondered aloud. This revelation elucidated why scenes recorded by the Church of Light could be found here. The two entities were, after all, branches of the same tree, their legends stemming from a shared lineage. In such religious factions, apostates were deemed more contemptible than heretics. Does this imply that the remains buried within this grove are those of the Church of Light's faithful? Ling Yu mused. Let us set aside these discussions for now. We should traverse this forest first, he declared. Having garnered a preliminary understanding of the forest's periphery, he felt equipped to navigate through it. His plan was simple, to do nothing, for it was unnecessary. They were in the presence of the Void's fate-bearers. The true potency of the Void did not lie in its capacity for harm or effect. Its strength emanated from the Void itself. The combat prowess of the Void's fate-bearers remained an enigma. No skills were required. Merely standing in proximity could strip one of their will to fight. In more severe instances, it could lead to the loss of memory, causing one to forget their purpose. In the gravest scenarios, it could erase one's very existence, rendering a person utterly null. Should one remain oblivious to this threat, they would find themselves ensnared in the Void, forever unable to escape. Such was the true terror of the Void. Presently, the forest was populated solely by mere shells of beings, devoid of autonomous consciousness, moving only by instinct. This does not imply that they are immune to the influence of nihilism. On the contrary, it signifies their utter inability to resist it. Ling Yu and AI Lin possess the mental fortitude to withstand the Void, while Wu Ming is merely a machine. Among them, the one most profoundly affected is Sha, who has refrained from pilfering food from the refrigerator for several nights now. Are you sure everything is all right? AI Lin inquired with concern. You too are a fated traveler. Have a bit of faith in destiny. Besides, I possess no superior alternatives to this course of action, Ling Yu replied with a hint of resignation. Should this strategy prove ineffective, his remaining option would be to force his way through. In any case, let us prepare for contingencies, he remarked, retrieving the provisions and potions he had meticulously packed. These supplies were not intended merely for indulgence, but were essential for combat, restoring sanity, replenishing vitality, and providing various enhancements. Ling Yu had organized them methodically to address unforeseen circumstances. Once prepared, Ling Yu ventured deeper into the jungle, with AI Lin clutching Sha closely behind, while Wu Ming carried Dorothy, followed closely by the Treant. The instant they stepped into the forest, a putrid stench assaulted their senses. Faces resembling humans on the trunks of trees turned towards them in unison, hundreds of torn lips opening and closing simultaneously. Repent. The cacophony of voices, laden with spiritual corruption, surged forth. Just as the words faded, the nearest tree began to tremble violently, and an arm from a buried corpse erupted from the earth. Its grayish fingertips mere inches from AI Lin's ankle. Bang! The sound of Ling Yu's gunfire erupted alongside the Treant's vines, as the bullet pierced the grotesque visage. A wailing cry reminiscent of an infant echoed from within the trunk. Yet, more tree trunks began to contort, their bark splitting to ooze black ichor, transforming the entire forest into a living digestive tract. This bizarre scene lasted only a few seconds before the surrounding trees fell eerily still. Wu Ming, cradling Dorothy, appeared vacant, indifferent to the chaos around them. It seemed the trees, influenced by her aura, ultimately retracted their twisted vines. In an instant, the peculiar woodland returned to its former state. The celestial beings soaring above lost their desire for aggression, settling into the high hollows of the trees. All right, let us not disturb the creatures here. We must make haste. Ling Yu instructed. The group, wary and alert, traversed the uncanny forest at their swiftest pace. As they ran, the soul calling bell at Ling Yu's waist suddenly chimed. A soul nearby can be summoned. Upon hearing the sound, Ling Yu hesitated in his stride. Wait, there is something nearby, he said, relaying the situation. What do you propose? Ling Yu pondered. The information indicated that this entity could assist them in overcoming their challenges, having aided him previously. Let us search the vicinity. If we find nothing within half an hour, we shall leave, Ling Yu declared. However, he was reluctant to allow the group to disperse, opting instead for them to search collectively. Ling Yu remained vigilant, attuned to the bell in his hand, gauging the distance to their objective based on its resonance, while simultaneously scanning the surroundings for potential targets. The bell rang violently after a few minutes, clearly indicating that the target was nearby. Ling Yu squinted, his gaze falling upon a twisted giant tree deep within the forest. Its branches contorted like skeletal remains, and the bark oozed a dark red viscous substance, reminiscent of desiccated blood. Centrally upon the trunk, a colossal human face emerged, its features contorted in agony. Mouth agape yet soundless, resembling a martyr nailed to a frame, eternally enduring silent torment. Vines cascaded from the treetop, each entwined with stark white bones. And as a gentle breeze whispered through, the brittle clatter of bones echoed throughout the serene forest. Chapter 142. The False Angel Indeed. It is this fellow, Ling Yu remarked, as he waved the soul-calling bell in his hand. Points of light coalesced before his eyes, resembling fireflies, ultimately forming a robed man. Bishop Marco of the Church of Light. Surprisingly, this individual was a bishop in life, according to the hierarchical structure of the Church of Light. Aside from the Pope who governs doctrine and the Cardinal who promulgates it, the bishop holds the highest ecclesiastical rank. Upon opening his eyes, Marco immediately turned to see his own body ensnared by vines. To think I am judged as a heretic. How flattering, Marco murmured. He then shifted his gaze towards Ling Yu and the others, stating, how intriguing that it is a fated traveler who has found his way here. It seems the good days for those individuals are coming to an end. Clearly, he believed that Ling Yu and his companions were here to eliminate the bone cult. We are merely lost travelers. Might you enlighten us as to where we are? You appear to be a bishop of the Church of Light, Ling Yu inquired. Marco glanced at him and replied, lost travelers indeed. However, fate has guided you here, and you must fulfill your mission. You cannot depart without addressing those individuals. For according to their doctrine, we are all sacrificial lambs to the divine, and no one can escape. Ling Yu asked, could you elaborate further? After a sigh, Marco began to recount a tale. Long ago, at the inception of the Church of Light, there were two popes. One believed that the light should be shared with the world, while the other contended that the world should become the light. Their irreconcilable differences led to sectarian strife, culminating in the victory of the former. Yet, the latter did not vanish entirely. After more than a decade of religious war, they ultimately disappeared. The Church of Light expended vast resources in search of the lost faction, and it was upon receiving this task that I arrived here. The outcome, however, was that I failed to resolve the matter and was instead captured by those people. I hope you can assist me in eliminating those traitors, for their fanaticism will bring suffering to many, Marco implored. Ling Yu felt little emotional upheaval regarding this request, as his impression of the current Church of Light was far from favorable. However, certain inquiries needed clarification, given that you were unable to contend with them alone. Even with our assistance, it may still prove challenging, Ling Yu posited. No, you do not understand. I can sense that the power of the divine has grown significantly since then. With this strength, I am certain I can fulfill the Pope's commission, but... Marco hesitated as he spoke. What troubles you? Ling Yu inquired. The current deity feels somewhat unfamiliar to me. I do not know what has transpired, and I may never have the chance to learn. Young man, I hope you can return my ashes to the church, so I may find peace, Marco expressed. He wishes for you to return his ashes to the church. Your choices are. Option 1. Decline. Marco will face his enemies alone. Option 2. Agree. Marco will temporarily join your team. This choice is quite considerate, clearly laying out the consequences for him. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu responded affirmatively. All right, I will comply. Whether or not there are repercussions, it's best to agree for now. It may prove useful in future dealings with the Church of Light. Subsequently, Ling Yu unsheathed his sword and sliced through the bark, extracting the desiccated corpse from within the tree. I appreciate your generosity. In return, I shall assist you in dealing with that individual. No sooner had Marco's words left his lips than the entire forest trembled violently. The faces embedded in the tree trunks emitted a piercing shriek as the ground began to quake. The soil beneath Ling Yu's feet suddenly heaved, and skeletal arms erupted from the earth, grasping at his ankles like awakened phantoms. The trunks around them cracked open, more faceless trees revealing their eyes, as if the entire forest had come to life in an instant. This is bad. The entire woodland has been stirred, Aileen remarked, her voice laced with trepidation. From a distance came the rustling of movement, shadows flitting among the treetops, those stitched together abominations of holy infants. Their decayed wings flapped, producing a chilling symphony of infantile cries, encircling them from all directions. This is dire. Marco's phantom suddenly contorted. The false paradise is descending. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding light coalesced into hands that enveloped them as he recited an incomprehensible scripture. Ling Yu felt as if his body were melting away, gradually dissolving into the radiant glow. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer in that eerie forest. They now stood upon a path paved with bones, at the end of which loomed a skeletal church. Suddenly, the bone-laden road began to tremble, and the skulls flanking the path opened their mouths in unison, harmonizing a solemn hymn. Holy, holy, Lord of Light, please accept us. The skeletal columns lining the path began to contort and twist, vertebrae coiling upward like serpents, with skulls at their apex cracking open to reveal golden fleshy blossoms. The petals of these fleshy flowers were laced with veins, pulsating rhythmically with the melody. Be cautious, this is the false paradise. Do not heed those voices, lest you become one of them, Marco warned. In the text of the Church of Light, the so-called false paradise is described as a splendid abode fashioned by the messengers of the light god, where individuals may revel in ecstasy before ascending to heaven. However, this was in stark contrast to the present circumstances. As the skeletal church at the end of the path began to tremble, the ground fissured, revealing a chasm from which golden liquid surged forth. Upon closer inspection, it was a mixture of crushed bones and flesh, mingled with holy oil. At that moment, a heartbeat reverberated, a deep thrum instilling a sense of unease, as a curled fetus, towering 10 meters high, surfaced from the golden sea. As the second heartbeat echoed, the fetus's eyes suddenly opened, devoid of pupils, revealing 2 blazing orbs of sacred fire. Its skin began to crack, molten gold seeping through the fissures. The liquid gold flowed down its form, gradually solidifying into a skin akin to armor. Behind it, 6 fleshy tumors writhed violently, bursting forth to reveal 6 pairs of wings. This was troubling. It was a false angel, and they had actually succeeded in creating such a being, Marco remarked in astonishment. The so-called false angel sat cross-legged in the distance, upon a throne constructed from the bones of countless corpses. Ling Yu cast a glance at this entity's attributes, and 3 prominent words came into view. Commander level. Chapter 143, The Collision of Light and Darkness, a commander-level monster. Since arriving in this world, Ling Yu had yet to encounter a creature of such caliber. This was merely a nascent entity. One could only imagine its strength upon maturity. Pseudo-angel, Melk, type, commander level, skills. Health, 70. 000. Trait 1, Flesh and Blood Blessing. The blessed flesh and blood angel has a certain probability of recovering health when attacked. Weakness, unknown. Such terrifying attributes. Ling Yu was unable to even perceive the creature's skills. With 70,000 health points, most would feel inadequate in its presence. The pseudo-angel sat upon a throne of bones, emitting a sound akin to an infant's wail. Before the skeletal seat, a throng of individuals clad in gray robes knelt in reverence to the pseudo-angel, their voices rising in unison as they recited obscure scriptures, creating a tidal wave of sound that was dizzying. Ling Yu felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, rendering even the act of breathing a challenge. The pseudo-angel's cries gradually transformed into an eerie chant, reminiscent of countless infants harmonizing in sacred song. The gray-robed worshippers lifted their heads, their eyes gleaming with fervent desire. "Please, take us to paradise. We have offered sufficient tributes. Grant us eternal salvation." The elder among them stretched forth his withered hands, his voice trembling. In the tales of old, it was said that when people's merits reached a certain threshold, the pseudo-angel would lead them to heavenly bliss. Astonishingly, these individuals genuinely believed such a thing. However, to manifest such a bizarre occurrence, they must possess some extraordinary power. The pseudo-angel slowly lowered its head, its eyes ablaze with sacred fire, fixating on the congregation. Its lips curled into a grotesque smile, and it spoke in a manner reminiscent of a child attempting to articulate words, as, "You wish." Its voice resembled a chilling chorus, a cacophony of whispers intertwined. In the next instant, golden light cascaded from the angel's wings, enveloping all the gray-robed figures. Their bodies began to convulse violently, grotesque bulges forming beneath their skin, and their bones twisted and contorted. In the midst of their anguished cries, their limbs elongated, spines piercing through flesh, growing serpentine-like. Simultaneously, their facial skin sloughed away, revealing stark, white bones. In that fleeting moment, they transformed into skeletal monstrosities. The elder's cranium split open, from which several tendrils emerged. Yet his voice was filled with elation. "Praise our Lord. We have finally transcended. How beautiful this is. This is the realm of the divine. Marvelous. I have come to understand this world." The remaining devotees echoed their joy amidst the transformation, as if this suffering was not pain but an unparalleled blessing. Ling Yu felt a surge of nausea, the scene before him inducing revulsion. These people had utterly lost their minds. What on earth were they attempting to achieve? Aaron's face turned pale. Marco's phantom drifted beside Ling Yu, his voice low. The lie of this pseudo-heaven has blinded them, leading them to believe that this transformation is ascension. Ling Yu cast a glance at him and remarked, "Isn't the false paradise merely the blissful realm extolled by the Church of Light? Yet you appear to harbor no faith in it." Marco shook his head and replied, "A false paradise is a construct of human endeavor. It reflects the nature of those who create it. It can embody both heaven and hell." His words earned Ling Yu's newfound respect, for they resonated with his own beliefs. However, he had little time for contemplation, as the false angel in the distance had begun to stir. The false angel spread its arms wide, and the flesh on its 6 pairs of wings writhed, shedding globs of golden slime. Upon touching the ground, these viscous drops transformed into numerous diminutive monstrosities, resembling infants yet possessing sharp fangs and skeletal wings, emitting a piercing, cackling laughter. "Go forth, my children," the false angel intoned softly. "Invite more souls to join us." The small creatures immediately scattered, racing towards Ling Yu and his companions. The false angel's speech had become increasingly fluent, indicating its gradual evolution. "Prepare for battle," Ling Yu commanded, drawing his firearm and firing. The bullet pierced the head of one creature, yet its body did not fall. Instead, it split in 2, manifesting as 2 smaller entities. "Damn it, they can split and regenerate." Eileen gritted her teeth, summoning a hawk, but those creatures were exceedingly swift, tearing her summon to shreds in an instant. One creature lunged at the treant, opening its gaping maw and forcibly gnawing off a piece of bark. The treant, known as the bound one, swung its hammer down, obliterating the creature into a mushy pulp. Yet, the pulp reassembled into even smaller forms. These monsters had been blessed by the false angel, capable of regeneration through division. Though they could be annihilated, their sheer numbers threatened to wear them down. In the distance, the false angel floated silently in the air, as if relishing the carnage unfolding before it. This cannot continue. Ling Yu felt the cold sweat bead on his forehead. He needed to devise a plan. At that moment, Marco raised his arm and began to chant an obscure incantation. Marco's ethereal form suddenly erupted in radiant white light as he pressed his hands together, the words of his chant materializing into golden characters that spiraled through the air. The entire skeletal cathedral trembled violently. "O goddess of light, heed the final prayer of your devoted follower." A pillar of light surged skyward from Marco, within which a colossal goddess's silhouette began to materialize, draped in a white robe. Her features obscured yet imbued with an aura of unassailable majesty, as the sword in her grasp ignited with sacred flames. Ling Yu paused, momentarily stunned. The goddess of light before him was utterly distinct from the one he had encountered previously. The last goddess exuded an eerie quality amidst her sanctity, while this incarnation radiated an entirely different essence. In the distance, The tentacled elder sneered, "The lackeys of the Church of Light. How foolish to think you can vanquish a corporeal false angel with merely a specter." With the elder's words, the lamentations of the false angel abruptly ceased. It suddenly raised its head, its 6 pairs of wings fluttering restlessly. "Even in death, I shall drag you monstrous beings into the depths of hell with me." With a sweeping gesture, Marco summoned the actions of the goddess of light behind him. The ethereal figure wielded her sword, unleashing a cascade of pure, sacred flames that descended like a waterfall, instantly reducing dozens of the fragmented creatures to ash. Those accursed monsters, blessed by the false angel, emitted anguished cries as they were rendered to nothingness in the holy fire. At long last, the false angel stirred, rising slowly from its skeletal throne, its towering figure, 10 meters high, unfurled completely. It opened its mouth, no longer producing the cries of an infant, but instead unleashing a distorted cacophony, intermingled with the wails of countless souls. The false god shall be vanquished. Chapter 144. The radiance of truth. As the holy sword of the goddess of light descended, the false angel emitted a piercing shriek that shattered the silence. Its 6 pairs of wings abruptly folded, enveloping its entire form into a colossal golden cocoon. With a resounding crash, the holy sword struck the cocoon, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. The surface of the cocoon cracked with countless fine fissures, only to be swiftly mended by newly formed flesh. Marco's expression darkened. At that moment, the cocoon of the false angel erupted, unleashing numerous bloody tendrils that instantly ensnared the ethereal semblance of the goddess of light. These tendrils were adorned with suction cup-like mouths, ravenously devouring the sacred energy that constituted the apparition. He. Is this the power of a deity? I am so hungry. I yearn to consume. Let us merge into one. The apparition of the goddess of light began to flicker violently, attempting to sever the tendrils with her sword, yet the brilliance of the holy sword was fading rapidly. Marco fell to his knees, his soul dimming. He could only watch helplessly as the goddess's semblance was gradually consumed. The energy being siphoned through the tendrils flowed into the false angel's body, solidifying its previously ethereal form, while the decayed flesh upon its wings began to transform into pure gold. Ha. The false god shall ultimately fall. Long live the true deity. Now you understand whose faith is the true orthodoxy. The tentacles of the gray-robed elder writhed in frenzy. At the moment when the last vestige of sacred energy was drained, the semblance of the goddess of light shattered like a bubble. Marco's form became nearly transparent. The false angel unfurled its newly born golden wings, gazing down upon everyone from an elevated position. Its pupils had transformed into complete golden crosses, and its voice was no longer fragmented. Now, it is your turn. The entire false paradise began to twist and contort, as countless eyes opened upon the walls of the skeletal cathedral, and the ground writhed, extending bony arms. The purified remnants of monsters reassembled into even more grotesque forms. Marco grimaced, realizing the futility of their situation. This creature now possessed a corporeal form, and the goddess's semblance was no match for it. If only my body were still intact. Then he declared, I will attempt to dispel the darkness looming over this island. You must leave at once. Ailing, let us hasten, for it will be too late once these monsters charge towards us, Aaron urged. You go ahead. I shall attempt one last method. Lingu said, extending his hand toward Marco. The soul of a person is akin to a humanoid monster. He can also steal skills. Deceptive renown activated, and several luminous orbs surged forth from Marco's body. Holy word, shield, holy word, heal, ascend to divinity. Ascend to divinity. The mortal form shall be briefly exalted to that of a deity, gaining absolute power approaching that of a true god, contingent upon one's faith. If the semblance will not suffice, then let us summon the genuine. Lingu abruptly opened his eyes wide. He clasped his hands together, and a dazzling golden light erupted from within him. A towering column of light shot skyward, tearing through the dark clouds that shrouded the false paradise. What is deemed a deity is merely a manifestation of power. Since it is power, it can be harnessed for one's own purposes, particularly as he has already comprehended the intricate workings of this force. Subsequently, Lingu could perceive the power of faith surging into his mind like an unceasing stream. Although this power was formidable, it was interspersed with considerable noise. This was the collective strength of countless believers, each harboring distinct thoughts. When these subtle differences converged upon a single individual, the impact became inescapable. Were it not for unwavering faith, one would succumb to madness while bearing such power. However, Lingu remained unaffected by these disturbances. The essence of the analyzer's ability lay in the revelation of reality, which rendered him impervious to such influences. Thus, In the realm of the known, there was no refuge for the divine. Amidst the radiant pillar, Ling Yu's silhouette gradually ascended. 3 pairs of wings, composed purely of light, unfurled behind him, and a sun emblem materialized upon his forehead. When he opened his eyes once more, his pupils had transformed into resplendent gold. I have ascended to divinity. Accept the divine judgment. The false angel emitted a piercing shriek, fully extending its 6 pairs of wings. And a barrage of feathers darkened the sky as they hurtled toward Ling Yu. The brilliance of truth illuminated the earth. This phrase, originally proclaimed by the divine, "Let there be light," was simply a reflection of collective belief. For Ling Yu, true light was truth itself, an endless quest for exploration. With a gentle lift of his hand, countless spears of light coalesced behind him. Each spear tip pulsated with the flame of truth, scorching the fabric of space into distorted ripples. Boom! The collision between feathers and light spears unleashed a series of explosions, the shockwaves leveling the skeletal cathedral. The body of the gray-robed elder was shattered by the aftershocks, yet was forcibly stitched together by the power of the false angel. Futile, in this false paradise, I am. Its declaration was abruptly interrupted. Ling Yu had somehow appeared behind it, his wings fully unfurled. In his grasp was a long spear forged from pure light, inscribed with sacred runes. The first strike, the spear pierced through the false angel's chest, divine flames igniting from within, eliciting a wailing cry from its mouth. In that instant, Ling Yu had already materialized above it. The second strike, a powerful elbow strike, impacted the crown of the false angel's head, the shockwave shattering all nearby bones. While cracks appeared in its skull, golden brain matter gushing forth. The third strike, Ling Yu clasped his hands together, and a spear of light, spanning the heavens, suddenly took shape. As this celestial spear descended, the false angel's 6 pairs of wings attempted to block the attack. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed across the battlefield. The proud golden wings of the false angel began to disintegrate. Suddenly ignited, the false angel emitted a heart-wrenching scream, frantically flapping its wings. Yet the holy flames blazed ever brighter. Ling Yu extended his hand, forcefully extracting the golden energy from within the false angel. The souls it had consumed began to flee, coalescing into a dazzling galaxy in the sky. The gray-robed elder howled in despair. No, my God! His body began to collapse, transforming into a putrid pool of pus and blood. The false angel struggled frantically, suddenly opening its gaping maw to lunge at Ling Yu, attempting a final, desperate act of defiance. Judgment. Ling Yu softly uttered a single word. A beam of pure, unparalleled light descended from the heavens, enveloping the false angel entirely. As the radiance dissipated, only a charred infantile skeleton remained, plummeting from the sky. The entire false paradise began to crumble, the skeletal cathedral reduced to dust, and the face trees withered away. Ling Yu, suspended in the heavens, also began to sway. Such immense spiritual power, sustained for so long, exacted a considerable toll on his own spirit. As the light faded, Ling Yu returned to his original form, offering a feeble smile. Surely, this must be the end. This ordeal had nearly exhausted him. Chapter 145. The Savior's upgradation complete. As the ominous clouds in the sky dissipated, the island's inhabitants had constructed vast underground water chambers. They lowered the temperature by injecting deep-sea cold water into the interstitial spaces of these chambers, while continuously circulating seawater to maintain the coolness. Otherwise, the chambers would become underground steamers. Following the annihilation of the skeletal cult, the darkness that had shrouded the island began to gradually lift. Ling Yu, therefore, directed the islanders to commence the construction of temperature-regulating structures. Otherwise, the entire island's populace would be scorched to a crisp. Once these matters were settled, Ling Yu set sail once more. Seated within his quarters, he meticulously reviewed the situation on the island. Escaping peril this time indeed involved a significant stroke of luck. However, it also bestowed upon him newfound understanding and insight. His most substantial revelation was the experience of the power of faith. This sensation was not entirely foreign. He had previously encountered a similar feeling while utilizing the skill, wolf god possession. The cacophony of disordered thoughts had rendered his mind exceedingly chaotic. With the aid of the analyzer's power, Ling Yu successfully navigated the power of faith with unprecedented steadiness. This recollection also brought to mind the long-forgotten skill of wolf god possession. Due to its overwhelming side effects during prior use, he had relegated it to a last-resort tactic. In retrospect, it seemed he might now be capable of controlling the skill, wolf descent. Ling Yu jotted down this matter on paper, intending to allocate time for a dedicated trial. The second significant matter was Marco's dying wish. After witnessing Ling Yu wield the power of the god of light's faith, Marco regarded him as a deity incarnate, sharing his knowledge without reservation. He divulged a plethora of secrets pertaining to the Church of Light. Concurrently, Ling Yu acquired an item from the skeletal cult, a small statue. Shadow statue. Type. Version memorabilia. Effect 1. If your skills consist solely of shadow spells, upon entering combat, transform into shadow form. Each version holds 2 paramount treasures, the emblem of the version and the memorabilia. The version emblem can be used to establish factions, while the version memorabilia possesses special effects. The version in which the Church of Light was founded is titled The Song of Light and Darkness, with its emblem named Light Amulet, and the present statue serves as its memorabilia. Upon discerning the effects of shadow, Ling Yu inhaled sharply. Shadow. Enter a permanent stealth state. The formidable effect is succinctly and bluntly described. It is well known that stealth manifests when one attacks or is attacked. The implication of permanent stealth is that one will never reveal themselves, making it an innate assassin's tool. Naturally, such power comes at a cost. It forcibly binds shadow spells. To be candid, this aspect feels somewhat superfluous. A mage in permanent stealth, aside from enhancing survival capabilities, seems to hold little utility. It would be unreasonable to expect a mage to engage in assassination. After much contemplation, it appears that this entity serves primarily to deliver a surprise strike from a distance, disrupting the adversary with its unexpected presence. The essence of shadow magic lies in bestowing various debuffs upon opponents. Marco's final wish was for Ling Yu to return his remains along with this version's memento to the Church of Light. Although the other party assured him that the church would offer a handsome reward, Ling Yu pondered the passage of time and questioned whether the Church of Light remained unchanged. Thus, he resolved to temporarily agree to the terms, deferring the decision on how much to return until circumstances became clearer. Yet, Marco seemed to perceive Ling Yu's hesitation and uttered words that left him utterly astounded. You need not worry that the current Church of Light will disregard past accounts. In my recollection, the Pope and the Pontiff have remained consistent. You can place your trust in them. This assertion left Ling Yu in a state of shock. What did it consistently imply? Would these two figures never perish? Reflecting on the peculiar condition of those from the Necromancer's Guild, he wondered if such a transformation indeed granted longevity. However, Marco offered no further clarification, as his spirit dissipated thereafter. Ling Yu, left in contemplation, found his curiosity about the Church of Light intensifying. The journey towards his family would traverse several cities, some of which embraced the Church of Light as their faith. Should the opportunity arise, he might engage with them to explore their beliefs, for practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth. As Ling Yu was summarizing his insights, a voice echoed, "The Savior has completed its upgrade." Upon hearing this announcement, he immediately rose, eagerly making his way to the library. Inside, the brain within the cultivation vat had reawakened. This time, a metallic panel bore an arm. The Savior. Description: a brain that is perpetually engaged in thought. Should you seek knowledge, you may entrust it to its contemplation. Ability 1. Knowledge absorption, deep. Upon consuming a target, it acquires relevant knowledge and engages in profound thought. Ability 2. Observation, deep. Utilizing its vision to scrutinize the surroundings, it gains corresponding knowledge and engages in profound thought. Ability 3. Listening, deep. Capable of hearing other sounds and analyzing their meanings. Ability 4. Appraisal, deep. Able to evaluate touched objects and analyze their information. Characteristic 1. Growth. Capable of generating new knowledge based on existing understanding. Characteristic 2. Reflection. Able to create corresponding items based on existing knowledge. Thinking capacity, 3000. Cognitive ability, 50. Knowledge absorption can lead to upgrades. Current, 433,443,000. Status 1. Knowledge thirst. Ordinary knowledge can no longer satiate the need. Please seek higher level knowledge. Status 2. Sensory enhancement. The perceptual abilities of all organs have significantly intensified compared to before. In addition to enhancing his capacity for thought and cognitive abilities, the Thought Savior has acquired an additional characteristic and a new capability. Ling Yu, as before, removed the metallic arms from the disc and affixed them to himself, subsequently caressing a nearby bookshelf. The bookshelf, somewhat damp, bore the assessment conclusion: excessive humidity, which poses a risk of damaging the books. With the newfound ability to appraise, Ling Yu could discern more intricate details about objects, along with receiving a conclusive evaluation. Furthermore, the additional characteristic aligned with the second keyword he had obtained, allowing him to create corresponding items based on existing knowledge. Could it be that he now possesses the power to conjure objects from thin air? Chapter 146. The Return of the Wolf God. In order to test the new abilities of his savior, Ling Yu perused the knowledge repository and discovered a particular ointment. Linglong ointment, quality, rare, type, item, effect. Increases one's maximum life value by 10 points. Repeated usage may result in drug resistance, contingent upon the individual. Materials, linglong grass. Blood-eye flower, spring water. He possessed the linglong grass previously acquired from Master Hu, which was the most crucial ingredient for crafting the linglong ointment. However, the challenge lay in Ling Yu's lack of pharmaceutical skills. The art of potion making is a complex craft that necessitates not only skill, but also the appropriate instruments. This intricate craft had always eluded Ling Yu due to time constraints. Attempting to grasp the materials, the success rate immediately appeared in the Savior's information panel, 34. This was considerably higher than the rate he could achieve on his own. Subsequently, Ling Yu initiated the crafting process, and the arm on his shoulder sprang into action. The materials before him transformed into a translucent substance, which, after a period of kneading, gradually assumed a solid form. Before him appeared a box of linglong ointment. Indeed, he could create it. This realization meant that he could now produce items requiring specialized equipment, albeit with a higher failure rate, yet still preferable to his previous attempts. After completing the crafting, the success rate for the Savior in producing linglong ointment rose to 77. Clearly, the Savior was continuously learning and enhancing its crafting proficiency. At dawn, the wisdom vessel approached the mist-shrouded isle. A shadow, barefoot, stepped onto the damp sand, its silver-gray fur gleaming with a metallic sheen in the morning light. Ling Yu licked his palm. At this moment, he had transformed into the wolf god. Drawing from prior experiences, he effortlessly mastered the wolf god possession skill. Furthermore, he advanced his understanding of how to regulate the intensity of the wolf god's power. The power of faith resembled a vast reservoir. Should one fail to control the flow, it could overwhelm and submerge one's consciousness. In comparison to the expansive reservoir of the god of light, the wolf god's reservoir was significantly smaller and thus more manageable. His current objective was to ascertain the extent of his command over this force. Today marked a rare occasion where two suns simultaneously retreated, with temperatures rising only to the 40s, rendering it suitable for seafaring. Clad in silver wolf fur and wielding a large blade, he epitomized the classic image of the wolf god. A low growl rumbled from the wolf god, akin to distant thunder. Breathing deeply, he inhaled the mingled scents of the island, decaying vegetation, briny sea air, and the metallic tang of fresh blood. Blood tracking activated, and Ling Yu's golden pupils narrowed to slits. The hunt commenced. An hour later, Ling Yu surged forward, his shoulder muscles rippling like waves. The crescent-shaped trajectory of his blade slicing through the air. The blade of the crescent moon flashed, and 3 seconds later, the upper half of the tree trunk slowly slid down, its cut as smooth as a mirror. The man-eating dragon blood tree was cleaved in two. He no longer relied on raw strength to defeat his foes. Instead, he utilized the innate skills bestowed upon him by the wolf god. After a morning of relentless combat, Ling Yu carved a bloody path, with every creature of notable strength along the way serving as mere targets for his blade. Yet, these encounters proved trivial, failing to truly test his capabilities. Perched on the edge of a cliff, Ling Yu beheld the faint smoke rising from the caldera of the island's central volcano. He leaned forward, inhaling the acrid scent of sulfur mingled with the stench of decaying flesh, which seared his nostrils. At last, a worthy adversary appeared. Ling Yu bared his pearly fangs in a wolfish grin. In the distance, a colossal creature loomed by the magma pool in the valley's heart. Its body resembled that of a giant lizard, yet it boasted 3 pairs of legs, each ending in sharp black bone blades. Its head appeared devoid of eyes, dominated instead by a gaping maw filled with spiraled, razor-like teeth. Ling Yu leaped from the tree, and the abyssal child immediately shifted its attention toward him. He felt an uncanny awareness locking onto him. The crescent moon blade trembled in his grasp as he ceased to conceal his presence. The blade's tip carving a path through the earth, igniting sparks that trailed behind him like a fiery line. The abyssal child twisted its aimless head, letting out a deafening roar before charging forward. Ling Yu surged ahead, his crescent moon blade piercing toward the creature's chest with a resounding sonic boom. However, the blade met an unexpected resistance 3 inches from its surface, as if striking solid rock. The abyssal child's forelimbs lashed out like whips as Ling Yu retreated. The blade grazed the joints of the creature's limbs. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking stone erupted, and only the final strike managed to create a minute fissure. Utilizing the momentum, Ling Yu executed a backward roll, landing atop a rock pillar 10 zhang away. Without a moment's pause, he shifted the direction of his strike, aiming diagonally at the creature's vulnerable joints. This time, the blade finally penetrated flesh, crimson-black liquid gushing forth, corroding the ground with hissing white smoke as it fell. The creature roared, its massive maw suddenly widening to unleash a torrent of molten magma. Ling Yu rolled to evade, the searing flow narrowly missing his back, the burning pain tightening his muscles. Yet he pressed on, using the momentum of his roll to thrust his long blade like a venomous serpent, targeting the creature's throat. The black rock monster abruptly twisted, the blade barely grazing its neck and inflicting a deep wound. Enraged, it flailed its 6 limbs, tearing the ground asunder and sending debris flying. Amid the chaos of its frantic assault, Ling Yu weaved through, the glint of his blade dancing like silver serpents. Each strike aimed at the creature's most vulnerable points, joints, gaps in its carapace. Every conceivable weak spot faced his relentless assault. After a fierce exchange, several new scars marred the black rock monster's body, its magma-like blood gushing forth. Yet, the creature began to heal. The wounds visibly writhed and closed, its obsidian shell reforming. Ling Yu narrowed his eyes, his breath deepening. He needed a decisive strike. Suddenly altering his tactics, he ceased to evade, charging headlong into the monster's attack. The forelimbs of the obsidian beast lunged towards his chest, yet the wolf god evaded at the last moment, allowing the bony blade to graze past his ribs. A searing pain elicited a low growl from him, but at last, his blade found its opportunity. The blood-red longsword pierced the creature's chest like a thunderbolt, driving straight towards its heart. The black rock monster emitted a deafening shriek, thrashing wildly with its 6 limbs as magma-like blood gushed forth. Ling Yu resolutely braced against the hilt, the blade churning within the creature's body, swiftly reducing its organs to a pulpy mass. The beast's movements gradually ceased, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Ling Yu withdrew the longsword, breathing heavily as he stepped back. His body was marred with scars, the burning sensation still spreading, yet his eyes reflected only the satisfaction of a trial completed. He flicked the black ichor from his blade and strode towards the edge of the island. Chapter 147. The Live Treasure Appraisal. After releasing the state of the wolf god, Ling Yu's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Under ordinary circumstances, he could maintain such a state for approximately 5 hours, which sufficed for a typical battle. Upon recording the data, he found himself astonished by his formidable endurance. The sole inconvenience was that each transformation resulted in the destruction of his garments. It seemed that clothing would henceforth become consumables. Subsequently, Ling Yu returned to the ship. Sha, how many times must I reiterate? The storage room is off limits to idlers, Erin declared, hands on her hips. Sha patted herself and waved her little paw, as if to assert her identity as a carefree spirit rather than an idle one. What's the commotion upon my return? Ling Yu inquired. Sha has sneaked into the storage room for a snack again, Erin replied, exasperated. It's not as if there's a shortage of food. Let the little one indulge, Ling Yu remarked nonchalantly. Oh, the issue is not merely that she eats. She's quite picky, only gnawing on select items. Ling Yu crouched down to inspect Sha. Is she merely biting things out of frustration from being cooped up on the ship for too long? He pondered. After all, the ship lacked entertainment facilities, and prolonged confinement in such an enclosed environment could easily lead to distress among creatures. Ugh, Sha lay sprawled on the ground, exhibiting a lackluster demeanor. Ling Yu gently stroked Shasha's smooth back and thoughtfully remarked, it seems I must devise a means to amuse this little creature. Erin sighed. What entertainment could possibly exist on this vast sea? Can this little one play cards? Ling Yu was engrossed in his research daily, while Wu Ming monitored the control room. It was just Erin and Sha, a solitary girl and her shark, hardly enough to gather a game. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Ling Yu's eyes as he rummaged through a storage cabinet, producing a rubber ball. The moment Sha beheld the rolling sphere, her dorsal fin stood erect, and her small eyes sparkled with curiosity. She gently nudged the ball with her nose, causing it to roll away with a delightful sound. Sometimes, joy is effortlessly simple. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Other means to alleviate the situation must be considered. The dual suns hovering in the sky seemed to linger indefinitely, and such monotony was untenable. Hadn't he purchased several sets of diving equipment at Joy Harbor? Ling Yu mused. Indeed, they've been untouched in the storage room. He nodded, contemplating. Since we cannot venture to the surface, why not explore beneath the waves? Erin, too, brightened at the prospect, for she was close to succumbing to melancholy after days confined within the ship's cabin. At that moment, Ling Yu's communicator chimed. Boss Ling, are we still hosting the treasure appraisal program? Many have been inquiring, Zhou messaged him. Reflecting on it, since the last appraisal event, he had only conducted 2 or 3 more. After the dual suns ascended, he had been preoccupied with various matters, leaving him little time to spare. After some deliberation, Ling Yu replied, No problem at all. Same as usual, tonight at 7. Great, I'll prepare right away, Zhou responded. With such time elapsed, surely everyone must have acquired some valuable items by now. Especially in the current circumstances, everyone finds themselves unable to venture out and explore the world, relying solely on the provisions they have accumulated in the past. Additionally, there are the rewards associated with the current game. The game Age of Exploration features a season pass that progresses based on sailing distance, unlocking various rewards. However, the initial rewards are of little interest to Ling Yu, as they mostly consist of mundane necessities and food, with only a few items of value. He is particularly intrigued by the rewards that lie ahead, especially a mysterious grand prize at the end of the voyage. The Joyful Star God is preparing a special reward, which should prove to be quite fascinating. After 7 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yu settled into the live streaming room and initiated the broadcast. As soon as the stream began, the viewer count surged to the tens of thousands. Ling Daolao, you've finally arrived. It's been so dull aboard the ship. At last, there's some entertainment. Ling Daolao, help me. It's scorching hot. After a couple of coughs, Ling Yu addressed his audience. Welcome, everyone, to tonight's treasure appraisal livestream. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter and invite our first treasure presenter. Almost immediately, a familiar weathered face appeared on the screen. Hee hee, little one, we meet again. Grandpa, whose wrinkled visage beamed like a dry chrysanthemum, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. Given the sweltering heat, he donned a white shirt and fanned himself with a palm fan, resembling a streetwise elder. Ling Yu raised an eyebrow and inquired, Grandpa who? Have you unearthed some treasure again? This gentleman was a regular customer, always bringing forth precious herbs. Hee, this time it's not herbs, Grandpa who replied conspiratorially, lowering his voice. Old man has managed to acquire a dragon. Dragon? The live stream erupted in excitement. No way, a dragon? Are you serious? This old man must be out of his mind. Is he really claiming to have a dragon? Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Grandpa who? The dragon you speak of, it can't possibly be some mutated sea creature, can it? This old fellow had a penchant for exaggerating his finds, often attempting to inflate their value, but Ling Yu saw through his ruse each time. Grandpa who waved dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. Little one, do you think I lack knowledge? I've seen my share of sea creatures, but this is undoubtedly a dragon. With that, he produced a palm-sized scale from his pocket. As dark as ink, shimmering with a metallic sheen, its edges sharp enough to cut through alloy. Ling Yu's gaze sharpened. Unknown creature scale, quality, rare, scarce, description, possessing a remarkably strong life force, seemingly a remnant of a higher organism. The unknown scale was not difficult for Ling Yu to identify. After running his hand over it, the true nature of the biological scale became apparent. Scale of the slumbering giant dragon. Identification result. Slumbering giant dragon, a type of earth dragon, classified as a subdragon species. The scale bears a magical imprint, indicating it has likely been domesticated and cared for by someone. Indeed, it was a dragon scale. Ling Yu squinted his eyes and asked, Where did you acquire this scale? With a mischievous grin, Old Hu exclaimed, Not long ago, after a hearty meal, my courage swelled. With the temperature having dropped, I thought it was the perfect opportunity to explore the depths of the island. And guess what? In a cave, I stumbled upon a sleeping dragon. Yes, indeed. That creature lay coiled within the cave, utterly motionless, as if in hibernation. Summoning my bravery, I plucked a scale from its body, and suddenly, it opened its eyes. Fortunately, I managed to escape swiftly, taking a scale with me. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu responded, That confirms it. That is a slumbering giant dragon. Indeed, a member of the dragon lineage. The live stream erupted with excitement. No way. A real dragon. Surely, this old fellow isn't hallucinating. Ling, the expert, was well versed in such matters. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu inquired, Old Hu, how do you wish to negotiate this? Old Hu rubbed his hands together, a sly smile spreading across his face. Youngster, I am not looking to barter for grain this time. Oh, what do you desire then? I seek a ticket for passage. A ticket? Indeed. At my age, surviving alone in this desolate place is too taxing. I wish to board your vessel and accompany you. The live stream erupted once more. No way. This old man is clever. Ling's ship is top-notch. Who wouldn't want to be aboard? But wait, could he be trying to con his way onto the ship? Ling Yu scrutinized Old Hu for a moment before breaking into a smile. Old Hu, your dragon scales are indeed valuable. However, I must apologize. My ship does not accept passengers. Old Hu remained unperturbed, as if he had prepared for this moment. He leisurely produced an exquisitely crafted jade key from his pocket. What if we added this to the deal? Ling Yu took the key and, upon inspection, his pupils dilated. Mysterious key. Quality, legendary. Description, a key crafted from special magical materials, seemingly capable of unlocking a grand door. Ling Yu inhaled deeply, asking, "Where did you acquire this?" Old Hu grinned. Beneath that dragon's claws lay a chest, which I managed to pry open after considerable effort. Surely, this should suffice. This indeed aligned with his appraisal results. Yet, it was clear that this old fellow was overestimating his leverage. Ling Yu would not easily allow anyone onto his ship for such a trinket. "I regret to inform you that my stance remains unchanged. My ship does not accommodate random passengers. Unless you have other terms, we must regretfully declare this trade a failure," Ling Yu stated. Wait. Alas, I suppose I lack the fortune for that. Name your price, and I shall not haggle," Old Hu replied, somewhat disheartened. "Both of these items hold considerable value. I doubt you have much interest in standard provisions. How about this? I will offer you a 3-for-1 exchange. In terms of living necessities, I can provide you with an air conditioner and an ice maker. For combat, I possess some superpower potions, choose any 7. And I shall gift them to you. Additionally, I will bestow upon you 20 vials of Ling Long ointment, which can enhance your vitality by approximately 200 points. Upon hearing Ling Yu's proposal, everyone present gasped in astonishment. In the current era of Blue Star, these items are treasures beyond price. Air conditioners and ice makers are self-evident luxuries, effective means of cooling, and are no longer merely purchasable with wealth. The superpower potions linked to intricate systems are not inexpensive, particularly those that offer an accessible entry into effortless cultivation paths. The Ling Long ointment, which elevates one's life potential, possesses an immeasurable value. It is universally acknowledged that a permanent enhancement of attributes signifies profound implications. However, for Ling Yu, these objects are commodities that can be produced indefinitely, rendering their worth virtually negligible. "Brother Ling, may I scavenge for scraps on your ship?" implored one, desperation evident. "We are on the brink of starvation. A little generosity from you would be a blessing." Another echoed, "Indeed, you are living so well. What harm is there in lending us a hand?" It seemed that prolonged suppression had led many to engage in moral coercion upon witnessing Ling Yu's considerable generosity. Yet, he remained unmoved. "I have no obligation to morality," he retorted, unperturbed. He could even articulate this point, for morality is a construct of the collective, and the original community of Blue Star has long since disintegrated. Thus, Ling Yu felt no compulsion to adhere to such ethics. Naturally, he found it unworthy to waste words on them, opting instead for silence. "What say you, Master Hu? Is it agreeable?" Ling Yu inquired. With a resigned sigh, Husani conceded, "Very well, consider it my misfortune to agree." Though he feigned grievance, his swift acquiescence belied his words. In truth, while the quality of these items was exceptional, the likelihood of a successful transaction remained low, as most were unaware of their utility and likely would not put them to use. Only someone like Ling Yu possessed the inclination to explore their potential. "Excellent. The first transaction is complete. Now, let us welcome the second treasure seeker," Ling Yu announced. On the screen appeared a young man donning wind goggles, with the swaying of a ship's cabin discernible in the background. "Greetings, Brother Ling. I am Captain Lin Xing of the Aurora." The young man leaned excitedly toward the camera, exclaiming, "What I have here is extraordinary. I found it on a small island, and it resembles something that fell from the heavens." As he spoke, he retrieved a bag from his pocket, revealing a shard of metal that glimmered with an ethereal blue light. The surface of the fragment was adorned with strange patterns, appearing to undulate slightly under the illumination. "Is this a remnant of a starship?" Ling Yu suddenly straightened. "A starship? I cannot say for certain, but it does seem to be part of a spacecraft. I possess many such remnants." He continued, "This item serves little purpose for me, so I thought to exchange it with you for something of value. In any world, explorers are ever present, and this realm is no exception. Aside from conquering formidable mountains, vast oceans, and boundless skies, the ultimate frontier remains the infinite cosmos. Although it may be premature to speak of the universe in this context, as of yet, Ling Yu has not substantiated that this world is spherical. Indeed, the current information does not confirm the world as a globe, for the nautical charts he possesses are fragmented, with numerous sections lost to time. One can only surmise that, based on the existing evidence, it is likely a sphere. What he aspires to accomplish is akin to Magellan's circumnavigation of the globe. If he could return to the original sea, it would serve as irrefutable evidence that the world is indeed spherical. In a world fraught with peril, such an audacious venture yields little tangible benefit. Hence few are willing to embark on it. Similarly, Ling Yu remains uncertain whether a cosmos exists beyond this realm. To unravel this enigma, a courageous individual must take that pivotal step. Throughout the history of these waters, there existed a group of individuals shrouded in mystery. Their names have been lost to time. They merely referred to themselves as the advancers. This collective forged an immense fleet of starships, resolutely ascending towards the heavens. History records only this much, and thereafter, no further tidings of them have emerged. Their fates remain unknown, yet remnants of their fallen vessels have been discovered scattered across various continents. Given these circumstances, the outlook for the fleet appears grim, leading many to believe they likely met with total destruction. Nevertheless, Ling Yu holds the utmost reverence for those intrepid souls who dared to explore the boundaries of existence. It is these individuals who have shaped the annals of human history. Do you find joy in gazing at the stars? What is there to admire about them? Do you not think it is a remarkable spectacle to shine in the darkness of night? Chapter 148. Contamination. How many fragments of starships do you still possess? I have collected them all, Ling Yu stated. Firstly, it is possible that we might uncover some records from the wreckage of the starships, which could provide insight into extraterrestrial conditions. Secondly, I can ascertain the materials used in the construction of these vessels for future reference. The interlocutor, upon hearing Ling Yu's words, expressed great delight and promptly replied, I still have a few pounds of fragments here, and there are many more that I have yet to retrieve. Oh, you haven't brought them back? Ling Yu inquired, puzzled. Lin Xing nodded, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he recounted, there are terrifying creatures there. I lost several crew members just to bring back these items. Ling Yu narrowed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping on the table. What specific kind of creatures? It's hard to describe, Lin Xing gulped. We heard mechanical noises, yet we never laid eyes on them. Several of our men perished, and in order to survive, we had no choice but to flee. These fragments were painstakingly obtained. The live stream erupted into a frenzy. Invisible creatures? What on earth are those? Could they possibly be space monsters brought back from the starship? The speculation was thrilling. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu declared, Very well, you shall provide me with the location shortly, and I will compensate you accordingly. No problem, came the eager response. Thus, the transaction was smoothly concluded. Ling Yu exchanged a refrigeration system along with some precious materials to obtain what he desired. That night, Ling Yu accrued a significant amount of valuable materials. Following the conclusion of his treasure appraisal live stream, his communication devices continued to ring incessantly. While this was typical, he noted an unusual surge in messages, many of which were requests for exchanges of resources. He discerned a peculiar detail. These individuals seldom mentioned the commemorative coins sold by Wang Yifan. Could it be that something had happened to him? Ling Yu inquired with Zhou He about the specifics. The commemorative coins? They are still in circulation, but the quantity has dwindled significantly. Chairman Wang has mysteriously disappeared without a trace recently, which has rendered the coins unstable. Upon hearing Zhou He's words, Ling Yu asked, Then what are you using for trade now? Barter, of course. Various factions have introduced new trading systems. For instance, Commander Liu has implemented a point system, where items are priced transparently in points. Selling items earns points, while purchasing items deducts them. That is indeed a solution, but the efficiency pales in comparison to monetary circulation. Ling Yu pondered Wang Yifan's actions, for he seemed to have disregarded even his own trading system. He still possessed the method for producing currency that Wang Yifan had devised. To him, it was of no use. He might as well pass it on to Lu Lang, thus honoring his former compatriots. Having settled these matters, Ling Yu turned his attention to the fragments of starships within the bag before him. He extracted the metal to examine its properties. As he gazed at the writhing, reactive metal, Ling Yu fell into deep contemplation. It was the first time he had encountered materials entirely coated in black. The last time I encountered such a situation was aboard the cursed ship summoned by the cursed artifact. At that time, the vessel's name had become obscured. What had this entity endured that rendered its attributes entirely imperceptible? Ling Yu murmured to himself. He severed a portion of the active metal and placed it within the maw of the savior. However, to his astonishment, the next moment, the savior began to tremble violently, as if resisting the consumption of this piece of active metal. Unable to analyze, the object contains unidentified substances. None. Even the savior could not decipher it. He stared at the writhing metal, a flicker of unease blossoming within him. In the next instant, an invisible force surged through the mental conduit connecting the savior and himself, flooding into his consciousness. Ling Yu's pupils dilated in shock as a stream of cold and chaotic information surged into his awareness like a tidal wave. His vision warped instantaneously, and countless fragmented images flickered before his eyes. Twisted metallic chambers, writhing flesh conduits. These visuals were grotesquely distorted, allowing him only fleeting glimpses of normalcy. This substance was not merely metal, it was alive. This was the last coherent thought Ling Yu had before he was engulfed by an abyss of darkness. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear Eileen's startled exclamations in the tumult of chaos. In the realm of consciousness, Ling Yu slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with shock moments later. His arm was now twisted grotesquely 20 meters in front of him, contorted like a pretzel. His head lay directly beneath him, his face unrecognizable as human. His very awareness had been distorted. What had transpired? Alas, alas, looks like you've gotten yourself into quite the predicament. Doesn't he feel pleasant? Does it? Laughter echoed in the darkened space. Who is there? Show yourself, Ling Yu demanded, though he was momentarily unaware of the position of his own mouth. Oh, you still possess a fragment of consciousness. Impressive. Suddenly, a masked figure with a smiling visage intruded upon his sight. It's you, Joy. How did you get in here? Ling Yu exclaimed in surprise. Why wouldn't I? You don't knock when entering someone else's home, do you? Joy shrugged nonchalantly. What has happened to me? Ling Yu questioned, perplexed. Who told you to move around recklessly? Next time, remember to be more cautious. Joy scratched his head, stating that this matter was quite the conundrum. Hold on, kid. You must remain alert. Then, Joy transformed, donning a white coat as if he were a physician. What do you intend to do? Ling Yu inquired. I'm here to save you, Big Tin Can. Help me resegment you, Joy replied. In the darkness, a red point illuminated, and an intangible force began to divide the entire space. Ling Yu felt as if he were being disassembled, his once cold body being torn apart. Joy picked up a brush and sketched a human form upon the table. Ling Yu felt his consciousness being forcibly ripped apart and reassembled, every nerve enduring torment. Click, click. Joy, humming a dissonant tune, he meticulously arranged his components like a child with building blocks. Left hand, let us place it here. Right leg. Oh dear, it's assembled incorrectly. Head. Ah, so you were here all along. Ling Yu's vision flickered chaotically, at times glimpsing the soles of his feet, and at others, the back of his head. What on earth are you doing? He gritted his teeth and inquired. Anyone witnessing themselves being assembled like a mere puppet would undoubtedly be taken aback. Joy, tilting his head, the smiling face on the mask widened even further. I am here to assist you. Otherwise, do you truly believe you can withstand such a degree of contamination? Contamination? Chapter 149. Secrets indeed. That entity is no ordinary metal. Joy snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a vivid image materialized in the dark space. The remnants of a colossal starship lay before them, its surface entwined with writhing flesh and mechanical tendrils, moving slowly like a living organism. This abomination is known as the symbiote, a creature that voraciously consumes both machinery and organic life, assimilating them into its own sustenance. And you, foolishly, came into direct contact with its core fragment. Ling Yu's heart jolted. So, is that why my consciousness has been tainted? Joy shrugged nonchalantly. Quite so, your perception is being warped. Before long, you may come to believe you are a jubilant piece of metal, eagerly joining them, perhaps even seeking out other fragments for reunion. He continued, of course, this is merely the most rudimentary form. You have yet to witness the more exhilarating manifestations. Ling Yu struggled against the dizziness. Have you ventured beyond the stars? What lies beyond? With a click, Joy's scalpel slipped from his grasp. The entire space froze. I would love to dissect your brain to ascertain whether it harbors courage or folly. His voice turned icy, and the smile on his mask split into a sinister grin. Suddenly, he reverted to a mocking tone. Ah, I see. It must be red beans, right? What do you mean? You seem to be lovesick. With a resounding thud, Joy tossed aside the scalpel, declaring, I'm done playing. You can handle it yourself. How absurd. Which doctor tells a patient to manage their own surgery after cutting them open? This is not how one conducts themselves. Ling Yu could only rise with great difficulty, using his remaining right hand to grasp the floating remnants of the body to continue the assembly. What are you doing? Seeking pain rather than relief? I should have eliminated you the moment we met, Joy remarked from afar. If you have the time, come over and lend a hand instead of just spouting idle remarks. Ling Yu bent his body, straining to grasp a distant lower leg. Little did he know, Joy swiftly snatched it away. What are you doing? Ling Yu glared with his solitary eye. What am I doing? Nothing at all. What, are you dissatisfied? Joy taunted, waving the lower leg before him. He even provocatively dangled it in front of Ling Yu. Return it to me, Ling Yu said, irritation rising in his voice. Oh, Joy suddenly materialized before him, the very left leg swaying in his hand. Want this? He twisted the leg bone into a spiral shape, delighting in his malice. Beg for it. Pain surged through Ling Yu's mind. Though the lower leg was no longer attached to him, it remained a part of his consciousness, causing him to feel its loss viscerally. Can you cease this nonsense? What do you truly desire? If you're here to save someone, then save them, Ling Yu exclaimed in anger. You know I am merely a jester. Is it not permissible for me to amuse myself at your expense? Joy replied. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. At that moment, the red dot in the space flickered urgently once more, as if pressing for attention. I understand, no need to rush me. I truly wish I could pry open your ironclad skull, murmured Lingyu. However, he recognized that this was Morse code. The red dot was indeed the entity he had encountered on the night he deciphered the secret of colors. Could it be the god of knowledge? Lingyu inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Indeed, do you think I alone could distort your cognition back to its original format? Replied the entity joyfully. Lingyu was now quite certain that the purpose of this being's presence was anything but mere amusement. It undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Since the entity remained silent, he could always consult the god of knowledge. As if reading Lingyu's thoughts, the entity mockingly remarked, "Don't even think about it. This hunk of metal won't answer any of your questions. Am I a worm in your belly? How come you know what I'm thinking?" Lingyu retorted, wide-eyed. "Hey, perhaps," the entity replied. At that moment, Lingyu felt something wriggling within him, and soon a worm crawled out from his exposed abdomen. "Look, it really is a roundworm." The entity feigned surprise. Lingyu was utterly speechless. He simply lay back, surrendering to the absurdity. "If you won't speak, then I'll investigate myself. After all, I know the location where the starship fell," he declared. "Why are you so resolute?" The entity sighed, taking a seat. "One must have dreams in life. Otherwise, what's the difference from being a salted fish? Eventually, we all must die, and I deserve the right to choose my own demise," Lingyu stated. "Do you know there is a term for wanting to live yet being unable to die?" "Oh, but you want to even know what death is at that point," the entity responded. The two exchanged glances, locked in a silent standoff. After about 10 minutes, the red light in the space illuminated once more. "All right, enough with the pressing. I get it," the entity said, somewhat irritable. "Kid, let me ask you, what do you think is the purpose of us becoming gods?" It inquired. "The purpose of becoming gods? Perhaps it is to survive. After all, this is a world driven by survival," Lingyu replied. "Accurate, but incomplete. Is it not to fulfill one's desires? Much like the hunt pursuing abundance," the entity stated. "Complete but imprecise." After taking a drag from a cigarette and blowing a ring of smoke, it continued. "Could you refrain from smoking in my consciousness? I detest secondhand smoke." "Be quiet." Then the entity slowly said, "If, as you claim, we exist to survive or fulfill our wishes, we would have accomplished that long ago or found a way to do so. Do you understand? So what is your purpose?" Lingyu asked. "To save this wretched world." "Of course, it is gravely ill," the entity replied fiercely. Lingyu curled his lip and remarked, "I believe you are merely engaged in futile endeavors. What you are currently undertaking will not alter this world in the slightest." To his surprise, joy sprang up like a monkey whose tail had been stepped on. He seized Lingyu's head and lifted it from the table. "Do you think you are the only one yearning to comprehend this world? Do you ponder why the bountiful tree of life stretches beyond the heavens? Do you wonder why bountiful has morphed into a form that is neither human nor ghostly? What do you think the grand iron shell of wisdom has been calculating all this time? And why do you suppose preservation is compelled to forge walls? Do you think I relish being a mock jester? This is all a consequence of coercion forced upon us by those from beyond the stars." Chapter 150. Formatting. Lingyu remained silent, taken aback by the unprecedented display of temper from Huanyu. Subsequently, Huanyu placed his head back on the table. "All right, enough of that. Every time I see you, it feels like I'm bottling up a storm. It's exhausting," he remarked, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor as he sat back in his chair, puffing on a cigarette. "Is it true that all deities are engaged in a battle against the monstrous entities from beyond?" Lingyu inquired. "You overestimate us. We haven't even dealt with the issues on land and in water, let alone those from the skies," Huanyu replied, reclining in his chair. He paused before continuing. "This matter is known only to a select few of us old-timers. The newcomers are somewhat oblivious to the intricacies, but I suspect they might catch on soon enough." "Did you not inform them?" Lingyu asked, curiosity piqued. "Why would I? Those youngsters are constantly scheming to wrestle gold from us old folks," Huanyu scoffed. "Sun Lai relentlessly hunts Feng Rao, and as for Huimi, let us not even mention it. He is spreading animosity and ambushing us old comrades, compelling us to labor. At my age, to be forced into work is utterly inhumane. Yet, these youngsters are still a bit too green. Thanks to Sun Lai, who has been cutting away the overgrown branches, Feng Rao has managed to maintain some clarity. Otherwise, he would have gone mad by now. As for Huimi, that brash young lad is far from ready to take us on. I've been entrenched here for so long. It's not so easily done to displace me. And I hold my ground firmly," Huanyu boasted. Lingyu began to understand. They had contemplated resolving the issue, but found themselves unable to do so. With this realization, he felt no urgency, recognizing that questioning further would yield little. I see. You possess quite an impressive breadth of knowledge. Allow me to pose a few specific inquiries. Ling Yu said. Go ahead, ask away, Huan Yu urged eagerly. How did order meet his demise? Huan Yu's smile faltered momentarily before he replied. Children should not pry into matters they do not understand. Surely, you aren't insinuating I had a hand in it? I must caution you. Do not make baseless accusations, or I shall declare it slander, Huan Yu retorted, his agitation palpable. Why are you so worked up? Ling Yu challenged. Am I? Am I truly agitated? Where is the evidence of my agitation? You've practically showered me with your spittle in your fervor. What do you think? Huan Yu huffed, reclining once more. That obstinate character? I have no interest in dealing with him. In fact, I prefer to keep my distance. In a certain sense, he brought about his own end. Suicide? Ling Yu gasped in disbelief. At that moment, the crimson dot in the space illuminated. Ling Yu deciphered the meaning of the Morse code, recorded. It was evident that Ji Shi was hearing such explosive news for the first time as well. It seems I've divulged too much. I cannot continue this conversation with you any longer, Huan Yu declared, waving his hand. Summoning a gust of wind that reassembled Ling Yu's fragmented form into a humanoid shape. That's fine. If you choose not to share, I shall seek the answers within the family myself, Ling Yu responded. Tonghe, I advise you to maintain a distance, young one. You would not wish to become a part of him, would you? However, Ling Yu had long since resolved that no one could deter him. One final inquiry. Why do you wish to rescue me? Ling Yu asked. Because I believe it would be quite entertaining. Ha ha ha. Young one, consider this my ticket fare. Do not let me down. With that, the figure vanished amidst laughter. The wisdom above flickered a few red lights in farewell, and after exchanging pleasantries, disappeared from sight. Ling Yu checked himself, confirming that his consciousness had returned to normal. In reality, Ling Yu abruptly opened his eyes, surrounded by Wuming, Shasha, and Eileen. Ling, you're awake. Are you all right? Do you feel better? You scared me half to death, Eileen exclaimed, her face etched with concern. What happened to me? Ling Yu inquired. Wuming raised his hand and played a recording of the recent events. After watching the footage, Ling Yu was astonished. The images depicted grotesque mutations akin to those of the fish, with eyes sprouting from their foreheads and facial features horrifically misaligned, resembling monsters. Yet, this disturbing scene lasted only a few minutes before he returned to normal. Ling Yu examined his body and found no alterations. Evidently, wisdom's formatting was quite thorough. This incident served as a lesson for him. He must exercise greater caution henceforth. Ling Yu rose and glanced at the state of the savior. Within the cultivation tank, the vitality of the savior had diminished significantly, with brain capacity reduced by 1/3. He was astonished that such an entity could directly cause atrophy of the savior's brain. Fortunately, the savior had not ingested this thing. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Ling Yu's curiosity intensified regarding what lay beyond the heavens that instilled such dread in the gods. Moreover, according to Joy, these monsters existed not only in the sky, but also in the waters and on land. The temperature outside was still mild. Perhaps it was prudent to explore the sea. Ling Yu mused to himself. Of course, he could not afford to act recklessly as he had before. Preparations were essential. The void totem on his person could shield against external contamination, which should provide some assurance. However, he no longer dared to experiment with the remnants of the starship. That object was far too peculiar. Seeing him lively and unharmed, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Eileen headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Enough of that. Let us eat first, Eileen said, removing her apron. Her silvery long hair was casually tied back, and her pointed ears flushed slightly from the warmth. Don't just stand there, sit down. Today, I will make something delicious for you. She served him a bowl of moonlight grass stew with silver-scaled fish, which could enhance one's spirit. Try this. The best remedy for such aberrations is to elevate one's spirit. After serving him, she poured a large basin for Shasha, who eagerly dug in. Wuming, meanwhile, cradled Dorothy, feeding her as if she were a child. Ling Yu took a sip, and the exquisite flavor blossomed on his palate. A warm current swiftly spreading from his stomach throughout his entire being. How is it? Erin's pointed ears twitched slightly as she gazed at him with anticipation. Much better. Thank you. After consuming the fish soup, he felt considerably more invigorated. Once the meal was finished, Ling Yu began to organize the itinerary for the following day. Let us make preparations tonight. Tomorrow we shall venture into the sea, he declared. We plan to explore the underwater trench to the southeast. The last filming revealed a plethora of architectural imagery, potentially remnants of ancient structures. Ling Yu continued. Chapter 151. Underwater exploration at the break of dawn. Sunlight pierced through the ocean, scattering fragments of golden light upon the waves. The morning air remained pleasantly cool, ideal for diving. After ensuring the equipment was in order, Lingyu stood on the deck, stretching his limbs, his sealskin wetsuit adhering perfectly to his physique. Crafted from the skin of the polar seal, the suit provided warmth while ensuring comfort. He then touched the respiratory sac at his neck, where the living tissue rhythmically contracted and expanded, aiding his breathing. These diving apparatuses, fashioned from biological organs, showcased the ingenious creativity of the artisans in this world. To combat pollution, Lingyu had prepared void totems for both Eileen and Sha. Thanks to the profits from the sale of cooling devices and superpower potions, he had a remarkably stable source of funding, making the production of void totems a trivial matter for him. Once everything was confirmed to be functioning properly, Eileen signaled him with an OK gesture. They plunged into the water, with Sha executing a graceful leap. The water enveloped them in a flurry of splashes as they submerged. The respiratory sac immediately sprang to action, and the gill filaments unfurled in the seawater, efficiently extracting oxygen and continuously supplying it to the mask. After a brief moment of darkness, their vision returned. A vibrant underwater world unfolded before them, with a red coral forest extending to the horizon, and a 3-meter-long rainbow eel gliding overhead. Ecstatic to be back in the ocean, Sha began to swim joyfully. It appeared that the local fauna exhibited a remarkable resilience to the changes in their environment. Logically, with the global temperature rising so dramatically, marine life should have faced mass extinction. However, the current state of the ocean's ecosystem remained intact, exhibiting little significant impact. Nature, indeed, is wondrous. Lingyu, exhilarated by his first dive, had prepared well in advance, wielding an iron clamp to sift through the seagrass before him. After swimming for a while, he spotted a cluster of stone pillars, rising like vertebrae, with dozens of half-buried clams nestled within their recesses. Approaching one, he gently pried open its hard shell with the clamp. In an instant, a soft silver glow emanated from the crevice, illuminating the surrounding waters. At the center of the clam, cradled in flesh, lay a thumb-sized, perfectly round pearl, its surface gleaming like a mirror. Lingyu extracted it with the clamp, observing it closely, and was certain that this was a sea pearl. Such a sizable specimen could easily fetch a price of 10,000. Lingyu mused. The dozen or so clams before him represented a fortune of over 100,000, a substantial sum for a small faction. Moreover, the heavily polluted waters of the Blackwater Sea deterred most from diving. This ocean was akin to an uncut gemstone, explaining why certain factions were willing to invest millions in the creation of void totems. Just as he was collecting pearls, an iridescent eel suddenly darted into view. The glorious color eel is a species of fish that radiates a spectrum of colors and is imbued with electric energy, its flesh exquisitely delectable. Records indicate that this fish is not only suitable for consumption, but also for bioelectric power generation. Seizing the moment, Lingyu brandished the stasis gun and pulled the trigger. Instead of a bullet, a unique biological wave was unleashed, causing the marine creatures to slow down. The glorious color eel became lethargic, allowing Lingyu to capture it with a marine creature bottle. In a short span, he managed to secure 7 or 8 bottles, all of which were hastily stowed in his backpack. While he was immersed in his underwater gathering, an unusual force suddenly yanked the clamp from his grasp. However, with a slight exertion, Lingyu pulled it back, though the head of the clamp was rendered mangled. Alongside it, a diminutive shadow emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was a palm-sized, vibrant green, peculiar fish, its entire body enveloped in serpentine scales. Its disproportionately large head constituted nearly 2/3 of its body, and its gaping maw, extending to the roots of its ears, was lined with serrated teeth that glistened ominously. This was a piranha, categorized as a rare-level monster, equipped with skills such as biting and accelerated swimming. With a health point of 50, it could easily be vanquished with a single strike. However, this creature was known for its gregarious nature, and its attacks inflicted true damage, which bypassed defenses and shields. Once a swarm gathered, even creatures of vastly greater size would be compelled to flee. Furthermore, combat in the depths of the ocean differed significantly from that on land, often rendering terrestrial prowess ineffective. As the piranha revealed itself, it immediately lunged with its cavernous mouth. Simultaneously, dozens of identical shadows surged forth from the crevices of the stone columns, all of them piranhas. Lingyu swiftly activated his stasis gun once more, and the once ferocious piranhas slowed down dramatically. Seizing this opportunity, he hastily swam away. Once the piranhas regained their speed and lost sight of their target, they retreated back into the stone columns. Having adapted to the surroundings, Lingyu swam toward the distant ruins where AI Lin was exploring. At that moment, AI Lin gracefully navigated through the underwater forest of towering seaweed, her slender figure reminiscent of a mermaid. The surrounding seaweed rose like towers, soaring several dozen meters high, creating a verdant curtain. Atop these seaweeds, golden, glistening fruits thrived, representing a bountiful source of underwater sustenance. AI Lin collected these delicacies, placing them carefully into her backpack. With her aquatic companions by her side, she thrived in the depths, far more comfortably than Lingyu. Lingyu gestured for her to accompany him to the ruins, and AI Lin responded with an affirmative sign. He then scanned the vicinity for Sha, discovering that the little creature was happily chasing a black-spotted fish, thoroughly enjoying the playful pursuit. Eileen tugged at him, signaling him to disregard the shark and allow it to frolic on its own, for it would inevitably return to the vessel once it had satisfied its playful whims. The communication beneath the sea was cumbersome, making it inconvenient to retrieve the shark, so they decided to let it be. Lingyu and Eileen adjusted their thrusters, advancing towards the distant, indistinct shadow. As they drew closer, the previously hazy outline began to sharpen into clarity, revealing an ancient castle submerged in the depths of the ocean. Towering spires were entwined with coral and seaweed, while the stone walls bore the intricate scars of time's relentless erosion. The stone steps surrounding the castle had long since crumbled, yet the main structure still stood majestically. After observing for a while, Lingyu concluded that this must be a terrestrial edifice consumed by the sea. Chapter 152. The sea conch made, and it appears that this structure has been submerged for quite some time. Lingyu sent a message to Aaron via his communicator, speculating that it might have sunk during the exploration of the sunken city. Aaron concurred, recalling that during that period, the sea levels had risen, inundating many lands. Be cautious. There may be monsters inside. Let us conduct a preliminary investigation, Lingyu advised. He retrieved a mechanical scanner from his backpack, fashioned from the perception module salvaged from the remains of mechanical soldiers. The display indicated the presence of various marine life within the castle, primarily fish. However, the device was limited to thermal detection, which could often yield inaccuracies in the current high-temperature conditions. Proceed with caution, he reiterated. The castle entrance featured 2 rusted bronze doors, slightly ajar, revealing a narrow gap. Beyond lay a deep corridor adorned with faded tapestries that gently swayed in the water. The patterns on the tapestries were barely discernible, showcasing a lion's head emblem that resembled a family crest. Suddenly, with a soft splash, a shadow darted into the corridor. Lingyu was startled, but soon realized it was Sharky. The creature joyfully swam between him and Aaron, exuding an air of exuberance. Lingyu gestured for silence, indicating Sharky to lower its volume. After a playful flick of its tail, Sharky paused before him. Lingyu then attuned his senses to the ambient sounds. Despite the waterproof barriers, he discerned some peculiar noises, an ethereal, melodic breathing. Have we discovered something? Aaron inquired. Lingyu remained silent, his attention captivated by a door at the end of the corridor, slightly ajar and emanating a faint blue glow. The sounds originated from behind the door. Let us investigate, he proposed. They cautiously approached, with Sharky darting ahead, abruptly halting and thrashing its tail in warning. Instantly on alert, Lingyu tightened his grip on his sword. Beyond the door lay a circular chamber, its dome partially collapsed, allowing shafts of sunlight to filter through the crevices. In the center stood a half-collapsed fountain, its basin overrun with seaweed, while numerous sea conchs nestled nearby. Dozens of colossal sea conchs clung to the walls and floor, each the size of a basin, their shells slightly ajar as though in slumber. Lingyu intended to caution Aaron and Sharky not to disturb these creatures when an unexpected thud echoed nearby. A few small red fish suddenly darted from the adjacent seaweed, the sound emanating from within them. It seemed these fish were the guardians of the place. As the thudding noise reverberated, one of the sea conchs gradually opened its shell, and a pale arm emerged, followed by the upper body of a woman, pristine and white. Emerging from within the conch, her skin was covered in delicate scales, her hair flowing like seaweed, and within her hollow eye sockets flickered eerie blue phosphorescence. The moment was marked by the emergence of the second and third sea nymphs, as the entire hull of these enchanting beings stretched their forms from their shells, their lower bodies still encased within, maneuvering with astonishing speed using their tentacles. Lingyu drew his high-pressure hand cannon and the stasis gun from his waist. Suddenly, one of the sea nymphs lunged towards him, prompting Lingyu to retreat swiftly. Yet, the aquatic realm hindered his movement compared to the ease of the land. The sharp claws of the sea nymph grazed his left arm, effortlessly tearing through his diving suit. Through the rupture, intricate black patterns surfaced on his skin, as the void totem transformed the genuine wound into energy damage. Although the pain remained, he was spared the peril of bleeding out in the depths of the ocean. Gritting his teeth, Lingyu retaliated, raising the high-pressure hand cannon and pulling the trigger. The surrounding seawater was forcibly compressed, forming an ever-expanding spherical water projectile. Just as the sea nymph prepared for a second assault, Lingyu decisively squeezed the trigger. The stasis gun slowed the sea nymph's movements, allowing him to steadily elevate the hand cannon. Boom! The maximally compressed water projectile burst forth, shattering the sound barrier upon exit and detonating into a ring of white cavitation in the water. The water projectile struck the shell with immense force, causing the entire structure to tremble violently as myriad cracks radiated from the point of impact. The sea nymph let out a piercing scream as the shell shattered, leaving behind a pool of glowing slime. Its body, freed from the shell, struggled momentarily before falling silent. Eileen fared far better than Lingyu, as the ocean was her domain. With a mere wave of her hand, her animal companion surged forth to engage the sea nymph in combat. Her crab, the roving crab, initiated the attack, releasing a torrent of milky foam from the gaps in its shell, rapidly spreading and forming a murky barrier that obscured the sea nymph's vision. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the crab's formidable pincers lunged forward, piercing precisely into the opening of the sea nymph's shell. With a sharp crack, the pincers violently pried open the shell, forcibly extracting the upper half of the sea nymph from its dwelling. Exposed and vulnerable, the creature writhed in agony, its pale arms flailing helplessly, deprived of the sanctuary it once relied upon. Meanwhile, the hovering electric jellyfish began to unleash its power. Its translucent bell glowed with a blinding blue light, with countless tiny arcs of electricity dancing between its tentacles. With a surge of intense energy, high-voltage currents radiated outward, crackling as they pierced through the seawater, causing the struck creatures to convulse violently, twisting into grotesque shapes. The assault from the shark was primal and brutal, as the ancient giant shark genes within it overpowered its more docile canine traits. Snap! Its razor-sharp teeth clamped onto the sea nymph's left shoulder, and the powerful muscles in its neck contracted forcefully, tearing away a chunk of glistening flesh, which bloomed into a murky cloud of blood in the water. The sea nymph writhed in anguish, attempting to ensnare the shark with its tentacles. With a nimble backward roll, the shark evaded the grasp of the tentacles. Almost immediately, its powerful tail fin struck the side of the sea snail maiden's shell with tremendous force. Bang! The heavy impact left the shell adorned with a spiderweb of cracks. The shark lunged once more, tearing at its target. Within mere minutes, more than half of the sea snail maidens in the hall had perished, and the remaining ones, filled with terror, hastily retreated into the corridor. Ultimately, the last remaining sea snail maiden's shell was shattered by the shark's assault, signaling the end of the battle, while the others vanished without a trace. The castle hall was littered with countless shattered shells and viscous remnants. Chapter 153, Divine Artifact. After vanquishing the creature before them, the group pressed onward through the water. Suddenly, a concealed door caught Ling Yu's attention, and he gazed in astonishment at the panel of his scanner. According to its readings, the walls nearby were hollow, revealing a hidden space within. This was not surprising. Such castles typically harbored secret passages for escape or to address private matters. Ling Yu raised his hand cannon and unleashed a barrage of high-pressure water jets, blasting the wall open. They swam into the grand hall, surrounded by stone pillars adorned with ancient carvings, now obscured by coral and shells, while sediment accumulated in the corners of the room. At that moment, Sha Sha arched its back, emitting a low, mournful sound, its gaze fixated deep within the hall. Ling Yu directed his diving light toward a half-buried object in the sand. It was a corpse clad in armor, the rusted iron covered in barnacles, and the helmet was dark and hollow, as if something lurked within. Was this the remains of an ancient knight? Aaron approached for a closer examination. Just then, the corpse's fingers twitched unexpectedly. Ling Yu instinctively grabbed Aaron. Crack, crack. Faint sounds emanated from within the armor, reminiscent of some creature stirring. The barnacles clinging to the armor suddenly began to contract violently. In the next instant, the corpse lurched upright, the barnacles writhing like living entities, extruding from the seams of the armor to form countless delicate tendrils. The knight possessed by the barnacles abruptly lifted its head, revealing a horrifying visage, its decayed skin crawling with tiny appendages. Iron Knight. Boris. Type. Rare elite. Controlled. Skills. None. Health. Special state. Characteristic 1. Manipulated, controlled by parasitic barnacles, devoid of health points. Vulnerability. Unknown. Before them stood an ancient guardian controlled by parasitic beings, having slumbered at the bottom of the sea for countless years. Initially, the knight's movements were sluggish, but they soon became fluid and precise. It seized a massive sword lodged beside it, the blade similarly encrusted with barnacles, and cleaved through the water toward the two with a murky arc. Ling Yu dodged to the side, but the torrent generated by the giant sword knocked him off balance, causing him to collide with a stone pillar. Aaron swiftly maneuvered to the knight's flank, thrusting her dagger toward its joints, but the barnacles converged, forming a layer of hardened armor that merely left a shallow mark on the surface. These barnacles actively defended. Aaron communicated through the communicator. The knight pivoted. Sweeping its giant sword in a wide arc, Aaron urgently dove downward, narrowly avoiding the blade as it grazed her oxygen tank. Seizing the opportunity, Aaron's crab walk launched a surprise attack from the side, its pincers clamping down on the knight's knee. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as the crab's pincers were deflected, and the knight retaliated with a kick, sending the creature crashing against a distant pillar. It appeared that the equipment this foe bore was extraordinary, retaining formidable strength even after years submerged in water. At that moment, Ling Yu's attention was drawn to the massive sword in the knight's grasp. Holy Sword, Radiant Judgment, Type, Artifact, Damage, 50, 500, increases with length of completion. Critical hit rate, 10-30, increases with length of completion. Effect 1, Eternal Radiance. The blade continuously emits a divine glow, dispelling darkness within a 30-meter radius, inflicting an additional 30 damage to evil entities. Effect 2, Royal Protection. Passive, triggers upon near death, Holy Healing, restores 50 of maximum health. Cooldown, 7 days. Effect 3, Oath of the Lake. While standing on the water's surface, can summon the illusion of Lake Nymph, providing 1 instance of absolute defense. Limited to once per battle. Completion length, 3-7. By this sword, I purify your sins. Artifact. This item differs from mythical equipment. Artifact is part of the power system introduced in the previous version, Legend Rebirth. These artifacts are wielded by the heroes of the tale, and the artifacts themselves continuously evolve, gaining greater power. Upon completing the hero's journey, the artifact will ceaselessly upgrade, ultimately revealing its original might. The attack speed of the high-pressure water cannon is too slow, and the opponent is too agile underwater. Thus Ling Yu opts for close combat. He draws forth the stasis gun. The moment the trigger is pulled, the biological wave penetrates the water. The knight's movements abruptly slow, as if the writhing barnacles had been paused. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu propels himself off a stone pillar, launching forward like an arrow released from its bow towards the knight. Clang! The longsword pierces the gap in the armor at the neck, yet a sharp metallic clash resounds. Even his strength cannot breach the barnacle's defense. Enraged, the knight's blue flames flicker violently beneath the helmet, and the barnacles begin to writhe madly, slowly negating the stasis effect. The knight's left fist, engulfed in water, comes crashing down. Ling Yu barely sidesteps, the fist grazing past his oxygen tank. The shockwave from the blow sends him tumbling several meters underwater, his back colliding forcefully with a coral reef. Despite the cushioning of his diving suit, the impact forces the air from his lungs, and a stream of bubbles escapes from his mouth. He struggles to regain his balance, only to see the knight raising his massive sword for a downward strike. In a moment of dire urgency, a shadow collides from the side. A shark bites fiercely onto the knight's arm, its sharp teeth tearing at the barnacle-covered armor. The knight's movement falters, and Ling Yu seizes the chance to roll away. Well done, shark. Eileen swims closer, pulling a detonating tube from her backpack, hurling it towards the armor, then swiftly retreats. Boom. A muffled explosion generates a shockwave in the water, propelling the knight back several meters, shattering the chest plate and revealing a desiccated form within. However, the barnacles immediately converge from all sides, beginning to repair the damage. This creature lacks combat power. The barnacles within the armor control the corpse. We must find a way to deal with those barnacles, Ling Yu states. Eileen understands and commands the electric jellyfish to advance. The electric jellyfish, floating beside her, suddenly contracts its umbrella-like body, its translucent form illuminated by a dazzling blue light within. Dozens of tentacles radiated outward, intricately weaving a three-dimensional electric net in the water. Crackle! The current surged through the crevices of the knight's armor, instantly stiffening the writhing barnacles. Delicate arcs of electricity danced among the barnacle cluster, temporarily paralyzing them. Now is the moment. Ling Yu seized the opportunity, propelling himself forcefully off the coral reef, swiftly dashing towards the knight. This time, Ling Yu directly inserted the explosive device into the armor through its seams. Boom. A muffled explosion reverberated through the water, the knight's breastplate rupturing from within. Countless fragments of barnacles scattered, turning to ashes in the electric current. The knight's body convulsed violently, the massive sword slipping from its grasp, gradually sinking to the ocean floor. The aftermath of the explosion slowly dissipated in the water, the murky silt gradually settling. Chapter 154. Unusual climate. As the echoes of the explosion gradually dissipated, the remnants of armor fell to the ground in disarray. The artifact also plummeted, landing heavily. Ling Yu glided toward the slowly descending colossal sword, and as he grasped the hilt, A peculiar warmth surged through his arm and enveloped his entire being. The remnants of barnacles on the sword's blade fell away, revealing a glimmering blade that shone with a soft, golden hue beneath. The weapon possessed commendable attributes. However, Ling Yu was unaccustomed to wielding such a heavy weapon. After sheathing the blade, the group conducted a thorough search within the castle. Most items had succumbed to the sea's embrace, rendering them little more than scrap metal, and their search yielded few valuables. Once their exploration concluded, they departed the castle and returned to their vessel. Shasha joyfully shook off the water clinging to its form, clearly relishing the refreshing experience of their dive. "All right, we must continue our journey," Ling Yu declared. 10 days later, on the horizon, the setting sun painted the clouds a vivid crimson. The Wisdom sailed steadily through these seldom traversed waters, with Ling Yu and Aaron standing on the deck, gazing into the distance. "Good news," he announced. After 3 days of observation, it seems the two suns have begun to recede. The dual suns had illuminated the sky for over 20 days, and a collective sigh of relief was felt among them. Had it lasted longer, the potential damage could have been catastrophic. Aaron examined the nautical chart and remarked, "In 3 days, we shall reach Emerald Port, the largest port city in the vicinity. We should take the opportunity to procure some supplies, as there will be no further resupply points until we reach Chainsaw City." Ling Yu nodded, though his gaze lingered on a peculiar formation of clouds in the distance. The clouds twisted into an unnaturally spiral shape, slowly rotating even in the stillness of the evening. "Do you see that patch of cloud?" he asked, pointing. "Its shape is too regular. Something feels amiss." Aaron squinted at the clouds, responding, "It is indeed strange. Perhaps it is a unique natural phenomenon." Ling Yu remained noncommittal. This world certainly held its share of extraordinary natural wonders. At that moment, the ship's radio emitted a jarring noise, followed by a fragmented voice. "Help! Meteorological station, storm, alive, save." The signal lasted less than 3 seconds before vanishing. Ling Yu and Aaron exchanged glances, swiftly retrieving the map of the region to analyze the situation. Aaron furrowed her brow, stating, "There shouldn't be any meteorological stations in this area. The nearest observation point is Emerald Port, 200 nautical miles away." Ling Yu promptly summoned the crew to discuss their course of action, awakening the dormant Unknown. Upon awakening, Unknown immediately commenced a search of its database, soon arriving at a conclusion. "According to my current database, there may be a meteorological observation station constructed during the Mechanical War, approximately 15 nautical miles away, but it should theoretically be abandoned." Ling Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "In that case, let us investigate. I have yet to see a meteorological observation station in this world. Perhaps we can uncover some valuable meteorological data." The Wisdom adjusted its course, sailing toward the source of the signal. As they drew nearer, the spiral clouds appeared increasingly sinister. Disturbingly, the sea began to exhibit small whirlpools, causing the vessel to sway slightly. When the silhouette of the meteorological station finally emerged within their sight, Ling Yu discerned its true nature. It was a metallic structure situated on a small reef island, resembling a tower, crowned with an array of antennas and radar equipment. Even more shocking was the sight of the nearby sea, enveloped in a translucent blue membrane. Ling Yu ordered the ship to halt at a safe distance, preparing to embark with Ai Lin and the unnamed companion on a small boat to investigate the island, while Sha Sha remained vigilant nearby. As they approached the reef, they discovered the seawater had become unusually viscous, making it arduous to paddle. Strangely, despite the absence of wind, the blue membrane undulated rhythmically as if it were breathing. Ling Yu cautiously collected a sample with a gathering device, and upon analysis, the rescue master provided only one answer: element. Ling Yu was momentarily perplexed by what this element referred to, as it did not resemble any known elements on the periodic table. Upon reaching the island, they found the entrance to the meteorological station barricaded from within. The unnamed companion used a laser cutter to create an entry point, and the trio entered with caution. The interior space was more spacious than anticipated. Various instruments, though antiquated, remained largely intact. The walls were adorned with weather charts, most of which had yellowed with age. Ling Yu examined one chart, perplexed by the recorded data. Parameters such as atmospheric pressure, temperature, and humidity were all beyond normal ranges, exhibiting rhythmic fluctuations akin to a heartbeat. Ai Lin inspected the laboratory table and remarked that they seemed to have been researching something, as there were notes present. Ling Yu leaned in closer and saw hasty scribbles in a notebook. Day 47 confirmed that the phenomenon exhibits characteristics of life. The storm is not merely a natural occurrence. It can learn, remember, and even hunt. Day 53, we were mistaken. It is not that life exists within the storm, but rather that the storm itself is a living entity. Day 61, it knows we are observing it. This morning, We discovered all external cameras had been covered by some form of slime. Mark suggested we should evacuate, but it was too late. The notes abruptly ceased. The final page held a photograph depicting 3 individuals clad in adventure gear standing outside the meteorological station, with a clear sky in the background. The back of the photo bore the inscription, Storm Research Team. Just as Ling Yu intended to continue searching, the entire structure trembled violently, accompanied by the piercing sound of twisted metal from above. The storm had arrived. The spiral clouds were rapidly approaching. The 3 rushed to the window, witnessing the distant spiral clouds expanding to cover half the sky, advancing towards the reef island at an astonishing speed. Within the clouds flickered eerie blue-green luminescence, and the water was being whipped up, with the blue membrane on the surface rapidly coalescing into dozens of small waterspouts. The wind speed suddenly surged, and the atmospheric pressure plummeted, defying the natural patterns of storm formation. The unnamed companion's mechanical voice intoned, while Ai Lin hastily moved to Ling Yu's side, her silvery hair dancing in the increasingly fierce wind. This storm is problematic. I dispatched the Falcon for reconnaissance, but it lost contact as it neared the edge of the cloud layer. Ling Yu nodded and proclaimed, all hands, prepare for battle. Wu Ming, activate the defense system. Eileen, stow all sails. Sha, retreat to the nest. The Wisdom swiftly transitioned into combat mode. Eileen adeptly climbed the mast, hastily retracting the sails, while Sha, albeit reluctantly, grumbled and obediently nestled into the safety of the lower deck. The tempest arrived more swiftly than anticipated. One moment the sun was visible, and the next, the entire world was engulfed in a furious darkness. Chapter 155. The Lord of the Tempest in the midst of the tempest. Each droplet of rain felt as hard as small stones, and the waves surged to a staggering height of 20 meters, causing the Wisdom to rise and fall like a mere leaf upon the stormy sea. At that moment, a bolt of crimson lightning descended like the whip of a divine being, striking the central deck of the Wisdom, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The sturdy deck was instantly ripped open, creating a charred pit 2 meters in diameter, while splintered wood transformed into sparks that danced in the air. However, the jagged edges of the broken planks began to sprout tender green shoots at a visible rate, writhing and intertwining like living beings, swiftly mending the breach as if it had never existed. Ling Yu steadied himself against the swaying vessel, and with remarkable vision, he discerned a vague outline of a human face emerging from the clouds illuminated by the flash of lightning. He also scanned the data of the entity. Lord of the Tempest, Araki, the Lord of the Tempest, Araki, a boss of the Elemental Lord classification, shattered upon defeat, scattering its remains across the world. Ling Yu furrowed his brows and spoke, are you saying that this storm is? Eileen's complexion turned pale. A boss of this caliber could obliterate an entire nation, she remarked. Ling Yu acknowledged that it was merely its remnants, yet caution was paramount. As if in response to his words, the storm let out a thunderous roar, the clouds swirling and accelerating to form a colossal vortex several kilometers in diameter. From the center of the vortex, a tendril composed of lightning and tornadoes descended slowly, aiming directly for the Wisdom. Hard to port. Full speed to evade. Ling Yu shouted. The engine of the Wisdom roared to life as the ship struggled to turn. The tendril grazed the stern, instantly reducing 2 of the secondary cannons on the deck to mere fragments, the metallic debris being swept into the tempest like scraps of paper. Charge the main cannon. Aim for the center of the vortex. The source of this chaotic power was the elemental shard at the core of the storm. A gaping fissure appeared on the deck, and a grotesque, massive cannon slowly emerged from the depths of the ship. Its obsidian barrel gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, the mouth measuring a staggering 2 meters in diameter, with a spiral launch track within that flickered with a ghostly blue light. This was precisely the energy artillery Ling Yu had glimpsed in the fragments of his memories, a weapon of mechanical warfare. Upon its completion, Sun Luo Wanxiang had provided him with one as well, albeit with a hefty cost for each shot, requiring a supply of magical power. Fortunately, he had procured a considerable number of magical gemstones beforehand, sufficient to meet the demand. Charging to 80. 90. Charge complete. Fire. The main cannon of the Wisdom erupted with a thunderous roar, a blue-white energy beam slicing through the darkness, piercing the heart of the vortex. The instant the energy beam struck the azure light, the entire storm trembled. Effective. However, the moment of elation was fleeting as the storm rapidly healed its wounds, simultaneously splitting to unleash more lightning tendrils. One of these tendrils struck the deck directly, exploding in a blinding white light, the shockwave hurling Eileen into the air. Ling Yu leaped, catching her midair, and they both landed heavily on the deck. I'm fine, Eileen gritted her teeth, but this formless storm is exceedingly difficult to deal with. The roar of the tempest was deafening, and lightning danced like wild serpents within the clouds. The deck of the Wisdom trembled violently, the vessel groaning under the strain. Ling Yu stood at the bow, his gaze fixed intently on the swirling blue light at the storm's eye, the core of the remnants of the Storm Lord, Araki's elemental fragment. Only by eliminating this could they prevail. Listen closely, we shall act according to this plan. Ling Yu growled. Fire another shot. Wu Ming swiftly adjusted the energy distribution, and the muzzle of the main cannon once again blazed with a blinding blue light, energy surging wildly. Charging complete. Fire. Boom. A searing beam of energy tore through the storm, forcefully carving a passage through the ferocious wall of clouds. For a fleeting moment, the storm halted, but soon, more tendrils of lightning surged from all directions, attempting to seal the breach. Now, Ling Yu leaped, and at that moment, Eileen whistled. Falcon. The falcon, trained by Eileen, dove down, its sharp claws gripping Ling Yu's shoulder, whisking him skyward. The howling winds were like blades, and the falcon's wings trembled violently amidst the storm. Hold for 5 more seconds. Ling Yu gritted his teeth, the falcon struggling to maintain balance against the tempest's fierce resistance. 3 seconds. Lightning struck, the falcon dodged sideways, yet a bolt grazed its wing, instantly scorching its golden feathers. 2 seconds. The eye of the storm loomed close, but the Storm Lord sensed the impending threat, countless bolts of lightning intertwining like chains, seeking to ensnare the intruders. 1 second. The domain unfolded, moonlit night. Ling Yu's form suddenly expanded, silver-white fur enveloping him as the wolf goddess essence was unleashed. His eyes transformed into golden slits, surrounded by ethereal blue moonlight. At the moment the domain activated, the storm's onslaught was abruptly dulled, as if time had momentarily frozen. This was the power of the god of faith. Akin to the pseudo-heaven, the wolf god possessed his own realm. I've got you. The claws of the wolf god Ling Yu plunged fiercely into the core of the storm's eye. Roar. Araki's remnants emitted a furious howl, the storm wildly contracting in an attempt to crush him. The silver-white moonlight flowed like quicksilver, establishing an absolute domain within the storm's eye. The moonlight clashed violently with the thunder, erupting into dazzling blue-white sparks, illuminating the entire shadowy sea. The final strike. Ling Yu gripped the crescent moon blade tightly, his wolf-like gaze reflecting the storm's core, the ethereal blue moonlight coalescing upon the blade, gradually forming an illusory full moon. Lunar eclipse, celestial wolf severance, with Ling Yu's low roar. The moonlight upon the crescent moon blade surged dramatically. The moonlight had reached its zenith, transforming into a silver wolf howling at the sky. His form within the domain fragmented into 8 afterimages, each delivering simultaneous strikes upon the storm's core, the elemental fragment of Araki emitting the sound of unbearable cracking. From the fissures created, moonlight seeped in like liquid, beginning to dismantle the foe from within. The surface of the crystal was suddenly beset with cracks, and blue light poured forth uncontrollably as the roar of the storm transformed into a piercing wail. Elemental fragments erupted violently, and the vortex of the storm dissipated abruptly, with clouds collapsing like crumbling walls. Sunlight once again grazed the surface of the sea, as the Wisdom finally extricated itself from the storm's grip, gradually regaining stability. Ling Yu plummeted from midair, his wolf deity form dissipating, and he landed heavily on the deck. Aaron rushed over to support him, while Shasha joyfully bounded out, as if celebrating a victory. I am unscathed, merely exerted myself a bit too forcefully. This domain's power is still somewhat overwhelming, Ling Yu remarked, his complexion pale. He slowly rose and declared, let us continue onward. Our next destination is Emerald Harbor. Chapter 156. Emerald Harbor. The briny sea breeze lashed against Ling Yu's cheeks, prompting him to squint as he gazed towards the gathering storm clouds on the horizon. The weather in the strait could shift with astonishing rapidity. Just moments ago, the sky had been a canvas of clear blue, but now ominous clouds loomed overhead. However, having experienced the tempestuous winds of the storm's sovereign, the crew was well prepared to handle such trivialities. 30 degrees to port. Tighten the mainsail, Ling Yu commanded. The sails were furled, and the ship's speed gradually diminished as it began to navigate into the strait. Approximately 2 hours later, they successfully traversed the waters before them. Look, that is Emerald Harbor, Aaron pointed out in the distance. At the juncture where sea met sky, a verdant silhouette began to take shape. The entire harbor appeared as if sculpted from emerald, glimmering with a dazzling green radiance under the sun. At the shore, the lighthouse's pinnacle featured a massive green crystal, pulsating with light to serve as a guiding beacon. This jade stone was the very origin of Emerald Harbor's name and a vital source of their revenue. Prepare to dock, Ling Yu instructed. He had already secured the necessary entry permits through the Sanluo Merchant Guild, and the admission certificates from the 3 major guilds essentially functioned as a passport within this world. widely recognized in most locales. As the Wisdom approached the harbor, Lingyu stood at the bow, his brow furrowing instinctively. This port city, which should have been bustling with activity, now lay eerily quiet. Only a handful of dockworkers were seen unloading cargo, with most berths conspicuously vacant. However, several uniquely designed sailing vessels were anchored, one of which sported a bow resembling a coiled sea serpent, its eyes embedded with rubies. Once the ship had come to a complete stop, Lingyu was the first to leap onto the dock. "You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to Emerald Harbor?" A bright voice called from behind. Lingyu turned to see a young woman clad in a flowing green gown. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Her chestnut hair intricately braided, and her eyes sparkled with a green hue akin to emeralds. "I am Lingyu, captain of the Wisdom. I have previously submitted our entry permit." He introduced himself. After perusing her ledger, she replied, "Indeed, welcome to our harbor. My name is Helena, one of the harbor pilots. Please follow me." Lingyu waved to Aaron and Sha, who descended from the ship, while Wuming, cradling Dolores, trailed closely behind. To prevent Dolores' nihility from affecting others, Lingyu had draped her in a black veil, ensuring she was thoroughly covered. Upon exiting the harbor, they encountered a marketplace. Typically, it would be bustling with the day's catch, but today, an unusual atmosphere permeated the air. In the market, residents had formed long queues. An instinctive sense of unease tugged at Lingyu. "What troubles you? Is there a special festival taking place?" he inquired. Helena responded with a hint of resignation. "Recently, there have been some issues at the harbor. The supply of fresh water has encountered problems, and rationing has been in effect since a week ago." Lingyu turned his gaze towards the sign near the stall, and with remarkable vision, he clearly discerned the words freshwater supply emblazoned upon it. The exchange rate had been crossed out 3 times, indicating a continual rise in price. For any faction, the essentials of food, clothing, and shelter remain paramount, with the provision of freshwater being of utmost significance. Typically, regions capable of forming factions are situated near freshwater lakes or similar resources, especially given the severe pollution of the surrounding seawater. Interestingly, while the seawater is heavily contaminated, many lakes on the islands remain untouched. The pollutants in the sea seem to be disconnected from the water cycle, posing no threat as long as they do not directly interact with the ocean. Lingyu had also investigated the origins of this pollution, which appeared to stem from a calamity known as the Black Tide. The chronicles do not elaborate on the specifics, merely stating it was a colossal disaster. No one knows its source. One day, black substances mysteriously appeared in the ocean and rapidly spread across the waters. "Could you enlighten me about the freshwater supply?" Lingyu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Helena sighed before responding. "The freshwater source for Emerald Harbor primarily comes from the island's Emerald Lake. The first generation of governors established a freshwater supply system. However, just a few days ago, someone fell ill after consuming the freshwater." Upon mentioning the illness, a look of horror crossed Helena's face. It was a truly dreadful affliction. The afflicted developed moss-like lesions on their skin, which was quite alarming. Lingyu, stroking his chin, remarked, "It sounds like the water has been contaminated." "Indeed. But the governor's monitoring cannot detect any issues with the water. Nevertheless, people are afraid to drink it now. The island's freshwater is currently being imported from outside," Helena explained. This was not surprising, as the Sanluo Chamber of Commerce was engaged in the trade of water, a popular venture in the Blackwater Sea region, given the local seawater's pollution. As they conversed, they arrived at the city wall, a magnificent structure of emerald standing tall and shining under the sun. "This is the pride of Emerald Harbor. Many sea beast attacks have been repelled by this wall," Helena declared with pride. Lingyu gazed at the wall, pondering for a moment before asking, "Was this wall constructed by the first generation of governors?" "Indeed," she affirmed. A glimmer of light flashed in Lingyu's eyes upon receiving the confirmation. Among the myriad paths of fate, the most notable characteristic of the preservation path is its affinity for constructing walls. Among those who follow the preservation path, a group known as the Builders emulates preservation by erecting high walls to guard against dangers. This method has proven effective. After verifying their identities, Helena guided them into the city of Emerald. As they walked along the streets of Emerald Harbor, Lingyu felt as though he had stepped into a dreamlike realm. Luminescent plants lined the roads, serving as streetlights for the night, while the air was infused with a laying of exotic spices that invigorated the senses. Helena suddenly halted her steps and pushed open a grand door adorned with mother of pearl, revealing the port authority. After completing the registration, I suggested she visit the tavern named the Song of the Siren, where the emerald liquor could help her forget the terrifying storm. The registration process was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to provide the ship's name, the crew list, and the cargo manifest. A temporary docking was permitted. After stamping the documents, The port official muttered about the recent influx of peculiar individuals. Ling Yu sensed an underlying meaning in the official's words, yet he refrained from inquiring further, as his mind was preoccupied with the issue of fresh water in this unfamiliar territory. How could there suddenly be a problem with fresh water? Surely, something must have gone awry. His contemplation of this matter stemmed purely from a scholar's instinct. As a newcomer in a foreign land, it was likely that the local authorities would be reluctant to allow him to meddle in such affairs. Chapter 157. Tears of the Siren. Welcome, Professor Ling. It is a pleasure to finally meet you after hearing so much about your esteemed reputation. A goblin warmly greeted him as he entered the room. However, due to the goblin's peculiar appearance, any smile on her face seemed rather shrewd. He was Gucci, the head of the Sanluo Trading Association in Emerald Harbor. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Gucci. Here is the list of items we require for our trip. We intend to procure some local specialties. Additionally, could you direct me to a place where I might purchase books? Ling Yu inquired. Upon receiving the list, Gucci glanced at it briefly before setting it aside. Not to worry. I have already been informed and will fulfill all your requests. As for local specialties, aside from the decent wines, we only have emerald stones, which are primarily used for magical purposes. Do you have any specific needs in that regard? Gucci remarked. Interestingly, I have recently developed an interest in magic. It would be advantageous to find literature on the subject, Ling Yu replied. In this world, books were generally undervalued. However, tomes on magic were a notable exception. Such volumes were exceedingly rare, at least to Ling Yu's knowledge, as he had never encountered anyone selling them. After some inquiries, he learned that the study of magic was quite intricate. Magic had been introduced by outsiders, and the elves, including Aaron's kin, were once a race adept in its use. Unfortunately, due to the destruction of civilization and the fundamental differences between this world and the previous one, magic had nearly been lost. Nevertheless, human creativity is boundless, and soon new forms of magic were developed, along with corresponding cultivation methods, as seen with the dramaturge he had previously encountered. Magic could not be recorded using conventional writing. It required magical potions for inscription. This necessity contributed to the rarity and preciousness of magical texts, as he had found no such book in the Grand Library of the Holy Candy. Is that so? From what I understand, the current governor is a seasoned magician. However, as you may know, such knowledge is not easily shared, Gucci stated. Ling Yu discerned the implication in his words. So, Mr. Gucci, you possess a way to facilitate this, do you not? Gucci's smile grew ever more radiant. It is no wonder you are regarded as astute. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. You must have heard of the freshwater pollution issue in the city. This could serve as a valuable bargaining chip. I can assist in making an introduction. Ling Yu was well aware of Gucci's intentions. He merely sought to leverage this situation to strengthen his relationship with the governor and gain an advantage over other trading associations. However, that mattered little to Ling Yu, as long as his objectives were met. Then I shall rely upon you. Though I cannot guarantee a solution, he replied. I have faith in your abilities. The rest shall be my concern. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to meet the governor, Gucci affirmed. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ling Yu prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he inquired about the guardian. Are you suggesting that the first governor was a guardian? Perhaps, though the current governor certainly is not, Gucci added as a final remark. You may inquire about this matter at Song of the Siren. As you know, I generally refrain from delving into such topics. Nothing related to fate's path is straightforward. Even if one is privy to the truth, they're unlikely to divulge it easily. After all, their primary concern is profit, not trouble. Upon concluding the exchange, Ling Yu stepped out of the grand doors of the myriad realms, where Wu Ming awaited in the hall, while Xia lounged over the table, rubbing his round belly, clearly having devoured all the fruits laid before him. Where's Eileen? Ling Yu inquired, glancing around. It seemed she spotted an acquaintance and stepped out, Wu Ming replied. An acquaintance? Who could she possibly know here? Just then, Eileen returned. Have you finished? Is everything settled? Eileen asked. Well, sort of. Tomorrow, I will meet with the governor, and in the evening, I plan to gather some information at Song of the Siren, Ling Yu responded. Ah? You really intend to go to Song of the Siren? Eileen said, a hint of unease in her voice. Isn't that merely a tavern? Why should I not go? Ling Yu queried, puzzled. That's not it. I just saw a relative of mine. She's my cousin from the family, Eileen admitted, fidgeting slightly. She isn't here to drag you back, is she? Ling Yu asked. Not at all. Our family is not a prison. There are plenty of cases like mine where one runs away from home. What I meant to say is that she mentioned there would be a party at the tavern in the coming days. You know our elven kin. Eileen hesitated, unsure of how to convey her thoughts. Although, given previous circumstances, Ling Yu should lack interest in such affairs, she feared being too blunt. What if he did find it intriguing? Such an opportunity might be irresistible to any man. Her relatives were seasoned in dealing with men, far more adept than she could ever hope to be. Observing her demeanor, Ling Yu suddenly grasped her intent. I believe I understand what you wish to convey. You truly do? Eileen expressed skepticism. You mean to suggest that I should seek out your family members for a crystal of breeding intent, correct? Well, you seem not to have comprehended it fully, she replied, maintaining her usual composure. Yet, judging by his expression, it seemed futile to clarify further. You may go, but I must leave when I say so, Eileen stated. Typically, those individuals would indulge in feasting and revelry, followed by playful brawls, ending with romantic entanglements. As long as one departed before the final phase, all would be well. Nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings. Ling Yu and his companions traversed the bustling night market of Emerald Harbor, making their way along the winding cobblestone path towards Song of the Siren. As they turned the last corner, a joyous melody from a harp mingled with laughter reached their ears. Before them stood a three-story structure, bathed in a kaleidoscope of colors, with vine-wrapped columns adorned with curtains of pearls and corals. The sign of the establishment featured a singing emerald mermaid, which inspired the name of Song of the Siren. This decor is indeed quite distinctive, Ling Yu remarked, but before he could finish his thought, Eileen suddenly tugged at his sleeve. The delicate ears of the elfin maiden shimmered with a blush of pink. Regardless of what one might witness, the sweet call of Eileen, "My dear," echoed through the air. A golden figure descended gracefully from the balcony on the second floor. Her honey-colored locks, imbued with a hint of fruity fragrance, instantly enveloped the surroundings. This must be the anthropologist whom Eileen spoke of, the one who saved our little princess. Indeed, she possesses an extraordinary charm. The golden-haired elf scrutinized Ling Yu with keen interest, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Eileen promptly stepped between them, exclaiming, "Cousin, it has been ages since we last met. How have you fared?" The naive child responded, "But we only saw each other this afternoon. Have you been dazed by the sea breeze?" Chapter 158. Information Trading. Ling. I shall converse with Cousin Mary for a moment. You may go in first. No, wait. Perhaps you should not enter just yet. Erin stood awkwardly, her words faltering. Mary, with a gentle smile, interjected, "Do let him in. Lingering here is rather nonsensical. Fear not, our gathering is on the second floor." "Oh, then I shall wait for you on the first floor," Erin replied. Ling Yu shrugged and stepped into the tavern. Once he was inside, Mary could no longer contain her laughter. "My dear, you were utterly delightful just now. I nearly mistook you for someone else." Erin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, "Cousin Mary, please refrain from mocking me. You always said I should take my studies seriously, yet here I am, unable to even win over a man. Should I ask you for a few lessons?" Mary teased, "Perhaps we ought to revise our curriculum. He clearly does not belong to the ordinary sort." "Do not jest. With your charm, what man could possibly remain indifferent? Surely, it is a matter of lacking common ground. What do you usually discuss?" Mary inquired, playfully twirling a strand of hair. "Not much, really. Just topics like quantum mechanics and conservation laws." "Oh, and he seems to be delving into chaos theory lately," Erin replied. After a moment of silence, Mary remarked, "He is an intellectual, I suppose, terms I can hardly comprehend myself." "I doubt even the most learned can fully grasp them," Erin quipped. "Well, best of luck to you. By the way, how did you end up here?" Mary asked. "We're on our way to the family gala and stopped here for supplies." "But, cousin, what brings you to this place?" Erin inquired curiously. "The family gala, how intriguing. But I advise caution. As for me, you know my primary interest lies in treasure hunting." "I am here to seek riches," Mary said mysteriously. "Treasures? What valuables lie hidden here?" "The eye of the emerald, that is what I seek," Mary declared. Erin shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity with the term. "Nothing of concern to you, dear. Depart swiftly, that is my counsel. Now, I must take my leave." "I have an appointment," Mary said, gently pinching Erin's cheek before vanishing into the bustling crowd on the second floor. Erin watched her cousin's retreating figure, sensing unspoken words beneath her remarks. But for now, she needed to find Ling Yu. She hurried into the tavern, navigating through the cacophony of voices, and discovered Ling Yu standing at the bar, where an octopus bartender with a monocle skillfully polished glassware with its tentacles. "Finished your chat?" Ling Yu inquired. "Yes, we discussed recent happenings," Erin replied. The tavern was alive with the sounds of sailors, merchants, and adventurers. After Ling Yu and Erin found a corner to sit, the octopus bartender presented 2 glasses filled with an emerald-hued liquid. "Sir, your order of mermaid's tears, a specialty of Emerald Harbor. Enjoy," the server announced. As the liquid entered his mouth, Ling Yu savored the flavors of sea salt, lemon, and an exotic fruit essence he could not quite identify. A warm current flowed from his throat to his stomach, dispelling all chill. At that moment, the tavern door was thrust open with force. 5 burly men stormed in. The leader wearing a black eye patch and adorned with a necklace of shark teeth. An immediate hush fell over the tavern. Who are they? Ling Yu inquired. The octopus bartender's tentacles curled slightly as he lowered his voice, saying, Sir, Emerald Harbor has indeed been tumultuous of late. First, a group of self-proclaimed archaeologists arrived, followed by the Black Shark Gang. Before he could finish, the one-eyed pirate suddenly kicked over a nearby table, causing a bottle to shatter on the ground with a piercing crack. Listen up, he bellowed, pulling out a tattered piece of parchment. Who has seen this emblem? A bounty of 100,000. Ling Yu squinted. The parchment prominently displayed an emerald-hued eye, its pupil entwined with vine-like patterns. Things have been quite lively around here. Ling Yu seized the opportunity to probe. The octopus bartender revealed a mysterious smile and responded, Sir, it seems you have some inquiries. It was evident that intelligence trading was afoot. What do you suggest? It depends on what you wish to know. You may write it down. And we have personnel to quote you. The octopus bartender placed a card before him. Ling Yu promptly jotted down several keywords and handed it to the octopus bartender. Please hold on. The octopus bartender took the card to the back and returned after a while. Each keyword now had a price attached. Payment in full, non-refundable. The octopus bartender stated. After glancing at the quote, Ling Yu produced the black card given to him by the Myriad Realms and said, Swipe the card. Using the Myriad Realms payment method, each of the 3 major guilds had its own currency, and most factions accepted all 3. Upon seeing Ling Yu's black card, the octopus bartender was momentarily taken aback, then retrieved a magical reader crafted by the Myriad Realms. After processing the payment, the octopus bartender returned from the back with several bags. Everything you requested is here. May you find what you seek, he said. Ling Yu glanced at the contents of the bags before securing the documents. Let us go. My business is concluded, he declared, rising to leave the tavern. However, just as they took a few steps, the one-eyed leader of the Black Shark Gang suddenly stepped in front of Ling Yu. Hey, kid, he grinned, revealing a row of yellowed, sharp teeth. I haven't said you could leave yet. His hulking companions closed in, and the atmosphere in the tavern turned tense. Aileen furrowed her brow and whispered, Ling, ignore them. Let us go. Ling Yu nodded, preparing to circumvent them. Yet, the one-eyed man was relentless, reaching out to grab Ling Yu's shoulder. As his hand neared, Ling Yu's gaze suddenly turned icy. The next moment, bang! The one-eyed giant barely comprehended the unfolding events before he was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the tavern's wall, which instantly splintered with a web of cracks. The establishment fell into an eerie silence. The remaining members of the Black Shark Gang were momentarily stunned, only to subsequently roar in fury and charge forward, seeking their demise. However, Ling Yu did not even shift his stance. He merely raised his hand with a subtle gesture. In an instant, a surge of power swept through, sending the 4 burly men flying, their bodies smashing through the wall, rendering them unconscious in unison. A group devoid of any hope for survival. Ling Yu held no concern for them. He retracted his hand and calmly stated, Let us depart. Chapter 159. Investigation. The octopus bartender did not intervene, but waved his hand, suggesting that the city security team ought to handle the matter, as they were well versed in such affairs. The Eye of the Emerald, what on earth is it? Asked Ling Yu while strolling along the street. I have no idea, replied Aileen. However, my cousin came here for that very thing, so it must be something valuable. Nonetheless, interjected Wu Ming, I have encountered the term Eye of the Emerald in a book. It is said to have been the foundation upon which Emerald Harbor was originally established. Yet its true nature remains shrouded in mystery, since no one is aware of its essence. The sudden influx of people likely indicates that someone is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Ling Yu had always scoffed at such ethereal concepts. In contrast, he was far more concerned with the issue of water pollution. According to the information, water contamination had emerged 3 days prior, with over 100 individuals reported to have been infected. Upon reviewing the details, Ling Yu was left perplexed. If the water was indeed contaminated, the scale of infection should have been significantly larger than what was currently observed. The specifics would have to wait until he could meet with the governor the following day. The last piece of news Ling Yu managed to uncover was the relationship between the preservation and the governor. He had indeed gathered some intel indicating that the first-generation governor was a pathfinder of preservation, although this information had never been substantiated. The governor appeared reticent to discuss the matter. Clearly, there were many intricacies involved. By the way, how has your inquiry regarding the crystallization of breeding intentions progressed? Ling Yu turned to Aileen. I'll ask about that later. My cousin is likely rather busy at the moment, Aileen responded. Oh. The group returned to their lodging in the harbor. Early the next morning, a rapid series of knocks echoed through the air. Upon opening the door, Ling Yu found Gu Qi standing outside, brimming with excitement. The governor has agreed to meet us, Professor Ling. Prepare yourself. Let us head to the city hall together. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Yu replied, "One moment, please. I'll get ready." He changed into attire more befitting the occasion and discreetly concealed the organs of Salvation Master in a less visible location. Before departing, he reminded Wu Ming and Aileen to ensure that all necessary items were loaded onto the ship. Following Gu Qi, he made his way to the city hall. The dome of the hall was adorned with stained glass, and sunlight streamed through the emerald-hued fragments, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the expansive desk of the governor. Behind the desk sat a human woman clad in a robe and a pointed magical hat, her emerald-green eyes glistening like jewels. "Lady Selena, this is the Professor Ling I previously mentioned. I am confident he will be able to resolve your issues," Gu Qi stated. Selena cast a weary glance at him and said, "I believe you are already aware of the specifics. If this issue cannot be resolved swiftly, the normal operations of the harbor will be severely jeopardized. The cost of purchasing purified water from external sources far exceeds the local production by several multiples, rendering it unaffordable for the average individual. Emerald Harbor is a quintessential port city, thriving on transshipment trade and the replenishment of vessels. Its residents hail from diverse corners of the globe, many of whom were once seafarers. If the port cannot ensure the daily sustenance of its people, then the very existence of the port itself may be in jeopardy. Fear not, I can assist. First, I must meet the afflicted, and subsequently, I shall conduct an on-site investigation of the water sources," Ling Yu stated. Governor Selena paused for a moment, her fingertips lightly tapping the table, a flicker of hesitation flashing in her emerald-hued eyes. After a brief silence, she finally replied, "That is acceptable, but the patients must be accompanied by our medical officer. As for the water investigation, I suggest you limit your exploration to a few designated areas." Ling Yu keenly detected the caution in her words. Yet he understood that water sources are the lifeblood of such an island city, thus he nodded in agreement. Within the medical station, Ling Yu encountered the first group of infected individuals. Their skin exhibited an unnatural shade of emerald green, covered with a fine layer of crystalline formations. More disconcertingly, these crystals appeared to be slowly growing, voraciously consuming the human body like some living entity. "Did these patients arrive in this condition?" Ling Yu inquired. "Yes, when they arrived. It was not this severe. In just 3 days, it has nearly engulfed most of their bodies," responded the medical officer, a humanoid of purplish skin. "On what basis do you ascertain that the affliction of these patients is due to water contamination?" Ling Yu pressed. After a moment of hesitation, the medical officer replied, "To be precise, this is not my conclusion, but rather that of the Investigation Bureau. The Bureau, which oversees the judiciary of Emerald Harbor, documented that these patients were sent here by them." "What conclusions did they arrive at?" Ling Yu asked. The medical officer shrugged. "I am unaware. I have inquired." And their response was simply that this is the investigation's result. Furrowing his brow, Ling Yu concluded that he must derive answers from these patients. After donning gloves and protective gear, he entered the ward. Ling Yu retrieved a small knife and gently scraped off some of the crystalline powder. The mouth of the savior, in the center of his palm, slowly opened to swallow the powder. Identification result. The components of this crystal bear similarities to blood, containing certain microbial secretions. Conclusion: microbial secretions have induced cellular hardening, resulting in crystallization symptoms. Microbial secretions. This indicated that their affliction was a consequence of contact with a certain organism. The solution seemed straightforward. If the secretions of this organism could be located, an antidote could be crafted. Naturally, given the current condition of the patients, one could also infer the nature of these secretions. But it would be prudent to identify the organism itself first. Ling Yu promptly proceeded to the water source for testing. The freshwater supply for the entire port derives from Emerald Lake, a basin formed by multiple small freshwater lakes. To underscore its significance, soldiers have been stationed in Emerald Harbor year-round, now surrounded by layers of fortifications. Even though Ling Yu presented the investigation permit, he was still subjected to a thorough examination. The permit from the governor? A rotund man scrutinized the document in his hands with a hint of skepticism. He was none other than Albert, the head of the Investigation Bureau, who had ordered a complete lockdown of the lake area following the incident. After repeated confirmations, Albert finally allowed his subordinates to let Ling Yu pass, muttering under his breath about how Selena ought to refrain from involving outsiders in this matter. Ling Yu was not at all surprised by his casual mention of the governor's name. The port had always been managed in a familial manner, with the governor and the head of the Investigation Bureau being relatives from the same clan. Chapter 160. Conclusion. Under the supervision of the Investigation Bureau, Ling Yu completed the water sampling. However, The final results of the tests left him utterly astonished. No pathogenic substances were detected in the water, which bewildered Ling Yu. If the water was not the source of disease, then where lay the true cause? Has the testing been completed? Albert inquired. May I ask, who concluded that the water was the source of the illness? Ling Yu responded. What? Do you have an objection? If there is nothing further, be on your way. Do not delay our case. Albert waved his hand impatiently. Ling Yu wished to argue further, but his companion, Gu Qi, interjected. Harmony brings prosperity, Professor Ling. Let us depart for now. Furrowing his brow, Ling Yu sensed something was amiss. Nevertheless, since the issue did not seem to reside here, he decided to leave with Gu Qi. Professor Ling, have you uncovered anything? Gu Qi asked. The cause of the illness does not stem from the water. As for its origin, I am currently at a loss, Ling Yu stated, sharing his conclusion. I see. That is indeed peculiar. The Investigation Bureau concluded that the cause of the illness is water pollution, Gu Qi remarked thoughtfully. He then suggested, perhaps we should inform the governor of this matter. Let him handle the rest. Ling Yu did not rush to respond, but pondered for a moment before smiling. Mr. Gu Qi, it appears you are not particularly concerned about the truth of the matter. Look at what you're saying. I initially promised the governor to investigate the water pollution issue. Your conclusion is, for me, the truth. After all, you have not lied, right? Gu Qi replied. Mr. Gu Qi, are you playing a verbal game with me? Did you already know that the Investigation Bureau's conclusion was erroneous? Ling Yu countered. Investigating water pollution does not equate to uncovering the truth. The reason he could arrive at this conclusion was that Gu Qi had long been aware of the Bureau's mistake. Gu Qi shrugged. I have merely heard whispers. But without a professional endorsement, one cannot gain trust. Professor Ling, you have indeed unveiled the truth. This display was remarkably clever. Throughout the entire exchange, Ling Yu had not lied and had attained the conclusion he desired. Although Ling Yu had only recently arrived in this world, his reputation had already spread. Previous events had made him well known, and many factions had heard of him, thus enhancing the credibility of his assertions. Upon understanding this layer of the situation, Ling Yu contemplated another question. Water issues are quite easy to test. One could simply have someone take a sip to determine the quality. Why then did the governor go to such lengths to seek external assistance for resolution? Evidently, the governor was also aware of the problems within the Investigation Bureau and required external forces to intervene. It was clear that one does not ascend to such a position without possessing considerable acumen. What, then, is the objective of the Investigation Bureau? Their actions suggest that even familial ties would not afford them protection. Many issues in this world are not as complicated as they appear, often. By considering matters from a profit-oriented perspective, the answers to numerous questions become glaringly evident. Upon the announcement of the water quality issues, the price of water surged, leading to the sale of purified water within the port. Given that Mr. Gu Qi is a businessman, the connections become rather evident. Mr. Gu Qi, who is selling the water at the port? Ling Yu inquired. You are quite astute, Gu Qi replied. The seller is the Paradise Exchange, one of the 3 major commercial associations. Emerald Port has procured a substantial quantity of purified water from them, facilitated by the director of the Investigation Bureau, Mr. Albert. So this fellow merely seeks to expose Albert's scheme, hoping to usurp his position, Ling Yu remarked with a smile. That is indeed a clever plan. But it raises a question. Have you considered the possibility that the Investigation Bureau may be quite confident in their stance? Huh? What do you mean? Gu Qi asked, perplexed. Such a simple ruse is easily unraveled. There is no need for me to be involved. The governor's effort to summon me is rather insignificant. The Investigation Bureau's actions could stem from one of 2 possibilities. Either they are foolishly blinded by greed, or the truth of the matter is far more grave than you imagine. In my homeland, we have a saying, when 2 powers clash, the lesser harm is chosen. Faced with harsher realities, people will opt for the path of least loss. If more serious issues are at stake, the governor will inevitably have to concede to the Investigation Bureau's narrative. After all, with such an exertion of effort, it will be widely believed that the water is indeed the problem, and the governor will have no choice but to accept this explanation. You might find that your intervention yields little favor. Are you certain you want me to provide proof? Ling Yu asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Qi broke into a cold sweat. So preoccupied was he with toppling his rival that he had not contemplated the deeper implications. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Offending the local powers in Emerald Port, even as a steward of the all-encompassing merchant guild, does not guarantee safety. The fewer individuals privy to a secret, the better. No, Professor Ling, I implore you, just say there are no investigative results. I will find another way regarding the matter of the magical tome, Gu Qi pleaded. Ling Yu smiled and replied, your assertion must also be credible to them. However, He had no desire to become embroiled in the conflicts of these individuals. The art of language lies in expression. Ling Yu often faced situations where he had to endorse certain projects, and he had developed his own set of strategies for such occasions. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of the truth. The path may be winding, but the future is bright. One must always employ a degree of cunning in their endeavors. Hence, he would append a safety statement after the conclusion, employing verbose language to obscure his own viewpoint, thereby navigating these mundane matters. In summary, one must adopt a long-term perspective, a developmental vision, a flexible attitude, and a skillful manner of expression. For instance, preliminary assessments indicate that the water quality of the lake meets existing standards. However, technically speaking, any water body may harbor theoretical potential influencing factors, with the crux lying in how relevance is defined. Should we apply the most stringent epidemiological standards, the current data may still lack the robustness to draw definitive causal conclusions. Certainly, this does not imply that we should disregard any potentialities, yet it equally does not suggest that we should hastily and carelessly establish any unverified connections. In summary, we maintain a prudent disposition toward this conclusion. The results presented are derived from experimentation and do not reflect my personal opinions. This statement adeptly distances oneself from any implications while simultaneously preserving one's stance. Mr. Gucci, what are your thoughts on this report? Upon completing his writing, Ling Yu turned to Gucci, who remarked, I find your composition exceptionally well-crafted. Let it be as it is. I can certainly write in this manner. But I require a favor from you. What sort of favor? I need the records of those patients and everything you know regarding the investigation bureau. What exactly do you desire? The truth, of course, but discreetly. Chapter 161, The Black Market. Gucci sighed, realizing that this predicament was of his own making, and he must see it through to resolution. While Ling Yu could simply walk away, he could not. Very well, I shall assist you, Gucci stated, his spirit deflated. He merely hoped that Ling Yu's report would silence the dissenting voices on that end. Before long, Ling Yu obtained the information he sought. His investigative approach was straightforward. Since these individuals were not afflicted due to water quality, they must have encountered something else. By identifying their commonality, he could unveil the truth of the matter. However, he suspected that this could be a conspiracy orchestrated by the revelers, which aligned perfectly with their modus operandi. Ling Yu perused the documents for an extended period, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Miners, merchants, singers, what a motley assortment, devoid of any connections. This is utterly frustrating, Ling Yu lamented. The diverse professions of these individuals rendered him incapable of identifying any common thread. His fingers lightly tapped on the documents, his gaze scanning the occupations and backgrounds of each patient. At first glance, miners, merchants, and singers appeared to be unrelated. Yet his intuition suggested that something crucial had been overlooked. Determined, he flipped back to the first page to review the material anew. Just then, a detail caught his eye. Every patient's recent activities included mentions of jadeite. Miners had extracted jadeite and covertly dealt in its trade. This substance was regulated in Jade Harbor, permitted only for official transactions. Merchants had engaged in jadeite dealings, while the singer was particularly fond of accessories crafted from jadeite. Suddenly, Ling Yu snapped the documents shut, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. So that is it. The sole commonality among these patients is that they have all recently come into contact with jadeite. Yet, he quickly reflected aloud, but jadeite? That is a magical stone. How could it cause illness? I've never heard of such a thing. Nonetheless, with the myriad types of magical stones and their diverse formation processes, it was challenging to draw immediate conclusions. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu sought out Gucci. You are interested in jadeite? We do possess some. The authorities have issued us a business license, Gucci replied. Could you show it to me? Ling Yu inquired. Gucci readily agreed and summoned some vivid green stones. Wearing gloves, Ling Yu gently picked up a piece of jadeite and examined it closely. These stones bore a striking resemblance to the crystallized substances found on the patients, albeit with a more vibrant hue. From these minerals, Ling Yu sensed a profound life force. Could it be that the origin of these stones was? Upon receiving permission, Ling Yu took a small amount of powder and administered it to the savior. Identification result. The composition of these stones bears a 99.3 similarity to the previous sample. This level of similarity could practically affirm that both were of the same mineral type. However, a pressing question arose. Why had those individuals fallen ill? Yet, upon interacting with these stones, he experienced no adverse reactions. After careful analysis, Ling Yu speculated that perhaps some of the jadeite was problematic. He then retraced the movements of these individuals and identified another target, the black market. As a regulated commodity, the burgeoning demand for jadeite naturally gives rise to illicit trade. A common thread unites these individuals: their connection to the black market. Miners are suspected of clandestinely supplying the black market. Merchants serve as conduits for its operations, and singers act as clientele. In this regard, Ling Yu once again inquired with Gucci. The black market? Indeed, there are individuals at Jade Harbor engaged in the clandestine sale of freshly mined jadeite. Should you wish to procure some, you may seek out the Song of the Siren. They have the necessary connections. I find myself in a precarious position to intervene, as we are, in a sense, competitors. However, I can assist you in locating some guarantors, Gucci remarked. Ling Yu raised an eyebrow, contemplating a return to the Song of the Siren. As night fell once more over Jade Harbor, Ling Yu and Eileen returned to the Song of the Siren. The tavern remained bustling with energy. The octopus bartender deftly polished the glasses, his tone laced with amusement. Ah, sir, we meet again. What information are you seeking this time? Ling Yu promptly handed over a note inscribed with black market jadeite, accompanied by a golden ring, the collateral Gucci had secured for him. The octopus bartender glanced at it, then unfurled a fresh card, inscribing a price before sliding it towards Ling Yu. Without hesitation, Ling Yu scanned the figure and completed the transaction with his card. The bartender pocketed the card and whispered, "The abandoned warehouse in the eastern district of the harbor, midnight, seek out old Fishbone, at the stroke of midnight." Ling Yu arrived alone at the eastern district's forsaken warehouse, opting to observe from the outside. Under the dim light, several suspicious figures flitted through the shadows. Gradually, individuals entered the warehouse, evidently there to procure jadeite. Once they had crossed the threshold, an elderly man hunched over, emerging from the shadows, idly toying with a piece of jadeite that glimmered with a green hue. Old Fishbone rapped on a metal box with his gnarled fingers, declaring, "The last 3 kilograms of raw ore, starting bid at 16 million. As the box lid lifted, an eerie green glow slithered across the faces of the onlookers, revealing jadeite veins adorned with verdant patterns. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of marching footsteps echoed from a distance. As an explosive blast rent the night sky, the shockwave sent the iron door soaring into the air. A squad of fully armed investigators encircled from both sides, led by Director Albert, who, with his rotund belly and a chilling smile, announced, "We received reports of illegal transactions involving regulated ores. Everyone, take cover." Old Fishbone's expression shifted dramatically as he muttered a curse. "Damn it, it's the Investigation Bureau. Why was I not informed?" He sharply whistled, and from the shadows of the warehouse emerged a dozen black market guards. Just as tensions escalated between both factions, a flash of cold light flickered from the warehouse's depths. In a swift flurry, a volley of poisoned crossbow bolts rained down from all directions, instantly incapacitating the outermost investigators and black market guards. A group of figures cloaked in gray robes appeared like phantoms, executing their movements with synchronized precision. The leading figure in the gray robe raised his hand, causing the individuals to immediately divide into 3 groups. One group ensnared the Investigation Bureau, another restrained the black market guards, and the final group made a beeline for the box containing the emerald stones. It was precisely due to Ling Yu's extraordinary perceptive abilities that he refrained from entering. How peculiar it is that the Shadow Brotherhood has come to this place, Ling Yu pondered. The suddenly materialized figures clad in black robes were indeed members of the Shadow Brotherhood. As an assassin organization, their primary business involves accepting contracts to resolve troublesome matters for clients. Their presence here undoubtedly indicated that they had been assigned a particular task. Speaking of which, you all have been watching for quite some time, haven't you? Might you reveal yourselves? Ling Yu addressed the air. In the next moment, the space twisted, and several robed men and women manifested. I did mention my discomfort with the tools of the Shadow Brotherhood. The man at the forefront, wearing round glasses, spoke, "Greetings, Professor Ling. I am a member of the Society of Knowledge, specifically from the archaeological faction. I have long admired your reputation and am surprised to encounter you here." The Society of Knowledge? What business does wisdom have here? Chapter 162. The armed archaeological team. It was not surprising to Ling Yu that the members of the Society of Knowledge were familiar with him. The family had sent out invitations, and it was likely that others were already aware of his detailed information. However, to be cautious, he still needed to ascertain whether the other party was indeed an impersonator of Joy. Archaeological faction, if I recall correctly, you are all excavating within various ancient ruins. So what brings you here? Ling Yu raised an eyebrow. The Society of Knowledge encompassed several factions, with the archaeological faction being one of them. Their core philosophy, in essence, posits that knowledge is derived from archaeology. Before the emergence of the god of memory, the records of the world were nearly non-existent. Yet, during that era, numerous astonishing events unfolded, such as the birth of the god of order and the chaos of ancient times. Gaining insight into that period would significantly enhance humanity's understanding of the world. The modern historical divisions were largely proposed by the archaeological faction, categorizing the ancient times as the Age of Chaos. The period from the birth of the god of order to its disappearance is referred to as the Golden Age, while the time thereafter until the present is known as the Era of Stars. Thus, the world is broadly divided into these three historical epochs. Naturally, they are not merely scholars devoid of combat prowess. In fact, their fighting capabilities may well be the strongest within the society of knowledge. After all, each ancient ruin from the bygone era is fraught with peril, and a moment's inattention could lead to demise. Those who engage in archaeological endeavors in such treacherous locales are far from ordinary individuals. However, according to records, Emerald Harbor has only been established for a few decades, and its documentation is relatively complete. What, then, are these individuals doing here? When Ling Yu expressed his confusion, the other party shrugged. Noting that while Emerald Harbor has indeed been established for a short time, the history of this land far predates the harbor itself. Moreover, the experiences of Emerald Harbor are not as glamorous as the records suggest. Based on our conjectures, the first governor of Emerald Harbor was likely the enigmatic traveler of destiny. Upon hearing the name Enigma, Ling Yu paused momentarily. He had always believed that the inaugural governor was the protector's traveler of destiny. The hallmark of Enigma lies in their penchant for fabricating histories to obscure truths. Unlike Joy, whose purpose is to obscure truths for selfish ends, Enigma aims to shield more individuals, believing that greater knowledge equates to greater peril, thus rendering ignorance a preferable state. They shroud the truth in a veil, concealing it through the alteration of records. In a certain sense, this approach does indeed offer protection to some. However, it bears no distinction from the behavior of an ostrich. Burying one's head in the sand does not eliminate the presence of danger. Consequently, this stance stands in considerable conflict with the principles of wisdom. Nonetheless, Ling Yu was unconcerned with such matters. What piqued his interest was that since Enigma could fabricate lies, they must possess knowledge of the truth, at least in part. For one must know what is genuine to craft what is false. Then, it seems that the assassins of the Shadow Brotherhood were indeed contracted by you, Ling Yu inquired. Indeed, we prefer to avoid direct conflict with Emerald Harbor. Spending a little more money to mitigate trouble is quite advantageous, came the reply. Oh, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Ing Feng, a member of the Shadow Clan, and these are members of the archaeological team, Ing Feng stated. The figure before him flickered in and out of the darkness, a hallmark of the Shadow Clan. I hope it is not too presumptuous to ask. What is your specific objective? Might you disclose it? Ling Yu asked, tinged with curiosity. Certainly. The Society of Knowledge advocates for the flow of information. Our aim is quite simple. It revolves around these jade stones. More precisely, it pertains to the source of these jade stones. I trust you are aware that their production process is not as they proclaim, Ing Feng elucidated. Ling Yu nodded, recognizing that these jade stones were evidently derived from biological transformations. It was no wonder the Investigation Bureau acted so brazenly. After all, compared to water resources, jade stones were the lifeblood of Emerald Harbor. Should any issues arise with the jade stones, the entire harbor would cease to exist. In contrast, the Investigation Bureau's opportunistic financial gains seemed trivial. After a while, they could simply announce that the water source had been restored, and everything would return to normal. I am also investigating this matter, and it appears our objectives and thoughts align, Ling Yu remarked. Ing Feng smiled and nodded. Indeed, according to our research, only the ores produced in the black market encounter problems, which is why we have gone to great lengths. As the two conversed, the distant battle drew to a close. The prowess of the Shadow Brotherhood was evident. After securing the ores, the leader threw several spherical devices, enveloping the area in a haze of black smoke. Within mere seconds, several cloaked figures vanished into the night. Let us go, Professor Ling. We must uncover the true nature of those ores, Ing Feng suggested. Ling Yu readily agreed. His curiosity piqued. Under Ing Feng's guidance, they returned to Emerald Harbor under the cover of night. Ing Feng resided in a bustling alley, the perfect locale for concealing one's identity. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, they found several members of the Shadow Brotherhood already gathered around a rudimentary wooden table, upon which lay several jade stones emanating an eerie green glow. In accordance with your request, we have procured the items for you, the leader announced. Ing Feng skillfully produced a document, signifying the completion of the transaction. You may collect your payment from the intermediary. I have already settled with him, Ing Feng stated. The members of the Shadow Brotherhood glanced at the contents of the document before tucking it away. Subsequently, they filed out, disappearing into the darkness. Time is of the essence. Let us delve into our study, Ing Feng declared as he donned a pair of single-frame mechanical glasses. Adjusting the knobs on the eyewear, an elongated lens extended outward. He adorned himself with specially crafted silver-threaded gloves and wielded an exquisite cutting knife to slice open the stone before him, which emanated a mesmerizing green fluorescence, all while meticulously avoiding direct contact. As the blade penetrated deeper, the resilient exterior was cleaved apart. To his astonishment, the innermost core of these jade stones was still in a gelatinous state, incessantly writhing as if it were a living entity. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed, he mused. He speculated that jade stones might undergo a transformation akin to the cycle of human life: birth, aging, illness, and death. The freshly mined minerals still harbored active microorganisms, which accounted for the ailments afflicting those who handled them. However, as time progressed, environmental changes likely led to the rapid demise of these microorganisms, rendering the jade stones devoid of life, and thus, the magical stones circulating in the market. Chapter 163. The Immortal Legend. After removing his glasses, Ingfeng remarked, "Indeed, this elucidates everything. There exists a custom in Emerald Harbor where elderly individuals are entombed alive within caves, ostensibly to conserve resources and foster development. However, the underlying motive is to supply raw materials for the production of jadeite." Upon unearthing this truth, Ling Yu comprehended the initial governor's profound concerns. Should the secret of jadeite be revealed, it would undoubtedly precipitate catastrophic repercussions for Emerald Harbor, even inciting chaos from within. Moreover, it appears that the current governor is not fully aware of the jadeite's enigma. It is no wonder that Ingfeng and his companions suspect the first governor to be a mysterious pathwalker. However, Ling Yu inquired, "Your objective must extend beyond mere knowledge, correct?" "Certainly not," Ingfeng replied. "We harbor no interest in the commerce of Emerald Harbor. Our true aim is to locate the Eye of Jade." "The Eye of Jade? That invaluable gem?" Ling Yu questioned. Ingfeng chuckled. "How could you perceive it merely as a gem? It is far more than that. The Eye of Jade is the source of jadeite, essentially the very nest inhabited by those microorganisms. What do you seek in that location? Even if you were to find it, what would you accomplish?" "This hardly aligns with the modus operandi of your armed archaeology team." Ling Yu expressed his confusion. "Isn't the armed archaeology team known for excavating relics? Even if you were to discover the Eye of Jade, what would it matter? Competing with Emerald Harbor for business?" After a moment of silence, Ingfeng posed a question. "Sir, if you were to associate the current situation with a deity, whom would you deem most fitting?" Ling Yu pondered briefly. Although he had encountered numerous deities, none seemed to correspond to the present predicament. He shook his head. "It appears there is no suitable match." Ingfeng nodded. "Indeed. For the deity of that path has likely perished." "Perished? Are you referring to fecundity or order?" Ling Yu queried. "It seems the only paths of divine demise are these two," Ingfeng replied, shaking his head. "Neither pertains to this case. It is a path that has never been validated by anyone." "Immortality?" Ling Yu exclaimed, shocked. He had not heard of such a path before. Aileen, standing nearby, also appeared astonished, evidently unfamiliar with the concept. "Could you elaborate?" Ling Yu implored eagerly. "Certainly. But I must clarify that my knowledge is based on nebulous evidence. The academic community remains deeply divided regarding the existence of immortality. Current hypotheses suggest that if immortality does exist, it likely fell during the Age of Chaos, and that the existing abundance may have split off from it. This situation differs from a branching path. A branching path is akin to a small twig diverging from a large tree, whereas this scenario resembles one tree birthing two. Is there no evidence to substantiate the existence of immortality?" Ling Yu inquired. "Currently, the most compelling evidence suggests that we have previously discovered vague descriptions within the ruins, indicating that the immortal star god is akin to a dragon, and there exist descendants of dragons residing above the Celestial Vessel Alliance. However, the Celestial Vessel Alliance perpetually roams the skies, making it exceedingly difficult for the average person to board their celestial vessels. Thus I have yet to verify this. Yet, is it not curious that no one from the Knowledge Society has undertaken such verification? As a faction under the aegis of wisdom, it seems improbable that they would neglect even this matter." Ingfeng interjected, affirming that there indeed have been individuals who ventured forth. These beings are known as the Chiming Clan. As life reaches its twilight, they return to the embrace of the ancient sea, forming pearl-like eggs in the abyss. Within these eggs, they await rebirth, shedding their old forms. And upon breaking free, they emerge anew in tender bodies. However, this eternal life is not without its toll. Each rebirth entails the loss of past memories, akin to footprints on a beach being swept away by the tide. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu pondered, deeming it truly deserving of the title immortal. Since we have located them, do they possess no records of their existence? If they truly are the immortal travelers of fate, they ought to wield some power of destiny, Ling Yu inquired. Feng shook his head, cautioning him not to overlook that I mentioned they are descendants of the divine, rendering the situation quite complex. Other destinies lack such progeny. Thus it remains indeterminate what distinguishes divine descendants from the travelers of fate. As for records, those do exist. According to historical accounts, during the chaotic era, the Chiming clan could harness the power of the dragon ancestor, enabling them to arbitrarily modify living beings. For instance, they could transform fish into flesh mountains from which one could harvest meat at will, or cause crabs to sprout over 1,000 legs. Eventually, they lost control over the power of the dragon ancestor, leading to perilous consequences where even seaweed became capable of preying on humans. Many of the monsters that remain today are likely the result of transformations executed by the Chiming clan during that era, although they no longer possess such abilities. This narrative indeed resonates with the peculiarities of this world. However, this notion of immortal strikes me as rather strange. Wait, I recall you mentioning that abundance might have split from the realm of immortality, correct? Lingyu queried. Current speculation does suggest this possibility, yet there is insufficient evidence to substantiate it. Previously, Joy had alluded to the fact that abundance currently exists in a semi-mad state, and it is only through the relentless pursuit of hunting that it manages to maintain some semblance of normalcy. The most notorious entity beneath abundance is the abundance spawn, which bears a striking resemblance to the creations of the Chiming clan, both transcending the norms of living beings and becoming exceedingly bizarre. If this hypothesis holds, it implies that immortal may also have succumbed to madness, perhaps even more severely than abundance, which would elucidate why the creations of the Chiming clan ultimately became monstrosities, because the source of their power had gone mad. Previously, when he entered the realm of consciousness belonging to abundance, the appearances of those individuals were indeed peculiar. In comparison to the realms of consciousness of other deities, that of abundance certainly exhibited signs of abnormality. Regrettably, I failed to observe the expressions of those seated on the platform at that time. Otherwise, I might have drawn some conclusions. All of this is entirely reasonable, yet devoid of evidence. Lingyu conveyed his speculations to Feng, who, upon hearing them, was taken aback. How did you come to know about the madness of abundance? I have never encountered such a notion before. What is its source? Is it credible? Lingyu, upon hearing this, found himself in a predicament. If you consider it credible, one might think so, for deities should be trustworthy. However, that pertains to the god of joy, and it is difficult to ascertain how much of what he utters holds truth. It is worth noting that the credibility rating of joy is uniquely distinct. Chapter 164. The fixation. Ultimately, Lingyu could only say that the information was derived from hearsay, and he was uncertain about its exact source. However, you have indeed proposed a novel possibility. Truly impressive. When the debate on truth occurs, you should present this for discussion. Feng remarked. The debate on truth is a competition hosted periodically by the Society of Knowledge, where various topics are proposed and deliberated upon. This has always been a gathering that Lingyu aspired to attend. The original debate had been scheduled, but due to the phenomenon of dual suns in the sky, it was postponed, and the new date has yet to be announced. Hence, he could only wait. So, what do you plan to do next? Lingyu inquired. What else is there to say? Naturally, we are going to explore the Jade Eye. Perhaps we can uncover evidence of the immortal existence, or even validate your theory. Feng replied with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lingyu felt a spark of interest as well. Among those present, only Eileen remained clear-headed. Although she was unfamiliar with the concept of academia, she understood the notion of reckless endangerment. The Jade Mines are under military control. Rashly intruding could provoke conflict. Moreover, if the Jade Mine is perilous, then the depths must be even more treacherous, as it possesses the power to transmute individuals into, or, Eileen cautioned. Lingyu nodded, acknowledging her reasoning. You make a valid point. I believe we should first conduct some research on the habits of these microorganisms, at the very least. We must devise a countermeasure. Feng frowned slightly. I concur with your proposal, yet given the current circumstances, these ores seem incapable of sustaining their present state for long. He gestured towards the jade ore on the table, which had begun to solidify within its cut frame. Clearly, the decay of these ores is quite rapid. No worries. I have a solution, Lingyu stated. He still possessed the eclipse fragment. Its crimson luminescence should be able to prolong the lifespan of these microorganisms. This would afford him ample time to study their characteristics. By the way, do you know who disseminated the information regarding the Jade Eye? With the chaotic elements in Jade Harbor, we must devise a plan first, Lingyu queried. Feng scratched his head and replied, I genuinely do not know. Perhaps it is Joy. After some contemplation, it seems only they would engage in such activities. Lingyu considered this and found it plausible. When one cannot explain an occurrence, Contemplating joy is the most instinctive thought. Very well then, I will expedite my research on these microorganisms, and as for how to access the jade mine, that will be your responsibility, Ling Yu declared. No problem. This is indeed our forte, Ing Feng asserted, thumping his chest. After exchanging contact information, Ling Yu took his leave under the cover of night. Are you truly going to such a perilous place? Eileen asked, her concern evident. Indeed. If it is as they say, that location holds immense research value. A path previously uncharted, emerging amidst tumultuous times, holds immeasurable value. A sigh escaped Aaron's lips. Whenever such an expression graced his countenance, it was as if 10 horses could not draw him back. Ling Yu did not return to his dwelling, but instead made his way to the ship, where all his research apparatus lay in wait. Upon arriving on board, he immediately immersed himself in the study of the emerald or samples. He carefully directed the crimson light of the lunar eclipse fragment upon the polished surface of the rock. And indeed, the vitality of those microorganisms markedly intensified. The next phase involved examining the biological characteristics of these microorganisms. In this regard, Ling Yu was well acquainted, as he had established a comprehensive research protocol during his time on Blue Star. This included conducting experiments on acidity and alkalinity, as well as low and high temperature tests. The physiological structure of microorganisms is inherently uncomplicated. Their activity is predominantly influenced by environmental factors. Ling Yu meticulously categorized the microorganisms into several research samples for comparative experimentation. After conducting numerous comparative analyses, he arrived at a conclusion. These microorganisms exhibited heightened activity at elevated temperatures. This observation elucidated the recent outbreaks of infection, as the recent dual suns in the sky had precipitated a dramatic surge in microbial activity. During the period of dual suns, people had sheltered indoors to evade the oppressive heat, rendering the likelihood of infection nearly non-existent. However, now that the dual suns had just receded, people were resuming their productive activities, and the microbial vitality remained significantly elevated. Thus, the onset of illness was ultimately precipitated. This was a scenario the inaugural regent could never have anticipated, which is why he neglected to address this aspect in his historical fabrications. It becomes evident that the mysterious method is nothing more than a futile endeavor, failing to eradicate danger, at best merely postponing it. Upon reaching this conclusion, Ling Yu conceived an effective strategy to harness the low temperature of blue light to suppress the activity of these microorganisms. This would render their entrance into the cave substantially safer. The next step was to await Ing Feng and the others to discover a means of accessing the emerald mine. However, matters on that front were far from smooth. Ling Yu sat at the dining table, his fingers drumming upon the surface. Ing Feng's voice resonated from the other end, laced with suppressed frustration. It's futile. It's utterly unworkable. We've changed our excavation points 3 times, and each time we dig halfway. The ore veins seem to come alive and seal themselves shut. Those emerald crystals continue to grow. Ling Yu furrowed his brow. Is the armed archaeological team's equipment ineffective? The drill barely penetrated 3 meters before being trapped by the crystals. It feels akin to excavating a wound that heals itself. Moreover, we fear disturbing the people of Emerald Port and dare not proceed with vigor. Aaron, arms crossed and shoulders shrugged, remarked, "What did I tell you? This place is cursed." Ling Yu tightened his frown, having overlooked a crucial detail. The emeralds themselves emanated a green luminescence, while the individual stones did not display a pronounced green hue. The emerald cave would generate a catalyzing effect akin to the bountiful lantern. However, the bountiful lantern could only promote the growth of plants, not the stones themselves. This peculiar phenomenon had never been encountered before. The concept of abundance is a manifestation that has emerged from the realm of immortality. Immortality may possess the capabilities of abundance, perhaps even surpassing it. Consequently, the research value of this place has been significantly heightened. Yet, the pressing dilemma remains: how to gain access to the so-called underground caverns of the Emerald Eye. After much contemplation, he suddenly thought of someone, Zhang Zifen. The renowned tomb raider is exceptionally skilled at discerning the placement of treasures. Perhaps they hold the key to discovering a route into the Emerald Eye. Chapter 165. Divination. Without hesitation, Ling Yu promptly began to make contact. After a series of busy tones, the call was answered. "Hello, what is it?" Zhang Zifen's voice remained as calm as ever. "I need your assistance with something. We are in search of an underground cave." Ling Yu recounted the matter in detail. "So, you wish for me to help you locate this underground cave?" Zhang Zifen replied matter-of-factly. "Exactly." Zhang Zifen continued, "It's feasible. But much like diagnosing a patient, it requires observation, inquiry, and deduction. Since I am not on site, you will need to conduct a live stream. I can provide insights through observation and inquiry, but the final deductions must be made by you. Understood, let's begin promptly. Ling Yu, filled with enthusiasm, rose and exited the room. He quickly contacted Ing Feng and others. They expressed skepticism regarding this peculiar method of positioning. However, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, they noted, suggesting that only by experiencing it could they ascertain its validity. Ling Yu initiated the live stream, and the screen revealed a large face. Hey, stop fooling around. We have serious matters at hand. A slightly overweight man with an unkempt beard was pulled aside by a younger individual. What is the worry? I just want a glimpse. Can this ghostly place really hold any treasures? The man grumbled as he stepped away, and Zhang Zifen appeared on the live stream. First, please capture the surroundings. It would be best to include the distant mountains, Zhang Zifen instructed. Certainly. Ling Yu complied, capturing the environmental surroundings as directed. I must ask, is there a lake on this island? Zhang Zifen inquired. Indeed, there is, Ling Yu confirmed. This is a water-entrapped dragon formation. The disruptive winds obstruct the flow of water, and the earth's veins are exhausted, leading to a dragon being trapped. The stones crack like scales, the earth is parched like bones, and the spirits are troubled. Zhang Zifen recited a poem that Ling Yu found perplexing, seemingly describing the geographic features of the area. We previously attempted to excavate an underground passage, but the stones would heal themselves, making it impossible to break through, Ling Yu explained. Oh, so these peculiar stones exist here? That is indeed correct. These stones must not be naturally occurring in this locale, Zhang Zifen clarified. It is precisely these stones that cling to the earth's veins, draining them and causing a central water ring to form, thereby creating the water-entrapped dragon formation. Ling Yu tried to grasp this. In essence, these underground ores obstructed the circulation of subterranean waterways, resulting in the accumulation of water and the formation of a lake at the center. Do you have any methods to access it? Ling Yu inquired. Yes, in a water-entrapped dragon formation, the dragon trapped beneath the water must still breathe. Hence there exists a vent. This situation is also known as the dragon gasping for air. Following that vent, you may be able to dig downwards, Zhang Zifen explained. How do we locate that vent? Quite simply, dig a pit in the ground and pour in some water. If the water bubbles up, it indicates that there is an air passage below. You can then dig downwards from that point, Zhang Zifen elaborated. Ling Yu was elated at this revelation. At last, there was a method to gain access. However, a languid voice emerged from the other end of the live stream. A group of children, so recklessly venturing forth, might very well meet their demise within. Nearby, a stout individual turned and, baring his teeth, remarked, Hey, you old codger, what are you babbling about? You always have a penchant for foreboding remarks. The speaker was an elderly man leaning against the wall, his eyes deeply sunken, resembling a blind man. Whether it is auspicious or not, fate does not favor us. Convenience is but a fleeting notion. I simply prefer to speak the truth, replied the old blind man. Enough of your nonsense, fatty. This is our friend S. acquaintance. Let us inquire properly, said a youthful idealist. Navi, it is not nonsense I speak. One should utter auspicious words upon departing. Yet when has this old man ever offered a kind word? The youth, referred to as Navi, squatted down and asked. Old Chin, have you perceived something? Navi, your inquiry itself is flawed. What can a blind man discern? The response was met with a roll of the eyes, and Fatty ceased his attempts at humor. Though I may be blind, my hearing remains acute. I have overheard your entire conversation. Did you not notice the commotion from over there? The wind is far from ordinary, Chin the blind remarked. The group fell silent. Indeed, the wind near Ling Yu was quite fierce. You must consider this carefully. The ground above and below is originally separated by the realms of Yin and Yang. By unearthing that vent, you have created a connection between the two sides. The consequences need not be elaborated, Chin the blind stated. Upon hearing his words, Ling Yu lapsed into silence. From a scientific perspective, when there is a disparity in air pressure, high pressure moves toward low pressure until equilibrium is achieved. Thus, the space below may become unstable due to the force of the air currents. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, surnamed Chun. Although he is blind, he has made a living primarily through fortune-telling, Zhang Zifen explained. Oh, so the gentleman is a fortune-teller. Is his profession related to this? Ling Yu inquired. Indeed, he is now a fortune-teller. If you are skeptical, you may allow him to read your fortune. What is the price for a reading? Ling Yu asked, intrigued, as he held no disdain for such esoteric matters. For instance, physiognomy suggests that some have favorable features while others do not. It is indeed linked to one's appearance. Those with full foreheads and square jaws often appear more approachable. Conversely, individuals with sharp, unkind features tend to leave a negative first impression. Hence, the former are more likely to attain wealth, while the latter may encounter numerous hardships. Upon hearing this, Chin the blind smiled faintly. Young man, Since fate has brought us together today, I can assist you with a reading, but you must do me a favor in return. What favor? My eyes are blind. And I once believed I would never see the light of day again. Yet this world is filled with wonders and mysteries. I have had a glimpse of hope for my sight, but you must retrieve an item for me, Chen the Blind replied. Why must it be me? Intuition. I believe you are capable of retrieving it. Is that reason sufficient? Ling Yu, resigned, nodded. Very well, I shall do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee success. And your information must be precise. I am well aware of that. If it cannot be retrieved, then it is simply a matter of fate, and I shall not hold you accountable. With that, Chen the Blind rose, murmuring incantations. Qian San Lian, Kuan Lu Duan, Jinyang Yu, Zhen Fu Wan. He calculated the positions of the celestial bodies with his fingertips, stepping in a precise rhythm to gauge the mountains. He unfastened 3 ancient coins from his waist, his initial tools of the trade, and cast them upon the ground. To his astonishment, the coins landed in a formation resembling the character for wealth, with the foremost coin slightly elevated, pointing towards the southeast. The Eastern family encounters stones while digging for gold. The Western family strikes blood springs in their wells. A true dragon does not regurgitate pearls. This site is indeed a prison for the immortal. The winds of Sun carry an odor, while the marshes of Dui are desiccated. When the waters of can run dry, the spirits sing. If one seeks the path to life, one must seek vitality in the face of death. TSK, TSK, TSK. This augury does not bode well. Chapter 166. Chaos within the city. The words spoken were a jumble of obscure verses that left him utterly perplexed. Could you elucidate the meaning of these lines, sir? Ling Yu inquired. Interpretation is feasible, yet this is your divination. I can only grasp a portion of it. The specifics must be navigated by your own resourcefulness. To begin, the first line signifies that once you enter, there is no way for the heavens to reach you, nor any door to the earth, rendering you unable to progress in any direction. The second line suggests that the predicament arises from the ventilation shaft you have created. Once it collapses, it becomes a fatal trap. As for the third and fourth lines, they require adaptability. Their literal meaning seems to indicate a potential escape route, which you must discern based on the circumstances, Chen the Blind explained. Upon hearing Chen's interpretation, Ling Yu furrowed his brow. Ing Feng, stroking his chin, mused. Could it imply that we must seek life and death? It sounds as if we are being urged to proceed in reverse. To put it plainly, Eileen interjected with crossed arms and a pout. It suggests that only by finding a dead end can we secure our survival. What kind of advice is that? Chen the Blind pointed a gnarled finger towards the copper coin, stating, the divination reveals anomalies in the southeast direction. However, my vision is impaired. The precise path must be discerned by you. In the live broadcast, a plump figure leaned in, winking. Old Blind loves to be cryptic. If it were up to me, I'd just blow it up. Who needs to worry about dragons when I can turn them into hiccuping serpents? If you're not afraid of dying, then give it a shot, came the retort. Zhang Zifen concluded, this is the information for now. We will reconnect if anything arises. Ling Yu nodded, by the way. How goes your matter? As usual, no progress. However, I do have a lead on the place I'm searching for. Well then, if we cross paths again, let us discuss it in detail. Agreed. Subsequently, the live feed was abruptly cut off. At that moment, the communicator suddenly blared to life. Gu Qi's panicked voice resonated. Professor Ling, a grave situation has arisen. The Investigation Bureau has surrounded the port, claiming there are collusions with the black market, and no one is permitted to leave. His tone was laced with evident alarm, accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing and shouts in the background. Ling Yu's expression darkened. Damn it. What does he intend to do? Regardless, we should head to the port and adapt as needed, Ing Feng advised. The group nodded in agreement. By the time they arrived, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. The dock's searchlights flickered to life, their blinding white beams slicing through the night like blades. Everyone, do not move, commanded a cold, mechanical voice over the loudspeakers, synchronized footsteps echoing as armed forces from the Investigation Bureau surged in from all directions. Clad in emerald-hued magical protective armor, they represented the mightiest legion of Emerald Port. The armed forces formed an impenetrable wall, forbidding anyone from departing Emerald Port. The port is now sealed. No vessel is permitted to leave. Ling Yu squinted, observing that the Investigation Bureau's speedboats had cordoned off the sea, their searchlights sweeping back and forth, ready to intercept any ship attempting to force its way out. They are truly serious about this. What on earth do they intend to do? Aaron murmured. The crowd within the port erupted into a frenzy. On what grounds do they blockade the port? We are not criminals. I demand to see the port master. I wish to lodge a complaint against you. Some individuals attempted to approach and reason with the guards, but the leading captain unsheathed his long sword with a resounding clang. the blade carving a line into the ground. This is your final warning. Anyone who dares to cross this line shall face merciless consequences. The crowd instinctively recoiled, for they had no desire to meet their demise. After all, this was the territory of Emerald Port, where even the strongest dragon could not oppress the local snakes. Listen closely, return to the city at once. No one is permitted to leave without authorization, the captain declared. The throng was herded back into the city. Ling Yu, too, had no choice but to retreat to his lodgings. Erin mentioned she would seek her cousin to inquire about the unfolding situation. Ling Yu acquiesced, for he yearned to ascertain the truth of the matter. Although the investigation bureau had sealed off the port, activities within the city continued unabated, posing no restrictions on him. He conferred with Shadow Wind, preparing materials for a potential descent into the depths. At that moment, Erin ended the communication. What did your cousin say? Ling Yu inquired. According to her information, someone has acquired the Eye of Emerald, prompting the investigation bureau to blockade the port to prevent it from being smuggled out, Erin responded. Ling Yu was taken aback. How could this be? Shadow Wind mentioned that the Eye of Emerald is not a gem, but rather a location. How could one possibly transport it? Moreover, if others are unaware, could it be that the investigation bureau is equally oblivious? Or is it possible that Shadow Wind made an error, or that we are discussing entirely different entities? A cascade of doubts surged within Ling Yu, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Just then, a rapid series of knocks echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find Shadow Wind standing outside. Professor Ling, something has happened. Before Shadow Wind could finish, Ling Yu suddenly heard an eerie clicking sound from outside the window, reminiscent of some crystalline structure growing. In the next instant, the glass shattered with a thunderous crash. A humanoid monstrosity, encrusted in emerald crystals, burst through the window, its limbs contorted at unnatural angles. Sharp crystalline spikes protruding from its joints. Most terrifying of all was its face, features rendered indistinct, save for a gaping maw stretching to its ears, filled with an array of serrated emerald teeth. Step back. Ling Yu forcefully pushed Shadow Wind aside and opened fire. Bullets collided with the crystalline skin, producing blinding sparks. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, its crystallized arm elongating abruptly, whipping toward Ling Yu like a lash. A woman behind Shadow Wind deftly hurled a boomerang, severing the emerald arm, yet the severed end began to writhe and regenerate immediately. Nameless burst through the side door, unleashing a barrage from his mechanical arm. Specialized energy rounds struck the creature's knee, scattering emerald shards. The monster staggered and collapsed, but its back suddenly split open, releasing dozens of emerald spikes that rained down upon the trio. Ling Yu rolled away, seeking refuge behind the sofa as wooden furniture was instantly perforated. With a silent surge of power, the Nameless One leapt into action, the radiant sword slicing through the air, severing the creature's other arm at the root. Be careful. There are more. Erin suddenly shouted. 3 more emerald monstrosities surged through the window, their movements disturbingly erratic. In a swift motion, Shadow Wind produced a small device and pressed it to the ground. Electromagnetic pulse. A blinding blue light flashed, momentarily halting the creature's movements. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Erin knocked an arrow, unleashing the blood-burst arrow, which shattered the head of the leading creature. Yet, in the next instant, the shattered cranium began to regenerate. Its vitality was undeniably comparable to abundance. Ling Yu finally grasped the terrifying nature of his own resurrection ability. Chapter 167, Chaos in the Investigation Bureau. The entirety of Emerald Harbor has succumbed to madness under the insidious erosion of emerald crystals. Through the streets, grotesque humanoid creatures, infected and twisted, crawl in torment. Sharp crystal clusters sprout from their joints. Their skin takes on a morbid shade of emerald green, and their throats emit eerie, clattering sounds, reminiscent of countless shards of emerald scraping against one another. Over here, quickly, a tall figure bursts forth from an alley, their black leather coat billowing in the wind. Mary, Erin's cousin, is in search of a safe haven with her crew. She slashes her own arm, blood spilling forth, and in an instant, dozens of scarlet thorny vines erupt from her flesh, mercilessly shredding 3 encroaching emerald monsters. Ling Yu is convinced that this individual is undoubtedly a fate walker of breeding, exhibiting behavior akin to the moss he had encountered previously. Cousin, this way, Erin calls out, waving her hand. The 2 groups collide in the street, and at this moment, all are faced with peril. Adding another fighter to their ranks could mean the difference between life and death. After a fleeting glance, Mary leaps onto a second-floor platform. She tosses her long hair, and a wild grin spreads across her face. Erin, your choice of vacation spot is truly exhilarating. Erin's face flushes as she retorts, Cousin, now is not the time for jest. I can barely keep up here. Meanwhile, Ling Yu and Shadow Wind are examining the so-called emerald creatures. They are currently pinned to the ground by several stakes, rendered immobile. Like the patients we encountered before, these creatures exhibit a remarkably high level of microbial activity. It seems they are not of the same population as those we previously observed, Ling Yu remarks. Shadow Wind suggests emerald stones produced in Emerald Harbor vary in quality. Could it be that these different qualities correspond to distinct populations? Perhaps, Aaron interjects anxiously. Can we devise a way to deal with these creatures? Their regeneration ability is so formidable that if we do not find a solution, we will surely be overwhelmed. Oh, it's simple. These microorganisms are also sensitive to temperature. Low temperatures can inhibit them, Ling Yu replies nonchalantly. Low temperature? You should have mentioned that earlier. Mary's eyes brighten as she swiftly retrieves 2 frost grenades from her pouch. With deft precision, she pulls the safety pins, sending the grenades arcing through the air. With a resounding boom, a chilling wave instantly erupts among the horde of monsters. The movements of the emerald creatures slow dramatically, their crystalline surfaces beginning to solidify. Effective. Aaron draws her bow, and the ice arrow detonates, unleashing a storm of ice shards that scatter like a torrential downpour. The frost spreads through the throng of monsters at a visible pace, transforming the twisted figures into a myriad of uniquely posed ice sculptures. Permission granted. 100 power unleashed. A nameless figure slowly raises their right arm, a deep azure energy radiating from their palm. As a high-frequency hum resonates, a torrent of turbulent particles surges forth like a raging tide. The crystallized forms of the emerald monsters crumble before this energy, disintegrating into mere fragments. The emerald crystals develop spiderweb-like fissures, shattering entirely in the blinding blue light, dispersing into a cloud of luminescent dust. The shockwave carved deep ravines into the streets, causing the glass curtain walls of the surrounding buildings to shatter. The once mighty emerald beast lay in ruins, seemingly beyond restoration. How peculiar, Aaron mused, with so many monsters suddenly appearing. Could it be that someone is orchestrating this chaos from behind the scenes? To my knowledge, ever since the port was sealed, there have been rumors circulating about the Emerald Eye within the city. A mix of dubious characters likely acquired it, someone remarked. The group exchanged glances and spoke in unison. The Investigation Bureau. Under normal circumstances, given the magnitude of the incident at Emerald Port, the Investigation Bureau should have arrived by now. Yet, as of this moment, there was no sign of their presence. With a steely gaze, Ling Yu declared, "Let us proceed to the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau to uncover the truth. We must investigate there." With fierce determination, they fought their way through and finally breached the entrance of the Bureau's building. Inside, the space was eerily vacant, save for a faint light emanating from a conference room at the end of the corridor. Upon pushing the door open, a chilling sight awaited them. Albert stood at the center of the room, and before him writhed a human-like creature bound by chains, none other than Selena, the portmaster of Emerald Port. Her body had undergone a complete mutation, with a massive emerald core embedded in her chest, yet her consciousness seemed to struggle, emitting intermittent, anguished cries. "Albert, you traitor," she gasped. Unfazed, Albert wore a maniacal grin. "Stop struggling. Soon, you shall become the offering, and I will ascend as a harbinger of joy." The group was taken aback by this rationale. Is he delusional? Can that truly make him a harbinger? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. No sooner had the words left his lips than Selena's body convulsed violently, her emerald core radiating a blinding green light. The chains restraining her shattered, sending shockwaves that pushed the group back. Her voice morphed into a hoarse echo as emerald crystals rapidly enveloped her entire being. Her garments tore apart, replaced by a grotesque armor forged from emerald crystal. Selena's right hand plunged into the ground, instantly transforming the floor into quicksand. "Be careful. That is Earth attribute magic," Mary exclaimed, quickly unleashing thorny vines to ensnare the ceiling. "Grab the vines." As the group grasped the vines, Selena waved her left hand, causing the concrete ceiling to sprout sharp stone spikes that lunged toward them. An unnamed mechanical arm unfurled an energy shield, deflecting the barrage of spikes. Ling Yu reached out, and several orbs of light flew from Selena's form. He invoked deceptive theft to steal her magic. Chanting an incantation, a wave of earthy energy erupted around him. Earth vein. Rock prison. Suddenly, the ground beneath Selena surged, and 6 rock pillars erupted, ensnaring her firmly within. She flailed wildly, her crystalline claws leaving deep gashes upon the rock's surface as debris and shards scattered in all directions. Her attacks grew increasingly frenzied, and the 6 pillars soon bore spiderweb-like cracks across their surfaces. Seize the opportunity, for now is the moment. Ling Yu continued to chant the incantation. Countless earthy-hued chains erupted from the stone pillars, ensnaring her emerald core with relentless grip. The devouring rose, Mary seized the moment, shaking off the droplets of blood from her hands. As the crimson rose burst forth from the earth, the sanguine bloom lunged toward Selina, its sharp tendrils piercing through the crystalline emerald armor. She glanced down at the blood-red rose blossoming upon her chest, her emerald-hued pupils constricting violently. The tendrils were voraciously siphoning her energy, each one transforming into a translucent shade of emerald. Aaron's arrows followed closely behind, 3 frost-tipped arrows striking the core in a triangular formation. A frigid chill spread along the tendrils, and the surface of the emerald core was instantly blanketed in ice crystals. The shadow wind hurled the electromagnetic generator into the air, and blue-violet arcs of electricity cascaded down like a waterfall. Under the onslaught of multiple energies, the emerald core finally buckled under the strain. Selina let out a heart-wrenching scream as her crystalline body began to disintegrate from within. The emerald shards disintegrated into powder as they fell. Chapter 168. The Phantom Thief. Albert's expression was frozen on his face, his bloodshot eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He staggered toward the dissipating emerald dust, his hands frantically clawing at the air. No, this cannot be. My ritual, my destiny. Mary frowned in disgust, calling him a madman. Albert suddenly raised his head, a distorted smile twitching at the corners of his mouth. He abruptly drew an emerald gem from his bosom. You know nothing. I still possess this. The Eye of Emerald will grant me power. The gem shimmered with an eerie green light under the lamp. Yet Lingyu noticed that the glow was uneven, and it appeared not to be genuine jade. Oh dear. Director, what a splendid performance. A flippant voice emerged from the shadows. A figure clad in a silver mask had, unbeknownst to them, leaned against the window, the moonlight casting a cold outline around him. He toyed with several playing cards, the design swirling between his fingers. Mary exclaimed, You are the Phantom Thief, Faceless. The Phantom Thief, Faceless. Lingyu had heard of this name. It belonged to a thief notorious for stealing treasures from all corners of the world. The Phantom Thief. Albert's expression warped in an instant. You were supposed to have been killed by you? The thief tilted his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc beneath the mask. My apologies, Director, I deceived you. Moreover, the Eye of Emerald you acquired. He snapped his fingers, and immediately, a web of cracks spread across its surface. Under the gaze of all, the so-called Eye of Emerald shattered into a heap of green glass shards, cascading through Albert's fingers. Just a little toy I casually crafted. Albert staggered back as if struck by lightning. No, it cannot be. You promised that this would allow me to become the harbinger of joy. The thief shook his finger. TSK. I promised it was a possibility, and now it is evidently zero. Did you truly believe joy would favor a dull fool like you? Nevertheless, I must thank you for your performance. A jester always brings delight. The thief elegantly bowed and turned to face Lingyu and the others, winking. Thank you all for your performance. I initially intended to take the Eye of Emerald, but who knew I too would be deceived? Ending with such a farce is fitting. I wish you all the best, and consider this gift my offering to you. As his words faded, his figure suddenly transformed into countless specks of light, leaving behind a single playing card that floated gently to the ground. The card landed softly, its face adorned with an emerald-colored eye, its pupil entwined with vine-like patterns. Lingyu bent to pick up the card, which bore a line of text in gilded letters on its back. The truth lies hidden in the initial brilliance. What on earth does this fellow intend? He even left us a clue. Aaron frowned. Mary smirked, a typical joy-seeker, treating everyone as mere pawns. Albert slumped in the corner, his eyes vacant as he mumbled, Impossible. I clearly already. Leave him be. Someone remarked. That fellow has lost his mind. It is no wonder that suspicions surround joy. If every misfortune were attributed to joy, it might seem unjust. Yet if a single detail were overlooked, surely some would escape scrutiny. This man came seeking the Emerald Eye, and it is evident that he too fell prey to the deceits of the first governor. The notion that joy was deceived sounds rather ironic. Perhaps this farce is indeed joy's retribution. He must have employed some method to deceive the head of the investigative bureau, Albert, deliberately spreading rumors of the Emerald Eye to attract others, thus orchestrating this absurdity. After this incident, Emerald Harbor would be irrevocably changed. It commenced with a lie and shall conclude with one. How fitting is that saying? What rises by this shall surely fall by this. One who does not comprehend the source of their strength will remain oblivious to the cause of their downfall. What shall we do now? Aaron inquired. Lingyu gazed at the playing cards in his hand and pondered. What could this phrase truly signify? This individual would not leave behind such a paper without reason. It would be wise not to dwell too much on joy's words, lest we too be deceived, he added, shaking his head. I would argue otherwise. The pinnacle of deceit lies in cloaking lies with truth. If it were merely a lie, it should not be overly intricate. For such complexity renders control over the direction of thought impossible. lacking any clear guidance. Conversely, a blend of lies and truths necessitates a degree of ambiguity, allowing the other party to fill in the gaps, thus minimizing the risk of exposure. The initial radiance. Ah, I recall there is a painting by that name. Is there not? Lingyu suddenly remarked. Typically, such powers possess edifices akin to memorial halls, which not only promote their agenda, but also demonstrate compliance. In the Emerald Harbor Memorial, there exists a painting entitled The Initial Radiance. Let us examine it first. After all, the emerald mines below are not going anywhere. Clarifying some details is of utmost importance. Under the cover of night, the group navigated the chaotic streets. The first Governor's Memorial Hall, situated behind the town hall, is a grand structure of white marble. Its portico adorned with intricately carved emerald vines. The guards were nowhere to be seen. Aaron cautiously scanned her surroundings. Lingyu attempted to push against the oak doors. Finding them locked, he turned to Shark and said, "It's up to you." Shark opened his jaws and swiftly gnawed through the oak door before them. Inside the memorial, an expansive silence prevailed, with moonlight filtering through stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the ceiling. At the center stood a life-sized statue of the first governor. A cloaked figure, his right hand cradling an emerald stone, while his left rested upon a weighty tome. Behind this statue hung the painting, depicting the scene of the first governor hewing the first piece of emerald stone. Lingyu approached the painting with meticulous scrutiny. Within the artwork, a man was depicted holding a jade ore, his face radiating joy, surrounded by fellow workers. Where might the secret be concealed? At that moment, he noticed that while one hand grasped the jade stone, the other seemed to clutch something, yet the painting revealed nothing in that hand. Suddenly, Lingyu's gaze shifted to the heavy tome that the statue's other hand rested upon. He stepped forward and attempted to shift the statue, discovering that the book could indeed be removed and opened. To those who follow, when you behold this book, it signifies that you may have uncovered the secret of Jade Harbor. Forgive me, the forces of fate prevent me from revealing the truth. But if you have heeded my teachings, you should have already embarked on your journey. If not, I implore you to adhere to the following directive. Run. Escape at all costs. This place is a hell. Before Lingyu could read further, a brilliant light enveloped him, invoking a sense of deja vu that transported him back to that fateful day. Chapter 169, The Initial Radiance. The torrential rain had persisted for 7 days and nights. Lin stood upon the violently swaying deck, the briny sea water lashing against his weathered face. The eldest elder of the Jade clan now bore the weight of his people's last hope, as 3 decrepit sailing vessels carried the remaining few hundred kin, adrift on the ink-black sea like frail leaves. "Chieftain, rocks spotted to starboard." A young lookout cried hoarsely from the crow's nest. Lin squinted his murky eyes, and in the fleeting flash of lightning, he indeed perceived the jagged black rocks protruding like the fangs of a monstrous beast. More terrifying still, he could hear the waves crashing against the rocks, mere inches away. "Lower the sails. All hands prepare." His command was left uncompleted as a mountain-like wave hurled the fleet towards the treacherous rocks. When Lind opened his eyes again, the blinding sunlight compelled him to shield his face with his hand. He lay upon the beach, the fine, white sand beneath him, struggling to prop himself up. He saw several children gathered around him. In the distance, the surviving clan members were counting supplies and erecting a makeshift camp upon the shore. The 3 ships had become scattered remnants of broken timber along the coastline. "How many remain?" Lind rasped. The young man aiding him wore a somber expression. "For 167. Chieftain, 53 did not make it ashore." Lind closed his eyes, a weight like a boulder pressing upon his chest. The Jade clan had once been a nomadic people of the sea, their ancestors navigating the oceans and recording the movements of the stars. Many were the wandering tribes of the sea, and a single tempest could spell their doom. Yet this storm had been insurmountable. Fortunately, the vessels had ultimately surged onto the sand, and none of the clan's folk had plunged into the depths. "Where are we?" Lind inquired. The young man shook his head in uncertainty. "We do not know, chieftain, but we have seen fresh water and fruit trees." Lind nodded, summoning the strength to rise. As the leader, he could not afford the luxury of sorrow. He must guide his people to survive. The initial days unfolded with relative ease. The island indeed boasted fresh water and abundant wild fruits. The clan members constructed rudimentary thatched huts and even repaired a small fishing boat using the wreckage from the sunken ships. Lind organized several explorations, discovering that the island was far more expansive than they had anticipated, with dense jungles and several modest hills inland. However, the good fortune was short-lived. First came the shortage of food, as the island's wild fruits were swiftly depleted. Then, a strange fever began to spread among the clan, claiming the lives of the afflicted in their agony. The herbal remedies were exhausted, and the children started to cough up blood. "I cannot save them. Oh, ancestors, Why have you forsaken us? What wrong have we committed? We are doomed. The history of the Jade clan will perish upon this accursed island. These thoughts tormented Lind like a relentless nightmare, and all he could utter was, "It will get better. It will get better." Yet, who would believe such hollow words? The only solace he could cling to was a web of deception. I saw a grove of fruit to the north. Tomorrow we shall surely find sustenance. Faced with the despair of his kin, he uttered his first falsehood. In truth, he had seen nothing. Yet to admit this would render his people, already bereft of sustenance, incapable of enduring another day. Regardless, he was determined to unearth something. At dawn the following day, Lin ventured alone into the depths of the forest. As he traversed the island, the jungle thickened, and most peculiarly, the flora they encountered began to exhibit an unnatural emerald hue, their leaves adorned with delicate crystalline formations. Lin bent down to part the underbrush, gasping in astonishment as he beheld several jade-hued crystals partially embedded in the earth, their shapes grotesquely reminiscent of phalanges. With each step forward, the frequency of these crystals increased. Some had even coalesced into the semblance of complete animal skeletons, as if some creature had been instantaneously mineralized in this place. By midday, he arrived at a steep cliff face. There, an inconspicuous fissure revealed itself, and more strangely, the walls of the cave began to emit a faint emerald glow. Lin squeezed through the crevice and was immediately awestruck by the sight that unfolded before him. The floor, walls, and ceiling of the cavern were encrusted with a thick layer of jade crystals, pulsating as though imbued with life, slowly writhing and growing. Most chilling of all, the edges of the mine were home to a dozen or so emerald figures, frozen in a state of agony, their expressions locked in a moment of excruciating torment. Their bodies entirely crystallized. Yet he could not linger on these horrors. He sensed within these stones a potent life force. Perhaps these minerals were their salvation. They could be traded with merchants for food, thus rescuing his people from despair. Trembling, Lind reached toward the crystalline barrier, only to be met with a sharp pain upon contact. He withdrew his hand, discovering that tiny emerald crystals had begun to form on his fingertips. He too was beginning to crystallize. This realization jolted him into clarity. These stones were fraught with peril. I must endure for the sake of my kin. I cannot perish. It will be all right. It will be all right. A lie, repeated 1,000 times, remains a lie. Yet in this singular moment, that truth shifted. The crystals upon Lin's hand began to recede, and astonishingly, he found himself restored. The power of the mysterious, if one believes fervently, the false may become true. However, this force requires an exceptionally potent conviction. Moreover, once this power is pierced, it dissipates like a reflection in water. Lind returned to his tribe with the jade minerals. That evening, at the tribal assembly, he delivered an impassioned speech. The Eye of Emerald has bestowed upon us precious minerals. We can barter with them, banishing despair and hunger. Under the aegis of this mysterious power, the people of the Jade tribe were unhindered by those microorganisms and could freely extract the minerals. With the prosperity brought forth by the Jade deposits, the tribe swiftly emerged from their plight. Towering edifices arose, and life gradually stabilized. Yet, just as the community began to revel in abundance, Lind was resolute in his desire to construct vessels for distant voyages. Regrettably, the tribespeople, having embraced a life of stability, exhibited a profound disinterest in the notion of distant journeys, perceiving it merely as a quirk of their chieftain. Lind could not shatter this illusion, for the potency of the mysterious wanes once exposed. Little did he anticipate that the first arrival would be his own demise. Lying upon the wooden bed, his breaths were faint and laborious, surrounded by the elders of the tribe and his son. He tremulously uttered, "Remember, the prosperity of Emerald Harbor is but an illusion. The truth lies concealed within the initial radiance." With that, his breath ceased. The candlelight extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Chapter 170. The Book of Magic. The scene here has come to an end. Ling Yu's vision returned to reality. It was evident that Lin's initial intentions were noble. He hoped to aid his people through the most arduous times with the wealth from these emerald mines. Subsequently, he aimed to gather sufficient resources to set sail once more and leave this place. However, once individuals begin to find contentment, they often lose their drive for progress. His descendants did not heed his wishes, but rather chose to settle in this location. Due to the constraints of the mysterious power, he was unable to disclose the truth to his kin and could only document it in this manner. Regardless of whether his people would ever read this passage, ultimately, Emerald Port had transformed into a desolate ruin. Moreover, the mysterious power only safeguarded the members of the Tsueyu clan. As a port city, it inevitably had to accommodate outsiders, resulting in significant population movement. Thus, the current situation was somewhat predictable. Nonetheless, two matters weighed heavily on his mind. One was the magical tome mentioned by Guqi. which he hoped to locate if possible. The other pertained to the reference made earlier regarding the Tsueyu clan, a people adrift upon the sea who recorded celestial phenomena. Of course, their observations of the stars were primarily aimed at predicting storms at sea. Yet, this information was invaluable for Ling Yu's research, especially after learning of the existence of peculiar creatures beyond the skies, which only heightened his curiosity about the cosmos. Although he had studied the celestial bodies, such research necessitated prolonged observation and the accumulation of ample data. Let us depart. There is nothing more to see here. We should explore the city, Ling Yu suggested. The streets remained chaotic, yet perhaps due to the passage of time, the number of emerald creatures had ceased to increase. Amidst the turmoil, Ling Yu spotted Gu Qi, who was currently overwhelmed, leading his guards in a desperate defense against the emerald beasts. Ling Yu's arrival undoubtedly alleviated their burden, as the only effective means of dealing with these creatures, aside from employing low temperatures or reducing their activity, was to shatter them into fragments. Professor Ling, I cannot thank you enough. Had you not arrived, we would have been doomed, Gu Qi exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. There's no need for such formalities, Mr. Gu Qi. I have a few inquiries for you. Where do you believe the regent has hidden the magical tome? Ling Yu inquired. Well, I suggest you check her residence. Typically, a sorcerer would keep their important items within their private abode, Gu Qi replied. Ling Yu nodded in agreement. Very well. What are your plans moving forward? What else can I do? Naturally, I shall return. This place is finished. Fortunately, our goods remain intact. If fortune favors us, we may find other opportunities elsewhere. As for this place, we can only wait and see if the emerald ores are alluring enough to draw others here to their demise, Gu Qi sighed. This was not unexpected for Ling Yu. After all, as merchants, they excelled at embellishing circumstances but were not adept at providing assistance in times of need. It has become evident to discerning individuals that the recent anomalies are intricately linked to the emerald ore. While wealth is enticing, life holds greater significance. Thus, it is time for us to part ways, my dear Eileen. This place harbors nothing of my desire, and I shall linger no longer. Mary sent a playful kiss toward Eileen. Wait, cousin, before you leave, could you assist me with a small favor? Eileen called out to Mary. What is it, sweetheart? Are you reluctant to see me go? It's about that matter I mentioned earlier. Would you be able to spare me a vial of your blood? Eileen asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Mary rolled her eyes and replied, You truly wound my heart. It seems I am not as significant to you as someone else. This remark left Eileen feeling quite flustered. Feigning sorrow, Mary sighed dramatically. Yet she deftly withdrew a delicate silver blade from her waist and made a small incision on her fingertip. Ling Yu promptly produced a test tube he always carried, stating, Use this. It has good sealing properties, otherwise, it may deteriorate. Mary pouted, realizing Eileen's assessment had been accurate. This man was indeed peculiar. Concern for their future together gnawed at her. Crimson blood flowed swiftly from the wound, skillfully directed into the test tube by Mary. Here, take it, you ungrateful little thing, she said, tossing the sealed vial to Eileen. Eileen gingerly caught the vial, her face lighting up with gratitude as she exclaimed, Thank you, cousin. Then I wish you both success, and may fortune smile upon you as well, dear Eileen. With that, Mary's figure faded into the distance along the street. Ling Yu turned to Gu Qi and inquired, Which direction is the governor's residence? Gu Qi pointed toward a prominent hill on the northern edge of the city, declaring, It is just over there, the building with the white dome. It is quite conspicuous. Navigating through the chaotic streets, Ling Yu and Eileen swiftly arrived at the governor's mansion. Upon reaching the entrance, they found the entire structure enveloped in emerald crystals, resembling a semi-transparent green fortress. The surface of the crystals gleamed with an eerie luminescence, revealing distorted corridors and rooms within. After illuminating the mansion with blue light, the activity of the vivid green crystals began to diminish. Subsequently, the group utilized tools to break through the sealed jade walls, unveiling the grand entrance behind them. They pushed the door open and stepped into the spacious hall. The interior of the mansion was eerily silent as Ling Yu surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fixed upon the staircase leading to the second floor. The study should be upstairs, he murmured. Eileen nodded, gripping her bow and arrow, keeping a vigilant stance behind Ling Yu. At the end of the second-floor corridor stood an intricately carved wooden door, which creaked open when gently nudged. Inside the study, bookshelves were meticulously arranged, yet most volumes were shrouded in a thin layer of emerald crystals. In the center of the room, a hefty, ancient tome lay open on the desk, accompanied by a yellowed star chart. I found it, Ling Yu said, stepping forward to cautiously lift the magical book. The text on its pages was inscribed in the ancient runes of the Tsuyu clan, yet it posed no challenge for him to decipher. He swiftly flipped through several pages, his face beaming with delight as he exclaimed that indeed, this tome chronicled the magical properties of the earth. The book, titled The Tome of Earth, contained a wealth of spells. Subsequently, he opened the celestial chart, astonished as he remarked that the records were far more detailed than he had anticipated. They not only observed storms, but also documented various anomalous celestial phenomena. This account spanned several decades, and for him, it represented an invaluable repository of information. Ling Yu carefully tucked away the treasures before him. Now, I believe there is nothing more to address on my end, and I think we can turn our attention to discussing the matter of entering the underground mine. Chapter 171. The power of immortality. Without the support of Emerald Harbor, they were now free to explore the depths below at will. To avoid any unforeseen complications, they resolved to act swiftly. Their first step was to affix blue lanterns to their bodies, which, in conjunction with protective suits, would shield them from being transformed into emeralds. Additionally, they gathered supplies to prepare for any extraordinary circumstances, as they might encounter beings of immortal fate. Thus, having ample provisions could only be advantageous. Following Zhang Zifen's guidance, they excavated pits in the ground and poured in water until bubbles began to surface. Yingfeng crouched down, delicately tapping the earth with his fingertips, causing the soil to tremble slightly. Then, with a sudden burst, a creature resembling a pangolin, yet adorned with dark golden scales, emerged from the ground, the burrowing beast. It stood half the height of a person, with claws sharp as blades, a robust tail, and eyes like black beans sparkling with intelligence. This was Yingfeng's companion, akin to Xiaoguo. This is the place. Go, carve a path inside, Yingfeng instructed, patting its back. The burrowing beast growled and began to dig with its forelimbs. Its movements swift and fierce as it tore through the hard rock as if it were mere soft earth, rapidly creating a narrow passageway. The group followed closely behind. The rock walls at the vent were more fragile than they had anticipated, and the burrowing beast quickly forged a barely navigable opening. This time, they did not unearth emerald ore. It was evident they had reached a fault line. However, just as they penetrated the underground cavern, a tremendous sound erupted. Boom. A violent gust surged forth from the depths of the mine, clashing with the wind rushing in from outside. In an instant, the entire passage quaked violently. The rock walls fractured, and debris rained down upon them. Fortunately, having been forewarned, they were well prepared. After a brief assessment of their surroundings, they dashed into the mine. At that moment, the underground space relied solely on the support of the emerald mine. Only within the passage could they consider themselves safe. Listening to the sound of falling rocks behind them, they felt a wave of dread wash over them. Had they descended without preparation, they might have been entombed alive. Once the dust settled, Ling Yu retrieved a luminescent stone from his belongings. Under its faint glow, they discovered themselves in a narrow mining tunnel. The surrounding rock walls no longer ordinary stone, but gleaming with an eerie green fluorescence from the emerald veins. Strangely, these veins appeared to be writhing. Crack, crack. Several corpses, entirely enveloped in emerald, detached from the rock walls, their joints contorted, heads drooping, and eye sockets glowing with a ghostly green light. Their bodies had melded with the veins. Whoosh! Eileen's arrow flew through the air, striking the forehead of one of the corpses. However, the arrow merely left a crack in the emerald shell. The corpse staggered forward undeterred. This creature was even tougher than the previous monsters. Aileen quickly knocked another arrow, channeling frost power into her fingertips, and released a second shot. Bang! The icy crystal exploded against the corpse's chest, spreading a chill that finally caused the emerald surface to crack. Yet, in the next moment, the writhing emerald began to heal itself. Yingfeng, like a specter, darted behind the corpse, revealing a mechanical iron fist concealed beneath his garments. He is a cyborg, modified through cybernetic enhancements. With a surge from the hydraulic apparatus, his iron fist struck with tremendous force. Bang! The chest of the emerald corpse puppet was instantly penetrated, its crystalline shell shattering like glass. Shadow Wind let out a cold laugh as the gears within his mechanical arm whirred at high speed. A short alloy blade springing forth from his palm, slicing backward. Flash! The head of the corpse puppet was sent flying, and before it could touch the ground, Shadow Wind crushed it beneath his foot. His mechanical eye was not merely a combat aid, but a tangible tool of intellect. Flesh is frail, machinery ascends. Yet true power lies in understanding the logic of all existence. His flesh and machinery were nearly perfectly intertwined, embodying the profession of android, under the fate of intellect. The advantage of being an android is the ability to readily replace organ components, rendering them nearly impervious to fatal injuries. At first glance, Ling Yu hardly noticed that his arm was prosthetic. The level of biomimicry was astoundingly high. Simultaneously, intellect endowed him with a near precognitive tactical simulation ability. In battle, his mind operated like a supercomputer, instantaneously simulating dozens of offensive and defensive possibilities. However, After shattering the emerald corpse puppet, he began to retreat swiftly. The fragments he had destroyed began to reassemble. Remarkably, even low temperatures proved ineffective. Shadow Wind furrowed his brow. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Yu retrieved a flashlight and pressed the button, casting a blue light over the reassembling corpse puppet. The fragments trembled and slowly fell to the ground, their colors beginning to fade. There was not only the power of fate at play here, but also color. The green glow emitted by these emerald minerals facilitated their continuous growth, combining with the power of fate to create the current phenomenon. Ling Yu remarked. The blue and green lights intertwined, diminishing their effects. Yet this situation differed somewhat from the green light he had encountered earlier. In his experiments, the green light merely accelerated biological growth, not resurrecting the deceased. Of course, there was a connection, as both could be interpreted as manifestations of vitality. Considering Ling Yu's understanding, the current situation appeared more akin to distortion. The significance of color had been warped into a closely related meaning. Could it be that the pinnacle of personal consciousness represented by fate could, under certain special conditions, distort the effects of collective consciousness? The passage narrowed further, the emerald veins on the rock walls becoming increasingly dense, twisting and coiling like blood vessels, glowing with a faint green luminescence. At the end of the mine, the air thickened and grew heavy. The emerald veins no longer scattered, but fully fused into a singular emerald wall, smooth as a mirror, deep green as an abyss. Shadow Wind's mechanical eye darted restlessly. Ling Yu raised a fluorescent stone, illuminating the rocky wall ahead. The emerald stone wall was adorned with intricate patterns, resembling some form of unique design. Yet as he leaned closer to examine, those patterns suddenly shifted. Retreat. Aaron abruptly grabbed his collar, yanking him back. In the next moment, the entire rock wall trembled, and the intricate patterns began to undulate, the emerald glow suddenly intensifying. At that moment, everyone finally discerned the truth. It was not merely a pattern, but a colossal eye. The wall split open, the emerald pupil contracting, its frigid gaze bearing down like a tangible weight. The breath of the crowd caught in their throats, as if all the blood in their bodies had frozen solid. Heart of Life Emerald Dragon type. Skill. Health points. Traits. Weakness, unknown. All abilities remained shrouded in mystery, and even at this moment, Ling Yu could glean no information. This indicated that this entity was entirely beyond his comprehension. Chapter 172. The Light Cone Record. Julie, quick, document this. Ing Feng commanded. A woman with a ponytail from Ing Feng's team extended her hand, her slender fingertips shimmering with silvery ripples. In an instant, countless particles of light converged from the void, forming a dazzling, angular light cone. As the light cone suspended in midair, time seemed to freeze. The terrifying scene of the emerald dragon bursting forth from the wall left everyone in profound shock. Eternally etched within this light cone known as the initiation of life. To his astonishment, there was a person of the memory fate among their ranks. Ling Yu felt a surge of surprise. Compared to other fates, those of the memory path were exceedingly rare, and their abilities remained largely unknown. However, the current situation left no room for further contemplation. The emerald dragon's pupils suddenly constricted, and the entire emerald wall appeared to come alive, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Emerald ore began to peel away, revealing the immense head of the dragon, its emerald scales glistening with a chilling sheen. Although its body had yet to fully emerge from the ore vein, the oppressive aura it exuded made it difficult for everyone to breathe. A low, rumbling sound emanated from the depths of the dragon's throat, its heavy breaths resonating throughout the space. With a ferocious swipe, the dragon's foreclaws tore through the rock wall, sending debris cascading down like rain. The dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of verdant breath. Wuming erected an energy barrier, barely managing to shield against the breath. However, wherever the breath passed, everything began to crystallize, enveloped in a layer of emerald shell, including the energy barrier itself. The only good news was that this creature seemed indifferent to their presence, fixated solely on escaping from the cavern. The emerald ore, accumulated over countless years, had served as a protective measure during its slumber, yet now, upon awakening, it had become an impediment. The eastern house encounters stone gall. The western house strikes a well to find blood springs. It was not a true dragon that refrains from producing pearls. This hole was originally a prison for celestial beings. Observing this scene, Ling Yu finally grasped the meaning of the phrase. Yet at that moment, the entire subterranean space began to tremble violently, vast emerald crystals cascading from above. The path they had taken was now blocked by a collapse, and the ground beneath them began to fracture under the dragon's struggle. The wind carries the scent of decay, and the marsh dries up. Ling Yu muttered the divination, suddenly realizing wind. Where there is wind, there must be an exit. There is wind. There is wind underground. We must descend. Without hesitation, Ling Yu knelt on one knee, pressing his palm against the trembling ground. Amidst the dragon's roars, he keenly detected a faint airflow flowing through the cracks. Descend? Is that feasible? Ing Feng hesitated. The majority of the emerald dragon's body remained underground. Descending meant running straight into its claws. There was no choice. They would have to try. Ling Yu declared. The path they came from had collapsed, and there was evidently no time to break through. The emerald dragon's breath could crystallize anything, even if it was not aimed at them. Coming into contact with it would be unbearable. Another deep, resonant sound echoed, and a second torrent of emerald breath surged forth. Ling Yu gritted his teeth and leaped into the gaping, slanted corridor before him, sliding uncontrollably across the facets of the emerald crystal. Erin, mustering her resolve, followed closely behind with the Nameless One, while Shadow Wind, resigned to fate, had no choice but to jump in as well. The breath of the emerald nearly grazed the tops of their heads. As they slid uncontrollably along the crystalline walls, they had to evade protruding spikes along the way. They even caught a glimpse of the claws of the emerald dragon sweeping over them. The group landed heavily on a platform, their bones feeling as though they might shatter. However, this did not signify their safety, for the sound of the dragon's breath still echoed ominously above them. Suddenly, the entire platform began to tilt, and through a nearby gap, they could see another claw of the emerald dragon attempting to rise. The collapse of the space intensified. This way, Ling Yu shouted as he dashed into another passage. Following the direction indicated by the airflow, he sprinted wildly, only to come to a sudden halt at a corner when a massive boulder fell, completely blocking the passage ahead with collapsed emerald ore. Damn it, he cursed, striking the rock wall with his fist, causing blood to seep from his fingers. The entire cavern trembled, and they risked being buried alive at any moment. In this critical moment, he began to recall the prophetic words of the blind seer. Among all the divinations, one phrase remained unfulfilled. When the water of the pit runs dry, the ghost shall sing. Water song. He lifted his head, desperately searching for clues related to water. Suddenly, his ears caught an unusual sound amidst the dragon's deafening roar and the thunderous rumble of the collapsing rock, a faint trickle of water. The sound was intermittent, barely discernible unless one listened closely. He pressed his hand against the nearby rock wall. There it was, the sound of water. Right behind this wall, the Nameless One immediately understood, and with a sharp whir, his mechanical arm struck the wall. Yet, the hardness of the emerald crystal exceeded their expectations, and coupled with its regenerative properties, the excavation progressed slowly. Shadow Wind retrieved a metallic sphere from his waist, activating it to unfold into a honeycomb-like resonator designed specifically to combat crystalline minerals. The device adhered to the rock wall, and in an instant, the entire passage began to resonate, hastening the collapse. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the emerald crystal, and with a sharp crack, the rock wall exploded. The torrent of water surged into the cavern like an army, the icy waters of the underground lake quickly rising to the knees of the group. The force of the water accelerated the collapse of the crystalline wall, opening a path for their escape. The Emerald Lake, I've realized. The lake lies behind this wall. Quickly, Ling Yu urged. He was the first to leap into the tumultuous waters, which instantly engulfed him. Erin, agile as a fish in the raging current, extended her hand, and Ling Yu grasped it, feeling his body become lighter. The giant shark, with its gaping maw, swallowed the others into its belly, then floundered its stubby legs as it swam toward the lake's surface. Time lost meaning as Ling Yu broke through the water's surface, gasping greedily for air. He coughed violently, expelling mouthfuls of lake water. The sun blazed down upon him, rendering his eyes unable to open, yet this signified their escape from that wretched place. At last, we have made it out, Ling Yu murmured. Nearby, bubbles rose to the surface of the water as the great shark emerged, expelling the others from its maw. The group collectively breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have survived the ordeal. Fortunately, they had sought advice prior to their venture. Otherwise, they would have faced considerable trouble. They resolved to seek further guidance in the future. Just as they reveled in their fortune, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. The earth trembled, mountains seemed to collapse, and clouds of dust billowed forth. From this haze, a colossal figure emerged from the ground, the very emerald dragon they had beheld moments ago, a descendant of the immortal. Chapter 173. A new journey. When the emerald dragon finally emerged from beneath the ground, the assembled crowd was granted a glimpse of its true form. To be precise, this creature bore little resemblance to the eastern dragons that Ling Yu was familiar with. Rather, it evoked the image of the colossal dragons of Western lore, albeit only slightly. Had it not been for its name, he might not have ventured to make such comparisons. Its physique transcended the conventional definition of a dragon, resembling more of a grotesque mineral entity. Layers of crystalline emerald formations protruded from its surface, creating sharp, tumor-like growths, some of which even pierced through its own flesh. Its head displayed a bizarre asymmetry. The left side retained a semblance of draconic majesty, while the right side was a chaotic jumble, with its features entirely misaligned. Enormous eye patterns adorned the dragon's wings, adding to its overall disarray. The sound it emitted was no longer the dignified roar of a dragon, but rather a wretched wail akin to that of a dying old man. "This creature sounds as though it is in great pain," remarked Eileen. Ling Yu nodded in agreement, having reached a similar conclusion through the analysis provided by Savior. "It appears that your hypothesis may hold merit. The immortal fate has been adversely affected," citing Feng. Just as the fertile fate had manifested the fertile anomaly, any fate influenced by an unknown force would inevitably undergo corresponding transformations. The Emerald Dragon before them bore a striking resemblance to a fertile anomaly. Ling Yu let out a sigh. This was indeed a rare subject for research. An unprecedented, immortal fate, and one that belonged to a descendant of a deity. This entity should be the sole remaining progeny of a god. Reproduction could be considered self-replication, and whether it qualifies as a true descendant is still open to debate. From a reproductive standpoint, it indeed stands as the only example. Yet, regrettably, it was utterly beyond their capacity to contend with. The overwhelming pressure it exerted dwarfed even the mightiest of the pseudo-angels they had encountered before. Within the confines of the cavern, the creature had refrained from targeting them directly. Merely the emerald breath it exhaled rendered them nearly defenseless. As the crowd observed, the emerald dragon began to flap its wings, each beat stirring up a tempest that sent debris flying. Strangely, its ascent was not direct. Instead, it crawled like a spider, using its limbs to gain momentum for flight. The path it traversed began to crystallize, transforming the grass and soil into a shimmering emerald pathway. Following this radiant track, the emerald dragon soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. "I am certain this news will invigorate those individuals. I shall inform the other members of the scholarly society to prepare observational records," Ing Feng stated with excitement. "Please keep me informed of any developments or conclusions." Ling Yu replied, equally invested in the research. "No problem," Ing Feng assured him. "By the way, is this Miss Julie associated with the memory fate?" Ling Yu inquired. Ing Feng's team consisted of 3 members, himself, Julie, and a male orc. "Indeed, I almost forgot to introduce her," he replied. "The individual known as the Seer of Luminous Memories holds the belief that memories constitute the soul treasure. Thus, they tirelessly gather significant memories to create light cones. These light cones resemble photographs, yet they encapsulate only the most pivotal of events. As for Cabo, he merely serves as my attendant, accompanying me in the pursuit of knowledge. Though he remains quite dependable," Shadowwind remarked. The nearby orc chuckled heartily upon hearing this. Ling Yu nodded before inquiring if he might behold the light cone. "Certainly," Julie replied, retrieving the light cone from her satchel. Initiation of life, destiny, immortal, star rating, health points, 15,000, health recovery, 200s, damage mitigation, 300, effect, when the wielder casts a skill. There is a 70 chance to inflict the enemy with the crystal erosion status for 2 seconds. Each layer of crystal erosion reduces the target's attack and movement speed by 25. Upon accumulating 3 layers, the target enters a crystal state, unable to move, with diminished equipped defense for 5 seconds. Light cone narrative. This is not merely a memory, but a segment of a waking nightmare. "Does this item possess attributes?" Ling Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "The attributes are indeed extraordinary. 15,000 health points, coupled with health recovery and damage mitigation. The effect is equally remarkable, akin to having all skills imbued with control. Indeed, only those with a connection to a specific destiny are deemed worthy of being forged into a light cone. Similarly, only individuals tied to that destiny may wield it. Therefore, despite its formidable nature, it is utterly unusable for those who do not possess the immortal destiny. Moreover, only one light cone may be active at any given time," Julie explained. "Thus, this item is beyond his reach, considering he currently lacks any destiny," Ling Yu remarked. "I am preparing to pursue that great dragon next. Professor Ling, would you care to join us?" Shadowwind inquired. Ling Yu found the proposition enticing, yet when he thought of Dorothy aboard the ship, he gently declined. After all, Dorothy's condition was quite dire. The encroachment of the void had become alarmingly severe. He needed to visit Chainsaw City to see if he could locate the Chaos Physician. "In that case, let us bid farewell, hoping for the day we meet again," Shadowwind said. "Certainly," Please reach out if anything arises. At this moment, the turmoil in Emerald Harbor had largely subsided. The chaos, coupled with the recent sight of the Emerald Dragon, left them with lingering apprehension, prompting many to flee from Emerald Harbor. It seemed that henceforth, Emerald Harbor would exist only in name. Julie summoned her power to form a light cone, capturing the final scene of Emerald Harbor. Illusions of lies, destiny, mysterious, star rating, effect hit rate, 30, effect resistance, 25, effect 1, when the wielder's skill successfully hits. There is a 50 chance to inflict the target with the bubble status for 2 seconds. A target under the bubble status has a 5 chance that their next attack or skill will fail. Effect: when the target of the enemy accumulates 3 layers of bubbles, the annihilation effect is triggered, and the target immediately suffers 150 of the wielder's power as true damage. Constellation story: all lies are like ephemeral illusions, as fleeting as dew or lightning. One should perceive them as such. Although it may serve little purpose, I present this cone to you as a memento, said Julie. Lingyu graciously accepted this gift, appreciating the cone's effects, even though he could not utilize it at present. Upon returning to the ship, Lingyu's first task was to extract the essence of breeding to prevent the blood from deteriorating. He toiled late into the night until the essence of breeding was finally refined. Excellent. Next destination, Chainsaw City. Chapter 174. Encounter with the God of Fertility. On another splendid morning, Lingyu commenced his preparations for the encounter with the God of Fertility. Are you truly intent on going? You must be ready for the possibility that there may be nothing to witness, Aaron remarked. Indeed, historical records indicate that the God of Fertility was long ago slain by the God of Preservation with a single, decisive blow. Thus, he was equally curious about what this meeting might unveil. According to experimental findings, any being that had consumed the crystallized will of fertility merely experienced heightened physiological impulses. While Aaron believed that Lingyu ought to bolster his understanding in this domain, she was acutely aware of the terrors associated with being dominated by fertility. Within the realm of destiny, the hunters and the preservers were relatively safe, and even destruction posed no significant threat. However, the aspect of abundance was perilous. Such dangers often pose threats to one's very existence. Previously, the aspect of abundance had left Lingyu in a state of dire peril. Had she not intervened in time, the outcome might have been unfathomable. Fertility, too, was fraught with risks. Well, if all else fails, I shall have to come to your rescue once again, she thought. Unaware of her musings, Lingyu secured himself and swallowed the crystallized will of fertility. A metallic, sweet taste surged in his throat, reminiscent of some living creature writhing within. He grimaced, forcing down the discomfort. In the next moment, his vision warped abruptly, as though he were being drawn into a chaotic expanse. Here, there was neither sky nor earth, only fragmented space, with countless twisted hues swirling before him. He felt as if he had been cast into a kaleidoscope, where each shard reflected different scenes: writhing flesh, entangled tendrils, swelling egg sacs, and dividing cells. This realm incessantly replayed the process of fertility. Yet the most bizarre aspect was the absence of a final product. No matter how the process unfolded, nothing materialized. Lingyu attempted to leap, discovering that this space bore a resemblance to the cosmos, nearly devoid of gravity. He floated through the shattered realms like an astronaut exploring the vastness of the universe. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar area, an expanse of blankness. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a small black dot within the void. He glided toward it, entering the blank space. As he approached, he realized that the black dot was a figure, a creature resembling an insect. It was curled against the wall, gazing vacantly ahead. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The insect emitted a sound akin to the friction of its mouthparts. Lingyu, relying on his translation abilities, comprehended the creature's words. It has been ages since anyone arrived here. What brings you, young one? The insect inquired. I have come to meet the god of fertility, Lingyu replied. The insect responded with a hint of self-deprecation. The god of fertility? That being no longer exists. There is no god of fertility anymore. Lingyu seated himself and asked, was he truly slain by the god of preservation? The insect shook its head and replied, no, it was he who killed himself. In the end, he abandoned the essence of fertility. Why? Was he afraid of death? Lingyu questioned, having gleaned some insights from Mingfeng regarding this matter. The Society of Knowledge, after extensive examination, has concluded that it is not preservation that leads to the demise of reproduction, but rather the divergence of the god of reproduction from its destined path, resulting in death. The only explanation for this is that the onslaught of the gods instilled fear in him, compelling him to abandon reproduction. Fear. What could a solitary creature, having endured endless ages, possibly fear? The insect man queried. He then gestured, inviting, If you wish to know, extend your hand. Ling Yu complied, reaching forth. And the insect man extended his claw. In the instant their appendages touched, a surge of consciousness flooded into his mind. In an era yet unnamed, he awoke from a dark cocoon. Without a mother, without kin, without a name, only the frigid starlight illuminating his nascent shell, accompanied by an infinite silence. He attempted to call out, but the void offered no echo. He endeavored to listen, yet the cosmos remained mute. Thus, he realized he was the sole survivor. Loneliness took root in his heart like a seed. He began to wander the world in search of kin, yearning for even a semblance of consciousness akin to his own. Yet, no life resembled him. Consequently, he understood, if the world held no kindred spirits, then he would create them himself. His body began to swell, restless flesh and blood surging beneath his shell. The first clone emerged from his back, damp compound eyes reflecting his visage. Trembling, he extended an appendage, touching this new self. At last, he was no longer alone. However, when he attempted to converse with the clone, he discovered their thoughts were entirely synchronized with his own. There were no divergences, no surprises, no genuine responses. No, this was insufficient. He craved more, sought differences, yearned for change, a being that could truly comprehend his existence. Thus, he embarked upon a second division, then a third, and a fourth. His lair transformed into a living island, every inch of the surface pulsating, every crevice a manifestation of his flesh. Countless clones were birthed from his ovaries, each containing a fragment of his consciousness, each calling out his name. Yet, when he gazed upon them, he beheld myriad pairs of identical eyes. What he created were not kin, but mirrors. Anger surged within him. He consumed the first batch of clones, recombining their genes to forge new entities. This time, he endeavored to endow them with distinct forms, divergent thoughts, and unique souls. Yet, no matter how he adjusted, the offspring remained mere reflections of himself. Why could it not be? His loneliness did not dissipate. Rather, it burgeoned alongside his proliferation. Ultimately, he relinquished hope. If he could not create true kin, then let the universe be filled with his essence. At least this way, he would never be alone again. One cannot expect an insect to possess complex thoughts or morals. His desires were simple, and he never contemplated the consequences. Thus, he began to allow other insects to reproduce freely. His swarm engulfs the world. Every island consumed transforms into a new hatching ground, and every corpse becomes sustenance for him. His followers kneel before him, reverently calling him the god of proliferation. Once more, I opened my eyes, finding myself within another vessel. This body is still fresh, its veins coursing with the memories of the preceding me. Yet, as I extend my appendages, I suddenly realize that no body truly belongs to me. They are mere vessels, containing the same soul that perpetually replicates and forgets. I was born from solitude, yet I must fill it with an endless supply of flesh and blood. Each division feels akin to casting a grain of sand into an abyss, vainly hoping that one day, I might hear the echo of its landing. Chapter 175. The truth is the fundamental force of reproduction, merely born from one's solitude. Subsequently, the scene flickered, revealing another tableau before him. A colossal rock loomed in his presence, accompanied by a jester's mask and several figures standing nearby. Never had his lair been so lively. Hey, Joy remarked, wielding a dogtail grass in an attempt to amuse him, yet he remained unmoved. In truth, he had a preference for flowers. Alas, no reaction at all. How dull. Joy scratched his head in disappointment. He was uncertain of the purpose behind their intrusion. However, he was indifferent, as there were always those who rushed into his abode, shouting about fervor and bonds, only to be consumed by his insects as sustenance. He saw nothing amiss in this. When the insects were hungry, it was only natural for them to feed. Yet, these individuals clearly did not belong to the menu. He felt a twinge of irritation, for he had intended to bask in the sunlight. Instead, these intruders obstructed his exit, particularly that stone, which had reduced his painstakingly constructed lair to rubble. TSK. This is the insect that has wreaked havoc upon order. It appears quite ordinary. Joy commented, clicking his tongue. Chirp. What do you truly desire? Insects possess tempers as well. He was genuinely annoyed now. Brother, would you like a true kin? Joy inquired. He froze. This had been his long-held aspiration. Unfortunately, it was unattainable. Under the golden laws of order, no change was permitted. No matter how one might strive to replicate, no variation could arise unless. Joy elongated his tone, suggesting, why not try dying for a change? He tilted his head, glancing at Joy. This was indeed a proposition he had not previously considered. Your solitude has sustained your entire path. Thus, that path must remain solitary. Should you perish, your journey would be liberated, paving the way for new possibilities, Joy articulated. He pondered Joy's words, finding them to possess a degree of reason. After all, with so many iterations of himself, the demise of one mattered little. His compound eyes reflected Joy's ever-smiling mask, then shifted to the silent preservation standing like a mountain beside him. Chirp, 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 can you truly guarantee this? His voice was faint, akin to the tremor of insect wings in flight. Joy spread his arms wide, the corners of his mouth beneath the mask stretching even wider. Who knows? But even if there is but a 1 in 1,000 chance, you would be willing, would you not? Preservation remained silent, slowly raising the colossal hammer in his grasp. This hammer was not forged from metal, but was crafted from countless solidified oaths and contracts, each line etched with the weight of civilization. He understood that with one blow, his existence would cease. Yet, he also comprehended that if he continued to exist in this manner, he would forever remain a solitary insect, eternally ensnared in the path of reproduction, never to encounter a true kin. Chirp, all right, he nodded slowly, gradually relaxing his body, ceasing all resistance. The hammer of preservation descended. In that fleeting moment, the entire lair fell into an eerie silence. There were no explosions, no visceral carnage, only an invisible ripple spreading forth, akin to the shattering of some arcane shackles. Its exoskeleton began to disintegrate, consciousness gradually fading, yet curiously, it felt no pain. On the contrary, for the first time, it experienced a sense of liberation. Its compound eyes gradually lost their luster, but in the final moment, it seemed to glimpse something. A different shriek echoed in its ears. It was not its own voice, nor the echo of millions of clones, but a new and unfamiliar call. It was an existence akin to itself, yet distinctly different. At last, it was no longer alone. No further need for reproduction. A subtle smile graced its lips before it transformed entirely into dust, dissipating into the cosmos. Observing the insects reduced to ashes, the entity of Joy let out a sigh. There was an inexplicable sense of guilt in deceiving a mere insect. It had not lied. The most potent lies are those cloaked in truth. Unlike ordinary death, the hammer of preservation utterly shattered the consciousness of reproduction. At the moment of reproduction's demise, the will governing the entire swarm vanished, granting the insects their freedom. As long as its will remained intact, it could coalesce once more, resurrecting from its replicated form. However, upon hearing the voice of its kin, its solitude vanished, and the driving force of fate dissipated. The ultimate consequence of deviating from the path of reproduction was death. It could not survive. This was the purpose of Joy. Otherwise, confronting a deity would be quite a daunting task. Ling Yu suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he was still seated in that pristine white space. Had he chosen death himself? He murmured. Indeed, the insect replied. Reproduction was not slain by preservation. Rather, it relinquished its own destiny. Why? Ling Yu inquired. Was it merely due to a single utterance from Joy? No, it was because it finally comprehended that as long as it existed, the path of reproduction could never be truly liberated, nor could it ever attain genuine kinship. Ling Yu fell silent. So, even deities can experience loneliness. So, death can also be a choice. Come, child, I sense no solitude within you. You do not belong here, the insect said. Ling Yu nodded, and then closed his eyes. Cough, cough. Ling Yu abruptly sat up, coughing violently, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of the ocean. Each plunge into consciousness left him with a sense of suffocation. How do you feel? Do you have any particular thoughts? Eileen stood nearby, arms crossed, a half-smile playing on her lips as she regarded him. After a moment of silence, Ling Yu replied, I'm hungry. Is there food? Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Eileen huffed and exited the room. What is wrong with wanting to eat? It merely indicates that my mind is functioning normally. A lack of enthusiasm for food suggests something amiss in one's thoughts. Soon, Eileen prepared a sumptuous feast for him. Indulge in this delightful feast, crafted from newly cultivated species. The flame meat rolls, a harmonious blend of the fiery, fragrant pig, luminescent mushrooms, and cheese, are accompanied by a cake tower made from creamy water for dessert. The soup, though simpler, is a rich lobster bisque, prepared with deep-sea blue lobsters. Shasha, we haven't even begun. Do not pilfer, Erin admonished as she gently tapped Shasha's little paw, which had stealthily reached for the meat rolls. With a soft grumble, Shasha complied and lay down obediently. Ling Yu, unreserved, began to devour the meal with fervor, while Woman cradled Dorothea, feeding her spoonfuls like a caregiver to a child. How far are we from Chainsaw City? Ling Yu inquired. We should arrive in approximately half a month, came the reply. Chapter 176. Information for the remainder of the time, the vessel journeyed across the ocean. With his current prowess, Many challenges no longer posed a significant threat to him. During this period, Ling Yu sought out information regarding Gunsaw City. Initially known as Energy City, it served as an underwater oil extraction hub, overseen by the Fisher family. During the Mechanical War, this region fell under the dominion of the Mechanical Legions. According to the conventional narrative, the organic inhabitants would be systematically exterminated by the mechanical forces. However, the Fisher family encountered a peculiar anomaly. They were among the pioneers in developing mechanical technology, initially aimed at enhancing oil extraction efficiency, which later expanded into various fields, including medicine. Consequently, numerous family members and workers possessed mechanical prosthetics. Once the Mechanical Legions captured the area, they declared allegiance to the Mechanical Emperor, citing their unique characteristic of possessing inorganic life. This declaration perplexed the robots, who were governed by rigid programming. Following their assessment, the Mechanical Emperor accepted their fealty, promoting their case as a quintessential example of organic beings evolving into inorganic entities. As a result, the Fisher family's influence expanded. As the war drew to a close and the Mechanical Empire faced successive defeats, they adeptly transformed into valiant human patriots resisting the mechanical regime. It is probable that they merely shifted allegiances, aligning themselves with the human alliance, recognizing their high strategic value as one of the few remaining humans within the Mechanical Empire. Ultimately, after the human alliance emerged victorious, they did not hold the Fisher family accountable, allowing them to continue governing their territory. Thus, the Fisher family profited immensely from the conflict, enjoying both prestige and wealth. Nevertheless, a saying goes that justice resides in the hearts of the people, and the actions of the Fisher family elicited a singular sentiment: revulsion. Much like Emerald Harbor, a substantial portion of the population in this island city relied on immigration. Driven by fear of the Mechanical Empire, many dared not approach the Fisher family's domain, which was often depicted in fairy tales as inhabited by mechanical monsters. It is evident that without the labor of the lower classes, these aristocrats struggled to sustain their livelihoods. Consequently, the Fisher family had to implement various strategies to bolster their population. They first renamed Energy City to Gunsaw City and subsequently relaxed the criteria for entry. Essentially, anyone who was human could gain access. However, under such conditions, the quality of the incoming populace was decidedly lacking. Thus, in the aftermath of the war, this place evolved into a lawless territory, attracting fugitives, cybernetic modification enthusiasts, and black market traders. The law enforcement situation here was predictably dire. Gunsaw City experienced several uprisings, causing considerable distress for the Fisher family, which even lost control over parts of the urban area. Presently, Gunsaw City is divided into Upper City and Lower City. Upper City remains under the control of the Fisher family, while Lower City has succumbed to the influence of gangs. Their destination this time is Lower City. Wolf resides at number 36 Rat Street, where he serves as a cybernetic doctor. Ling Yu contacted the other party in advance. Constantine, that old rascal certainly knows how to create trouble for me. If you wish to come, I want to stop you, but you must devise your own means of entry. Wolf remarked. Is there something happening in the city? Ling Yu inquired. Not much, just a bit of commotion. Those from the Upper City have resumed their crackdown on gang disturbances. Initially, I suggested you head to the Upper City and then slip into the Lower City. But that route is no longer viable. If you wish to enter, you'll have to do so from the Lower City side. Are there any challenges? Challenges? Indeed. There are many. There's no port here, and numerous gangs are vying for territory. It's likely that you'll be plundered before you even set foot on the island. If you manage to reach the island, come to the Night Owl Forest, and I will guide you in. Very well, then we shall meet there. Good luck, the other party concluded, hanging up the phone. Given the current capabilities of their squad, they were more than capable of handling ordinary forces. The average person had a health value of just over 100, while the wolf god transformation granted him strength exceeding that. To an ordinary individual, he could fell them with a single strike. Even professionals would struggle to withstand him. Ling Yu rose to prepare for the tasks ahead of his journey to the island. At that moment, Shark strode in, with Little Frog perched upon its head. Oh, Little Frog has returned from its travels. What treasures have you brought back? Ling Yu inquired, squatting down to ask. Little Frog leapt off Shark's head and began rummaging through its backpack. Shark instinctively gathered the exotic fish to itself, swallowing them whole. However, Ling Yu paid little mind to those fish. His bond with Little Frog had grown significantly. Besides bringing him items, it also returned with valuable information. What he truly valued was the news Little Frog had to share. Ling Yu opened Little Frog's travel drawing album and began to peruse it for useful information. Day 5 of departure. Trapped in a fog. Took quite a while to escape. Today's information. Heard from people on a nearby ship that there's a strange island at sea where many have vanished after approaching. Winky face, day 9 of departure. Cough, cough, cough. The environment in Chainsaw City is dreadful. I feel like I'm suffocating. Today's news. Rumors of man-eating monsters appearing in the city. Not sure if they eat frogs. Better run. The most significant pieces of information were these two. The strange island where people could become lost was puzzling. Lingyu could not immediately think of a suitable target, primarily because there were too many potential candidates. He decided to set this aside for the moment. The appearance of man-eating monsters in Chainsaw City, however, warranted attention. He could inquire about specific details upon meeting Wolf. At that moment, distant gunfire and the buzzing of metal clashing echoed through the air. Lingyu peered through the window and saw 3 modified speedboats suddenly surge forth from the sea, their hulls adorned with spikes and steel plates, and their masts flying skull flags fashioned from gears. They appeared to be pirates. After a fleeting glance, Lingyu nonchalantly messaged Nameless, "Bring up 2 individuals. I have inquiries to make." The pirates aboard the vessel emitted sharp, piercing cries, as those on the forefront speedboat unleashed grappling hooks. Bang! The hook firmly latched onto the ship's railing, and several pirates shrieked as they swung onto the deck. Leading the charge was a burly man adorned with tattoos, his right arm transformed into a crude hydraulic claw. As he landed, he menacingly raised a saw-toothed shotgun. But before he could utter a word, a vine as thick as a bowl erupted from the splintered wood beneath the deck, coiling around his mechanical arm like a giant python. Before he could react, he was lifted by an overwhelming force and brutally slammed onto the deck. Thud, thud, thud. Each resounding impact was accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing, and soon, only a breath remained. Chapter 177. Lower City enough. Cease your actions, Lingyu commanded. The treeman below the deck halted its assault, bending down to pick up a weapon from the ground, examining it momentarily. The ultimate verdict was that it was a poorly crafted amalgamation. Only 2 pirates remained on the deck. One was a gaunt man with mechanical enhancements, and the other was a female pirate adorned with a mechanical eye. "I will ask, and you shall answer. Who sent you?" Lingyu inquired. The male pirate. His trousers dampened, trembled as he stuttered, "And no one sent us. We of the Iron Hook gang seize any lone ship we encounter." Suddenly, the female pirate lunged. A mechanical knife sprang forth from her sleeve, aimed directly at Lingyu's throat. Bang! Acting swiftly, Lingyu fired his weapon, striking her squarely in the forehead. She collapsed backward like a marionette with severed strings, her mechanical knife clattering onto the deck, mere inches from Lingyu's throat. Silence enveloped the deck, broken only by the sound of waves lapping against the ship. The male pirate sat on the ground in utter shock, a puddle forming beneath him as his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Lingyu slowly holstered his gun, casting a cold glance at him. "Are you from Gunsaw City?" "Why, yes," he stammered. "Is there any unusual activity in the lower city? For instance, flesh-eating monsters?" Upon hearing Lingyu's question, the male pirate quivered even more. "Why, yes. There are such legends. People often hear screams at midnight, and when they arrive at the scene, they discover mangled corpses." "When did this begin?" Lingyu pressed. "Only in the past month or 2, he replied. "That coincided with his arrival in this world." Lingyu stood and signaled to Wu Ming, who seized the pirate by the collar, lifting him like a chick and dragging him to the ship's edge. "Deliver a message to your boss. If any more members of the Iron Hook gang approach my ship, the consequences will be dire." The male pirate nodded frantically, and Wu Ming hurled him toward the remaining speedboat. The pirate fled without looking back, a messenger to prevent further trouble. In the distance, the outline of Gunsaw City became increasingly distinct. The city was sharply divided. The neon lights of the upper city began to illuminate, while the lower city was shrouded in a perilous crimson haze. Until they docked, no one dared to disturb them. "Prepare to disembark," Lingyu instructed his companions. Wu Ming nodded, silently arranging their gear. Shark emerged from the cabin, carrying little Gua, whose bulging backpack was clearly packed with supplies for their journey. Lingyu affectionately ruffled little Gua's head, saying, "Be cautious out there. This is no playground. Remember to bring back some news." Little Gua chirped in affirmation, thumping its chest proudly. It then scurried down the drainage pipe and into the sea, embarking on its adventure once more. The vessel slowly approached a deserted dock on the edge of the lower city. There exists no proper harbor here, only a few precarious wooden planks extending towards the sea, surrounded by heaps of rusted containers and dilapidated fishing vessels, resembling a veritable junkyard. The dock lies deserted, save for a handful of crows perched upon the branches, their crimson eyes coldly observing the scene. Lingyu is the first to leap from the boat, stepping onto the creaking planks. He surveys the surroundings and whispers a caution to remain vigilant, for the inhabitants here are not known for their hospitality. The others follow suit, and soon Lingyu stows the vessel within a storage compartment. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerges from the shadows. Several ragged figures peek out from behind the containers, their eyes glinting with avarice. One of them licks his cracked lips and hoarsely remarks that there are indeed fresh prey among them. Lingyu chuckles. It appears they have found a guide. He waves his hand, and the imposing shadow of the nameless mechanical giant envelopes them. Half an hour later, a frail individual, trembling and on the verge of collapse, leads the way. From him, they learn that this place was once a bustling port. But after the Fisher family lost control of the lower city, several gangs clashed here, reducing it to ruins. With the absence of vessels, there was little profit to be made, leading to its gradual abandonment and transformation into a wasteland. Now, only scavengers managed to scrape by. Ahead lies the Night Owl Forest. And beyond that, the lower city. Please, just let me go, the scavenger trembles. Lingyu squints, assessing the location, which aligns closely with Wolf's description. All right, let us move. The scavenger, as if granted a reprieve, scurries away, vanishing from sight. The nameless figure walks silently at the forefront, its robust mechanical arm effortlessly tearing through the obstructing vines. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound resonates from the shadows ahead, akin to the sound of a plant being snapped. Lingyu raises his hand, signaling the group to halt, and whispers, "Someone's there." Quite perceptive, newcomer, a raspy voice emanates from the shadows. A tall man steps forth from behind the trees, his right arm entirely mechanical, bearing a modified shotgun on his shoulder. A grotesque scar runs from his forehead to his chin, and his left eye is a crimson prosthetic, coldly appraising Lingyu and his companions. "Wolf? It is I," the man replies, revealing a grin that showcases several silver metal teeth. "That old fool Constantine has indeed sent me trouble. However, I must admit, your survival to this point is somewhat unexpected. Did you encounter any difficulties along the way?" "Just a few minor nuisances, which were swiftly dealt with," Lingyu replies nonchalantly. Wolf scoffs. Those iron-hook thugs? They are merely bullies, preying on the weak. You were fortunate not to cross paths with the enforcement squad at sea." He turns and gestures for them to follow. The route to the lower city is treacherous, especially now. Lingyu matches his pace and inquires, "I hear there are monstrous creatures that devour people in the city?" Wolf's stride momentarily falters, and his red eye glimmers as he responds, "You seem well informed." Indeed, in the past 2 months, there have been nightly disappearances in the lower city, with the bodies discovered having been gnawed upon, leaving one to ponder the nature of such a creature. Could it be some sort of monster, perhaps a wild beast? Wolf shook his head, dismissing the notion. The bite marks did not align, indicating they were likely inflicted by a human. Some speculate that this entity has escaped from the laboratory of the Fisher family, while others suggest it might have emerged from the depths of the sea. Regardless, a palpable sense of dread now envelopes the lower city. A group followed Wolf as he navigated the labyrinthine forest, entering the lower city through a crumbling wall. The architecture here is dense and dilapidated, with walls plastered in gang insignias and gruesome warnings. The air is a nauseating blend of machine oil, decaying food, and the metallic scent of blood. Chapter 178. The situation in the lower city. Before entering the city, Wolf instructed them to don cloaks to obscure their faces. Otherwise, their status as outsiders would be immediately evident. The muddy streets were flanked by dilapidated tin shanties leaning against one another like inebriated men, while rusted drainage pipes dripped with a viscous black liquid. In the distance, a watchtower constructed from discarded automobiles housed 2 sentinels armed with modified firearms, casually smoking. Recently, the Bloodskull gang had repelled their rivals, claiming dominion over these streets, hoping for a period of tranquility. Wolf expressed his concerns. Eventually, Wolf halted before a 2-story tin structure. "It's inconvenient at the front. Let us use the back entrance." The door opened slightly, releasing a heavy scent of scorched metal mingled with some chemical odor. Wolf flicked on a dim chandelier, illuminating the shelves laden with cybernetic components and surgical instruments. "Dad, do we have guests again? Why not take them to the workshop?" A girl with unkempt braids peeked from the 2nd floor, nimbly vaulting over the railing to land below. "Eily, how many times have I told you not to jump down like that? What if you fall?" Wolf admonished. "It's fine. I've done it plenty of times," she replied nonchalantly. Just then, a series of loud, forceful knocks echoed from the front door. "Eily, please attend to our guests while I handle this," he instructed, slipping through a small door into the workshop. The cramped space barely accommodated a few individuals, and Eily poured murky water from a rusty pipe into several cups. Lingyu, without tasting it, could tell the water was unclean. Yet, this was the everyday reality for the city's inhabitants. Overexploitation of resources had contaminated the groundwater. And coupled with inadequate distillation technology, the hardships faced by the people here were evident. In contrast, cybernetic enhancements were better suited to withstand such harsh conditions. When Eily spotted the timid shark hiding in the corner, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, is that a shark? The shark shrank back warily, its dorsal fin slightly erect, adopting a defensive posture. Eily reached out to touch it but hesitated, fearing a bite. Shark, relax. They mean no harm, Lingyu reassured, gently stroking the creature. What can it do? Can it disarm bombs or hack systems? I've read reports of some organizations training sharks for underwater reconnaissance, Eily inquired with curiosity. It is quite adept at eating, Lingyu summarized. At that moment, more urgent knocking resounded from the front, interspersed with harsh curses, and Lingyu could discern phrases regarding overdue rent. Once the commotion subsided, Wolf returned, his visage appearing several years older. Apologies for the delay. It was the Bloodskull gang here to collect rent, Wolf explained. Another rent collection? They just came yesterday. How long will this continue? Eily exclaimed, her agitation palpable. Lingyu questioned, wasn't this area just taken over? Why is the rent collection still so chaotic? Because the gang itself is disorganized. One gang comprises several factions, each collecting rent in this area. Even a cybernetic doctor cannot earn that much, Eily responded with fervor. Enough, Ellie, let's not dwell on that. Professor Ling, please share your story, Wolf suggested. Oh, I am here in search of the Chaos Physician. Do you have any leads? Lingyu inquired. Constantine mentioned to me that those individuals tend to frequent such chaotic places. I do know of one, but it lies within the territory of the Rust Gang. Making access rather challenging, Wolf replied. That is of no concern. Simply provide me with the means, and I shall endeavor on my own without burdening you, Lingyu assured. Wolf shook his head. It's no trouble at all. As long as you are willing to spend, it is quite simple. Black market merchants can procure anything. How much? 1 kilogram of source gold stone and pure gold. The source gold stone holds a value here akin to that of gold bars on Blue Star, recognized by many. Lingyu had thoughtfully prepared some for ease of transaction, for not all places necessarily accepted the currencies of the 3 major guilds. That is acceptable. For me, it is a trifling sum. Very well, I shall make arrangements. We will dine here. Do not venture out tonight. It is too dangerous. Wolf rose and retrieved a small iron box from the cupboard, containing several synthetic protein bars. Have something to eat, though the taste leaves much to be desired. Shasha merely sniffed the item and expressed her disinterest. I feel a bit sorry for you. Is this what you typically consume? Aaron remarked. Not typically this good, Wolf replied. Lingyu then produced several vacuum-sealed packages of milk bread from his backpack. Never mind, I shall treat you all to this meal. Is this real food? Ellie's voice wavered as her fingers gingerly touched the packaging, fearful it was a mere illusion. Do you have a pot? I could prepare some dishes, Aaron volunteered. Wolf quickly interjected, absolutely not. If the gang members catch wind of it, they'll likely come here for dinner tonight. Aaron fell silent once more. Realizing the gravity of their situation was far more challenging than they had anticipated. Ellie tore open a package and took a bite, choking back tears as she offered the bread to Wolf. Dad, it's sweet. Do not worry, I have plenty. Take your time, Lingyu reassured her. Suddenly, an explosion echoed outside, causing the metal shelter to tremble slightly. Wolf and Ellie did not even lift their heads, evidently accustomed to such disturbances. The East District is at it again, fighting for territory, Wolf remarked calmly, as if discussing the weather. Tomorrow, water prices will surely rise again. The shark on the table pitifully extended its paw to pat Ellie's head, only to be embraced by her. Hey, little one, you're not escaping now. Observing Ellie's demeanor, a rare softness graced Wolf's scarred visage. By the way, Ellie, what of your sister? Has she not returned yet? Wolf inquired. No, she left this morning. And I do not know where she has gone, Ellie replied. This child, Wolf expressed with a hint of concern. Do you have a daughter? Lingyu asked. No, a girl in distress, a wretched soul, was left with but a breath when she was discovered. Wolf remarked, do you require my assistance in searching for her? No need. She may return shortly, Lingyu replied with a nod, saying little else. Yet, unbeknownst to others, his shadow stealthily departed the room. This was the power bestowed upon him by the god of breeding. Self-reflection. Passive. Your shadow may manifest as another version of yourself, possessing all of your might. This ability carries the essence of breeding and self-replication. Moreover, as it is his shadow, it can traverse along walls and through crevices, proving to be more advantageous than the corporeal form in certain circumstances. The sky outside gradually dimmed, and the shadow moved swiftly down the street. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Chapter 179 Encounter. After indulging in a hearty meal, Ellie peacefully reclined on the worn spring mattress of the second floor, drifting into slumber. The cramped quarters forced the others to make do with sleeping on the floor. Mr. Wolf, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you privately, Lingyu stated. Certainly, the balcony on the second floor is quite tranquil, Let us converse there. Ling Yu followed Wolf to the balcony, where a breeze carried with it a hint of metal and gunpowder. What is it you wish to know? Wolf inquired. I seek to understand your true identity. Surely, you are not merely an ordinary prosthetics doctor. A person of your caliber would not be acquainted with someone of the Sea Ranger status, Ling Yu queried. Wolf leaned against the balcony railing, gazing at the towering iron walls in the distance, beyond which lay the opulent upper city. Professor Ling, I have heard of your intellect. How do you propose we resolve the issues at hand? Wolf asked. On the surface, it appears to be an oppression of the lower class by the upper class. But the underlying cause is a scarcity of resources. To put it simply, this place once thrived on the extraction of underwater crude oil, yet resources are finite. Particularly during the age of mechanical warfare, the mechanical empire consumed vast quantities of oil. Upon my arrival, I observed that many offshore oil rigs had been abandoned. The very survival of this place now hinges on the lower class selling their own bodies. Even if you were to dismantle that wall, without addressing this fundamental issue, sustaining life here would be an arduous endeavor. Have you contemplated the subsequent ramifications? Ling Yu elaborated. Future concerns? The people here struggle to survive in the present. What right do they have to consider what lies ahead? Wolf replied with a bitter smile. For the average individual, that may be true, but for a leader, such considerations are imperative. One must navigate ahead of the masses, weathering all storms. Otherwise, the only outcome would be a mere exchange of places between the upper and lower city, resulting in no real change, Ling Yu asserted as he patted Wolf on the shoulder. Wolf fell silent, and after a moment, he spoke again. Professor Ling, there is a favor I wish to ask of you. What is it? Could you take Ellie with you? If she remains here, she will inevitably meet the same fate as those children, becoming a prosthetic. Wolf implored. Where would you have me take her? Wolf shook his head. Having spent his life in this place, he knew little of the world beyond. Anywhere safe will suffice. She is resilient and capable of surviving on her own, Wolf replied. Ling Yu patted his shoulder again, saying, You do not even know where your own daughter should go. How can you guide the people of this place? He then added, Once I have resolved my own matters, we shall discuss this thoroughly. Very well. At that moment, Shadow returned silently, causing Ling Yu's brow to furrow. What is the matter? Nothing significant, just some peculiar individuals. Half an hour earlier, Shadow moved like ink through the crevices of the walls, following the sound of anguished cries to an abandoned water purification plant. The rusty iron door stood ajar, with dark red liquid seeping from the crack, glistening ominously under the moonlight. In the factory, a gaunt figure lay prostrate in a pool of blood. It was a young man clad in a tattered trench coat, and before him crouched a shadowy creature. The being hunched over, its spine protruding grotesquely, with fingers elongated into talons, viciously tearing into the young man's abdomen, producing a horrifying sound akin to gnashing teeth. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, toppling an iron barrel at the entrance. The clatter of the barrel startled the creature, which abruptly lifted its head, nostrils flaring, suddenly pivoting towards the Shadow's direction. Emitting a low, guttural growl. Had it detected me? Ling Yu was taken aback. His Shadow's stealth capabilities surpassed his own, yet had still been perceived. At that instant, he discerned the visage of the shadowy figure. It was, astonishingly, a living human, albeit with crimson eyes that glowed ominously. The creature descended onto all fours, scuttling across the steel beams of the ceiling with arachnid agility, before launching itself downward with ferocity. The shadow sidestepped, as the ground where it had stood was viciously raked, leaving 3 deep gashes. A grotesque bulge emerged from the creature's back, which then erupted, giving rise to 4 dark crimson tendrils that writhed in the air like living entities. These appendages lashed out with the speed of whips, leaving afterimages in their wake. The shadow penetrated the concrete wall, and as the tendrils lashed downwards, debris erupted in a chaotic scatter. Raising its gaze, the shadow saw the 4 tendrils coiling down like a colossal serpent, poised to constrict. In a swift motion, the shadow kicked over a nearby metal plate, the moonlight reflecting off it, creating a blinding beam that struck the creature's eyes. Instinctively, it shielded its face, its movements slowing considerably. The shadow materialized, seizing one of the tendrils with an iron grip. With an explosive shout, he tightened his muscles, forcibly dragging the creature towards him. What? The creature lost its balance, being pulled closer to the shadow. Prepared and poised, the shadow's right fist coalesced with dark mist, launching forward like a cannonball aimed at the creature's face. A resounding thud echoed as the creature's nasal bone shattered, blood splattering forth. It staggered back, attempting to create distance. The shadow seamlessly inherited Ling Yu's attributes, which included formidable strength and the ability to manipulate from afar. Yet the creature grinned wickedly, its wound healing at an alarming rate. Useless. My regenerative abilities far exceed your imagination. Ling Yu sneered, is that so? With a sudden kick aimed at the creature's chest. He sent it crashing into the electrical box at the center of the factory. Sparks flew as electricity coursed through its body, causing its tendrils to convulse violently, muscles spasming, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Ling Yu advanced once more, intent on delivering a decisive blow. But just then, several beams of crimson light abruptly shot forth from the shadows of the factory. Instinctively, Ling Yu recoiled, the red light grazing his cheek and leaving deep gouges in the wall. These beams were translucent crystals, feather-like in appearance. In that fleeting moment, the earlier creature rose and bolted towards the outside of the factory, vanishing into the dense woods in an instant. It seemed well acquainted with the terrain, and despite Ling Yu's shadow pursuing for some time, it ultimately lost track of the creature. Helplessly, the shadow returned to its original position. The shadow extracted the translucent crystal from the wall and subsequently returned to Ling Yu. In the stillness of the night, as everyone slumbered, Ling Yu placed the translucent crystal into the mouth of the savior. Upon meticulous analysis, the savior presented a startling conclusion. These crystals bore a striking resemblance to the essence of greed, albeit in a significantly diluted form. It was no wonder that under the influence of greed, Ling Yu found nothing unusual in his consumption. At that moment, a glimmer ignited in the eyes of the nameless figure, who slowly turned their head. There is something amiss, they remarked. Ling Yu, taken aback, inquired, what is it? I just detected a peculiar signal, the nameless figure replied. Chapter 180. The chaotic physician signal? Ling Yu found nothing peculiar about it. After all, the advanced mechanical technology in this place made mechanical communication rather commonplace. Could it be a signal from the transmission tower in the upper city? Ling Yu inquired. Not quite. These signals are repetitive, resembling less of a communication technique. And they appeared only briefly before vanishing, replied Wu Ming. Ling Yu felt a flicker of doubt but dismissed it. According to Wu Ming, it bore the hallmarks of a covert signal. Given the undercurrents swirling in this place, such occurrences were hardly surprising. Let us set this aside for now. Tomorrow we shall seek out the chaotic physician. Once we've resolved matters here, we can contemplate other concerns, he concluded. Wu Ming nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. The following morning, everyone arose early. Despite a restless night, spirits were high. However, a shadow of worry lingered on Wolf's face. You're awake. Let us depart now. It's the perfect time, he urged. What's wrong? Has something happened? Ling Yu discerned his troubled demeanor. Nothing to worry about. It's my own affair. You have pressing matters. Do not concern yourselves with me. If you're ready, follow me, Wolf replied before stepping outside to assess the situation. The streets were eerily quiet, remnants of the recent skirmish prompting the various factions to lay low. After navigating through 3 intersections, a transport vehicle, camouflaged with false markings, halted behind an abandoned vending machine. This is the Black Market Express, designed to traverse between the rival factions, Wolf explained as he opened the rear door, revealing a cargo area brimming with goods covered by dust sheets. Lie low amongst the cargo and remain silent. Someone will be along shortly, he instructed. Nodding in agreement, the group concealed themselves within the confines of the cargo. Moments later, a shadowy figure took the driver's seat, and the engine roared to life. As the truck jolted along the bumpy dirt road, the discomfort was palpable, each jolt eliciting groans from the concealed passengers. The air inside was thick with the scent of oil and rusted metal. Ling Yu curled up behind a pile of discarded mechanical parts, peering through the gaps in the wooden crates to see the buildings outside racing by. Ahead lay the territory of the Rust Gang. Remember, once we arrive, speak not a word, cautioned the driver, his voice filtering through the cracks into the cargo hold. How much longer? Ling Yu whispered, leaning against the top of the cargo area. We're almost there, came the reply. Suddenly, the truck came to a screeching halt, causing Ling Yu's forehead to collide forcefully with a nearby metal box, stars exploding before his eyes. Outside, voices clamored amidst the whir of machinery. A hoarse voice commanded, check. As per the usual protocol, the driver exited, and through the gaps, Ling Yu observed him handing something to the lead guard. After a brief inspection of the object in hand, the guard declared, let them pass. With this maneuver, the group proceeded unimpeded. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle came to rest at an alley's mouth. All right, disembark, the driver announced. The group lifted the dust sheets covering them and stepped out of the vehicle. In your search for individuals, you must turn left at the distance. After uttering this phrase, the driver of the vehicle set it into motion and departed swiftly. Ling Yu waved his hand to dispel the scent of engine oil and said, let us go and take a look. Following the directions provided, the group arrived at a modest bungalow. Dr. Manna, my child is ill. Do you still have medicine? I implore you, save her. An elderly woman pleaded. kneeling before a middle-aged woman with a ponytail. The doctor, known as Mana, reluctantly produced a small vial. "Remember, only 1 pill per day," she instructed. "Thank you, thank you." The elderly woman expressed her profound gratitude as she took the medicine and left. After bidding farewell to the woman, Mana turned to Ling Yu and the others. "You do not appear to be from around here. You must be the guests mentioned by Wolf," Mana remarked. Ling Yu nodded and inquired, "What was the medication you just gave that elderly woman?" "I found it rather peculiar." Mana did not hesitate to respond. "What I provided her was void." "Void. No wonder I felt something odd earlier. But isn't the chaos physician supposed to cure void? Why administer it?" "I sense your confusion. Follow me," she replied. The group followed Mana into the clinic's interior. The clinic was more spacious than expected, though the air was laden with an odd amalgamation of disinfectant and medicinal odors. On the beds lining both sides lay a dozen patients, most gaunt and with skin marred by mechanical implants. Yet at that moment, they seemed to be drained of vitality. Their hollow eyes fixed vacantly on the ceiling, their breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible. Each individual harbored void within, though the concentration was insufficient to propel them toward their fate. "These individuals are on the brink of death. I extract the excess void from their hearts and administer it to other patients, allowing them to forget their suffering. This is all that I can do," Mana sighed. Ling Yu understood. It was akin to a painkiller, though it did not address the root cause. It could at least alleviate the torment. As long as the void remained at a certain concentration, it could be beneficial to these individuals. "Could you assist us, then? We have someone who has embarked on the path of void," Wu Ming urgently inquired. "The path of void?" Mana exclaimed, somewhat astonished. She then gestured for the group to enter her consultation room. The room was small, containing only a single bed. Wu Ming gently placed Dorothy, whom he cradled, onto the bed and removed the black veil from her head. Upon seeing Dorothy's appearance, Mana felt a pang of sorrow and remarked, "What a pitiable child. How did she come to be in this state?" Well, Wu Ming hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Her original perception of the world collapsed, and she became what she is now, Ling Yu explained. "I see. That is indeed troublesome. As you can see, most of our chaos physician measures are preventative, and we do not possess effective methods for those who have already embarked on their fate." Mana spoke with a hint of helplessness. "Is there truly no way out?" After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "There is, however, a perilous method, though I cannot ascertain if you would be willing to attempt it." "What method?" Ling Yu inquired. "I possess a device known as a consciousness connector, which can intertwine the minds of individuals. The principle involves entering a void-like realm to rescue those ensnared within its depths. However, correspondingly, you too would be stepping into the abyss, and a moment's carelessness could lead to your own disorientation. In essence, you must confront the void directly. Thus far, I have not witnessed a successful case. You must proceed with caution." Chapter 181. The void of consciousness. "Very well, I accept," Ling Yu declared. It was a rare opportunity, and he had been lamenting the lack of a chance to encounter the void. Observing his unwavering determination, Mana remarked, "All right, if you are resolute, then follow me." Ling Yu accompanied Mana into another room, where a peculiar apparatus lay before them, comprising 2 helmets connected to a central machine. By donning this helmet, you will connect with her realm of consciousness. "Exercise caution," Mana advised. Without hesitation, Ling Yu seated himself and said, "Let us begin." Nameless, cradling Dolores, gently placed her onto another chair and secured the helmet for him. "I entrust this to you," Nameless said earnestly. "Rest assured," he replied. Subsequently, Ling Yu donned the helmet. "I am ready. I shall initiate," Mana stated, pressing the button. Ling Yu felt his consciousness being drawn into a vast vortex. "Breathe. Remember to maintain your rhythm." Mana's voice echoed from a distance, but soon it faded into silence. "Ling Yu, Professor Ling Yu." Amidst a flurry of urgent calls, Ling Yu awakened. Before him stood a young woman clad in a white lab coat, seemingly a doctoral student from his previous laboratory. "The experimental results have emerged. They are identical," she said with a pallid expression. Ling Yu gazed at the 2 results in his hands, both perfectly congruent, unable to comprehend why she appeared disheartened. "Isn't the successful replication of the experiment a positive outcome?" he inquired. "The issue lies in the fact that the first result existed prior to the experiment, even before the collider was constructed, and the conclusion indicates complete randomness. This is impossible." At her words, Ling Yu sprang from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What does this imply?" he exclaimed. "It suggests that someone could have preordained the results, even manipulated them." At that moment, Ling Yu looked up and noticed a television in the corner, broadcasting a scientific talk show. The experts on screen were discussing breaking news. Anomalous phenomena and scientific experiments are emerging globally. Numerous premier laboratories have reported fluctuations in fundamental physical constants, prompting a re-evaluation of scientific principles. Much like the turkeys on a farm, who receive their feed punctually every morning at 9, they deduce the fundamental laws of the universe, only to realize, just before Thanksgiving, that their understanding of the world was utterly flawed. Now, the farmer has arrived. Indeed, physics has ceased to exist. Even science itself has vanished. Ling Yu sank back into his chair, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, the scene warped before him, and a door materialized. After a brief hesitation, Ling Yu approached and opened it. He found himself once again seated at an academic ethics tribunal, facing interrogation. "Professor Ling Yu, do you feel any shame for your actions?" queried the presiding adjudicator. Ling Yu scoffed, retorting, "What do you intend to accuse me of this time? Animal experimentation, or perhaps the destruction of the environment? Even in human trials, I possessed consent forms." The adjudicator on the podium declared, "Is it not these? Do you not feel ashamed of the erroneous theories you have propagated?" Erroneous? Or have I erred? Suddenly, the entire courtroom began to spin, and countless formulas and graphs, the culmination of Ling Yu's lifelong research, emerged upon the walls. Yet, as his gaze lingered, those equations began to vanish one by one, as if erased by an invisible hand. As it stands, all theories have been debunked. And yet you persist. Many are concerned that this will incite the wrath of the farmers. Ling Yu scoffed, "What do you propose? That I pen a confession? Or shall I be bound to a cross and burned?" Truth exists independently of belief, just as gravity does not require comprehension to cause one to fall. Even if the current science collapses, I shall reconstruct it brick by brick until it crumbles once more. I firmly believe that humanity will inevitably reach the celestial realm of truth. Upon hearing Ling Yu's defense, the judges seated on the platform exchanged glances and erupted into applause. "Magnificent, Professor Ling Yu. You are indeed an esteemed scholar. It is evident that you have ascended to the pinnacle of science. The conclusion you reached was yours alone." Ling Yu stood in shock, shaking his head repeatedly. "Impossible. How could I have drawn conclusions prior to the emergence of the apparatus?" Yet the truth remained, through extensive calculations. He had arrived at impeccable results, substantiated by fact. The scene flickered, revealing yet another door. Upon opening it, Ling Yu found himself on a podium once more. "Now, let us bestow the highest honor upon the all-knowing luminary of the scientific community, Professor Ling Yu." Dazed, Ling Yu accepted the trophy inscribed with the words "The All-Knowing One." "Congratulations, Professor Ling Yu. You have successfully pushed the boundaries of human cognition to the realm of matter. You shall be celebrated as one of the most illustrious scientists in history, and all shall follow in your footsteps." "This is not right," he murmured. "No, this is not glory. Science should never be a prison for thought. If I truly am the all-knowing one, does that not signify the cessation of scientific progress? The world will no longer change. Things are perpetually in flux. That is the essence of science's existence." However, this time, no door appeared. "Impossible. There must be another door." "There must be," Ling Yu whispered. "Professor Ling Yu, you are perfect. Embrace this truth. Why do you deny yourself? Science has never been about knowing. It is about exploration. If I have indeed become the all-knowing one, does that not imply the end of exploration? Those sleepless nights of calculations, those failed experiments, those wild hypotheses ridiculed by colleagues, these moments of uncertainty are the true drivers of scientific advancement. Errors are more precious than correctness, for they illuminate new directions. Have I truly reached the end? This prospect terrifies me more than the collapse of physics itself. A world devoid of the unknown, a universe that no longer necessitates exploration. Could such a reality still be a world in which humanity exists? There must be a path ahead, if it remains unseen. I shall forge my own." Ling Yu cast aside the trophy and descended from the podium. He was unaware of how long he had walked when a brand new door materialized in the void. Overwhelmed with joy, he swung open the grand entrance, only to be taken aback by the figure within. It was none other than himself. "Who are you?" Ling Yu inquired. "I am you. The version of yourself that embodies the end. I have come to prevent you. Do not proceed any further, for the entire world will be obliterated. If that occurs, what purpose would your research serve?" Chapter 182. Through this bitter journey to reach the stars, Ling Yu gazed incredulously at the figure before him. He had never feared any adversity, yet he found himself astonished that the final obstacle in his path was none other than himself. "Impossible. You are merely a figment of my imagination," he exclaimed. The figure across from him replied, "You are a scientist. Hypotheses require validation. However, experiments must account for the worst-case scenarios. If this were indeed the truth, could you accept it?" The version of Ling Yu within the door smiled faintly, a semblance of pity and resignation gracing his features. "Do you genuinely believe you have a choice? You think you are in pursuit of truth, yet in reality, you are merely traversing a predetermined path." Ling Yu's voice trembled, All my research, my perseverance, cannot be orchestrated. The figure advanced slowly, stating, those so-called flashes of inspiration, those perfectly timed coincidences, have you never questioned them? Why must it be you who uncovers them? It merely propels you forward, the further you advance. The closer you drift towards madness, thus compelling you to retreat. Yet you have ventured too far. The path back has long been sealed. This is why the end heralds the world's ruin. As he beheld the figure stepping through the door, Ling Yu instinctively took 2 steps back. He yearned to declare that all of this was false, but as a researcher, he could not easily dismiss any possibility. What if an insurmountable catastrophe truly emerged? Had he been deceiving himself all along? What did he glimpse of the future? A cascade of questions sent him spiraling into dizziness. You speak nonsense. My conclusions are validated and withstand scrutiny. I am no one's puppet, nor do I desire the annihilation of this world. Ling Yu reached out to grasp the version of himself within the door, but his arm merely passed through the other's form. Cease your struggle, accept reality, relinquish everything. There remains a glimmer of hope for this world. The figure seized his collar, drawing him close, eyes locked onto his. You have witnessed the threats from beyond, and you are utterly defenseless. Were it not for someone saving you, you would have already become one of them. The more you research, the nearer you draw to me. If you abandon this pursuit now, perhaps you could forge a new timeline, allowing us to diverge and saving this world. Do not repeat my mistakes. They have been proven erroneous, and such repetition is futile. Ling Yu clenched his fists, internal conflict raging within him. In reality, his body convulsed erratically, akin to a pendulum. His sanity plummeting uncontrollably. Despite their efforts, those around him could not halt the descent of his sanity toward zero. Erin took out food from her backpack, intended to restore his sanity, but he was so disoriented that he could not even manage to swallow. His profession, too, dictated that in certain extraordinary circumstances, he would succumb more readily than others. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ling Yu's sanity plummeted to zero. Your resolve was put to the test, and your true nature began to reveal itself. You acquired the status of chaos. Chaos. In the ensuing period, your sanity may fluctuate randomly, rising or falling. This is by no means a favorable state, as it could lead to a relentless cycle of your sanity returning to zero, repeatedly confronting the trials of your own heart. Should you falter, you would instantly descend into negative values, finding yourself truly ensnared in the void. Ling Yu's vision began to blur, and a harsh buzzing resonated in his ears. Just as darkness engulfed his sight, a solitary glimmer of light emerged from the abyss. Instinctively, he moved toward this last beacon of illumination. The moment he touched the light, a vivid scene flooded his mind. He found himself back in the laboratory of his university days, where the faces of scientific pioneers adorned the walls. Professor, what do you consider the most terrifying aspect of an experiment? Asked the somewhat naive Ling Yu, addressing the professor beside him, whose hair had turned gray. The most terrifying thing? Perhaps it is the absence of errors, the professor pondered before responding. Isn't it better to be entirely correct? Aren't we striving to reach the right conclusions? Ling Yu queried. A person who has never erred has simply never ventured into the realm of the new. Without errors, there can be no correctness. Yet, the young Ling Yu tightened his grip on the experimental notebook. What if the direction of my research is fundamentally flawed? Nonsense. The opposite of truth is often another truth. What you should fear is not questioning, but rather ceasing to question. Have you forgotten the Latin proverb your teacher imparted to you? Per aspera ad astra, through hardships to the stars. You are right. Perhaps I have indeed been repeating the same mistakes. Ling Yu suddenly smiled. But not as a puppet, rather as an observer, as a variable, as the experiment itself. As long as I do not cease to advance, the path will continue to extend, and thus I shall not stop. Ling Yu regained his willpower. And at that moment, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. The entire void trembled violently, and a brand new door appeared before him. Just as Ling Yu opened the door, a golden stream of light seeped through the crack. A torrent surged forth from within, continually washing over his form. Amidst the radiance, a new path unfolded before him. Expansion. The instant this new path materialized, the Ling Yu within the door began to dissolve into mere bubbles. Standing amidst the cascade of light, Ling Yu watched as another version of himself dissipated like foam. So it is, he realized. The opposite of truth is not fallacy, but rather another truth. I once believed I was battling fate, yet in truth, I am a part of fate itself. If everything is preordained, then does my existence represent the greatest variable of all? You claim I am their puppet, yet you have forgotten. If a puppet becomes aware of its own nature, it ceases to be a mere puppet. The more I question and struggle, the more I affirm a singular truth. Free will lies not in the capacity to alter one's fate, but in the ability to confront it head-on. Should my research lead to destruction, it may also unveil new possibilities. Even if the path ahead is a chasm, I must witness for myself whether beneath that abyss lies another celestial expanse. This time, I shall not merely be an observer. I am, in fact, the experiment itself. Paraspera ad astra. Through this arduous journey, I shall reach the stars. Lingyu steps boldly through the threshold, entering a realm adorned with a canopy of countless stars. Chapter 183. An unexpected encounter. After surveying his surroundings, Lingyu extended his hand, and before him appeared a black hole that engulfed him. Upon embarking on the path of exploration, Lingyu acquired the power of destiny. The ability he now possessed was known as stellar transition. As long as he could pinpoint a target location, he could instantaneously transport himself there. This pinpointing was not limited to geographical locations, but also encompassed realms of thought. The prerequisite was that he must either know or be able to perceive and comprehend the place. At this moment, his destination was the spiritual realm of Dorothy. In a flash of light, Lingyu found himself amidst a shattered expanse. This was the realm of Dorothy's consciousness. He stood at the edge of this mental space, with an abyss of nothingness beneath his feet. Dorothy's mental world resembled a shattered mirror, with countless fragments floating in the darkness, each reflecting a different memory's glow. Having lost her sense of life's value, her inner world had crumbled, leaving her consciousness in disarray. The situation was even more dire than anticipated. With a wave of his hand, Lingyu gathered the shards together. To stitch these fragments back together, an external force was required, an adhesive known as meaning. Dorothy, you need not become a perfect war machine, nor the savior of anyone. You may simply be yourself, cherished and loved. His voice echoed in the realm of consciousness. As a liquid flowed from his palm, the images within the liquid unfolded, a nameless figure gently reading a children's book, and halfway through, using a mechanical arm to carefully tuck in the sleeping Dorothy's blanket. The scene shifted, revealing Dorothy lying in bed, with a cup of steaming milk on the bedside, while a note recorded her recent condition. Within the liquid, one could witness the care that the nameless figure had provided her over the days. These were the adhesive of meaning. Focusing his thoughts, Lingyu propelled these warm memories toward the center of the consciousness space. The fragments began to swirl, emanating an increasingly radiant glow, drawing in the surrounding dark shards. As the light expanded, Lingyu noticed something at the abyss's bottom responding. It was a hazy white aura, faint yet resilient in its existence. He immediately understood that it was the vestige of Dorothy's self-awareness, a part that had not succumbed to the void. The aura flickered gently, akin to a candle's flame swaying in the wind. Meanwhile, the dark fragments that had been drawn in began to undergo transformation. Look at these memories. You are never merely a weapon. Your name is Dorothy. You can have storybooks and warm milk, and you can live your own life. Suddenly, the white aura flickered intensely before beginning to rise. Gradually, it coalesced into the ethereal figure of a girl clad in a white dress, appearing before Lingyu. Her outline bore resemblance to Dorothy from before, yet it was softer, embodying the essence of a young girl. It is time to return. Someone awaits you. Lingyu extended his hand toward Dorothy. She nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Lingyu executed the stellar transition, whisking them away from the realm of void. The two vanished amidst a cascade of light. In reality, Dorothy gradually opened her eyes, the hollowness within her beginning to dissipate, her eyelashes glimmering softly under the illumination. The nameless mechanical arm abruptly froze in midair, its joints emitting faint clicking sounds. He slowly turned his head, incredulity flickering in his eyes. "You're awake?" he inquired. Dorothy interrupted him with an embrace, the collision of metal and flesh producing a gentle hum. Thank you, she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. The onlookers, witnessing this poignant scene, could not help but shed tears as well. Lingyu also slowly opened his eyes, a wave of soreness washing over him. This ordeal felt more exhausting than a day spent hauling bricks at a construction site. He felt as if his body were on the verge of disintegration. "Are you all right? You truly terrified me just now," Erin said, wiping her tears as she grasped his hand. "Please don't squeeze me. I have no desire to move at all." Lingyu replied, his pallid face betraying his discomfort. Every muscle in his body felt as though it were laden with lead. And even the simplest task of raising his arm proved exceedingly arduous. Mana turned to open the cabinet behind her, retrieving a vial of blue liquid. "Do not move," she commanded, her cool fingers pressing against him as she deftly inserted the syringe into the hollow of his cervical spine. The instant the potion was injected, a refreshing sensation coursed along his spine, akin to a summer stream gliding over a scorching beach. "What is this?" Lingyu could not help but ask. "A neural repair compound designed to mend damaged neural pathways and combat contamination. If the injury isn't severe, it can restore functionality," Mana explained. "Such a potion exists? This world is truly extraordinary. May I have a vial?" I wish to study it further, Ling Yu inquired. What time is it that you're still pondering your research? Aaron exclaimed, genuinely anxious, for she had feared Ling Yu had succumbed to the void. The formula isn't difficult. I can send it to you if you wish. Though most would find it challenging to produce, Mana replied. Ling Yu nodded, indicating it was of little concern. He spent the remaining hours resting with Mana until afternoon, awaiting the arrival of the cargo vehicle to retrieve them. When the appointed time arrived, the black market vehicle halted at the designated location. They climbed aboard and concealed themselves, the vehicle passing through the checkpoint without issue. By the time they returned to Wolf's residence, night had fallen. After knocking, Wolf abruptly flung open the door. His eyes bloodshot, the wrinkles on his face deepened in the dim light. His rough fingers gripped the doorframe tightly, knuckles paling. What's wrong? What has happened? Ling Yu immediately understood something was amiss upon seeing his expression. Ali hasn't returned. The entire afternoon, all lines of communication have been severed. This resilient man helplessly cradled his head, resembling a forlorn child. Ali is missing. When did this occur? Have you searched for her? Aaron inquired. After searching thoroughly, the shopkeeper informed that he had just returned home after delivering the last of his goods. Every day, Ellie would venture out to make deliveries. This child has always been remarkably resilient. If only I had known, I would never have allowed her to go, Wolf lamented, his eyes glistening with tears. In this region, it is commonplace for children to begin working at a tender age, making Ellie's situation rather typical. However, under normal circumstances, Ellie would only deliver items within the nearby streets. How could anything go awry? At that moment, the small door to the workshop swung open, and a tall girl rushed in with a sense of urgency. I heard that Ellie is missing, is that true? Upon recognizing her, Ling Yu swiftly drew his pistol from his waist. What are you doing here, Hushasha? Chapter 184. The Great Battle. This Hushasha is the fabled Fatewalker of greed. During the tumult of battle, she was cast into the sea by an explosion, as detailed in Chapter 42. Ling Yu had presumed she was doomed, yet here she stood before him. Upon seeing Ling Yu, she froze in place, her body rigid with shock. Do you know her? Wolf inquired. Know her? She is the Fatewalker of greed. Wait, are those man-eating monsters related to you? Ling Yu squinted, as though a revelation dawned upon him. Wolf's countenance turned a shade of ashen gray. He slowly turned to face Hushasha, his words forced out as if through clenched teeth. Is what they say true? After a moment of silence, Hushasha replied. I am indeed the Fatewalker of greed, but those people have no connection to me. I truly do not know. The shattering of glass interrupted her words. The entire two-story building trembled under the force of the shockwave. Wolf's cybernetic hospital was breached, and through the ensuing smoke emerged four masked figures. Leading them was a well-dressed, imposing man who cracked his neck and declared, At last, I found you, little kitty. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. It is these individuals. They are the true monsters, Hushasha remarked, her expression darkening. Hey, don't act so innocent. What makes you different from us? The difference is, I only consume what I desire, Hushasha retorted, suddenly arching her back as her clothing tore with a sharp sound. 10 pale arms erupted from her back, adorned with bony armor and ending in elongated, obsidian claws. Run. Find Ellie. Hushasha's form twisted grotesquely, her limbs spreading like a spider's legs, propelling Wolf towards the exit. The burly man grinned widely and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Hushasha. In response, her arms crossed in front of her like a shield. Boom. The force of the blow sent her hurtling backward, crashing through a wooden cabinet. Slowly, Hushasha rose from the debris, her arms unfurling like those of a spider. 2 of them plunged into the floor, launching her back into the fray. She darted forward like a bolt of white lightning, her fingers transformed into claws that sank viciously into her opponent's throat. In the next instant, her arm contorted, her palm splitting open to reveal a maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, which clamped down on her adversary's shoulder. Crack! Flesh was torn asunder, and Hushasha swallowed the morsel, her throat undulating as she discarded her opponent like refuse. The taste is dreadful, she remarked coldly, yet a flicker of satisfaction gleamed in her eyes. The remaining 3 adversaries launched their assault. The slender figure on the far left struck first, his back swelling as tendrils unfurled, wrapping around his arms and transforming into sharp blades aimed at Hushasha's midsection. In a swift response, Hushasha's rear arm surged, seizing the blade with ferocity. As the other arm unfurled simultaneously to support her, it was too slow. She plummeted abruptly, her arms folding like petals, enveloping the diminutive figure within. A sickening sound echoed as the bone claws pierced flesh, accompanied by a chilling scream. The figure was torn into a mass of shredded meat. The remaining 2 figures had bulging flesh sacks on their backs. The suited man's 4 tentacles lashed out like steel whips. The other woman unleashed wing-like appendages from her shoulder blades, showering the area with countless crystalline shards. Hushasha raised her bony arms to deflect the barrage of shards while ensnaring the advancing tentacles. Seizing the opportunity, Hushasha surged forward with lightning speed, her four muscular arms striking simultaneously at the woman. With a resounding crash, the woman was propelled through the wall, landing in the street outside. Much of her tentacles were torn away, black blood mingling with the filthy ground beneath her. Suddenly, the suited man erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring it all too amusing. Truly, a fate walker, let me now reveal my true power. His body began to swell, the four tentacles merging into two robust appendages. Then, the tentacles descended like colossal hammers. Hushasha barely managed to block with her arms, yet she was still slammed into the floor. Amidst the splintering wood, she felt several of her ribs crack. Even worse, the consciousness of gluttony began to overtake her. Her skin manifested corpse-like spots, and her mouth uncontrollably stretched to the roots of her ears, revealing shark-like teeth. Hungry. So hungry. Taking advantage of her disarray, the suited man lunged, his tentacles entwining and crashing heavily onto Hushasha. Boom. She was forcefully driven into the floor by the impact of his tentacles. It's over, little kitty. The tentacles raised high, poised to strike her head. Stop. A chilling voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. The suited man's tentacles hovered mere inches above Hushasha's head, unable to descend any further. His pupils constricted violently as he realized he could not move an inch. Even his breath was forcibly halted by some unseen force. Time seemed to freeze under the weight of that power. What is this? The suited man exclaimed in shock. The power of memory. Ling Yu's voice came from the entrance, calm and icy. He stepped onto the battlefield, raising his right hand, fingertips aglow with a pale blue aura. The essence of memory, destiny, capable of temporarily freezing the actions of its target, even solidifying their consciousness. To be precise, it was the divine departure state. Then, with a grasp of his left hand, a longbow formed slowly from pure light, a brilliant golden arrow poised upon its string. The power of hunting, annihilation. The bowstring trembled, and the arrow was released. Boom. In that instant when time resumed its flow, the suited man's chest was pierced by the luminous arrow. His body was propelled by the immense force, crashing through the wall and tumbling heavily to the ground, skidding several meters and leaving a deep gash in its wake. The suited man struggled to prop himself up, lowering his gaze to his chest. A gaping void, the size of a bowl, materialized, its edges ablaze with golden flames. As flesh and blood were visibly consumed and obliterated by the power of the hunt. The man in the suit was impaled by a luminous arrow of hunt. Black blood gushing forth, yet he continued to struggle. His muscles twisted and swelled, severed tendrils writhing like venomous serpents, attempting a final counterattack. It was not over. It was far from over. Dark red patterns emerged beneath his skin, propelling him into a state of berserk. In this condition, his strength surged temporarily, but at the cost of complete loss of reason, transforming him into a mere killing beast. Ling Yu observed him with cold indifference, his right hand gradually rising. Boredom enveloped him. Suddenly, a pitch-black flame ignited in his palm, not an ordinary fire, but the essence of destruction's fate. A force capable of erasing all existence from the very fabric of reality. As the man in the suit lunged forward, Ling Yu unleashed a devastating punch. A wave of black flames erupted in a circular explosion. At the moment of contact, the man's once prized regenerative abilities became a mere jest. His skin carbonized first, followed by his muscles, and ultimately his bones. It was as if a pencil drawing was being erased by an eraser, gradually vanishing from the world. Chapter 185. The resistance do not feign death, Ling Yu intoned coldly. I am aware that you are still alive. The eyelids of the masked woman trembled slightly, and a faint gasp escaped her throat. Tell me, who are you? Ling Yu's voice was as frigid as it was composed. Bronze Tree. We hail from an organization called the Bronze Tree. What is your objective? By the doctor's command, to locate the gluttonous Pathfinder and bring her back. Wire. Suddenly, the masked woman's body convulsed violently, producing a series of choking sounds from her throat. Ling Yu wished to act, but it was too late. Her body swelled abruptly, skin cracking inch by inch, dissolving into a pool of blood. Among the sanguine liquid, Ling Yu discovered a small device, its container shattered. It was evident that this was a miniature apparatus for remote control, capable of manipulating the fates of these individuals at will. Should any unusual occurrence arise, the creator of this device could remotely trigger the container to rupture, unleashing lethal poison with insidious stealth. In the distance, the sounds of hurried footsteps and shouts echoed, indicating that the recent skirmish had alarmed the nearby residents. Wolf wiped the sweat from his brow and lowered his voice. We must depart swiftly. Ling Yu raised his gaze, surveying the surroundings. Do you have a safe place to go? Follow me, Wolf replied. Casting a glance at the twitching Hush-Hush on the ground, Ling Yu instructed. Get her some food, and let us leave promptly. Aileen opened her backpack, and cans along with dry rations scattered chaotically across the ground. Hush-Hush grasped several vacuum-sealed packets of beef jerky, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Her shark-like teeth seized the dried packages, consuming them whole. This would temporarily sate her ravenous appetite. Though they had crossed paths before, Ling Yu needed to ascertain what had transpired here. Why had they sought to capture Hush-Hush? After consuming some sustenance, Hush-Hush retracted her arms from behind her. As the trio burst through the back door into the alley, the entire street was in a frenzy. Over there. Who goes there? Halt. Chaotic footsteps encircled them from 3 directions. Wolf led them into a drainage pipe, where the putrid wastewater rose to their ankles. They endured the foul stench as they fled through the sewers. Once back above ground, Wolf guided them through a labyrinth of alleys, eventually halting before a dilapidated storefront. He glanced around cautiously before rhythmically knocking on the iron door. 3 short, 2 long. A pause, then another long. A peephole opened, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes scanning the group. Old Wolf. A hoarse voice called from behind the door. It is I. Open up, Jason, Wolf whispered. I have brought friends. The iron door creaked open slowly, revealing a scarred middle-aged man, a modified pulse pistol holstered at his waist. Come in, quickly. The group swiftly entered the shop, and the iron door closed silently behind them. The store was cluttered with antiquated fishing nets and rusted metal components. Yet Jason approached the counter and pressed a concealed switch. With a soft click, an entire shelf slowly shifted aside, revealing a descending staircase. The staircase extended downward, and the group followed it, arriving at the bottom within minutes. Welcome to the Resistance's temporary stronghold. Wolf exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ling Yu glanced around, noting that the subterranean space was more spacious than anticipated. Exposed pipes crisscrossed the ceiling, and the 30-square-meter main hall was divided into several sections. To the left, a medical corner was piled high with plastic crates, while to the right, weapon racks displayed modified pulse rifles, each barrel etched with the symbol of the Resistance, a blood-red eagle. You are safe, for the time being. Jason secured the blast door behind him, his pulse pistol swaying at his waist. Suddenly, Hush-Hush stumbled. Her skin glowed an unhealthy gray-white under the cold light. Although her arms retracted, her spine continued to writhe unnaturally. Now, can you tell me how you arrived here? Ling Yu inquired icily. The site where Hush-Hush had fallen into the sea was quite distant. How had she made it here? After a moment of trembling lips, Hush-Hush recounted her ordeal. Following her fall, she had genuinely believed she was destined to perish, only to be unexpectedly swallowed by a colossal sea creature at a critical moment. Within this giant marine organism thrived a miniature ecosystem, and by sheer luck, she survived, eventually tearing her way out of the fish's belly. After swimming for an extended period, she lost consciousness and was later rescued by Wolf. You must believe me. I have not consumed any humans since I arrived here, Hush-Hush implored. Aaron replied coldly. When does a pathfinder ever stray from their destined course? Hush-Hush slowly rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms marred by bite marks. The wounds were a chaotic tapestry of fresh and healing scars, some already crusted over while others oozed blood. Most shocking was her wrist, where a neat chunk of flesh had been bitten away, exposing stark white bone. I eat myself, she whispered, her voice as light as a feather. Whenever the hunger became maddening, she would take a bite. Ling Yu stared at the wounds, suddenly comprehending why Hush-Hush's skin perpetually appeared unnaturally pale. She had been losing blood, continually engaging in self-cannibalism to combat the instinct of gluttony. This instinct was not merely a hunger, but a primal urge to devour. Even when satiated, the desire persisted. Thus, by consuming herself, she was able to temporarily suppress her cravings. I can tentatively believe you. The priority now is to locate Ellie. We shall discuss your situation later, Ling Yu stated. At that moment, a shadow behind him returned, presenting him with a metallic hairpin. Earlier, Ling Yu had dispatched his shadow using the power of propagation to scout the area while searching for Ellie. It was a small, butterfly-shaped metal hairpin, its edges slightly oxidized and darkened. Wolf's breath quickened suddenly, a look of anguish crossing his face. This belonged to Ellie, a birthday gift I had presented to her. She never parted with it. Something must have happened to her. Ling Yu remained silent, closing his eyes as the power of memory swirled within his palm. Fragments of shattered images flickered by like a revolving lantern. After nightfall, Ellie walked down the street, counting money. At that moment, a shadow lunged from the side, a syringe piercing the neck of the girl counting her cash. As Ellie struggled, her hairpin fell, kicked into a corner by the shadow's boot. Ling Yu abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming that a shadow had abducted Ellie, and they fled northward. Chapter 186. The new society. The creases on Wolf's face deepened as he grasped the map, contemplating the route. The area remained extensive. Where could it be? Though the scope had narrowed, the search was still daunting. Let us first navigate north through the sewers. Perhaps we might uncover some clues along the way, suggested Ling Yu. The power of exploration bestowed upon him enabled mastery over the forces of destiny, allowing him to freely manipulate the triggering of his precognitive abilities. The group retraced their steps through the sewers and emerged onto the street. At that moment, the thoroughfare was still engulfed in the aftermath of chaos, with numerous armed gang members patrolling the area. Put this on, and ensure they do not see you, Ling Yu instructed, producing an optical camouflage suit that would render them invisible. Utilizing this stealth capability, they arrived at the site of Ellie's disappearance. Ling Yu crouched down, his fingertips brushing the ground. The power of memory rippled outward, granting him the ability to review events from the past 24 hours. Anything beyond that proved more challenging to access. The individuals who had abducted Ellie had fled leftward after crossing a street corner. Follow me, he urged. Employing this method, the group eventually located a shipyard. Deep Blue Shipyard? Wasn't this long abandoned? Wolf inquired, perplexed. The perimeter's barbed wire lay in tatters, and towering gantry cranes loomed like the skeletal remains of giants against the night sky. Strangely, amidst the dereliction, a dozen modified armored vehicles were parked, each emblazoned with the insignia of various gangs. This is unsettling, Wolf murmured. The Blood Skull Gang and the Rust Gang's vehicles are both present. They are sworn enemies. Ling Yu gestured for the group to remain concealed, his shadow gliding like ink across the ground toward the shipyard. Through the shared vision of shadows, he discerned 4 heavily armed guards stationed at the main entrance, each donning identical white masks, reminiscent of the peculiar figures they had previously encountered. Those strange individuals again. It seems this is one of their strongholds, and the gangs have colluded with them, Ling Yu observed. These scoundrels, Aaron cursed under her breath. Ling Yu refrained from acting rashly. His foremost priority was to ascertain Ellie's whereabouts before taking further action. The shadow ascended along the drainage pipe to the rooftop, and through a shattered skylight, Ling Yu beheld a shocking scene. Among them were gang members and upper city aristocrats, discernible from their attire. Wasn't there an irreconcilable divide between the upper and lower cities? How could these individuals coexist? On the platform, a host dressed in a tailcoat slowly emerged. Welcome, residents of the new society. Tonight, we have prepared the most extraordinary offerings for you, guaranteed to satisfy your every desire. A fervent applause erupted from the audience, their eyes glinting with anticipation and yearning. Now, for our first auction item, declared the host as a masked woman presented a platter draped in red cloth. With a flourish, the host unveiled the contents, an ampoule of a potion. This grants permission to enter the new society. If anyone wishes to secure a place for their loved ones, do not let this opportunity slip away. The bidding voices surged from the audience. A masked gang leader raised his mechanical arm and proclaimed, 3 pounds of source gold stone. Immediately, a noble clad in a white coat countered, 5 pounds, bumpkin, do not contest with us. Who are you calling a bumpkin? The atmosphere grew tense, charged with a palpable sense of conflict. The host on stage cleared his throat and bellowed, ladies and gentlemen, please maintain harmony. We are all members of this new society, and I do not wish to witness discrimination within our ranks. Upon hearing his words, the bickering duo fell silent. Ultimately, the potion was sold for an astounding 17 pounds, no trifling sum. The value of this elixir was astonishing, and the host proclaimed it to be an invitation to the new society. Now, let us proceed to the next auction item. A small cart was wheeled forth, and as the host unveiled the red cloth, it revealed an iron cage inside which was a boy adorned with a metal collar. A living body, merely 13 years old. In the prime of youth, untainted by any mechanical augmentation, pure and natural. Do not miss this opportunity, the host urged. Ling Yu's eyes widened in shock. Live humans were being auctioned here. What purpose did these individuals have in selling lives? Though curiosity gnawed at him, the immediate need to rescue was paramount. The shadow slipped through the ceiling, seamlessly infiltrating the backstage area. Most likely, Ellie had also been abducted by these people. Ling Yu's shadow permeated the ventilation ducts like ink, and through its vantage, he beheld rows of cultivation pods neatly aligned. In the corner of the third row, the shadow finally spotted Ellie. I found her, Ling Yu announced. Wolf's breath quickened. Is she still alive? Vital signs are stable, but her consciousness is suppressed. Upon hearing that Ellie was alive, Wolf exhaled in relief. What is the plan? Aaron inquired. Quite simple. Disable the systems and lights here. I will draw the enemy's attention from the front, while you all storm in from another direction to rescue her. He allocated roles. Hushasha and I, along with Nameless, will stay here. The rest of you should infiltrate the backstage from the other side. Ling Yu felt a twinge of caution regarding Hushasha and deemed it safer to keep her by his side. Should anything occur, they would face it together. His statement was laced with confidence. The power of exploration bestowed upon him the ability to harness other fates. The remarkable vitality of abundance, the output of hunt and destruction. Along with the recovery of gluttony, these fates converged, yielding results greater than the sum of their parts. A flash of blue data flowed through Ling Yu's pupils as the power of knowledge infiltrated the shipyard's electrical system like a virus. In an instant, the entire auction venue was plunged into profound darkness. Not only did the lights extinguish, but even the emergency indicators and the night vision functions of electronic eyes ceased to operate. What is happening? I can't see through my artificial eye. What about the backup power? Chaos erupted both inside and outside the venue, as many of the half-mechanical guards, deprived of their electronic eyes, were rendered as blind as the unseeing. Now is our moment. Ling Yu abruptly rose to his feet, his fingers delicately resting upon the bowstring. As the power of hunting coalesced into a radiant arrow of light at his fingertips. At the very moment the arrow was released, the eastern wall of the shipyard erupted in a thunderous explosion. The shockwave toppled 3 guards, while the flying debris rained down upon the startled buyers like a torrential downpour. Ling Yu nocked another luminous arrow, aiming it at a nearby armored vehicle. The foremost armored car was pierced effortlessly, erupting into a brilliant fireball. The surrounding guards were caught in the searing wave of heat, their faces sizzling as they were scorched. Now, let us act, Aaron decisively urged, making her way to the other side. Chapter 187. The fierce battle amidst the billowing smoke of the explosion, Ling Yu's silhouette flickered in and out of view. As the pulsed bullets struck him, creating searing indentations that were swiftly mended by the power of abundance. The light arrow in his hand pierced the darkness like a shooting star, obliterating yet another armored vehicle in a violent explosion, sending guards tumbling in the ensuing chaos. Nameless, cover me, Ling Yu shouted, his light arrow gathering energy once more. Nameless nodded, his mechanical arm swiftly transforming to reveal a massive energy cannon. Upon pulling the trigger, the cannon roared, piercing the armored vehicle in an instant, flames erupting skyward. Hushasha's pupils constricted sharply, an eerie red glow flickering within her dark irises. Leaning slightly forward, 10 grotesque appendages erupted from her back, resembling a spider as she swung herself toward the iron sign at the port. The first guard to charge was unable to emit a scream as her arm pierced through his chest, followed by the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart. The body was effortlessly ripped in half like a rag doll, blood raining down as the monstrous mouth at the center of her palm devoured it whole. Monster! Monster! A guard frantically wielded a heavy machine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets that, upon entering her body, lost all momentum as if ensnared in quicksand. Hushasha's 10 arms intertwined to form a shield as she barreled forward, swatting the guard aside, only to ensnare his limbs and head in the next moment. With a sickening crack, the body was violently torn into 3 pieces. The insatiable hunger was temporarily sated, and Hushasha shuddered, the red glow in her eyes dimming slightly. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to rein in her ferocity. Apologies, I haven't fed in far too long. However, just as the guards outside were dispatched, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the shadows, a person cloaked in black. Who are you? Ling Yu inquired coldly, aiming the light arrow at the stranger's chest. This question should be directed at you. Who are you, and why do you disturb us? The figure slowly unveiled his cloak, revealing a grotesque visage with a grin stretching to his ears, exposing sharp fangs. You have disrupted the order of the new society, therefore, perish. The figure launched the first assault, vanishing like a specter into the darkness, only to reappear behind Nameless in the next heartbeat. His fist, enveloped in a sonic boom, barreled forth, compressing the air into visible ripples of distortion. Just in time, Nameless' energy shield charged fully, and the ethereal blue force field collided with the incoming fist in a thunderous clash. With a muffled thud, the surface of the energy shield erupted in a spiderweb of cracks. The ground beneath Nameless buckled and warped from the impact. As he was propelled backward by the ferocious force, his metallic boots carving 2 charred grooves in the earth, sparking as they scraped along. Such formidable strength, capable of suppressing a mechanical being like Nameless. Subsequently, the grotesque figure's flesh sac swelled, dark tendrils enveloping its entire form, transforming into a crimson armor. Ling Yu's hand emanated a blue glow, the power of memory, causing the surrounding space to stagnate. However, maintaining this state required the consumption of his own fate energy. and the stronger the target, the faster the depletion. He attempted to siphon the opponent's abilities, yet ultimately received a system notification indicating failure. Instances of abilities being impervious to theft were exceedingly rare. If the opponent did not possess an exceptionally unique skill, it could only mean that they were a fate walker. But which fate did this individual belong to? Gluttonous? It didn't seem to match any of the professions. While he pondered this, a dull thud resonated. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from Ling Yu's temple as a bullet struck from the shadows. Staggering backward, he retreated 2 steps. The power of abundance surged at the wound, muscles writhing like living beings as they healed. Interrupted in his incantation, the freezing force of memory dissipated. From the 3 o'clock direction, the energy cannon within the unnamed mechanical eye flickered, instantly redirecting, a beam of light transforming the hidden sniper's position into a fireball. Hushasha's 10 fleshy appendages spread wide like spider legs, propelling her upwards with force. In midair, she twirled, the claws at the tips of her limbs slicing through the air as they descended towards the grotesque figure's head. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding resonated painfully against the eardrums, yet the grotesque figure merely raised a hand. Its arm clad in crimson armor effortlessly blocking the attack, capable of rending steel. A fissure at the corner of its mouth suddenly widened, revealing an exaggerated grin stretching to its ears. Little kitty, you are far too eager. The tendrils behind the grotesque figure elongated abruptly, snapping like whips towards Hushasha in midair. She barely managed to block with 4 of her appendages, but was still forcefully slammed into a nearby pile of containers. The metallic cacophony echoing as they collapsed like building blocks. Ling Yu gritted his teeth, again maintaining the stasis field of memory, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He could feel his fate energy depleting rapidly. Seizing this fleeting moment of rigidity, the unnamed figure's mechanical arm began to supercharge the energy cannon. The air around the cannon's mouth warped from the intense heat, blue-white arcs of electricity leaping across its surface. The protocol was initiated, scorched earth combat activated. With overload mode commencing at 120 energy output. Boom! A blinding torrent of energy cascaded like a galaxy, striking the grotesque figure squarely in the chest. The explosion's shockwave overturned all debris within a 30-meter radius, carving a charred trench into the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, the crimson armor on the grotesque figure's chest had cracked, revealing the writhing black flesh beneath. It reached out, brushing its fingers against the fissure in its chest. The dark tendrils immediately began to wriggle and repair. A commendable attack, yet not sufficient. Before the thought could finish, the grotesque figure lunged forward. Its speed was so swift that it left afterimages in its wake, closing the distance to the unnamed figure in an instant. The armored fist, like a meteor, descended with tremendous force, shattering the unnamed figure's energy shield in mere half a second. Bang! The mechanical body of the unnamed figure was driven into the ground, its chest plate caving in as electric sparks erupted chaotically from its joints. Unnamed! Ling Yu exclaimed in rage as the luminous arrow of hunting coalesced in the palm of his hand. Yet, the strange figure appeared to be fully prepared. The tendrils behind it suddenly split into dozens of slender strands, raining down upon him like a tempest. In the split second the arrow was released, Ling Yu felt sharp pain as the strands pierced through his shoulder and thigh simultaneously. The excruciating agony caused his vision to darken, sending the arrow astray, where it merely penetrated the adversary's left shoulder. Almost immediately, the wound began to writhe, healing itself anew. Coughing violently, Ling Yu spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Collapsing to one knee, the strands that had impaled him continued to writhe, akin to countless voracious leeches, siphoning the energy from within him. The power of abundance, intertwined with the invasive force, relentlessly tearing at his very being. This foe proved to be an unprecedented challenge. Chapter 188 Interrogation. In light of the circumstances, there was no alternative. Fortunately, it was nighttime. Thus, let it be. The agonizing pain abruptly transformed into a searing heat. Ling Yu's spine emitted a series of explosive cracks as silver hair pierced through his skin, growing wildly. His nails elongated into glimmering claws, and the bones of his face reshaped with a series of audible pops. Gradually, he straightened his form, muscles rippling beneath the tattered fabric of his attire. Suddenly, the moonlight broke through the clouds, coalescing in his hand into an exquisitely crafted long knife, the crescent moon blade. Subsequently, Ling Yu bent low, lunging forward with ferocity. He swiftly executed the first strike. The creature barely had time to raise its arms before its armor was cleaved apart as easily as butter, as black blood gushed forth. The second strike was already aimed at the neck, severing the head cleanly from its body. The creature staggered back, yet peculiarly. From the severed neck emerged a multitude of fleshy buds that fused together, forcibly reattaching the head. Remarkably, it possessed regenerative abilities. Ling Yu narrowed his eyes as black flames of destruction flickered to life upon the crescent moon blade. At that moment, the wreckage of a container exploded, and a blood-drenched Hushasha burst forth like a vengeful specter. Her 10 grotesque appendages had twisted and morphed, each swollen to thrice their original size. With a feral scream, she charged at the creature, the two of them tumbling like runaway trains. Their limbs and tentacles entwined in a frenzied struggle. The creature roared in fury, its flesh and armor glowing a blinding crimson. 7 or 8 tentacles erupted from its back, entangling with Hushasha's arms. A piercing scream escaped her lips as the creature lifted her by the throat, having already torn away 7 of her limbs, the remaining 3 twitching helplessly. Yet, this distraction bought Ling Yu precious time. A howl echoed through the night. Ling Yu surged forward with determination. The creature's eyes flared with crimson light as it suddenly used Hushasha as a shield. The remaining 3 limbs of Hushasha swelled and detonated, forcibly breaking free from its grasp. The black flames on the crescent moon blade surged 3 feet high. The moment the blade pierced the creature's chest armor, the force of destruction surged forth like a tidal wave, obliterating the writhing flesh buds. The creature's body convulsed violently, its inflated form deflating like a punctured balloon. However, its body began to swell unnaturally, as if countless insects were writhing beneath its skin. Ling Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He quickly withdrew the blade, retreating rapidly. It was going to self-destruct. He seized the incapacitated Hushasha and hastily pulled back. A violent burst erupted from the creature's waist, blackened flesh splattering across the ground. Yet this was a desperate measure to survive, to prevent the force of destruction from further annihilating its body. The creature gasped, collapsing onto its knees. A strange light suddenly emanating from its chest. The space around it distorted and warped, the air within a 3-meter radius fracturing like a shattered mirror. It was attempting to teleport away. Without delay, Ling Yu raised his hand, freezing the space surrounding the creature with the power of memory. However, what he did not anticipate was that when the power of memory approached the peculiar individual within a certain range, it was abruptly thwarted by an invisible force. Unable to extend any further, the rift in space suddenly constricted, resembling a colossal maw that engulfed the strange being, vanishing into the night sky. Cursed be it. That fiend has escaped. Hushasha managed to rise with difficulty, her tone tinged with reluctant frustration. Yet, Ling Yu fell into contemplation. That final surge of power was knowledge. He was all too familiar with this force. Otherwise, how could one possibly resist the freezing power of memory? After the peculiar entity fled, the remaining foes were rendered powerless. Ling Yu ventured into the depths of the shipyard. At this moment, the interior of the shipyard was in utter chaos. But through the communication, Aaron had located Ellie and assured them there was no need for concern. Wuming, capture 2 individuals. I have a few inquiries to make, Ling Yu instructed. He then proceeded deeper into the shipyard. In the corridors of the shipyard's depths, the sounds of violent collisions reverberated like thunder. Ling Yu dashed towards the source of the noise, and the sight before him left him astounded. The slender figure of Yao Lisi danced gracefully amidst the assault of 3 guards. In her hand, a holy sword nearly 2 meters long traced silvery blue arcs through the air. With a twist of her delicate waist, she brought the sword's hilt crashing down upon the face of the guard to her right, before sweeping the massive blade. The dull thud of flesh being pierced resonating in unison. The 3 adversaries were cleaved in half. The combat prowess of this bioengineered being was not to be underestimated. The holy sword previously discovered beneath the sea had served her well for self-defense, unexpectedly proving quite fitting. Shortly thereafter, Aaron emerged from the back room, cradling the sleeping Ellie. You all take Ellie and leave first. I will catch up soon, Ling Yu stated. You must be careful, Aaron replied. Understood. With a nimble leap, Aaron ascended to the window, then vanished into the vastness of the night. At that moment, Wuming approached, dragging a bloodied, disfigured individual behind him. These individuals are similar to the previous monsters, adorned with peculiar tentacles. I managed to capture this one, Wuming remarked. Bring him along, we must depart from here. Nodding, Wuming pulled the captive alongside him as they exited. Given the commotion of the night, returning to the hospital was no longer feasible. Wolf led them to another stronghold of the Resistance. The Resistance's hideout was concealed within an abandoned factory underground. Under the dim light, the walls were plastered with hand-drawn maps and hasty notes. Wuming unceremoniously tossed the bloodied captive onto the ground. Who are you? Ling Yu's voice was low and frigid, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. You will not make me talk. Before the individual could finish, a club struck out, for these creatures possessed formidable regenerative abilities. The captive was suspended from a rusted pipe, the dull thud of iron against flesh echoing continuously. Soon, the captive's gaze became lucid. I will speak. I will speak. Please, stop, he pleaded. Ling Yu raised his hand in a gesture for silence. In the new society, we find ourselves as its members. The new society? Ling Yu narrowed his eyes, questioning its origin. The doctor will lead us to transcend humanity. Then why do you capture those children? Ling Yu's tone grew colder. The captive's pupils constricted violently, his throat constricting as he hoarsely replied, food. The doctor stated that the inhabitants of the new society are the masters of the future, while those from the old society are merely livestock. Thus, we shall feed on the people of the old society. So that is the truth. It is all the doing of that doctor. Upon hearing that name, Ling Yu couldn't help but recall the Dr. X from the giant turtle island. Could it be that the individuals here are connected to him? Chapter 189. Erupting conflict in the conference room of the upper city. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Around the vast oval table, several elegantly attired nobles and high-ranking officials sat, their expressions grave as they engaged in hushed discussions regarding the turmoil in the lower city. This is not the first time, remarked one noble, furrowing his brow. Those rabble-rousers from the lower city are perpetually causing us trouble. Indeed, this disturbance is more extensive than before and has even begun to impact the security of the upper city, another official concurred. Seated at the head of the table was an elderly man with stark white hair, the highest leader of the upper city, Fisher Baron. He listened quietly to the discourse, his face betraying no emotion. Your Excellency, we must take action, one of them urged. If this continues, the chaos in the lower city could spill over into our domain. Baron slowly raised his head, his brows knitting together. Do we truly need to go this far? His voice bore an undertone of helplessness and frailty. After years of initiatives, the Fisher family had long since lost their absolute control over the upper city. The true governing body was now the Senate, with the Fisher family merely a participant. Outwardly, everyone respected the Fisher family as the presiding council, but this was merely for appearances. As soon as Baron finished speaking, a burly man with a scarred eye slammed his fist on the table. I anticipated this day would come. The people of the lower city are no longer content with their current state. They seek more and even aspire to overthrow us. However, we cannot allow them to succeed. We need to deploy the security forces to quell the unrest in the lower city. Simultaneously, we must fortify our defenses in the upper city to prevent any insurrection. Tober Ronald, will ensure those wretches understand who truly holds dominion here. The assembly was starkly divided. The venerable old nobility of the Fisher family and the youthful outsiders led by Ronald. The former controlled the economy and the guard of the upper city, while the latter wielded external influence. Indeed, the denizens of the lower city have evolved beyond mere rabble. We must strike with force, echoed another young member. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify. Fisher Baron's fingers lightly tapped the table. Toby, you are too hasty. Violent suppression will only exacerbate the conflict. Ronald scoffed. Old man, your weakness is the real issue. Look at the lower city now. They are practically riding on our backs. On the opposite side of the table, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed spectacles suddenly spoke. Your Excellency, I have just received news that the people of the lower city have taken over the security office in District 7. This revelation fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring chaos within the conference room. What? How dare they? Immediate suppression is imperative. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, tilting in favor of Ronald. Baron raised his hand, restoring silence to the room. He turned to Ronald. Very well, you are correct. It is time to act. But I must caution you. The Senate will not tolerate unnecessary bloodshed. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint, Ronald replied with a grin. After the meeting concluded, Toby swiftly departed with his confidants. At the corner of the corridor, a hooded figure emerged silently. It seems everything went smoothly. Those old codgers agreed to fund the suppression. The figure remarked. Ronald glanced at him and replied, You need only focus on your responsibilities. The rest is not your concern. The hooded figure chuckled. You would do well to exercise caution. The depths of the lower city are far more profound than you realize. With a dismissive snort, Ronald turned and walked away. Half an hour later, the iron gates of the upper city creaked open with a low hum, as a contingent of fully armed security forces marched out in formation. Attention! Primary objective, reclaim the security station in Sector 7. Secondary objective, eliminate all resistance. Lethal force is authorized. I repeat, lethal force is authorized. The security forces then proceeded en masse toward the Sector 7 security station, in the abandoned water treatment facility of the lower city. Over 30 representatives of the resistance gathered around a rusted metal table. The dim light flickered uncertainly, mirroring the fluctuating expressions of those present. Recent intelligence indicates that the upper city has dispatched security forces, Wolf announced. What is the target? It has been years since the upper city utilized its security forces. The leader of the resistance, a gaunt man with cybernetic enhancements, was Gil Jeffrey, allegedly one of the exiles. He appeared to possess qualities far superior to those of the lower city residents, remaining unflappable while verifying the objective of the security forces operation. They are reportedly heading to Sector 7 to conduct suppression activities. There has been an attack on the security station, Wolf remarked with a hint of confusion. Numerous security stations are scattered between the upper and lower cities. This attack is peculiar, as there are only a limited number of individuals capable of assaulting a security station, and no information has surfaced. Who attacked the security station? Which gang is responsible? Is there any news? Gil Jeffrey inquired. The attendees exchanged glances, none able to provide an answer to his question. Troubling news. Security forces have appeared in the lower city. A young man burst into the conference room, projecting an image onto the wall. Dozens of figures clad in security uniforms were breaking down doors, inciting panic among the lower city residents. Chaos erupted in the streets as people fled in all directions to evade the pursuit of the security forces. Damn the upper city. They have truly ventured into the lower city this time. We can no longer remain passive. Action must be taken. After a moment of contemplation, Gil Jeffrey declared, everyone, return and prepare for orders. Be ready to fight at a moment's notice. Following the command, the group swiftly departed the water treatment facility. After leaving, Wolf arrived at a resistance stronghold where Ling Yu and others were temporarily stationed. Orders have come down from above. We must strike hard against the forces of the upper city, Wolf said with palpable excitement. The individuals in the stronghold were equally exhilarated, eagerly rolling up their sleeves in preparation for the impending confrontation. However, Ling Yu's expression remained unchanged, seemingly uninterested in the fervor surrounding him. After dismissing the others, Wolf swiftly approached Professor Ling and inquired, Professor Ling, may I have a moment of your time? Ling Yu nodded, and the two retreated to a nearby room. Professor Ling, as you have observed, a conflict is imminent, and I hope you can assist us, Wolf stated. Ling Yu replied, do you recall the question I posed to you earlier? You stated that. Yes, where do you truly intend to head? Merely rallying everyone under a banner of slogans will inevitably lead to a new upper city and lower city. I have no desire to engage in futile efforts. Chapter 190. Meeting the doctor. Dr. Wolf fell silent and said, I am a warrior. The people of the lower city can scarcely survive today, let alone contemplate the future. I implore you, let us secure their survival for today, and then we may discuss tomorrow. Ling Yu sighed and replied, very well. But let it be known that my assistance will also serve my own interests. He was far more intrigued by the so-called doctor. He reopened the video that had recently circulated throughout the lower city. Observe closely. This is not a conventional suppression operation. Their route entirely circumvents all gang strongholds and deliberately targets civilian areas. He magnified the footage, revealing an officer brutally yanking a child as the sleeve slipped. It unveiled not a human arm, but a segment resembling a tentacle. These individuals are disguised. They masquerade as law enforcement, apprehending citizens in the lower city. It stands to reason that the assault on the police station may also be perpetrated by these imposters. Wolf's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. These scoundrels do not even spare children. Ling Yu advised, you should inform the higher-ups of this situation. I will assess the scene. Understood. 10 minutes later, Ling Yu swiftly navigated the narrow alleyways of the lower city, distant explosions echoing, casting the night sky in a crimson hue. Not far away, several disguised individuals were breaking into a residence. Mama, mama. A child's cries rang out. 3 officers dragged a frail boy from the room, while his mother collapsed in the corner, blood streaming from her forehead. At that critical moment, the piercing shriek of an arrow shattered the air, nailing an officer's wrist to the brick wall, dark blood dripping from the rusted rebar. The child seized the opportunity to escape. A second arrow pierced the officer's prosthetic eye. Amidst the sparks of blue and white electricity, Aileen leapt from the adjacent building, her deer-hide boots leveraging off the officer's shoulder as she spun, her dagger carving a silver arc. The officer's clothing and flesh tore apart, revealing writhing, flesh-colored tendrils beneath. Stand clear, Ling Yu shouted, unleashing black flames that engulfed several officers. The entire brick wall crumbled under the onslaught of the destruction flames as disguised individuals screamed in agony, their distorted bodies exposed beneath their garments. Aileen had already evaded the chaos. Once we've cleared this area, we shall see if there is an opportunity to enter the upper city, Ling Yu declared. The resistance's counterattack was swift, immediately engaging with the disguised law enforcement. A deafening gunshot reverberated in the narrow alley. Tentacles exploded into a mist of blood. As Wolf's shotgun emitted smoke from its barrel, the creature staggered back, its wound pulsating grotesquely. With a cold smirk, he retrieved a pulse grenade from his waist and hurled it forward. A blue-white plasma ignited in the air, consuming the enemy. The explosive shockwave shattering the glass of nearby buildings. From a distance, Ling Yu cast a fleeting glance, but soon diverted his attention, realizing that the rebels' equipment surpassed his expectations. He had confirmed the path to the upper city, yet the steel gate remained firmly shut. Through the communication channel, Wu Ming spoke. "No worries, leave the rest to me." A shadow detached itself from beneath him, seeping into the crevices of the gate like ink. The shadow traversed the path until it reached the control room. Inside, the space was stark and devoid of personnel, which puzzled Ling Yu. However, the immediate priority was to unlock the gate and locate the doctor. Silently, the shadow ascended the control panel, and Ling Yu adeptly connected to the control center using his intellect, swiftly commandeering the entire system. "Access granted," opening the gate, echoed a mechanical voice throughout the room. The heavy steel doors began to rise amidst the cacophony of hydraulic machinery, revealing the interior of the upper city. Yet, the sight that greeted them left everyone frozen in shock. Ling Yu's pupils constricted slightly. He had envisioned the upper city as a bastion of order. But what lay before him was a hellish tableau. Vehicles were haphazardly strewn across the streets, and several corpses clad in fine garments lay torn and mangled. The sound of shattering glass resonated from a distance, and a man in a suit screamed as he burst from a shop, pursued by 3 grotesque figures. Their mouths stretched unnaturally wide, revealing a menacing array of serrated teeth. Most chilling of all were the streetlights, each entwined with tendrils of flesh, their tops blooming into enormous flowers resembling human faces, emitting wails akin to those of a newborn. What happened? Why has the upper city descended into chaos?" Eileen exclaimed. "It seems the doctor has prepared quite the surprise for the upper city, but that is of no concern to us. My objective is solely that individual." The monstrous beings in the distance, having noticed Ling Yu and his companions, licked their lips before charging forward without hesitation. The tentacles trailing behind them coiled around a nearby vehicle, hurling it toward Ling Yu's head. Ling Yu raised a hand. A sudden surge of azure light erupting from his eyes as the power of memory cascaded forth like a tidal wave. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. Both the vehicle and the creature became immobilized. Dorothy lightly leaped onto the suspended vehicle, her silver gown unfurling like moonlight. Her slender form soared through the air, and with a throw of her holy sword, it pierced the creature's body, pinning it firmly to the concrete. The creature's bloodshot eyes bulged almost from their sockets as its claws raked desperately at the blade embedded in its chest. As Dorothy landed, she stepped directly onto the holy sword, causing spiderweb-like cracks to radiate wildly from its tip. "I shall ask but one question. Where is the doctor?" Ling Yu inquired. On the White Tower. Please don't kill me," the creature stammered, trembling. Ling Yu scoffed, recognizing these beings as cowards who preyed on the weak. He had no desire for further dialogue. With a swift motion, he crushed down the flames of destruction, utterly erasing the creature from existence. He then turned his gaze toward a towering structure, gleaming white as snow. "This is the White Tower, the iconic edifice of the upper city," as he described. A group approached the White Tower, which stood in eerie silence, devoid of any guards. It appeared that their adversaries had prepared well. With a cold chuckle, Ling Yu remarked, "Given the unknown origins of our opponents, it would be prudent for you to remain here, ready to adapt to any situation, while I ascend alone." This was indeed the most judicious course of action. His solitary movement would afford him greater flexibility, whereas a group would only complicate matters. Ling Yu ascended the pristine jade staircase to the upper chamber of the tower. The door to the room swung open, revealing a hooded figure seated within. "Welcome. If my information serves me correctly, you are the illustrious Professor Ling, whose reputation has soared within the Society of Erudition." Chapter 191. Conversation. Ling Yu was not surprised that the other party knew his name. "Indeed, do you have any advice?" he inquired. "Not particularly," the hooded figure replied. "I merely believe we are both intelligent individuals, and there is no need for the violence associated with others. I propose we engage in a sincere and amicable academic exchange. Should we not introduce ourselves before we discuss further?" Ling Yu suggested. The hooded figure chuckled. "That was indeed my oversight. As for my name, I refer to myself as the variable of all equations. Dr. X." After silently repeating the name in his mind, Ling Yu asked, "Very well. What do you intend to discuss?" "I prefer not to set a specific agenda, as it may hinder the fluidity of thought. However, since you have mentioned it, let us converse about the farce currently unfolding in the city," Dr. X stated. "Are those new societal members your creation?" Ling Yu queried. "Indeed," Dr. X affirmed. "The objective of my research is clear. Although many researchers are madmen, one cannot allow a madman to conduct research without purpose. You must have your reasons for this. I appreciate your statement. The reasoning is quite simple. Someone is funding my research, fulfilling their needs as I fulfill mine. As for the ultimate goal, it is, of course, destiny, Dr. X explained. Just as I suspected. If I am not mistaken, you are utilizing the crystallized will of the gluttonous destiny, Ling Yu remarked. Indeed. Unfortunately, my stock is nearly depleted, so I must seek more. Additionally, I wonder if you have noticed that I possess some unique innovations, Dr. X continued. Ling Yu smiled and said, under normal circumstances, the survival rate for ordinary individuals who consume crystallized destiny is abysmally low, indicating a need for improvement. You have incorporated a particular ingredient, the pollution from the sea, that black substance. Am I correct? Savior has analyzed the flesh and blood of those creatures, revealing an unidentifiable component. However, after several upgrades, Savior has significantly enhanced its analytical capabilities. This time, it provided a more detailed analysis. It is a form of distorted consciousness. This aligns perfectly with the findings regarding that black substance on the sea's surface. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Dr. X erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. You truly are an exceptional researcher. I knew we could understand one another. No, I have no desire to understand, and I am rather nauseated by it. Ling Yu retorted coldly. Oh, I am all ears. In my conception, science is about transcending boundaries. Admittedly, at times, morality may constrain scientific pursuit. But I do not wish to reduce scientific inquiry to a contest of who can lower their standards further. Who can lower their standards further? Professor Ling, you have greatly disappointed me. I expected you to comprehend that the essence of science is indeed the process of breaking boundaries, Dr. X lamented. Ling Yu scoffed. What have you truly transcended? Have you merely redefined destiny? Or do you believe you can lead others? I surmise that the principle lies in the fact that pollutants distort human consciousness, while the crystal of fate embodies pure awareness. Each of these elements, when existing in isolation, proves lethal. However, when amalgamated, they may sustain a dynamic equilibrium. This notion bears no relation to the principles underpinning the path of the Fate Walkers, at best. It merely conjures monsters. I am also certain that you are not Dr. X. Although I have never encountered him, I sense that he would disdain such trivial fantasies. Immediately after Ling Yu finished speaking, an electronic voice emanated from the large screen behind the hooded figure. It was astonishing to discover that there was someone here capable of comprehending my thoughts. The electronic screen flickered to life, revealing the digital visage of a monkey. What brings you here? Inquired the hooded figure. I have always been here. Observation must have a beginning and an end. I must confess, Fuelage, I anticipated some novel creations. Yet your research is truly tedious. I am now rather curious about the kind of demise your companion will bestow upon you. The monkey's expressionless visage remarked. Gulliver's body abruptly stiffened, and the features concealed beneath his hood contorted into a grotesque grimace. His fingers clenched the edge of the table with such intensity that his joints turned white from the strain. What? What did you say? The electronic monkey coldly assessed. It is regrettable to witness such fragility of spirit. I had hoped for a more intriguing development. I refuse to believe it. You are merely envious that I have completed the research you left unfinished. Yes, that must be it. You think I am just an assistant, but you are mistaken. I have mastered all your techniques, and even made some improvements. Gulliver bellowed. Gulliver, I should have informed you not to disregard those discarded scraps of paper I instructed you to throw away. The genius of ideas remains forever etched in the mind. You are not the first to attempt to supplant me. You are merely the closest to success thus far, the mechanical monkey retorted. Be silent. It is time for you to exit the stage, old man. Gulliver pressed a button nearby, cutting off the power. Professor Ling, allow me to introduce my masterpiece. Candle Demon 2.0. A dark mist materialized beneath his feet. A low, mournful wail arose from the fog, reminiscent of a chorus of countless tormented souls. The mist gradually coalesced into form, and a distorted silhouette slowly rose. Ling Yu felt a convulsion in his stomach. This creature barely retained a human shape, its body enshrouded in writhing tumors, each bearing a bulging eye. Its neck was extraordinarily elongated, yet at its apex was not a head, but a candle ablaze with blue flames. Tentacles extended from its back, each adorned with suction cup-like mouths. Behold, this is my magnum opus, the tainted Fate Walker. Let it witness your power, Gulliver declared with fervor. Suddenly, the flame atop the candle demon's neck surged violently, casting a green luminescence that illuminated the entire room. Ling Yu felt a wave of dizziness as the scene before him began to distort. In that fleeting moment, he felt his consciousness being torn asunder, only to be brutally reassembled. As his vision regained clarity, he found himself standing beneath an unfamiliar expanse of starry skies. Ling Yu glanced down to see that he was treading upon the shattered remnants of a fractured planet. In the distance, a colossal black hole voraciously consumed the last vestiges of starlight. Amidst the debris of the planet stood another version of himself. This was the scene of my ultimate demise, a harbinger of annihilation. Yet, regrettably, this imagery held no impact on me. Ling Yu scoffed. Having chosen to forge ahead, he would weather all storms without hesitation. Vanish. Meaningless illusion. The power of the void surged forth like a tide, causing the entire tableau to collapse instantaneously. Chapter 192. The Weaver. In the fleeting moment of the illusion's disintegration, reality surged back like a relentless tide. Ling Yu's pupils abruptly constricted as the grotesque visage of the candle demon loomed perilously close. If that mass, embedded with 7 eyes, could indeed be described as a face, the blue candlelight flickered above it, casting the entire room in an eerie, spectral hue. Under the influence of the power of void, the movements of the candle demon became excruciatingly slow. Gleeful, as if witnessing a ghost, Gleefer stared at him in disbelief. It was inconceivable. How could a human possibly wield the power of void? Until now, no one had ever mastered such power. However, Ling Yu's ability to forge was compatible with other fates, including that of void. Yet, void was the weakest of his powers, for the strength of fate was intrinsically tied to human will. Ling Yu possessed scarcely any void within his heart. Hence, its power was naturally diminished. Consequently, he seldom employed this force. But it proved exceedingly effective against the illusions wrought by pollution. The candle demon emitted a shrill wail reminiscent of an infant's cry, its body contorting and swelling grotesquely. Suddenly, dozens of dark red tentacles erupted from its back, their ends splitting open to reveal monstrous maws, drool cascading onto the floor. The power of gluttony. Ling Yu furrowed his brow. The tentacles of the candle demon lashed out like a torrential downpour, moving with such speed that they nearly left afterimages in their wake. Ling Yu sidestepped, the floor shattering instantaneously, debris flying in every direction. Seizing this opportunity, he rolled and swiftly drew his firearm, aiming it at the candle demon. With a resounding bang, a bullet engulfed in black destruction, flames was unleashed, striking the candle demon squarely in the chest. A roar erupted from the creature as the power of destruction relentlessly devoured its form. The presence of destruction, power. Gleefer's expression soured. After a ferocious howl, one of the tentacle's gaping maws clamped down on the bullet's impact site, viciously tearing away a chunk of flesh and swallowing it whole. The black flames flickered within its body, only to be entirely consumed by the power of gluttony. With an impassive demeanor, Ling Yu continued to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several more bullets ignited with destruction, flames surged forth. Just as the bullets were poised to strike the candle demon, they unexpectedly veered off course, striking the nearby wall instead. Spatial deflection. Do not underestimate me. I am a practitioner of the path of knowledge. And the power of space is as effortless for me as breathing, Gleefer proclaimed, regaining his former confidence. The strength of knowledge hinges upon the depth of one's understanding. Gleefer's rank was likely not merely that of a torchbearer, but possibly that of a higher tier, a weaver of laws. As the term suggests, a weaver of laws has reached a profound comprehension of their fate, capable of weaving their own rules. Clearly, Gleefer's ability was to manipulate the surrounding space, a power that, when contemplated, was dreadfully formidable. Allow me to demonstrate my strength to you. Gulliver slowly raised his hand, and Ling Yu felt the space around him tighten as if gripped by an unyielding force. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself directly before the candle demon. The creature's form began to tear apart, its skin peeling away like decaying leather, revealing the writhing flesh and blood beneath. A massive fissure opened in its chest, revealing a grotesque interior lined with spiral-shaped teeth. Before Ling Yu could react, the candle demon swiftly consumed him whole. Gulliver wore a triumphant smile. The monster, transformed from the essence of a fate traveler, was indeed formidable. Yet, this elation was short-lived. As a pale blue light filled his vision and everything around him seemed to freeze. It was then that, suddenly, the crescent moon blade pierced through his chest. The shadow of the wolf god loomed over Gulliver's form. How is this possible? Gulliver exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that his adversary had broken free from his control. Within his domain, the opponent should have been immobilized. This held true for ordinary individuals and even for most fate travelers. However, Ling Yu possessed an ability of which Gulliver had never before encountered: expansion. The power of stellar jump granted Ling Yu the capacity for instantaneous movement. And this moment was beyond control. Fearing that his opponent might escape through the manipulation of time and space, Ling Yu employed the power of memory, to freeze this fleeting instant. This was the ability of memory to create a light cone, momentarily halting all motion. Although his capacity had not yet reached the point of creating a light cone, this still sufficed for his purposes. To ensure that his opponent would not survive the encounter, Ling Yu combined the strength of the wolf god with the power of destruction to guarantee a fatal blow. On the other hand, Gulliver was perhaps overly confident and careless. He had not anticipated the vast array of fate powers Ling Yu possessed. Dark flames erupted from the crescent moon blade, swiftly engulfing Gulliver. However, Ling Yu was taken aback to discover that, in the presence of the Weaver, the controllability of memory was significantly weaker than he had anticipated. Just as the flames of destruction were about to consume Gulliver, he broke free from the confines of memory. Then, he committed an act that sent chills down Ling Yu's spine. He used the power of space to sever his own head from his body. Space twisted, flesh tore. And Gulliver's neck was smooth as a mirror, not a drop of blood spilling forth, as if an invisible force had instantaneously severed the connections of veins and nerves. In the next moment, a ripple in space occurred, and Gulliver's head teleported several meters away, evading the destructive flames. The gaping maw of the candle demon, lined with spiral teeth, suddenly expanded like the abyss, swallowing Gulliver's head whole. The grotesque sound of writhing flesh echoed hauntingly in the silent room. The candle demon's eyes flickered as if digesting some newfound power. Meanwhile, Gulliver's headless body was consumed by the flames of destruction, utterly devoid of life. Ling Yu's breath momentarily faltered. Had Gulliver perished? Or had his consciousness somehow been transferred? The candle demon's form began to swell violently. The originally deep blue candle atop its head started to melt, the dripping wax seemingly coalescing into a new shape. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf god, embodied by Ling Yu, charged forward, the blade aimed directly at the core of the candle demon, the candle aflame with azure fire. It was the end. As the blade pierced the candle's flame, black and blue fires clashed violently, erupting in a blinding burst of light. Boom. The entire uppermost level of the White Tower was engulfed by the shockwave of the explosion. Glass shattered, and walls cracked. Chapter 193. The collapsed White Tower. The aftershocks of the explosion trembled through the air as Ling Yu rose from the rubble, his wolf-like fur coated in dust. The pinnacle of the White Tower had vanished, and moonlight streamed through the shattered dome, illuminating the monstrous entity suspended in midair. The candle demon had swollen to more than 3 times its original size, and the once ethereal blue flames now flickered in a sinister shade of purple-black. Most chilling of all, within that inferno, the grotesquely distorted visage of Gulliver emerged. How decisive, to transfer one's consciousness into the body of the candle demon, Ling Yu remarked, wiping his mouth. The voice within the flames declared, "This is all you're doing. I shall slay you and transform you into a more perfect creation." Then, with a hint of intoxication, it continued, "Now I am in my most perfect form. I have acquired the power of gluttony, and it has obtained the guidance of intellect. No one can defeat me now, no one." Suddenly, the candle demon's tentacles elongated violently, and the space before it ruptured. A chill gripped Ling Yu's heart, and he swiftly activated Star Trail Leap, vanishing just as the tentacles crashed down upon his previous position. "Eileen, nameless, I require assistance," Ling Yu called through his communicator. The device crackled with harsh static, followed by Eileen's fragmented response. "We are ensnared. Immediate." The communication abruptly cut off. This system, inherent to the world in its nascent state, could only be disrupted by something formidable. Ling Yu spat a mouthful of blood. He had no choice but to face this creature alone. Drawing a deep breath, the power of expansion surged within him. He musters multiple destinies simultaneously in a short span. An immense strain on his body, yet there was no alternative. Only this way could he hope to contend with the abomination before him. Memory, stasis. A pale blue light radiated from Ling Yu's palm, instantly enveloping the entire chamber. The candle demon's movements faltered for a brief moment. Now, Ling Yu's figure vanished under the capability of Star Trail Leap, reappearing behind the candle demon. The crescent moon blade, imbued with the essence of destruction, plunged towards the creature's heart. As the blade pierced flesh, a wave of dread washed over Ling Yu. The interior of the candle demon was not flesh and blood, but a viscous black substance, reminiscent of the pollutants on the ocean's surface. Yet, the blade could delve only 3 inches deep before encountering resistance. "Haraha, you've been deceived." The waxen head of Gulliver emitted a distorted laugh. "You have fallen for my trap." The outer layer of the candle demon suddenly flowed like liquid, completely engulfing the crescent moon blade. Ling Yu decisively released his grip and retreated, watching as the blade was gradually consumed by the black matter. This creature had cleverly utilized spatial power to separate itself into inner and outer layers, rendering destruction ineffective against its core. Moreover, the amalgamation of polluted power and gluttony's destiny augmented its devouring capability, making it so formidable that even destruction was swallowed as if it were a drop in the ocean. The power of destiny, truly delectable. The voice of the candle demon became clearer, indicating that Gulliver was rapidly acclimatizing to this newfound power. Now, it is your turn. The space within the room suddenly began to warp, the walls stretching and contorting like rubber. Ling Yu felt an invisible force compressing his body, as if he were being forced into a continually shrinking box. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the power of destiny, forcibly carving a path through the distorted space. One aspect of the power of expansion is the ability to forge a route amidst known pathways. He staggered out of the pressure zone, his forehead slick with cold sweat. The candle demon roared in fury, its tentacles unfurling like blooming buds, their inner surfaces bristling with dense, menacing teeth, invoking a sense of fear in those averse to clusters. Dozens of tentacles simultaneously lunged at Ling Yu. He maneuvered deftly within the constricted space, but one tentacle grazed his left arm, instantly tearing away a chunk of flesh. A sharp gasp escaped Ling Yu as a searing pain radiated from the wound. Even worse, he felt a toxin spreading within him, his left arm swiftly losing sensation. A verdant glow flickered at the site of the injury, barely halting the spread of the poison. Ling Yu pressed his hand firmly against his flesh, and under the searing flames of destruction, he incinerated a layer of skin, gritting his teeth against the agony. Yet this pain was preferable to becoming a monster. Ling Yu calmly assessed the situation at hand. He needed to devise a strategy to confront this creature. The power of the Weaver was considerably stronger than he had anticipated, and a direct confrontation might not yield a favorable outcome. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. Rising to his feet, he darted towards the candle demon, tossing a spherical object into the fray. Foolish. Any energy shall become my sustenance, echoed the voice of Grelfer from within the flames, as the candle demon's form split open to devour the sphere. However, in the next moment, the candle demon began to convulse violently. The writhing black substance on its surface bubbled and surged like boiling tar. What is happening? Grelfer shrieked in agony, as the candle demon's body began to uncontrollably swell and distort, grotesque fissures forming in the black matter enveloping it. Eyes burst one after another, oozing thick, viscous blood. A splendid feast, indulge. Ling Yu sneered. The spheres contained fragments of the symbiote. After suffering from this substance in the past, he had been wary of it. Fortunately, as long as it was not attempted to be absorbed or understood, it posed no threat to a person. At present, the candle demon maintained its form through a precarious balance of polluted power and the gluttonous strength of destiny. Once one side's power exceeded the other's, this form would be unsustainable. Thus, Ling Yu had reinforced the balance within the creature using the fragments of the symbiote, effectively shattering the equilibrium. After all, devouring and absorbing was the instinct of gluttony. The purple-black flames atop the candle demon flickered erratically, its waxen visage melting into a formless state. It struggled to extend its tentacles in an attempt to strike at Ling Yu, but suddenly froze midair, the tips of its tentacles beginning to crystallize. Dark red crystals spreading like a plague along their lengths. Clearly, the symbiote was beginning to assimilate the entity. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Yu simultaneously concentrated the destruction, black flames in both hands. Devoid of the interference from the adversary's spatial abilities, this assault was aimed directly at the core of the candle demon. Farewell, Gulliver. The black flames surged forth like a furious tide, utterly engulfing the twisted monstrosity. Under the relentless onslaught of destruction, the candle demon's form disintegrated inch by inch, ultimately reduced to a heap of ashes. With the demise of the candle demon, the entire white tower suddenly trembled violently. Ling Yu braced himself against the wall, noticing that the tower was slowly tilting. This edifice was on the verge of collapse. Damn it. Cursing under his breath, Ling Yu immediately dashed towards the exit. Just before the tower completely toppled, he leapt through the window. In midair, he activated Stellar Leap, his form flickering as he landed firmly on the rooftop of a nearby building. A deafening roar erupted behind him as the white tower crumbled in slow motion, sending up clouds of dust. This structure, a symbol of the upper city's authority, had been reduced to ruins. Chapter 194. The silent outburst. The ruins of the white tower were engulfed in swirling dust. Ling Yu stood amidst the crumbling walls, his chest heaving violently, sweat trickling down his cheeks. This battle was the most arduous he had faced thus far. He knew he must continue to grow stronger. Yet, he remained vigilant. For those who were meant to wait for him, Aline and the others, had mysteriously vanished. From the distant streets, The sound of synchronized, heavy footsteps and violent explosions echoed. Aileen, can you hear me? Where are you? Yu attempted to reach Aileen. Can. Here, someone on the street. The voice from the other end was intermittent, clearly disrupted. Damn it, this is never-ending. Ling Yu cursed under his breath and hurried toward the city. Half an hour prior, fierce combat had erupted within the city. Aileen unleashed magical arrows, flames and ice bursting forth from the buildings across the street. Damn it, these guys are far more formidable than the security forces, Wolf spat, his frustration evident. On the opposing street, crimson laser beams swept through the air like the side of death. The concrete structures, reinforced with steel, crumbled before these lasers. For the resistance forces still armed with conventional bullets, it was a devastating blow. Technology had advanced beyond comprehension. The only reason they held their ground was the enemy's limited numbers. All flesh and blood, equally vulnerable to gunfire. Thus, both sides found themselves engaged in a long-range firefight. Unnamed, how are you holding up? Feeling any better? Aileen inquired. Her focus unwavering as she continued to shoot. For reasons unknown, Unnamed had seemingly short-circuited, and so had Dorothy. Interference. It's the Empire's signal. Unnamed replied in fragmented sentences. His mechanical body sparked with electricity, joints creaking under the strain. Meanwhile, Dorothy lay curled up nearby, her biotic skin revealing faint traces of circuitry. Both were on the brink of paralysis. As soldiers of the mechanical empire, despite Ling Yu's modifications, much of their foundation was derived from the components and systems left by the Empire. They had never anticipated that their adversaries could manipulate the Empire's signals. Unnamed resorted to the most rudimentary approach, entering a semi-silent state, rejecting all commands. This rendered him nearly incapacitated. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as three towering mechanical armors, each 5 meters high, emerged from around the corner. Their armor was adorned with crimson patterns, and the laser cannons mounted on their shoulders were charging. What the hell? The elite machines of the mechanical empire, even here in the upper city. Wolf cursed vehemently. However, given that the Fisher family had once been vassals of the mechanical empire, their possession of such technology was not entirely surprising. With a thunderous roar, a blinding blue pulse tore through the air, hurtling toward the resistance's position. Under the overwhelming might of this attack, despair filled the eyes of the rebels. The force of this blast was sufficient to vaporize half a street. There was no escape. At the very moment when annihilation was about to descend, a metallic figure suddenly interposed itself before all. Its mechanical body was already in a state of disrepair, with sparks of electricity erupting from its joints. Detecting a lethal threat, it activated the final combat protocol. Warning, the directive entails risks. Ignoring the warning, it forced access. Its electronic voice remained calm, yet bore an unprecedented determination. The destructive energy of the laser cannon collided with the blue barrier, a blinding white light engulfing the entire street. The shockwave hurled debris from the surrounding buildings into the air, while dust billowed like a tsunami. The ferocious energy blast pushed the Nameless One backward, carving 2 deep trenches in the ground, sparks and rubble flying behind him. The pulse of light gradually dimmed, and under the extreme heat, the armor began to glow red. Melting away. Nameless. Dorothy stumbled forward, trembling hands reaching to support his battered form. The Nameless One's mechanical head struggled to turn. Memories of a conversation with Professor Ling Yu flashing in his mind. Professor Ling Yu, I wish to ask you, what do you think is the greatest difference between machines and humans? It is simple. Machines merely follow commands, while humans live for their own will. Will, a concept that cannot be quantified. Thus, it is the most precious aspect of organic beings. If you truly wish to understand humanity, you must first learn to live for yourself. With trembling resolve, the Nameless One uttered, "This is my first time issuing a command to myself. From now on you must also learn to live for yourself." As he spoke, the light in his eyes began to fade. Dorothy shook her head, murmuring, "No, no, it cannot end this way." Yet, the Nameless One would no longer respond. Dorothy knelt on the ground, clutching her head in despair. In the remnants of her inner void, a pair of eyes ignited with a flame akin to a burning star slowly opened. Merely being met by that gaze caused the surrounding air to warp and ignite, the ground's debris silently turning to ash. The powers of destruction and void intertwined. Destiny intertwined. Destruction void. A silent outburst. Effect. After each attack, the character gains 1 layer of ember, up to 5 layers, with each layer increasing damage dealt by 20. Each time the character is attacked, they gain existential dissolution, up to 5 layers, losing 15 of current health and receiving an equivalent shield. Description: one either erupts in silence or perishes in silence. Witness the void through destruction and practice annihilation within the void. This mechanical body shall eventually disintegrate amidst the flames of fate, yet before that, it shall burn away its final spark, offering the world the most splendid farewell. When despair reaches its zenith, even the void itself shall ignite the flames of destruction. This is the final roar of those forgotten by the world, a death poem inscribed by the essence of existence itself. Dorothy's pupils transformed into a deep crimson hue as the form of the holy sword began to contort and reassemble, ultimately manifesting as a colossal blade engulfed in black flames. Demonic sword. Apophis. Trembling, she raised the enchanted sword, her voice a hoarse growl filled with rage. Why has this happened? I want you all to perish. With that, Dorothy surged forward, her figure becoming a streak of dark red lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade left behind a trail of smoldering crimson afterimages in the air, as the mechanical soldiers, barely lifting their arms, were sliced into countless metallic fragments, as if cast into a shredder. Subsequently, the magical sword pierced through its core, cleaving the entity in twain with a single stroke.